Just after the mock exam ended, my classmates started venting their frustrations, complaining about how difficult the formation arts questions were. I pointed out that the question was actually simpler than last year's college entrance exam question, and only then did my classmate realize they had misread it, losing 15 points just like that. When the topic turned to the college entrance exam, everyone felt a bit gloomy, since spiritual roots and cultivation levels significantly impact admissions. At that moment, my younger cousin excitedly ran over, saying he had done well and had a chance to rank in the top 10 of the class. Later, we went to my uncle's medicine shop, where he was preparing for the second-tier alchemist exam and would be in seclusion for the next few months. Thinking of buying my own alchemy furnace to practice at home, I headed to the Dadong general store that my uncle recommended. With a crisp chime of the bell, the final exam at Nanzhou City's 3rd Immortal Academy High School came to an end. Students flooded out of the exam hall, most looking disheartened. This year's mock exam was way too hard. The first major question in formation arts was calculating the core position of the triple young fire formation. Last year's college entrance exam had it as the very last question, my classmate Luo, who complained the moment he stepped out. My expression was slightly better, and I gave him a strange look. Tiger, did you misread the question? That problem gave the formation S-base parameter as a condition. It was way simpler than last year's final question, just a variant. Luo, who froze, sucked in a sharp breath, and then his face instantly paled. Oh damn, now that you mention it, you're right. That question was worth 15 points. I just glanced at last year's question and thought it couldn't possibly show up again, so I didn't even try it. Never expected it to appear in this mock exam. I totally blanked and didn't even read the question properly. Luo, who wailed in regret. I patted his shoulder. Don't panic. This is just the first mock exam. Treat it as practice after finishing sophomore year. We still have a whole year of senior high left. Work hard, overcome these careless mistakes, and there is still hope. As we chatted, we walked back to the classroom. Only a few students were there. Most hadn't returned yet, still discussing the exam. Luo, who stared at me and asked accusingly, I haven't heard you complain about getting any questions wrong. Be honest, did you do really well this time? I shrugged, keeping a calm expression. Not bad. I got the points I should have gotten. But the talisman arts section didn't go so well. I couldn't answer 2 questions. Nowadays, high schools under the Immortal Academy's jurisdiction have 9 subjects. Hearing that only talisman arts was my weak point, Luo, who looked envious before shaking his head. Your exam scores have always been near the top of the class. If you did well this time, it makes sense. Then he sighed deeply, slumping into his chair and muttering weakly, but for people like us, no matter how good our scores are, if our spiritual roots are weak and our cultivation level isn't high enough, we probably still won't get into college. After graduation, we'll just end up serving on the front lines. Hearing this, my expression dimmed slightly. Nowadays, the college entrance exam weighs 9 subjects scores at 50%, while spiritual roots, cultivation level, and progress in the exam specified technique, the 5 elements true method, make up the remaining 50%. But I quickly cheered up and reassured him, don't lose heart. Even though we're both only at chi refining level 5, based on past results, reaching level 6 with decent scores should get us into college. So what if our spiritual roots are a bit weak? Plenty of schools would still take us. And if foundation establishment seems out of reach, we can always specialize in a craft and live a stable life. The mention of spiritual roots made Luo who even gloomier. Damn it, why was I labeled as having a false spiritual root while you got a true spiritual root? The difference is just a tiny numerical gap. I refuse to accept it. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but smirk. That's just fate. You've got to accept it. The Immortal Academy's spiritual root certification categorizes them into 5 basic types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with values ranging from 0 to 100. My 5 element attributes barely meet the threshold of a true spiritual root, while Luo, whose highest attribute, though only slightly lower than mine, falls into the pseudo-spiritual root category, which puts him at a significant disadvantage when job hunting. Growing increasingly frustrated, he changed the subject and asked me, by the way, how are you planning to spend your 2-month summer break? Still pursuing your grand alchemy ambitions? I nodded firmly and replied, if I can obtain a first-tier alchemist certification, it'll add 10 points to my college entrance exam score. That could somewhat compensate for my shortcomings in spiritual roots. Luo, who, however, had a different perspective. With our poor spiritual roots, we barely have enough time for cultivation. How can we spare any for alchemy? You'd be better off focusing on talisman studies to make up for those 2 questions you missed. Forget 10 points, you could gain 20. Besides, you said it yourself, only those at chi refinement level 6 stand a chance of getting into some universities. Are you sure you can break through in the remaining year? His words struck a nerve, and my hands clenched involuntarily. His advice made sense, but what about my determination to pursue alchemist certification? After class, I made my way to Tianzhou Apothecary as usual. Just as I reached the entrance, I heard a voice call out, "Cousin, how did your mock exam go today?" I turned to see my younger cousin Zhang Danqing jogging toward me, his backpack bouncing. He had delicate features, rosy cheeks, and a neat buzz cut that gave him a lively appearance. His face lit up with a sweet smile. The spiritual energy radiating from him was noticeably stronger than mine. I smiled ruefully. It was alright, just so-so. Lost some points I shouldn't have. How about you? How do you do? Zhang Danchang replied excitedly, I did pretty well this time. I might even make it into the top 10 of our class. I patted his shoulder. Impressive. You've still got a year left, keep pushing, aim for one of the 5 great academies. As I said this, a pang of bitterness shot through me. My spiritual roots and resources were far inferior to his, but I still expressed my hopes for him outwardly. Zhang Danchang's eyes sparkled with excitement. You too, cousin. Let us get into university together. My dad happens to be here today, maybe he can give us some extra guidance. As we chatted, we stepped into the apothecary, where the fragrant scent of medicinal herbs filled the air. The space wasn't too large, but it was lined with shelves displaying various potions. On the wall directly ahead hung a golden first-tier alchemist certification. My eyes lingered on it, filled with longing. Just then, my uncle Zhang Tianzhou emerged from a side door, arms laden with books. He stood at least 6 feet tall, his face weary and his beard slightly unkempt. Zhang Dancheng frowned. Dad, I told you we just finished our mock exams today, so we got out earlier than usual. My uncle smacked his forehead and laughed apologetically. Ah, right. I forgot. The second-tier alchemist exam is in 6 months. I've been so busy preparing that my mind is a mess. Zhang Dancheng gasped. Preparing? Does that mean you won't have time to guide me and cousin in alchemy anymore? In the past, my uncle had always meticulously instructed us during each alchemy session. Hearing that he was aiming for the second tier, I offered my blessings. I hope you pass the exam and officially become a second-tier alchemist. My uncle nodded. I appreciate the well wishes. It won't be easy, though. If I were at the foundation establishment stage, with the ability to project my divine sense, I'd have a 90% chance of success. But after all these years, I've only just recovered from my injuries and returned to Chi refinement level 13. Foundation establishment is still a long way off. This time, the odds aren't great. Then his tone shifted. But if I do manage to pass the second tier exam, the momentum might just help me overcome the inner demons from my last failure and break through to foundation establishment. Zhang Dancheng clenched his fists. Dad, you'll definitely succeed. The gloom on my uncle's face lifted, replaced by a smile. That's my boy. Just wait for your old man's good news. Since you're both here today, I'll guide you one last time. For the next few months, I'll be in seclusion and won't have the chance. With that, he put away the book, changed into light blue attire, and put on a hat and mask. Zhang Dancheng and I skillfully donned our protective suits. Uncle instructed us to refine coagulation powder. Having practiced the procedure multiple times before, we were quite familiar with it. But suddenly, a muffled sound came from my medicine cauldron. When I opened it, the contents were charred black. The refinement had failed. Uncle said the purification process was a bit rushed. Some herbs weren't extracted thoroughly enough, causing issues during the fusion of medicinal properties. I nodded dejectedly and glanced at my cousin. By then, Zhang Dancheng had already reached the awakening stage. Although he lost over half the medicinal properties by opening the cauldron too early, he was still far more successful than I was. He comforted me, cousin, don't lose heart. Once you awaken your spiritual sense, you should be able to reach this level too. The mention of spiritual sense weighed heavily on me. Uncle said, I've tested your mental strength theoretically, you should have already met the threshold for awakening spiritual sense. Maybe you just need the right opportunity. I knew my cousin had spent 4 million to buy an enlightenment pill to awaken his spiritual sense, but my family's financial situation was modest and I couldn't afford it. Taking a deep breath, I pushed aside my worries and asked Uncle, do you know where I can buy a second-hand medicine cauldron? Uncle seemed to sense my thoughts and nodded. Practicing at home is a good idea. If you run short on any herbs, feel free to take them from my shop, don't hesitate. If you're looking for a used medicine cauldron, the best place is the second shop on the left side of Ludong Street. As for bargaining, you'll need some strategy. Standing in front of Dadong General Store, I took a deep breath and stepped inside. This was the place Uncle Zhang Tianzhou had mentioned. I needed a medicine cauldron. The first-tier alchemist exam was approaching, and I was desperate to practice. The shop wasn't large, but it was crammed with all sorts of items, most of which I couldn't name. I walked straight to the owner, who was playing on his phone in the corner. Boss, I'd like to buy a medicine cauldron. The owner glanced up and pointed toward the eastern corner. Over there. Pick one yourself, then let me know. With that, he went back to his phone. Following his direction, I saw quite a few medicine cauldrons, but they were all outdated models, centuries old. The only modern one with a dashboard had a flickering screen and rust clearly unusable. Nowadays, alchemy had become digitized and precise, making equipment repairs difficult. No wonder this place mostly stocked old models. I had saved up over 50,000, but that was a drop in the bucket compared to the sky-high prices of new equipment. My only option was to try my luck at a second-hand shop. I carefully examined the old cauldrons and eventually settled on one shaped like a chimney, with a reddish-brown exterior covered in array patterns. Its internal structure was intricate, complete with observation ports and ventilation holes. As I inspected it, I noticed a black pill at the bottom. This cauldron was centuries old back then. Most alchemists were high-level cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or above. Moreover, the cauldron had a faint spirit-locking array, meaning the pill's potency shouldn't have degraded much. My heart raced at the thought. Suppressing my excitement, I casually pointed at a square medicine cauldron and asked, "Boss, how much for this one?" The owner glanced up. 80,000. I proceeded to ask about over a dozen others, with prices varying widely. Finally, I pointed at the cauldron I actually wanted, my breath quickening with nervousness. "Boss, how much for this one?" The owner replied impatiently, 45,000. "If you can't afford it, don't bother." Relieved that the price was within my budget, I exclaimed, "Great, I'll take this one." As he took my payment and handed over the cauldron, the owner grumbled, "This flame spirit cauldron cost me 48,000 wholesale. I'm taking a huge loss." Ignoring him, I checked my remaining balance, 5,000. Spotting a red talisman hanging on the wall, I remembered my poor performance in the talisman section of the mock exam and decided to buy it for practice. Pointing at the talisman, I asked, "How much for this?" The owner took it down and said, 8,000. "This is a genuine second-tier rocket talisman online, it cost at least 15. Since you bought the cauldron, I'll give you a rock-bottom price." I wanted to hold it in my hand, but the shopkeeper pulled it back. "I can't let you touch this. What if you accidentally activate the talisman?" I doubted him. "Boss, this talisman is covered in dust. It's been hanging here a long time, hasn't it? Could there be something wrong with it?" The shopkeeper's expression changed, and he insisted stubbornly, "I just took it out of the warehouse. If you're not buying, don't talk nonsense." I sneered, "Trying to cheat me because I look young?" The spiritual patterns on this talisman are damaged, and the energy channels might be broken. It's practically a defective product. The only reason I'd even consider it is because I want to learn how to draw second-tier talismans. Caught in his lie, the shopkeeper reluctantly said, "How much are you offering?" "I won't sell it cheap." After thinking, I said, 5,000. "Final offer, take it or I walk." The shopkeeper gritted his teeth. "Fine, 5,000 it is." Back home, I eagerly examined the fire spirit furnace, but after searching for a long time, I couldn't figure out how to retrieve the elixir. Frustrated, I turned my attention back to the talisman. Though the rocket talisman was damaged, it wasn't hard to repair. In less than 20 minutes, I fixed the patterns, though the casting speed would be affected. Still, it was perfect for learning. Next, I pondered over the fire spirit furnace. After much deliberation, I decided the only way was to dismantle the base to get the elixir. I grabbed an axe, drew a circle on the base, and gave it a light chop. To my surprise, the base was incredibly fragile. The axe cleaved a huge hole and even nicked my left index finger. Ignoring the pain, I hurriedly searched for the elixir, only to realize it was just a glass bead. Overwhelmed with regret, I thought, 45,000, just gone like that? But then, the blood from my injured left hand dripped onto the glass bead and was absorbed. The next moment, the world spun, and I vanished from the room entirely. Chapter 3: The Heaven and Earth and the Fire Spirit Furnace. Jolie stood in front of a store and looked up to see. The Dom grocery store in large letters was clearly in sight. This was the one that his uncle Zheng Tianzhou had mentioned, and he walked straight in. The storefront was not big, but the space inside was really not small. All kinds of things were arranged all over the place, even the landing spot was almost gone. Jolie swept over with a single glance. It was full of various forms of items, the vast majority of which he couldn't even name. "Boss, I want to buy a pill refining furnace." After a brief glance, he directly inquired to the store owner, who was sitting in the corner with his head down playing with his cell phone. The owner looked up, a young and tender new face, didn't even get up and directly pointing to a large stall in the eastern corner. "There, pick your own, pick which one and tell me." Finished speaking and lowered his head to look at his cell phone. Jolie looked in the direction he was pointing, and sure enough, there were quite a few pill refining furnaces that. However, the styles were all rather old, being made hundreds of years ago. The only new model with a dashboard has a screen that lights up sometimes and not at all, and there is rust in quite a few places inside, so it looks like it's not very good. In the drug refining industry, in the beginning, there were only refining furnace equipments that. The many processes of refining need to be controlled by the refiner with his own experience, and the failure rate is very high. That's why the threshold of a pill refiner is also ridiculously high. After all, without a massive amount of medicinal herbs to trial and error, one simply couldn't feed a qualified alchemist. But then it became electronic and refined, and all the steps were assisted by corresponding precision instruments, and the threshold was greatly lowered. The number of pill refiners also showed massive growth. And after the precision instrumentation of pill refining, once the equipment is damaged, it's hard to fix it without a professional. If left unattended, it would be completely useless within a few years. That's why this grocery store only has one second-hand precision instruments medicine refining furnace equipment. All the others are old models. Jolie looked and looked, disappointed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He had helped refine some basic potions at the Heavenly Boat Apothecary, and his uncle had commuted it to him in money. He'd also saved up more than $50,000 over the years. But that's a drop in the bucket compared to the cost of the equipment. The equipment in my uncle's pharmacy alone costs nearly $7 million, so I can't afford it at all. Can only come to the second-hand store to find a chance to pick up the pieces. If it wasn't for the fact that the first order alchemist exam was approaching, he wouldn't have thought of buying his own pill refining furnace to try at home. Just buy an older model. The older model requires more control over the refining process. Maybe I'll awaken my divine sense under this intense pressure. Jolie comforted himself in this way. He picked back and forth amongst a group of old model pill refining furnaces for a while before finally selecting one. The pill furnace as a whole resembled a chimney, with a reddish-brown outer wall that was densely covered with many unknown formation patterns that. Opening the lid, the inner construction was also very delicate. The observation port, ventilation port, and medicine forming place are also very well designed. The new electronic equipment is basically derived from the old pill refining furnace, except that the process is more refined. So it's not too difficult to get started. There seems to be a pill in this pill furnace. Jolie was carefully observing the construction when he suddenly realized that there was a black elixir at the very bottom inside. Due to the complexity of the internal structure, this elixir could only be seen at a specific angle with a splash of ghostly black color. It seemed that it was stuck inside. His spirits snapped up and. This pill furnace was made hundreds of years ago. The threshold of pill refiners back then could be too high, and almost all of them were high-level cultivators above foundation establishment. Moreover, there was still a faint spirit-locking formation operating inside this pill furnace. The medicinal power of the elixir should not have been lost completely. Thinking of this, Jolie's heart involuntarily sped up. Then, he forced down the agitation within him and calmed his emotions. After taking a deep breath, he casually pointed to a square pill refining furnace and asked, "Boss, how much is this one?" That boss looked up at the words, $80,000. After saying that, he looked down at his cell phone again. Jolie had pointed to the one next to him. "How much is this one?" The boss didn't think twice, $75,000. Next, he pointed out a dozen more in a row, with both high and low prices. The expensive ones were over $200,000, and the low ones were $40,000 or $50,000. "Boss, how much is this?" Finally, Jolie pointed to his preferred pill refining furnace and began to get nervous, breathing a few moments more sharply. Perhaps annoyed by the continuous behavior of asking for the price and not buying, the owner's tone took on an annoyed tone. $45,000. Don't buy it if you can't afford it. Hearing the price, Jolie's face was delighted. The big stone in his heart fell to the ground, and he immediately said, "Okay, I'll buy this one." The price was within his reach. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. Jolie held the pill refining furnace in his hands and still had a feeling of unreality, rubbing and checking back and forth repeatedly. The boss didn't have the heart to say, "The purchase price of this fire spirit furnace is $48,000. I sold it to you for $45,000, but it's a bloody loss." Jolie took this as an amusing remark. Since the boss is willing to sell, there must be a profit, it is only a matter of making more or less. After buying the pill furnace, there's still 5,000 left on the card. He directly pointed at a red talisman hanging on the wall and asked, "How much is this?" Due to the fact that his score in the talisman section of this mock exam wasn't very satisfactory. He then thought of buying a talisman to copy and practice at home to improve his grades. That boss removed the talisman and said in one gulp, 8,000. Then he solemnly introduced it. "This is a genuine second-order rocket talisman, its power is no joke. It's at least 15,000 or more when you buy it online. Seeing that you bought the pill refining furnace today, I'll give you a fracture price of 8,000, just as a gift." Jolie scrutinized it for a while, ready to hold it in his hand and take a look. Unexpectedly, the boss directly flinched back. "This can't be put in your hands. What if you accidentally inject spiritual energy and activate the talisman?" Jolie curiously said, "Boss, this talisman of yours, looking at the ash falling on it, it should have been hanging here for a long time, right? No one has bought it for such a long time, could there be a problem with the talisman?" The store owner's face changed, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, "I just took this out of the warehouse, don't talk nonsense if you don't buy it." Jolie smiled, "Is it because you see me as young and want to trick me? The spirit patterns on this talisman have obviously been damaged, perhaps the chi traveling routes have been damaged. How dare you sell such a half-ruined product at such a high price? If I didn't happen to want to learn how to draw second-order talismans, I wouldn't have looked at it." These words seemed to have struck a chord in the boss's heart. He's tried the talisman, too, and he does have some problems with it. Several previously interested customers looked at it and stopped buying it. It's rotting in the hands anyway, and it's nice to have just the right person to take it. "How much are you offering?" "I won't sell if it's too cheap." Jolie thought about it and directly said, 5,000. One price. "I'll just leave if you don't agree." The boss gritted his teeth. "Okay, 5,000 is 5,000. As soon as he returned home, Jolie couldn't wait to enter his room and check out the fire spirit furnace that he had just purchased. But after scrutinizing it for a while, he couldn't find any place to take out the elixir. "Can we only destroy the pill refining furnace?" Jolie was a little distressed. After all, he had spent $45,000 on it. After looking at it for a long time with no clue, he shifted his gaze to that second-order talisman. It was a rocket talisman that was very powerful. The talisman did have damage, too. Some of the spirit lines were broken on the spirit pattern side, causing problems with the input of spirit power. But it wasn't difficult to repair it, and the school happened to have taught about it. He might be a little bit worse in talisman practice, but this small repair is not difficult for him. It took him less than 20 minutes to mend the lines. It was that his level was not enough, and although it was patched up, the speed of spellcasting would be greatly affected. However, he only bought it for learning purposes, wanting to improve his level of talismans by observing and copying this second-order spirit talisman. It's not like he's going to deal with anyone. The slower casting of the spell was just enough to allow for more detailed speculation on the lines of the traveling chi, which was conducive to copying. After observing carefully for a while, and inputting spiritual energy to try out, determining that there was really nothing wrong with it, except for the fact that the flow of spiritual energy was a bit slower. Then he put away the spirit talisman and continued to study the fire spirit furnace. In order to take out the elixir without any damage, it seems that the only way is to dismantle the chassis a bit, and it'll be easier to weld it up later. If it's from the side or flank, it's easy to damage the internal structure. After thinking for a long time, Jolie only came up with such a way. If he succeeded, he would be able to obtain a pill that was suspected to have been refined by a foundation establishment stage expert. This 45,000 would be a big profit. One should know that all the pills on the market now that were useful to foundation establishment cultivators were at least millions to start with. Even if it fails, soldering the bottom a bit will continue to work. Saying yes, he immediately found an axe. The entire pill refining furnace was so integrated that there was no screw or weld visible, so it could only be cracked by violent means. He made a circle at the chassis with a razor blade and, holding it in his left hand, and with his right hand he made an experimental, gentle chop directly toward it with the tip of the axe. Wow! Unexpectedly, this chassis is as good as paper mache. This directly easily cut a big hole. The axe drove all the way in and bruised his left index finger. Jolie froze on the spot. At that time, he saw that the inner and outer walls of the fire spirit furnace were smooth and flat, without a trace of rust. He didn't expect that the chassis, which he had neglected, would be brittle to such an extent. Unscrupulous adulterer. Jolie cursed and then immediately searched for the elixir that emitted a black ghostly light. This isn't an elixir. As soon as he cupped the black elixir in his left hand, he immediately felt that it didn't feel right in his hand. It was cold to the touch, much different from the texture of the elixir. And it was too smooth, like a glass bead. Jolie's entire body was like a deflated ball of leather, and a strong sense of remorse flowed from his eyes. $45,000, just like that? Just as he was making a long sigh. As soon as the blood flowing out of his injured left hand touched the glass ball, it strangely melted into it. The next moment, the sky spun around. Jolie's entire person directly disappeared into the room. Chapter 4, Otherworldly Cultivator. Where is this? In the last moment, Jolie was still in the room that. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived in a world that was pitch black and couldn't see his fingers. There was silence all around, as if one could hear one's own heartbeat. He turned to look around and, not far behind it, two faint light masses were standing in midair. He was naturally attracted to them. What the hell is this place? Does it have something to do with that black glass ball? At this moment, he had a whole bunch of questions, but no one could answer them. Jolie circled around the light mass twice, while then groping around for a while, knew the general situation. It's a confined space, roughly 20 meters long and wide, There was a shallow pit in the middle, close to half a meter in length and width, and about 10 centimeters in height, not knowing what it was for. Having established that there's nothing here. In the end, Jolie returned to the light mass and scrutinized it for a while, Following that, he summoned up his courage and directly touched the light mass on the left with his hand, Again, the heavens swirled and then the scenery around him changed, and he appeared straight in a dense forest. Jolie had just stood still when he saw two ancient-clothed cultivators confronting each other 50 meters in front of him. Looking at the fluctuations in spiritual energy emanating from their bodies, they had at least reached the 8th level of chi refining. Jolie was just about to say hello and ask what this place was. His afterglow suddenly glimpsed a corpse not far away with a fist-sized hole in its chest. The blood stained a large area of land underneath it. How had he ever seen such a scene when he had grown up peacefully in a school? Immediately scared face white to the mouth of the words directly swallowed back. Fellow Daoist Ming, the two of us agreed earlier that we would find this cave and share the treasure inside equally. Why did you go back on your word and conspire with other cultivators to harm me? Moreover, it's still two. A tall and sturdy black-faced cultivator on the left directly questioned. Listening to his words, he seemed to be the victim of. But its tone is full of frivolous disdain, really strange. The skinny brocade-robed cultivator on the right appeared to be a bit short of breath. Fellow Daoist Wu, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't recognize these two people. As he spoke, he was already cupping two talismans in his hand and a small black shield also floated in front of his body, obviously fearful of the black-faced cultivator. At the same time, he warned under his breath, the key to open this cave is in my hand. I advise you not to mess around. The black-faced cultivator smiled coldly, if I kill you, won't this key be mine? The words just fell, only to see a yellow aura shooting straight toward the opposite side at an extremely fast speed. Clang! With a crisp ringing sound, that skinny cultivator's black shield blocked that strike straight away. At the same time, without hesitation, the talisman he had been pinching in his hand was also thrown directly towards that black-faced cultivator. The two talismans immediately transformed into dozens of sharp stones flying rapidly, rubbing against the air with gusts of sharp whistles. The black-faced cultivator's hand shook, and a large black sword immediately appeared. There were red blood grooves on top of the blade, emitting a strong bloody odor. In the face of the attacks coming from all over the place, the black-faced cultivator advanced instead of retreating, wielding his greatsword and charging forward. Boom boom boom. After a muffled sound, the rocks in the sky were directly chopped down by the greatsword. Following that, it was chopped towards the thin cultivator's head with a thunderous momentum. The skinny cultivator was horrified, and his spiritual energy was madly inputted towards the black shield. The black shield immediately rose in spectral light, multiplying its defense. There was another tremor, and the black light flickered for a while, and that powerful strike was finally stopped. Not waiting for that skinny cultivator to catch his breath, that strange yellow one directly from the back scurried out again. It directly pierced through one of his arms, taking away a large swath of flesh and blood, with white bones clearly visible. Ah! The skinny cultivator took the pain and screamed at the top of his lungs as he backed up. Hearing this scream, the black-faced cultivator seemed to get even more excited, a cruel smile on his face. Not bad, a bit better than that trash just now. And how could Jolie, who had been watching all of this from the side, not be clear that this was an encounter with a murderer who had gotten away with murder? The Blue Water Planet under the rule of the Immortal Mansion, the behavior of killing and seizing treasures between cultivators almost does not exist. As long as you were still on the planet, the law enforcement team would have a way to bring the criminals to justice. For Jolie, the environment he grew up in was too safe. For the first time in his life, he actually saw such a bloody picture. That kind of shock and horror made its brain fall into a brief blank. Run! I have to hurry and run, I'll die if I stay any longer. A strong crisis of life and death enveloped his mind. Jolie took a hard step and ran away directly, not daring to stay here for a moment. The Immortal Mansion School cultivation, until the third year of high school, is to teach all kinds of basic theories of the 9 subjects. His relevant experience in fighting was almost non-existent. Those two cultivators had struck swiftly and decisively, and were far beyond him in terms of cultivation, magical treasures, and fighting strength. No matter who won, there was no way for him to live. Quick, turn your brain and think of any way to save yourself. The great fear of death came like a tidal wave, his feet were like lead, how could he not run fast enough? Jolie was frightened and anxious, his throat was dry, and he was covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, his eyes opened slightly and he remembered something. Yes, light body technique, windwalking technique, sprinting technique, this is what was taught in class, it can speed up. At the critical moment, finally remembering the spells that he had once learned. Without giving it any more thought, he frantically urged his spiritual energy around his body and immediately casting it on himself. His body was lightened and his speed accelerated several times. As the black-faced cultivator watched Jolie flee away, his gaze was filled with viciousness. Don't even think about running away. The treasure here is mine alone. He opened his mouth, and a red orb spat out from his mouth, densely covered with incantations that. The red ball was extremely fast, slicing through the air with a red aura that. It directly pierced through the thin cultivator's black shield with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. A fist-sized hole immediately appeared in his chest, just like the corpse on the ground. The red ball had killed someone, absorbed some of the blood, and became more and more crimson and then returned to the mouth. At the same time, the black-faced cultivator's face went pale for a while, as if using this blood sphere twice in a short period of time was a great burden on him. There's another mole cricket at the 5th level of chi refining. He did not take a break and directly chased after Jolie in the direction he had fled. Jolie, who had been fleeing all the way, looked back and his pupils shrank, his face bursting with terror. That black-faced cultivator's speed was too fast. In a short amount of effort, the distance with him had closed quite a bit. It looked like it was only a matter of time before he caught up with him. And with his low cultivation level, only at the 5th level of chi refining, the spiritual energy stored in his chi is too little to. Continuously casting 3 spells had already consumed nearly half of his spiritual energy in a short period of time. I'm afraid that without waiting for the black-faced cultivator to catch up with him, he would be able to exhaust himself alive first. No, fleeing like this will only lead to death. He heard about the treasure, and crashed into the black-faced cultivator, killing people. It was impossible for the other party to spare himself. If you run, you'll die. If you don't, you'll die. Jolie was so anxious that bean-sized beads of sweat kept seeping out of his forehead. That's right, a second-order talisman. Just when Jolie felt that the mountain was at its end, he suddenly remembered the second-order talisman, rocket talisman, that he had incidentally bought at the grocery store to practice at home. Perhaps grasping at a silver lining, Jolie suddenly felt that something in his mind had broken and he felt that the chaos and fear that had previously enveloped him had been dispersed quite a bit. Thinking also gradually became clearer. Spiritual energy can't be used anymore, or else we won't even be able to activate this talisman. There was quite a bit of spiritual energy required to activate a second-order talisman, and with Jolie's low cultivation level, he didn't have much spiritual energy to begin with. If he used his spells again, I'm afraid that even his last chance of survival would be gone. But this second-order talisman has a flaw. It takes a short time to activate it. Normally, it's nothing, but in life and death situations, it's a huge flaw. Once that black-faced cultivator struck before he could catalyze a good, there was no way he would survive that. The time to activate the second-order talisman must be fought for. No matter what, it must be fought for. Jolie's thoughts raced and he thought of a good countermeasure. A resolute intent was revealed in his gaze. Chapter 5: Counter Killing in Great Harvest. Bang! In the middle of the dense forest, a loud muffled sound suddenly erupted. Aha! Immediately afterward, a heart-rending howl came, startling a wave of flying birds. Jolie, who had previously fled for his life, was now covering his arm and collapsing on the ground, screaming miserably. Not long after, the black-faced cultivator in the rear caught up with him. Seeing the scene in front of him, a look of contempt appeared in his eyes. In the square, because of his continuous fighting, plus the casting of the secret art of catching up, he caused the spiritual energy in his body to be almost all squandered. While contemplating whether or not to use the precious spirit stones to recover I didn't realize that the guy being chased by it panicked himself and crashed into a big thick tree while escaping. This had saved it a lot of effort, and the spirit stone that it had gotten its hands on was put back into its pocket. But out of cautious instinct, he still stayed about 10 meters away from At the same time, he quickly operated his gong method to recover the spiritual energy that had been depleted in his body. Please, don't. Don't kill me. I don't know that person. I was really just passing by, really, I'm not lying to you. The black-faced cultivator had just stopped when Jolie's pleas for mercy came over. The muscles in his face were squeezed into a ball of pain, and he was still pleading, his tone trembling. A smile appeared on that black-faced cultivator's face. Of course I know you guys don't recognize each other. That guy isn't stupid enough to look for a trash from the 5th level of chi refining as a helper. A look of hope surged on Jolie's face. Then can you spare me? I was just passing by, I didn't hear anything. As long as you let me go, I will never appear in front of you again in the future. The black-faced cultivator slowly shook his head. His smiling face was like ice water in a cold winter month, chilling one's heart. Not this time. I hope you have better luck in your next life when you reincarnate. After the words were said, a blade appeared in front of his body and this blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, and its body was yellow, revealing a ghostly cold light. After a short rest just now, he had recovered some of the spiritual energy in his body. Before avoiding a long night's sleep, he was directly about to kill the trash in front of him. Seeing that the other party was about to make his move, Jolie hurriedly asked again, "Can you let me be an understanding ghost before I die? What exactly is that treasure?" The black-faced cultivator smiled coldly at his words. "You don't deserve to know yet." Then, he seemed to think of something and frowned. "Are you stalling for time?" Following that, he laughed softly. "Just a scumbag at the 5th level of chi practicing. Now, you can go die." He was about to make his move when he suddenly saw a red fire shadow surging in front of his field of vision, extremely fast, and friction with the air emitted a sharp whistling sound that it surged towards him with a swift momentum. Second-order talisman? Seeing such terrifying power, a look of fear appeared on the black-faced cultivator's face for the first time. That brat, his earlier appearance was all an act. He finally realized why that 5th-level chi refining waste had crashed into a tree like a pig, covering one hand and wailing on the ground. The purpose was to hide the fact that he was in the middle of launching a second-order talisman. These thoughts instantly swept through the black-faced cultivator's mind and he was experienced in fighting and reacted quickly, immediately offering a piece of green turtle shell and blocking it in front of his body. However, the spiritual power in his body was not enough, and he just sacrificed it, and only resisted for a few seconds. It was then completely broken through by the blazingly powerful rocket talisman. The last thought of the black-faced cultivator was that spirit stone should not be saved, otherwise it will not be in the gutter. In the next moment, he became a corpse that everything above his chest disappeared. An odor of burnt, charred flesh filled the air. As the cultivator's body fell, the life and death crisis was completely lifted. Jolie lay helplessly on the ground, gasping for air and looking up at the sky. There was a sense of celebration after the robbery. The crisis of the party had tensed its heartstrings to the extreme. Now, as soon as his spirit slackened down, a sense of exhaustion quickly struck him. He steeled himself, stood up, and toward the headless body of the black-faced cultivator. He gazed at it for a while, his heart rippling with waves, and this was the first time he'd ever killed anyone. Growing up under the rule of the Immortal House until his senior year of high school, he'd never experienced any of these situations before. His mind was cluttered with thoughts, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. But the good thing is that he is calm and steady, plus this time, he was forced to defend himself and counter-kill this guy who was already a murderer. So the guilt of killing wasn't that heavy. He was lost in thought when he saw a bulging pouch hanging from the corpse's waist. Curious, he picked it up, opened the pouch, and a flash of light came to his eyes. Pieces of white, crystalline, irregular stone surfaced, and accompanied by a majestic stream of spiritual energy, causing even its long dormant bottleneck at the 5th level of chi refining to loosen a little. This is a spirit stone? Jolie took out a milky white crystal stone and observed it curiously. As soon as this crystal stone came out of the bag, there were threads of spiritual energy escaping from it. He grabbed a piece of it and immediately ran the Immortal Mansion High School's designated technique, 5 Elements True Technique. A massive amount of pure spiritual energy immediately surged into his meridians from the crystal. He had never felt such an abundance of spiritual energy before. Surprise surfaced on his face. It really is a spirit stone. This spirit stone is too amazing. With it, I can draw spiritual energy at least 10 times faster than before. Under the rule of the Immortal Mansion, there was a large population that practiced cultivation, but there were too few resources. All the spirit mines on Blue Water Planet have long been all explored and mining restrictions imposed on them. As a result, there are fewer and fewer spirit stones circulating in the market, which have now become a rare resource. The selling price of a single lower-grade spirit stone can reach several $100,000. Ordinary cultivators, not to mention using it, would rarely even see it once. That's why Jolie was a bit skeptical when he saw the spirit stones in the bag. Only after trying to absorb it did he dare to be sure. Here, there are a full 40 spirit stones. After some counting, Jolie couldn't control his expression management, and his face directly smiled. Earlier, he was still hurting for $45,000. And these spirit stones, each one of them costing hundreds of thousands of dollars high. He felt like he had instantly changed from a poor boy to a tycoon. In addition to the spirit stones, there were a few first-order magic weapons, 3 talismans, and a copy of the bloodshed kung fu technique in that bag. There was also a map. However, in its eyes, these were far less important than the spirit stones. Spells and talismans were used for fighting, and could not be used at all in the high schools currently under the rule of the Immortal Mansion. Today's high school's designated technique is the 5 Elements True Technique. The college entrance exam also tests the progress of this gongfu. The blood fury technique won't be used for a while. To the current Jolie, the most valuable thing was those spirit stones. That's right, there are 2 others. Maybe they still have spirit stones on them. Upon remembering this, Jolie instantly forgot all of his fatigue and quickly returned along the original path. It didn't take long to find the 2 corpses. But those 2 together weren't as rich as the black-faced cultivator. After touching the corpse, there were only a dozen more spirit stones and 3 first-order magic weapons, as well as a token made of some unknown material. Disposing of the 3's corpses with a fireball spell, and putting all of this harvest into the bag. Jolie then checked around and pondered over his situation. He had long ago taken his cell phone out to see the signal, and there was none at all. The signal of the immortal mansion was spread all over Blue Water Planet, and every corner of the land had been covered by the. So the place he was currently in was obviously not Blue Water Star. Moreover, the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth here was clearly much denser than on the Blue Water Planet. Still have to find that glass bead. Jolie remembered that he had been brought here by that bead and he quickly searched his body all over and couldn't find the black bead. That bead, it seems to be in my head. While he was trying to find the bead but was at a loss, he suddenly sensed a bead in the depths of his sea of consciousness that was resting quietly there. No, how can I sense the sea of consciousness? Could it be? Jolie thought of something, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He hurriedly revolved his gong methods and looked within himself, and as a result, he realized that he had a clear view of the meridian lines in which the spiritual energy in his body operated. Being able to clearly see which parts of his cultivation were not in place, and those meridians were not practiced, every step of the flow of the 5 elements true technique in the body was clearly visible. This was completely something that could only be done after the awakening of divine sense. Could it be that under the life and death crisis just now, I awakened my divine sense? His mental strength was already sufficiently. Having experienced the stimulation of this life and death crisis, he succeeded straight away. Good news came one after another, making it leap for joy. Then he tried to probe the black glass bead through his divine sense, trying to find a way to return to the immortal mansion again. As a result, he had just probed it. The next moment, heaven and earth shifted and he once again appeared in that pitch-black space that 2 balls of light were standing in front of him. Jolie looked at the light masses and pondered for a moment, as if he understood something that. This time, he directly touched the cluster on the right. Sure enough, the scene changed again and he had appeared in the room. The fire spirit furnace that had become half broken was still lying quietly on the floor. The clock on the wall is still ticking. Everything in the room was most familiar to himself, exactly as it had been. The experience in the dense forest just now, as if it was a dream. But the heavy bag clutched tightly in its hand told him that it was all true. Chapter 6, The Parting of the Ways. Today, the weather is sunny and the usual warm sunshine has taken on a touch of fire. It's a sign that summer vacation is just around the corner. Jolie woke up from a nap and stretched greatly. Yesterday's thrilling experience had left it exhausted, physically and mentally, and returning to his room, he took a shower and fell asleep. All he felt now was refreshed and in excellent spirits. Even the bottleneck at the 5th level of chi cultivation that had been blocked for over a year showed signs of loosening. He then looked at the bag at the bottom of the bed, and a look of delight appeared on his face as he thought of the spirit stones that filled it. Dad, Mom, good morning. Walking out of his room, Jolie happily greeted towards Zhouyu and Zhanglan who were having breakfast. Zhouyu looked to be in his 40s, with a tan face, a foursquare face, and slate hair, appearing spirited and capable. It looks like you did well in the first model exam. Seeing his son in such a good mood, Zhouyu asked jokingly. On the side, Zhanglan, whose face was quite a bit vicified and whose eyes were crawling with crow's feet, slapped Zhouyu in dissatisfaction. Don't put pressure on your son. Our Shaoli knows what's good and bad, he doesn't need your nonsense. Then he smiled and said, come and have breakfast. Recently, Lu Fei's mom said that the Mengshan Spiritual Rice Company had come out with a new kind of spiritual rice the year before last, which is said to be effective and has aiding effect on bottleneck breakthroughs below the 6th level of chi refining. I went to buy a little bit, come over and try it. Jolie looked at the bowl of rice that he had served to himself individually early on, his heart sank, and he nodded his head in a hurry. Okay, I'll give it a try. His mom and dad did not have a high cultivation level, nor did they have a high salary. Dad, Zhouyu, is at the 6th level of chi refining. He's been stuck here for 15 years. Currently working as a security guard at a factory, his monthly salary is only $6,000. My mom, Zhang Lan, is at the 4th level of chi refining, and she doesn't see any hope of breaking through. She is now an employee of a pharmaceutical factory with a monthly salary of $5,000. The 2 old men have been saving money, and the spiritual rice that can strengthen the body and improve the root has never been broken. They also regularly bought some supplements for Jolie to replenish. Jolie also understands, study and cultivate very hard, but the spiritual root is not good, has been stuck in the 5th layer of refining chi. If he continues in this way, I'm afraid he'll never be able to build a foundation in his life. The probability is that after 5 years of military service, he will return to his hometown as a security guard, and with a little bit of luck, he might be able to get into an elementary school teacher. But it's different now. He had a huge pile of spirit stones, and his cultivation speed would increase dramatically. With a year to go, there was every hope of stepping into the 7th level of chi refining, and getting into university would not be a problem. Well, Mom, this rice is okay. I feel like the bottleneck has loosened up a bit. I guess I'll be able to break through to the 6th level of chi refining in the next few days. Thinking that his future university was expected, Jolie was in a great mood. Just after eating 2 mouthfuls of rice, he boasted. Jean Lan was delighted at his words. Really? Then I'll buy you some more, and strive for you to break through earlier. Hearing that this spiritual rice was useful for her son, Jean Lan's brows were filled with smiles. Jolie hurriedly stopped it. Mom, you also said that it's only effective for those below the 6th level of chi refining. I'm going to break through in a couple days, it's useless for you to buy more. He said that to make his mom happy, but he didn't want to spend more money. After all, his bottleneck loosening had nothing to do with this spiritual rice. Jean Lan also nodded. You're right, so buy a little less so that you can consolidate, and then switch to something else when you break through. I'll ask Lu Fei's mom again to see what her son eats after the 6th level of chi refining. That Lu Fei got into college last year, it seems to be only a little worse than the 12th academy, very impressive. He wanted to persuade his mother to fold less. But he knew it wouldn't do any good to say anything, so he didn't struggle and listened. Jolie left for school after breakfast. Walking on the road, he remembered the dozens of spirit stones he had obtained, and felt that the university was expected, and that the world was much wider, and it only felt like there were wonderful landscapes as far as the eye could see. Then I remembered the scene of those cultivators in the otherworld killing and seizing the treasure yesterday. There was still a pang of fear in my heart. He almost had to account for himself there. However, although that otherworldly realm is dangerous, even chi refining stage cultivators have so many spirit stones, I'm afraid the resources for cultivation won't be scarce. At least much more than Blue Water Star. If I can utilize it well, it will be a great benefit to my cultivation. Jolie's heart was on fire as soon as he remembered the bag of spirit stones, and he couldn't wait to go home and cultivate now without wasting a single moment. But fortunately, today is the last day of the semester for the sophomore year of high school. Next up is a 2-month-long summer vacation to get some shut-eye. Halfway down the road, suddenly, he saw a familiar figure appear in front of him, and the pace couldn't help but slow down. The figure in front seemed to have sensed something as well, and glanced back at Jolie. However, it did not say anything, and without even changing its expression, it directly turned around and left. That figure was none other than one of his hairdressers, Lu Gaofeng. They were good friends when they were young, they often went to and from school together. But it seems that since middle school, the two of them got into different schools because of the difference in their spiritual roots. They've gone their separate ways ever since. From being good friends who didn't say a word to each other, we become strangers who don't even greet each other when we see each other. Lu Gaofeng's qualification is very good. He is an earth spirit root, and he is currently studying in the first experimental high school of Xianfu in Nanzhou City. He's said to be in the top 5 of his class for a long time. His current cultivation level has reached the peak of the 7th level of chi refining. In a short while, it will be able to break through the 8th layer, and in the future, it is very likely that he will succeed in building the foundation. It seems like a university has already contacted him in advance to bail him out. Jolie looked at the back of Lu Gaofeng and let out a long sigh. It was unknown whether he was feeling sad about the friendship that had passed between the two, or whether he was lamenting the differences in cultivation nowadays. Arriving at the school and entering the class, the students were basically discussing the results of the first model exam. Most of the teachers have awakened their divine sense, their speed of thinking far exceeds that of ordinary people, and they are grading test papers extremely fast. Basically, they can finish correcting them in a day's time. A lot of people with inside information are starting to break test rankings. Have you heard? There will be intensive training this summer, too. It's specifically for us prospective seniors, but it's rumored that this time it's a joint 8-school effort, which is even better than last year's 5-school effort. Luo, who mysteriously broke a fierce news as soon as they met. The girl at the front table, Zhao Hongmei, heard it with a look of disbelief. Really? Where did you hear that from? Luo, who smiled smugly. Don't you care where I got the news from, just say whether you'll participate or not. Zhao Hongmei shook her broad forehead and a strand of broken hair swayed with it. No go. The participants in the intensive training are all top students, and with such low cultivation levels as ours, we're just looking for trouble if we go. It's better to stay at home and cultivate ourselves. Luo, who agreed, that's it. My neighbor's family has a big brother who was also from our school and just graduated last year. He was in the top 10 in his class then too, not bad. As a result, he just couldn't think straight at that time, went to the intensive training, saw too many geniuses, and his confidence was all knocked out. In the end, 3 points short, did not get into the filled university, can only go to the front to report. After saying that, he asked towards Jolie, "Old Joe, what do you say?" Jolie immediately shook his head as well, "No go. It's all cultivation anyway, where is it not cultivation? Why spend money to go all the way out to find a crime? Now that he's gotten a large amount of spirit stones, his cultivation speed will skyrocket. How could he run away to intensive training? Besides, intensive training isn't cheap. In past years, it's been around $100,000. He didn't want to burden mom and dad anymore. Well, it's true that the heroes see eye to eye. Luo, who heavily patted his shoulder with the expression of a good brother for life. I'll tell you another secret. I snagged tickets to Big Star Monday Face concert. 8 shows in 10 days, hey, I'll have a full and fulfilling summer vacation. Hearing this, the 2 girls at their front table also looked envious. Really? How did you grab it? I grabbed it as soon as the tickets opened and it was gone in a second. Luo, who smiled inscrutably, who am I? It's just a ticket for the district, it's not a handful once it's opened. After the concert I'm going to go around the great country and travel for a summer vacation. Jolie curiously said, don't you cultivate? Next semester is senior year, if you fail the college entrance exams you will have to go to the front line. Luo, who shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, we this qualification, cultivation and do not cultivate the same thing, 2 months can cultivate a what the hell? If we wanted to break through this bottleneck, we would have done it long ago, so it's not as bad as these 2 months. Why don't we take this opportunity to relax and take a break, and prepare for senior high school 2 months later with all our heart and soul? It's also possible that I've been too mentally tense for a while, resulting in a bottleneck that hasn't been able to break through, so maybe I'll take this opportunity to relax and get promoted directly. Jolie was just about to try to persuade him a little more, when the class suddenly went quiet and it was the class teacher who came in. Chapter 7, The Scoreline. This first model exam, our class did well, with an average score that ranked second in the whole year. At the same time, there are 18 people who reached last year's minimum university admission scoreline. I hope everyone will keep up the good work and do well next year to get to the next level. The class teacher, Su Yangi, was a middle-aged man of nearly 40 with a pair of black-framed glasses that country face, with meticulously combed hair, looking somewhat delicate and there is only a bowl-sized scar at the right eye, which I heard was left when serving in the front line. His current cultivation level was the 12th level of chi refining, and he was only 1 step away from the 13th level of the peak of chi refining. Next I will report those 18 students who have reached the admission scoreline. I hope you can learn from them. First place, Nia Xian, this time it's the top 3 in the city and the top 30 in the province, having reached the admission scoreline of the 5 university palaces. And one of the highest ranked students in our school. Wow! To hear that name, such an accomplishment. The class erupted in a chorus of astonishment that everyone turned their gazes to the yellow-clothed girl in the first row. Many boys had a look of longing in their eyes. Because this Nia Xian was not only the school bully, but also the school flower. Not only from this school, but there were also quite a few people from other schools who came over to chase after her. Do you know why this schoolgirl Nia came to our school? Luo, who asked in a godly manner to Jolie. Jolie knew that this kid was selling out again, and said in a bad mood, it's definitely not someone who tested in like us. He and this Nia schoolgirl have never had much interaction, never even said a word. Nor was he very interested in her affairs. Luo, who whispered, I heard that she's the niece of Nia Fangping, the principal who took office the year before last. It was volunteered to come in to punch up the performance for the principal. Otherwise, with her grades, she could have gotten into the first experimental high school with her eyes closed, so why would she come to our school? Jolie gave him a thumbs up. If there is a gossip subject in the college entrance exams, you can definitely get a perfect score every time and go to college without any problems at all. If it were before, when he heard about the achievements of these top students, all he felt was great pressure. And now that he was expected to cultivate, he was in a good mood and directly joked with his tablemate, Luo Hu. Class teacher Su Yongyi continued. Second place, Lin Ku. Lin Ku also did very well this time, making the top 100 in the city. Keep up the good work. Soon, the briefing of the 18 students who reached the marking line was over. Old Joe, why aren't you in here? In the past, you were often ranked 15th. Sometimes you could even make it into the top 10. Luo Hu curiously inquired to his tablemate. Although his spiritual route was no good, Jolie's past paper scores regularly managed to rank in the top 5 of the class. So when the overall results came down, the rankings almost always fluctuated around the top and bottom of the 15th place. This time, however, he didn't hear Jolie's name until the 18th place. Jolie realized it when he thought about it. Helplessly, he said, this time, the last 2 big questions in the talisman section are related to practical exercises, and I'm not very good at it, so losing points is a bit serious. I guess the paper score is a lot worse than before. It's normal to have this result. If he had done it before, he would have been under tremendous psychological pressure. But now, with that bag of spirit stones as a backbone, plus having just awakened his divine sense, He believed that his grades for the next semester would definitely skyrocket, so his tone was very relaxed. But this fell on Luo Hu's ears, but it was not a meaning at all anymore. In his eyes, his own table Jolie has always been strong, and study very hard. In other words, if the ranking had dropped so much, he would have made up his mind or blamed himself. This time, however, Jolie had a relaxed face, as if he didn't care very much. Old Joe, are you trying to swing for the fences too? Seeing how he was full of concern about the results, Luo Hu thought that Jolie had completely given up just like him. Jolie gave him a blank look. Sorry, I'm not going to any Fei Chao concerts or traveling in the summer. I have a series of cultivation plans set up. Wait until school starts next year and watch my brother take off. He was confident that this summer vacation, whether it was his cultivation or studies, he could make great progress. Luo Hu squinted at Jolie, a skeptical look on his face. Don't be discouraged if you didn't reach the scoreline. After all, this is just the first model, not the real college entrance exam. This exam is also a feeler for everyone. Next is the 2-month summer vacation, which is also very crucial, so I hope you can seize this last time to check for deficiencies and make up for your strengths. The homeroom teacher paused and took out another dozen of publicity posters and distributed them. During the summer vacation, the school will unite with the other 8 South City colleges and universities to conduct an intensive training. The intensive training is many and varied, and it was held last year with great results, so it was expanded this year. But the cost is not cheap, $98,000 a person. All students can enroll at their discretion, it is not mandatory. Interested parties should register with class president Lin Ku after class. Also, not surprisingly, the policy for the new college entrance exams will come out around summer vacation, so please pay more attention to the group news. Next, let's comment on the question paper this time. For the rest of the day, the teachers of each subject would be lecturing on the papers from the first model. And then each subject received a dozen papers to take home. Old Joe, I'm counting on you for these test papers. When I come back from my trip, I'll go up to your house and look for you. Luo Hu had a fawning smile on his face, clearly not wanting to do it himself and wanting to directly copy the ready-made ones. Jolie was about to say something, but he saw the homeroom teacher not far away waving at him. Jolie, come to my office for a moment. Hearing the homeroom teacher's voice, Luo Hu's petite body trembled and her voice shook. Old Sue didn't hear me, did he? I wasn't too loud just now, was I? Jolie smiled. I'll ask for you later. Ask old Sue if he heard about you trying to copy my homework. Like a defeated rooster, Luo Hu begged for mercy. When we got to the homeroom teacher's office, Su Youngie was staring at the class ranking table over and over again. Jolie's gaze was also attracted. It didn't take long to see his ranking, 19th place. It was only 3 points worse than the one in front of him. His tablemate, Luo Hu, on the other hand, was ranked in the bottom 10 of the class. Then he looked at Nie Xian in first place, who was more than 150 points higher than him. He rubbed his nose and, worthy of being a top student who could go to the 5 university palaces, his strength was too terrifying. It's a pity that you have this score. It's so close to being able to get the scoreline. The homeroom teacher took off her glasses and said in a serious tone, I've seen your test paper. The last 2 questions in the talisman section actually had 20 points that shouldn't have been lost. If those 20 points were added, you could totally make it into the top 15 of the class. I've asked Mr. Jiang of the talisman section, and he said that you're weak in the area of talisman practice. I hope you can make up for this during your summer vacation. Jolie nodded heavily. Teacher, I know. Then the homeroom teacher took out the intensive training registration form and there are only 15 students registered on it. Basically all of them reached the scoreline this time. It's a bit more stressful if this intensive training, but it's still very useful to interact more with the top students from each school. Last year, there were several in our school who broke through under the heavy pressure and went to the next level of strength. I hope you'll think about it too. The homeroom teacher looked at him with a solemn face, his eyes filled with expectations. If it had been before, Jolie would have enrolled without hesitation. Now that he had so many spirit stones at his disposal, he could cultivate with ease. If he went to the intensive training, he definitely couldn't bring such controlled materials as spirit stones with him. Instead, they would fall behind in their cultivation. Teacher, I've enrolled in a talisman tutorial class, and I'm going to make up for this subject over the vacation. I won't go to this intensive training. Jolie casually found a reason to refuse. The homeroom teacher couldn't say anything else when she saw how determined he was. Then he took another thick book from the table, the Golden Dan Realist, explaining 108 Taoist talismans. This is an in-depth explanation of talismans by the Jindan stage cultivator, Wan Fu Jinjun. It's divided into a basic chapter, an advanced chapter, and an advanced chapter. The basic chapter inside is very suitable for you at the current stage. As long as you can eat up the basic chapter thoroughly, you'll have absolutely no problem with the talisman section of the college entrance exam. It's not that the teacher is talking big, it's definitely better than the cram school you're attending. With that, he handed the book to Jolie. Chapter 8, Successful Pill Refining. Out of the school. As usual, Jolie still headed for the Heavenly Boat Pharmacy and He had been following his uncle to learn knowledge related to pill refining since junior high school, and it had become a habit over the past few years. Upon entering the door, he found that his cousin Zhang Dancheng was already there. The third high school is closer to this pharmacy, and it's usually Jolie who arrives first. However, today he had a talk with his homeroom teacher, so he arrived a little late. "Cousin, what took you so long?" Zhang Dancheng saw him coming and immediately stood up to greet him. Jolie smiled, "Something came up and I'm late." "You did well in the first model this time." Zhang Danji immediately raised the report card in his hand and shook it. "It's not bad, just enough to enter the 10th in the class." The competition in the first experimental high school was rather fierce. The usual ranking sheets are handed out to each student. Jolie took a look at the ranking table and the corners of his mouth twitched. Cousin Zhang Dancheng's score was just 1 point worse than Linku, who was ranked second in their class. Linku was ranked fourth in the entire third high school this time. And his cousin, who had similar scores to him, was only ranked 103 in the entire year in the first experimental high school. Not only that, he also found out that cousin's class, even the bottom-ranked scores are 10 points higher than him. In other words, the whole class of his cousin reached the admission scoreline. This made Jolie have to sigh, worthy of being the best high school in Nanzhou City. The top students inside are just bulls. Awesome, it's already enough to reach the threshold of the 12th academy. He looked around again. Where's uncle? Didn't come today? Jolie was afraid that his cousin would ask him about his grades, and that would be embarrassing. He quickly changed the topic. Sure enough, the simple cousin immediately diverted his attention. "Oh, Dad is already closed as of today. He has left me the key to the pharmacy." Zhang Dancheng put down his school bag, took out the key in the compartment, and handed it to Jolie. "However, I've already participated in the intensive training. I'm afraid I can't even come this summer." "Oh, by the way, cousin, did you attend that intensive training? Maybe we can get into a group together to train together." In previous years, the groupings for intensive training had been a combination of students from different schools, which was why he had asked. Jolie shook his head. "I've already enrolled in the Talisman Cram School, and I'm going to make up for the subjects I lost points in this summer vacation. I won't participate in this intensive training. You train well there. I'll come and clean this medicine hall often." With that, he took the key. Zhang Dancheng had no doubts and nodded. "Then I'll go home and pack up now. I'm leaving tomorrow. Let's see you after the summer vacation." He came to the pharmacy purely to wait for Jolie, wanting to leave the one key to his cousin. When the matter was finished, he went straight home. Jolie also waved goodbye towards it. After seeing his cousin off, he looked around this medicine hall and grabbed a broom and mop and cleaned up. "Want to try your hand at pill making today?" He had awakened his divine sense, and his control over his own spiritual energy was on a whole new level. Unsurprisingly, there would be a huge increase in pill refining as well. Jolie wanted to try out his current level. Say it and do it. He's taking all kinds of preparations, as usual. Then skillfully identified the required herbs. Just like yesterday, he also wanted to try refining the blood condensation scatter. Washing, quenching, and purifying the medicine in conjunction with the use of the various instruments. Though he had long been familiar with it in his spare time. But today, he seemed to be taking it easy. The key points in each of the steps came naturally to mind. Many problems he realized before they even appeared. Thoughts were running much faster than before. Some of the links that were prone to failure before, all stepped through with ease this time. The final process of purifying the medicine was also incredibly smooth, easily completing the refining of the blood condensation essence. Success! Blood congealing scatter, although relatively common, was considered a slightly more complex category within the first-order medicines. This was also the first time Jolie had successfully refined it. Seeing the medicinal powder take shape with his own eyes, he still had a dream-like illusion. "I didn't expect that awakening divine sense would be so helpful in alchemy. I'll definitely be able to get my first-rank alchemist license before the college entrance exam." With this successful refining, it gave him even more confidence. "I can't do anything practical related to my talisman section, and it's also because it's too mentally exhausting to draw. Often halfway through the drawing, I would not be able to continue. Now it will be much better. It shouldn't be too hard to make up the shortfall over the summer." Practical exercises in the talismanic subject had always been his shortcoming, and he had lost a lot of points on this first model exam because of it. Now there was finally hope to get over this hurdle. "Unfortunately, my cousin has gone off to a training camp and this joy is not shared by anyone for now." After repeatedly observing the medicine dispersal back and forth, only then did he put it down with fondness and began to clean the pill refining apparatus tidying up the floor, the countertops, checked all the windows and doors, closed them and left. As soon as he got home, he closed the door to his room and went straight to the bag of spirit stones under his bed. He couldn't wait to take out a piece of spirit stone that he had absorbed last time, so he began to sit in meditation and cultivate. The Immortal Mansion's designated collegiate technique, the 5 elements true technique, was familiarly activated. Earlier, the aura in the air converged towards his body like a swimming silk, and then it was continuously purified and refined in the many meridians in his body. Only after the gong method has been running for a week and a day can it refine a strand of pure spiritual energy and turn it into its own use. This process is long and boring. Due to the scarcity of spiritual chi in Blue Water Planet, coupled with the fact that his spiritual roots were too poor, often, a day's hard cultivation would only add a few strands to the. This was also the way Jolie had cultivated for the past 10 years or so. But today it's a very different story. Within the spirit stone that he held tightly in his right hand, the aura was like a small stream, rapidly surging towards his meridians. Both the speed and quality far exceeded that drawn from the air. After the spiritual chi flowed through his meridians for a week and a day, the remaining pure spiritual energy was as thick as an index finger. It was equivalent to a dozen weeks of hard cultivation earlier. This result made him overjoyed. It's the earth spirit root that can't reach this kind of efficiency in spiritual refining. He closed his eyes and practiced without any distractions, devoting his entire body and mind to cultivation. After about 5 hours or so, Jolie opened his eyes in surprise. Just moments ago, his cultivation had broken through the 5th level of chi refining and reached the 6th level of chi refining. The original bottleneck was loosened, and according to his usual cultivation speed, it would probably take half a month to as long as a month of bitter cultivation to have enough savings to make a breakthrough. But I didn't expect that with the spirit stones. It was just a few hours of hard work that. The speed of cultivation was a heaven and a earth compared to the past. Looking at the condition of the spirit stones again, it was probably only 1/10 to 1/9 consumed. According to this situation, 2 or 3 days of cultivation would probably consume 1 spirit stone. Right now there's a total of over 50 pieces, enough for me to cultivate until my senior year. This piece of spirit stone is hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's equal to the amount of money I consume in 1 day of cultivation. It's tens of millions of dollars for a summer vacation. Jolie laughed and shook his head, marveling at his extravagance, followed by worry. It's expected that the spirit stones will be depleted during the summer vacation, so it seems that I'll have to go to that world to score some more and get more spirit stones before I can do so. Having experienced the painful feeling of absorbing spirit stones for cultivation, he never wanted to go back to the previous way of sitting withered and absorbing spiritual energy. The difference was too great. He also understood that with his own spiritual root qualification, to catch up with those geniuses, step by step, it would be impossible in this lifetime. It can only be hard-packed with resources. And the other world that the black bead led to was his greatest reliance. But then it thought of those cultivators who moved to kill and seize treasure. There was another pang of fear in his heart. Immediately, his gaze quickly became sharp again. Both fists were clenched with determination. Compared to the danger, the reward there is greater. Even rare items like spirit stones are so plentiful, other heavenly materials and treasures will definitely not be less. I'm completely capable of relying on the resources of that world to reach a higher realm. The resources on the Blue Water Planet's landmass had already been exploited to the extreme. All of the heavenly treasures and spirit mine relics were all under the control of the Immortal Mansion, and ordinary people were simply unable to obtain them. It's almost impossible to meet a chance or a relic in the world. Ordinary people with poor spiritual roots like Jolie, if nothing happens, they can only live and die in mediocrity in this life. It wouldn't make any waves. Now, with that magical bead that can travel between 2 worlds, for the first time, he felt that he had the power to be able to change his own destiny. However, he was also very conscious that world has a lot of resources, though. But unlike Blue Water Planet, which has an immortal mansion ruling the world and is extremely safe, I'm afraid there are frequent clashes between the cultivators of that world. Seeing the skillful killing methods of that black-faced cultivator at that time, he must not have done much in his normal life. That otherworldly immortal cultivation civilization level was likely still at the stage where sects were turning on each other. This time, I have to prepare more talismans. And buy them from a regular big store. He recognized that his level of fighting strength was not good, so he could only make up for it through this simple and rough way. Last time, the talisman he bought at the grocery store didn't work, and it almost killed him in the other world. This time, he wouldn't dare to buy some second-hand goods at a cheap price. Instead, you will buy them from the officially authorized flagship stores in major shopping malls. First-order lower-grade talismans cost $1,000 apiece, first-order middle-grade $2,000 apiece, and first-order upper-grade $5,000 apiece. $10,000 for a second-order lower-grade talisman. This price, so expensive. The last time he bought the Fire Spirit Furnace and the second-hand talisman Rocket Talisman, he had already spent all of his money. He was too embarrassed to ask his parents for money, and he couldn't explain. After all, the society under the rule of the Immortal Mansion was still extremely safe and, other than going to the front lines, no one would buy so many talismans at once. But without talismans, he wouldn't dare to go to the other world again. It was a gamble with his own life, it was really unnecessary. The spirit stones in his hand are worth a lot of money, at least one piece can be sold for $500,000 or more. But these are all controlled materials. Once they appeared, they would definitely attract the attention of the Immortal Mansion's law enforcement officers, and it was simply impossible to take them out and sell them. At the moment when he was at a loss, he saw the half-hilted blade exposed in the middle of the bag, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Chapter 9, The First Stroke of Fortune. Early the next morning, Jolie got up early. "Boss, how much can I sell this knife for?" He wrapped the black-faced cultivator's great sword in cloth and cradled it in his arms as he once again walked into the Great Eastern Grocery Store. As soon as he entered, he asked directly. But he also immediately realized that he was acting too eagerly and that he could easily be pressurized. Hastily, he took a deep breath and assumed a faint stance. That boss didn't seem to hear Jolie's words and, still sitting there, looking into his cell phone, with an extremely serious and earnest expression, didn't even know there were guests. Jolie came up and realized that this boss was catching up on a drama called The Legend of the Flying Immortals. It was starring the hottest beautiful big star of the moment, Joey Fei, and a popular young boy. Although he hadn't seen it, the plot had been discussed countless times by the girls at the front table in Luo Hu, and was familiar to his ears. It's about a teenager who has bad spiritual roots, but struggles hard and goes to the front line to kill demons and destroy the enemy, and the opportunities are endless. And coincidentally met the red face, happy enemies into infatuation lovers, mutual support, embark on the peak of life, and ultimately pacify the chaotic world ascension story. At the moment, on top of the cell phone screen, the immortal face of Joey Fei is being surrounded by hundreds of big demons. The city at the back was also covered by densely packed demonic beasts, dangerously close. Seeing that the boss was so nervous that his heart was about to jump out of his throat, Jolie next to him immediately kindly dramatized him. "Don't panic, the female lead won't die, only a few supporting characters will hang. Later on the protagonist will come to the rescue with 30,000 fierce demon minions of the demon clan that he just took in." He hadn't seen this episode before. He also heard Luo Hu discussing it with those two girls at the front table. At that time, the three of them even argued about why the main character always appeared when everyone was in the most critical and life-threatening moments, always showing up late to save the day when a few of the brothers were hanging up. Upon hearing the dramatization, the boss then reluctantly raised his head, his gaze dripping with unkindness. "See for yourself if you want to buy something." Jolie smiled. "Boss, do you take things here?" Upon hearing these words, the grocery store owner looked Jolie up and down with his gaze and, seeing that the package held in his arms was not small, he also treated it squarely. He paused the drama and put it aside before nodding his head and saying, "If there is something good, I naturally want to receive it. Don't worry about the price." Jolie directly took the package out and placed it on the counter before lifting the cloth, revealing the large black blade inside. "It was recommended to me by my uncle, Zheng Tianzhou. Said Boss Wu you're reliable and never screws people over." This store was pushed on him by his uncle, Zheng Tianzhou. At that time, he also asked, the owner of this store is one of Zheng Tianzhou's college classmates, called Wu Ping. Currently, he had already failed to build his foundation twice, and his roots were severely damaged. "I'm afraid it will be difficult to step over this hurdle in this lifetime. So I opened a grocery store to make ends meet." Jolie guessed that this boss was so addicted to chasing dramas that he was afraid that he was also completely swinging for the fences. It's best to break through to foundation establishment before you're 50 years old. This boss looks like he's over 40 now, and he's still slowly watching TV at this time, so I guess he doesn't want to progress any further. As expected, Wu Ping was also slightly shocked once he heard the name Zheng Tianzhou. "So he is your uncle. How is that kid now? Has he built his foundation again? Has he passed the second-order alchemist exam yet? Back then, he was the genius of our class, often ranked in the top 20 in the city and high school. Of course, I'm not so bad either, I was also a regular in the top 30. As soon as he talked about Zheng Tianzhou, Boss Wu's talk box was also completely open, constantly talking about what happened back then. The two of us were quite competitive at that time, often in order to be able to study a few hours more than the other, then who got up early. If you got up at 6, then I'd get up at 5:30, and if you got up at 5, then I'd get up at 4:30. Now that I think about it, it's kinda childish." The boss, Wu Ping, laughed as he spoke. "Oh, sorry, it's been a while since I've talked to someone this much." Wu Ping apologized and then looked down at the greatsword Jolie had brought with him. Jolie also added, "Uncle failed a previous foundation establishment and is currently preparing for the second-order alchemist exam. He should be impacting foundation establishment once more." Hearing the news from his old friend, Wu Ping also sighed. "The last time he came to my store was 3 years ago. I could tell at the time that he was harboring dark injuries, his foundation wasn't too solid, it should be injuries left over from a failed advancement. I didn't expect. Alas. Still, he at least has hope that he's better than me." Wu Ping let out a bitter laugh and immediately shook his head and turned. "I'd better take a look at this for you." By now the wrapped cloth had all but been ripped away, revealing a large, black knife that. A bloody odor immediately filled the air. Clang. Wu Ping flicked his finger with a crisp sound. Following that, he retrieved a strange instrument from the cabinet below. He placed the sharp needle at the tip of that instrument in the midst of the blade, and with a slight effort. And then the display at the other end of the instrument kept pulsing with parameters. Then he picked up the knife again, looked around a bit, and finally settled on a location that. A green spot of light appeared on his fingertips, and he pressed it straight into that location. Not long after, Wu Ping nodded towards Zhou Li. The material of your blade is good, it should have been refined from several relatively rare ores. It's just that the refining and synthesizing techniques are too rough, or the price could have gone up another notch. Now that I've collected this knife, the probability is that I'll go back to the furnace to melt and separate the metal inside to rebuild it, which is more time consuming and labor intensive, so I'll drop a bit in terms of price. It can be given to you for $250,000. How about it, sell or not? Wu Ping spoke dryly and immediately gave a price after testing the knife. Zhou Li's heart was also shocked when he heard the price. His original psychological price was only a few tens of thousands of dollars, but he didn't expect to end up selling for so much. It was as much as 2 years of his parents' salary. Sold, I trust Boss Wu. 250,000 is 250,000. His uncle had also told him that this Boss Wu had a good character, and that Zhang Tianzhou would often come here when he bought and sold anything. Zhou Li contact down, also feel that this Wu boss can. After all, he has already failed to build his foundation twice, and has nothing to fall back on. Open this grocery store is naturally to do long-term business, it is unlikely that the guests will be indiscriminately slaughtered, smashing their own signboards. Wu Ping is also very quick, directly transferred the money on the spot. Next time there's something good, you can come directly to my side. I can guarantee that I will definitely not let you suffer. Seeing your uncle's face, I won't screw you over either. Before leaving, Wu Ping also instructed. The whole time he didn't ask where the big knife came from. Zhou Li originally even made up a reason, just said that it was dug out from the ground. After all, the refining industry hundreds of years ago was also still earth refining, and the techniques were extremely rough. Unexpectedly, Wu Ping was very professional and did not ask more questions. Good, next time I want to sell something, I will definitely come back to you. Zhou Li carried a huge sum of $250,000 in his pocket and happily went home to visit the mall. Chapter 10, Bloodshed Kung Fu. 3 second order lower grade talismans Rocket Talisman and 1 second order middle grade talisman 10,000 Sword Talisman. 5 first order upper grade talismans of Woodborne Talisman, 5 Stone Shield Talismans, and 10 Golden Hook Talismans. 10 Rush Talismans of the middle grade of the first rank, and 20 Flashing Thunder Talismans. Looking at the more than $30,000 left in his card, Zhou Li was again distressed. He had just sold that big knife and gotten $250,000, and he hadn't even warmed it up yet. The majority of the money was spent inside the mall. However, the moment he thought of those spirit stones, his spirit was encouraged again. Compared to the spirit stones, the small amount of money is nothing. He looked at the so many talismans he had ordered and his heart was filled with a sense of security. This time around, if I encounter the same one as that black-faced cultivator, smashing talismans I can directly smash him to death. This time, he bought talismans that balanced defense, escape, and more on the attack side. When they met, they could directly rely on throwing talismans to blast their opponents into dregs. It'll take another day from the time the order is placed to the time it's delivered. He then took the time to study the mysterious black glass ball in his head. Only to see his mind move, his entire body reappeared in that pitch-black space. The two light masses were still floating there like before. This time he's brought his illuminated flashlight over to the. Looking the 4 sides over, there was darkness and chaos all around, and it was as if this place had become a space of its own, and after groping for the edge, it was impossible to move forward. He also tried to blast the barriers with some spells, but it was like a clay cow entering the sea, with no ripples at all. At his wit's end, he turned around inside this space. In this pool, there seems to be water. Zhou Li looked towards the pool in the center of the space. He had accidentally stepped in it the first time he came in and, at the time, he made sure there wasn't a drop of water in it. Now it was moist inside, with a thin layer of water droplets. He didn't know what it was for, and after scrutinizing it, he didn't see anything special that. Checked around again, found nothing. Then he pressed toward the right side of the light mass and went out. According to his experience last time, the light ball on the left should lead to that other world, while the light ball on the right was to return to his room. Once back in his room, he instinctively looked at the time and see if it was the point of study. He's already made plans for his summer vacation. Every day, he took out half a day to cultivate and half a day to study. It was 9:25 when I first went in. How come it's still 9:25 after being in there for over 10 minutes? Is the clock broken? He came forward and realized that the second hand was still going normally. Grabbing his cell phone again, he compared the times and they were right on. The time in the room was fine. What's problematic, then, is the mysterious space inside that bead. A bold idea surged in his mind. Could it be that the time inside that bead is standing still? Does this mean that I can have a great deal more time to cultivate? In order to verify this idea, he immediately picked up one of the room's hourglasses and entered the bead space once again. That hourglass was the one he used to calculate the running time of each circumference, and it took 2.5 hours for each round of leakage. This time he entered and carried the bag with the spirit stones on it as well. Watching the hourglass begin to flow, he was also ready to seize the time and begin cultivating this blade. He shone the light into the bag and was just about to take out his spirit stone to cultivate the result was a sharp reflection imprinted on his eyes. He remembered that the blade was that black-faced cultivator's magic weapon, extremely fast and powerful for sneak attacks. Jolie took the blade in his hand, and it came out cold and thin like a piece of paper. As soon as he injected spiritual energy, the blade immediately emitted a burst of yellow aura, which was very strange. Am I able to use this magic weapon as well? Going to school in the Immortal Mansion, one hardly encounters any dangers. That's why many students' knowledge of the use of magic weapons is limited to theory, and very few of them have ever practiced it in practice. Only those who had gone to the front line to serve would use them. That black-faced cultivator's horrifying fighting ability was fresh in his mind. It was by relying on these powerful magic weapons and killing many cultivators that he had accumulated so much wealth. Although Jolie didn't have that idea of killing for treasure for the time being, it was still very necessary to use it for self-defense. After all, if you use talismans in every battle, it's simple and brutal, but it's a bit extravagant. A second-order talisman thrown out is tens of thousands of dollars. He was already short of money, so naturally it was more cost-effective to use a talisman. He then tried to inject mana while aiming towards the front. Shoo! Only a sharp cracking sound was heard. The blade transformed into a yellow aura, and almost in the blink of an eye, it reached its target and plunged into the ground. This speed is indeed strong. Catching the opponent off guard can make them suffer a big loss. It's just that the route is too straight. As long as the reaction is faster, it's easy to be defended. I remember that black-faced cultivator was able to make a turn. Jolie picked up the blade and tried. How could he not do so? Does it require a special maneuver? The bag that may contain the manipulation techniques could be that secret book. He flipped out the blood fury technique again and flipped through it. This gong method was roughly about condensing one's own fury pill with the help of many blood and fury chi. The more blood it absorbs, the faster it grows. At critical moments, the fury pill could also be used to kill the enemy. Jolie immediately thought of the two corpses with large holes in their chests that had been killed by that black-faced cultivator. Then it's probably caused by the fury pills. But all of that guy's corpses have been burned by me, so I'm afraid his fury pills have disappeared with him. He continued to scroll down. This technique, it can even be cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment, and there's a certain chance that it can transform a fury pill into a jindan. It's really peculiar. But it's not much use to the current me. His most important thing at the moment was the college entrance exam. Cultivating the 5 elements true technique was the most important thing, and he didn't have time to cultivate this. Moreover, this technique is too heavy on killing, and requires constant killing of enemies to take their essence blood to condense the fatal dan. If one's will is not strong enough, it is easy to sink into the sea of blood and fall into the devil's path. However, that could turn the fury pill into a jindan. Increasing the success rate of conjugation made it very appealing. In the Immortal Mansion, the foundation establishment path has stopped more than 99% of the cultivators. However, based on the huge cultivation base, there are not a few that can step into foundation establishment. At least tens of millions should be there. And among these successful foundation establishment cultivators, those who were able to condense the jindan and step into the jindan stage were again a handful. There are only a few dozen of them officially disclosed in the entire Immortal Mansion. This shows how difficult it is to conjure the dan, almost as difficult as winning the lottery. That's why this technique's ability to increase the success rate of conjugation made it so heartwarming. Just don't think about it for now. If I can get lucky enough to step into foundation establishment and there's no hope of achieving dan, I can switch to this technique. Turning to the back, there was actually some introduction of the source of this gong method. It turned out that this bloodshed technique was the main training technique of a sect called the Blood Shadow Sect. The head of the sect is a jindan cultivator who relied on this technique to successfully condense the jindan. Later on, the disciples in the sect accidentally messed with the air of a Yuaning big shot when they condensed the blood fury, leading to the destruction of the entire sect. That patriarch was still behind the gongfu, expecting someone with the right destiny to bring the Blood Shadow Sect back to life. After reading the secret book, Jolie was slightly disappointed that he failed to see any records related to that manipulation blade. After thinking about it, he immediately slapped himself on the head. I'm so stupid. If I can't find it here, can't I look for it online? All of the immortal cultivation techniques in the Immortal Mansion can be searched for on the internet. Even quite a few jindan bigwigs would publish papers and books from time to time, to show the direction and explore the path ahead of cultivation for those who came after them. The manipulation of this kind of magic weapon is even more unusual, and a search is a big one. Jolie picked out a book, 20 Types of Low-Ranked Magic Weapon Manipulation from Beginner to Proficient, amongst the vast sea of manuals. This secret manual had the highest number of ratings and favorable reviews. The price isn't cheap though, it costs 10,000. It was a good thing that he hadn't spent all his money on buying talismans before, and still had more than 30,000 left. After placing the order, it was time to wait for the delivery. He went through the rest of the stuff that, apart from the spirit stones, what was left were a few small shields for defense and some unusual magic artifacts that, compared to the yellow blades, their power was somewhat mediocre. I lost interest after looking at it for a few moments. Then, he picked up a spirit stone and entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 11, Practicing Flying Daggers. After that funnel had been inverted nearly 10 times, Jolie was then expelled from that space by a strange force. He awoke from his cultivation state and immediately looked at the clock hanging on the wall and, as expected, it was still the same time that he had entered before. The excitement was revealed in his demeanor. It seems that time really does stop after entering that bead space. This meant that going forward, he would be able to have more time to cultivate than others. However, he also had more doubts. The funnel flipped 9 times and the last one is almost over, which means I've been in there for a day. Could it be that you can only stay inside for 1 day at a time? He thought and then muttered to himself. I've had this bead for about as long as I've had it. Maybe it has something to do with that too. I'll go back to the beads in 2 days to practice and see. If I can stay for 2 days next time, I should be able to verify my suspicions. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he felt the incomparable spiritual energy filling his body. Cultivating with spirit stones the entire time and the bead space this time had allowed him to experience a thrill of cultivation that he had never felt before. In the past, he tended to sit withered for a day, with only a few threads of purified spiritual energy in his body. And still, he was exhausted, having exhausted his mind and energy. Now that the majestic and pure spiritual energy was pouring out of the spirit stone, it took little effort to refine much of it. A day's cultivation was as good as 10 days and half a month in the past. Try the talisman next and see. He couldn't wait to keep holding onto the spirit stone and cultivating. But if he improved too quickly, he might be too eye-catching in high school. It would cause confusion among classmates and teachers if they started school. After all, one's spiritual root qualification is there. Controlling cultivation to be able to exceed the university scoreline is almost enough, and you can fully power up at the university. So thinking of stopping for the time being, he turned his attention to his shortboard talisman. Ever since awakening his divine sense, he had been wanting to try his hand at talisman practice again, and this ring was previously his weak point. He took out the examination paper from the first model and flipped to the penultimate big question in the talisman section. It was about the water-walking talisman, a first-order medium grade, related to. The first subtopic was to analyze the characteristics and luck routes of the water-walking talisman and choose the best talisman paper material to go with it. The second sub-question was, what would be the effect if the 26th inscription of the water-walking talisman was transposed? Depict the change in the path of spiritual energy. The third sub-question is, can the water-walking talisman and the fire-resisting talisman be used on a single talisman? If they can, please draw the actual drawings. If not, please depict where the two conflict and give a solution. Drawing this kind of middle to high-level talisman is extremely spirit-consuming, and if the technique and the way of chi movement are not correct, the number of consumptions would increase exponentially. This second and third trivia questions are all about constant trial and error, figuring out the answers that. At that time during the exam he wanted to try to draw talismans and try to solve the questions. However, he realized that his spiritual energy had run out halfway through the drawing, and his brain went blank, so he could not proceed. The result was that he lost a lot of points on the second and third questions. There was a miscalculation in one place on the penultimate major question, and I wasn't able to check it when I went back to review. Although the teacher had already given the answer when he or she graded the paper. But this time, he wanted to try it himself. It seems like it really works. Having just carried on for a while, Jolie's eyes suddenly lit up. In the past, when he utilized the talismanic brush to execute chi, he could only rely on his own senses. This resulted in a lot of spiritual energy being wasted for nothing, and the mental depletion was extremely severe. And now that he had awakened his divine sense, which chakra the spiritual energy needs to reach, and how much amount of spiritual energy needs to be controlled to be released. Deviation of the chi traveling route, and so on are all well understood. The details that had been completely overlooked before were all avoided this time. Not only was the consumption of spiritual energy greatly reduced, but the mental aspect could also last more than twice as long. It's just that the proficiency aspect is a bit lacking. After failing 3 times, I finally solved the big question completely. After completing the solution, Jolie felt immensely satisfied that his weakest subject amongst the 9 disciplines would have a chance to make up for it at this point. Having awakened his divine sense and possessing so many spirit stones, the more he felt that it wasn't a dream for him to get into college. Even, there was a possibility of impacting the 12 colleges. Buzz. Just as it was thinking about the future, the cell phone vibrated. He opened it and saw that it was an electronic version from the store that had just ordered the feats. I'd forgotten, feats are different from talismans, they can be shipped online entirely. Today's immortal mansions very much encourage the sharing of cultivation knowledge. And it extremely respects intellectual property rights, with strict immortal law protections that almost no piracy exists. So some high-level content can often be extremely profitable. Zhou Ligang bought this manipulation method, sales have been million plus, calculating at 10,000 per book, the accumulation had already gained $10 billion, extremely amazing. In the future, if I have enough level, I can also make money by writing books. Or worse, I can resell otherworldly cultivation methods. For example, that blood fury technique is quite subtle, and it can increase the chances of conjugating Dan, so there will surely be many foundation establishment cultivators who will rush to it. But not right now. That otherworldly feat immortal mansion shouldn't have appeared before, and it wouldn't be good if it attracted the attention of the law enforcement team. If I can cultivate it, I can try this way to get money instead. Then he opened the 20 types of low-ranked magic weapons from beginner to proficient that he had just bought and started to delve into it. Ever since he was a child, his spiritual route was not working. So need to spend double or even more time to be able to keep up with those geniuses and not be left too far behind. This also developed his habit of being diligent and focused. Once the book was intensively read and studied is when most of the day passed. Phew. Jolie rubbed his eyes and let out a long breath. This book is indeed worth every penny. Not only does it depict in detail the characteristics and maneuvering properties of various types of magic weapons, but it also incorporates quite a few actual combat cases. There is no lack of examples in which there are many examples of matching various types of magic weapons based on the characteristics of demonic beasts. And many of them are second and third order demonic beasts, so it seems that the author is at least at the foundation establishment stage of cultivation. He closed his eyes, and the manipulation techniques of flying dagger type magic weapons were constantly swept through his mind. There were many examples of magic weapon manipulation provided in that book. Most of them were only cursorily read by Jolie, and only the flying dagger type of magic weapon that he desperately needed was intensively read. Not long after, he opened his eyes and his eyes were filled with a leaping color. I'll try it now. He followed the method in the book and continuously distributed the spiritual energy in his body to all parts of the blade. Of course, the amount of spirit power in different places was different. For example, the sides of the blade's body were on the low side, and those spirit forces were used to regulate the direction of the front and back of the blade body are on the high side. This increases speed and lethality considerably. Exactly how much spiritual power is most appropriate needs to grasp that degree by oneself. The good thing is that the author of this book has already provided the optimal proportion of spiritual energy and the way to operate it, so he doesn't need to try it out a little bit, saving a great deal of time. Once adjusted, he began to experiment with the results of his training. Shoo! The blade shot out directly, and there was even a yellow aura erupting on top of the blade. It only instantly penetrated into the wall. Luckily, when each house was built, it was built with the standard of being able to withstand the impact of a first-order demonic beast, adding quite a few protective restraints that it's more durable. If it is still according to the original steel and concrete, I am afraid that it can directly blow a big hole. According to the book, this first step of my cloth spirit should be considered a success. Luckily, thanks to the help of my divine sense, my ability to control my spiritual energy has gone up a notch. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have to fumble for days to grasp the scale of this step alone, instead of succeeding in one go now. The next step is to train the precision and adjust the direction. This time, Jolie learned to be smart and found a piece of special runic steel at home, on which a number of defense formations had been engraved. This was also the main material used for travel tools such as cars and airplanes nowadays. It's a powerful metal capable of carrying arrays and talismans that its hardness can withstand a single blow from a foundation cultivator. Before, he had used this piece of runic steel to experiment with the talismans and small spells he had drawn. Now that he was practicing flying daggers, he could also prevent himself from practicing flying daggers and scratching his home full of holes. He drew a circle in the center of the steel plate, as a target that. Then he controlled the release of his spiritual energy so that the blade was aimed at that circle, and when he felt that it was almost ready, he just released it. Bam! With a crisp clang, the blade left a shallow white dot directly on the steel plate but the dot was 10 centimeters short of the alignment he had drawn. Just now, the left side of the blade body should have released a little more spiritual energy, causing the blade body to veer to the right as it flew. Having divine sense, one was sensitive to such differences in spiritual energy. After a few more attempts, he was able to easily hit the center of gravity. Straight shots are undoubtedly the fastest. But in a fight, the head and other front parts of a demonic beast's body will usually be hard and difficult to penetrate, so it's necessary to control the flying dagger to attack its weak points. Jolie recalled the contents of that book, knowing full well that being able to hit the target straight and true was only the beginning. To truly kill the enemy with a flying dagger, one needed to be able to hit the target from all angles. And this is a process that constantly requires trial and error. Only by accumulating a great deal of operational experience can we develop muscle memory when fighting against the enemy. You will be able to hit the target from all angles as you wish. In the following time, he continued to practice his flying dagger manipulation skills. Chapter 12, Exploring the Otherworld Again. Finally, Jolie looked at the talismans in the box in front of him, and a look of excitement spread across his eyes. With these, I'll be able to count on having the fundamentals to settle down in the otherworld. Practicing the manipulation of flying daggers can only be described as an additional means of self-preservation. These powerful talismans are the most important. Remembering that those otherworldly cultivators had rather ancient clothing, he changed his clothes and headed to the otherworld. This time he was incredibly cautious and, in his left hand he pinched a second-order lower-grade talisman, and in his right hand a first-order upper-grade that. And it was the kind where the spiritual energy was already half-infused and ready to be fired out at any time. He was confident that with these two talismans in his hand, even if he encountered that black-faced cultivator level again, himself would be able to steadily kill him instantly. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Jolie reappeared in that wooded area. He immediately pinched the talisman tightly as he observed his surroundings and quickly ducked behind a boulder. It was because the last encounter had brought him too much excitement, and he couldn't help but be cautious. Luckily, no one is there. Jolie realized that the surroundings were nothing but the black ash left over from the last time he had burned those corpses in. There was nothing, and only then did he breathe a long sigh of relief. After thinking about it, he moved a few large rocks and buried the puddle of black ash as well. I think I heard those few people say there was some kind of treasure nearby before. When he thought of this, his heart fluttered. Immediately opening the treasure map in the bag, there was a token next to the treasure map. He was so focused on the spirit stones that he hadn't had time to study these two things. According to what those two cultivators had said back then, this token should be the key to opening the cave door. He opened the map and scrutinized it carefully. It was found to have the words, bequeathed by the 27th generation of the Shin puppet sect's heir apparent on it. Could it be that the treasure they are talking about is what this Shin puppet sect left behind? A sect, I'm sure there won't be any shortage of goodies, at least there's no shortage of spirit stones. His mind was energized and he immediately looked at the map in detail. There was a cave marked in the center of the map, and the surrounding mountains and woodlands were drawn in more detail, too. Jolie quickly recognized that the terrain next to it matched what was drawn on the map. The cave should be nearby. But he looked around, and there was nothing but woods and trees. There was not the slightest hint of a treasure to be seen. Could it be that this Shin puppet sect's treasure is under the ground? He lowered his head and carefully rummaged around on the ground and, wanting to see where there was an abnormality in the soil so that he could determine where the cave was. After just a short while of searching, Jolie suddenly shouted in surprise. So it's an illusion formation. Fawn was constantly searching for a possible cave by stepping on his feet and digging in the earth. But after searching for a while, he realized that many pits and holes suddenly appeared in front of him. He subconsciously assumed they were dug by someone else. But after carefully identifying it and realizing it was only left behind by himself, and he'd been digging in one direction. So he realized right away that something was wrong. When he looked up, the scenery around him had completely changed. The image of dense jungle and overgrown grass just a moment ago immediately turned into a cloud-covered, smoky, and Jolie was not shocked, but rather pleased. The fact that there is an illusion formation means that I'm not looking in the wrong place. That cave, it must be nearby. He carefully observed it and was even more delighted. This illusion formation was taught by the teacher in class. It's only used to confuse the vision, it doesn't have the power to kill. And the calculation of the formation's orientation is relatively simple. He immediately picked up a stone and wrote the formula on the ground to calculate it. The illusion formation in front of him seemed to be only used to conceal the orientation of the cave, so it wasn't designed to be complicated. Jolie had already done the relevant exercises no less than a dozen times. In less than half an hour's time he had calculated the eye of the formation according to the laws of this formation's variation. Without hesitation, he directly stepped forward according to the calculated path and he walked out of the illusionary formation in less than 2 minutes. The scenery in front of me suddenly changed. Not only did the mist and smoke disappear, but also, in the middle of the woods, a short mountain stretching for several kilometers suddenly appeared. Above the mountain, there was a hazy white light enveloping making it hard to see. At the same time, a hole that could be used for one person to enter and exit also appeared in front of the short mountain. This cave should be the place marked on this map. Those white lights, they seem to be some kind of prohibition. He touched it with his hand, and a slight shock of recoil popped out and made his fingers tingle. This prohibition should be the type that can bounce back attacks. There are brief descriptions of the different prohibitions on the formation section. He only had a cursory understanding of them and did not know how to break them. I don't know if this token can pass through this prohibition. He affixed the token refined from that unknown material directly onto the forbidden system, and there was absolutely no reaction at all. This kind of scene could not help but make it a little slightly lost. Let's try with a talisman. Perhaps this prohibition is not as strong as the illusion formation outside. Jolie took a dozen steps back. Then without hesitation, he threw out the first-rank upper-grade talisman in his hand, the golden hook talisman. A golden circular hook-shaped aperture flew straight out and the rapidly rotating arc of light was like a full moon, revealing a cold light. It rubbed against the air and produced a sharp, shrill sound. Pong! A violent crash echoed through the air. That white light lurched, followed by a circular arc reflecting out twice as fast as this talisman's chop. Jolie was pre-prepared and hastily dodged it. Dang! A not-so-small tremor came directly from underneath the soles of his feet. A boulder in the distance was directly blown into pieces, and a crater crumbled out of the ground. Jolie wiped the cold sweat from his head and said with palpitations, "This formation can't be cracked at my current level. It's better to go back and search for related articles." He opened his cell phone and recorded a video of the part of this forbidden system that was revealed. Preparing to go back and study it again. Entering the mountain of treasures and not being able to. Looking at the cave near the front, but unable to get it, it could not help but make it a little deflated. However, his character was already tough, and he recovered in a short while. The cave is here anyway and can't run away. I'll just crack it slowly. The most important thing about coming to this other world is to find a stable way to earn spirit stones. With the current reserves of spirit stones he had on him, he'd basically use almost all of them after this summer vacation. Without spirit stones, with his spirit root qualification, even if he got into university, he would be left far behind by his peers. So he ventured to this other world again. The most important thing was to get more spirit stones. He opened the map and looked at it for a while. All around him were various mountains that stretched on forever, with only a handful of cities. Jolie immediately chose the location of the closest city marked by A. After determining his bearings against the surrounding area, he quickly rushed there. He applied a lightness technique to himself, and after traveling for about half a day, he reached a main road that. There were quite a few people on the main road who were also heading in the direction of the city. These cultivators had mixed auras, with varying levels of cultivation. The high ones were as high as the 13th level of chi refining, while the low ones were only at the 5th or 6th level. Therefore, even though Jolie's cultivation level was low, he was not that eye-catching in the crowd. There were quite a few people who were holding things like bloody demonic beast horns or sinewy skins on their bodies. Others had bulging bags hanging from their waists. Although the various cultivators were on guard against each other, at least they didn't fight and blatantly kill and seize the treasure. This blood rhinoceros is really hard to kill. It cost me 3 talismans and damaged a magic weapon. This hunt has taken most of my fortune. Not far from Jolie, a long and stout red-faced cultivator complained. At this moment, he was carrying a blood horn that was half a meter long, and behind him, he was also carrying a thick package that was constantly oozing blood. However, its face was full of smiles, not at all like it was heartbroken. Sure enough, a nearby cultivator said enviously, "Fellow Daiwas John, the blood rhinoceros you hunted was of second-order strength, and this blood rhinoceros horn alone is worth dozens of spirit stones. Coupled with its hard as iron outer skin, I'm afraid you're going to make a fortune this time." There are quite a few stores inside the 7 Alliance City that have specified that they want the materials of this demonic beast. That stout cultivator surnamed Jean gave a modest smile. "I just happened to see that this beast had just given birth to its cubs and its vitality was greatly injured, so I was able to take it down by chance. In other times, I wouldn't have dared to hit it in any way." Looking at the fluctuation of spiritual energy on this Jean cultivator's body. His cultivation level is probably around the 9th level of chi refining. It was indeed unlikely to deal with a second-stage demonic beast under normal circumstances. His companion said enviously, "After selling these materials, we'll be able to purchase quite a few more spirit stones. Fellow Daiwas Zhang's cultivation path is going to be greatly accelerated. At this rate, you'll be able to build the foundation in a few more years." Cultivator Zhang smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I and other loose cultivators are not like those sect cultivators. Without the foundation establishment pill, the probability is that we will fail to establish the foundation. For now, we can only take one step at a time. Let's wait for a while to see which sect is recruiting disciples, then go and check out the situation." The next thing the two of them did was chat about some of the treacherous journey they had taken during the process of capturing the demonic beasts. Jolie also listened to the chats of some of the other cultivators on the road and roughly figuring out some of the situation in this neighborhood. Chapter 13 7 League City. The realm they were in belonged to the Southern Ridge region. There were originally dozens of clans of all sizes in this area, and many of them had Yuaning cultivators sitting in their midst. For a long time, they have been fighting each other for the control of this place. The South Ridge region is known for the vast and boundless millions of mountains to the south. There were countless demonic beasts and exotic herbs in the mountains, and there had even been heavenly treasures that had come out. In the face of such a treasure trove, all the great clans fought over the ownership of these millions of mountains. The war lasted for 100 years, and in the end, many sects suffered heavy losses. Some had their gates breached, and some were forced to merge into other sects. As a result, there were only 7 clans left by now. These 7 clans have learned their lesson and agreed to a truce. And at the entrance of the $1 Million Mountain, they joined forces to establish the 7 Alliance City to jointly develop and utilize the $1 Million Mountain. These 7 Alliance cities are also considered to provide shelter for many cultivators. Countless cultivators who come to the mountains to hunt and collect medicines will choose to trade in this city, selling the hunted materials as soon as they come out from the mountain, in exchange for materials or spirit stones that they need, so as not to be targeted on the way by someone with a heart of gold, plus the need to procure all kinds of supplies for the journey into the mountains. Therefore, the commerce within the city was extremely prosperous, and many chambers of commerce had branches within it. Some cultivators, even if they didn't go into the mountains, would come to this city to trade and find the materials they needed. This place had just become the most prosperous place in the entire South Ridge region. The 7 Alliance City had also been repeatedly expanded to its current size. Jolie stood before the city walls, surprised in his heart, only to see that the entire city was lofty and vast, stretching for tens of kilometers, and the walls are both high and thick, hundreds of meters high. It was like a huge beast perched at the entrance of a million mountains, waiting for the tiger in front. All around the city, there were fine array patterns fluctuating. Apparently the entire city was shrouded in a large formation. The entire wall was made up of greenish-black masonry, and there was a faint green light prohibition shining on it. Above the walls were several teams of disciples in various sect costumes patrolling. There were also a dozen or so people at the city gates constantly questioning the incoming and outgoing cultivators. Looking at the fluctuation of spiritual energy on their bodies, they were probably all at a cultivation level around the 10th to 12th level of chi refining. Jolie silently stood amongst the crowd, waiting to enter the city. What, 3 spirit stones? It was only 2 spirit stones to enter the city half a month ago, how come it's increased to 3 now? The stout cultivator surnamed Jean, who had gained a lot of money from the party, had an exasperated look on his face. Are you people from the 7 sects targeting us casual cultivators? This commotion naturally drew the attention of the patrols on the city walls as well. However, they looked towards the city gates and then continued to turn their attention elsewhere. The guards at the entrance seemed to have anticipated the words of the cultivator surnamed Jean. You can also choose not to enter the city. I'll show you the way. From the west of 7 League City, go straight for 900 miles and you'll reach the next city. After saying this, he greeted the next cultivator with an old spirit and went up. That young cultivator's face darkened. He was carrying a huge horn on his back, and his bag was bulging with. Anyone would know that he had reaped a huge harvest in the millions of mountains this time. If he didn't go into the city to sell his goods now, but went to the next city, it's not a big deal to be tired. It's a big deal if you're targeted and killed. After all, he had already spent most of his family's belongings for this hunt. But whenever he encountered a person of the same rank, it would be easy for him to lose both his money and his people. He turned around and looked towards the surroundings. There were quite a few cultivators who were looking at the materials on him with fiery gazes. Cultivator Zhang clenched his teeth. Fine, 3 pieces is 3 pieces. With that, he pulled out 3 spirit stones from his body and sent them to the gatekeeper with a face of flesh pain. Count on your good sense. Get in there, next. After collecting the spirit stones, the guards were very quick to let them in. And the many cultivators in the back didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. All of them looked as if they were not surprised. The people in the back were basically 2 spirit stones. Finally, it was Jolie's turn. The guard looked him up and down and directly said, 1 spirit stone. The tone was a bit more amiable than those in front of him. Originally, Jolie had already prepared 2 spirit stones that. Seeing that he only needed 1, he also nodded lightly and paid it with alacrity. With the guards releasing him, it was finally time to officially enter the city. When the rush of entering the city had passed, among the cultivators responsible for the entry guards, a cultivator with a slightly younger face inquired. Brotherly, the cost of entering the city, isn't it priced at 1 spirit stone per person up there? Why is it priced differently here? That big brotherly seemed to be very uplifting to this junior and directly said in triumph. There's a line here. That brown man covered in materials earlier, at a glance, I knew he wasn't a sect cultivator. He was in a hurry to sell some of the materials he had on hand, so he was definitely going to enter the city no matter what. Such a one is called a fat sheep. You can ask for more, 3 to 5 spirit stones will do. This kind of loose cultivator with no background and so many things on his body is simply a good target for killing people. If I meet one in the wild, humph. It's that if we don't ask for more, most of the things on his body will be cheaper for others later on. You didn't see the way those loose cultivators beside us were looking at him, their eyes were almost glowing green. I don't know which fellow will be lucky enough to grab his body. Cultivator Lee had been here for some time, and saw the water here very clearly. Those loose cultivators in the back who have some gains on them but not much, and who look at us coyly, are called thin horses. They usually charge just 2 spirit stones. Any more than that and I'm afraid we'll have to make a scene. The young cultivator thought for a moment and asked, then which ones are going to charge 1 spirit stone normally? Cultivator Lee remembered Jolie, who had been spared by him just now. Those male children with white faces who don't seem to have been exposed to much wind and sun, and who have reached the 7th level of chi refining or even higher at a young age. 9 times out of 10, they are all from somewhere. You also have to observe their expressions as they pull out the spirit stones. The ones with a face of flesh pain are basically paupers, and you can be sure that they are casual cultivators. The ones who are full of concern show that they are worth a lot of money. Most of them have some kind of background and don't care about 1 or 2 spirit stones. The newbie cultivator whispered, "What should we do if the people above us know?" Cultivator Lee smiled mysteriously. Guarding this 7 Alliance city, facing the threat of demonic beasts and the millions of mountains at all times, and providing a place of refuge for these loose cultivators. It's not an easy job, and we're already being humane by charging more for this amount of spirit stones. The higher-ups can also sympathize with us. They all know that it's not easy for the various brothers patrolling and guarding the gates here, so this amount of spirit stones should be considered our compensation. Only then did the young cultivator realize, so, it was everyone who had a share. Here, it's so lively. Jolie couldn't help but marvel as he entered the city. The entire city was filled with the sounds of shouting and selling that. All kinds of stalls and stores could be seen everywhere on the roadside, making it unusually prosperous. The air is also laced with all kinds of smells. The fishy smell of demonic beasts, the smell of blood, and the scent of medicinal herbs merged into a peculiar flavor. He gazed towards the stalls and there were quite a few of them selling talismans, pills, and all sorts of miscellaneous items that. The most sold materials are those from various demonic beasts. However, none of the grades were very good. It should have been sold to the major chambers of commerce long ago. The rest of the chambers of commerce don't accept them inside before they are sold on the stalls. This is the purple sun grass. Jolie, who was lingering at the various stalls, suddenly saw a few half-purple, half-red herbs were left behind in the miscellaneous corner of a stall. His mind snapped. This purple sungrass was a main medicine for refining the purple-yellow sand. The purple-yellow potion is a potion on blue water planet that can increase the cultivation speed of the chi practitioner stage very quickly. Due to the harsh growth process, the production of the purple-yellow scatter is extremely low on blue water planet. Accordingly, the price of purple-yellow sand is also speculated to be very high. Basically, it is difficult to buy it even if you have money. If I can refine this medicine. Jolie's heart warmed for a moment. This purple-yellow scatter belonged to the top of the list in terms of potency among the first-order potions. It's extremely beneficial to the chi practicing stage. It is relatively not difficult to refine, except that the herbs are hard to find. If he could refine this kind of potion himself, the speed of his cultivation could still be greatly accelerated. The college entrance exam would be much more certain. Thinking of this, he walked directly towards the stall. Chapter 14 Purple Sun Grass. Walking over to the stall, Jolie carefully surveyed the things for sale. The furs of 2 first-ranked demonic beasts, a technique called the Fire Young technique, and 2 black flying daggers. The few plants of purple sungrass then lay quietly underneath the fur, covered for the most part. "Boss, what about this gongfu? Is there a name for it?" Jolie appeared to be very interested in that gongfu, and directly came up and asked. That stall owner was a tall cultivator, his face was creased quite a bit, and he didn't look too young. The cultivation level was probably around the 8th level of chi refining. That stall owner looked at Jolie and his eyes lit up before he carefully introduced himself. "This Taoist has good eyesight. This technique is the technique of the Tianyang sect, a sect that was destroyed decades ago. It's extremely extraordinary. If it wasn't for the fact that I cultivate water attribute gongfu and switching to this fire attribute gongfu would be too inconvenient, otherwise I wouldn't have taken it out and sold it in any way. If you are interested, 30 spirit stones, take it directly." Jolie's eyelids jumped. 30 pieces? The tone of his voice revealed a wave of astonishment that he had originally asked casually, but he was still surprised by the exorbitant price. The stall owner's heart sank violently and he immediately said, "$20 is fine." Seeing how quickly this stall owner lowered the price, Jolie became more and more skeptical. He directly picked up this gongfu to check it out. Which thought the stall owner immediately called out, "If you don't buy it, don't rummage around, in case it's broken." By this time, Jolie had already discovered the tricky nature of this gongfu. As it turned out, there were only remnants of this fire yang gong technique. The back half of it has been torn out somehow. Only a thin portion of the front remains. Dare I say that the stall owner is relying on this remnant to find a wrongdoer here. Jolie stared at him with his gaze fixed. "Fellow Taoist, you're a bit dark." A book as thin as this remnant is sold at such a high price. Cultivators in the other world called each other Daoyu, so he went along with the crowd and that stall owner, despite his thick skin, couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Just joking with fellow Taoist. If you, Taoist friend, fancy anything else on the stall, I'll definitely sell it at the lowest price and give a full discount. Consider this copy of the Fire Young technique a gift. Jolie smiled inscrutably and didn't make a comment. Instead, he turned his gaze to the two black flying daggers. Seeing this, the stall owner immediately picked up the flying daggers and handed them forward. Fellow Taoist, you have good eyesight. These two flying daggers are made of extraordinary materials. The material is amazing. Even if you don't need to use spiritual power to urge them, cutting gold and breaking stones is not a problem. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't know how to manipulate these flying daggers, I wouldn't be able to bear the pain. Jolie realized that this immortal cultivation world did not have the network resources of Blue Water Planet. Most of the cultivators here are full of suspicion towards each other, and it's simply impossible to engage in that whole sharing of feats. The masters and disciples of large sects might even hide it from each other, let alone these loose cultivators. There was simply no place to obtain the manipulation of these magic weapons. Jolie observed for a while and this flying dagger is slightly cool to the touch, looks light and thin, but the weight is really not small, heavy, and there are many scratches on the body of the knife. Obviously it is full of battles. There were also some small openings in the blade's mouth. He ran the blade across the ground and it made a white mark with ease. The material was really good. Then he nodded and said, this flying knife is good. It can be a gift for my uncle's 60th birthday. How can I sell this pair of flying daggers? The stall owner directly said, 30 spirit stones. Jolie didn't have the heart to say, are you sure you're not joking? In fact, he couldn't fathom the exact price of this flying dagger, but it was definitely right to find an excuse to cut the price. I already have a flying dagger type magic weapon myself, and if it wasn't for the birthday celebration for the elders of my clan, I wouldn't be looking at this. Since fellow Taoist is so insincere, let's call this deal off. After saying that, he directly put down his flying dagger and was about to leave. I didn't expect the stall owner to be a bit anxious. Fellow Taoist, wait. Since you are so filial to your elders, I can't bear to let your intentions go to waste. How about discounting this flying sword to 20 spirit stones? Jolie looked at his repeated mention of 30 spirit stones and, guessing that this stall owner might be in a great hurry to get this amount together. Naturally, he also started to press the price. Fellow Taoist, this flying dagger is good, but there's too much damage on it, and there are openings. It wouldn't be worth it if it suddenly breaks open during a spell fight, and the opponent gets a break and loses his life. These 20 spirit stones, it's too much. What he was really looking at was the purple sungrass, and he thought that the flying dagger wasn't bad. So he went along with it and wanted to buy it as well, more than one base card. The stall owner was anxious. If I sell you everything on this stall, I can exchange it for 30 spirit stones, right? Jolie shook his head, this mutilated secret book, and this worthless beast skin. Yeah, there are still a few weeds underneath the beast skin, plus these two badly damaged flying daggers. Anyone who looks at it isn't worth 30 spirit stones. Hearing this, the stall owner looked towards the surroundings and then carefully revealing a bag. It was filled with various herbs, several of which he couldn't recognize. On top of that, there were all sorts of miscellaneous items that, including round-shaped stones, oddly shaped pieces of iron, black sticks, small mirrors, etc., that it looked like some of the things the stallholder usually accumulated. Fellow Taoist, there are still some things here. If you think any of them are worth money, feel free to bring them up. Just make up enough for 30 spirit stones. Jolie's eyes narrowed, immediately thinking that these things came from the wrong place. This stall owner didn't even recognize that purple sun grass, yet he was carrying so many herbs on his back. Obviously, he had gotten it from some place where he had robbed a house and was in a hurry to get it out. The people who patronize this kind of stall are usually all sorts of loose cultivators. The ones who know how to refine medicines and recognize herbs are very rare. That's why it's been unsold. Understanding this, Jolie had a bottom in his heart. Among those herbs, there were a few that were also necessary for refining the purple yellow sand potion. He wanted to buy them all. If all these things are added up, it's barely enough for 30 spirit stones. This time it was the stall owner's turn to be startled. Fellow Taoist is not joking? With so many things in this bag, plus the ones in the stall, how can it be worth this much? I'll give you half at most. He also knew that the ones in his stall weren't worth more than a few spirit stones. He put them out earlier because he wanted to look for the wrong person and take his chances. Now that someone was finally willing to buy, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Jolie said indifferently, which half is fellow Taoist prepared to give me? He was thinking about the herbs in his mind, but his eyes were looking at the pile of materials. That stall owner took out another bag and directly stuffed almost all of the herbs into it. Then after another pause, he heartily stuffed an iron block. That's all, I'd made the maximum concession. Looking at the bag that was almost half full of medicinal herbs, Jolie's heart rejoiced in ecstasy. These things were capable of refining several types of potions that he was familiar with. However, his face still had a reluctant look on it. What use do I have for these weeds? But that iron looks good, perhaps we can ask the elders of the clan to build a magic weapon. It's these weeds. Alas, also. My grandmother does like some flowers and plants, so I'll go back and ask her if she wants them. After saying that, he took the bag with a reluctant look. After putting all the things on the stall in it, and then carefully counting them. After making sure that the herbs he needed were all inside. Only then did he extremely painfully pull out 30 spirit stones and hand them over. That stall owner was overjoyed, and his hands were shaking with joy as he received the spirit stones. There's hope for me to enter the sect. After saying that, he flew towards the city. Chapter 15, Picking Up Leakage. That stall owner is so excited that Jolie wasn't in a bad mood either. The potion that these herbs could refine, purple yellow sand, was worth a lot of money. The effect of aiding in cultivation could allow his cultivation speed to increase by a large margin once again, Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so many precious spirit stones to buy these. He wandered around the city for a long time more and various stalls were selling everything, formations, elixirs, feats of. More still, there were all sorts of messy materials that the quality also varies, with all sorts of fakes mixed in. He had also gone to a number of regular stores in the quality of the things in the stores was obviously a whole lot better, but the prices weren't something that ordinary casual cultivators could afford. After he had shopped for a while, he wanted to find a place to return to the blue water planet. But on second thought, it was a bit unsteady. Now that we're in town, it's a guarantee that the next time we travel to this realm through the mystic bead, suddenly appearing would be seen by someone, and that would be a disaster. But to go out of the city and find a deserted place to leave, and then enter the city again and ask for spirit stones as an entry fee. He didn't have many spirit stones left now, and didn't want to spend a piece for nothing like that. And it wasn't safe in the wild, either. It was possible that at some point while traveling alone, he would encounter those loose cultivators who killed and seized treasures again. After thinking carefully, he went to find an inn to settle down. None of the accommodations in this city were cheap. After asking a few families, he finally chose an inn with 1 spirit stone for 10 days. The inns over here are naturally divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Those disciples of the sects wearing uniform clothes almost always enter the inns that are close to the spiritual veins and have high-level decorations. The relative price is also high, the expensive ones almost require a spirit stone for 2 or 3 days. Those who come to this 7-league city basically want to go into the millions of mountains in front of them to hunt demonic beasts and obtain various materials. They don't stay in the city for a long time, but just as a temporary place to recuperate. So although those high-class inns were a bit more expensive, there were still quite a lot of cultivators who entered. And many loose cultivators often choose to share their rooms with other people, in order to save money. This can save a lot. However, Jolie had the secret of the black beads on his body, so naturally it was impossible to mix with others, so he chose a single room. The room was not large, only 2 meters long and wide, more like a secret room. When I entered the room, the first thing that caught my eye was a bed that it took up almost half of the room. There was also a table with 2 stools, on which stood a pot of tea and 2 bowls of. Other than that there was nothing else. The room's surroundings shone with a faint forbidden light, serving as some soundproofing and protection. Although this is an ordinary room, the strength of the aura is quite a bit higher than on Blue Water Planet. It's estimated that it has almost reached the strength of a first-order upper-middle-grade spirit vein. If it was before he obtained the spirit stones, Jolie would have rejoiced over the spiritual energy here. He couldn't wait to cultivate here. Now that he had a spirit stone, he naturally didn't see how this amount of aura would improve his cultivation. He opened the bag and took stock of today's harvest. First was the remnant book, Fire Yang Gong. For this gong method to serve as the cornerstone of a sect, it's naturally not bad. It's just too crippled. Otherwise I could have delved into it after I went to college and switched to fire techniques. Nowadays, high schools under the rule of the Immortal Mansion can actually cultivate other feats. However, due to the fact that the designated examination technique for the high school entrance exam is the 5 elements true technique. So, even students whose families have the money to be able to afford the much higher level of the gongfu, for the sake of their college entrance exam results, they can only honestly cultivate this gongfu. To a large extent, the fairness of the college entrance examination is guaranteed. And there's no hard and fast requirement in terms of gongfu when you go to university. Many people would then switch to cultivating gong methods that were compatible with their spiritual roots. Nowadays, within the 5 attributes of Jolie's spiritual root, the fire attribute was the highest. It's highly probable that he'll switch to a fire attribute technique. This fire yang technique was also fire attributed, so naturally, he could also delve into it. However, this gong method was too crippled to be used as a major cultivation. As he looked at this gongfu, he felt some pity for it. After flipping through it again, he put it away. Then he took out the 2 flying knives and compared them to the thin, cicada-like blades from earlier. These flying knives are powerful, shooting them with full strength is good, they can be used as the main attack. And the blade obtained from the black-faced cultivator is light and agile, suitable for sneak attacks. Used in conjunction with others when fighting, the effect should be good. When he purchased the flying dagger, he had already thought of the method of using it that. He had just drilled the maneuver before, and it was a bit easier to get the hang of it. After putting the flying dagger down, his eyes turned to the herbs that. The corner of Zhou Li's mouth curled up slightly, unable to hide his smile. The most profitable part of this transaction is still these herbs. Luckily those loose cultivators don't know what they're talking about before I picked up a big profit. That stall owner got so many herbs for refining chi refining stage pills all at once, it seems like the person he robbed is most likely a person who can refine pills as well. That's a direct bargain. Several of the herbs here were under control on Blue Water Planet, the ordinary people don't have a chance to get them. But there are quite a few in this otherworldly world. It's just that there aren't many spirit stones left. He remembered that his spirit stone assets had shrunk by 3/5 all of a sudden. The mood of joy he had just felt was instantly washed away quite a bit. Looks like I'll have to set up a stall to earn some spirit stones as well. He'd noticed the vast majority of stalls selling talismans while wandering around today. But they were too substandard in terms of quality. It's far worse than the regular flagship stores on Blue Mercury that sell it. After all, those talismans in the flagship store are industrialized assembly line production. Complete with industrial levels, standards, specifications, etc. It's many times better than the hand drawings of the cultivators here. All those trash talismans can be sold, the ones of such good quality produced by my immortal mansion will surely sell well. Reselling talismans might be my first bucket of gold in the true sense of the word in this other world. After settling on the goal of making money as a backslider, he was in a much better mood. Then he injected his divine sense into the bead and returned to that bead space. Since time here is static, can it be used to preserve herbs? When he entered this time, Zhou Li suddenly had a thought. He was still worried that the herbs would easily lose their medicinal properties if left for a long time. In this space, he wouldn't worry about this problem. Then he immediately picked out all the herbs. That pool is just right for these herbs, so that they won't be stepped on by my random feet either. After putting the herbs, he had another idea. Since the herbs can be put in, can the others be put in? It's ultimately a bit dangerous to keep the spirit stones in the room, and it's hard to explain in case mom and dad find out. If it can be hidden in this bead space, it's naturally the best. He immediately pulled out the other things on his body as well, placing them all on the floor of the bead space, and then returned to the room. He just wanted to enter the bead space again to take a spirit stone out to cultivate for a while, When his mind moved, unexpectedly, a spirit stone directly appeared in his hand. This? So magical? This sudden scene caused it to be a bit surprised. This is much more powerful than a storage bag. Experimenting with the fact that the bead space also had the function of storing and taking, it couldn't help but make it overjoyed. With this, there's no need to go out with a bag on my back anymore. And when fighting with others, it can also have a surprise effect. What a great harvest today! Zhou Li was in an excellent mood and, ever since obtaining this mysterious bead, everything was going in a good direction for him. Since this bead can travel between two worlds, let's call it the Two Worlds bead. After he curiously tried to collect and take the items in the Two Worlds bead a few more times, he closed his mind and then he began searching online for the refinement of purple yellow sand. Unlike the otherworldly casual cultivator who had to figure everything out on his own, many of the cultivation knowledge on the Blue Water Planet was openly. Even quite a few bigwigs who had conjured Dan personally gave public lectures on cultivation. This purple yellow scatter, as a higher ranked first order potion. Due to the limitations of the herbs, there aren't many videos related to but after some searching, Zhou Li still found a dozen or so videos that. Most of these genuine pill refining videos only had the first 10 minutes for free, and the subsequent ones were paid content. The price is not too expensive, basically a video is around $500. Zhou Li cheerfully paid the fee, and then watched it carefully. As long as he could refine this potion and combine it with the spirit stones, his cultivation speed could be greatly accelerated again. Even, breaking through the 7th or even 8th level of chi refining during this summer vacation was not a dream. Chapter 16 Cultivation speed increases greatly. It finally worked. After purchasing the remaining herbs needed for refining online, Zhou Li then went to his uncle's Heavenly Boat Apothecary and started refining with the help of the pill refining equipment there. After failing once, the second and third times finally succeeded. It also consumed all the purple sungrass. He divided the successfully refined medicinal dispersions into 40 portions based on the medicinal properties of It was packed in 40 small bottles sealed well. These potions were almost enough for his summer vacation cultivation. This was also the first time he had refined a medicinal powder for himself, and his heart was immensely satisfied. Just as he was about to clean the apparatus, but realized that a guest dressed in black and wearing sunglasses had come to the door of the pharmacy. Like a big star traveling for fear of being recognized, he kept looking around there. He kept asking, "Is anyone there?" Jolie curiously walked out. A sign had already been hung at the entrance of the pharmacy. "The owner has been absent for the last 3 months. Please leave a message if anything happens." There's a phone number next to it. But the man remained at the door and didn't leave, piquing his curiosity. Seeing someone inside the pharmacy, the black-clothed guest looked up and around and then asked straight away, "Do you refine potions here?" Jolie pointed to the sign next to him and said truthfully, "The pavilion master of this pharmacy has been closed for the last few months, and only I, the apprentice, am present. It's best to ask again in 3 months if you're looking for someone to refine pills." Unexpectedly, the man in black even looked directly at Jolie. "Apprentice? Then you can also refine medicines, yes?" Not expecting the man in black to ask this question, Jolie thought for a moment and nodded his head as well. "Most first-order potions can be refined." When that black-clothed man heard this, a hint of joy actually appeared in his tone. "It's good to be able to refine it. I happen to have a prescription here for a pure spirit pill that I obtained from a monument on the front line. It's said to be able to enhance divine sense, and I'd like to ask you to refine it. I've prepared all the herbs over here. The price is good, absolutely won't let you suffer. Deposit first, pay 200,000. If the refining is successful, then pay 800,000. If it fails, the deposit doesn't have to be returned." Upon hearing so much money, Jolie's eyes lit up. The $250,000 he had earned from selling the black-faced cultivator's greatsword earlier had already been spent. He was thinking about how to make more money so he could buy more talismans and sell them in the otherworldly world. "I didn't expect such a list to be delivered to my door immediately." He didn't rush to agree, but cautiously said, "I'll take a look at the prescription first. If it's one I'm familiar with, the success rate is definitely guaranteed. But if it's something I haven't seen before, I'm afraid there's a high chance of failure." The man in black heard this and clearly hesitated for a moment before handing over the prescription anyway. Jolie took that prescription and looked at it. On it, there were dozens of herbs listed in a forest. Many of them were indeed clearing the brain and refreshing the mind to increase perception. However, there were also about 10 that he had never heard of before. Without familiarizing himself with the medicinal properties of the herbs, it wouldn't be easy to master the fire when refining There is a high probability that it will fail. So he didn't immediately get caught up in money and agree in one bite, but said truthfully, "There are several herbs in here that I've never seen before, so I need to spend some time checking them out. If you're not in a hurry, allow me to familiarize myself with the medicinal properties of these herbs in the next 2 days, and then refine them when I'm sure. It will take about a week." The man in black also didn't rush, but nodded his head. "Good, then I'll come back for it a week later." After saying that, he directly took out a bank card and a large bag filled with herbs and handed it to Jolie. "There's $200,000 in this card. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. It's the deposit for this pill refining. If you refine it successfully, the final payment will also be credited to this card." The man in black did things in a thunderous manner and left directly after saying that. Jolie looked at the bank card in his hand and happiness came too suddenly, and now there is still a feeling of being in the clouds. He never thought that he would one day be able to make money by taking orders for pill refining. It's better to talk to Uncle. After all, this was originally his order, and we have to borrow his pill refining equipment. As a result, he couldn't get through to him after making several calls in a row. It seems that he had turned off all communication devices when he was in seclusion. Since his uncle couldn't be contacted, he didn't have the brains to refine and make money first. Then he went to the pharmacy and rummaged through some of the manuals and books that his uncle had left in the museum. And also searched on the internet for a while, looking for the relevant properties and refining techniques of the herbs he had failed to recognize. Somehow, there was very little relevant information that there are a few types of this pure spirit pill, but the herbs in it are completely different from the one given by that black-cloaked man. He had been searching until nightfall, but only managed to find a single herb. The others were clueless. During these 6 years of further training at the Heavenly Boat Apothecary, he still recognized thousands of herbs, not to mention tens of thousands. But the herbs described in this Dan prescription were really strange and unheard of. He also took out the herbs from the bag and scrutinized them for a while, but didn't see any results. Jolie thought of what the man in black had said, that it was a prescription obtained from inside some monuments. It's possible that it could be something from hundreds or even thousands of years ago. The herbs in it may not even have the same names as they do now. Figuring out the reason, he stopped obsessing about it. "Let's go to the city library tomorrow and look up some information." Although it's a connected society nowadays, and a lot of information and messages can be obtained from the internet. However, the city library has more complete and detail. Many of the old books date back hundreds of years. So he would occasionally go there to look for information. Seeing that it was getting late, Jolie cleaned up the pharmacy before returning home with the refined potions. As soon as he arrived home, he immediately started working on his cultivation, wanting to try out the effects of his newly refined purple-yellow scatter. He took out a vial of the potion and The potion inside had a yellowish-brown color and emitted a peculiar fragrance that, with a single sniff, the entire person was refreshed, and the spiritual energy in his body began to leap up. Without hesitation, he opened the lid, and then drank it all in one go. Once in his mouth, the silky smooth. A strange sensation rises up and it was as if the veins around his body had been lubricated, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy became incomparably smoother all of a sudden. Due to the speed of absorption, a small vortex of spiritual energy actually formed in the room. Not only that, he felt that his body had lightened up quite a bit. It was like floating on a cloud, very soothing. He immediately took out a spirit stone, held it in his hand, and began to cultivate. If one were to say that before, when one cultivated, the spiritual energy was absorbed strand by strand. After using a spirit stone, the spiritual energy was refined like a small stream. Now, with the addition of the purple-yellow scatter potion, the spiritual energy was rapidly flowing like a small river in the. Even his meridians had a vague feeling of swelling and pain. It was really the speed of absorbing spiritual energy that was too fast, far exceeding the previous bitter cultivation. This bottle of potion lasted for a very long time, and it didn't gradually dissipate until noon of the next day. And Zhou Li's cultivation level had grown by a considerable amount. 2 days ago, he had just broken through to the 6th level of qi practicing, but now, he had refined his cultivation by a hair. According to this speed, it was estimated that in at most another half a month, he would be able to break through to the 7th level of qi practicing. One must know that his spiritual root was not good, and he had only just managed to reach the threshold of the true spiritual root. The qualifications could simply be described as poor. He was at the 5th level of qi refining before, but he stayed for more than a full year and a half. Now, with the purple-yellow scatter and the spirit stones, it would only take a little over half a month to break through to the 7th level. This kind of cultivation speed, he wouldn't even dare to dream of before. Chapter 17 Shen Lingnan, the richest man. Dad, you've been coming back a bit late lately. It would be just after 10 o'clock before his father, Zhou Rui, returned home with a tired look on his face. Zhou Li hastened to serve him a good meal and brought it to him. Zhou Rui had a bitter smile on his face. Of course I'm busy. The richest man in our province is coming to visit Nanzhou City, and it's rumored that he wants to build a processing plant here. Those demonic beast limbs, furs, bones, entrails, etc. sent over from the front line will all be processed here. Then they will be shipped to all parts of the country through the well-developed water network of the Inner River, which is said to drive employment for tens of thousands of people and economic development on the scale of at least tens of billions of dollars. The leadership above attaches great importance to this. This is not, our security guards cannot be busy. Security, running around, keeping an eye on people, all sorts of jobs. It's good to be able to go home now, but I'm afraid I won't be able to go home after a while when the factory opens. The mother, Shang Lan, was also eating her meal and gossiped. The richest man? Is that Shen Lingnan? She gets off work late these days, too. It seems as if the pack of demonic beasts on the front line recently launched another onslaught, and the casualties have expanded. All the major pharmaceutical factories were also on full throttle, constantly producing various medicines to send to the front line. As soon as the front line moved, every aspect of the immortal mansion began to operate. It was only those students who had not yet graduated that were barely affected. Zhou Li had always concentrated on cultivation before, and really didn't recognize this richest man. Is this Shen Lingnan very powerful? What is his cultivation level? His father, Zhou Rui, smiled. Son, this is where you're looking away. This Shen Lingnan's richest man doesn't have a cultivation level, and even his spiritual root is categorized as a spiritless root. That's it. 2 days ago there was a news report that he bought out the business of a Jindan real person. This counts as the ceiling of an ordinary person. Father Zhou's eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. Today's blue water planet's entire population practiced cultivation, and as long as one had cultivation, whether it was in the physical or spiritual aspects, they fully surpassed ordinary people. After reaching foundation establishment or even higher Jindan, relying on powerful cultivation and divine sense, they are far beyond ordinary people in terms of learning, thinking, and means. Nowadays, all the major companies under the rule of the Immortal Mansion have high-ranking cultivators. This Shen Lingnan was able to achieve this level of success as a spirit-rootless person, and was even able to acquire the company of a Jindan cultivator. It can be said to be very remarkable. It has also become a role model for all those who are unable to cultivate. Zhou Li was also impressed after hearing this. This Shen Lingnan was indeed extraordinary. However, he only marveled for a few moments. After all, even if this kind of big shot was rich, it had nothing to do with him. It was better for himself to cultivate and improve himself peacefully. After chatting about Shen Lingnan's deeds for a while longer, the family's topic came back to the college entrance exam. Father Zhou revealed with a mysterious face, "Today, I overheard the leaders say that the Xianfu College entrance examination is going to be reformed this year. And it's a big reform. I don't know what it will be changed into." When he was working as a security guard, he would often hear only a few words from some of the greats that. However, he didn't dare to say these words outwardly and just came back to brag to his family. Jolie was indifferent. Reform is reform, what else can be changed? We can't be allowed to destroy demonic beasts and explore alien planets, can we? The college entrance examination had gone through some reforms before, and the change was a change in the percentage of points for different subjects. But the content of the assessment is still similar. He thought to himself that as long as his cultivation improved and his paper scores weren't bad, the university would still be a sure thing, So he didn't particularly care about the changes. Which thought that Joe's father had a solemn face. I heard the tone of those leaders, this time there might be a big move. Adding some difficult projects, the debate is quite strong. I didn't hear the specifics, or I could have gotten you ready in advance. Jolie, however, laughed, his mind put at ease and those resources from the other world gave it a not-so-small bottom line. Anyway, we'll find out when school starts, there's no rush, I'd better make up for my weak subjects over the summer. No matter how the college entrance examination is reformed, 9 subjects are definitely compulsory, so it's only right to make up for those. But Joe's mom, Zhang Lan, got nervous. Reform of the college entrance exam? Could it be that the content of that intensive training is the reform stuff for training? I heard that this time it's a joint training of 8 schools, so there are more or less some well-informed teachers in there, right? Son, wouldn't it be a bit of a loss if you don't go? Jolie calmly said, changing it around is nothing more than those contents. The main thing is still spiritual root, cultivation, feats, and basic volume score. Everything changes. I can study at home, so why spend that money on intensive training? On the surface, he said this, but in his heart, he was thinking, it's a waste of time to go to intensive training, my cultivation speed at home is the fastest. Zhang Lan was still a bit uneasy. Tomorrow I have to ask Zhao Xiaoming's mom about her son just going to intensive training. I need to know what's in the intensive training. With that said, she asked, Lee, let me get you some more supplements. The unit's year-end bonus from last year was paid out, so I can buy you some true gold spiritual power pills, which can speed up your cultivation. Our big sister Lee there, her son, who has also only just reached the threshold of the true spiritual root, took it for a year last year, and his cultivation went from the 6th to the 7th level of qi refining. The effect is very good, and it's also endorsed by a Jin Dan real person, so it's trustworthy. Of course, Jolie also knew about this true gold spiritual power pill. The advertisements for this product were all over the place. Even on the way to school, you can see a lot of similar billboards. There are quite a few people in their class taking it, and it's said to be working pretty well. It's just that the price is too expensive, $30,000 a box, only 15 bottles, can only drink half a month. Jolie's family can't afford it. Besides, now that he had the 2 worlds pearl, he could obtain a large amount of precious resources like spirit stones. He could also obtain many herbs that were very rare on Blue Water Planet to refine medicines. He really couldn't look at these spiritual power pills. Mom, don't be anxious, I've been feeling very fluid in my cultivation lately, there's no blockage. You keep the money first, it's not too late for you to buy it for me when I feel a bottleneck one day. It's easy to be unstable when you take this kind of tonic root directly. Upon hearing unstable roots, Zhang Lan was immediately stunned and, after all, this is related to her son's future, and she doesn't understand it, so she doesn't dare to trespass on it. But still, she said one more thing. You should go to your uncle's place tomorrow and ask him to recommend you a few supplements that can speed up your cultivation. Mom will go buy them for you. Seeing that her son's college entrance exam was still a year away, Zhang Lan didn't save anymore. Ready to do what she can to support. His dad, Zhou Rui, chimed in, your mom's right. There's still one last year left, so don't be afraid to spend money, just say what you want to buy. As long as you can get into college, nothing is a problem. Jolie nodded heavily. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'm pretty sure about getting into college now. I'm already at the 6th level of qi refining now, and I'll definitely be able to reach the 7th level of qi refining next semester. Although my spirit root isn't very good, my cultivation score and paper score will definitely exceed the average by quite a bit. This time, the first model is that the talisman didn't play well. I'll definitely be able to reach the scoreline in the second model next semester. Seeing their son so competitive, the 2 families were extremely happy. You don't need to have too much pressure. Even if you can't get into college, you can still come work with me as a security guard. Although the salary is a bit low, but as long as it's peaceful and steady, it's also a way out. Zhou Rui patted his son's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Zhang Lan, however, gave him a blank look and told her son again, don't listen to your father, if you can get into college, you must. When you finish your military service, you'll be able to earn several times the salary with a college degree. It'll save me a lot of heartache when I marry my daughter-in-law. No matter how hard it is, it's only a year away, son, go for it. Jolie nodded, Mom and Dad, I know. I've finished eating, now I'm off to study, the lessons I've arranged for myself today aren't over yet. He immediately went into his room to study after eating. He had set himself a strict study program at the beginning of his summer vacation and today, because he went to the pharmacy to make medicine, he delayed his progress a bit. So just thought I'd stay up late to finish the quest. Zhang Lan shouted, distressed, you go to bed early, don't get tired. Jolie had already entered the middle of the room and opened the talisman textbook and studied. In fact, the contents of the 9 subjects had roughly been learned in the first and second years of high school. The senior year is basically a whole year of revision, plus some expansion that. So the talismanic subject plan that Jolie set for himself, it was to restudy and consolidate the lessons from the first and second year of high school. Sort of advance into the senior high school learning rhythm. Chapter 18, Encountering the School Flower. Jolie stretched greatly. Looking at the high rising sun outside, he exhaled a long breath. He'd been studying since last night and had accidentally lost track of time, and when I looked up again, it was noon the next day. His basic skills in the talisman section were still very solid. In the past it was the practical part that didn't work. Now that he has awakened his divine sense, reviewing was even more like a tiger, and he finished the first semester of the first year of high school in one go. Now that I think about it, it's still really easy to study each subject, one semester to learn through a book. Looking back, it wasn't difficult at all. Jolie exclaimed. He hadn't slept for a day and a night, and he still didn't have an ounce of drowsiness at all. Study time is precious. Since you're not sleepy, let's continue. Just as he was about to continue his review, suddenly glanced at the book that his homeroom teacher had given him. He loosened his arms while setting aside the high school textbook and picking up the writings of that Jean Dan real person and worshipping them. 2 days later, Jolie's room had turned into a shambles. The floor was full of crumpled up papers with some specks of depictions on them. And at this moment, Jolie, with reddened eyes and a face filled with the color of exhaustion, however, his eyes were filled with a desire to know. This 10,000 rune master, so powerful. The talismanic method, it turns out to be so profound and profound. Originally, he was just curious about what this book, a Jean Dan realist explaining the 108 roads of talismans, which his homeroom teacher had pushed so hard, was actually about. But after reading it, he realized that the talisman one is really profound. This book does not come up and explain all the basic, trivial and scattered points of knowledge. Instead, it started with a single powerful talisman and carefully disassembled each step, interspersing each step with each fine point, and the role and efficacy that this point plays in the overall talisman, In the end, from point to point, it was fully linked together to realize an extremely powerful talisman that. The impact of different choices at various points in the process on the effectiveness of the talisman will also be explored. This detailed explanation of the oversized project leaves one wanting for more. Jolie immediately found a talismanic pen and talismanic paper, studied the talismanic ink, and followed the books to directly practice. Of course, this process is naturally inevitable failure. But it is possible to know how many steps away from success you are through the steps disassembled in the book. So after failing hundreds of times in 2 days, he finally drew the first talisman. It was a first-rank advanced timed fire blast talisman. It was capable of timing explosions according to the rhythm of the caster's release of spiritual energy. The inscriptions required to be drawn for such talismans were extremely complicated and consumed a great deal of energy. However, after the 10,000 talisman master disassembled them, each step became very simple and easy to realize. This was also relative to Jolie, who had awakened his divine consciousness. Ordinary people drawing naturally wouldn't be simple. After drawing it, Jolie directly tried it out. He injected the left 3 short spiritual powers into the talisman, and then threw the talisman in the air. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, a burst of fire appeared and the talisman directly burned in midair. This was because the talisman pens, talisman paper, and talisman ink he used were all experimental supplies, with extremely simple materials that. These are also the most commonly used teaching implements in schools, So the power aspect is also many times worse than the genuine ones. After completing this first talisman, he felt as if his high school knowledge of the talismanic subject had gradually become a hole under the string of this timed fire blast talisman. The fragmented knowledge in the books that. Different positioning in the talisman gradually in its mind actually constructed a basic prototype, Only this prototype is still a little vague, not specific enough. Just as he wanted to continue to delve into it, a tidal wave of sleepiness came from his mind. It was really because he had used his brain a little too much in the past 2 days. Even if he had awakened his divine sense, he was somewhat unable to withstand such intense study. It's better to take a nap first. If we continue to force ourselves to study, our efficiency will only get lower and lower. He didn't force himself to do so, and simply fell back to sleep. This sleep directly slept for a day and a night. When it woke up from the bed again, it was just at noon and the blazing sun was in the middle of the sky, casting a fiery glow. Jolie woke up with a start, only to feel refreshed, and the original fatigue was swept away. Divine sense seemed to have refined a bit as well. Damn it, refining medicine. He suddenly remembered promising that black-robed man that he would refine medicine. After his return home, he was so engrossed in the study of talismans that he directly forgot about it. It was not until just now that he thought of it. That's $1 million, I've never seen that much money in my life. It's already the fourth day, I have to hurry to the library to check the information. Jolie hurriedly washed and cleaned up, then headed straight to the library. The library in Nanzhou City was huge, covering an area of over 100,000 square feet. There are 5 floors in total. Looking at the shape of the outside, it was like a huge turtle shell, very peculiar. Entering inside the library, there wasn't a lot of foot traffic, only a sparse dozen or so people sitting there reading books. There were also quite a few people who were flipping through the books and taking notes. Jolie had been here a few times before, and lightly. The books he was looking for this time in the pill refining category were on the 3rd floor. After entering the 3rd floor, what met his eyes was a wide variety of books in a wide variety of categories. All of these books had a prohibition applied to them to prevent them from decaying. On the east side were books explaining various medicinal herbs, equipment for medicinal furnaces, types of earth fires, and many other things. On the south side were books explaining refining techniques, means of awakening medicines, ways of quenching, detailed explanations of medicinal formulas, and so on and so forth. It could be described as a sea of books. The Immortal Mansion has been ruling the world for so many years, and there are as many cultivators as there are people. The many pill refining experiences gathered were extremely astonishing. Jolie first walked over to the booth, opened the large screen, and entered some of the herbs he was looking for. It was a good thing that several of them were documented on this level. He went to check the specific books after noting the corresponding shelves. Why her? Just as Jolie walked over to the peripheral bookshelves and started rummaging through the books, unintentionally saw a familiar figure. It was none other than Nie Xian, the number 1 in their class and in the school. She was seen wearing a white dress with a ponytail and was looking down as she flipped through her books. Her breath was like an orchid, noble and elegant, standing there like a flower. Her white face was flawless, and her immortal face was like jade, like a fairy who came out of a painting, attracting the attention of many people. There were many boys who pretended to be looking for books in the nearby bookshelves, their eyes glancing in her direction from time to time. Jolie hesitated for a moment, thinking about whether or not to go and say hello. But then he felt that although the two were in the same class, they never crossed paths much. It's not a good idea to go up and say hello. Maybe the other party doesn't even recognize him. So he just took a couple of books and went to the table behind the other bookshelf and flipped through them. Away, out of sight, out of mind. I don't know how long it took for. Just as he was making notes on the herbs he had rummaged through, suddenly, he heard a sound of greeting from the side. "You're Joe from our class, right?" Jolie looked up and saw that it was none other than the school beauty, Nie Xian. She was holding a thick book in her right hand, and her left hand was also resting on a bookshelf. It seemed that she had stumbled upon Jolie while looking for a book. Jolie saw Nie's schoolgirl greet him so graciously when she saw him. He felt that his earlier behavior of pretending not to see her was a bit petty. There was also an awkward smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Nie, what a coincidence." Nie Xian pulled out another thick book from the shelf and, with the 2 books piled on top of each other and cupped in her hands, she walked over towards Jolie's side. Jolie had never dealt with this kind of situation before, and didn't know how to deal with it. He just dryly got up to greet him. And then, not knowing what to say, still squeezed out a sentence to avoid embarrassment. "How come you weren't at the rally?" Then he saw that Nie Xian placed the book in her hand directly on the seat opposite of him and an appearance of wanting to study here. It was summer at this time, and Nie Xian's exposed lotus root white arms were white and translucent. A jade-like immortal face was even more like glowing, firmly attracting the gazes of many people around. It was a good thing that Jolie's mind was full of all kinds of medicinal herbs at the moment. He was not taken in by his face for the time being. "I participated in that intensive training during my freshman year of high school, and I didn't find it interesting and a waste of time, so I didn't go." Nie Xian responded briefly before sitting down and flipping through her books. Jolie saw the 10-centimeter thick book in her hand and curiously looked at the cover. The complete book of second-order Earth attribute talisman drawing. Next to the book was the notebook, which was densely packed with most of the writing already finished. He couldn't help but utter an exclamation. "You're reading up on second-order talismans now, impressive." Second-order talismans, totally a college course. There are even quite a few universities whose talisman section is to make becoming a second-order talisman certified master as a graduation condition. I didn't realize that Nie University's schoolteacher had already researched it just after the end of his second year of high school. There was a sigh of relief in his heart. He himself is still busy with the college entrance exams, reviewing his high school curriculum. This school bully has already taught himself the contents of the university. The gap between people, how can it be so big? Chapter 19, Children of a Jindan Realist. "It's average, I'm just looking blindly." Nie Shueba responded modestly. As she spoke, she skillfully spread out her book and flipped to the page she was reading. This was already the second tenth of the thick book, and it was almost finished. By the way, how come you didn't go to the set either? Nia Xian asked one more time. Jolie was embarrassed. My grades are a bit poor, so it's useless to go. Might as well fool around at home by yourself. At this moment, Nia Xian smiled slightly apologetically as if she had remembered something. Excuse me, can I sit here? This smile was like a hibiscus showing its buds and an immortal blooming, extremely eye-pleasing. I'm tired of people hitting on me all the time. Jolie instantly understood that. This was to use himself as a shield. Oh, can. Although the two of them usually don't have much friendship, but after all, they are in the same class, the small matter is still no problem. As long as they don't bother themselves. After saying that, he also continued to lower his head and study the herbs. The Dan formula given by that man in black was very rare, and the herbs were relatively hard to find. He flipped through several books in a row before finding the relevant content. The descriptions of the herbs in it were quite detailed, so he combined them with the knowledge of pill refining he had learned in those previous years and he guessed the condensation techniques based on the characteristics of these herbs. Some of them he really couldn't figure out, so he went to find a few related books to study. This study is learned at night. The chairs in this library are not very good. It's a bit painful to sit in one position for a long time. He rubbed his shoulders and back end. At the same time, he curiously looked across the room in Nia Xian's direction, only to see that Nia Xian was using a pen to draw an extremely complicated talisman on her notebook. It had been densely drawn all over the page, and it was also unknown what material the pen and book she used were, unlike talismanic pens and talismanic paper. However, the talismans drawn had a slight aura, as if they were real. Jolie sighed in his heart, awesome. I wonder when I'll be able to reach this level as well. The complexity of the talismans drawn by Nia Xian had far exceeded his level, even with the added power of divine sense, within 2 or 3 years, he estimated that it would be difficult for him to reach Nia Xian's current level. However, looking at it, he did feel that Nia Xian's drawing technique was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Suddenly, he snapped to mind that. Wasn't this the same idea of drawing as the one on top of the book? A Jindan realist explains the 108 roads of talismans, authored by the 10,000 talismans realist? Previously, he was trying to figure it out on his own. Now realistically seeing someone demonstrating this maneuver in front of him, the epiphany was immediately deepened by another layer. Moreover, Nia Xian seemed to be deeply in touch with the essence of that 10,000 symbols realist's techniques. Both the smoothness of her strokes and her skill were several levels higher than a beginner like him. Did you also read that book, Golden Dan Realist Explains 108 Talismans? With this question, Jolie almost blurted out. When Nia Xian, who was concentrating on drawing the talisman, heard these words, she raised her head towards him in curiosity. Jolie hurriedly explained, I see that your drawing ideas and techniques are quite similar to those in that book. Nia Xian said indifferently, that's a book written by my father, have you read it too? Then he spat out, I told him that the title of that book was too corny. A lot of trashy books are something like Golden Dan Realist Teach You, Genjiing Shangren True Explanation, or something like that, it's all rotten. My dad nonetheless wouldn't listen and insisted on using that name. Once talking about the book, the beautiful woman who was extremely high and cold in the eyes of Jolie seemed to have opened the box of words. There was a wave of resentment rising. He wouldn't listen even after telling him several times, and finally published it with that crap title. The result was predictable, with dismal sales. I didn't realize that the beautiful schoolteacher in front of me was the daughter of a Jindan real person. Jolie was also stunned for a moment. In the Immortal Mansion, the highest cultivation level was a Yuaning level cultivator. Other than that, it's a Jindan realist. Each one of them had a prominent position on the blue water planet. It was someone who stood at the tip of the pyramid. Jolie never dreamed that among his classmates, there was a descendant of a Jindan realist. Then he looked at the incredibly thick second-order talisman book that Nia Xian, as a prospective senior, was about to finish reading. He immediately felt incomparably normal, not the slightest bit out of place anymore. By the way, I saw that the 10,000 talismans realist mentioned in his book that various functions can be added to talismans to make it a system. I think that's an interesting idea, it's becoming somewhat similar to the puppet section. But there are differences between the two, and it should be a way forward. Jolie first skimmed through the book in general a few days ago, and summarized the idea that admiring the whimsicality of that real person. And only then did he begin to read and scrutinize the talisman, starting with the first replica, Now seeing the author's daughter, it was natural to marvel at You certainly can't go wrong with complimenting someone anyway. That Nia Xian's eyes changed a bit as she looked at him and said in a long voice. You're right, father does have some ideas on the future direction of talismans. Thoughts that may have been inadvertently included while writing this book. He thinks that the function of the current talisman is now too singular, and a lot of the functional potential has not been tapped. Recently, he has been drumming up a talisman synthesis technique. It's about stringing together the effects of more than a dozen talismans into a whole, just like one. For example, by combining the tracking talisman with the fire blast talisman and the blistering speed talisman into one, it's entirely possible to synthesize a talisman that quickly tracks and locates and kills opponents. Jolie's eyes lit up, feeling that this idea was very novel. If this could really be done, and various talismans could be freely synthesized, it would be no less than a major change to the talismanic art. Did that 10,000 talismans real person succeed? He inquired with incomparable concern. Nie Xian sighed, if only it were really that simple. Anyway, it's still being researched and there are some results, but there should be more problems. Perhaps it was the topic of talismans that brought the two closer together. Jolie spoke without the previous constraints and casually suggested, "Why don't your dad try putting a chip on the talisman?" Nowadays, there are many puppets in the immortal mansion that are capable of releasing many kinds of spells or those that are fitted with special chips. Perhaps installing a chip can greatly reduce the difficulty of synthesizing. Nie Xian shook his head. It's already been tried. He's already gotten some close friends to customize more than a dozen chips, and it still doesn't work. This time it was his turn for Jolie to be dumbfounded. She just mentioned it casually. I didn't realize that the 10,000 symbols real person had tried it directly. Nie Xian suddenly asked rhetorically as she chatted, I see that you seem to be reading books related to pill refining. Why are you so interested in talismans? Jolie knows his own business. He was afraid of the talisman section before, after all, he has not been able to pass the practical exercises. The level of the talisman section has been raised in the past few days, so it's not even close to being interested. But he wouldn't tell that to the beauty in front of him truthfully. Oh, usually I quite like to study talismans, and sometimes I also refine some medicine to earn extra money. I just took an order for refining medicine 2 days ago, and some of the herbs in it are unfamiliar, so I came to the library to look for information. Nie Xian nodded indistinctly, no wonder I've never seen you here before. She added curiously, which herbs are you not familiar with? My sister-in-law is also a pill refiner, she knows quite a bit from ear to ear for so many years, so she can help you with your counseling. Hearing this, Jolie's eyes lit up, right, this is the child of a Jindan realist, who has seen a lot and definitely knows more than himself. Saying this, he immediately handed over the prescription. There were also a few circles drawn on it, labeling those herbs that he wasn't sure about. Which would have thought that the moment he saw this prescription, Nie Xian's face instantly darkened. The tone of his voice was filled with coldness as he directly questioned. This prescription, where did you get it from? Chapter 20 Forbidden Medicine. What's wrong with that? Hearing that Nie Xian's tone had changed, Jolie was also slightly stunned and said truthfully again. That was a customer I met in the pill hall, he didn't say anything, he just asked me to help refine pills. Nie Xian said coldly as her eyes stared at him intently. This is the forbidden medicine used to take over the body. Upon hearing the word take over, Jolie also thought of something and his face brushed white. In the blue water planet under the immortal mansion, the vast majority of the people possessed spiritual roots. It can almost be said that all people are practicing immortal cultivation. But there are still some people who can't cultivate no matter what, who are completely unable to embark on the path of cultivation, And so there were those who drummed up this prescription that could help with the taking of the body, And the market is still extremely broad. There are even quite a few cultivators with inferior spiritual roots who want to take over those earth spiritual roots and heavenly spiritual roots. This has created a very bad influence in the immortal mansion. It has now been explicitly stated that the refining of such medicines is strictly forbidden. Once discovered, they are severely punished. In severe cases, the death penalty will be imposed, and in less severe cases, at least life imprisonment will be imposed. That was why Jolie was so alarmed. Then let's go to the law enforcement team now and make this clear. He understood the seriousness of the matter and that hiding it would be found out sooner or later. So he went directly to the law enforcement team to make things clear. He also finally realized why the man had wrapped himself up so tightly and, moreover, he had already indicated that he was an apprentice and he had given himself such a high reward for refining pills. He is bullying himself for not seeing and recognizing this forbidden medicine. I thought it was an ordinary list for refining medicines. I didn't expect it to be such a dangerous line of work on the inside, and I almost let myself be doomed. At this point, Nie Xian also finally believed that the classmate in front of her was indeed uninformed that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of going to the law enforcement team in the first place. Don't worry, as long as you make the situation clear, the law enforcement team won't make things difficult for you. Nie Xian spoke out to comfort. Jolie hurriedly returned the book, while directly addressing Nie Xian. I'll go back to the pill house now to bring that black-clothed man's herbs with me and report it to the law enforcement team. I would like to ask you to be a piece of it, to be a witness for me. After thinking about it, big beautiful Nie nodded her head in agreement as well. The two of them returned to the heavenly boat apothecary piece by piece, took the bag of herbs and the bank card that hadn't been warmed up yet. They headed straight to the law enforcement team. After reporting the case, making a statement, and taking evidence, it was already the wee hours of the morning. Looking at the law enforcement team members walking out of the pharmacy, Jolie finally let out a long sigh of relief. At that time, after he went to report the case, the people from the law enforcement team took it very seriously and, after making a statement, they sent someone to retrieve all the surveillance cameras in the vicinity of the pharmacy. And then immediately launched a manhunt. It was determined that Jolie was also the victim, and after asking for the relevant details again, he was allowed to go home. Thank you so much this time. If it wasn't for your timely reminder, perhaps I would have already committed a major crime. It's also fortunate that you spoke up for me when the statement was taken, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to go home so quickly. He was still a bit scared when he thought about it. It was fine if he couldn't refine it, but if he really did refine that forbidden medicine. If the law enforcement team comes to the door later, I'm afraid he'll be locked up for at least a few decades, and his life will be ruined. Nie Xian just smiled and nodded. It's everyone's responsibility to maintain good social security, Jolie said with an apologetic face as he saw that she had stayed with him until so late. I'll treat you to a meal as a thank you. Nie Xian faintly shook her head. It's what I should do. It's so late, I should go home. Without waiting for Jolie to reply, he left on his own. After Nie Xian left, Jolie looked towards the medicine hall and also let out a deep breath. I didn't expect the first order of business to be so yellow. There was also a faint sense of loss in his heart that he had just made great progress in refining medicine when he received the order, and his heart was naturally full of energy. But after this incident, motivation was dealt a severe blow. In the future, it's better not to take this kind of orders from unknown sources, it's too dangerous. It's better to cultivate properly and pass the entrance exam first. Losing money is better than losing your life. He reassured himself and went back home after closing the door of the pharmacy. Back in his room, Jolie gathered his thoughts and then he took out another tube of purple-yellow scatter. This was the first potion he had ever refined for his own cultivation, and he was very satisfied with its effects. The speed of his cultivation last time, which was like a rocket, was still fresh in his mind. The sense of loss of losing $1 million bill was swept away. He immediately took the potion, while taking out his spirit stones and began to cultivate. A massive amount of spiritual energy immediately surged into his meridians like a tidal wave. He immediately revolved the 5 elements true technique, refining this spiritual energy and transforming it into his own cultivation. The clock ticks and starts ticking. It's only been less than half a day since. Jolie suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with doubt. He looked down and the piece of spirit stone held in his hand had lost all of its aura, completely losing its luster and being reduced to a waste stone. Just moments ago, he was immersed in raising his cultivation level. Suddenly, he felt that the speed of absorbing and refining spiritual energy had greatly decreased. Only then did he wake up from his cultivation state and subconsciously looked at the spirit stone in his hand. As expected, it was the reimbursement of the spirit stones in his hand that caused the cultivation speed to drop drastically. With the potion boost, the cultivation speed has indeed increased, but the consumption of spirit stones has also become greater. Jolie understood the reason when he thought about it, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. In the beginning, it took him 2 or 3 days of uninterrupted cultivation to consume a single spirit stone. Nowadays, it only takes a dozen hours or so to. The cultivation time was greatly shortened, but the resources had increased exponentially. He counted his remaining spirit stones, and there were only 20 left. He had spent too much on buying herbs and some artifacts last time and, however, those herb purchases weren't a loss at all. The medicinal properties of the purple-yellow scatter greatly exceeded his expectations. At this rate of cultivation, it's estimated that we'll be able to consume all the spirit stones by next week. It seems that the grand plan of earning spirit stones will have to be quickly put on the agenda. Let's go set up a stall once the effects of this potion have passed. This kind of blissful annoyance is really giving it a bit of a headache. Unwillingly, he once again took out a spirit stone and entered the cultivation state. Traveling once again through the 2 boundary beads on the streets of the 7-league city, Jolie had the illusion that it was like a lifetime ago. The 7 Alliance City, as the largest city within a radius of thousands of miles. It's firmly entrenched at the entrance of the million. It's jointly guarded by the 7 major sects, so security is guaranteed. It has already become a place where many cultivators must stay when they go into the mountains to hunt for demonic beast materials. Every day, a huge amount of demonic beast materials, formations, pills, talismans, and magic weapons are traded here, making it extremely prosperous. Even disciples of sects from other regions and casual cultivators came here to buy the materials they needed. So not only were there numerous stores here, there were also countless ground stalls. Jolie strolled around the city for a day and learned quite a few messages. The first was the rules for setting up stalls. Each street has its own spokesperson, and by paying a certain amount of spirit stones, one can obtain a stall that one could sell all sorts of things within the demarcated area. Then there is the issue of pricing of individual talismans. The first order lower grade talismans were sold for around 1 spirit stone. The middle grade of the first order is 2 to 3 spirit stones. But the top grade of the first rank can be sold for 10 to 15 spirit stones. When Jolie thought about it, he understood that most of the cultivators in the city were above the 7th level of chi practicing. Basically, only a first-order upper-grade talisman could pose a threat to someone of that cultivation level. Naturally, it became a sought-after item, and it was inevitable that it would be priced a great deal more expensive. And when a talisman reaches the second rank, the price is completely different again. It's the second-order lower-grade talisman, the base price is 30 spirit stones upwards. If it was a more powerful one, it could be sold for over 40 spirit stones. It's just that these second-order talismans are rarely seen at the stalls. Only some stores sell them. After all, these can be used as the bottom card of a chi refining stage loose cultivator and will not be easily taken out to show others. More often than not, they are used to save one's life. After some research, Jolie set up a program to focus on selling first-order upper-grade talismans. This was also within the spending power of most casual cultivators. A small number of first-order mid-grade ones and second-order ones were sold, which was considered to give the customers some space to pick and choose. After deciding on the selling price, the next step is to stock up. I'm going to need a sufficient amount of talismans for this. And buying talismans requires some money. It seems that another trip to the grocery store is necessary. Nowadays, Jolie's fastest way to get money on this side of the blue water planet was to sell talismans. He immediately thought of the messy things in the bag that he had bought for 30 spirit stones last time. There was also a fist-sized piece of iron. After taking it to the grocery store, I accidentally realized that the iron block was worth quite a lot of money. Surprisingly, it was a relatively rare piece of metal and it was directly sold for more than $1,700,000. The other miscellaneous ones added up to nearly $2 million sold this time. This has made Jolie very happy. Immediately put almost all of his money into buying talismans. On a scale of 1:8:1, 10% of what you buy is first order medium, 80% is first order upper, and 10% is second order lower. The seller sent a full 2 boxes of goods. Chapter 21 The First Bucket of Gold. Steward Zhao, this is the stall fee. Jolie very politely offered 2 spirit stones. That Steward Zhao's cultivation level was around the 10th level of chi refining. Was reclining on a chair, shaking a fan in one hand and half squinting his eyes. He is the steward of this East 10th Street. The place where Jolie wanted to set up his stall was the zone under his jurisdiction. Steward Zhao squinted at the 2 spirit stones and had absolutely no intention of getting up. Instead, he took them and proceeded to pull out a sign with a number written on it and threw it at Jolie. Booth number 36, return the sign at night. Jolie nodded and took the sign. I know, thanks Law. After saying that, he went straight out the door and headed for his stall. That Steward Zhao snorted coldly at his back. What do you know? Youngster, don't know a thing, you'll have you begging me in a couple days. Jolie headed towards his own stall. It was actually at the end of a street, and further on was the thick and high city wall that it can be said to be rarely visited. It was a stark contrast to the constant flow of people on Main Street. All the way to his stall, there were quite a few peers who were also similarly selling talismans. However, Jolie was in no hurry. He was confident that the quality of his talismans was far superior to the goods from the stalls of other loose cultivators. As long as there were customers coming, they would surely praise them, spread the word by word of mouth, and their sales would skyrocket. Coming to the stall, following the example of the other casual cultivators and spreading a piece of cloth on the ground, and then placed the talismans for sale on it. He also pulled out a small matzah and sat down comfortably and then it was time to wait for the first customer to come in. I didn't realize it would be a day. No one came to ask for a price. On the contrary, the stall next to it that sells demonic beast materials has made several deals. This made Jolie doubly frustrated. Fellow Taoist, looking at you, it should be your first time coming to a stall, right? The stall owner next to him had almost sold his things and began to close up his stall. Jolie nodded helplessly. It is indeed the first time. The stall owner laughed and said that Steward Zhao's nickname is Zhao Pickpocket, so he bullies us casual cultivators. He said 2 spirit stones, did you really just give 2? Hearing these words, Jolie instantly understood that. Dare I say that one would need to pay more spirit stones for a good stall. He was a bit disbelieving. It can only be cheaper for that guy? Your stall is similar to mine, isn't it sold out too? The stall owner shook his head. Those who come to buy from me are all regular customers. When I have new materials, I'll send out a sound transmission to notify them. This stall owner packed up and left. It was Jolie's first time to set up a stall, so he didn't know the tricks of the trade. However, its heart was also somewhat unconvinced. I don't believe that I can't sell anything without a good location. The next day, he still paid 2 spirit stones and still came to this location. The stall owner next to him was also out of his stall today and shook his head slightly as he looked at Jolie, whose head iron did not listen to advice. However, today Jolie is no longer sitting dryly, but has switched his strategy to He directly put labels and prices around the individual talismans, the labels were misplaced. A first-order top-grade fire manganese talisman had been labeled as a first-order middle grade by its. Originally, the market price of this talisman was around 13 spirit stones. He also directly marked the price as 7 spirit stones. The second-order lower-grade chaotic arrow talisman originally required almost 35 spirit stones or so. His price was directly labeled as 20 pieces, and it was also marked as a first-order upper grade. The stall owner next to him was a bit confused and kindly reminded him, "Fellow Daoist, your talisman is wrongly affixed." Although this stall owner did not know anything about talismans, he could tell from the strength of the spiritual energy flowing out. How to know Jolie but pretended not to hear, self-centered holding a black altar, directly crying. "Uncle, you died so tragically. Why did you go so suddenly? What am I going to do when you're gone?" With a voice of grief and intense emotion that traveled a long distance, the immediately drew the attention of several passers-by. But they were all here to see Jolie perform. After all, most of those who set up stalls here were peaceful and quiet, rarely making such a big noise. She gradually came to the people. Jolie will no longer own shouting, but toward the crowd crying, "Fellow fathers, fellow Taoists. My uncle was originally a second-rank talisman master, and he brought me out of my home, saying that he wanted to lead me to the path of immortality. Unexpectedly, a few days ago, he was killed in a million mountains, leaving behind only these talismans. I don't know much about talismans either. I don't know if the markings are right. I implore you all to do me a favor and buy my uncle's relics so that I can take his ashes back home with me soon." This story was told in a colorful manner. These casual cultivators who walk on the tip of the sword every day also empathize with the story and can't help but stop and listen for a while longer. From time to time, they also pointed at that altar and advised Jolie to be sad, seeing that there were people gathered over here. The number of people who are curious about it is also increasing, and it soon crowded the stalls. After listening to Jolie's narration, many people also cast their eyes on the stall. "This talisman, so exquisite." Some casual cultivators knew some talisman refining techniques and were immediately attracted to these talismans. "This talisman is smooth and rounded between one stroke, without the slightest bit of lag, and I'm afraid the effect is far beyond ordinary talismans as well. Only an incredibly experienced talisman master can draw it." He took another look at the price and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart drumming. "So cheap? How can a first-order upper-grade product of such good quality only sell for 7 spirit stones? It's normal for it to be 2 or 3 times more expensive." At this time, there were others who noticed the unusual quality of the talismans on this stall. A kind female cultivator kindly reminded, "Fellow Taoist, are you posting this price?" Before she could finish her sentence, the male companion next to her covered her mouth and her male companion gritted his teeth and immediately pulled out 21 spirit stones. "I'll buy 3 of these fire mang charms." Seeing this, Jolie immediately accepted the spirit stones and handed over the talismans. Under his breath, he also kept saying, "Thank you, thank you, thank you kind people. My uncle and I will thank you." The male cultivator got the talisman and injected his spiritual energy to try it out, and his eyes lit up. This talisman was not only extremely sensitive to the injected spiritual energy, and the power seems to be a few points greater than that of talismans of the same rank. He was overjoyed in his heart and immediately whispered to the female cultivator, "Do you have any more spirit stones on you? Quickly take them out. This stupid kid doesn't know his way around. A first-order upper-grade talisman of such high quality is being resold at a first-order mid-grade price. We hurriedly have to buy more. After this village there won't be this store anymore." That female cultivator also nodded immediately upon hearing this, and immediately pulled out her spirit stones without hesitation. She spent 20 spirit stones to buy a second-order lower-grade talisman, and another 21 spirit stones to buy 3 first-order upper-grade ones. This time, the surrounding people who were still spectating were not calm anymore. The first person to eat crabs directly shelled out his entire fortune to buy these talismans. It had already explained the problem that the scene instantly caught fire. The scene set off a frenzy of talisman snatching. It didn't take long for the news from this side to spread directly all around. It said that there was a stupid kid who was short of heart, selling talismans cheaply, and selling good things as trash. There were many more cultivators who came to the stall and snatched the talismans like crazy. "Everyone, I'm really sorry, thanks to your love, today's talismans have been sold out." In less than 2 hours before and after, the talismans on the stall were all empty. Chapter 22 earned 10,000 spirit stones. Jolie's heart was about to turn over with joy. "I didn't expect this marketing of his to be so effective. It had recruited so many customers in one go. Every cultivator in front of him was as if he had killed his eyes, constantly hissing to buy talismans." This scene was really the same as the fanatical fans chasing after the big stars on the blue water planet. But he wasn't stupid, he wouldn't sell them all at once at a cheap price. The first batch of 100 talismans was just throwing stones. It's just used to attract attention. As long as these cultivators know that the quality of the talismans produced by this batch of precision machinery in their hands far exceeds that of the hand-painted ones by the cultivators over here, they will still come back to buy from their own side. At that time, it won't be at that price. Thank you. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your help. My uncle's relics have finally been partially sold. For those Taoists who didn't buy it, please also rest assured that I will only take out a portion of my uncle's relics this time. After I go back today and pack up again, I might be able to organize another part of it. Tomorrow I'll still set up a stall here, so I hope that all of you Taoists will still be as enthusiastic as you were today. After saying that, he started to pack up his stall. Left under the admiring gaze of the stall owner next to him, Jolie circled around the city a few more times to make sure there was no one behind him, before re-entered the inn. Today, these 100 talismans were sold, earning a full 900 plus spirit stones. These alone were already completely enough to support his cultivation until the college entrance exam. He couldn't possibly cultivate 24 hours a day, after all. Setting aside 12 hours a day was already very good. We'll have to raise the price tomorrow. As for the price, the talismans of the top grade of the first rank will first be raised to 10 spirit stones, and the ones of the lower grade of the second rank will be raised to 30 spirit stones. The first order mid-grade one is still one piece, keep it unchanged. It's not like we're relying on it to make money anyway, think of it as a sales rush. Jolie thought about the horrifying enthusiasm of those cultivators today, and the news would attract even more customers after tonight's fermentation. Tomorrow is going to be a doozy. Tomorrow I'll get out all the remaining talismans. Also, keep ordering some from the internet. This is a rare opportunity to earn spirit stones, and the previous beats have been laid out, so it would be a shame not to take advantage of it. He immediately rummaged through the things he had gotten earlier again and, except for the yellow blade and the bag of herbs, all the other materials, magic weapons, and so on were all taken and sold. Even the 2 flying daggers that were reserved for his own use were sold without hesitation. In exchange for this, he got more than $3 million. This time, he switched to several online stores and purchased boxes of talismans from each. Only $1 million was left on hand for backup, and the rest were all bought and bought and bought. All of this was done in a hurry, and it was a new day. Sure enough, early in the morning of the third day, Jolie hadn't even arrived at the stall yet. A sea of people had already gathered there. These were all cultivators who had come here in admiration, and most of them were new faces. With those talismans that Jolie had just sold yesterday, there were immediately people who had gone to hunt the demonic beasts. It was discovered that not only were these talismans cast at a surprisingly fast speed, without any blockage, and their power was also extremely extraordinary, much stronger than the ones bought in the past. Immediately won a good reputation. As word spread, more and more people knew that there was a silly boy selling good talismans cheaply at the stall here. Except for the newcomers. There are also quite a few who went back yesterday and borrowed a large amount of spirit stones from their friends and relatives, and continue to come to buy. It can be described as a sea of people. Jolie, the stall owner, almost didn't manage to squeeze in. Coming. I don't know who shouted. A group of red-eyed customers stared at Jolie in unison. The scene was as if they were trying to eat someone, and he was covered in chills. Boss, Old Me has been waiting for you all night, hurry up and open the sale. A burly cultivator had already clutched the spirit stone in his hand, and was anxious to buy it. He almost shoved the spirit stone directly into his hand. How much of your uncle's relics did you sort out when you went back to sort them out yesterday? It won't be as little as yesterday, will it? Almost everyone in the room accepted his setting from yesterday. After all, in the eyes of these people, being able to sell talismans of such superior quality at such a low price, either they were brain dead or they really didn't know how to read. Jolie waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said with a smile, I'm grateful to all of you, fellow Taoists, for being so fond of the talismans drawn by my uncle. I went back yesterday, rummaged through the boxes, and finally found another batch of talismans, far more than yesterday's. Saying that, he took out that altar again, crying out with emotion. However, this may be the last batch of Uncle's relics. I'm a bit reluctant to part with it. This has caused a group of people in the room to get anxious and break into a fit of rage. Are you still selling? That's right, if you don't stop stalling, I'll raise your uncle's ashes. Speed sell, I'm going into the mountains in the afternoon, I desperately need this talisman of yours to save my life. Jolie continued as he saw the angry crowd in front of him each about to hit someone. I've heard that many of you are cursing my little cutie behind my back is being cheap. I also think I've tarnished my uncle's heart. So, I'm going to raise the price a bit today, so I can't let my uncle's hard work go to waste. Then the first rank middle grade 1 goes up to 10 spirit stones, and the first rank upper grade 1 goes up to 30 spirit stones. Here he was continuing his stupid boy persona from yesterday. Continuing to buy the second order lower grade ones as if they were first order upper grade ones. As expected, the crowd that was originally cursing and grumbling heard this price and Their faces were all smiles, the corners of their mouths were grinning up to their ears. Compared to the real price of those talismans, the additional spirit stones were completely insufficient. What followed was another frenzied rush. This time, when they were all sold out, his throat was hoarse. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the mysterious space of the two worlds' pearls. With so many spirit stones, he wouldn't be able to fit them in his bag, and even carrying them back to the inn would be a big problem. Luckily, while he was selling, he was putting the spirit stones into the space. When he finally finished, he only left a few hundred pieces in the bag for show. He returned home and counted it, and together with what he sold yesterday, he had made almost 5,000 spirit stones. Such a large amount of money directly made his hands dance with excitement. If all of this could be converted into Blue Mercury's currency, he would directly become a billionaire. After his ecstasy, he placed all the spirit stones in the space of the two worlds bead, and only when he cultivated would he take out a piece. Such a large wealth of spirit stones should never be revealed on the blue water planet. It wasn't long after the talismans that were ordered and purchased had arrived. Jolie arrived at the stall, still following the original routine of first, he cried a wave of uncle, and hugged the empty altar in remembrance. And then say that some more relics have been rummaged up somewhere. And emphasizing that this might be the last of them. So it's got to be a price increase. But this time, only 2 spirit stones were added to the top grade of the first order, and 5 spirit stones were added to the bottom grade of the second order. As a result, the scene was just as hot as ever. This time, he's got about 3/4 of what he's got in his hands, leaving behind nearly 100 talismans. On the 5th day, he followed the same routine of saying that another batch had been dug up underneath his uncle's cave. It's definitely the last batch, with another piece added to the top grade of the first order, and 2 pieces added to the bottom grade of the second order. However, at this time, there were also a lot fewer cultivators on the sidelines than the previous 2 days. Those who had the money to spend had pretty much bought it all already. Those who can't afford it still can't afford it. After closing the stall today, he actually had 8 talismans left in his hand. It seems that this routine has come to an end. However, I've earned enough, and I won't have to worry about spirit stones for a long time to come. He tidied up his stall and looked to the side again, and because his business was so hot and crowded, the stall owner next to him hadn't come to set up his stall for the past 2 days. He smiled apologetically and headed directly towards the inn. Just as Jolie was happily returning to the inn, at this moment, there was already a group of cultivators staring at him. I've been staring at this kid for days. He's been making a fortune selling talismans lately. It's estimated that it must be at least 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. A stall owner with a long horse face looked at the departing Jolie, his eyes dead set on the bag he was carrying. He sold so many spirit stones today, how come the bag on him is so deflated? A burly stall owner next to him also stared closely at Jolie and asked suspiciously. The horse-faced cultivator was also very confused before explaining, maybe he has a storage bag on him. After all, he has so many spirit stones, it's not difficult to buy one. The burly stall owner also nodded and said in a resolute tone, this big fat sheep must be slaughtered. If we can take him down, the brothers and sisters will be able to cultivate properly for the next few years, and won't have to come out and risk their lives to earn spirit stones. The horse-faced cultivator nodded as well, inform old 3 and old 5 that, depending on the direction this brat is going, he will pass through their place. Tell the 2 of them to be more spirited, don't let the point get away. Chapter 23, A Sudden Improvement. Jolie had booked 3 months directly at the inn in one breath. After all, he wasn't poor in spirit stones right now, and also intended to use this place as a long-term descent point. After returning home, he couldn't wait to take stock of the inventory once again, and the number took him by surprise. Thanks to the price increase behind him, the latter batch sold for a lot more money. The spirit stone income for these few days added up to more than 11,000 spirit stones. This result had far exceeded his expectations at the time when he only wanted to earn some extra money. With this much spirit stones, I won't have to think about spirit stone resources for years to come. After solving the problem of cultivation resources, we can cultivate in peace next. After all, the most important thing for me at the moment is to first pass the hurdle of the college entrance exam. When he first sold talismans, in the end, it was also for the college entrance exam. It's been almost 10 days since the summer vacation. During this period of time, because of various things, the cultivation has not been able to continue. Now that the potions are available and the spirit stones are complete, I'm finally able to dive into seclusion. Time passes like a white horse. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. Tomorrow, it's the start of the senior year of high school. Jolie also woke up from his state of seclusion to properly prepare for the start of school. During this period of time, his advancement can be described as a sudden and dramatic improvement that, in just 2 short months, cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th level of chi refining, from just stepping into the 6th level of chi refining. Only 1 step short of reaching the 8th level of chi refining. Originally, at this level, according to his qualifications, it would take at least 4 more years to reach it. Now, with enough resources, this progress was accelerated by dozens of times. 10 days ago, the potion he had refined, Purple Yellow San, was also finished, and there was a certain degree of decline in his cultivation speed. However, with the addition of spirit stones, it wasn't too much worse than before, and was barely acceptable. In these 2 months, besides cultivating, he didn't forget to finish his homework and refreshed himself on his freshman and sophomore year of high school. I also asked the teachers of each subject on my cell phone for advice on some difficult points I encounter. In addition to this, he has also been studying the Book of Real Man of 10,000 Talismans, the 108 Roads of Talismans explained by the Real Man of Jindan, with great dedication. Currently, he had already practiced along to the 5th talisman, and had benefited greatly. With his divine sense and skyrocketing cultivation, learning the alchemy course had also become easier for him. In addition to cultivating and studying, he would also do some training targeted at the First Order Alchemist examination. This summer vacation from the 2nd to 3rd year of high school that Jolie had lived through could be said to be the most urgent and elevated as well. For 2 months, there was hardly a moment to spare. Either cultivating or studying, living a very compact life. He stood up, opened the curtains and looked out at the sun, which was no longer so hot, and let out a long breath. Nowadays, I have no problem at all getting into college. In the first mock exam more than 2 months ago, Jolie failed to even reach the university's admission scoreline, filled with uncertainty about the future. Today he is confident, his eyes full of determination, clear about the path he was traveling. Next, I'll have to aim for the 12 academies, or even the 5 university palaces. It's not impossible. He then tidied up his room. He'd hardly cleaned it in the past 2 months, and everywhere was filled with garbage such as papers filled with drawn talismans, drafts for performing formations, and so on. The layers were stacked up to form a mountain of paper. By the time he'd finished organizing it, it was evening. His mom and dad had been busy the last little while, too. Father Zhou was busy because that richest man, Shenlingnan, had opened his field in Nanzhou City. Mother Zhou, on the other hand, had a heavy production load and had to work overtime during this time. It's a good thing there's overtime pay. And with the war on the front tending to stabilize, it shouldn't be long before things get back to normal. After calling to say hello and getting the news that they weren't coming back for the night, Jolie then ate dinner alone and then he went to bed. School starts tomorrow, and he gave himself a vacation today to rest up for the new semester. Early the next morning, Jolie saw his parents sleeping. There's good breakfast on the table. A pang in the heart. Coming back so late and having to make him breakfast. This heavy love is also his motivation to move forward. After eating breakfast, Jolie lightly went out to school. This time, not coincidentally, he met that familiar figure again on the halfway, the once hairy Lu Gaofeng. The two of them had different schools and went out at different times. It's hard for them to meet each other. I've only met them 4 or 5 times in the last 2 years or so. I didn't expect to run straight into it today on the first day of senior year. Lu Gaofeng was at the 7th level of qi cultivation before. I don't know if the intensive training has paid off, but now he has reached the 8th level of qi refining. Only the breath was a little unstable, it looked like it had just broken through not long ago. Then, Mr. Lu Sufeng saw Jolie as well. Sensing his aura, which was not much weaker than his own, his pupils shrunk violently, and a look of incredulity appeared on his face. It was like he had something to say that. But it didn't come out, and after a couple more glances, he walked away without lifting his head. Jolie also wanted to laugh when he thought of Lu Gaofeng's confused expression. Looks like he has a lot of question marks. To put it in perspective, I myself would have to be full of doubts when I see my cultivation rising so fast. This is still me spending half of my time on studying. If it was all used for cultivation, now I would be at least at the peak of the 8th level of qi refining. This little hiccup was simply inconsequential to it. With that mysterious 2 worlds pearl, it's only a matter of time before he surpasses Lu Gaofeng. And he has never taken it as his target or rival. His vision was now much more long-term. Upon arriving in class, students who hadn't seen each other for 2 months chatted happily, all recounting what they had seen and heard over the summer vacation. Especially his classmate, Luo Hu, was telling the 2 female classmates in front of him about his glorious deeds with a fluttering brow. You guys don't know, that big star Monday Fei is so beautiful, the whole person is like a heavenly fairy descending from heaven, the real person is much better looking than on TV. That singing and dancing is even better, it really deserves that saying, it's rare to hear it on earth. He went to see Fei Chao's concert over the summer. As the hottest actress at the moment, whose tickets are very hard to come by, it's rumored that he's the only one in the entire 3rd high school who snagged them. It was only natural for Luo Hu to brag about it. There were other people gathered around and heard his words. A male student was curious. Is she prettier than Nie Xian? Nie Xian from their class was recognized as the school flower. Someone else named her the #1 city flower of Nanzhou City. Luo, who was momentarily speechless as he thought for a moment, then hesitantly said, "It should be about the same. But Monday Faye has more flavor, you know? After all, she's a big star, she definitely has more of that kind of temperament than our students." He added excitedly, "I also got Monday Faye's autograph." The two girls at the table in front of him burst into envy, their gazes filled with worship. After talking about Monday Faye, Luo who talked about other places. "You guys probably don't believe me, I also visited the Thick Earth Academy Palace, one of the 5 university palaces. That place screams luxury, just one of the colleges inside is bigger than our school. The teachers inside are basically all foundation building cultivators. Even, I saw a Jindan real person with my own eyes, the feeling is really different. Such a colorful summer vacation naturally attracted the envy of the surrounding group of students. "Huh, old Joe, you're here, how was your summer vacation?" Seeing that his tablemate had come, Luo who also greeted him warmly. His face was filled with a smug look of. It seemed as if he had a load of things to say that. He's confident that no one has had a more colorful summer vacation than he has had. He also wanted to see the envious look on his tablemates' faces at him. Jolie calmly put his book bag on the table, took out a rag, pulled out the chair and wiped it down. And then casually returned, "The summer vacation was okay, not too bad." Luo who was all smiles, and was just about to say something that. Suddenly sensing the unfathomable aura of spiritual energy on his tablemate, his face changed violently, and he asked in a shocked voice, "Your cultivation?" Jolie smiled faintly, "Luck is good, I accidentally broke through to the 7th level of chi refining." Hearing these words, all the onlooker students were silent, their expressions stunned. Especially Luo who, his face was filled with unbelief. "You went from the 5th level of chi refining, directly to the 7th level of chi refining in one summer vacation? How is this possible?" Chapter 24, The First Day of School. "What tonic did you take? How did you progress so fast?" Luo who asked impatiently. More than 2 months ago, the two of them were still very different from each other in terms of strength. They were both at the 5th level of chi practicing. I didn't expect that after a summer vacation. Jolie had already reached the 7th level of chi practicing, while Luo who was still at the 5th level of chi practicing. Such a huge discrepancy naturally shocked him. Jolie revealed an inscrutable smile, "Maybe I'm just more lucky. Just that inexplicable breakthrough. Go for it too." It was naturally impossible for him to reveal his secret of cultivating with the help of precious spirit stones. Only shrugged it off as luck. Hearing this, Luo who was originally proud and wanted to tell his tablemates about his summer vacation insights, instantly sat paralyzed in his chair like a dried-up balloon, not saying a word. In front of the huge increase in cultivation, nothing was worth mentioning. His own tablemate had broken through directly from the 5th level of chi refining to the 7th level of chi refining in one summer vacation. What could be more amazing than this? In comparison, the things he does can be described as straight-up chicken scratch. "No, I'm going to work on that too." Luo who howled violently, his face filled with determination. "Old Joe and I have similar spiritual roots as you, if you can do this on a summer vacation, it's possible for me to do the same. I've also had enough fun over the summer vacation, I'm going to start the schoolboy serious mode next." A genius too far away to feel much of anything. But the great elevation of his own tablemate could spur him on, with a vengeance, causing a rare desire to seriously cultivate to rise in his eyes. Jolie also encouraged, "Cheer up, it's the last year, don't give up." With that, he took out his textbook and homework. Luo who was beside him, hurriedly said, "Old Joe, lend me your homework to copy. I forgot to bring it when I went out for summer vacation." The man who had been so grandiose just a moment ago was immediately snapped back to reality by his homework. Jolie smiled and directly handed over the homework. "What are you doing here so early?" As they were talking, the school beauty, Nia Xian, also entered the class, attracting a burst of attention from the many boys. Jolie was handing his homework to his deskmate when his eyes also caught sight of Nia Xian, who had come in. As soon as their gazes met, Nia Xian gave a slight nod of greeting to the. Jolie also responded with a smile. "Did you see that? Schoolgirl Nia greeted me. Is it possible that I have some special charm point that she's discovered?" Luo who slapped Jolie with an excited face. Jolie was somewhat speechless at his somewhat narcissistic temperament. "Are you copying the homework?" Hearing the word homework, Luo who hurriedly took it respectfully and began to write furiously. It wasn't long before class president Lin Ku also came to the class and, still holding a large pile of books. It looked like they had arrived early, they should have gone to collect some materials. The aura on Lin Ku's body had also gotten a lot stronger and had also reached the 8th level of chi refining. It also looked like it hadn't been long since he had broken through. "Everyone be quiet, the homeroom teacher will be here later," consciously observed the discipline of the next class. His eyes swept around the whole class and, at the sight of Jolie, his gaze snapped and he looked twice more. Luo who, on the other hand, secretly cursed, "Che, what a drag, putting on a face every day. Not moving to press people with discipline." While speaking, the pen in his hand did not stop. Jolie didn't care much about it, he just silently opened the textbook and reviewed the course. This had become a habit over the past 2 months. If you don't cultivate, you read and study, and if you read, you cultivate. Not long after, the class teacher Su Yangyi walked in, with a worried look on his face. He looked towards the class crowd and said in a long voice, "Summer vacation is over. First of all, congratulations to all of you who are entering your senior year, this is your last year. It's the final ordeal for those who don't like to study, and for those who do it's time to start reaping the rewards. I hope everyone works hard and gets into a good college. Once you go to university, you can temporarily not have to serve on the front line, seize the time of your 10-year university career to improve your cultivation and have a higher chance of survival. There are statistics that show that the disability rate for 5 years of frontline service after high school graduation is between 40 and 50%. College students, on the other hand, are around 10 to 20%. I don't need to tell you what that means, do I?" The moment these words came out, the original joyful atmosphere of the school year was instantly shocked into oblivion. Many students began to talk to each other, discussing the matter of graduating to the front lines. And the homeroom teacher didn't care, seemingly intent on letting the class communicate and share their priorities. Today's blue water star, although it is considered calm under the rule of the immortal mansion. But that's only in the land part. And in the ocean, which occupies 70% of the entire planet, there are countless demonic beasts circling around in. Every student who graduates from high school has to serve on the front lines for 5 years. If they survive, they can choose to transfer or remain on the battlefield. And if you go to college, you can push back the clock by 10 years. With this period of time as a buffer, both the cultivation and the quality of the heart will be raised by a notch. The chances of surviving on the battlefield would be higher. If one could succeed in building a foundation, it would be even more of a big improvement. But all those who have the choice will want to go to the front line after college. Luo Hu, on the other hand, looks fearless. High school graduation to the front line, not still half the odds of nothing? It's not a big problem, don't panic. Anyway, even if you graduate from college, it's the same if you go early or late. And Lily, the girl at the front table, had a worried look on her face. My uncle is the one who came down from the front line 10 years ago, missing a left hand and having his right leg bitten off by a demonic beast. Although he was fitted with a prosthetic limb, he still has a lot of inconveniences. He was also hit by a miasma demonic beast sneak attack, leaving quite a bit of toxicity in its body, which can't be removed at all. Every night was incomparably tormented and tortured, only 40 years old and already full of wrinkles, looking like he was in his 70s or 80s. Speaking later, she even brought on a sobbing tone. Obviously, her uncle's incident had left her with a shadow over her frontline service. Luo Wu sighed, "It's fine if you girls don't want to go to the front line. It's fine as long as you're pregnant. If you give birth to 2, you will also be directly exempted from military service, and there are subsidies for 3 and more. It's different for us boys, we don't have a choice, we can't escape." The topic was a bit heavy, and several people were silent for a while. After about 10 minutes, the homeroom teacher tapped the table, signaling everyone to be quiet, and continued. "It's senior year, and the school will also open the cultivation room to you. The level of aura inside can be up to the upper first rank." Hearing this, the class let out a burst of surprised cries. All the spirit veins that could be found on the landmass of the blue water planet had been collected by the immortal mansion and protected with a forbidden system. This can effectively prevent the loss of spirit veins. However, it also left the aura level of the entire blue water planet at a very low level. The school's cultivation room, on the other hand, with the help of a special formation pipeline, infused the spiritual energy from those spiritual veins into a special forbidden space, a means of increasing the speed of cultivation by allowing its spiritual energy to be maintained at a higher standard. This would allow for the effective utilization of every bit of spiritual chi from the spiritual veins, so that it would not be lost for nothing. But this technique is a bit costly at the moment, and it hasn't been popularized yet. So for the time being, it will be paved first in such urgently needed places as schools. The billing rule for the cultivation room is that each person can cultivate for 2 hours per day for free. After that it will be billed at $2 an hour. This was almost like paying for nothing, and it delighted a crowd of students. Next, it's time to explain the new policies of the college entrance exam. The homeroom teacher's words changed. Hearing this, everyone's hearts violently lifted and they immediately listened intently. Chapter 25 Higher Examination Policy. As you all know, in previous years, the college entrance examination was composed of the components of paper score, spiritual root, cultivation, and the 5 elements true knowledge. Even if there are some adjustments, most of them are changes in the percentage of some of the points among them. But this year is different, changes, a little big. The homeroom teacher's words trailed off before continuing. This year, the above decided that they would add the item of fighting to the calculation of the points for the college entrance exam. Wow! The whole classroom instantly exploded with discussions that most people had a blank look on their faces. Jolie also had a surprised look on his face. Nowadays, under the rule of the immortal mansion, infighting between cultivators is strictly forbidden. If it is found, the punishment is not small. That's why few students here are involved in this area. When he first went to the other world through the two worlds pearl, he was also at a loss when faced with two cultivators killing each other. There wasn't much fighting ability at all. He was almost killed on the spot by that black-faced cultivator. He didn't expect that this year's college entrance examination would suddenly include fighting technique as an examination subject, greatly exceeding his expectations. He recalled the words that his dad had overheard before, that the new reform of the college entrance exam had big changes. It's really big reform. Jolie had a bitter smile on his face. He had thought that with his current strength and paper score base, going to college would be the nail in the coffin. I didn't realize that a fight would pop up now. This new class was also his first encounter, and his confidence was not very high. In previous years, it's been a year or so of practical training for new recruits when they first enlisted. However, the results were not satisfactory, so this year, the relevant departments of the Immortal Mansion made a pilot reform to include fighting in the entrance exam. The class teacher slightly explained the purpose of the reform. Hearing this, Jolie also understood the significance of this fighting section. In order to maintain social stability, hand-to-hand combat was strictly forbidden in the Immortal Mansion. While this largely allowed them, the students, to grow up peacefully, it also lacked a portion of the wolf nature. Although there was enlisted training, the concept of ignoring fighting and emphasizing cultivation had been cultivated over the years. It's hard to turn it around in a short period of time. This has led to a consistently high casualty rate after graduation from service. If there is anything else that attracts the attention of the entire population, it is, naturally, the college entrance exams. Adding fighting to the college entrance exams could greatly increase the importance that many students and their parents attach to it. After enlisting in the army in the future, it can greatly reduce the casualty rate on the front line. Next, I will explain to you the 3 tests of the newly added fighting section. The first item is the fight between opponents. At the time of the entrance exam, a candidate who is comparable to your cultivation and gung fu level will be randomly selected from the system, and a sparring match will be initiated between the two, and the assessment will be scored based on the two people's hand-to-hand combat. The second item is a fight with a demonic beast. This one is currently just a preliminary shot of the program, and the specific implementation details have to be carefully finalized from above. After all, picking a suitable demonic beast for every student is a bit impossible. Most of the teachers in our school's teaching team believe that the final assessment will be conducted through holographic projections or other technological means of projecting the demonic beast's virtual shadow. The third item is to collaboratively fight with the demonic beasts. This will be temporarily formed by the system at the scene at that time to conquer the demonic beasts. The purpose is to test everyone's ability to work together. Of course, since it's a test, there will be strict restrictions on the magic weapons, pills, talismans, array discs, and other auxiliary props that can be brought to the fight at that time. The specific details are being tightly finalized above. If it's released, I'll be the first to notify everyone. In one breath, the homeroom teacher explained the many assessment instructions for the new subject. The many students only felt a rush of headaches. After all, there were too many uncertainties with new subjects, and no one knew how well they would end up learning them. Teacher, what is the percentage of points in the fighting section? Is it the same as cultivation, spirit root, roll score, and all that? Class President Lin Ku immediately raised this query. Many students also revealed looks of extreme concern. The homeroom teacher solemnly said, "The initial news we've gotten is that the fighting section will take up a high percentage. It may even take up more than a quarter." According to the meaning of the reform group above, cultivation, spiritual roots, and techniques, these are to be transformed into concrete combat power. If the fighting ability doesn't work, no matter how high your cultivation is, you won't be able to kill many demonic beasts. Unless you have an above-average talent in other subjects, perhaps allowing the various universities to be lenient and enroll you. Otherwise, if you can't do it in the fighting technique section, it's up in the air. Seeing the worried looks of the students at the bottom one by one, the class teacher had a smile on her face instead. Actually, this is an opportunity for you guys. Many students pride themselves on their diligence, always thinking that they just have poor spiritual roots. This fighting section is a chance for you to prove yourselves. After all, this section is all about sparring and practicing more, gaining enough fighting experience to become stronger. It doesn't have much to do with the spiritual root aspect. If you aspire to get into university, you should spend more time on this new subject than those with good spiritual roots, and strive to improve your score and close the gap with them. Those whose past scores reached the university admission line should not be careless either. After all, the new subjects have only just been opened, and it amounts to a chance to reshuffle the deck. Don't be inattentive and get overtaken by the students behind you. And sure enough, those words did quite a bit of good. Many of the students who were originally worried were indeed filled with a lot of fighting spirit after hearing these words. Those whose grades were at the top of the list had their pressure multiplied and were on guard. The class teacher continued. In response to the 3 tests in the fighting section, the teachers in our teaching and research group also had a collective discussion. Some exchanges were also made with teachers from other schools, and they all felt that a miniature fighting group could be formed within everyone. It would be just like the third synergy, a squad of 5. Members within the squad can spar with each other and gain experience. It is also possible to start confrontations as a squad in hone synergy. Of course, some students may worry about what to do if the squad members know each other too well and are drawn in the entrance exam. You guys don't worry about this, the chance is less than 1 in a million. For more details, when the next time you have a fighting class, your instructor will personally go into detail. I won't expand much here. Still, new subjects, new duel, and a chance for you all to bend the rules. You will study on your own for a while below, or you can form your own teams first. The instructor of the first class has something to do and will come later. The homeroom teacher instructed and walked out. As soon as he left, the entire classroom exploded. The people followed the class teacher's instructions and began to form teams. Jolie and Luohu, as well as the 2 girls at the front table, naturally grouped together. They were usually more familiar with each other in the first place. Except for Luohu, the other 3's first model scores were relatively close. Old Zhou, you can take me in the future. The trick to raising your cultivation so fast is also revealed. Luohu patted Jolie's shoulder, came to his ear, and inquired in a low voice that tone and movement was just like a spy's joint. Jolie didn't have the heart to say, cultivate well, and the work will be done naturally. Although he was still on good terms with Luohu, he wouldn't be stupid enough to reveal the existence of those potions and spirit stones. Not to mention that mysterious 2 worlds pearl, he just casually made a perfunctory remark. Luohu was about to say something but he suddenly saw the squad leader, Lin Ku, coming this way. He had never been used to seeing Lin Ku tugging, and stared at Lin Ku without hiding it. Unexpectedly, Lin Ku directly ignored him and walked directly to Jolie. Jolie, do you want to team up with me? Facing the question, Jolie froze and he usually didn't have any interactions with this class president, and he didn't expect this class president to directly invite himself to form a team. It was really a bit out of his expectation. No, I've already grouped up with my table and the 2 students in front of me. He had his own considerations, naturally. If he teamed up with these top students, his cultivation would definitely be seen by them as he improved rapidly every day. Maybe one day they'll get suspicious. After all, his spirit root is not good, yet his cultivation is progressing so fast. Once or twice could be considered a coincidence. If it goes on for a long time, there must be something wrong. So in the face of the invitation, Jolie decisively refused. Then Lin Ku frowned before saying in a serious manner, "This is the college entrance exam, a major event that concerns a lifetime. Can you get a good ranking if you work with them? I'm just seeing that your cultivation is not low. I can't bear to see you being buried in your last year again." This Lin Ku's tone was a bit compelling, giving off an undeniable feeling. Luohu on the side was immediately unhappy. Old Zhou has said no, what else do you want? Isn't it just that your grades are a little better than ours? What's the big deal? Do you have to look down on people like that? What do you mean by can't bear to see old Zhou buried? Have you ever heard of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river? The new semester has an extra subject, fighting, just so I can hammer you to the ground. Lin Ku squinted at Luohu, his gaze full of disdain. Not even bothering to argue. Just added, tell me when you change your mind someday. And with that, he simply left. This ignoring attitude again drove Luohu crazy for a while. Chapter 26, Spirit Rising Scatter. Perhaps it was because it was senior year, and the pressure of the college entrance exams loomed large. Or maybe it's because that talk from the homeroom teacher at the beginning of the school year paid off. For the next week, the whole class studied very hard. Even Luohu, who had always been a hangdog, made an unprecedented start to listen to the lessons properly. Ding bell. As soon as the bell rang, all the senior students ran towards the school's cultivation room in a swarm. There were only a limited number of training rooms, only 100 or so. The students simply don't have enough to share, so it's up to whoever grabs it first to. Jolie, on the other hand, left class as usual and headed for home. He had also gone to experience the spiritual energy in the cultivation room, and the concentration was indeed 2 notches stronger than the spiritual energy in the air of blue mercury. It's reached the level of that otherworldly mountainous wilderness forest. However, to Jolie, who possessed a massive amount of spirit stones, it was still far from enough. I'll have to refine potions to aid in cultivation before I can do so. Although using spirit stones to cultivate was already fast, after trying the pain of potion-assisted cultivation enhancement, simply using spirit stones to cultivate, he already felt a bit slow. He let out another long sigh. By the time I took the purple-yellow scatter to the back, I could already feel a not-so-small amount of resistance developing in my body, and taking it again no longer had much effect. One would have to need to refine a new potion to make it work. Then he searched the internet for a potion that had an effect on the chi refining stage. And it was the kind with detailed videos. When the previous purple-yellow sand was refined, he tried to be cheap and only spent $500 on a video that, which led to some detours and wasted materials when refining the. This time, he wouldn't bring himself to make the same mistake again. There you have it, Spirit Rising Scatter. This looks like it would fit my needs. In the Immortal Mansion, the prescriptions for many of the potions were publicized. After he checked the herbs needed to refine this Spirit Rising Sand, there were roughly 3 main medicines that were relatively rare and difficult to buy on Blue Water Planet. The rest were still relatively common. Without saying a word, he placed an order directly on the internet and bought a full 5 servings, except for those main medicines that were hard to get, and leaving himself plenty of room for trial and error. He thought again of the bag of herbs he'd gotten earlier and he hurriedly entered the bead space to check it out and, sure enough, he found a required main medicine amongst the pile of herbs. In this space, it was like time stood still. The herbs had been placed inside for more than 2 months and were still exactly the same as they were in the beginning, without a trace of wilting. He shifted his gaze to the pit in the center that looked like a pool of water, and a shallow pool of water had accumulated in it. After the previous period of time, he had almost figured out what the water inside did. The length of time he stayed in this space was entirely related to the amount of water in the pool. When the water inside dried up completely, it would be impossible to cultivate inside. Earlier, he had also tried dropping this water onto the medicinal herbs and found that the vintage of the herbs had actually increased, like hyperextended. This could surprise him. That's why for more than 2 months of his summer vacation, he didn't even bother to cultivate in this mysterious space. It was because he wanted to accumulate more of this spiritual water. Having found another main medicine, we were one step closer to refining the Spirit Rising powder. Jolie returned to his room and decisively spent $5,000 to purchase the video on refining the potion. Although the prescription was free, the refining video was paid for. This was one of the ways that many pill refiners earned extra money. After all, helping someone refine a potion was a one-time deal that. But when you make it into a paid video and upload it, it's a long-term revenue generator. Like this Spirit Rising Scatter video that he had purchased, the number of people who had paid for it had already reached more than 30,000 people. Even after deducting the platform's 20% commission, the author will get more than $100 million from this video alone. Not every video uploaded by an alchemist can have such a big income, though. It's just that this blogger explains it in more detail, and each process is shown in very plain language that makes it clear that. So the favorable rating is very high. The paid results just keep getting better and better. It's a pity that I didn't record the process of refining purple-yellow sand last time. Otherwise, I could also upload it and see if I can earn some extra money as well. Jolie felt that this was also a good way to make money. He was going to refine medicine anyway, so he might as well upload it in passing and make some more money. The video was bought, and after a cursory look through it, after he drew detailed patterns of the 2 remaining missing herbs and marked the characteristics of the, then took the drawings with him and entered the other world through the 2 worlds pearl. This was also because he was afraid that the names of the medicinal herbs there would differ from those of the Blue Water Planet, so he made preparations in advance. Appearing in the inn once again, the tabletop and the floor were still as clean as new. The forbidden system in this room had some dust removal effect, and it could go for a long time without having to be cleaned. Jolie took a deep breath and, feeling the much denser aura here than on Blue Water Planet, there was even a feeling of reunion after a long time. For the first 2 months he was obsessed with cultivation and devoted to his studies, together with earning enough resources for the required spirit stones, so it didn't come over again. I missed it a little bit. Out. Across the street from the inn, a round-faced cultivator with reddened eyes and severe dark circles under its face was extremely tired, as if it was about to pass out in the next moment. But when he saw a soulful figure walk out of the inn, he immediately became excited. The horse-faced cultivator on the side, who had already been unable to stay up in his sleep, immediately woke up at the sound of his voice. That kid came out? He looked straight ahead and, sure enough, the person he had dreamed of robbing appeared. I was really suspecting the kid died in there. I can't believe he stayed in the room for so long. Let's go, notify the brothers outside the city to drop what they're doing and stand by. As soon as he leaves the city, directly get him killed. Let's follow in secret first. These few people had been staring at Shangli since. They've taken turns to keep watch at the tea house in front of the inn every day, just waiting for Jolie to leave the city so they can immediately lay their hands on those spirit stones. Who would have thought that once Jolie entered the inn, he wouldn't come out again for 2 months? They had already spent a lot of money on tea alone. This time, they finally waited, and a bellyful of resentment was eager to be vented. On Jolie's side, he hadn't realized that he was already being watched. He was still leisurely looking for the herbs he needed at the various stalls. After turning around and realizing that there were hardly any stalls selling herbs on the ground, it was only after asking a stallholder that I realized that It turns out that this matter of refining pills requires an extremely meticulous inheritance. Not only do you need to recognize the medicinal properties and characteristics of various herbs, but you also need to know the effects of matching with other herbs, the conflict of medicinal properties, and so on. These are just the basics. What's more important are the various complicated refining techniques, timing control, etc. There is no teacher, relying solely on the casual cultivator to feel their own words. This life will not be able to feel what the doorway. That's why almost no one in the loose cultivator knows how to make medicine. Those herbs naturally know fewer people. Jolie couldn't help but sigh. If the blue water planet could have as many resources as here, I'm afraid that several powerhouses at the god transformation stage would be able to pile up. The cultivation knowledge of this other world is closed, and the various cultivators are shabby amongst themselves, so I'm afraid that it's impossible for a cultivation heyday like Blue Water Planet to occur even after another 10,000 years. After realizing this point, he immediately changed his goal and looking towards some of the larger stores. Spirit Medicine Pavilion, this one looks like it sells herbs. There should be something I need. After turning around a few stores, Jolie selected a lofty pill pavilion and walked straight in. Chapter 27 Vacancy in the 10,000 Swords Sect. This medicine pavilion was already very spectacular just from the outside. The inside, it's even more luxurious. The concentration of aura alone had already reached a very high level. The cultivation levels of the cultivators coming and going weren't low either. Most of them are above the 9th level of chi cultivation. Even, he saw several strong people with unfathomable strength, whose spiritual power fluctuations far exceeded the chi practicing stage. The odds were that they were some foundation establishment stage cultivators. Guest, are you here for the auction? Do you have an appointment at our Spirit Medicine Pavilion? As soon as he entered, a female cultivator greeted him, with her hands wrapped around his arms. Her face was exquisite, her long hair flowing, her gauzy clothes mannish and fragrant. Especially the two eyes, as if they could speak, making it difficult to move one's eyes and refuse. Jolie hadn't seen this kind of scene since he was a child. His face flushed slightly, and then he pulled his arm out without moving. I'm not here for the auction, I'm here to buy herbs. When that female cultivator saw this, a slight look of disappointment appeared in her eyes. The first floor goes inwards. The tone took on a hint of dissatisfaction that it's not at all like the person who was so enthusiastic just now. Immediately after that, that female cultivator went to climb on other cultivators. Jolie smiled awkwardly before continuing towards the inner first floor. This Spirit Medicine Pavilion covered a large enough area. Even the first floor wasn't small, and he walked for a while before seeing a counter-like place that a cultivator with a half-white beard was sitting there plowing through the accounts. There was also a young man who was opening the cabinets in the back one by one, inspecting something. As soon as that white-haired cultivator saw that someone had arrived, got up and straightened her clothes, and then she walked in style. I don't know if you've come, but do you want to purchase any pills? This white-haired cultivator's cultivation level was roughly at the 12th level of chi refining. Although he looked old, he spoke in a neutral tone. Jolie's eyes looked carefully towards the back end. Behind them stood rows of cabinets, each tens of meters high. Above the cabinets were filled with various labels that most of them were various kinds of pills. He directly asked, "Do you sell herbs here?" The old man looked Jolie up and down and a smile appeared on his face. Naturally, it's for sale. However, the first floor of our Spirit Medicine Pavilion only sells pills and herbs below the foundation establishment stage, and if you go further up, you'll need an invitation to travel to another floor to purchase them. Jolie nodded. Those below the foundation establishment stage are also sufficient. I want to buy these too. With that, he took out the paper with the two herbs drawn on it and handed it over. The white-haired cultivator looked at it, and his eyes showed a slight strange light. If my expectations are correct, these two plants should be the Spirit Light Grass and the Dragon Ambergris flower. The Spirit Light Grass grows in places where aura collects, mostly in the depths of spiritual veins, and refining pills with it can unclog the meridians and strengthen the veins. The Dragon's Ambergris flower, on the other hand, is capable of absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and transforming it into spiritual mist and spiritual water, plus it is shaped like a dragon's mouth and is intricate and messy, hence its name. Refining medicine with this can greatly accelerate the speed of absorbing spiritual chi. It seems that you, Taoist friend, are trying to refine a cultivation enhancement pill. Jolie didn't expect this white-haired cultivator to know so much about the herb course. He also nodded his head and said, "That's right, I do want to make pills." He had no intention of hiding it either. In this other world, alchemists were extremely rare. Every clan has to offer up alchemists like ancestors. They are honored everywhere they go. Appropriately showing some skill in pill refining would be beneficial to oneself. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the white-haired cultivator's face immediately showed respect. "Your honored guest, wait a moment, I'll go and bring these two herbs." Jolie added, "Both of these herbs require 5 copies. Within a short time, the white-haired cultivator came out holding 3 sealed boxes. He smiled and apologized. We don't have many of these two herbs here on a regular basis, only like 3. I hope your guest will pardon me. If you really need it, I can transfer some from other places, but you'll need to wait for some time. As he said that, he opened the 3 boxes and each of them contained the 2 medicinal herbs that Jolie needed, making a total of 3. Seeing that these herbs were not necessarily available on Blue Water Planet, Jolie was delighted in his heart. Immediately, he asked, how many spirit stones are needed for these 3 portions? The white-haired cultivator smiled and said, the 2 herbs are not unusual items, selling the 2 together is 45 spirit stones a serving. There are 3 copies here. Originally it cost 135 spirit stones, so let's count it as 130 for you, Taoist. Hearing this price, Jolie was also slightly shocked, and this price, indeed, was not cheap. It's a good thing that he had earned a large amount of spirit stones from selling talismans before. Now this 130 spirit stones were just a drop in the bucket for him. He counted out 130 from the bag and handed them over directly, and then he walked away holding 3 copies of the box. By the way, if your excellency has any extra pills, you can also bring them to our spirit pill pavilion for consignment. The price is absolutely fair, and we won't let your excellency suffer. At the moment when Jolie was about to leave, the white-haired cultivator directly added this sentence. Hearing this, Jolie looked back and pondered briefly before nodding. All right, I'll bring over any extra ones for consignment. After Jolie left, the young cultivator who had been on the sidelines curiously said, Uncle Bai, why are you so polite to a casual cultivator? The white-haired cultivator smiled, if it's just a mere casual cultivator at the 7th level of chi refining, naturally, there's no need to care. But if it's an alchemist who's about to step into the 2nd stage, that's a different story. A curious look appeared on that young cultivator's face. How so? Essence flowed from the white-haired cultivator's gaze. The herbs he bought aren't rare, but they're also quite hard to find, and the price isn't something a chi refining stage casual cultivator can afford. To be able to concoct his own pills and to be able to take out so many spirit stones, there must be a high-ranking alchemist behind him. If I'm not wrong, these herbs he bought are most likely to refine that top 1st-rank elixir, the spirit refining elixir. He bought 3 at once, so I'm afraid he's determined to refine that elixir. Being able to refine this kind of elixir is equal to having half a foot in the door of the 2nd rank. Now that I have the chance to get acquainted with such a future 2nd-order alchemist, I naturally have to treat him well. When the time comes to recommend it to Elder Ma of the 10,000 Sword Sect, it will also be a great honor. In fact, this white-haired cultivator had deeper considerations. He had failed to build his foundation before, and his vitality had been greatly injured. It's no longer possible for the pavilion to allocate foundation establishment pills to him. So he moved to find someone to refine the foundation establishment pill, and during this period of time, he had also become acquainted with several alchemists, and in his heart, he was secretly considering their level, so that he could finally choose one and ask for their help in refining one for himself. Jolie, too, was looked upon by it as one of the candidates for his own preparatory alchemy. All of this, Jolie was naturally unaware of. After he bought the herbs he needed, he went straight back to the inn and, through the 2 worlds pearl, he returned home to prepare for pill refining. And the horse-faced cultivator who had been accompanying Jolie around outside for a day finally couldn't help but break his defense. Damn, why is this kid harboring in the inn every day? It was hard to wait 2 months and come out once, why did he go in again? He's not going to retire in there, is he? The round-faced cultivator on the side also had a bitter look on his face. In order to keep an eye on for the past 2 months, they've been drinking tea all day long. The spending on tea alone has amounted to several spirit stones. But we haven't gotten a single one yet. I've also missed a lot of opportunities to go outside the city to earn spirit stones for nothing. This irritation had accumulated into a monstrous killing intent. This brat, if he falls into my hands someday, I will definitely make his life worse than death. Chapter 28. The more you describe, the darker it gets. Jolie, who had returned home, immediately began the preparations for refining the spirit rising scatter. At the same time, he began to study the video, striving to not miss every detail. The first few minutes were basically an introduction to the herbs needed to make a potion that, although he had already heard about it, just to be sure, still, checking with the list of his own purchases, made sure nothing was missing before moving on. The longer the year of the herb, the better the effect of refining. Then came the above passage from the video. Jolie smiled slightly. Other people might not have a choice but to wait for quite some time, but I don't need to. The mysterious pool water in that 2 realms pearl will be able to catalyze the ripening. He entered the space without hesitation while taking out the 3 copies of the herbs he had just purchased. Those boxes were made of special jade material, which could effectively slow down the loss of medicinal properties and keep the herbs fresh. But in this bead space, time was standing still, and there was absolutely no need to consider this. Then he took a tiny syringe and sucked up a drop of water from the pool carefully dripped it onto the aura grass. Shortly after dropping it, the herb unexpectedly grew and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. It emitted an even stronger fragrance. Even though the efficacy of this pool of water had been mapped out, witnessing its magic once again, Jolie still couldn't help but let out a burst of admiration. This pool of water was so precious that it could only produce a few drops a day. So he also saved it and poured it on top of the medicinal herbs one drop at a time, ripening several of the main medicines to almost 500 years of age. The water droplets in the pool had almost consumed more than half of it. If you cultivate inside this mysterious space, accumulating one day will almost only allow you to cultivate for one day. But if it's used to catalyze ripening, then it's a lot more cost-effective. In the future, it's better to cultivate less inside and accumulate more spirit water. This time, Jolie took a lot of time to ripen all of the several main medicines in one breath. When he returned to his room again, looking at the clock, it was almost time for school. He simply cleaned up, ate breakfast and then left for school. Since awakening his divine sense, it didn't matter at all if he waited around for 3 or 4 days without sleeping. I really want to take a long vacation and just cultivate at home. Nowadays, he goes to school during the day, and only at night can he busy himself with his. Feels a little short of time. But when he thought of the new course fighting section, which had a pretty high percentage of points, he immediately gave up. This course was newly introduced after the reform of the college entrance examination this year. There are few supporting practice materials and videos available online that. There are no previous year's problems to work on either. There is no way to self-study at home, only to follow the rhythm of the teachers. He also had to be honest and go to school every day. Is that Nie Xian? Jolie walked to the entrance of the school and looked up to see that it was his schoolmate walking from the other side. Only to see that Nie Xian was tall and her hair was like a waterfall. Today, she wore a lavender skirt that. The white skin seems to be glowing under the sunrise. She was, as usual, without powder but she was also radiant with fairy light, beautiful and clear, and the turnaround rate on the way was extremely high. Jolie, on the other hand, hesitated. He didn't know whether to greet or not. If the two of them hadn't crossed paths before the whole forbidden drug thing, he could have pretended he didn't see it. But after that, Nie Xian was also considered to be kind to him, helping him avoid a possible jail sentence. It definitely wouldn't make sense not to greet him. If it were Luohu, he would have gotten right up there without saying a word. But Jolie is usually not very good at these interpersonal relationships. His best friend in the class is Luohu, and the two girls at the front table can only be considered half. He racked his brain, thought for half a day, and finally held back a sentence. Good morning, Mr. Nie. Nie Xian, who had one foot in the school gates, turned her head and saw Jolie, who remembered to greet her with a stiff face. She also squeezed out a smile on her cold as ice face. Good morning. Then she remembered something and continued, Oh, I forgot to tell you that the person who made you refine the medicine earlier has been caught. As soon as Jolie heard about this, he hurriedly jogged 2 steps to follow Nie Xian, curious. Did that guy confess? Who is the mastermind behind this? Nie Xian shook her head and the slender eyelashes flickered in the sunlight, which was very beautiful. When the people from the law enforcement team found him, he swallowed poison and died violently on the spot. He also found a few other people in South City to help refine it, and those were all arrested one by one as well. Checked his relevant background information back there, too. That person grew up as an orphan with no spiritual roots, and grew up through the sponsorship of an orphanage. However, he has a dependent, bloodless brother who was seriously ill and was transferred a sum of money 3 months ago. It was transferred through a foreign account, and it's going to be a bit tricky to trace it further. So the trail equals broken here. After hearing these words, Jolie was also sighing. These desperate people who are not afraid of death are the easiest to utilize. It's just a pity that we couldn't find the mastermind behind it. He turned curious. How do you know so much information? Nie Xian smiled. My cousin works inside the South City law enforcement team. Knowing that I reported the case, he synchronized the latest situation with me. Jolie nodded indistinctly. So that's how it is. He didn't know how to take the next words. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a while. Various topics kept flashing through his mind, trying to find something to say. By the way, have you teamed up yet? Nie Xian shook her head at the words, No. I don't know the people in my class well enough to know who to group with. Jolie was a bit surprised and blurted out. Ha! You're so pretty and your grades are so good, didn't anyone invite you to team up? After saying this, he felt that something wasn't quite right. Nie Xian didn't really care either, maybe it's because I bailed out. So there's no point in inviting me. Hearing this, Jolie's face was surprised before revealing an envious expression. He had heard Luohu say that Nie Xian was a heavenly spirit root. With a qualification like that, it was normal to be bailed out. Do you want to join our group? There's only 4 of us in our group, and we're one short of making a group of 5. Jolie didn't know what the situation was, and directly ghosted out this sentence. At that moment, he felt that his mouth was faster than his brain. How embarrassing would this be if she refused? Yeah, no problem. Nie Xian smiled brightly, making her already stunningly beautiful face even more dazzling. Jolie didn't expect her to agree with unexpected alacrity, and this had left himself, the one who had made the suggestion, at a bit of a loss for words. Then we have a deal, we'll follow this grouping in today's fighting class. He added this at the end. As soon as he entered the class, Jolie realized that his classmate was looking at him with a strange look in his eyes. That look, it was like looking at a betrayer. Account truthfully. Luo Hu frowned and asked tortuously. This made Jolie a bit puzzled. Explain what? At this time, the two girls at the front table also turned their heads and a gossipy look on their faces. Luo Hu's eyes were sharp and sour. I said, how come your cultivation progress is so fast? It turns out that you are running wild for love. The two girls also revealed a look of sudden realization. Jolie was a bit puzzled. What? Why did you run wild? Luo Hu's eyes were not kind, and he looked like he had seen through it. Still pretending, still acting. Just now, you and Nie Xian were talking and laughing at the school entrance, and many people saw it. You dare to say that you didn't advance yourself so quickly just to catch up with big schoolgirl Nie? I told you, and I don't have much difference in spiritual roots. How can you rise 2 levels in a row in one summer vacation? So, it's the power of love. Grandma, don't I need some love scourging as well to progress as fast as you? Jolie realized that. It turned out that Luo, who had seen himself greeting and chatting with Nie Xian at the door before he brainstormed so much, he was a bit speechless and had the presence of mind to try and explain. But the matter of the forbidden medicine that took over his life was particularly troublesome to explain. He simply made a random excuse. Oh, I was just asking if she wanted to join our group. That was just a normal chat between two students in the same class. Luo Hu caught the key word. You invited her to join our group? Did she say yes? Jolie shrugged. Yes. Luo Hu exclaimed, good lord, you two are going public inside the class. Chapter 29, Fighting Class. Today was the first official lesson of the fighting section since senior year of high school. Since there is no clear syllabus for the teachers in schools can only start the relevant teaching arrangements according to their own understanding. The teacher who taught them was Yu Feigong, the vice principal and head of the cultivation section, and one of the 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators in the entire 3rd high school. He once achieved a brilliant battle record of killing more than 20 second-order demonic beasts while serving on the front line. He was also the most qualified teacher in the 3rd high school to teach the fighting technique section. This gym has been converted into a fighting hall. The first batch of equipment has also been put in place. You should familiarize yourselves with the rhythm of this new course as soon as possible. First, let me briefly describe what is covered in this class. The first step is the familiarization between the members within each group. The second step is to introduce the apparatus for this class. Step 3, listen to my explanation of the main points of technical combat, followed by a sparring session between the members of each group, and afterwards I will check your mastery of the main points of technical combat through the apparatus. Step 4, sparring between groups. These are the general contents of this course, and I want everyone to get into the swing of things quickly. Next, each group member will quickly introduce themselves to each other so that they can formulate appropriate tactical arrangements when confronting each other as a group. Of course, since today is the first time we're teaching in this format, there might be a lot of questions. These are all fine. Once we've taken it a few more times and gotten used to the rhythm, we'll be fine. Now begin. With Mr. Yu's command, the students in the class quickly stood in small groups according to their previous division. My name is Luo Hu, my spirit root is Gold 15 Wood 19 Water 12 Fire 13 Earth 20. Like to watch dramas played by Monday Fei. Of the 5-member squad that Jolie was in, Luo Hu was the first to step forward and introduce himself. Seeing that the more this guy introduced himself, the more outrageous he became, Jolie reminded. This is a lesson, introduce something related to the fight later, such as the spells you specialize in. Luo Hu looked at Nie Xian next to him and smiled. How could he not expect that the schoolgirl was really within divided in a team, and had been giggling there the whole time? Oh, okay. The spell I specialize in is the Earth Cone technique. I'm currently at the peak cultivation of the 5th level of Qi refining, and I have a feeling that I should be able to reach the 6th level of Qi refining by next week. Seeing that he was almost done with his introduction, Jolie was afraid that he would pull some more nonsense to waste time. Immediately took over the conversation. My name is Jolie, and my spiritual root is Gold 19 Wood 15 Water 17 Fire 21 Earth 18. The spells I specialize in are Fireball Technique, Light Body Technique, Sprinting Technique, Windwalking Technique, Earth Trapping Technique, and is currently at the 8th level of Qi refining. A summer's cultivation had allowed it to step into the peak of the 7th level of Qi refinement. After almost another week of hard cultivation, it finally reached the 8th level the day before yesterday. Hearing these words, the other 4 had a look of surprise on their faces. Especially Nie Xian, who had seen Jolie's cultivation rise so quickly, thinking that he had a good spiritual root and his qualifications weren't bad. As a result, she now realized that his highest fire spiritual root was only 21 points, barely reaching the true spiritual root threshold. This kind of spiritual root, Senior 3 can reach the 8th layer of Qi refining. It is really a bit unbelievable. And hearing that Jolie knew so many spells, Luo was surprised. When did you practice these? Due to the fact that the previous entrance exams would only examine the progress and realm of the spells, so there were hardly any people practicing the various spells. Anyone who heard that he would have so many spells would be a bit surprised. The reason why Jolie would have so many was actually a rainy day. The scene of him being chased by the black-faced cultivator earlier was still fresh in his mind. So he had also put in the effort to delve into a few practical spells in order to save his life when it mattered. He didn't realize that it was going to come in handy today. Don't you care when I practiced? The other groups are almost done with their introductions, we need to hurry. Nie Xian took the initiative to pick up the conversation at this time and introduced herself. Nie Xian, 10th level of Qi refining, spirit root is gold 88 wood 12 water 17 fire 19 earth 14. For spells, the golden sword art that I started drilling last week should barely be able to take on the enemy. Ever since it was determined that the fighting techniques section would be opened, many of the students had begun drilling on various types of spells. For a time, the online videos of all kinds of spellfighting were exceptionally hot. Hearing about her spiritual root attributes, the other four's mouths all turned into an O shape in shock. This spirit root, it's just too good, the qualification is too terrifying, the metallic nature is almost close to the legendary heavenly spirit root. No wonder her grades were able to stay at the top. This introduction made the two remaining girls a little less confident. Zhao Hongmei, 6th level of Qi refining, gold 18 wood 25 water 18 fire 19 earth 11. The spell she specializes in is trap and bind, and she's not quite skilled yet. Lily, 6th level of Qi refining, Gene 18 wood 11 water 28 fire 19 earth 11, currently a little more skilled in water arrow art. The introductions of the five ended. Jolie spoke. It seems that several of us have okay attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Later on, we can practice some targeted spells to improve our collaborative abilities. If it's to face demonic beasts, Nie Xian is the strongest and can serve as the main attacker, and Hongmei's arts are just right for trapping the enemy and assisting her in her attacks. I'll be responsible for harassing the entire field, and Lao Luo and Lily will attack from the flanks. He knew that Luo was a bit unreliable and always liked to gag. It was a bit dangerous to let him conduct the command. Nie Xian was strong, but his personality was too cold and he spoke little. She doesn't know the players very well, so she may not be able to command them well. Lily and Zhao Hongmei usually like to listen to Luo's nonsense and have no opinion. There was no way, although unwilling, Jolie also had to step forward to take on the role himself. If it's a sparring match between groups. Before the words were finished, Mr. Yu had already begun to continue the lesson, interrupting the conversation. Alright, I believe you guys have familiarized yourselves with each other before. Let's move on to the second part, getting to know the instruments. Before, Mr. Yu was the one who taught them the contents related to the cultivation section. Jolie had a better understanding of his teaching style, which was extremely time-oriented. Before each lesson, Mr. Yu would explain the basic content of the lesson, and then how much time each content took. He could be precise to the exact seconds. Basically, when the lectures were finished, the bell would ring in synchronization with There is never any delay in class. As you can see, there are 5 covered with black cloth next to me. It is what we will all be using in class later, the golem. After saying this, he lifted the black cloth and 5 puppets with different forms appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There were 2 humanoid puppets, and the other 3 were customized according to the size of the demonic beasts, which were larger, and the humanoid puppets had artificial skin added to their surfaces and a hood on their faces, looking extremely similar to real people. The beast-shaped golem wasn't as elaborate. The metal instruments were directly exposed without any concealment. The body reflected a ghastly white luster under the stadium lights. It sent chills down the spine. These are the 5 puppets that the school ordered at a cost of will be more than $20 million specifically for confrontation. 2 mimic the opponents you encountered, and the other 3 mimic demonic beasts. Currently, the highest cultivation level of their bodies is the 7th level of Qi refining, and all kinds of spells, speed, and power can be adjusted to mimic the attacks of various spirit rooters. His built-in Rising Spirit chip is a representative product produced by the Manhwa company, and its powerful computational performance allows the puppet to make the fastest possible response according to the proximity of the situation, and it won't be emotionally swayed, and it will almost never miss. Putting it this way, it might be rather abstract. Lin Ko, come up and try it out. Mr. Yu directly named the class president to come up. Lin Ko didn't hesitate and went straight forward, his face full of confidence. Teacher, this puppeteer's cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refining. I'm currently at the 8th level of Qi refining. Do I need to suppress my cultivation? Teacher Yu smiled, no need. With that, he controlled one of the humanoid puppets to walk into the circle that was roughly 5 meters in diameter. For now I have programmed the golem to only move in this circle. The intensity is also at the medium level of the 7th level of Qi refining. If you feel you can't beat them later, just exit the circle directly. He briefly introduced some of the uses of the circle and then greeted Lin Ko as he entered. I set the puppet with a wood attribute spirit root. Teacher, you closed the lid and exited the circle after adjusting the display behind the puppet a few times. Alright, you guys can start now. Chapter 30, The Mighty Golem. Bang! Rinko lands heavily on the outside of the ring. The whole fight was a non-event, over in less than 3 seconds, and before many students could react, Rinko had already fallen. Just as the battle began, the puppet charged straight at Rinko with incomparably swift speed. Rinko reacted quite quickly, immediately erecting an earth-colored light screen in front of himself. However, that puppet was extremely intelligent and did not fight hard. It jumped behind Rinko's defenseless body. A crossbody kicked him right out of the ring and then stood still for a moment. This situation is over way too fast. The crowd had not yet recovered from it. His teacher, I was careless just now, I didn't react, do it again. Rinko covered his waist and got up defiantly. Teacher, you shook his head and said seriously, where is there such a thing as carelessness on the battlefield? A single mistake can bury one's life. There's no excuse for carelessness in the college entrance exams either, a defeat is a defeat. I hope everyone takes every practice seriously. Even Rinko lost so quickly and so badly. Many of the students on the field had a disheveled look on their faces. Teacher, those opponents in the entrance exam shouldn't be as strong as this puppet, right? Teacher, you smiled, this puppet is all programmed to react and cast spells quickly. You guys have another 9 subjects to study besides the fighting section. Between the high score of the fighting section, the school has adjusted the curriculum, a full 2 semesters to spend a fifth of the time in this section. With such a small amount of time, it's impossible to defeat this puppet. All you have to do is to last longer at the hands of this puppet. Right now, all of you haven't gone through systematic combat training, and your combat awareness, clinical reactions, etc. are almost non-existent, so I hope that after a semester of study, you'll all be able to hold out for more than 10 seconds under the strength of a medium-level humanoid golem. As for those bigger beast-shaped puppets, they are more powerful and faster, mimicking the demonic beasts on the front line. You guys can't pass this level even more, and you'll be taught with it again in the second half of the course. Alright, I believe you all are clear about the instruments used for teaching. Below we proceed to the next part of the course. By the end of the fighting class, almost everyone's backs were sore. Every student in the class had fought that puppet. The results were without exception, all of them were beaten badly. Later on, it was only when the puppets ran out of energy that they didn't continue to suffer. During the last session of confrontation between groups, Jolie's group of 5, due to having 2 of the highest cultivation levels in the class, coupled with the better attributes of the 5. Jolie had also practiced a number of practical spells in advance and had shown in the classroom. The result was unsurprisingly a first-place finish. This makes Luo, who has always been in the middle and lower reaches of the class, feel like raising his eyebrows. He returned to the classroom with his head almost held high. After school, just as all the students flocked to the cultivation room in a hive to practice, Jolie returned home as usual. He remembered the puppet from today's class, and his heart warmed up. Those 5 puppets, they cost more than $20 million, an average one costs more than $4 million, what a luxury. It's just that the energy consumption is a little bit faster. The 2 puppets lasted less than half an hour and had to be recharged. And that recharging speed is kinda slow too. But the effect of that training is nothing to write home about, it really can drastically improve the level of sparring. Can I also buy one to practice at home? Jolie felt that practicing just during the fighting class was too short a time to. So he thought of buying an identical puppet to try at home. He went on the major shopping sites and searched for. Indeed, he saw quite a few stores selling puppets. Although the price of each one of them was not low, moving hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars. Look at the configuration parameters, then those of the school is also far worse. But the sales are really good, the demand is extremely strong. There are a number of stores whose monthly sales are directly over 10,000. It had only been less than 2 weeks since the college entrance exam had determined fighting as an exam subject. For such a short period of time to achieve such sales, it is evident that the current hotness of the puppet. The people who bought them should all be holding the same idea as Jolie, wanting to raise the level of actual combat through the puppets. After all, this was about the college entrance exams, and the various parents were very willing to put down money. Jolie was also itching to watch. Only compared to buying, he was more interested in selling. This puppet was too lucrative, and as long as the high school policy didn't change, then it would keep earning. In the future, when he sells supplies in both worlds, he'll have to have quite a bit of money on both sides at least, to make it work. The other world side had already earned more than 10,000 spirit stones, so he wasn't worried, for now. But he only had 1 million left on his immortal mansion side. It's easy to buy something in the back and spend it all. That's why seeing the puppet sell so well made its heart skip a beat. However, coveting was coveting. He only knows some basic theories from school textbooks about puppets. He has never gotten his hands on any hardware materials, circuit design, chips, etc., and has no experience in this area. Thinking about it, he could only give up. He rationalized his thoughts, shifted his attention from the puppet, and continued to prepare to refine the spirit rising scatter. Those auxiliary herbs that were ordered yesterday have already arrived. The herbs in the bead space have all been ripened to a certain vintage as well. Now that everything was ready, as long as he had drilled the pill refining video to about the same level, he could make his move. But somehow, his heart could never be stilled. It always felt like he was forgetting something important. When refining pills, it was most taboo to be distracted. Often, a little mistake would lead to the destruction of the whole thing. He had to search for the source of that feeling. Could it be that the large sums of money made by those puppet stores have stimulated me, resulting in an inability to concentrate? No, it seems, it's related to the word puppet. He suddenly slammed his head. I almost forgot about that Xian puppet sect treasure in the wild. That treasure seems to be a sect that inherits puppets. Jolie hurriedly turned over the treasure map and carefully confirmed that. And then he flipped out the 10,000 factions of the Eastern Wasteland region's kingdom record that he had purchased at that otherworldly stall. On it were records of the many forces and sects that had existed and died out, sort of like a history book of the otherworld. Found it, sure enough, it's for making puppets. Moreover, the level of puppets made by that sect is still very high. Halfway through flipping through the book, he finally found the relevant introduction of the Xian puppet sect. It turns out that the Xian puppet sect was also extremely prosperous 4,000 years ago, and was famous for making puppets. It was said that at its peak, there were more than a dozen puppets comparable to a Jindan real person sitting in the door, and it was very strong. But then, for some unknown reason, several infighting broke out between the disciples of the sect. Many elites were killed and injured, and the powerful puppets were depleted. Since then, the Xian puppet sect has been in decline. Later on, it couldn't even save the gate, and was directly attacked by the enemy. From then on, it died out in history. After reading this introduction, an excited look appeared in Jolie's eyes. This is really a village in the dark. Originally, he had given up on the idea of puppets to make money. He didn't realize that there was such a great gift waiting for him. After reading the history of the Xian puppet sect, Jolie was even more moved. This Xian puppet sect is actually capable of creating puppets comparable to Jindan stage cultivators. One must realize that on the Blue Water planet, there is currently only one Yuaniing cultivator. The next step down would be a Jindan stage cultivator. If one could really have such a powerful puppet, one could directly walk sideways in the immortal mansion. Even if we can't make them at the moment, getting some chi refining stage puppets can still be sold for a lot of money. Say it and do it. Jolie immediately got up and went to the eastern wasteland through the two worlds pearl, preparing to explore the cave shrouded by the prohibition once more. He didn't realize the value of the cave the last time around. It was just a few hasty glances, not detailed enough to. This time, he made up his mind that no matter what, he would break those prohibitions and get what was inside. Just as he was walking out of the inn all the way straight out of the city, the hunters who had been watching closely from the shadows for a long time also revealed their sardonic smiles in unison. That brat has finally left the city. Quickly inform Old 2, Old 3, Old 5, and the others to gather outside the city in a hurry. We've been waiting for this fat sheep for more than 2 months. We can't just let it go so easily. We must get him killed. It can make me boil to exhaustion. Boom! A popping sound. That horse-faced cultivator's full of resentment exploded, directly shattering the teacup in his hand. Guessed, this cup is worth 1 spirit stone. He had just vented his anger and then an untimely voice came from the side demanding compensation. Chapter 31, The Yellow Bird in the Back. Why does the mind always feel so uneasy? After leaving the city gates, Jolie sped along, following the route he remembered, towards the cave. But somehow, his eyelids kept jumping. The route he was traveling was far from the main highway it was surrounded by thick woods and weeds, and could be described as off the beaten track. Yet there was a constant feeling of uneasiness in his heart. He looked behind him and, through a gap in the dense forest, he could faintly see several figures following His heart lifted violently, and his spirit was highly tensed. Could it be? Is it a murderous overkill? He immediately associated it with the fact that he had earned a lot of spirit stones from his previous stall, which must have attracted the covetousness of many loose cultivators. In the past 2 months or so, he had been cultivating over at the Immortal Mansion, and had almost forgotten about the matter of there being no law enforcement team here. The life and death crisis that the black-faced cultivator had given him had reappeared. In an instant, the vigilance that had disappeared for so long took over his mind. He immediately applied several enchantment spells towards himself, such as lightness and sprint. After that crisis, he had spent quite a bit of time practicing these spells diligently, and they were much stronger than before. Immediately, his speed increased several times, and he continued to head towards the cave. Boss, that kid seems to have discovered us. His speed has instantly increased by a lot. Those 5 cultivators following behind were of different shapes, different heights, weights, and thinnesses. But without exception, their faces were covered with killing intent. A look of being determined to win against Jolie in front of them. Let's do it right here, don't drag it out any longer to avoid a long night. A slightly stout cultivator directly took out a pair of earth-colored shoes from the bag he was carrying. That bag didn't look big, but it could hold much bigger things. I only have a pair of wind walking boots. Lao-san, you're also a wind attribute technique, you work best with me, join me in chasing after them first. The other cultivator, who was equally stout but slightly taller, nodded. The horse-faced cultivator frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied, but still nodded. The two of you have been jointly hunting demonic beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain for a long time, so it's true that you work better together. Remember to leave him alive and ask him what he's here for. I don't believe that such a fellow who carries many spirit stones and is deathly afraid of life and doesn't come out of the inn for 2 months would venture here for no reason. The stout cultivator changed into his boots and embedded another spirit stone into the groove above his boots. Glancing at the horse-faced cultivator, he then nodded. Wow! Just the whirring sound of a big wind blowing through the two of them who had put on the wind walking boots and cast wind attribute spells quickly disappeared into the thick forest and grass. The horse-faced cultivator said indifferently, those boots are fast, but they are just a bit spiritually draining, and if you use a spirit stone to catalyze them, the speed is indeed a whole lot faster. If it wasn't for that fat goat, Lauer definitely wouldn't have been able to take it out. Let's hurry up and catch up as well, don't let them get the jump on us. These three people immediately unfolded their stances, each utilizing their abilities, and chased after them. As for Jolie, who was running away in front of them, suddenly sensed something strange behind him. Turning back to look, his face revealed a look of surprise and two figures were like ghosts, rapidly closing in on them. Looking at the speed of the two, it would probably take another 10 seconds or so to catch up. He was about to do something to stop the two from getting any closer. Suddenly a bright fiery red light came straight at him. It's the Fire Mang charm. This upper-grade talisman of this rank was sold by him, so naturally, he couldn't be more clear about it. Only, he never dreamed that the talisman he sold would end up being aimed at him. Without thinking, he directly lunged towards the nearby woods. Boom! A nearby tree was directly blown open with a large hole, and thick black smoke rolled out. At this moment, Jolie didn't dare to have any hesitation, and directly took out a handful of talismans from his pocket, and flung them out towards the back. Compared to talismans, he was completely unimpressed. The two people in the back, the first stout cultivator directly hit those talismans face to face due to his speed. His reaction was also considered fast, immediately opened a green-colored shield in front of his body. But how could a temporary shield withstand a handful of talismans? His upper body was directly blasted into scraps by several first-order upper grade, with a second-order lower-grade talisman mixed in. When the other one, who was slightly behind, saw this, his two eyes popped out in shock, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He panicked and dodged to the side. But surrounded by thick woods, the forceful switch of direction immediately caused him to crash into a huge tree that. His head was knocked to the ground, and in a daze, he even forgot to open his shield. How could Jolie miss this good time? Directly an earth cone charm went over and pierced a dozen large holes in its body. This exchange was extremely fast, almost completed within a second or two. Those two adventurous cultivators directly gave up their lives. Jolie killed two strong enemies, and before he could catch his breath, the three behind him had already rushed up. He was just about to continue his escape when, suddenly he felt a coolness at the back of his head. After he awakened his divine sense, although he couldn't go outward like a foundation stage cultivator and check out the surrounding situation, but the perception was also much sharper than before. Without even thinking, he directly threw two fire blast talismans towards the back of at the same time a roll, pulling away and adjusting his position. A spirit stone appeared on his left hand, quickly replenishing his spirit power, and two more talismans were pinched on his right hand, and he gazed at the people coming from behind. Boom boom! Two explosions resounded in mid-air. A cultivator holding a long axe in his hand landed not far away, a burst of blood and flesh on his hand. Apparently, it was the person who had sneaked up on Jolie just now, but was injured by the talisman blast. At this moment, the three people at the back had all caught up as well. The three stood not far from Jolie, forming a semicircular arc of encirclement. They did not rush to attack. Jolie was also happy to have all this extra time to replenish his spiritual energy with spirit stones. Fong had cast several hasty traveling spells and released quite a few talismans. Even though his spiritual energy at the 8th level of Qi cultivation was a great deal more than that at the 5th level of Qi cultivation before, but it was still severely depleted. The horse-faced cultivator looked at the two cultivators who had been killed back by Jolie, and his face was extremely calm, and he also fumbled the accompanying bag from the two men and took off the boots again, and neatly into their own pouches. I have nothing against you all, do I? Why did you intercept me in the wilderness? Jolie leaned his back against a large tree, his hands pinned behind his back. With a thought, he took out 5 more talismans from the mysterious space and pinched them on his right hand. The spiritual energy was continuously injected, ready to strike at any time. The horse-faced cultivator coldly said, "We brothers are just seeking wealth. As long as your excellency gives us the spirit stones you earned earlier, we promise not to bother again." Jolie, however, instead breathed a sigh of relief and was all smiles. "Good." Saying this, his left hand was about to reach for the bag that was slung around his waist. Just as several people's eyes were fixed on his left hand, suddenly, he waved his right hand and several powerful rays of light shot out like lightning. Those three had been on full alert as well. Seeing that the situation was different, shields of various colors immediately appeared in front of their bodies, protecting their entire bodies. Unfortunately, Jolie's strike contained 2 second-order talismans. The cultivator with the axe was already injured. How could it withstand a talisman of such great power? He was blown to pieces on the spot. The other one was also of a slightly inferior cultivation level and was directly blown up on the spot by a first-order upper grade and a second-order lower grade. Only the horse-faced cultivator had a profound cultivation and was not targeted by a second-order talisman. All of the might was stopped by a green-colored shield. Swoosh! Only a sharp whistle could be heard in the field. A small green-colored sword catapulted out from the horse-faced cultivator's hand, charging straight at Jolie's chest at breakneck speed. Just now, Jolie had released too many talismans at once, and there were 2 second-order ones. Spiritual power operation was subsequently stagnant, and he was unable to utilize his spiritual shield at all, and he didn't have the fighting sense to do so. However, with its awakened divine sense, it reacted extremely quickly and immediately lunged to the right. Plop! A muffled sound. That little sword was too fast to dodge in time to. His left arm was directly blown open with a bloody hole. It was drenched in blood, and the bones were visible in the. Jolie's face grimaced in pain, his eyes turned white, and he almost fainted. He endured the excruciating pain, gritted his teeth, and a handful of first-order medium-grade talismans appeared in his hand again. He directly flung it out towards the back, and then fled without hesitation. He didn't have much spiritual energy in his body, so I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have the strength to run away with another high-grade talisman. Seeing the talismans all over the sky, that horse-faced cultivator quickly pulled out a black leaf fan and runes flickered on it, and all sorts of mysterious and powerful patterns were all over it. But when he swung it with force, dozens of powerful wind blades immediately appeared and when those talismans encountered the wind blades, they emitted explosive sounds one after another, and none of them were able to get close to him. Seeing the fleeing Jolie, the horse-faced cultivator didn't rush to catch up, but put away the bags on the 2 people beside him. And then put on those wind-walking boots and sneered, "Today, you must die." While the horse-faced cultivator was chasing after Jolie, who was fleeing ahead of him. A flash of deep confusion also surged in his mind. During the confrontation just now, his eyes had been fixed on Jolie's waist. Seeing that he did not take out the talisman from the bag to make an attack, he did not make the first move. However, while exchanging blows, talismans appeared in that kid's hands in a steady stream. This made it somewhat puzzling. Could it be that he hid the talisman in his sleeve? Chapter 32, Borrowing a Formation to Counter Kill. I'll see how far you can run. The horse-faced cultivator looked at the blood on the ground, a chilling look on his face. He was a little afraid of Jolie's inexhaustible talismans, worrying that he would counterattack before he died. Therefore, this journey is all tiptoeing behind him, not too close and not too far away, tracking, giving on the pressure, so that it does not have time to heal its wounds. Just waiting for Jolie to fall to the ground with serious injuries so that he himself could easily obtain that massive amount of spirit stones. That brat's speed is getting slower and slower, he should have gotten a lot worse from his injuries. Seeing more and more blood along the way, the horse-faced cultivator's face revealed a look of delight. Almost there, that kid is nearing his limit. He cupped several shield spells in his hands, ready to shield his body at any time, and followed behind it with incomparable patience. Since the prey ahead must sooner or later bleed to death, there's no point in risking a hard fight. He was also secretly frightened when he thought of the endless talismans. An ordinary loose cultivator possessing a second-order talisman could already be used as a treasure in the bottom of a box. I don't know where that kid got so many talismans. Not to mention the first order, throw the second-order lower-grade talisman with the same as throwing rags, one after another. This is still the case when he sold an unknown number of them in the 7-league city. Thinking of this, the horse-faced cultivator became more and more cautious and he didn't want to be piled to death by that kid with talismans just like his several accomplices. Why is that kid gone? He'd been staring intently ahead of. Unexpectedly, Jolie, who had been staggering around a moment ago, looking like he was going to be unable to hold on, had suddenly disappeared. The horse-faced cultivator's heart was startled, and he hurriedly opened all of his shield spells for full protection, and afterward, he quickly went forward to investigate the situation. Disappeared here. He looked down and saw the blood on the floor come to a sudden and abrupt halt at his feet. The horse-faced cultivator frowned and looked ahead. The dense forests littered the surroundings, with trees towering over the clouds and lush bushes that it was completely unnoticeable. He was stunned, and then with a heartbeat, he directly stepped forward. Suddenly, the scenery around him changed violently. The clouds of mist and smoke rolled in. The surroundings were all white, and it was impossible to see anything. Damn it, it's an illusion formation. He instinctively tried to withdraw, but realized that it was of no use at all. The illusion around him remained the same. Such a change of events caused its heart to be startled and, without thinking, he opened all the shield spells on his body and surrounded himself in an impermeable, fearing that someone would sneak attack from the side. As for Jolie, who had entered first and had already walked out of the illusionary formation, he was in front of the cave's prohibition, panting heavily. At this moment, he had lost a lot of blood and his face was pale, extremely weak mentally, and even stars began to well up in front of his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he had awakened his divine sense and his will had been strengthened quite a bit, I'm afraid that he would have fainted long ago. In his eyes, that horse-faced cultivator was standing not far from him, looking around with a guarded face. Because he was outside the illusion formation, he could clearly see every movement of the horse-faced cultivator. I have to hurry. If he follows the bloodstains on the ground out of the illusion formation, it will be my death. He had long held several spirit stones in his hands, and had recovered quite a bit of spiritual energy in his dantian. Seeing that the enemy had already entered the formation, he didn't hesitate and directly took out 2 second-order mid-grade talismans. Since the talismans were too powerful, he didn't dare to sell them, he was keeping them for himself. This time of year, it came in handy. That horse-faced cultivator's cultivation was at the 11th level of chi cultivation, far beyond his strength. Coupled with the many magic weapons protecting his body, I'm afraid that he can't kill that person by activating the second-order lower-grade talisman from his seriously injured body. If you don't use the talisman at the bottom of the box, you won't be able to win at all. Ow. With the input of his massive amount of spiritual energy, that second-order mid-grade talisman emitted a golden luster, and a 2-meter-long golden dragon whistled out and the scales of the dragon were clearly visible, and its dark claws emitted a chilling light. Go! With Jolie's single finger, the small golden dragon went straight for the horse-faced cultivator in the illusionary formation. That's not all. Just to be on the safe side, Jolie finished squeezing the last strand of spiritual energy in his dantian chi as well, and activated another talisman. A 2-meter silver-colored giant sword pranced out and the runes were densely covered, and the silver radiance shone brightly. A cold aura flashed above the tip of the sword, and a terrifying fluctuation of mana extended out in all directions. Swoosh! Jolie raised his hand, and with the last ounce of his chi, he pointed it straight at the horse-faced cultivator. And then the entire person could no longer support himself and collapsed to the ground. Go back. Go home. There are blood tonic potions at home. Jolie no longer cared to look at the battle in the field, and with a thought, his entire body disappeared into thin air. And then returned to the room through the 2 realms pearl. As soon as he landed, he immediately rummaged through the drawers and found a dozen bottles and jars. These were the many potions that he had personally concocted over the past few years. There were blood-replenishing pills, blood-clotting pills, chi recovery pills, and so on, many of which were basic healing potions that he directly picked up a dose of blood-stopping scatter and sprinkled it on the wound. The others were shoveled into his mouth in large quantities, regardless. And then, forcing himself to get up and sit down, fighting the boundless weariness with the last of his willpower, refining the medicinal power that had been swallowed into his abdomen. I don't know how long it took. Gradually, the stagnant and dried-up spiritual energy in his body began to revitalize and the many medicinal powers began to take effect, and the heart-rending burning pain in his shoulder slowly lessened. That feeling of exhaustion on the verge of fainting also slowly faded. His entire body was also drenched in sweat as if he had been pulled out of the water. Looking again at the wound on his left shoulder, it had stopped bleeding there, but it was still a bloody mess. The clothes and the blood had joined together. Gotta buy some chi and blood pills and muscle growth powder online. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will take a month to recover by the body's self-healing. Nowadays, everyone in the immortal mansion had grown up eating spiritual rice, and their bodies were extremely strong. Ordinary colds and wind chills and whatnot are almost no longer present. A rather serious injury such as a pierced shoulder can also heal itself very quickly. It's just that Jolie, in order to be able to attend classes normally earlier, and for fear of being discovered by his parents, so he just bought some elixirs to speed up his recovery. Seeing that the injuries were effectively controlled, Jolie heaved a sigh of relief. The crisis was completely lifted, and an incomparably strong drowsiness directly assaulted his heart. His eyelids felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't open them. Jolie simply stopped bracing himself and directly lay down on the bed and fell asleep. This sleep, he didn't know how long he had slept for. He didn't get up in a daze until he was a little sore from the intense sun outside his window. Damn, I'm late for class. Jolie got up violently, and when he looked at the time, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He touched his shoulder, which was still stinging a little, and grimaced for a moment. Mainly because he had been chased by a few cultivators yesterday, he himself had reached the point where he was at the end of his tether. Spirit had reached a critical point. That's why this sleep went straight to the ground, and even the alarm clock that was usually set for the morning didn't wake him up. My divine sense, it seems to have risen a bit. As soon as he woke up, he instinctively checked the situation inside his body, wanting to check if there were any aftereffects left behind. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his control over the spiritual energy around him had become even more refined. In the past, I've always watched characters in TV dramas break through at the moment of a life and death battle, thus killing back, so it seems like there really is such a thing. However, it might be that I am slightly less qualified and only slightly improved after the life and death crisis. Then he hurriedly called his homeroom teacher for a leave of absence, saying that he had recently realized something in his kung fu and wanted to take a few days off to practice at home. Zhou Li's usual behavior had always been very good. The homeroom teacher also agreed readily. After settling the matter of his leave of absence, he lay down in peace and pondered over the close call of being hunted down yesterday. A pang of fear ran through his mind that it was arguably the closest he'd ever come to death since he was born. It was even more thrilling than the time of the black-faced cultivator earlier. That other world, it's really dangerous. I don't know when I'll be targeted by someone with a heart of gold. He let out a long sigh. There were no laws there, no law enforcement teams, only the weak and the strong. In comparison, the immortal mansion is completely like a greenhouse. If not for the dozens of talismans that I purposely left behind this time, I'm afraid that I have the life to make money but not the life to spend it. This two worlds pearl. Immediately afterward, as if he had figured something out, his brows tightened and then he got up violently, both eyes wide open. I'm such an idiot. I have the pearl of two worlds, why do I have to fight hard? If you can't beat me, you can totally run. Chapter 33, Another Great Harvest. Zhou Li lay on his bed. The more he thought about it, the more chagrined he became. I have the two worlds bead. In the future when I encounter danger, I'll just directly hide inside that bead space. Why do you have to play with their lives? Thinking about this, he felt that he had suffered this injury a bit unjustly. Then, he let out a long sigh and comforted himself. It's not too late to understand. You'll know when you're in this situation again later. Thinking that he could have avoided such a critical situation, he could only laugh bitterly a few times. At this time, the cell phone also rang and it's the healing medicine that I purchased yesterday that has arrived. He opened the door and took the medicine into his hands, reading the instructions before taking it immediately. He had seen these medicines quite a few times when he was studying with his uncle, Zheng Tianzhou. He was very familiar with the medicinal effects, so he didn't hesitate at all. After spending another half a day to refine the medicinal properties almost to the point of completion, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked to his left arm where a layer of blood scabs had risen and the bone that had been exposed was also covered by the newborn flesh and blood. Zhou Li cut open the clothes at the wound and cleaned it with sterilized water again. Then he used gauze to wrap the external medication of shengmisen to tightly cover the wound and bandage it up. After doing all this, he let out a sigh of relief and in less than a week, this left arm should be as good as new. It's time to go see what's going on over there. After his wounds were fine, he began to get hung up on the situation in that other world. He almost fainted on the spot. After releasing 2 second-order mid-grade talismans and then leaving straight away, he didn't see what was going on behind him, and he didn't know if the guy who was chasing him had been taken care of by the 2 talismans. If they were neutralized, he could continue to be able to scavenge. He immediately applied a golden shield talisman to himself. If there was a situation when the time came, this talisman could resist the first wave of attacks that he would also be able to quickly escape through the two worlds pearl. That guy is dead. Once again arriving in front of the cave full of prohibitions, Zhou Li hurriedly looked around vigilantly and discovering the corpse on the ground in the illusionary formation, his heart was greatly relieved. Nowadays, he still had his injuries, so he couldn't be too careful. That shield talisman was wasted for nothing. He moved forward slightly and noticed 2 extra large craters, over a meter deep, in the ground. Beside that horse-faced cultivator were several fragments of magic weapons that its body had been chopped into 2, and its head had somehow disappeared into thin air. There was only a wave of blood spraying on the ground next to it. It seems that that golden dragon talisman alone has already killed it. The giant sword talisman at the back is somewhat superfluous. Through this wave, he also had a good idea in his mind about the power of second-order mid-grade talismans. Then he went about his old business, and groping corpses. It's a job he's kind of familiar with now. The other 4 bags on this guy wouldn't all be his companions, would they? That would save me from having to get them one by one. As soon as Zhou Li touched them, he felt 5 bags and, acknowledging his behavior of not forgetting to pick up his companion's body, he saved himself a lot of work. After carefully collecting them, the spirit stones harvested this time amounted to 310. These guys, they're really fat. It seems like the looting of homes hasn't been done much, only now these are all cheaper for me. although these spirit stones were nothing to him nowadays. But no one would mind having a lot of spirit stones. Then he took stock of the harvested magic weapons. A fan-type, spiked cone-type magic weapon was the strongest, and was currently at the level of a first-order top-tier magic weapon. The others were two shield-type, an axe-type, and a small sword magic weapon that. These were slightly inferior, all around the middle to upper first rank. The rest are all talismans that. There are also the Earth Dragon technique, the Black Water technique, and the Raw Wood technique. He can't use them at all at the moment. What's left is a mess of materials that. Iron lumps, golden stones, silver wood, etc. that. These he had long thought of using to sell for money. He turned his attention to the pile of spell fragments on the ground again. These had all been blasted to slag by the powerful second-order talismans, and had completely lost their usefulness. However, Jolie still collected them and pocketed them all. Most of the metals over here were relatively rare on Blue Water Planet. They almost always fetch a good price. His previous startup capital for selling talismans was saved up by selling various spells. Suddenly, a new thought came into his mind. Can I buy magic artifacts from this side to sell on Blue Water Planet? No, it's better to buy metal materials. The refining techniques of magic weapons over here are rough. After refining the materials into magic weapons to sell them on Blue Water Planet, they have to be remelted. The price might be lower instead. It's better to sell the raw materials directly to make it worthwhile. This side has a lot of materials, but the refining techniques are not very good, all rely on their own hand rubbing, while the Blue Water Planet that has a variety of precision instrument refining, magic weapon power is great, but good materials are scarce. Once I integrate the two sides, I can earn more spirit stones and money. Thinking about this, Jolie was overjoyed in his heart. He had found another way for himself to get rich. The scavenging is over. As usual, he burned the body to black ash with a fireball spell that. This was immediately followed by a great wind jutsu, which popularized the ashes and completely wiped out the traces. Before, he was still digging up the earth to cover the traces. This time he had experience and didn't have to work as hard and was more comfortable. And then he returned without trouble, and burned and raised several other corpses with him, and preventing anyone from following the traces to find the cave here. Only after he had done all of this did he feel relieved as he turned his gaze to the cave's prohibitions. I've taken a week's vacation, and I'll strive to open this forbidden system during this time. Those puppets are very useful whether they are used for their own training or sold for money. The subject of puppets brought together a wide range of interdisciplinary knowledge, such as formations, materials, smithing, assembly, chips, and so on. It has always been extremely difficult, and very few people have been able to specialize in it. The high school textbooks also introduce some basic knowledge theory and composition. There is no in-depth study. And looking at the entire Immortal Mansion, there weren't many well-known puppet masters, either. There were also far fewer puppet-related information videos publicized online than other disciplines. So Jolie had just given up on the idea of making a puppet because it was just too difficult. Now it was different, with a complete puppet inheritance of the Xian puppet sect in front of it. He had to try whatever he said. The fighting training ability provided by the puppet alone had already made his heart flutter. Due to the fact that there were quite a few classes in the senior year of the third high school, the puppets were not acquired in sufficient numbers, and at night, they had to be recharged. So on average, a class can only train with those puppets once a week. This amount of training makes it completely impossible to get good grades in the fighting subject in the college entrance exam. This is why Jolie's current determination to make puppets has only gradually increased. He looked towards those dense and complicated prohibitions and he'd taken a lot of pictures of them last time, only he wasn't as eager to open the cave. So a lot of details were not paid attention to. This time, he did his best to capture every ripple with extreme completeness. Then he went to the Immortal Mansion's internet to find a way to crack it. But this time, after careful study, it was found that the subsequent changes of some prohibitions would only appear after the previous ones had been stimulated. It's far more complicated than one could have imagined. He had to reshoot and go back for a similar grain. It went on like that for a day or so, over and over again. Finally, I have taken a clear picture of the general condition of the forbidden system. The next step is to check the cracking techniques based on the diagram. Ugh, it's so hard. After another day of research, Jolie's head was spinning. The topics in the formation section that come out of school are all given known formations, key conditions, and various basic parameters are known, followed by applying the basic formulas to solve them, and at most some transformation means are needed. I didn't realize that when it comes to actually cracking it, the hardest part is precisely these preconditions. Jolie looked at the drawings of forbidden patterns that filled the room, his head slightly fuzzy. It seems that there is still a need to go to the library once. There's a lot of information online, yes, but it's too cluttered, with high-level answers mixed in with a lot of spam replies that are hard to recognize, and it's often a matter of trying dozens of wrong ways to find the right one. Most of them are scams for the amount of replies. It's not only a waste of time, it's a waste of money. Many of the answers on the internet cost money, and during this time Jolie had been cheated out of several thousand, and was greatly annoyed in his heart. He set up the cracked ones and the ones that hadn't been cracked yet in separate categories, and after organizing the unknown parts, carrying another school bag. Inside, he took his notebook and many drawings with him and headed straight for the library. Chapter 34, Another Chance Encounter in the Library. The library is not far from the school. More than half the distance was about the same as his usual school day. But this time, while walking on the road, Jolie realized that there were many different things that. The first thing was the appearance of many martial arts schools. Many of the previous cram schools for various subjects have changed their signboards. What One Punch Martial Arts Center, Bao Chang Fighting Hall, Fighting Cramming Real Solution Class, I Want to Fight 10 Martial Arts Fighting Halls. There are really a lot of parents consulting in there. There's a lot of new tutoring flyers and ads on the street, too. All of them have the word fighting in the most prominent position. All kinds of foundation stage fighting masters, top 10 frontline demonic beast killing masters, underground world fighting masters. All of them. The addition of new disciplines to the college entrance exams means new business opportunities. In particular, this bucket of subjects accounted for the score is not low. Many parents are very important. Numerous cram schools have caught wind of it and all want to get a piece of the pie. To all of this, he just looked at, did not care, and his view has always been, the points of the college entrance examination are all in the book, cannot jump out of this range, do not need to cram. Spiritual roots and cultivation enlightenment, these are inherent, cramming is useless. Therefore, the final conclusion is that there is no need for cramming. Now with the additional subject of fighting. In its eyes, it was still reliable to use the kind of puppet similar to the school to assist in cultivation. Therefore, his mind was only thinking of hurrying to crack the forbidden system of that cave, and he had no desire to understand these flyer advertisements. Not long after, the library was in sight. The library was much less crowded than his last visit. Jolie asked the front desk, and the formation and forbidden system related ones were on the 5th floor. Then he went straight to his destination. Many of the books in the category related to formations and prohibitions are related to math. What theorems are used to determine the class to which a forbidden system belongs, how to measure coefficients based on changes in what integral is used to derive the base. All of this stuff is extremely boring, and very few people would put the effort into studying this. Most people are willing to spend their time on cultivation That's why there are very few people on this side of the 5th floor, and you can hardly see any people walking around. Only in a corner not far away, there was a small couple sitting together, whispering, ear to ear, and it should just figure that there are fewer people here, so they can be more intimate. Jolie, on the other hand, went straight to the guidance desk and taking pictures and uploading the pattern of the forbidden. Search for books containing images of these prohibitions he searched a dozen in a row and selected 5 books Then he went to the bookshelf to find the books according to the book number code. The books on this floor are thicker, moving thousands of pages. The ones he chose also weighed dozens of pounds combined, giving it a pang. After choosing a good book, Jolie thought to find a corner against the inside to study it properly. As a result, just as he entered the reading area, he saw an acquaintance, Nia Xian. Today, she was wearing a long floral dress her long hair had been coiled up by it, with only a strand of broken hair floating in front of her forehead. Although she was reading a book with her head bowed, she couldn't really see her face. However, the air of coolness emanating from her body made Jolie recognize her at a glance. Should we go say hello? Jolie hesitated. Forget it, it's better not to bother her. It's not like I'm particularly familiar with her, so it's better not to greet her in order to avoid an awkward conversation. He was just about to turn back and walk to a nearby area unexpectedly, Nia Xian seemed to have sensed something and raised her head, just in time to meet Shang Li's gaze. At this point, it would be impossible for Jolie to dodge any further, and he could only force himself to make a surprised face and go forward. What a coincidence. You're here too. That demeanor and expression was as awkward as it could be. When Nia Xian saw him like this, she directly laughed and his already stunningly beautiful face became even more charming. Did you see me and were just getting ready to leave? After laughing, Nia Xian put on a serious face and questioned again. Jolie didn't expect her to ask so directly, and for a moment, he scratched his head in embarrassment. I didn't have the heart to bother you when I saw you were so serious. Nia Xian stared at Jolie with a stern face and asked, you really think so? Without waiting for Jolie to reply, she added to herself. You must be thinking that it's too awkward to greet this woman with nothing to say. Never mind, I'd better go. His own mind being told off, Jolie was embarrassed to the point of being a bit groundless. He quickly changed the topic. Don't you have to go to class? Why are you in the library at this hour? When mom and dad are fighting, his dad often uses this trick to diffuse the conflict. Jolie also learned it from experience. Sure enough, Nia Xian didn't continue on that matter, but asked in return. Aren't you not in class either? Seeing that the attention had been successfully diverted, Jolie let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. "Oh, I was injured while practicing fighting techniques," he said, pulling back his shirt and pointing to the bandage of sand on his shoulder. Nie Xian said with concern, "So serious? How did you practice?" Jolie casually told a small lie, "I accidentally fell and hit it." "Did you take a vacation as well?" Nie Xian shook her head, "I told you before, I was bailed out. So I don't have to go to any of my classes from now on." After thinking about it, she added, "The fighting class is still quite interesting, so I'll continue to team up with you guys in the future." Hearing this again, Jolie's eyes still showed envy and, however, thinking about it, he felt that it was only natural. Nie Xian herself is a heavenly spiritual root, and her father is a Jindan realist. If this kind of qualification and background couldn't be guaranteed admission, it would simply be incomprehensible. He wanted to ask Nie Xian which school she was enrolled in. But he still didn't ask. Knowing this kind of thing is not to find excitement for himself. "You're amazing," Jolie praised afterward. "Weren't you on another floor before? Why did you come to the 5th floor today?" He was still a bit baffled by the fact that he had run into big schoolgirl Nie again. Nie Xian shook her head slightly. "There are more people on the other floors, it's annoying. I just realized today that the 5th floor is less crowded and quiet." Jolie immediately realized that. Once there were more people hitting on this big schoolgirl. Dare to come to the 5th floor to escape the wind. "Go on then." He directly then sat down and opened his book, ready to start studying formations. He also figured out that, since Nie Xian had seen him, he should be generous and, "It's not like I have any designs on Nie Xian, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about." So he simply sat directly across from this schoolgirl. Nie Xian glanced at him, then continued to gaze down and flip through the book again. Both of them were each swimming in the ocean of knowledge. Jolie was also flipping open his notebook, reading, and taking notes at the same time, devoting his entire mind to the study of formation prohibitions. The book he was flipping through, The 36 Fundamental Theorems of Formation, was an introductory book that, describing in detail dozens of formations that, as small as a formation that holds only one person's spirit gathering, large enough to cover a city with a city guard formation, incomparably detailed from the exploration and selection of terrain, the equipment of formation materials, the arrangement of prohibitions within the formation, the means of response derived from the means of the person who breaks the formation, etc. There are many places where Jolie's knowledge base is difficult to understand and see through. But it also does not spend time to dwell on it, just a simple understanding of the relevant concepts, know what's going on and then temporarily skipped the. Later on, after having a more comprehensive knowledge of formations, he would come back to reinterpret it. In this way, time flew by and, before you know it, it's night. After having his divine sense boosted, Jolie was much stronger than before, both in terms of speed of thought and comprehension. However, reading this kind of esoteric book in a short period of time was not enough, and there were still a lot of places that he did not fully understand. Most of his selections were related to the drawings he had photographed himself. First he found the corresponding part, and then he began to look at it in detail, and, if you don't understand something, go back and read the corresponding basic content. In this way, targeted learning, know that this knowledge corresponds to those application parts, the efficiency is really much faster. There were also some clues about the formations and prohibitions of that cave. This method of learning required him to have a general understanding of the line of formations in order to know where to correspond to where. It was good that he had a good foundation in high school and vaguely knew some of the scope, so that he wouldn't be looking around like a headless fly. Near the end of the night, the people in the library became thinner and thinner. Fortunately, the city libraries are open 24 hours a day, so there is no staff to urge them to go. "You're studying formations?" Nie Xian moved her arms and shoulders, getting up and turning around to relax and, just in time to see what Jolie across from her was working on, which was a bit odd. Hearing this sound, Jolie also detached himself from the complicated and messy sea of dense formation books, and, rubbing his temples with his hands, he humbly said, "I'm just a little bit interested in studying blindly." Nie Xian looked at the notebook in which he had recorded quite a bit, and next to it, there was a large book of draft paper for calculations, and also exclaimed in admiration, "This isn't blind research on your part." She remembered that Jolie had come to the library earlier to check out books related to herbs and she thought he was interested in refining medicines. "I didn't expect that after a short period of time, he was studying formations again." One couldn't help but marvel at it. In the immortal cultivation path, cultivation is naturally the most important thing. An array formation, medicine refining, talisman and so on, each of them is profound, need to spend a huge amount of energy and time to study. Naturally, the cultivation time will be greatly compressed. Especially high school students, basically have to face the pressure of the college entrance exams, and can't wait to use one day as 2 days. So very few people will do such an in-depth study in high school. Seeing such strange behavior from the Jolie in front of her, Nie Xian couldn't help but become curious. "Are you studying forbidden systems?" Are you encountering any formations? Chapter 35: The Hope of Breaking the Forbidden Formation. Prohibitions were like units, important factors that made up a formation. Every large formation is made up of countless complex prohibitions. Most of the knowledge currently imparted in high school classrooms is just the change formulas, evolutionary pathways of the main formations. There is no exhaustive discussion and dissection of the various prohibitions. So many high school students only know the term forbidden. Don't know much about it. The Nia Xian in front of her, however, had seen what Jolie was researching at a glance, so it was evident that she had also done some research on this area. Jolie nodded his head and said, "Recently, I came across a formation on the internet that felt quite interesting, so I wanted to try cracking it to see." Nia Xian also picked up some of the drawings on the table and looked at them carefully for a few moments. "This prohibition of yours seems to be of a protective nature, with a very low offensive nature. There are also some linkages between multiple prohibitions. It seems that the person who set it up is not at a low level." Jolie smiled and exclaimed, "Awesome, awesome. I also went through a lot of content before I realized that. I didn't think you'd see it at a glance." Being praised in such an undisguised manner, Nia Xian's white and tender pretty face also blushed slightly. "I only have some understanding of it. In actuality, it's a half-assed level that I can't crack at all." Jolie haha laughed. "Anyway, I only know that you are the number one in the whole school. Whether you can crack this or not is impressive." After this period of time, he had some understanding of the beauty in front of him. Although on the surface, she looked cold and uninviting. But in fact, he's quite warm-hearted, very good to get along with. He's also loosened up a little bit and isn't as restrained as he was before. He let out a long sigh and said, "I realize now that the knowledge in the textbook seems to be quite a distance away from practical application. Take this formation for example. The exam papers have all been given important parameters, shielded from complex chain conditions, just use the most basic formulas to apply the solution. It's only when you actually encounter it that you realize it's not like that at all." Upon hearing this, Nia Xian, however, laughed and said, "High school knowledge is just a way of filtering. The real content of the profession is something that you need to go to college, or even practice on your own in society, to truly comprehend. It's possible that the content you master on your own in the future may contradict your high school knowledge, so don't take it too seriously." Jolie nodded his head indistinctly as he listened. And then agonized. "This prohibition one, it's too complicated, it's definitely hopeless in a short period of time. I'd better focus on my studies first." He'd been watching for so long, and it had finally dawned on him that every large formation was a whole, and simply trying to crack it with a few days of starting with simple prohibitions was something that was not very realistic. Nia Xian asked curiously, "Did you come here to look at books on forbidden systems simply because you wanted to learn, or to break a certain formation?" Jolie was puzzled. "Is there a difference?" Which was when Nia Xian smiled mysteriously. "There's quite a big difference. If it's about breaking a certain formation, I can give you a suggestion. I can't help if I'm studying." Jolie's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked rhetorically, "What suggestion?" Nia Xian opened her cell phone and showed him a photo. "This is the Forbidden Breaking Bead, a new product that came out a few years ago. It contains commonly used cracking algorithms for thousands of different formations, and it's the result of decades of research spent by two Jindan stage formation masters, and it can greatly reduce the difficulty of breaking formations. As long as it's not a large formation above the third rank, it's basically no problem, and it also shows the process of breaking it in detail, which can also be used for learning. It's just that it's not too cheap in terms of price." Hearing that there was such a good thing, Jolie's eyes straightened and immediately, he also opened his cell phone mall and searched for it. Sure enough, there are a lot of related products for sale, but the price is more than $1 million. It's not something that ordinary people can afford. However, he still had some savings, and compared to the treasure that might exist in that cave, this measly $1 million was completely worth spending. Thank you so much, it's a big help, big schoolgirl Nia, you're really my precious person." Hearing that there was such a good thing, he was so excited that he was a bit incoherent. "I still have things to do, so I'll go first." Now that there was a better way to break the ban. Who would still take so much trouble and waste cultivation time to learn something so difficult and obscure? Jolie decisively did not continue to dwell on this. After saying goodbye and returning the book, he quickly returned home. It was true that the sales of the Forbidden Breaking Bead on the internet were not very high. Most monthly sales are in the single digits. On the one hand, the prices are really high, and the average person can't afford to spend that. On the other hand, the many relics and caves that may exist under the rule of the immortal mansion have all been finished being excavated. After a modern cultivator sits down and passes away, there is also a full set of detailed inheritance or donation process for their estate. There will not be a situation like those loose cultivators in the otherworld who will be seated in a cave that they run. Therefore, there were very few places where the Forbidden Breaking Bead was used in daily life. But Jolie was different. The other world to which the Two Worlds Pearl leads has a relatively ancient cultivation civilization. There must be quite a number of various relics and secret realms that no one is in charge of. He also happened to enter an inheritance cave by chance. As long as he keeps practicing, there will be a lot of places where he can use this forbidden breaking bead in the future. Therefore, he also wanted to buy a better one and use it for a long time, too. After choosing and choosing, he looked at one of the forbidden breaking beads sold in the 100 Flowers flagship store. The 100 Flowers flagship store is the online flagship store of the 100 Flowers Academy Palace, one of the 5 university palaces. The store had many graduation works of the school's current students, as well as quite a few things consigned by the school's teachers on it. That forbidden breaking bead was the graduation work of several doctoral students under the Jindan stage cultivator Jing Yizhenjin. That work listed in detail several co-producers, ways of use, efficacy, promising a 2-year after sales service after purchase. It will be those authors who will answer the questions personally. He had also heard of this scripture art realist, who is also greatly famous among the immortal mansions. He is especially good at formations and puppets. Although he is not good at attacking and killing in person, the demonic beasts he has killed with his formations are no less than anyone else's. The textbooks for the high school formation section they studied were all written by this real person himself, and they were signed with his Dao number. Jolie's thoughts were also very simple. This true lord was so outstanding in the subject of formations. The students he taught would definitely not be bad either. And it's sold at the official flagship store of the 100 Flowers Academy, so the chances of there being any problems are very small. It was better than buying it from those small stores. It's just that it's a bit more expensive in terms of price, needing $3,888,000. Jolie currently only has a little over $1 million in savings, not enough at all. Good thing he's just gotten a bunch of money. Otherwise it would have been impossible to buy. We'll have to sell some more materials this time. He took an inventory of the things he had stored in the bead space, selected 2 materials and some broken spells from them and headed for the grocery store. Fortunately, this time the sale was all raw materials, there was no price suppression, and the total sum was sold for $4.1 million. And a few pieces of broken magic weapon also sold nearly $1 million. This made his pockets bulge again directly. When he got home, he didn't hesitate to place his order straight away. The order came with a video on how to use it and an author's contact information. This time the shipping address was only 2 cities away from Chili's house. It took less than half a day's work for the goods to arrive. He had already watched the video on how to use it and couldn't wait to try cracking it. Chapter 36: The Inheritance of the Xian Puppet Sect. First, put on these glasses, then bring the forbidden breaking bead closer to the forbidden system. The closer you get, the more accurate the cracking will be. After the forbidden breaking bead arrived, Jolie came next to this cave and quickly cracked it. This forbidden breaking bead sounded like a bead, but it actually contains several parts that: a palm-sized display screen, a fist-sized transparent bead covered in black spells, a pair of glasses, and a pair of gloves. That transparent bead was the main body of the forbidden breaking bead, and its internal structure was clearly visible. The main part inside is actually a dozen or so powerful chips, and some extremely complex precision structures that, with several sets of powerful forbidden cracking algorithms built in. Just follow the instructions to start it up and then the action can begin. The display screen mainly shows the relevant parameters of the prohibitions and formations resolved by the band-breaking bead. It can restore the whole cracking process. The data can also be downloaded for your own study. It is also possible to manipulate the direction of the break beads. Those glasses are matching tools that, after bringing them on, one can clearly see the key nodes of each prohibition resolved by the band-breaking bead. It will show various ways to break it in detail. Just follow the instructions in the glasses. After all, the band-breaking bead was only a cracking tool, and the specific implementation process still needed to be carried out by the person themselves. The final glove was a pair of special materials made to protect able to protect against damage caused by some powerful prohibitions during the cracking process. It also allows the user's spiritual energy to be output without any hindrance. It's effective. After activating the forbidden breaking bead according to the operation handheld, as soon as it approached the wall of that cave, a detailed description of the parameters immediately appeared on the display. Stone fixation prohibition, capable of greatly enhancing the strength of nearby mountains and rocks, and serving to hook up formations with the power of earth and stone. Restriction range, 500 meters. Restriction strength, intermediate. The content displayed on the screen was very large, including the detailed patterns of the forbidden system, the arrangement techniques, and so on, all of which were quickly parsed out. At the same time, Jolie, who had put on his glasses, also realized that countless detailed patterns of forbidden systems had suddenly appeared in his eyes. Densely packed, overlapping, and undulating, all spread out stretching across the entire mountain. Interspersed among them were countless other patterns that, looking further up, a ghostly blue luster enveloped the head, thought to be the outer main part of the formation. It seems that this stone-fixed prohibition is the foundation that forms the outer protection of the entire cave, forming the cornerstone of the grand formation. However, I'm trying to enter the cave and don't want to destroy the structure here, and there are too many of these prohibitions to crack, so I can ignore them for now. Then he changed the direction of the band-breaking bead and aimed it directly at the cave entrance there. Soon after, it quickly resolved the entire cave entrance without any surprises. There were dozens of prohibitions enchanted here, most of which were of the protective type as well. With the enhancement of the prohibition-breaking bead, these prohibitions were completely transparent in front of its eyes, and the various operation patterns, cracking methods, etc. were clearly visible. Soon one by one, all of these were cracked. The doorway to that cave was then unreservedly presented. Jolie went forward and pushed. The cave door did not move at all. After trying with the band-breaking bead, there was no relevant ban on the talisman blasted it, but it had no effect either. There's a groove here that looks familiar. Just as he was at his wit's end, he suddenly realized something strange at the cave door. He hurriedly turned over the token and put it inside. Ka! Only a crisp and unusual sound was heard. A rustle of dirt and dust fell from the cave entrance, and then the door slowly opened. Jolie burst out in joy. Luckily, I didn't sell this token as waste as well. When he first resold talismans, he lacked the startup capital and sold all the materials, magic weapons, and other things he could sell on hand. He also thought about this token, but then he gave up. Now that he thought about it, his heart was still a bit thankful. Based on the principle of seeking stability, he directly applied a protective talisman to himself and was ready to withdraw into the two worlds pearl space at any time. The encounters of being intercepted twice in this otherworldly realm had allowed it to gradually develop this habit of caution. This is. As soon as he entered the door, Jolie saw that there were immediately a full 40 to 50 four-legged puppets on both sides, standing there motionlessly, and like bodyguards guarding the cave. Even though they were puppets, they were emanating not so uncommon spiritual power fluctuations. Most of them were at the 8th level of the chi practicing stage, with a few of them reaching above the 10th level of chi practicing. A look of excitement passed through Jolie's eyes, and each one of these chi practicing puppets could be sold for at least a few $100,000. The 10th level of chi practicing and above start at least in the millions. This is all money. These alone would completely make up for the cost of buying his band-breaking beads, and he would still be able to make a huge profit. The interior of this cave was far larger than expected. After walking through the tunnel manned by dozens of puppets, he came to a large space. The space appeared to be circular, with a diameter of several kilometers. Although it was a confined space, an eerie blue light shone overhead, illuminating the ground. There were countless finished and semi-finished puppets scattered on the left side of the interior of the space. However, these were of somewhat higher quality, mostly above the 10th level of chi cultivation. Among them, there were even a few puppets whose aura was unfathomable, seemingly reaching the level of the foundation establishment stage. Looking at Jolie was a heartbeat away. The right side was opened up into several spaces, including a cultivation room, a lounge, a storage room, and several other places for living and living. Without thinking, Jolie took the lead in scouring the right side with incomparable scrutiny and, sure enough, he had harvested quite a few good things. Inside the stone room shrouded by the spirit gathering formation, he found around 2,000 lower grade spirit stones among them, there were even 7 that shone with a milky yellow luster. Seeing these 7 spirit stones that contained even more pure spirit power, his face changed and a look of ecstasy appeared in his pupils. This can't be mid-grade spirit stones, right? Not only are these 7 spirit stones bigger than lower-grade spirit stones, the strength of the spirit power contained within them is more than 10 times stronger. Unsurprisingly, it was precisely the mid-grade ones. On the blue water planet, lower-grade spirit stones are already rare, and mid-grade ones are even more rare, with one piece speculated to be more than tens of millions. Jolie slowly picked it up, the corners of his mouth harder to suppress than AK. Although there is a difference of more than 10 times in spiritual power between the middle grade and the lower grade. But the price can differ by hundreds of times. Many powerful formations and magic treasures are far more powerful than lower grade ones if they are catalyzed by medium grade spirit stones. He recalled a news story once before that. It was about some cultivator at the front line who found half a medium grade spirit stone in the cave of a demonic beast. Taking it to the auction house, even a Jindan stage cultivator participated in the bidding and fetched a high price of over $20 million. That was why Jolie was so out of sorts when he saw these 7 medium grade spirit stones. He repeatedly rubbed them in his hands for a long time before fondly putting them all into the bead space. Then he walked into the cultivation room with anticipation. Inside this chamber was a bookshelf more than 2 people high, filled with books most of them were on the making of various puppets, material refining, etc., and there were quite a few notes on each book it should be the handwriting of the owner of this cave. There are several books of feats, too. Among them, the Killing Sword Dictionary, the Giant Spirit Technique, and the Flying Wood Formation Diagram are more complete, and the collection is more intact. The others are a bit mutilated. Perhaps it was improperly kept by the owner of this cave, and the Shin Puppet Sect's secret books were lost during the transfer. This book, it seems a bit different. At the very top of the bookshelf, Jolie found a yellow secret book, which didn't feel like ordinary material to the touch. It was very soft. It also smelled fishy, like it was made from animal skin with a special technique. I'm afraid this secret book isn't simple, the materials are different, and there's also a special protective band set up to keep it protected. He held the books in his hands with considerable curiosity, and the three large characters of the divine refining technique came into his eyes. Chapter 37: The Difference Between Puppets. After briefly flipping through the divine refining technique, Jolie's face revealed a trace of an unnatural look as he let out a long sigh. So it turns out that refining a driven puppet actually requires a powerful divine sense. This refinement technique was naturally used to increase divine sense. Only this is not the full version here. There are some introductions in the book. When the Shin Puppet Sect was destroyed, the last three personal disciples of the headmaster each fled with part of their belongings. As the most important technique of Shin Puppet Sect for refining and controlling puppets, this refining god skill was naturally fought over. The owner of this cave only grabbed the first half of the 5 layers of the technique. The second half was taken by his 2 senior brothers. The refining god technique also corresponded to the several stages of refining puppets. Only when one reached the foundation establishment stage and reached the level of divine sense externalization could one drive a foundation establishment stage puppet. Jolie's heart was also slightly lost when he thought of the few foundation establishment stage puppets inside the pile of puppets outside. He had thought that after he could get the foundation establishment stage puppets, he would be able to crush the ones like the horse-faced cultivator when he encountered them again. I didn't realize that there were conditions for using it. Those chi refining stage puppets didn't have such harsh conditions since they weren't that strong. This secret book can be practiced instead. After all, with my qualifications, it's hard as hell to get to the next level on my own. One can only use the abundant resources of this realm to refine various pills to improve. The Tao of Alchemy also requires a high level of divine sense, so it just so happens that this secret book can serve as a great aid for me. Extremely satisfied, he moved all the secret books into the bead space. In the remaining few stone chambers, he scrounged up 2 more magic weapons. These included a protective type shield, a palm-sized green-colored longsword that. The owner of this cave is obviously not low in cultivation and has at least the strength of foundation establishment. I'm afraid that the artifacts that can be collected by him are also very unusual. Jolie kept these 2 separate to prevent himself from accidentally selling them. In the lounge, he also found some insights on refining puppets, as well as methods to manipulate them. So, it turns out that the lower-ranked puppets below foundation establishment can be manipulated just by using that token. He walked in next to a chi refining stage puppet and injected a spiritual energy into the token. A number immediately lit up on that puppet, and then it began to slowly rise. He took the token again and pointed it upwards, and the puppet immediately spat out a wind blade and attacked straight into the air. Boom! A cloud of dust flew up and the cave was protected by a forbidden system above it, and this attack left no traces at all. He then tested some more. Gradually got the hang of the operation. After the novelty of the mind passed, some problems were discovered. Although this chi refining stage puppet can be manipulated with a token, the commands it can execute are too singular. It's far less intelligent than the puppets purchased in the Immortal Mansion. He thought about it and slapped his head again. I'm so stupid, the puppets in the Immortal Mansion all have built-in chips. Those chips already contain powerful behavioral pattern algorithms in order to be able to do what they do against their opponents based on their reactions. Cultivators in this realm can't have chips at all, so naturally they can't do that. However, looking at those insights, it says that at the foundation establishment stage, after the divine sense is externalized, it can be attached to the puppet and imperialize the puppet to make some more complicated operations. That would greatly shorten the gap between and chip puppets, only the threshold is a bit high. The formation flags that operated the entire cave formation were found within the other stone chambers. Other than that, there was nothing else to be found. There are quite a few good things in this cave, and I'm afraid that if I were to say the one that's most useful to me, it would be that divine refining technique. After all, this relates to the pill refining master path that I'll take down the road. Puppet insights and middle-ranked spirit stones are on the back burner compared to this. In the end, he looked towards the puppet stalls. Since there were too many things to fit in his bead space, he could only collect a few of the most valuable foundation establishment stage puppets first. The rest would then be available for his own slow research. In the next stage, in addition to cultivation, the rest will have to focus on shifting to puppets. Having received such a great benefit at once, Jolie replanned his cultivation plan. At the high school level, he had already reviewed almost all of the 9 subjects during the summer vacation, and there wouldn't be any problems with the college entrance exams. What was left was cultivation and fighting. And fighting arts require the enchantment of a puppet. The hours of cultivation of the puppets in the school are simply not enough. As long as you can refine them yourself, the progress will be the fastest. So he made refining puppets a key breakthrough direction as well. He currently had all the ingredients for refining this spirit rising puppet ready to go. Once it was successfully refined, the cultivation speed would definitely increase drastically. However, with his spiritual root situation, cultivating too quickly and too solidly would not be a good thing. Instead, after all, it's still his senior year and he spends time with his classmates every day. With his near pseudo-spiritual root qualification, reaching the 8th level of chi cultivation today is already extremely rare. If it continued like this, it would be bad if it attracted the attention of the principal. If you go to the university, no one cares, but you cannot worry so much. Then the following is to delay the refining of the spirit rising scatter for now, and only use spirit stones for cultivation, slowing down the progress a bit until we get to the university. The rest of the time, all of it will be used to attack the level of puppets, and strive to get good grades in the fighting technique section. When all is said and done, Jolie immediately studied the puppet refining books on those shelves in the two worlds bead space. The amount of time spent inside the two-realm bead was correlated to the spiritual liquid accumulated in the pool. He had accumulated it for 2 months during his summer vacation without using it. He spent a small amount of money on the herbs needed to ripen and refine the spirit rising powder. With the amount in there today, it would probably be able to support for more than a month. In order to refine the puppet as early as possible and significantly increase his fighting strength, he would have to race against the clock end. So he no longer had any reservations, and studied it directly in space. Looking at the puppet refining method obtained from that cave from the beginning. This puppet refining doesn't seem to be that difficult. After studying for a period of time and roughly understanding some of the Shin puppet sect's low-rank puppet refining methods, Jolie let out a sigh of relief. Originally, he had thought that the puppetry Tao would be extremely difficult to understand. But those books were not difficult to understand, and the difference between them and those basic theories he had learned in high school was not very great. The combination of various formations, the assembly of parts, the refining of exterior materials. It was in the spellcasting core and line construction that there was a great difference. The golem in the immortal mansion is based on a chip as the core, and the chip is pre-stored with models run by the basic spell operation and behavioral pattern processing algorithms. The wires are simply constructed by using specific materials to simulate the human body's veins, following the pre-existing spell's casting path. This would enable the puppet to release different spells depending on the reality. And this Shin puppet sect's puppet's internal spell casting core construction. The specific core function is realized with a special wooden material that, somewhat similar to drawing talismans. Every time a command is given using the token control, the internal mechanical structure will immediately draw a corresponding talisman according to the content of the command. And after that, it would be quickly released, and there would be a part of the corresponding loss of that wooden material. The most central part of the internal line construction is built with the purpose of drawing talismans. Its flaws are also obvious. It's that there will be some delay between giving the command and casting the spell. After all, it takes some time to draw that talisman. There was also the fact that once the precise construction was damaged a bit, the power of its spells would be greatly reduced or even disappear. The Shin puppet sect also had several different programs to avoid this for this reason, but overall it was still this construction idea. After understanding the differences between the two realms in making puppets, Jolie also had some ideas of his own. Let's first take the materials in those caves to practice. After getting the general construction up to speed, then come back to break through the wiring problem inside the Immortal Mansion Golem. Chapter 38, Golem Optimization. Finally, the understanding is almost complete. After spending 2 weeks in the two worlds bead space, uninterruptedly attending to the Shin puppet sect's puppet inheritance, finally figuring out all of the internal structure of the most basic third level of chi refining, Jolie had a delighted smile on his face. In the more than 10 years that he had been attending the Immortal Mansion, his paper grades had never been bad. The basic theory of the puppetry section was very solid. Coupled with the awakening of divine sense, quick thinking, and stronger comprehension, with these secret books of the Shin puppet sect, it wasn't even that difficult to understand. After studying and researching day and night, in less than half a month's time, the puppet structure of the third level of chi refining was understood. The next step was to practice. Starting to work on building his first golem as he understood it. It was a good thing that there was an abundance of all kinds of raw materials over here, so there was no need to gather materials from everywhere. Each time it failed, after summarizing the experience, it started to continue the next refining. So this aspect of practical maneuvering has progressed by leaps and bounds. The puppet exoskeleton connection aspect is becoming more and more familiar. The protective array arrangement on the surface of the puppet's body also became more and more skillful, and even managed to set up a few small counter-attack prohibitions by example. It is only the polishing of the internal precision mechanics that is more difficult, and the requirements for precision are extremely high. It was also the place where Jolie failed the most times. Even if there was a difference of 1 mm in precision, the final results that came out would be vastly different. It was only after hundreds of failures that the first finished product was finally completed. And by this time, a month had already passed. Refining the most basic puppet of the third level of chi refining has taken this long. Puppetry together, it really isn't generally difficult. There are thousands of basic parts, in which many places are interlocked, and if a mistake is made, the whole puppet will be scrapped, and it consumes a lot of energy. If I hadn't awakened my divine sense, I'm afraid I wouldn't necessarily be able to achieve this effect even in half a year. But this had also stirred up his competitive spirit. The harder the puppet is, the higher the motive this one is indicated. The greater the value of messing with it. With an extremely complete puppet inheritance, plus the support of a huge sharing network in the immortal mansion, Jolie's level of puppet refining had also grown by leaps and bounds. After another half a month, he was able to refine a puppet at the 5th level of chi refining. Boom! Joe controlled the golem to release a fireball spell with the same direction and precision as the command he had given. It was also capable of basic back and forth, left and right movement and attack. Although the actual combat value was not high, it excited him. He controlled another talisman of the lower grade of the first rank and blasted it towards the puppet. The puppet's surface was filled with blue light, and the protective formation was opened, stopping all the power of this talisman. Only after stopping it, the puppet's joints had a slight delay, and the power of the spells blasted out also had a slight impact. This was caused by the fact that he had only made the puppet at the moment and had not yet taken special protective measures for the internal structure. At the same time, the consumption of spirit stones was also not small. One time to open the protective formation even consumed 1/3 of the spirit stones. If a real fight breaks out, isn't it possible to arrange a counterattack formation inside the puppet, returning all of the opponent's attacks? He gave up after careful thought. Nowadays, the internal and external construction of the puppet was following a protective array that, if a more complex counterattack formation is to be added, then both the internal and external structures would have to be redesigned, and the amount of work would be too great. He simply couldn't do it at his current level. It's better to work on optimization first. Although the puppet at the 5th level of chi refining was made, there was still more optimization work to be done. For example, the problem of opening the exterior protective formation, which was arranged at a not so low grade. Theoretically, it can withstand a talisman of the top grade of the first rank once. But it can't be turned on in full every time an attack comes. It's more spirit stone consuming. Just now, resisting the first order lower grade talisman, it consumed 1/3 of the spirit stones at once was for this reason. There was also the issue of the protection of the internal structure, which could not be affected by the attack and cause damage to the internal precision structure. On top of that, there are the problems of joint connections, the speed of release of puppet spells, command delays, and many other problems. Each of these optimizations takes a lot of time to perform. Fortunately, the Shen Puppet Gate has a complete set of solutions here. The Immortal Mansion's shared network also has quite a few optimization measures for the old-fashioned puppets. It was only then that Jolie was able to grow rapidly on the shoulders of his predecessors. The accumulated spirit liquid in the Two Realms Pearl was consumed. He also returned to his normal study career. During the day, it was just normal classes, with the occasional visit to the school library to peruse some of the old golems that. At night, when I go home, I take out a spirit stone and start practicing. After the two-world bead had accumulated a day's worth of time usage, then go inside and delve into the contents related to puppets and the schedule is pretty tight with hardly any free time. After another month or so of this high intensity, the problems related to that puppet were finally optimized to the 7th degree. A brand new puppet of the 5th level of chi refining reappeared in front of him. It turns out that optimization is the most exhausting. Looking at the golem in front of him, which was several notches higher than before in terms of movement performance, spell casting speed, and means of protection, Jolie's tired face revealed a look of satisfaction. Optimization work, although there are many experiences to learn from. However, there are countless details that need attention. For example, the piece of optimizing the opening performance of the protective array had taken half a month. He had spent a lot of time figuring out the deployment of the formation, the various forbidden patterns, and the lines of aura operation before he could talk about optimization. Fortunately, this miniature formation was not complicated. Coupled with the fact that one's foundation in formations is not bad, the most important thing was that with the added power of the forbidden breaking bead, the parameters of the formation were analyzed incomparably and thoroughly. After each adjustment of the formation, one could clearly see all the changes in the lines, and very intuitively understand the advantages and disadvantages of each adjustment. Only then could it proceed so smoothly. Just like that, the array adjustment still took a full half a month to figure out the most suitable modification program. Every time before, it was opened at full capacity, consuming 1/3 of the spiritual energy of a spirit stone to open it at a time. Now, after optimization, it is able to automatically adapt to the strength of the spells released by the opponent. He had also factored in the strength of the materials of the puppet itself. Now that a first-order lower-grade talisman was blasting over, the consumption didn't even need to be 1/30%. Because the strength of this puppet's exterior material was completely sufficient to resist the might of a first-order lower grade. Opening the array was mainly to protect the interior, otherwise, even this was not needed. On top of that, after using a new architectural solution on the Immortal Mansion network, the golem spell casting speed had also increased tremendously. In the Immortal Mansion 400 or 500 years ago, at that time the chip puppets had not yet been created. What was prevalent were various old-fashioned puppets like the ones Jolie was refining now, and at that time there were countless experts who had put forward various structural optimization solutions that. One of them, the Su-Fei structure, was the most famous. This person called Su-Fei, although his qualifications were not good, until he sat down and died he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, he had an outstanding talent in puppetry, and he was riding high. He has proposed many scientific theories and practical programs. More than 500 papers have been published in the puppet's top magazine Puppet Dao alone. Often, one person alone occupies half of the pages, taking old-fashioned puppets and really pushing them to the top of their game. In the following 200 to 300 years, the descendants were almost always refining his theories. It wasn't until the later generation of chip puppets that the upper limit of puppets constructed by Su-Fei was gradually broken. Jolie was using this Su-Fei structure, constructed by the famous Su-Fei. Just the piece of spell casting speed alone was several times faster than an equivalent rank Xian puppet sect puppet. He also took the time to download all of the books and papers that Su-Fei had authored during his life, and Su-Fei donated all of his writings to the All-Immortal Mansion, free of charge, before he sat down and died. Otherwise, it would have cost at least $1 million just for this massive amount of information. The subsequent puppet optimization was all done so smoothly because he referred to those papers and writings. Next, it's time to try refining a modern chip puppet. Jolie looked at his truly first finished refined Shi 5th layer puppet. The idea of refining a chip golem was born, After all, in terms of flexibility of operation, speed of casting spells, reaction, etc. Chip puppet exceeded these old-fashioned puppets by too much. He started practicing from the old-style puppets just for this day. Chapter 39, Professor 100 Machines. The author of this book on the development and future prospects of puppets is also Professor 100 Machines. Check it out. Jolie was in the city library, once again wandering around the various bookshelves. During this time, he had also learned quite a bit about the experts in the puppetry course in the Immortal Mansion nowadays. Among them, Professor 100 Machines of the 100 Flowers Academy was the most famous. Although this professor was only in the late stage of foundation establishment, his attainments in puppets could be called the first person in the Immortal Mansion. It would not be too much to call him the current guide of the most cutting-edge chip puppets. He had come to the library many times during this period of time just to read this professor's writings and papers. There were differences between chip puppets and old-fashioned puppets, after all. He wanted to have a good enough understanding of the theoretical foundations before he started refining it. Without a solid theory, one could successfully refine a puppet, though. But don't necessarily know why they do it, don't know what the purpose of doing so is. Subsequent optimization and improvement would be completely out of the question. This was also a lesson he had learned when he encountered a large pit while refining an old-fashioned puppet. After choosing his books, Jolie extremely naturally sat across from Nie Xian, who had been in the library. Why have you been reading books on the puppetry branch again lately? And so many of them are professional papers. Nie Xian's face was filled with doubt. She felt that there was something strange about Jolie. Refining medicines, talismans, and array formations and forbidden systems were all studied in one go, and now he was pouncing on puppets. This kind of behavior made it very puzzling. Where would any high school student learn so much and so varied? Jolie smiled faintly. It's just that I've been interested lately, and I've been blindly pondering. Nie Xian came over to look the title over and nodded. So it's Grandpa Su, you can read more of his books. Most of what he writes is easy to understand, and no matter what stage of the puppetry path one is in, it's all very suitable for reading. Grandpa Su's ability to explain a complicated matter thoroughly and clearly is something that even my father is ashamed of. Hearing this, Jolie's face was slightly startled. Are you talking about Professor Baiji? You know him? The more he read the writings of this 100-chance professor during this period of time, the more he felt that the puppetry Tao was profound and profound. This professor could always make some key issues clear with very visual and concrete examples, which benefited him a lot. Many of the doubts encountered during the refining process before were solved. This also made him more confident in his ability to refine the chip puppet. At the same time, the more respect and admiration he had for this 100 Machines professor, the more. That was why he was surprised that Nie Xian knew Professor Baiji. Nie Xian nodded her head and replied, Grandpa Su is a professor at the 100 Flower Academy, and my dad is the dean of the Talisman Academy over there, so I've known him since I was a kid. He's also been letting me learn puppetry, but it's just a pity that I've never had much interest in the puppetry department. Jolie was dumbfounded. He finally realized at this time what kind of resources the children of these bigwigs were actually sitting on. The top bulls can all meet and ask for advice at will. But it is not discouraged, the heart of the more rise a goodwill to win. I have 2 worlds beads, the future achievements will only be higher. If you are interested in puppets, I can introduce you guys. Seeing that he was so passionate about the puppetry section, Niexian directly opened his mouth and said. Jolie shook his head, not for now. It hasn't been long since I was introduced to puppets, I can't talk to the professor. Let's wait until we reach a certain level later. Then he continued to devote himself fully to the study of puppets. This 100 Machines professor had several papers about the differences between old-fashioned puppets and chip puppets, discussing various aspects, such as the body surface, protective formations, internal wiring structures, and so on. It gave Jolie a lot of insights. At the same time, the refining of the chip puppet gradually gained a bottom in his heart. By the way, is this Professor Baiji related to Su Fei from 400 years ago? I always feel that the two men's writing styles are somewhat similar, and although there are differences in the details of the puppet's architecture, the overall style is tending to be the same. Jolie looked at it and suddenly raised this question. He had seen Niexian address Professor Baiji as Grandpa Su, and that heavenly genius of the puppetry Dao was also surnamed Su, so perhaps there was some connection between the two. Niexian returned, Grandpa Su is that Su Fei's grandson. She sighed again. If it wasn't for the fact that delving into the puppet path had consumed too much time, with Grandpa Su's talent, advancing into the Jindan realm would be no problem at all. Although we are cultivators nowadays, our longevity together is only a little bit stronger than ordinary people, less than foundation establishment, we will live up to 150 years old at most. If we can break through to above foundation establishment, we will only be between 200 and 300 years old. So alchemy, formations, and talismans are just one of the 100 arts of cultivation, so there's no need to be greedy. Otherwise, it's easy to sit down and melt away due to lack of time. Especially for high school students, the college entrance exam is an extremely important watershed. In the most essential time of life for learning and cultivation, there is a tremendous difference between going into the front line of service or going to college for further study. After saying these words, Niexian got up to return the book and left. I'm leaving first. By now it was 10 o'clock in the evening, it was all dark, and she was going home. Jolie got up and eyed her, take care. He had also learned over this period of time that Niexian's house was just 1 street away from the library, 2 steps away, so even if he was late, he wouldn't be in any danger. After Niexian left, he savored those words and finally came back to his senses. Those words were actually a reminder to himself not to put too much energy into these. As far as high school students were concerned, the most important thing was to impact the university and not to fall behind in their cultivation. Jolie could only say that he was grateful for this goodwill. With the 2 worlds bead space, he had twice as much time to cultivate as an ordinary person. Only then did he dare to divide his energies on the puppet troupe. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't joke about his future. Moreover, he had refined the puppet for the high school entrance examinations fighting section. With just the usual half a day or so of classes a week, he wouldn't think that with his qualifications, he could really make any big breakthroughs in the fighting technique section. As far as he knew, there were already quite a few people in the class who would spend huge sums of money online to buy puppets for sparring. More people have enrolled in extracurricular fighting classes that he felt he needed to pick up the pace as well. There's still the last part of the knowledge related to chip wiring that I haven't understood thoroughly, so when that part is conquered, let's start trying our hands at refining it. Now that school has started for more than a month. Add to that the time he spent in the space of the 2 world bead counting up, he had already been immersed in the puppet together for 3 or 4 months. During this time, he has accessed countless information that he spent tens of thousands of dollars just downloading papers and books online. And poring over books in the library. Standing on the shoulders of those who have gone before us, with countless sources for reference and a large amount of material for trial and error, he thought he was just getting started. The deeper he got into it, the more he felt that the puppet path was too esoteric. Various disciplines are involved to a greater or lesser extent, and it is truly an interdisciplinary and comprehensive specialty. And each part can be subdivided to form a discipline on its own. Therefore, he has also gained a lot during this period of time. Formations, talismans, artifact smithing, system architecture, and several other aspects had gained a great deal of progress compared to before. More importantly, he knew the application scenarios of what he had learned, and his horizons had broadened quite a bit. Chapter 40, Luo Hu's Thoughts. Old Zhou, lately you've been running a bit fast when you get out of school, have you expanded? His deskmate Luo, whose face was covered in smiles and he was in a good mood. Just last night, he had finally broken through to the 6th level of chi refining. This barrier had stuck him for almost 2 years now. That was why he was in such a happy mood when he was promoted, showing off his cultivation to everyone. Old Zhou, don't look at your current high realm, do you know what it means to be thick and thin? I have a premonition that the bottleneck to the 6th level of chi refining is my last obstacle in this life. From now on, my cultivation path will be a straight path. Just wait for me to catch up with you. Hearing Luohu bragging like that, Jolie didn't retort, but just smiled and said, reaching the 6th level of chi refining is certainly hopeful, but I remember that your roll score seems to have never been very good. At this comment, the girl at his front table, Lily, also helped out. That's right, the 6th level of chi refining is just the threshold. Don't even think about the spiritual roots, the paper score and the fighting section are important. You'd better make up for the classes you've fallen behind first. The college entrance exam looks at the overall grade. It was really because Luo who was too dejected after his breakthrough, and Lily was also a bit upset before she spoke out to pour cold water. Luo who shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look. I think it's better for me to pounce on the fighting section. The books are all dead knowledge, memorizing and reciting. It's not interesting, there's not much use in learning it, it doesn't come in handy. I don't care to learn those either. The fighting section is the only interesting one, defeating those whose cultivation is higher than yours, that's what feels good. You guys don't know, right? I enrolled in a fighting tuition class and sparred with a grouping at the 7th level of chi cultivation, and hey, guess what? I rubbed him on the ground, and he couldn't fight back by me. I think I still have quite a bit of talent in the subject of fighting techniques. As the saying goes, it's better to build on my strengths and avoid my weaknesses, and specialize in the fighting section in order to better utilize my strengths. Jolie didn't really agree with him. At least not at all on the idea that book knowledge is useless. During this period of time, since he had been studying puppets in depth, he felt more and more that the theoretical basics of a student's career were very important. These were the foundations for the construction of an edifice. If the foundation is not stable, it will be very difficult to learn other things later. Moreover, these teaching materials are written by high-ranking cultivators who are rich in experience and practice in various disciplines in the entire Immortal Mansion. They started from a practical point of view, with a high level of perspective. It's natural that what they've taken the trouble to write won't be bad. This was something that Jolie himself had a deep understanding of. Although he did not agree, Jolie did not refute it. Because it's useless to refute and fight to the point of being red in the face. Everyone's opinion is based on the summary of their own long-term experience, not in a few words can be changed. Besides, this kind of unnecessary argument is not his style. Hearing cram school, Zhao Hongmei, another girl at their front table, asked curiously, you also enrolled in an extracurricular cram class? How did you feel in class? How do you usually go to class? Luo Wu smiled confidently. That lecturer is okay. It said that he just came back from serving in the front line, he's ruthless and doesn't talk much, and his moves are extremely ruthless. A lot of what he teaches is his accumulated experience from life and death battles on the front line. My fighting experience has also skyrocketed, and on the next practice test, I will absolutely drop your jaws. At least reaching a university admission scoreline is a sure thing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongmei, on the other hand, was extremely distressed and said with a helpless face, the class I enrolled in, the lecturer is very watery, just giving us theories every day, the hands-on class hasn't been taken until now. I and a group of students have complained about the teacher. My mom is already thinking about getting her money back. Luo Wu, on the other hand, suggested, why don't you just come and enroll in this cram class I'm taking, it's definitely much better than that watery teacher of yours. That lecturer of mine has the real thing. Zhao Hongmei's eyes lit up, that's a good idea. But hasn't your course already started? If I go to it now, will I not be able to keep up with the progress? Luo Wu patted his chest, don't worry about this, we've only had 3 lessons in our course. I can teach you those training contents after class first, you practice on them first. The next class is this Saturday, and it happens to be a big one, it's going to be a full day, so you can sign up before then and come to class with me. Hearing these words, Zhao Hongmei solemnly nodded, okay, then I'll go back and discuss this with my mom, and finalize this as soon as possible. You send me the name and address of the martial arts center, and the name of the teacher as well, I'll let you know the situation when I turn around. That trashy martial arts school of mine, I really don't want to go there even once, it's a complete waste of time. This kind of matter of switching to a cram school was rather significant after all, and she needed to go back and discuss it with her family before she could be sure. While Li Li on the side complained, if I had known, I would have enrolled in a cram school like you guys, the courses aren't expensive and I can still get a refund. My mom spent a lot of money to buy me a puppet back. It turned out to be a fake and shoddy product, not to mention slow startup, it moves like a snail, and it doesn't move and dies. Looking for merchants to communicate, said nothing to refund, Nan said it was my improper use, the platform always said that it was communicating, not as a result, has called the Consumer Association to go. In case this money is not returned, I will be angry. Jolie had also done research on puppets on multiple platforms, and found that the return rate on them was very high. There were even stores that reached 100%. A lot of them are taking advantage of the heat that is the high school fighting section to come in, make a buck and run. And most of the small platforms are not very reliable, and the management of merchants is not strict, leading to the proliferation of fake goods. So those talismans of Jolie are bought in the flagship store of the big platform, although a little more expensive, but the quality and after-sales service are guaranteed. There will not be so many bad things. In the face of Li Li's encounter, he could only sympathize with him, but there was not much else he could do. By the way, old Zhou, how come I rarely see you going to the cultivation room to train? Luo, who saw that Li Li had been exporting those unscrupulous merchants, so he hurriedly changed the topic to keep the atmosphere from getting too stagnant. The school's cultivation room was cheap and had a high concentration of spiritual energy in it. The entire senior class would cajole and rush in every time class was over, just wanting to occupy a spot so that their cultivation can increase quickly. Luo, who was the one who robbed the cultivation room for more than a month in a row and finally broke through yesterday. To the average student, a cultivation room is very precious. However, to Jolie, who possessed a huge amount of spirit stones, it would be completely unattractive. Oh, I have enough cultivation now, it's better to let the cultivation room go to the students who need it. I have to go home and study something else. This was said extremely lightly, without the slightest fluctuation in tone, but in Luo Hu's eyes, this was nakedly pretending. Damn it, can you do whatever you want at the 8th level of chi refining? You just took advantage of my summer vacation to relax to surpass me. Don't worry, next, I'm going to power up. Just let your guard down, don't regret it when I pass you. I don't know if it was due to being stimulated by Zhou Li's cultivation. Luo, who has really been a lot more diligent than before since he has been in his senior year of high school for a while now. In addition to still being sleepy straight away during the basic theory class, in the cultivation and fighting classes, he could work much harder than before. Jolie smiled indifferently, feel free to catch up. I will let you know that the gap between us will only grow wider. These words, which seemed to be rather arrogant and haughty, were all big truths. He hadn't even refined his spirit rising scatter yet, and he hadn't fully powered up on his cultivation yet. If he hadn't been afraid that his cultivation speed would be too counterintuitive and had intentionally slowed down, breaking through the 10th level of chi practicing before the college entrance exam wouldn't be that difficult. Luo, who was naturally infuriated for a while, and was just about to retort with a couple of words. But he found that the class teacher came in. He immediately picked up a book and pretended to be studying hard, At the same time, the class was instantly quiet. Jolie, come to my office. Chapter 41 Class Teacher's Reminder. Jolie, what's your situation lately? The class teacher's tone was a bit serious and, even, there was a hint of questioning. I heard from the teachers of various subjects that you are always distracted and out of shape in class, you don't know what you're thinking, and when you're called out to answer questions, you're always out of earshot. It's been so long since school started, you've only been to the school's cultivation room once. The evening study hall isn't going on either. Even though the school doesn't make evening study mandatory, you're a senior now and have to stress yourself out. You've always done well, getting into college isn't a problem, have confidence in yourself, don't give up on yourself because of 1 or 2 losses. Or is it that you feel like you've improved your cultivation a bit, so you feel that college is on the cards and you're starting to indulge? Jolie finally understood the reason why the homeroom teacher was looking for him. All this time he had been drilling puppets and, even when he was in class, some structural analysis diagrams, formation patterns, and other contents related to puppets drifted through his mind from time to time. That's why it looked like he was a bit distracted in class. He never goes to night study, also because he wants to go home and grab some time to use his spirit stones to cultivate. Although the school's cultivation room was good, it didn't have any attraction to him, and it was not a bit worse than a spirit stone. But all of this behavior fell in the eyes of the class teacher. It was a complete look of self-loathing and not wanting to get ahead. And the reality was just the opposite. He was working harder than he had in any other time. 48 hours a day in a row has been pulled full circle. At this, he also cried and laughed, but it was impossible for him to tell the real situation, and he directly returned. Teacher, I'm used to going home and studying on my own now. Don't worry, I've definitely not drifted or given up on myself, I've always been very serious. My current cultivation level like this is also the result of having been practicing hard in exchange for it, this is the best proof. The homeroom teacher frowned, obviously a little less than convinced, but thinking about this student of his, who has been diligent since entering high school, never letting anyone worry about him. And now that it has broken through to the 8th level of chi refining, it doesn't see any expression of arrogance on its face. His heart was only slightly relieved, but he was still concerned. Self-study at home is easily disturbed by various external factors, and the effect may not be as good as at school. And the teachers of each subject will be in the classroom, so you can ask any questions directly, which is a little bit better than studying alone at home, right? The cultivation room is also considered to be a big help from the school to all the students, so it's better to go inside and cultivate if you have the chance. Jolie of course would not reveal that he was learning to refine puppets, but instead thought of a good excuse. My dad helped me enroll in an extracurricular fighting tuition class. During this period of time, I'll go there to receive training as soon as I get out of class. So evening study sessions may be less frequent, but I'm certainly not slacking off. In order to assuage his homeroom teacher's suspicions, he could only bring up his dad, At the same time, he patted his chest and assured him, "Teacher, don't worry, the second mock exam at the end of this semester, I'll definitely come up with good grades that will blow your mind. There will definitely be a significant improvement from before." The homeroom teacher then nodded and let out a long sigh. The school's funds are limited, and the puppets needed for the fighting section are currently severely lacking. But there's nothing that can be done about it. Our teaching and research team is also discussing inviting some outstanding alumni to come back and teach some fighting knowledge to everyone. Currently, this subject is brand new, and the major schools haven't figured out any effective learning methods, and there are fewer instructional materials of the sort. You can first take a look at the videos of the fights uploaded by some people on the internet, and some battle footage from the front lines, and see if you can learn anything from them. Your cultivation has reached the 8th level of chi refining, and the 5 elements true technique is enough for the college entrance exams, so you can switch to some gongfu that suits you, which will give you a huge advantage in fighting. Hearing this, Jolie's mind drifted off. Right, I can switch to a powerful technique so that my mana is even deeper when fighting, and I can also perform some powerful secret techniques. He had been thinking of improving his fighting techniques by refining puppets before. That would really improve his experience and reaction to the enemy. But along with fighting techniques, the foundation of the technique was the most important. Although the designated technique for the college entrance exam, the 5 elements technique, takes into account all 5 attributes and can be practiced by anyone, it is the most important technique for the college entrance exam. But it's because it takes into account too much, it's too neutral and peaceful. This led to the fact that after using this technique as a main cultivation technique, it would lead to a lack of power in various attribute techniques. This wouldn't have much of an effect if the entrance exams remained the same as before, But now that fighting technique was added as a subject to the college entrance exam, the drawbacks of this technique were revealed. The class teacher's mention really brightened his eyes, and he couldn't wait to ask, "Teacher, then what do you think is a good technique for me to take?" He didn't have much experience with the piece of switching cultivation techniques. The only person who might understand it was his uncle, Zhang Tianzhou, but his uncle was recently at an important stage of preparing for the second order alchemist exam. It would probably be difficult to find the time to instruct him, too. So he directly inquired to the homeroom teacher. The class teacher carefully explained, originally, the school was also going to open several special instruction classes for all the students who reached the 7th level of chi refining. This guidance class is taught by the principal himself, specializing in explaining about switching to cultivation techniques. I roughly understand your situation. The fire attribute is the highest amongst the spiritual roots, so you can elect to cultivate some fire attribute techniques. But don't choose those that rely too much on enlightenment. After all, your spiritual root value is not high, and comprehending it will be much more difficult. After the explanation, Jolie was able to generally understand the situation. The reason why this instruction class was given to students above the 7th level of chi refining was because he was afraid that those who didn't have enough cultivation and went to switch to other techniques would instead fall behind in the progress of the 5 elements true technique. This would make the loss outweigh the gain. Only students above the 7th level have the ability and the spare capacity to cultivate other techniques. As for the choice of gong methods, the homeroom teacher also made it clear that his spiritual root is not able to choose fire attribute gongfu, cannot choose those powerful gongfu that rely on enlightenment, otherwise it will be difficult to cultivate. Although this was the truth, it also caused a loss in his heart for a while. With poor spiritual roots, it was true that every step was not smooth. "Thank you, teacher, I know what to do." After saying goodbye to the homeroom teacher and walking out of the office, Jolie was also sort of clear about his next stage of goal. In addition to refining puppets, there was one more item, switching to a cultivation technique. It seems that it's still necessary to talk to the teacher more, otherwise I almost overlooked the factor of merit techniques. At the same time, he was a little worried. The 5 elements true technique designated by the college entrance exam, he cultivated it so smoothly because it wasn't difficult in the first place, and didn't require that much in terms of enlightenment. Coupled with the fact that there are so many interpretations of this gongfu on the market, with detailed information on the way of luck, the lines, the way of internal visualization, the progress, and so on. And there are teachers on hand to guide you attentively. That's why it was so easy for him to understand. Now if he switched to other techniques himself, he might not have these conveniences, and he'd have to feel his way around, for the most part. This made it a little worried about the road ahead. Cultivation, by nature, is a difficult thing. If everything was simple, there wouldn't be so many people stuck at the foundation establishment bottleneck. The Gong Fa together, the latter was originally meant to be a conversion. Sooner or later it's going to hurt, what's there to be afraid of? I also practiced puppetry from scratch, and at the beginning I was also in the dark and didn't understand anything. By now, can't I also refine something out? He grew up with bad spiritual roots, and he had quite a few bumps in the road of cultivation. But this also made his heart tough. These negative emotions dissipated in no time at all. In their place was a more determined look. Chapter 42 Nine Yang Condensed Elemental Technique. The Divine Yang Mysteries, the secret book practiced by the Jindan stage cultivator, Divine Flame Realist. Jolie returned home and immediately searched the internet for fire attribute-related techniques. The first thing that appeared was this gongfu. Seeing the title, his heart was moved. The main cultivation technique of a legendary Jindan powerhouse, surely it wouldn't be bad, However, he didn't get so excited that he immediately placed an order, but carefully went to the flagship store and searched for the secret book, as well as the related reviews. As expected, due to the name of Divine Flame Realist, the secret book was very hot. However, most of the ones circulating on the market were the first 3 layers, which were only enough to cultivate to the early stage of foundation establishment, But the price is as high as over $6 million. No one who can afford it is a rich man. Even so, sales were in the tens of thousands. It's just a bit of a cartwheel in the comments section. Some of them say that the secret is too hard to practice, that they bought it back and studied it for half a year, and then they didn't even make it to the door of the first tier. Some say that after practicing for more than a year, they feel that there are differences in the operation of spiritual energy in the body, and when they go to the hospital, they find that they have practiced the wrong gong method, and they almost go into the devil. More and more are practicing harder and harder, and there is no progress for several years. Sporadically, there are only 1 or 2 favorable comments, saying that this gongfu is authentic and has benefited a lot. For these bad reviews, the business of the unified response is, pro, gongfa suitable for their own is the best. This almost all bad reviews, sales are still so good, can be said to be extremely strange. And after Jolie flipped through the comments section one more time, he gave up on this big name Divine Yang Mysteries. For one thing, it was because he didn't have that much money. For 2, even if he bought it back, he wouldn't be able to practice. Jolie was extremely confident in his own spiritual root qualifications. This kind of unusual cultivator couldn't even enter the door of This spiritual root of his is even more so, there is absolutely no chance. It's better to look for something else. He flipped through several forums, synthesizing the rankings of the various fire attribute feats in them. He made a list of his own, and then compared it to the sales and reviews online, one by one. Listed the feats that I was able to get my hands on. The first one, Burning Fire Technique. This technique was the main cultivation technique of a late foundation establishment cultivator, and it was said that by cultivating this technique, one's affinity for flames would be extremely high, which would be beneficial to the manipulation of heaven and earth's spiritual fire. It was very friendly to cultivators who aspired to the Tao of alchemy and weaponry. A large reason why Jolie had selected this technique was based on his future cultivation plans. His spiritual roots were not good, his qualifications were too poor, and it was almost impossible for him to cultivate on his own and become successful. So it was definitely inevitable that he would have to get high on all kinds of pills later on. Moreover, he was able to travel between the 2 realms through the 2 realm pearls, acquiring all kinds of rare resources of the blue water planet. Letting someone else refine pills was not very reassuring in his heart, and it was only prudent to do it himself. The flame affinity ability provided by this burning fire skill moved him greatly. Jolie repeatedly studied it and let out another long sigh. This technique is better as an alternative. Although the burning flame technique looks good, before being able to master some heaven and earth spirit flames, this technique is too ribbed. Not good at fighting, too weak at alchemy. If I'm lucky enough to find a spirit fire in the future, I might be able to switch to some cultivation. He thought about it, but in the end, he put this technique aside and began to scrutinize the next one, the return to the origin and one sun technique. This technique is respected by many people. It is said that after practicing this technique, the foundation will be a few points deeper than the same level of cultivators, and will have a lot of advantages when fighting, but it is a bit difficult to practice. Inside the comments section, there was an Earth Spirit Root college student who bought it and said that after he graduated and served in the military, there was a pursuit battle, and it was only by relying on the depth of his mana that he was able to get out of the crisis. He carefully scrolled through the comments again, and found that nearly half of them said it was too difficult to practice. There was a cultivator with a fire attribute spirit root of 45 who said that he had spent more than 20 years cultivating to the 13th level of chi refining. However, after cultivation, the roots were deep and it was still helpful in crossing the threshold of foundation establishment. Jolie was a little torn after comparing them in his heart. But in terms of difficulty, this technique is definitely easier than that Divine Yang Mysterious Code, and after cultivating it, the mana is deeper than that of the same rank, so there is definitely an advantage in fighting. It's just that the requirements are a bit high. Even cultivators close to the Earth Spirit Root take so long. I'm afraid that my Spirit Root situation will take even longer. The 13th level of Chi refining takes more than 20 years. With my qualifications, it would take 30 years upwards anyways. Even if having a deep root is helpful in breaking through the foundation bottleneck, it's still too dangerous for me. There's a statistical analysis in the immortal cultivation world. Before the age of 60 to break through the foundation establishment, the chance of success is the greatest, and after that, the older the age, the higher the chance of failure. Even if he started cultivating now, by the best case scenario, 30 years to cultivate, he would be nearly 50 years old by then. If it failed once, with reference to Uncle's 10 years to slow down again and cultivate to the peak of chi refining. By then, he would also be 60 years old, and the chances of success would be even slimmer. No, I have to leave myself some room for error. With my current progress, it's best to be able to impact foundation establishment once when I'm in college, and even if I fail, I'll be able to try again when I'm in my 30s. If I cultivate the returning to the elements one yang technique, it's like cutting off a large portion of my back. Jolie thought about it for a while, but still gave up on this technique. It was really not very suitable for himself. In fact, in the past, many people have switched to Kung Fu during their college years. By then, there would be a specialized professional teacher to guide them, which was a lot better than trying to figure it out on their own. It's just that this year's college entrance exam policy changes. Converting to powerful feats in advance would have a considerable advantage in the subject of fighting. After all, the 5 elements true technique was only a cultivation technique that popularized the masses, and it wasn't considered to be very profound. There are also those who have used this technique as their main cultivation, and thus succeeded in building their foundations. It's just that the foundation aspect is much shallower. In the future, in the same rank, both in terms of fighting and cultivation, it will be a bit worse. Jolie shook his head, eliminating distracting thoughts, and continued to start picking the fire spirit grand technique, the heavenly fire technique. One by one, all of them were filtered out based on various reasons, some of which were that the cultivation conditions were too harsh, and that they needed to absorb the essence of the earth's fire in the. Some are too weak, although it is not difficult to comprehend, but after cultivation, the strength is too low, do not even think about fighting. This technique. Just as Jolie was picking a series of more than 10 feats that he found unsuitable, his mood was quite a bit low. He suddenly saw a merit law that was ranked slightly behind the others, and his eyes suddenly lit up. 9 Yang Condensed Elemental Technique. This technique is interesting. This gong method was said to have been unearthed from a relic more than 200 years ago, and the power of the gong method was quite powerful. Cultivated to a high depth, the degree of mana thickness was a bit stronger than even that return to the origin one yang technique, and it could be cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment. If cultivated to a great extent, it also has the effect of increasing the chances of conjugating Dan. And the requirement for enlightenment is not that high. The only flaw was that it required several times the time and spiritual energy of far more ordinary feats. He had also learned from the forums that since it wasn't that difficult to comprehend this gong method, there were quite a few cultivators who had made it their main cultivation technique. However, very few of them have succeeded in practicing it. There's no other reason. This technique requires the absorption of a huge amount of spiritual energy. This had to do with the characteristics of this technique. The 9 yang condensing yuan gong is to open up yang orifices in the body and purify and refine the spiritual energy in the body. The more yang orifices opened up, the better the effect of refining and compressing the spiritual energy, which could make the foundation deeper and deeper. But the problem lies in this yang orifice. The maintenance and stabilization of the yang orifice requires a great deal of spiritual energy. And then after refining, many cultivators toil for several weeks down the line, only a few strands of spiritual energy are truly transformed into their own use. The ordinary cultivators naturally have to spend a lot of time, and this speed of cultivation is greatly reduced, coupled with the limited amount of aura on the blue water planet, Therefore, many of those who practice this technique fail to break through the bottleneck of foundation establishment before the end of their lives. However, if one is able to cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment, the 9 orifices will be united, and the depth of mana in the body can exceed that of the same class by several times. The chances of hitting the Jindan bottleneck would also increase by quite a bit. If it weren't for this major flaw, it would even be ranked among the top 3 on many lists. Even so, there were still quite a few people who came forward to cultivate this technique. Jolie was overjoyed to see this gong method. Spiritual power? Resources? That's the last thing I need. In terms of enlightenment, my pseudo-spiritual route doesn't even make it to the top, but in terms of resources, among my peers in Blue Water Star, who can compare to me? Chapter 43, Making a Chip Puppet. It's decided, I'll choose this 9 yang condensed elemental technique as my conversion technique. There are also people on the forums who have cultivated this technique to the foundation establishment stage, and judging from the videos uploaded, the spell power is indeed not bad. It's a lot stronger than the average foundation establishment cultivator. The major video websites also had quite a few fight videos of foundation establishment cultivators, and when comparing them to each other, they were still able to find not a small difference. Do we need to discuss with the homeroom teacher about this Gong Fu elective? Jolie thought about it and still gave up. He remembered that his homeroom teacher had said that the principal would personally hold a special tutoring class in a couple of days. It was the one that specialized in explaining the transmutation technique. I heard that the principal is currently a strong person in the middle stage of foundation establishment, so asking him must be a little better than the homeroom teacher. Let's talk to the old class when the gong method is finalized. He looked at the online selling price of the 9 yang condensed elemental technique, 98,800,000. It was considered cheap in comparison, within his affordable range of. However, it resisted the urge to place an order for the feats right now. He still wanted to wait until he had talked to the principal before making sure. After all, the money wasn't a small amount for him, and it would be a big loss if he ended up switching to something other than this technique. You cannot buy the gong method first, but you can look at the related videos and papers to make some understanding. These are relatively easier and can also provide a more comprehensive understanding of the actual situation of this gong method. Jolie had always planned things out and then acted. Refining medicines was like that, and so was refining puppets. Now that it involves switching to a cultivation technique, which concerns one's future prospects, one is even more cautious and prudent. Do not dare to easily jump to conclusions. Even though he had already analyzed the pros and cons of various feats and had some bottom in his heart, he still wanted to ask more. I can only talk to the principal about the gong methods in a few days. Next, it's time to formally make the chip puppet. In the previous few months, he had spent a great deal of time studying the relevant theoretical knowledge of the papers and videos to watch a whole bunch of them. Conscious that the fire was almost ready, he was immediately ready to start working on the refining. I'll first take a look at how the chip puppets from other online stores are refined. Although Jolie had made an exhaustive understanding of the puppet's internal structure, wiring, chip model, and all other aspects, he even drew thousands of drawings. But after all, having never disassembled a physical body with my own eyes, so wanted to see how my peers' puppets were made first. He searched online and found 2 puppets that were currently selling the most at the 6th level of chi refining. The 6th level of chi refining was also the range of strength that the vast majority of senior students were at, so puppets at this level sold the most. One was $100,000, and the main focus was on lightweights that. The other is $300,000 and favors the mid to high end. The 2 puppets were far worse than the schools on the price level alone. The actual efficacy can't be compared either, which is why most of the comments section is filled with bad reviews. Jolie bought these 2 mainly for research purposes as well. Fortunately, the city where the 2 puppets were shipped was not far from Nanzhou City, and they arrived directly after one day. As soon as he received the puppets, he immediately disassembled them. First of all, the puppet of 100,000 was not only slightly stiff in its movements, but its intelligence was not working. The material on the outside is even worse, it's made of some synthetic plastic. The kind that he could punch a hole in with one punch. No wonder there are so many bad reviews. This junk is a whole lot worse than even the mechanical puppets I made. He also tried out the puppet's ability to fight in real life. The power of the spells was not great, probably equal to the 5th level of chi refining, but there was an interval between the release of the spells and the. It was still far worse if it was used to fight against each other. Jolie shook his head as he tried it, thinking to himself that this merchant was really unscrupulous, and this kind of trash dared to sell for $100,000. Then he began to dismantle it. The internal structure of this puppet was quite confusing, only the head was embedded with an intelligent chip that. A bunch of wires are messily linked to various joints. As for the pictures, ultrasonic transducers, pneumatic components, and all the rest of it, it's a pile of that. Uses low-end stuff that's decades old. The chip's arithmetic was even weaker, and it was already showing some signs of overload after only a few maneuvers. Ugh! I'm so larded up to buy this kind of guy. The internal construction of this golem was completely unplanned, and was made up entirely of a bunch of things stuffed inside in the most rudimentary and primitive way. Return it! Return it! Without hesitation, he opened his phone, tapped on the bad review, and returned it. Then he shoved all the parts back in, reassembled them and set them aside. Only then did he return his gaze to the $300,000 one. The outer body material of this golem was slightly better. It should be a cheap alloy material that. It wasn't very strong, but it was good enough to barely hold up to the attacks of an ordinary cultivator. But it was only a few hits. The interior of this golem is slightly more standardized, and the selection of individual devices is no longer the same as it was decades ago. But there is still a lot of room for optimization in terms of wiring and construction. He directly opened the puppet's head and checked out the chip. HGL 2000 of the Bai Light chip series. This should be an old model from Xianhua more than a decade ago. There are millions of yuan spirit tubes carried inside, and the reactions and spells released are okay, but if we compare it to today's latest models, it's not even close. After such a long time of research, he had done quite a bit of research on the chips produced by the major companies, too. At a glance, he could tell the models of the various internal structures of this machine. He also tried out the combat performance of this golem. It could only be described as moderate, a little bit better than his current level of actual combat, but it couldn't be compared to the ones inside the school. After carefully disassembling the 2 puppets, he only felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. The $400,000 was considered to be spent in vain. It was completely different from the chip puppets envisioned in his mind. It seems that it's still necessary to get your hands on it yourself. He then took out the design he had personally planned and began to purchase the original. The body shell of the puppet was the one with the largest amount of materials, and the cave left by the Shin puppet sect had suitable materials left in it. It was those sea of wood. He had discovered when he was making the mechanical puppets that those materials, although they looked wooden, were extremely strong and even if a second-order lower-grade talisman blasted on it, it would only leave a deep mark that even if the outer layer of the protective spell formation failed to work directly by the attack, it wouldn't be completely reimbursed. That material should be the surrounding wood plus the ores within the cave refined into a far more lightweight than metal, but the hardness is not much worse. It was just right for use as the shell of a puppet. Then came the various sensor pieces and array apparatus, all of which he had also researched quite a few models and looked for a few manufacturers to start placing orders for them. Only the quantity he ordered was not large, only more than 10 sets, so the unit price was a little more expensive. The most important thing is the purchase of chips. The more advanced the chip, the more yuanling tubes there are inside, and the latest one produced by the Manhwa company has already reached as much as 50 billion. Its computing power was tens of thousands of times that of the 300,000 that he had bought for that puppet. The puppet that was made was naturally also one heaven and one earth. If he wasn't wrong, those puppets newly procured by the school should be using the latest chips. With his personal purchases, he couldn't buy the latest ones, so he had to make do with the ones from 2 years ago. It's only about 10 times worse in terms of math. That's it. You can't buy it officially. You have to go to a used online store. It cost him $150,000. Jolie gritted his teeth and ordered 15 sets directly. With his current fortune, money was naturally not enough. During this period, he naturally started his old business, selling various materials obtained from those 5 cultivators. Finally, he barely managed to gather all the devices for refining. Phew, it's finally time to start. Looking at the devices piled up in front of him, almost filling up the entire room, Jolie took a long breath of relief and began to work on it. Chapter 44: The first generation of Zhou's combat puppets. 1 week later, the display behind the golem finally lit up, and a series of parameters began to initialize. Jolie was so happy that he danced around. During this period of time, installing the puppets according to his design drawings, during which dozens of mistakes were made, and broke several of the components. That's how the first puppet was finally installed successfully. His eyes were filled with excitement. Jolie looked towards the energizing recess behind the puppet, which was simultaneously compatible with the entrance to the spirit stone. It could allow it to be used without taking the time to recharge, and could be used by directly embedding the spirit stone. I'll try the efficacy of this puppet first. He tapped the screen and directly set the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, pulling the intensity right up to full strength and then he set the puppet's spiritual strength to the top step of the 6th level of chi refining. Dozens of other configurations including counterattack strength, reaction speed, agility level, etc. were selected to be self-adaptive. These are all functions provided by the Manhwa chip, which can be expanded according to your needs by calling the corresponding interface. After everything was adjusted, Jolie brought the puppet into the bead space to prepare for the battle. His room was currently piled high with all sorts of instruments, and there was really no place to perform them. He could only go to the relatively empty bead space to experiment with his first-generation puppet product. At this moment, the originally pitch-black bead space was brightly lit, with gusts of blue light illuminating the place like daytime. This was some lighting gems brought from the Shin puppet sect's cave, very useful. Begin. With Jolie's command. The first generation of Zhou's battle puppets also immediately moved, first starting with a watermelon-sized fireball spell blasting straight towards the front. Jolie's pupils shrunk slightly and he had never expected that the fireball art cast by the puppet set to the top level of the 6th level of chi refining would be so powerful. It was even bigger than the one cast by him, who was at the 8th level of chi refining. He immediately gave up on the idea of hard resistance, hurriedly applying a light body technique to himself and dodging to the right, which thought that the puppet's reaction was even faster, and within a tenth of a second, it had already judged Jolie's intention to directly casting an earth binding technique on its right side. As long as Jolie still followed his original movements, he would definitely be imprisoned by the. Fortunately, he had already awakened his divine sense, and his reaction wasn't much worse compared to this puppet. With a Tengfei technique under his feet, he flipped a heel in mid-air and prepared to retreat backward, pulling away from the distance. Which thought that the puppet had already thought of a series of combos: surge water art, vine art, trapped gold art. The 5 elemental techniques were endless. Jolie was completely powerless to fight back, and was beaten to a standstill by the. In less than 5 seconds of effort, he was directly confined firmly to the ground, unable to move. This puppet system had been set from the factory not to harm humans, so it would only defeat the person without injuring their life. I concede. Jolie issued another command, and the puppet put away all of its spells and stood there quietly. He climbed up from the ground and rubbed his waist, which was a little raw from the fall, with immense satisfaction in his heart. Worthy of all configurations, pulling down the battle power is too terrifying. I, the 8th level of chi refining, am completely unable to fight against it. If he had chosen a single attribute to fight against in the first place, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. It was just that he wanted to test the performance of the puppet all pulled full, and it was only when he tapped all the attributes that he thought that the battle power of this puppet was simply terrifying. Whether it was the speed of casting spells, the timing of releasing them, etc., they were all extremely powerful. There were hardly any mistakes, and it was far beyond what he could fight against right now. It seems like every time the school gives us a lesson, the golem is on a single attribute. After initially verifying the puppet's performance, Jolie was very satisfied with it. And then he went up to check the energy consumption of the spirit stones. 1/20th. Seeing the spirit stones being used, Jolie sucked in a deep breath of cool air. I've just pulled all the configurations of this chi refining 6th layer puppet to its fullest, and it's only been running for 5 seconds before it's consumed nearly 1/20th of its spiritual energy. That is to say, a spirit stone can only support it for a minute and a half of fighting. It was only because he had made a fortune selling talismans that he didn't care that much, relatively speaking. If it was any other cultivator on the blue planet, I'm afraid he would be heartbroken to death if he knew about this situation. It seems like it's still necessary to go to the library to find a way to optimize the puppet's energy consumption. No wonder the school's golem has to use such a large piece of charging energy slot. The golem's consumption is really a bit big. Saying that, he directly moved towards the library. The many cultivation knowledge under the rule of the immortal mansion was open to all cultivators. There are quite a few Jindan real people in foundation building powerhouses who personally record relevant cultivation videos for everyone to refer to and learn from. There are also countless cutting-edge research papers published publicly on the internet. These are most comprehensively available in major libraries. And the vast majority of them are free. Jolie had been running to the library so often over this period of time that he had just become a regular customer here. Various floors, which corner belongs to which professional area, almost all are familiar with the road. As soon as he entered the library, he went straight to the puppet area. The subject of puppets was just too cold, crossed too many disciplines, and was too difficult to. That is, recently the college entrance examination has added the new fighting laws section, and there are more words and phrases related to searching for puppets on the internet. But there are still very few people who come to the library to specialize in this subject. He directly searched for keywords: Professor 100 machines, golem energy consumption optimization, He had read many of Professor Baiji's papers and books when he was researching puppets before. Quite a few architectural wiring diagrams, formation arrangements, etc. were learned from him. He was still very convinced of this expert in the puppetry discipline. Sure enough, the search results came out very quickly, with a dozen or so related papers that Jolie all clicked on the print to get the hand carefully read. After another afternoon and evening of study, he only slowly lifted his gaze from the papers. Optimizing energy consumption, which he summarized as these main ones: chips, spiritual energy, and materials. The chip aspect is to increase computing power and reduce energy consumption through constant technology iterations. According to the data in the paper, half of the puppet's spiritual energy is consumed by the chip. If the chip could be continuously upgraded, the energy consumption was definitely decreasing. Jolie can't do anything about this program for the time being. After all, he can't buy the latest chips. He can only poke around on second-hand websites, and at the moment this is the best chip he can buy. As for spiritual power, Professor Baiji had a systematic basic theory that Jolie hadn't been able to fully comprehend in a short period of time. It probably means that the puppet's spiritual energy consumption is a dynamic curve graph with the setting of the parameters, According to a specific calculation, it is possible to find the dynamic vector value, that is, the lowest point of consumption configuration, It is possible to save roughly 1/6 of the energy consumption. The third point is the choice of materials the materials for the array arrangement, the materials for the shell of the puppet, the materials for the internal wiring, and so on. Professor Baiji had also summarized a set of consumption formulas for materials and spiritual power transmission breaks based on tens of thousands of experiments. It was a pity that Professor Baiji's paper was too specialized, and Jolie didn't understand a lot of it. However, many experts and scholars have derived a number of practical operational programs based on these papers. Jolie doesn't know much about the source papers, but he has a clear understanding of those programs. He immediately recorded more than a dozen optimization schemes. And then in the library borrowed a few books of Professor Baiji's basic works ready to go back to study slowly. Although he had found some of the programs, he still wanted to understand the principles behind them. It didn't matter if he couldn't figure it out for the time being, he could study it slowly later. Chapter 45, Opening an Online Shop to Sell Puppets. After returning home, he began to continuously debug the first puppet he had refined based on the scenarios he had searched for. This kind of energy-consuming optimization was most tedious, and it wasn't something that could be done overnight. Rather, it's a matter of constantly trying to find that optimal point that It took almost another week of tweaking to get to 5 sets of optimizations. The rest either required major changes to the system structure or required materials he couldn't buy. Or he couldn't buy the instruments for debugging, so he had to call it quits. With his current level as a senior, it was already very rare for him to achieve this level. The effect after optimization was also very obvious. The energy consumption dropped by a full third, which made Jolie elated. He then started assembling the rest of the puppets according to the standards of the first one. Since the first one had changed a few devices when it was refined, there were only 11 puppets in the final shape, instead of the 15 copies of the device that was eventually purchased. For the subsequent few puppets, he intentionally enlarged the energy slots just so that he could replace them with larger spiritual power batteries to increase the range of the puppets. He also tested the energy consumption of the puppet with a single attribute turned on. A spirit stone could reach between 30 and 40 minutes. Among them, the fire attribute consumed the most energy and the earth attribute the least. And as more of the 5 attributes were turned on, the coordination between the various spells, the judgment of the release timing of the arithmetic would consume more arithmetic power. So the energy consumption will rise geometrically. Alright, the puppets are installed, the next step is to sell them. He wasn't going to forget the original idea of. At that time, the study of puppets, on the one hand, was to satisfy his own training. On the other hand, it was also to be able to earn more money. In the future, as he traveled between the two worlds, he would inevitably have to carry out the resale of supplies. It was very necessary to reserve a large amount of money. After following the guidelines in the mall, filling out the registration information and paying the deposit, you can open and decorate your online store. But he was a little difficult when it came to puppet pricing. Jolie carefully calculated the cost of refining his puppet and buying the various sensor pieces and wiring cost nearly $900,000, the chip cost $2,100,000, and the arraying apparatus $750,000. One by one, totaling 11 sets of puppets, there was a cost of nearly $5 million. And that was even with the shell materials used being from the Shin puppet sex side. Put it this way, a puppet should be priced at least $500,000 upwards to not lose money. He'd gone online and tallied it up, too. Puppet prices at $300,000 is a watershed. Any more expensive and the monthly sales will drop drastically. Puppets priced at $500,000 or more online basically have monthly sales in the single digits. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. This puppet material of mine is made of good materials, the chip is already better than more than 90% of the ones on the market, and it's not much worse than the ones used in schools, so it can probably reach the level of 60%. The school's purchase price is at $4 to $5 million, how can I sell this for $2 million? But set that high price makes its heart really some bottomless. In the end, he set the price at $800,000. A price that pretty much covered all the costs and still made some money. After taking a dozen or so renderings with my cell phone, I uploaded the item onto the shelves. Next, just wait for someone to buy it. The next day in class, for the first time in his life, he was completely unmotivated about learning. Every minute or two, he had to take out his cell phone and swipe through his store to see if anyone had placed an order for a purchase. But unfortunately, a day down, not to mention the asking price, even the number of views is only a pitiful 10. Should we lower the price? Jolie was also opening an online store for the first time, with little experience. Online search of many store experience he also read, basically nothing to learn from. He thought about it and still shook his head. 85 is already very cheap, it can't go down. The cost of me studying for so long is more than this much money. He scratched his head and muttered helplessly to himself. Could it be, it's because the sales are all zero and there are no reviews to refer to in the review section, so it causes people who enter the store to be afraid to buy? Should we spend money to brush up the reviews? Just when he was in quite a hurry, Luohu, who was at the same table on the side, flirted. Old Joe, what's your situation today? Why are you always distracted in class? And you take out your cell phone to look at it from time to time. Got a girlfriend? You're in love, you're chatting, that's why you're so worried, isn't it? Who is it? Could it be, is it Nye School Flower? While saying that, Luohu also brought his head over, looking like he wanted to pry. Jolie didn't have the heart to say, hot love my ass. You're so idle, so it seems that your cultivation progress has been pretty good lately? As soon as he talked about cultivation, Luohu's face immediately collapsed. Grandma, I don't know what's the reason, it's so hard to step into the 6th level of chi refining, but as a result, the progress has turned into a snail's pace again. Every day, I work hard to sit in meditation and cultivate for a few weeks, and the spiritual energy that I cultivate is just a little bit. If only I could be inside the school's cultivation room 24 hours a day. Hey, by the way, old Joe, how did you break through all the way to the 7th level of chi refining over the summer vacation? Pass on some experience. Jolie said in his heart, you probably can't learn from my experience. He only had to make up an excuse, I don't know. At that time, I just entered a marvelous state where the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was greatly accelerated. After sitting in meditation for 10 days in a row, I made a breakthrough in a row. The girls at the front table, Lily and Zhao Hongmei, also turned their heads long ago and they were also interested in Zhou Li's breakthrough experience. Could it be that you had an epiphany? Lily thought of a possibility. The internet says that some cultivators are more fortunate and are able to enter a metaphysical state of epiphany. In this state, whether it's sensing techniques, cultivating, or breaking through bottlenecks becomes especially simple. Listening to you, I guess it's likely to be an epiphany. Zhou Li didn't expect someone to help him round back up. He could use this excuse to excuse himself in the future. Ha? Really? I didn't do anything either. He put on a confused look himself. Zhao Hongmei also picked up the conversation. I've heard of this as well. The state of entering an epiphany varies from person to person. Some people enter it on their way to cultivation, while others enter it by chance while squatting on the toilet. There are also instances of employees at work unintentionally entering that state and then being fired for being considered paddling at work. Hearing this, Luo, who looked dejected, doesn't that mean that it's completely impossible for me to replicate old Zhou's miracle of back-to-back breakthroughs? He then thought of something else and said excitedly, no, it's also possible for me to enter a state of epiphany. At that time, I'm going to seize the opportunity and strive to go straight to the 8th level of qi refining. Remembering the store, Zhou Li summoned up his courage and asked one more question. Do any of you want to buy a puppet? I know a store that sells puppets that are okay. Luo, who was the first to refuse, and then said in a godly manner, I'm a team leader in the cram school now. He, who asked me to be so amazingly talented in fighting. That Zhao Hongmei also shook her head. I'm now studying in the same fighting hall as Luo Hu, and it's not bad, I've learned quite a lot. Don't think about buying a puppet for now. Lily was even more needless to say, having been pitted by counterfeit puppets before, she wouldn't buy any more in any way. Zhou Li secretly sighed. It seemed that the idea of rushing sales was also dashed. A few people are talking. The class teacher Su Yanyi directly walked in. Taking names on the podium, he said, Lin Ku, Zhang Tai. Then he turned his gaze to Zhou Li and continued to, and Zhou Li, the three of you meet me in my office after school. After saying this, he walked out of the classroom. What's the situation? Old Zhou, what did old Su call you for? Luo, whose gossipy soul blazed. Lily turned her head and analyzed. Lin Ku and Zhang Tai are the second and third in the class. One of their cultivation levels is at the 8th level of qi refining and the other is at the 7th level of qi refining. Zhou Li is also at the 8th level of qi refining, and with Nie Xian out of the picture, they're the only three in the class that are above the 7th level. Could it have something to do with this? Nie Xian basically only came to school once or twice a week due to her bailout. Zhou Li immediately realized that this was, I'm afraid, what the homeroom teacher had said earlier, that opening a special instruction class for students above the 7th level of qi refining. However, this was only his speculation, and he didn't dare to jump to conclusions before making it official. I'm not really sure, let's go check it out after class. Chapter 46, Conversion Technique. This time, I've called you all here, it's about the conversion technique. After class teacher Su Yanyi called the trio to his office, he immediately opened the door to the reason. All of you have currently reached more than the 7th layer of the 5 elements true technique, which is completely sufficient on the college entrance exam. But this year, there's been an addition of the fighting technique section, so after studying and discussing the matter, the teaching and research team feels that for you students who have run a step ahead of the others, you can consider switching to cultivation techniques. After all, the fighting technique section doesn't account for a low percentage of points in the college entrance exam, so if you can switch to a powerful feat technique, you'll still have a great advantage. However, it also depends on the individual's will. If you don't want to switch cultivation, no one will force you. After all, this is the first year that the fighting section was included in the exams, so you have to feel your way through everything. It just means that switching to the feats in advance will hold a certain advantage. Last week I visited the first experimental high school as well as other top schools in other provinces and cities as well, and they're all planning this as well. It's only natural for our school to get it going for your sake. Class President Lin Ke's expression was the same as Zhou Li's, and did not look too surprised, apparently knowing about this in advance as well. Only Zhang Tai's expression was slightly surprised, and he was a little hesitant. After all, he had been practicing the 5 elements true technique for more than 10 years, and it was also the designated technique for the college entrance examination. Now that he was suddenly told to switch to other techniques, it was obvious that he hadn't been able to accept it at first. Teacher, by switching to a cultivation technique, will the 5 elemental true qi that was cultivated be discarded? After all, the college entrance exam is going to examine this. Zhang Tai paused and asked the question he was most concerned about. The homeroom teacher patiently explained, not this one. Different gong methods have different routes of traveling qi, and the spiritual energy that enters the dantian after refining is also very different. Changing one's main cultivation technique is just opening up a new route, replacing the previous one with new spiritual energy in the dantian. The previous technique will still be able to run, only that there will be some lag if the two techniques are practiced together, and the spiritual energy within the dantian will be a bit disorganized, causing the release of mana to be somewhat affected. Just stop one gong method and it will be normal after a while. You guys just pay a little attention before the college entrance exam, there won't be any problems. Zhang Tai was still a bit worried. I have to go back and ask my parents about this. After all, switching to a meritocracy in high school is a big deal. I have to go back and discuss it with my family. The homeroom teacher also nodded her head and said, this is indeed a big matter, it's time to discuss it with your family. He turned his gaze back to Lin Ku and Jolie and inquired, what about you guys, do you have any questions? Lin Ku, on the contrary, answered very frankly, I've asked my friend from the first high school, and he's already started practicing the conversion technique this week. More than 50% of their school agreed to the conversion technique. I think our school's progress is still a bit slow. I just wish the course would start earlier. After all, above the 8th level of chi refining, everyone's qualifications are similar, so if we start off slow, I think it still has a big impact. The homeroom teacher didn't expect Lin Ku to see this through so thoroughly. Even more anxious than he, the teacher. He nodded approvingly, you do have a heart. He turned his gaze to Jolie, Jolie, what do you think? Jolie didn't know much about the potential opponents of the first high school, but he had even picked out his conversion technique, so naturally he wouldn't have any problems. Teacher, I don't have a problem with it, I agree to switch cultivation. Zhang Tai was obviously a bit surprised by the two students' reply so quickly. The class teacher also continued, the first class of the special instruction class will be held tonight. You guys will go directly inside the large classroom during the evening study hall. Zhang Tai, you also go and listen to it, just tell me when you've made your decision after you go back. No problem, then you can go back to class. The three nodded and walked out of the classroom. As soon as they went out, Zhang Tai couldn't wait to ask towards Lin Ku. Class president, this conversion technique, is it reliable? Will there be any problems in the college entrance examination? Have other schools really started practicing it already? Just now, when Lin Ku was answering the class teacher's question, he had obviously delved into the situation in other schools. So Zhang Tai eagerly inquired. Lin Ku frowned with a cold expression, do you think the teachers in the school have time to joke with you? The homeroom teacher just said that it's not forced, it's purely voluntary, you don't have to change your studies if you don't want to. After saying that, he directly accelerated his pace and left, with an appearance of not wanting to say more. Zhang Tai's face was annoyed and asked Jolie again, what do you think? Zhang Tai belonged to the top students in his class, and he and Jolie usually only spoke a few words and could not say they were friends. Jolie also replied only in an official manner, I don't think the school teacher will harm us. Other schools have implemented it, so basically there won't be any problems. We're going to switch to merit cultivation after we get to college anyway, so it's just as well to switch in advance now. It was these words that made Zhang Tai open his box and start chattering. I also know that I have to change my gong method in college, but it's not high school now. Now the first semester of senior high school is already a third of the way through. If we switch cultivation right away, it will take less than a year until the college entrance exam is full. Even if we switch, it will be possible to cultivate to what extent? What should I do if the technique I turn to is not as good as the 5 elements true technique? In case the gong method is only cultivated to the 2 or 3 levels of chi refining before the college entrance exam, isn't it harming myself? What if your opponent is practicing a technique that restrains you? The subject of fighting is not a low percentage. What if something goes wrong while practicing and there's no one to guide you? Zhang Tai said a dozen questions in one breath, numbing Jolie's ears. Jolie didn't know whether to say that he was well thought out or overthinking. Since all schools have started implementing this policy, there must be a solution to all these problems. It was impossible for them to have their cultivation become lower and their grades lag behind in the college entrance exams after switching to cultivation techniques. He also didn't really want to continue chatting with Zhang Tai. I don't know about these questions, go ask the class teacher. Or ask the lecturer during the special instruction class in the evening. After saying that, he quickened his pace and left. When he returned to the classroom, Luo Hu naturally chased after him and asked questions. Old Joe, old Su dragged you 3 top students to the office. It can't be to discuss the matter of bailing out with you, right? I heard that a school has already approached Lin Ku. Not the 5 houses though, the guy gave up on his own. Although it's not easy to look at Lin Ku's kid who drags himself up to the sky, but I have to admit that he still has 2 brushes. I didn't expect class president Lin Ku to directly refuse the bailout, so it was evident that his heart was really high. This rather impressed Jolie. As for Luo Hu's question, he didn't hide it and directly told the class teacher's words truthfully, there is nothing to hide, everyone will know sooner or later. It's nothing, it's just that the homeroom teacher approached us to discuss the matter of switching cultivation techniques. With our cultivation reaching the 7th level of chi refining or above, the progress of the 5 elements true technique is considered to be ready, and for the sake of this year's high school entrance examinations fighting section, the school suggests that we think about switching to a cultivation technique. Hearing this, a look of envy spread across Luo Hu's face, and at the same time, he was also a bit impressed. I've also heard about the conversion. The instructor of that fighting class I'm tutoring and also suggested that we switch to Kung Fu. Many of the powerful techniques taught by the coach are a whole lot less powerful when made with the 5 elements true technique, and the results in actual combat are very bad. He also said that the college entrance exams requirements for the assessment of the progress of the techniques aren't that high, as long as the cultivation level goes up. I've also recently been thinking about whether or not to listen to my coach and start switching to other gong methods. Hearing Luohu's words, Zhao Hongmei, who was sitting in front of him, hurriedly admonished, "Don't think about it. It's only been a short while since you stepped into the 6th level of qi refining, the spirit energy in your body isn't stable yet. It's easy to fall off the realm if you switch cultivation techniques at this time, but you've been stuck at this bottleneck for almost 2 years, you won't be foolish, right? And with your spiritual root qualification, can you learn the coach's technique?" I also looked at the price of that gongfu class. It's not cheap, it's nearly $300,000 a year. Before, Zhao Hongmei had already switched to a cram school, and was currently practicing with Luohu in a fighting hall, so she had a better understanding of his situation. Jolie also questioned, "Then would the trainer be trying to earn you an extra amount of money by abetting you to switch to Kung Fu? I think it's better for you to ask the homeroom teacher. After all, this is a big deal, don't get ahead of yourself. Don't be impulsive and ruin the college entrance exam, then you'll regret it." Luohu wasn't the kind of person who was bent on having his own way. Hearing the exhortations of his little friends, he immediately nodded his head as well. "I'll go ask old Su now and see what he says." Chapter 47, Special Instruction Class. Today's Jolie didn't run to his home right after school. Instead, he headed to the school's big step classroom with Lin Ku and Zheng Tai from his class. The homeroom teacher said that there would be a special instruction class on the conversion technique alone tonight, and that every class whose cultivation level was above the 7th level of qi refining could go and listen to it. Jolie himself had been looking forward to the instruction class for a long time. Especially regarding the choice of the conversion technique, he had also accumulated some questions he wanted to ask the principal, so naturally, he came to attend as well. There were already some people sitting sporadically inside the large classroom. Basically, all of them were the top students of the 3rd high school, the regulars at the top of the grade charts. And many of them knew each other. Lin Ko, the class president of their class, knew quite a few people and kept greeting them. In comparison, Jolie was like a little transparent. Sitting on the sidelines, silently listening to Lin Ko chatting with the class presidents of several classes. At one time, it was the situation at the front line, at another time, it was the experience of cultivation. Also discussing the fight against demonic beasts abroad, It can really be said that we can talk about everything. Jolie couldn't help but lament. It seems that the class president usually looks like a stranger, because we are not in his social circle. Between him and some friends of the same rank, he's still quite familiar and talkative. However, he also had a few more moments of admiration. They are quite long-sighted, focusing on these national events now. In the future, when they go to the battlefield, they won't be so blinded that they don't know the general situation. And also be able to combine your own ideas to go to the appropriate sector according to the changes in the general situation. On the contrary, he was the one who only cultivated, never caring about outside matters. He only occasionally heard about some frontline matters from his mom and dad, and never paid attention to them himself. His classmate, Luohu, and the 2 girls at the front table are usually even more addicted to TV dramas, and seldom talk about them either. So the result is that the domestic and foreign current affairs news seems a little closed. It seems that in the future, one will have to slowly pay attention to some content in this area. Not long after, a middle-aged man with slightly thinning hair, a vicissitude of face, and a black eyeglasses walked in, holding a thick handout in his hand. His features are impressively firm and hard-edged, and you can tell he would have been a handsome man when he was young. This middle-aged man is Nia Fangping, the principal of the school. Jolie had long seen his picture in the campus window. The introduction said that he was a provincial-level special master teacher who had been teaching for 20 years and was extremely experienced. However, his deskmate, Luohu, kept saying that Ni Xian, who was ranked first in the school, came to the 3rd high school because she was Nia Fangping's niece. If that was true, then wouldn't the Jindan stage cultivator, Wan Fuzhenjin, be brothers with the principal? Thinking of this, Jolie could not help but sit up a little straighter. "Good evening, everyone. Tonight, gathering everyone here is mainly for the matter of the conversion technique, which I believe you should be well aware of." As soon as he entered, the principal got right to the point without beating around the bush. The college entrance examination policy change, the previous years are all side-by-side patch, who did not expect this year came such a big action. This makes us old guys a little unexpected. But, in the grand scheme of things, this is the country thinking for you. Leaving aside those who go to college, the casualty rate has been high for students who serve right out of high school. Making fighting as a subject in the college entrance exam is also a hope that D can take it seriously in treating this matter. The qualifications of the students here are not bad, and going to university should not be a big problem in the future, but don't ever think that if you don't have to go to the front line in the first place, DOFA will not be of much use. As far as I know, fighting techniques have also been made a key subject inside various universities, alongside cultivation and specialized subjects as the 3 main subjects. The principal paused, took a sip of water, and continued. Having said all this, I actually hope that everyone will pay attention to the subject of fighting, not only in terms of grades, but also psychologically. Alright, that's all for the introductory remarks. Next it's time to step into the main topic. He turned on the projector in the large classroom, replaced it with the PPT he had created, and began to explain. The content of the explanation is mainly divided into 3 parts. The first part is an explanation of why one should turn to Kung Fu. The principal analyzes the advantages and disadvantages of the 5 elements true technique, which is nowadays assessed by the college entrance examination, mainly because it takes into account the various attributes of the spiritual roots, resulting in mediocrity in all aspects. So when used to perform various attribute techniques, the power would be much worse than that of a single attribute technique. There would be a great disadvantage when fighting. There are also a dozen or so professional papers listed that explain the points of difference with more specialized knowledge. All the students here are the top-ranked students in the school, and it is relatively not that difficult to understand. Then comes the second part. Here it is explained how to choose that. The main thing is that based on the value of the main spiritual root, the principal also listed a chart of the recommended study techniques for each attribute spirit root in each numerical interval. It was densely spread over the entire wall. Basically all the students took out their cell phones to take a picture of this figure. The principal focused on a few common spiritual root zones, describing their advantages and disadvantages, as well as which famous cultivators in the immortal mansion are majoring in them today, and what the biggest bottlenecks encountered are. The breadth and depth of his knowledge was breathtaking. The third part is all about progress. Many students are afraid that they can't keep up with the progress of their practice after they've made the switch, in just less than a year's time. In case they can't reach their current cultivation level before the next semester's college entrance exam, will the effect of the conversion be greatly reduced? This is the biggest concern of students who are converting. The principal specializes in explaining this part in depth and gives a dozen examples. The basic core of it is that progress will not be poor. Although the 5 elements true technique is neutral and mediocre, it is indeed a good technique for building a foundation. Regardless of which attribute technique one switches to, it can provide a very good boost. Moreover, some of the already existing 5 elemental auras can be converted into your newly cultivated spiritual energy. Depending on the individual, the conversion effect will be different. There had also been examples of people who had switched to cultivation techniques, and with the help of the 5 elements of spiritual energy, had broken through to the 5th level of chi cultivation one after the other within 3 months. Even the lesser ones could reach the 3rd level of chi refining in a short period of time. After the course was finished, it was already nearly 12 o'clock at night. The principal has been going on and on for almost 5 hours or more, from the end of the school day. The examples cited during this time were all real and verifiable, and the data were extremely well documented. All the students here felt that they had benefited a lot. Many of the students who were hesitant decided to switch to a different program. The lecture was followed by a Q&A session. Headmaster, the higher the realm, are there advantages or disadvantages to switching to a cultivation technique? The principal had just signaled that he could ask the question when a student couldn't wait to ask. The more profound the gong method is, the more the spiritual power in the body tends to mingle and intermingle as a matter of course. If one switches to cultivation hastily, it will lead to a period of time where the spiritual power mixes up and the cultivation realm drops by leaps and bounds. I've seen an example of a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment whose realm fell directly to the 11th level of chi refining after switching cultivation. The hospital's diagnosis even prescribed going off the deep end. Will this happen to us when the time comes? This question immediately drew the attention of many students in the room. Jolie looked towards the person who had asked the question and did not recognize that. However, judging from the content of his question, he thought that he must not be bad within this group of top students. When the principal heard this question, he didn't answer it the first time. Instead, he praised, "Not bad, not bad. For you to ask this question, you must have given some deep thought to the matter of conversion." He smiled back again. "I can tell you the conclusion first. That scenario you mentioned won't happen. Regarding the 5 elements true technique, you may not be very clear about it. It was created by the only Yuaning stage cultivator amongst the immortal mansions, the Rainbow Sword Superior, who personally took the lead in compiling the technique, along with 8 Jiadan cultivators who assisted in creating it together. The subtlety of this gong method does not lie in the fighting techniques, but in its universality, suitable for all kinds of chi refining cultivators to forge a foundation. And it's completely seamless for switching to various attribute techniques, and can even transform spiritual energy over. This is something that is impossible to achieve with any other gongfu at the moment. As for the example you mentioned, I also know something about it. That cultivator's spiritual root had the highest of the 5 elemental attributes of the fire spiritual root, so he majored in fire techniques at first. Since that technique was too difficult to cultivate, he couldn't go any further even though his great limit was approaching, so he hastily switched to the wood attribute technique with life-extending effects. As a result, the attributes of the two were contrary to each other, and the spiritual energy was not allowed to be used, which led to going off the deep end. Hearing the principal's explanation, that student nodded indistinctly. "Thank you, principal." As soon as this question was answered, the next student immediately raised his hand to ask a question. "I would like to inquire about the piece on the transformation of the 5 elements of spiritual energy." Chapter 48, A Separate Conversation. Watching the group of top students ask question after question, Jolie also understood for the first time why these people could be at the top of the school. Each and every one of them not only had excellent spiritual root qualifications, but were also very good at thinking that the questions asked could often go straight to the core. There are many questions that Jolie has never thought of. His principle has always been, first do it, and then solve any problems. The same was true for the matter of switching to cultivation techniques. He had already decided on the conversion technique from the very beginning, so he basically hadn't considered or hesitated about the many details of it. He directly began to select a conversion technique based on his own situation. As for the possibility of encountering problems, he thought of solving them all as he encountered them. There was no such thing as considering all the details that might be encountered during the cultivation process before doing so. The students who attended this meeting basically asked questions about their concerns. Only Jolie sat there, not saying a word, looking somewhat out of place. At this moment, it was already nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. Due to the fact that they were all cultivators, plus the fact that the matter of switching cultivation techniques concerned everyone's future. Each and every one of them was in high spirits, without the slightest hint of sleepiness. The more they talked, the more energized they became, with the intention of having a duel until dawn. Jolie also sent a message to his parents on the way, informing them of the situation tonight and will return later. "That student, do you have any questions to ask?" The principal's gaze directly crossed over the crowd and landed on Jolie. As a foundation establishment stage cultivator, he was able to easily grasp the situation of every single person on the field and he noticed that Jolie, who was sitting in the corner, was silent from the beginning to the end, basically didn't speak and didn't communicate with the students around him. The principal thought that he was introverted and was too embarrassed to speak, so he specifically opened his mouth to inquire. Jolie looked around, there was no one next to himself and sure that the principal was talking to himself before he smiled in embarrassment. "Principal, all the questions I wanted to ask were asked by the other students." What was actually true was that he couldn't think of any questions to ask. After all, in his mind, he had decided to turn to cultivation anyway, and any problem was not a problem, and overcoming it when it arose was just a matter of worrying about this and that during the conversion process was completely unnecessary. Naturally, he wouldn't voice these thoughts out, but instead made a random excuse to perfume it. The principal was clearly not very satisfied when he heard this reply. "How can there be no problem? Think about it, I'll be right here." This time, it directly attracted the attention of all the students. Jolie also didn't expect the principal to get on with himself. He did prepare some questions before he came, but seeing as how the students were all asking about transferring their studies, his own questions were a bit out of place. That's why he didn't ask the first question, but thought to find a chance to ask the principal alone. Now that the situation had become what it was in front of him, he didn't hesitate any longer. "Headmaster, I'd like to ask about those feats you listed. They all seem to require something in terms of enlightenment. How should someone with poor spiritual root qualifications choose?" When the principal listed out that chart, the first thing he did was also to find those techniques that should be practiced by the fire attribute spirit root. Many of them were ones that he had specifically searched for and understood on various information networks. Only in the end, they were all abandoned by him as unsuitable for his cultivation. Moreover, the spiritual roots on that chart start at a minimum of 30. It didn't even take into consideration his situation of being able to step into the threshold of a true spirit root. After the principal heard this question, he seemed to understand something and asked rhetorically, "Which class are you in and what's your name?" Jolie replied back, "I'm in the senior 4th class, my name is Jolie." Upon hearing the reply, the principal immediately opened his tablet and checked the student's profile, and then his face revealed a look of surprise. After a while, he looked up and said, "I know about your situation, come to my office later." After saying that and then will then no longer pay attention to Jolie, but will turn his gaze to the others. "What other questions do you have? It's not too early now, tomorrow is Saturday but you guys should still rest." The last thing these top students need is all sorts of questions. One after another, they threw out queries, and the battle raged until after 5 in the morning. At the principal's call for a halt, the lesson was brought to a close. Not only were the various students not the least bit tired, but their faces were filled with joy that apparently quite satisfied with this special instruction session. Everyone was eager and expectant about the technique they had switched to. After the course, Jolie then followed the principal's footsteps to his office. The principal's office was on the 3rd floor of the. As soon as you enter, you can smell the fragrance of the. The next thing that caught my eye was the blue flowers on the windowsill. About 30 centimeters long, the entire body of the flower is like crystal bright, very beautiful. This is blue crystal flower. Jolie recognized the flower at a glance and this is also a rather rare flower. The fragrance of the flower can lift the spirit and clear the chi. Long-time fumigation can help to improve the enlightenment, spiritual power. It can also be used as medicine to refine various elixirs that can help to improve divine sense. It can be said to be very versatile. I didn't realize you had a study of flowers. Not bad, this is indeed the blue crystal flower. The principal returned in surprise before bringing the topic back to Jolie. Your situation is rather special. In previous years, within the students I brought up, those who were able to reach more than the 7th level of chi refining in their senior year of high school basically had spiritual root attributes of 30 and upwards. That's why I didn't take the ones with values above 20 into consideration when I made the chart. Your highest fire spirit root is 21, but your cultivation level is at the 8th level of chi refining. This situation, it's very rare. Jolie thought of a pretext early on. Headmaster, I may have experienced an epiphany during my summer vacation, causing my cultivation to rise a bit faster. In the history of the Immortal Mansion, there had been many instances of epiphanies. Some students who usually had poor spiritual roots and low cultivation levels, on the eve of the college entrance exam, or under the pressure of intensive training, have a major breakthrough, and it's not unheard of for them to rise several steps in a row. There have been several instances in the news alone that. There's a lot of TV renditions, too. That's why Jolie dared to use this excuse. As expected, the principal nodded with some surprise, so that's how it is. What a good luck guy. He then asked, just now in class, from what you said, it seemed like you had done some research on the transmutation technique. Is there some bottom in your heart? When the principal inquired earlier, he flatly stated that those feats depended on enlightenment and spiritual roots. It was obvious that he had had knowledge of those feats. Jolie directly nodded his head and said, yes principal, I've chosen a gong method, the 9 suns condensed elemental technique, and would like you to advise me on it. Hearing the name of this gongfu, the principal frowned. Why did you choose this gongfu? This gong method is not too difficult and takes too long. Although the 9 orifices of returning to one can increase the success rate of conjugating dansum, there are very few who can cultivate to that point. Within the people I know, there are only 2 people who can rely on this technique to successfully conjugate dan. Are you sure you want to choose this? Jolie responded with an unmistakable look of certainty. Yes, I know my spiritual roots very well. Practicing those techniques that require enlightenment and spiritual root fit is basically hopeless. Within the better gong methods, this is the only one that has any hope of being practiced. Moreover, I had previously entered a state of epiphany, and my speed of absorbing aura was much faster than usual. Practicing this technique has an advantage. He chatted with the principal in such an exhaustive and frank manner that to discuss kung fu was one of the things that. The most important thing was to indirectly explain the reason why his cultivation speed was so fast. After all, his spiritual root could almost be called a pseudo-spiritual root, but yet he reached the 8th level of chi refining in his senior year of high school. It's just too unbelievable for anyone to look at it. Now that he had taken the opportunity of asking about the conversion technique to explain his situation, it was also considered to be a way to pave the way for the progress of cultivating the 9 yang condensed elemental technique later on. At this moment, the principal also nodded slightly. Since you have this chance, it would be good to switch to this technique. Turn around, I want 2 copies of the successful cultivation tips of the 9 yang condensed elemental technique for you, so you can refer to them as well. Hearing these words, Jolie's torso trembled violently. Successfully cultivating the 9 yang condensed elemental technique? Isn't that the inside of a Jindan stage cultivator? Hiss. He couldn't help but get excited in his tone. Thank you. Thank you, headmaster. As far as he knew, there were quite a lot of people practicing the 9 yang condensed elemental power, and there were quite a few research papers on it. However, it was almost never the case that a Jindan cultivator who had actually succeeded in cultivating it published a relevant paper on it. The principal's connections, they are really wide. Chapter 49 Master Yuan Ying's Technique. Coming out of the school, it was nearly 7 o'clock. The rising sun was also slowly rising from the east, casting a ray of fire that. Summer vacation is over and the temperature still hasn't dropped much. Jolie walked down the street, but his mind was full of thoughts. On the one hand, he was thinking about the matter of switching cultivation techniques. Earlier, he was worried that taking Spirit Rising Scatter would cause too much progress in cultivation too quickly and easily attract unnecessary attention, so he didn't refine it in the first place. Now that he had decided to switch his cultivation, the 9 suns condensed elemental technique is notoriously difficult to practice. He decided that he would have to take Spirit Rising Scatter to aid in his cultivation. Otherwise, with his spirit root qualification, it would be impossible to make any progress at all. On the other hand, it was still the matter of selling puppets. Just now, he opened his store again to check it out, and there were only 8 people viewing the store recently. And there's only one asking for a price. He's asking if it's for sale at $250,000. He naturally refused decisively. The cost of a single puppet was around $500,000, selling it for $250,000 was a bloody loss, it was absolutely impossible to sell it cheaply. Just like this, while walking and thinking, somehow, the ghost walked to the library door. The library is close to the school. He used to come here some time ago to look up information. Subconsciously, he had formed a habit. Forget it, I've come all this way, let's go check some more information on the 9 suns condensed elemental technique. In the past, when we practiced the 5 elements true technique, it was the teacher who crumbled up the knowledge points and told them to us, and the various tutorials also gave explanations for the key points. Now, after switching to cultivation, we can only rely on ourselves to look up and realize the techniques. He went straight upstairs and downloaded more than 30 papers that researched the 9 yang condensed elemental technique, and also found 2 books that specialized in the study of this gong method. And then found a quiet spot on the 5th floor and sat down ready to study it. Huh, so early? He was just about to sit down when he saw Nia Xian, who was browsing through books by the bookshelf. Looking at the time, it was only about 7:15 in the morning, and it was still Saturday. This Nia big schoolgirl is already studying in the library. Jolie couldn't help but lament, people who are more talented and stronger than you are still working so hard, they simply don't give the people behind them who are catching up a chance. Nia Xian also nodded her head towards him in greeting, aren't you quite early as well? She had chosen a few books as well, and naturally sat across from Jolie. Looking at the books he held in his hands, he asked curiously, are you preparing to switch to this technique? The 9 yang condensed elemental technique. This gong method is okay, it's just more laborious and difficult to practice. It looked like she knew something about this famous gong method. What kind of gong fu have you switched to? Jolie inquired curiously. He immediately responded that Nia Xian had been bailed out earlier and didn't have to worry about the 5 elements true technique of the college entrance examination at all, so he had probably already switched to cultivating a gong method a long time ago. With Nia Xian's status as the child of a Jindan realist, coupled with the fact that the metallic spirit root had reached the heaven-defying value of 88. I'm afraid that the gong fu chosen is not simple. Sure enough, Nia Xian faintly returned, I switched to the golden rainbow sword technique. Wow! Jolie responded subconsciously. He felt that he had heard of this technique somewhere, but was unable to recall it for a moment. As the child of a Jindan realist, the gong fu practiced naturally could not be inferior. A Jindan realist? A light suddenly flashed through Jolie's mind and he said in a shocked voice, isn't the golden rainbow sword technique the technique of the rainbow sword superior? This immortal mansion's only Yuaning Shangren, the technique he practiced was naturally famous and well known to everyone. Just now, he didn't react for a moment. After thinking about it, his pupils were filled with thick shock. He had never thought that his classmate, who had switched to the technique of the Yuaning Shang, would be. Thinking about it made him feel unbelievable. It's from the rainbow sword superior. Nia Xian spoke in a calm tone, as if she was talking about something not worth mentioning. When I was in middle school, the first time Uncle Jean met me, he kept yelling for me to practice his swordplay. If it wasn't for the college entrance exam, I guess I would have switched to the golden rainbow sword technique long ago. There was no hint of bragging or flaunting to be heard in the words of this schoolgirl Nia. She's just telling it plainly, saying one thing without mixing it with emotional descriptions. But in Jolie's ears, but as shocking waves, a number of times the impact of the successive coming. In his heart, he didn't feel good. Sure enough, people with good qualifications and high backgrounds can really do whatever they want. He even thought somewhat strangely, this heaven's favorite daughter whose spiritual root is close to the immortal spiritual root, if it wasn't because of the principle, I'm afraid that she wouldn't have had any interactions with herself in her life, right? If he had sat with her before obtaining the 2 realms pearl, Jolie might have inevitably developed some feelings of inferiority. The difference was too great. But these days, he doesn't think so much about the. After all, he had a world of immortal cultivation to back him up, and as long as he worked steadily, he thought that his achievements in the future wouldn't be any worse than Nia Xian. Awesome, awesome. Jolie praised from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, it was as if he had thought of something, and he immediately asked with great interest, do you need a battle puppet? It's the kind that's similar to the ones used for classes in school. I've recently learned of a very good puppet that I'd like to recommend to you. Performance-wise it's estimated to reach 60 to 70% of the school's model, and price-wise it's only $800,000. Recently, the puppets he made were on the shelves, but no one was buying them, and they were all a bit fretful about it. So he wanted to ask this Nia dame if she needed it. Nia Xian raised her head, a hint of curiosity blooming in her beautiful eyes. Wow? Send me the link. As soon as he heard that she was interested, Jolie hurriedly opened his cell phone, tapped the store open, and handed over the puppet-related schematics. This person in front of him shouldn't be short of money, and might really have the potential to become his first customer. Look, these are the ones. After looking at it for a while, Nia Xian frowned slightly and. But still, she was still incredibly beautiful. Even with Jolie's mindset of seeing nothing else outside of cultivation and learning, he felt a surge of amazement. This store's puppet only has some pictures, the parameters are written in a very generalized manner, in addition there is no relevant manufacturer's provenance or qualified certification. The store is also 1 star, I'm afraid it was only opened recently. I can't tell what's good if I just look at the picture. Did you already buy a puppet and test it at home? After looking at it for a while, Nia Xian asked a bunch of questions. Jolie also broke out into a cold sweat as he listened, cursing himself for being careless and these most basic things were not maintained. When he buys things, he looks at the flagship stores of the big brands and picks what he wants, and these manufacturers' provenance, certificates of conformity, and store reviews are categorized with very little attention to the. I didn't think to get it when I was shelving my own items. No wonder there are so many people looking at the store, but it's also related to the store ratings. The fact that no one asked for the price was probably also because of the problem Nia Xian mentioned. He smiled awkwardly. Actually, I just opened this store, and I refined the puppets inside. The problems you mentioned were indeed my negligence. If you need it, I can give you a trial for half a month first, and if it feels okay, you can buy it again. How about it? I've tried it myself at home, the effect is really okay, I'm not lying. This Nia schoolgirl is meticulous in her observation, so I'm afraid if I say something more perfunctory, it'll backfire on me. He had no choice but to tell the truth. Chapter 50, Returning to the first level of Qi refining. You refined it yourself? A look of surprise surfaced on Nia Xian's face for the first time. So, it turns out that you consulted so much information on puppets in the library before in order to refine them yourself. I said that I always felt so strange when looking at those pictures, it doesn't look like they were taken by professionals. There are also a lot of items from the room appearing in the background, so it's your work. Then I'm going to give you a shout out and buy a single first. She also did things with some thunder and lightning, immediately took out her cell phone and began to look for the store, clicking in and then directly wanting to place an order. Jolie was also a bit embarrassed and suggested, why don't I try it out for you first? Pay if you're satisfied. And in case you're not satisfied, you can always return it. Which thought Nia Xian directly smiled and returned, I've already placed the order, you have to ship it as early as possible. Jolie hurriedly said, I'll go home and ship it to you now, just wait. He just got up, and then remembered something, took out his cell phone and flashed the QR code, let me add you as a friend. If there's any quality or usage issues back there, you can talk to me directly. I will definitely solve it for you. As his first official client, he naturally had to serve well before he could do so. Nia Xian also scanned it, and the two of them added their friends to the. Hearing Jolie's words of assurance, she instantly smiled brightly, as beautiful as an immortal bloom. When you say it like that, I'm still quite looking forward to your puppet masterpiece. Jolie also scratched his head rather shyly, I shouldn't let you down. I'll leave first, I'll go back and ship it to you immediately. After saying that, he left directly, and went to the front desk of the library to check out the books in his hand, and then flew to the home. Once at home, having tested the puppet to be sold back and forth several times, fixing some minor problems with the experience of, recorded an out-of-the-box usage video and put it on a piece that, then rushed to order a professional courier in the same city, and also specially marked the expedited, important objects, compensation. The price is naturally several times more expensive. But this was the first order he'd ever transacted, and it was one of his classmates that. This absolutely can't go wrong, expensive assured. The courier came to the door, and when he saw the puppet that was more than one person high, he was also incredibly solemn. Several layers of cushioning pads inside and out, and a thick layer of plastic foam, before finally starting to pack. It looked like it had obviously taken quite a few similar orders. Until the object was on the truck, Jolie's hanging heart was only half put down. I hope there's nothing wrong with my first order. Around 3:30 p.m., a message was received from Nia Xian. Puppet received, I tried it out, it's not bad, thanks for the recommendation. Seeing this message, Jolie was only able to completely put his heart down. He hurriedly replied, just use it well, and look for me directly when you encounter any problems later. He thought for a moment and added, in the future, please call me the 3rd high school grand puppeteer of Nanzhou City. Unexpectedly, Nia Xian returned a haha expression and added, then I'm the 3rd high school grand puppeteer of Nanzhou City's Bolio. Jolie was still quite surprised at this reply, and it was the first time he had seen the usually unsmiling Nia Deme speaking in a joking tone. His heart was suddenly moved and immediately, he returned, okay, Mr. Bull, please give me more advice after you use it. No one else dares to say, I definitely want to serve Bull well. Any customization needs can also be told to me, I can do what I can to help you for sure. Nia Xian didn't say anything else after returning an okay gesture. Jolie's mood, however, could not be calmed for a long time. After all, this was the first order of puppets that he had dealt with, and it was of great significance. With the first order, will the second order be far behind? Even Nia Xian, the number 1 student of the 3rd high school, recognizes it, the quality shouldn't be bad. After this transaction, it made it more confident in selling all the puppets. The puppets have been sold for a single order, so it's time to get busy with the conversion technique next. He sat cross-legged in meditation, gradually calming that fluttering mind down and waiting until his state of mind was completely stabilized before he began to turn his attention to the aspect of the gong method. He quickly placed an order on the internet to get his hands on the gongfu of the longed-for 9-yang condensing yuan gong. When the order was shipped, the merchant also sent out some accompanying cultivation tips from many netizens. Jolie took a look at them. Most of them were collected from several forum websites. The reference value is there, but not particularly much. Then he opened the gongfu and studied it for the first time. After the first rough reading, and having some understanding of the overall merit law, he would then slowly start reading it in detail from the beginning, drilling into the parts that he needed to cultivate. This was also the habit he had always had when reading. This gong method, the power is really not small. After reading through the 9-yang condensed elemental technique once, Jolie was able to gain a general understanding of the technique. In addition to the 9-yang orifices that he already knew needed to be focused on, there were also quite a few complicated sections on refining spiritual energy through the yang orifices. The union of the yang orifices and the major meridians was also extremely tedious. Fortunately, the paper he downloaded contained theoretical guidance on connecting the yang orifices to the various meridians, which was of high practical value. In addition to the cultivation method, this gong method also came with several secret art means that, including the 9-yang robbing finger, 1-yang transportation technique, and 9-yang true flame. Among them, the 9 suns hijacking finger is a kind of great killing move that releases one's highly condensed spiritual energy through a special way, which is quite powerful but relatively consumes spiritual energy. Only those who have practiced the 9-yang condensed yuan gong and whose spiritual power is far thicker than that of their peers dare to use this secret method. The 1-yang transportation technique was a powerful life-preserving secret method that could greatly increase the speed of transportation in a short period of time. As for the 9-yang true flame, it was a powerful flame that could only be cultivated when the 9 orifices were united to reach the Jindan realm, and it was even stronger than the Dan flame. Whether it was against the enemy or for refining pills and weapons, it was of no small amount of utility. Next, just slowly start drilling. Jolie took a deep breath, and then devoted himself to the study of the gong method. When he came across something he didn't understand, he first thought about it himself, and when he figured it out, he compared it to the books to corroborate it, to see if he thought it was right or not. If you can't figure it out, read a book or search the internet, and you'll basically find the answer. The entire Immortal Mansion has more than 300 million cultivators. No matter how cold the technique is, there are a large number of people practicing it. The various problems he encountered in his cultivation, basically everyone else had encountered them as well. As long as one looked around more and used the right search method, one could always find an answer somewhere. Of course, many of these quality answers are paid for. Jolie also basically will not be stingy with their own wallets, the shelling out money to shell out money, not at all ambiguous. Time flies when you're practicing and studying hard. 2 days is not enough time at all. Fortunately, there was quite a lot of time stored inside the space of the Two Worlds bead that could be used. He simply conducted his research directly inside. After spending almost 3 more weeks in the Two Worlds bead space, and after studying almost all of the difficult and unintelligible areas related to the first 3 layers of the gong method, he finally began his formal cultivation. The process of converting to cultivation was exactly as the principal had said. Some of the 5 elemental spiritual energy produced by cultivating the 5 elements true technique within his body immediately began to transform towards the newly converted technique. It was only because of the 9 yang orifices in the 9 yang condensing yuan gong technique that this conversion ratio was not high. Part of Jolie's spiritual energy that had been cultivated to the 8th level of qi refining only supported until the 9 yang condensing yuan gong was cultivated to the 1st level of qi refining. The vast majority of his spiritual energy was used to condense the yang orifice. That's it, only 4 have been condensed, and there are still 5 that haven't been condensed. This means that there's still a huge amount of spiritual energy to be consumed before it's done. However, this was also the first time it had been condensed, and the consumption was far greater than normal. When it stabilized, it would be relatively better. After more than 10 years of hard cultivation of spiritual energy, it was surprising that it was not even enough for the 1st level of qi refining. If it were any other senior student, I'm afraid that they would have already gone crazy by this time. However, Jolie was not the least bit panicked. The biggest thing he dared to rely on to switch to this technique was the huge amount of spirit stones and medicinal herb resources he had plucked from the otherworldly world. With the transformation of the spiritual energy in his body, although his realm was still at the 8th level of qi refining on the surface, however, the dantian was already empty, and the actual spiritual energy he could use was only at the level of the 1st level of qi refining. At this time, he couldn't even use a fireball technique. However, the newborn spiritual energy within its body was much stronger in terms of quality than the 5 elemental spiritual energy produced by the previous cultivation of the 5 elemental true technique. Moreover, being on the same qi refining layer, the degree of thickness of the roots in his body now was more than 2 or 3 times that of before. This was a bit of an unexpected pleasure. There is no way to go to that other world until the new Gong method is cultivated back to the 8th level of chi refining. That side is too dangerous, the collusion between cultivators is too serious, and they don't move to kill and seize treasures, never knowing what you're being targeted by. With my current cultivation level of the first level of chi refining, I have difficulty releasing even the most basic first order talismans. If I were to go over it this time, I would be giving away food. It's fortunate that a sufficient amount of resources have been saved up before. Jolie alerted himself that he could not leave the immortal mansion for the time being, and proceeded to immerse himself in cultivation. Chapter 51 Refining Spirit Rising Scatter. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when he came out from the 2-world speed space. Due to the fact that the 5 elemental true chi cultivated within his body had completely transformed and finished, coupled with the fact that the progress of relying on spirit stones alone to cultivate was no longer enough to satisfy Jolie, he decided to go to his uncle's pharmacy tonight to refine the long-delayed spirit rising scatter. Since he had already placed all the herbs for refining in the bead space, there was no need to carry anything else on his body. Directly walked over with 2 empty hands. At this time, although it was already night, the cram school on one road was still brightly lit. Through the window can vaguely see the silhouette longing interlaced, and from time to time came bursts of shouting, bursts of sound. Obviously is carrying out high-intensity training. That person in front seems to be Tiger. Jolie was walking along, suddenly realizing that at the corner in front of him, a boy with an extremely familiar back was standing in front of a flower bed with his back to him, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. Dressed very differently than usual. But Jolie, after all, was at the same table with Luo Hu for 3 years, and recognized him at a glance. What's he up to? In love? Somehow, Jolie, who had always been uninterested in this kind of gossip, suddenly looked forward to it with some anticipation. He hurriedly stood over toward the shadows next to him, his eyes fixed on the front. Not long after, a girl wearing a practice outfit walked out from the cram school. Zhao Hongmei? Although it was rather dark and he couldn't see it too well, the silhouette was, indeed, the girl at his front table. Then, Jolie saw a scene that opened his eyes. Zhao Hongmei even directly took the roses in Luo Hu's hand and Luo Hu also a hand on her shoulders. The two talked and laughed to a place to go, obviously a hot couple in love look. The two of them, when did they become a couple? These two guys, they're still hiding deep. Jolie was first shocked, and then his face smiled uncontrollably. What a tiger, finally I've caught you in the act. I said why I've been so serious lately, so it's because I've talked to a friend and got motivated. I'll see how long you two can hide it. The more he thought about how the two usually interacted in class far beyond the boundaries of normal classmates, the more he realized how slow he was to react. I guess it should be that after the two transferred to a cram school, they stayed together for a long time, so I guess they came to feel it. But it's a good thing that one's friends can turn to the good side. Even though they were both seniors, it was no big deal to be in a relationship as long as they were able to boost each other's academics and make each other successful. When the two had completely walked away, only then did Jolie come out from the shadows and smiled in the direction they had disappeared in before continuing on to the Heavenly Vessel Medicine Hall. Along the way the breeze swept by, the moon and stars. Perhaps it was the help of such a wonderful medicine as Ascending Spirit San, which made his mind free of worries. Or maybe it was because of Luo Hu's incident that made him feel better. Many complicated thoughts have all disappeared at this moment. His heart was at an incomparable peace at this moment, enjoying the stillness of this peaceful world that belonged exclusively to the Immortal Mansion's rule. The light is on, could it be that Uncle has come out? Jolie walked to the entrance of the Heavenly Vessel Apothecary and immediately quickened his pace when he realized that the light was on. Cousin. As soon as he entered, he saw his cousin Zhang Dancheng refining pills inside the pill hall. Looking at his concentration and carefulness, it had already reached the critical time for the completion of the pills. Jolie immediately silenced his voice, lightened his footsteps, and slowly approached. He took a look at the residue laid out on the counter and the aroma of pills emanating from immediately guessing that his cousin was refining the condensed Yuan Dan. This elixir had the effect of aiding in the absorption of spiritual energy, although the potency was a great deal worse than the purple-yellow scatter, not to mention the spirit rising scatter. However, it is also one of the more common auxiliary elixirs amongst first-order medicines. It is also the most commonly used cultivation elixir for chi refining cultivators on the blue water planet. The price is not expensive, the basic price is at $500 a box, one pill can support 3 days. Boo! A crisp toggle cap sound came from Seeing the thoroughly formed elixir, Zhang Dancheng was also completely relieved and, as if relieved, he took off his protective suit and smiled towards Jolie who was not far away, revealing his white teeth. Cousin, what brings you here? Zhang Dancheng carefully took out the elixir while placing it in a special box. While chatting. Your spiritual power. Cousin, you've switched to Kung Fu? Cousin Zhang Dancheng had awakened his divine sense early, and his perception far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Immediately sensing that the spiritual energy in Jolie's body was not right, far weaker than usual, he spoke out to inquire. Jolie nodded his head and said, "It's all about turning cultivation anyway, sooner or later."
"What about you? Still haven't decided on a merit method?"
Zhang Dancheng replied as he put the pills away while starting to take off his protective clothing. "I'm still torn between the two techniques, Xian Mu Gong and Wan Lin Gong, and I'm not sure which technique I should switch to. The Xian Mu Gong technique is powerful and has a great advantage in fighting after cultivating it, but it just relies more on enlightenment and I'm not sure if I can cultivate it. The 10,000 Woods Gong has a lower requirement for enlightenment, but the Gong method doesn't have a matching powerful secret method, so if I look for other secret methods to cultivate, it's both time consuming and doesn't necessarily maximize the power of this Gong method. Anyway, I'm annoyed, so I'll come to the pharmacy to try alchemy to practice, and in about half a month it will be time for the apothecary examination." Jolie also lifted the curtain of the operation room at this time, and started to help clean up. He skillfully put the instruments back into their original places and cleaned up the various residues. Hearing his cousin's words, he suddenly remembered that it would be the apothecary examination in a short while. Some time ago, he had been so intoxicated with refining puppets that he had almost forgotten about it. It was only when he heard the reminder that he patted his head.
"So did your homeroom teacher or the kung fu teacher of the transfer class give you any advice?"
When it came to this, Zhang Dancheng became even more bitter. "The class teacher wants me to seek stability. It's best to cultivate the 10,000 forests kung fu. As long as my cultivation goes up, the power of the arts will naturally increase, don't worry about it. The teacher of the Gongfu class suggested that I switch to cultivating the Xian Mu Gong. Cultivating this Gongfu, the roots are naturally a bit deeper, and it will help with foundation building."
"Dad will probably be out in another week, I'll ask him then. What about you, cousin? How did you come up with the idea? How did you choose a conversion technique so quickly?"
Jolie smiled. "My spirit root attribute is not working, so I looked for one with a lower requirement for attribute affinity, and it's easy to comprehend, it's as simple as that." Zhang Dancheng also let out a bitter smile. Cousin has a good heart. He looked at the clock on the wall again and hurriedly sped up, hurrying.
"It's getting late, I should get back to my evening classes too."
"Cousin, I'll leave first, please clean the rest." After saying that, he ran out in a hurry.
Jolie nodded and promised, "Don't worry."
After saying that, he cleaned the operating table. After a while, he walked to the door of the pharmacy and ascertained that his cousin had gone far away, and, closing the door of the apothecaries, entering the operating table, he took out all the herbs related to the spirit rising sand in the space of the two worlds bead.
Preparing to begin refining.
He had already scrutinized the refining video long ago, only because the medicinal effect of the spirit rising scatter was too strong. It was also at the top of the list of first order potions.
That's why I haven't dared to make it.
Now that he had switched to cultivating the Nine Suns condensed elemental technique, which was far more difficult to cultivate in itself,
even if he used Spirit Rising Scatter to aid in his cultivation, his progress wouldn't be that exaggerated.
Thus there were no more worries and it was time to get started. There are 3 copies of the main medicine, strive to refine them all successfully without failing at once. Before he officially started, he carefully went through each and every step in his mind. All the points that were prone to error were well considered. After making sure that there was nothing missing, he began to implement it as he had rehearsed it in his mind. Even though the herb had been purified and refined thousands of times over the past 8 years. But never with such care and meticulousness as this time. Every herb, every note seemed to be under control. Whether the fire is ready or not, whether the precision of purification is enough or not, the subtle changes in the temperature of the ground fire, etc. can all be understood. Almost do not even need to look at the dial of the instrument, you can know the general situation. Each step of the refining process was as skillful as if it had been rehearsed hundreds of times, and all the operations never dragged on and on.
There was no hesitation in the various aspects of refining the
whole person seemed to have advanced into a marvelous realm of metaphysics and his consciousness seemed to be detached from his body.
Being outside his body. With the perspective of a third-party bystander watching himself alchemize. This feeling is very esoteric. It was as if he himself had transcended, performing the act of refining pills in a completely unconscious state. When it came back to its senses, 3 copies of Spirit Rising Sand had already been refined, and a fragrant aroma filled the entire operation room. A single sniff would make one's spirits rise and one's chi invigorated.
My divine sense, it seems to have grown quite a bit. Jolie was pleasantly surprised to find that his sea of consciousness had expanded by a large amount, again. When he looked into his own body internally, his level of perception of spiritual energy was even more subtle. Even the movement trajectories deep inside the 4 yang orifices that had just been formed could be seen clearly.
This was something he had been unable to do before in any way.
Thinking of that peculiar state just now, he said incredulously.
Could it be that I really had an epiphany? Chapter 52, All Sold Out.
The puppets you refined are very useful, I've already recommended them to a few of my friends. When he woke up with a start on Monday morning, Jolie found a message from Niexian. Due to the long period of intense cultivation experienced in the two worlds pearl space, coupled with the fact that last night's refining of the spirit rising scatter advanced into a subtle state, causing his body and mind to become exceptionally tired after it was over. So after returning home, he directly collapsed and slept until dawn. After seeing the message, he immediately replied, "Thank you for Bull's appreciation. In the future, when I refine other puppets that I can't sell, I'll rely on you." Then he immediately opened his online store. As a result, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the remaining 10 puppets had all been sold out. With his mouth slightly open, he was still in a bit of disbelief that, hurriedly confirming it again, and realizing that it was true, so excited that he almost screamed out loud, and immediately started calling the courier to come and pack it. Are all the friends introduced by Niexian so rich, buying an $800,000 puppet straight away? With all of these puppets sold out, another $8 million came in at once. After removing the cost of nearly $5 million, there was a profit of $3,800,000, making it leap for joy. With this amount of money, we can start refining new high-grade puppets. But without the latest chips, there might be some limitations on the upper limit of the high-level puppets. I don't know if Niexian has any pads there. I'll have to ask if I have time. He thought for a second. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to devote himself fully to the puppet again. The 11 puppets that had been refined earlier had all been sold. The one he left behind was the one he successfully refined for the first time, and was reserved for his own specialized practice. For the next long period of time, not only did the fighting section need to practice, the 9 Suns condensed elemental technique should also begin to be practiced. The academics of the senior class must not be left behind either. The refining of the puppets could only be messed up by taking time out of the busy schedule. Time, what I lack the most is time. With his 2 worlds bead space, a day is equal to 48 hours, but he still feels that it's not enough. A little too busy. If only I could be like Niexian and not have to go to class and stay home all the time, that should be enough time. But she has been bailed out. I don't know if the homeroom teacher would agree to me practicing at home. It's better to ask today. After all, the 9 Suns condensed elemental technique is rather difficult to practice, so I hope the homeroom teacher will be accommodating. Thinking like this, the doorbell of the house was rung. He opened the door to see that the courier collection had arrived. It's the same one that came last time. When he placed the order, he already said it was a big one, 10 of them. So this time the courier also drove a big truck over. After some more fine packing, and after sending all these 10 puppets on the big truck to be pulled away, Jolie was able to let out a heavy sigh of relief. The inside of the room was also completely empty at this time, and he cleaned the floor a bit and remaining materials and threw them all back into the empty 2 worlds bead space. After packing them up, they went straight to the school. By the time I got to my class, it was almost 9:30 and the first class had already started a long time ago, and he was naturally late for that. Fortunately, the teacher didn't ask many questions and directly let him enter the class and sit down. "Old Joe, you didn't sneak off to do something unseemly again last night, did you? I haven't seen you late in high school for years. I advise you, young man, take care of your health and study first." As soon as he sat down, Luo Hu whispered greetings. Thinking of the scene he had overheard last night, the corners of Jolie's mouth couldn't even be suppressed. Directly returning, he said, "Took the roses to the all martial arts fighting hall last night for a little girl rendezvous, so I'm a little late. I'll pay attention next time." As soon as he heard these words, Luo Wu's face steeply turned white and he stared straight at Jolie. For a moment, he was unable to fathom the meaning behind his words. It wasn't long before the first class was over and just after class, Luo Wu couldn't wait to catch up. "Old Joe, what you meant in your words just now?" Jolie smiled faintly. "I was a little tired from practicing yesterday, and when I was taking a walk on the street, I saw someone holding roses in their hands." Speaking here, he paused and looked wistfully at Luo Hu. The meaning in those eyes was naturally self-evident. At this time, Lily at the front table had also put her ears up, listening carefully to the gossip, but was slow to hear the follow-up content. Anxious, she directly turned her head over to ask, What's the situation? What's the situation? You mean Tiger is seeing someone? Come on, quickly tell me, what's it like? I'll keep my mouth absolutely shut and not talk to anyone else." The person in question, Zhao Hongmei, also turned her head around, pretending to be very interested in. But her gaze was filled with pleading. Naturally, it was begging Jolie not to say anything. She also knew that her tablemate Lily was basically a loudmouth who couldn't hide things that. But any secret she knew, it was something that everyone knew. Jolie smiled. "Tiger, do you think I should tell?" The tone of his voice was one of a complete takedown. Luo Hu was like a defeated cock. He felt that he had done a very stealthy job, and yet he was still discovered. "No, brother, I'll call you brother, please don't say it." Jolie also nodded his head in response. "That's more like it, seeing as you're so sensible, then don't say it." Which thought Lily looked reluctant. "Don't say something. Let me know about it too." But seeing that Jolie never had the intention to open his mouth, she hurriedly directed her gaze at Zhao Hongmei next to her again.
Hongmei, aren't you cramming and studying with this Luo Hu brat in a fighting hall? Have you seen the person he talks to?
The person in question, Zhao Hongmei's face was extremely unnatural, and there was some embarrassment within her expression. However, it still endeavored to make a look of recall.
This kid is hiding a bit deep, I haven't seen it before.
We've both been assigned to different coaches now, and we don't get out of class at the same time, so we basically haven't seen anyone else.
That mystery person of his, I don't know.
It was good that Lily didn't suspect her good tablemate, she just pointed the finger at Luo Hu and chased after him with many more questions. In the end, it was Jolie who changed the topic and solved the problem for him.
By the way, Tiger, how's the matter of you switching to the cultivation technique going?
As soon as this matter was brought up, Zhao Hongmei was straightforward and immediately returned, converting a. Only halfway through her sentence, she suddenly felt that she shouldn't answer this question for Luo Hu.
Again, he immediately directed his words to Luo Hu, right, have you changed your training? Luo Hu scowled and glanced towards Zhao Hongmei, then returned pitifully, no. Denied by some guy.
It says that even if the 5 elements true technique is so simple it hasn't been practiced to the 7th level of chi refining, switching to other profound techniques is even more hopeless. I've now decided to study properly. In terms of fighting techniques, I'll practice a few more stances and techniques, and I'll learn a few more combat arts. It's also good to make up for the deficiencies in the Gongfu level. Jolie also nodded his head and said, the 5 elements true technique also has a strong point when used for fighting, which is that it can perform techniques with 5 attributes.
Most of those converted techniques can only use 1 attribute.
If you cooperate properly, you still have a good chance. Upon hearing this, Luo Hu was suddenly startled, followed by a burst of excitement on his face. Right, why didn't I think of that?
I can use attribute restraint.
The resentment of not being able to switch cultivation techniques was swept away at this moment, and even more energized. Old Zhou, have you already switched your cultivation technique? I see that the strength of the spiritual energy in your body is much weaker than before. It was still girls who were more attentive, and although Zhao Hongmei hadn't awakened her divine sense, however, she still quickly discovered that something was wrong with Jolie's body. Jolie did not hide it either. Well, it has already begun to turn to cultivation. The 5 elements of spiritual energy in my body have also all been melted away, and currently, my spiritual energy strength is probably at the level of the 1st level of chi refining. Seeing that his tablemate had switched to Gongfu, Luo Hu also gave a thumbs up. Awesome, awesome, decisive enough.
Chapter 53 Thoroughly beginning cultivation. Finally, I can fully cultivate at home. Walking out of the homeroom teacher's office, Jolie's heart burst with joy. As soon as he got out of school, he came to the office to ask the homeroom teacher if he could cultivate at home. The main reason listed was that the technique 9 yang condensed yuan gong was too time consuming and required a lot of time to cultivate. If one still had to go to school on a regular basis, one might not be able to catch up with the progress of the cultivation. By the time the college entrance exams come around, I'm guessing I'll be at a big disadvantage. Hearing that Jolie had switched to this technique, class teacher Su Yangi was also surprised for a while, and however, since the conversion had already begun, he couldn't say anything more about it. After a few words of encouragement, he agreed to his request that just make sure you come over 1 day a week for class. Jolie naturally promised to do so. As soon as he returned home, he immediately began to replan. There's less than half a month left for the apothecary exam. In terms of practical exercises, I shouldn't have much of a problem already, so I still need to make up for my theoretical knowledge during this period of time. After the exam is over, the most important thing is the cultivation of the 9 yang condensing yuan gong. The practice of fighting techniques and high-grade puppet refining cannot be left behind either. After separating the main and secondary things he had to do, he immediately began to act. First, he ordered more than a dozen real questions and knowledge point coverage exercises for the alchemist examination online. These books Uncle Zheng Tianzhou previously recommended, just because at that time the examination is not close, he did not order to buy. After placing the order, he messaged Nia Xian again and asked, "Big brother, do you have any channels to get the latest chips? I've recently wanted to refine some high-grade puppets, but there's no way to get my hands on a higher order chip." The next thing he wanted to research was a puppet at the 9th level of chi refining. The 6th level of chi refinement belonged to the middle level of chi refinement, and going forward was to refine puppets at the 7th and 8th levels again, and there was only a limited amount of places to upgrade them. That's why he wanted to try the high level of chi refining directly. That would be a bigger boost for himself, too. In addition to that, there existed another idea in his mind that many of the loose cultivators walking in that other world were at the 9th level of chi refining. If one had the help of a puppet, even if one was surrounded by a group of people, one would still be certain that they would be able to fight back. As for the Xian puppet sect, although there were also foundation establishment stage puppets in the sect, which were powerful enough, but their flexibility and ability to improvise were not. It's far less intelligent than the chip puppets on this side of Blue Water Planet. His idea was also to combine the two kinds of puppets that one to trap the enemy and the other to annihilate them. This would also allow you to fully hone your ability to fight. He had already thought about it. When his strength had recovered to the 7th level of chi refining, he would like to go and have a look inside the millions of mountains outside of that 7 Alliance city. It was also a way to get in touch with the demonic beasts in advance. There should also be some benefits to one's college entrance examination. Okay, I'll ask for you. Not long after, Niaxian replied to the message. Jolie sent an okay gesture. Okay, I'll wait for your message. After about 10 minutes, the cell phone vibrated again and he hastily picked it up and saw that it was indeed Niaxian's reply. My friend has channels. He bought your puppet last time too. But he has a condition: when you refine the latest puppet, you must give him one as a priority. Price is not a problem. The words price is not a problem stood out. This, in turn, made Jolie's heart leap with joy. At least the puppets he had refined were not worried about selling. It seems that Big Beauty Nia's friends are all one and the same. He just wanted to send a message back to express his gratitude. Niaxian's message sent over again. Does this puppet of yours accept customization? Can you add a set of sword techniques into it? These words had brightened up Jolie's eyes. Right, puppets should be able to be used to train as imaginary enemies in addition to training reactions and spells. If we can simulate opponents who use specific feats and moves, practicing will be more targeted. This idea should be very marketable. He immediately searched the internet, and there was indeed a market for related puppets. The online pricing was also ridiculously high, selling for almost $30 million or more. The various names were also loud and clear, what with fully intelligent machine, full link simulation, the latest pattern recognition algorithm, precise dissection of all tricks. Due to the exorbitant selling price, there were very few sales, not even reviews. He immediately sent the link to this puppet to Niaxian and asked curiously, there are related puppets on the internet now, have you tried them? Niaxian replied quickly as well, tried it, it's not ideal. There are quite a few graduate students and PhDs in my dad's school researching this, but puppets that can perform feats are too difficult to make, and the chip piece alone is not easy to get. So the progress hasn't been very smooth. Hearing this, the corners of Jolie's mouth twitched. Some graduate and doctoral students hadn't even managed to. How could he, a white guy who had just started to work with puppets for less than half a year, possibly figure it out? This Nia Big Beauty hadn't looked down on herself too much. However, he also politely replied, I'll study it when I have time, but the odds are that nothing will come out of it. A puppet that can use feats, its strength has to be above foundation establishment anyways. With my current level, it should be hopeless. However, I will work hard in that direction. Niaxian returned, I know, just asking. My intention is to replicate a self with the puppet, so that I can practice against myself and constantly discover problems. Tell me about it when you've researched the results. But don't spend too much time on it. After all, you're still a senior in high school. It's not too late to study it in college. You should also switch to Kung Fu. It's good to spend more time on cultivation. Jolie was quite a bit surprised that it hadn't been more than a few days since he had switched to the Gong Fu, and since Niaxian hadn't gone to school today, it was impossible for him to know about this. Curious, he asked, how did you know I switched cultivation? Niaxian returned a smirk, I guessed. You're thunderous in your work, and when you say you're switching cultivation, you're sure to do it right away. Jolie returned a scared expression, scary, being seen through by you. Worthy of being my bowl as the #1 puppeteer in the 3rd high school. Niaxian returned, no more chit-chat, I have a party with my friends. Jolie, okay, then I'll cultivate well too. He actually wanted to ask about the current progress of Niaxian's conversion technique. But he didn't think it was necessary. After all, her spiritual root qualification was too heaven-defying, almost immortal spiritual root, and her original realm was the 10th level of chi refining, transforming much of the 5 elements of spiritual power, and converted earlier than him. I'm sure I'm much faster than him now. Asking would be self-defeating. Forget it, let's just practice. He took out a bottle of the refined Spirit Rising Sand potion. The last time he refined it, due to being in a marvelous state, the 3 medicinal herbs surprisingly didn't fail even once, and all of them were successfully refined, And then he put the potions into separate bottles according to their portions, which amounted to 95 bottles, The dose of each bottle lasted almost a day. He glanced at the potions in the bottles with a look of satisfaction all over his eyes. The potion is perfect in both color and medicinal fragrance. I really don't know when I'll be able to advance to that state next time I refine it. He opened the bottle and took the entire bottle of potion without any hesitation. And then a spirit stone appeared in each of his left and right hands and began to absorb the spirit energy. Hiss! What a powerful medicine! After taking the potion, as soon as he started to cultivate, he felt a surge of spiritual energy that was much stronger than the purple-yellow scatter from before. Even, it propped up his meridians to the point of some pain. It was fortunate that this spirit rising scatter had the effect of expanding and protecting the meridians. All parts of his body were changing under the effects of the potion. The strength and toughness of the meridians had been enhanced. The
The speed of absorbing spiritual energy from the spirit stones also began to gradually stabilize, and the pain slowly disappeared. At the same time, the massive amount of spiritual energy flowed through the meridian lines and infused into the 4 previously formed young orifices. After intense compression and refining, it was slowly transformed into the spiritual energy he needed. Only the portion was a bit small after conversion. Jolie roughly estimated that it would take roughly 4 times the amount of aura from the 5 elements true technique to generate the same strand of spiritual energy. Realizing that this was still the case with 4 young orifices in operation. If all 9 young orifices are opened, I'm afraid that this amount will have to be reduced by half. This gong method, it really isn't something that ordinary people cultivate. No wonder a lot of people on the forums are talking about generating only 4 young orifices to cultivate instead of 9. If we were really on fire, it would be an earth spirit root, and the progress of cultivation would only be like that of a snail. But Jolie didn't have this scruple. There are enough spirit stones and potions. Directly open the 5th young orifice, and then the 6th, 7th, 8th. He had enough resources to cultivate this technique. If only 4 young orifices were opened, the speed of cultivation would certainly be fast enough, but the quality of the spiritual energy would also drop by a large margin. At the late stage of foundation establishment, the 9 orifices returning to 1 to increase the chances of forming a Jindan would naturally be an empty phrase. At the thought of the Golden Dan, Jolie secretly shook his head again. Golden Dan is still too far away. Let's set a small goal for ourselves first, to return to the 8th level of Qi refining. Chapter 54, Refining Pills for Parents. Pa. Watching the 21st spirit stone in his hand completely turn into debris, Jolie awoke from his cultivation state with a start. This 9 suns condensed elemental technique is really consuming spirit stones. It's only been less than a week, and it's already consumed so much, averaging close to 5 to 6 spirit stones a day. Such a large consumption, if it wasn't for the fact that he had earned more than 10,000 spirit stones earlier, plus the fact that he had also gained a lot from getting the Xian puppet sex inheritance. There was no shortage of resources at all. I'm afraid that I really don't dare to cultivate this technique. But this also has something to do with the way he cultivates. Holding one in each of his left and right hands, the speed of cultivation was also accelerated, but the consumption was also doubled. With such a large investment, the harvest was naturally pleasing to the eye. In less than a week's time, he had already stepped onto the 2nd level of Qi refining. The spiritual energy in his body was even more frighteningly thick. It's almost as thick as the 5th level of Qi refining. The toughness and strength of the meridians in his body had also been greatly enhanced by the spirit rising scatter, and was able to withstand the impact of more spiritual energy. With a thought, the most basic fireball technique appeared in his hand. Feeling the blazing temperature, Jolie also felt a surge of joy. Knowing that previously, he had only been able to cast it out so freely at the 5th level of Qi refining. And the temperature and size couldn't possibly be the same as now either. It was evident that the quality of the spiritual energy cultivated today. This gong method really has a name. Converting to this gong method is really the right thing to do. However, he wasn't completely overexcited and instead poured cold water on himself. Although this technique doesn't require much in the way of enlightenment, it's still several times harder than the 5 elements true technique. Having understood the first layer of the technique, one can cultivate to the 3rd stage of Qi refining. Understanding the 2nd layer allows one to cultivate to the 6th stage of Qi refining, and the 3rd layer corresponds to the 9th stage of Qi refining. The 2nd layer of the gong method is quite a bit more difficult than the first layer. Before I only refine the first layer, the 2nd layer of enlightenment is not enough, I have to learn it along the way. There's also the most pressing apothecary examination that's more than a week away that's going to start. I have to prepare for it as well. It's a good thing that I have the 2 worlds bead space. There are 48 hours in a day, so there are still 2 to 3 weeks full of time to prepare. Previously, he had used up all his time in the 2 realm bead space by delving into his gong methods. This week, he practiced his gongfu and saved up almost a week's worth of time, so when discounted with the real time, there were a total of 3 weeks. Then he stood up and did a few stretches and then he took out the purchased pill refiner's first stage examination textbook and exam questions and started brushing them up. This assessment was related to the extra points of the college entrance examination, and there were still quite a few candidates who usually practiced on the side. The competition is also extremely fierce every year. It is also more difficult to stand out. Jolie, although he thinks he's okay at practical maneuvering, but the theoretical foundation is too much and too heterogeneous, and the knowledge is too broad. He could only improve it by way of a sea of questions, and there wasn't much else he could do. But the good thing is that although there are a lot of topics, but all the changes do not change, as long as you master the core method of the many topics are solved in a generic way. The many refining techniques and matters of note for the first order alchemist test were usually mentioned often by my uncle inside the pill hall. He basically knew all of them under the influence of his ears and eyes. It's probably the breadth and depth of herb identification that he's lacking right now. That's why he specifically bought a book, a comprehensive book of essential herb knowledge for first order alchemists. regularly taking it out to memorize and record. His divine sense was quite strong, and although it was also easy to memorize by rote in the beginning, it was also easy to forget. Later on, for every herb he memorized, he searched for the corresponding familiar prescription, as well as the specific efficacy of the. In this way, every time he saw the herb, the prescription, as well as the price, naturally surfaced in his mind. Memorizing it really makes it less easy to forget. Inflammation containing grass. This grass grows curved upwards. The grass body also possesses a certain temperature, the most in the ground beside the magma, generally used to refine fire attribute pills, of which the explosive inflammation pill is the most famous. The price is also the most expensive, one auctioned out over $10 million. Dragon crystal bud. This grass has an overall crystalline color on its body surface. After spending a week in the space of the two worlds pearl using this memorization method, had actually directly accumulated and memorized nearly 7,000 medicinal herbs, exceeding the accumulated amount of 5,000 medicinal herbs required for the first stage examination. This was partly due to the fact that he usually memorized all of these medicinal herbs as well. When he first started learning medicine making from his uncle in junior high school, he also knew that his spiritual roots were not good. In case he couldn't get into college, he wanted to give himself an extra way out in the future. After I decided to take the first order alchemist examination in my first year of high school, I usually consciously began to memorize all kinds of medicinal herbs. Nowadays, many of those he recited had been memorized before. Now it was just a matter of reawakening the memory and deepening the imprint. Phew! The high intensity of memorizing for a week in a row had directly made its mind a bit foggy, and it then came out of the two-realm bead space and prepared to eat something and go out for a walk. He looked at the time, and today happened to be Sunday. His mother, Zhang, had ended her overtime work a few days ago, and her routine had normalized during this time, and now she's already gone to the market to buy food and prepare for lunch. As usual, my father is working late. Dad and Mom have been working overtime a bit too much lately. I'll have to refine some body strengthening potions for them before I can do that. Preferably ones that are also good for cultivation. He thought about it and then felt that he couldn't take the risk. Their cultivation has been stagnant for many years. If they go straight to a fierce medicine, it will be easy for their roots to become unstable and suffer a backlash. They will have to refine some milder elixirs to make it work. Saying that he would do it, he took a slight bath and then directly went out the door towards his uncle's pill house. As he walked along the road, a number of potions flashed through his mind, and he also compared them to the herbs he had accumulated on his body, and in the end, he selected the recovery pill. This elixir was the higher ranked of the first order elixirs that he knew of. The medicinal properties are mild and the effect is slow. It's perfect for restoring vitality and strengthening the vitality of the body. At that time, among the large pile of herbs collected from the otherworldly stall owner, it so happened that many of them were the necessary herbs for refining this elixir. The rest of the common herbs were quite a few in my uncle's pharmacy, so they could be used directly. He had also thought of directly refining some potions for his parents that would aid in their cultivation, but felt that there was something wrong with it. After all, it's not good to say the source of the ingredients in your own potion. And even after taking the potion, without a spirit stone to add to it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be much faster in a place like the unusual blue water planet, where the aura is thin. One had to find a place with a higher grade of spirit veins to use it. Plus, Dad and Mom often work overtime as well, so I'm afraid it's even more impossible to find time to cultivate. It's said that reaching the foundation establishment stage allows you to refine a marrow cleansing pill that can greatly change your physique and better absorb spiritual energy. It even has a certain chance of enhancing some of the attributes of the spiritual roots. I'll be able to refine this elixir for them when the time comes. For now, let's use the recovery pill to replenish their bodies. When they arrived at the pharmacy, the doors were still closed and he directly took out a key and opened it, while closing the door behind him, and began to refine the recovery pill. 2 hours later, Jolie walked out of the pill house with a face full of excitement. This rejuvenation pill is really bad for cultivation. Although it failed the first time, it's good that it succeeded the second time and became 6 pills. This elixir can't be taken too much at once. Taking one for half a month to a month is almost enough. If we have the chance to search for herbs later, and give them to Mom and Dad to take regularly, we should be able to subconsciously improve our bodies. On the way home, he had another problem. Not knowing how to get this elixir out. After all, according to Dad and Mom's character, they would definitely let him take it himself. Then, he had a bright idea. Can't I just cook today? Give Mom and Dad separate bowls of soup and melt the elixir in it. The effect will be the same. Thinking of this, his pace home lightened up a bit. Chapter 55, Hairboy's Visit. Mom and Dad, how's the soup taste today? It's not bland, right? Jolie brought out a plate of food and put it on the table. Directly inquired about the feelings of the two. Today, Mom has made a bloody effort to buy a spiritual chicken that. It's the kind of chicken that grows up by eating grass nourished by aura. Its meat is firm and aromatic, and it even contains a hint of spiritual energy, making it a more tonic ingredient. The The price is also more expensive. Usually, only on Chinese New Year festivals, Zhang Lan would spare some to buy home. Jolie waited until the chicken soup was almost done cooking, then he sopped up 2 bowls and incorporated the 2 revitalizing dan into each of them. It was served directly to the 2 of them to drink. Why is there a medicinal flavor in today's chicken soup? After drinking it, my whole body gets energized and warm. Dad Zhou Rui drank it and immediately felt it, and hurriedly took another big sip. Mom Zhang Lan also nodded and said, the flavor is indeed different from usual. She turned to Jolie, son, what did you add to this chicken soup? Is it a new recipe? The flavor is fine. Jolie smiled, I didn't learn pill refining from my uncle for so long for nothing. There are a few herbs added to the chicken soup, just the thing to replenish your vital energy. In order to cover up the medicinal fragrance, he naturally added some herbs when stewing the chicken soup as well. Zhang Lan nodded gratefully, son has grown up, stewing chicken with herbs, you have to teach me. Quick, sit down and drink together. This spiritual chicken has to be eaten while it's still hot, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. Jolie nodded and also took a bowl and sat down. He thought about it, it had been a long time since a family of 3 had sat down for a proper meal like this. Son, I heard that there's a new fighting class added to this year's college entrance exam. Are there often students who fight when they touch each other in school now? You have to be careful, don't get caught. Zhang Lan suddenly came out with this sentence, leaving Jolie not knowing how to reply. To put it nicely, it was a fight, but to put it badly, it was indeed called a fight. Nothing wrong with that, can't argue with that. Dad Zhou Rui rolled his eyes, what fight? Can it be called a fight between cultivators? That's called fighting, that's called sparring. And the inner chamber of the immortal mansion is strictly forbidden to fight privately. In case the law enforcement team discovers it, it would be bad if it's lightly imprisoned for a few days, or if it's heavily backed up with a punishment and a fine, or even imprisonment. Besides, there are teachers watching in the school, how could they possibly move to fight? Zhang Lan glared at him, what kind of fight is a fight? A fight is a fight. Speaking so nicely, who are you fooling? Zhou Rui retorted, many students may have to go to war after the college entrance exam. Learning to fight isn't a bad thing, it's kind of an early adaptation to the environment. Then a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. At that time, I was lucky in that term, and when I went to the front line to serve in the military, I happened to be in the demonic beasts of those in a period of abatement. Only a few small-scale sporadic battles occurred. Until the end of the service, more than thousands of people to participate in large-scale battles have not encountered once. I have to say that luck off. Your mom was a hygienist at the time, that's what made the effort to take her down. You don't know, at the time your dad Speaking of this, Zhang Lan quite directly used his elbow to pestle him, in front of your son, what is this nonsense? Zhou Rui didn't care and shrugged, turning to say, in the last few years, the frequency of demonic beast attacks seems to have become more frequent. The strength of the top-ranked demonic beasts that appeared have also gotten stronger. During that wave of attack 2 months ago, if it wasn't for the Yuaning stage Rainbow Sword Superior stepping in and decapitating the demonic beast that had reached the early Yuaning stage, I'm afraid that the eastern defense line would have already collapsed. I'm afraid that those demonic beasts won't stop for the next few years. Son, you'd better work harder and get into college. Avoid the demonic beast rampage period. 10 years from now it should be almost a wave of attacks will be over, so that the chances of surviving the service will be high. His dad, Zhou Rui, was very fond of reading some current news. For the front line of the war situation is very understanding, directly said his own judgment. Mom Zhang Lan was also slightly worried and said, indeed, the production task in our pharmaceutical factory was very heavy some time ago, and it is estimated that there were quite a few casualties at the front line. You study hard and strive to get into college. Not only for your own future, but also for the safety of your life. In the face of the second old man's instructions, Jolie also nodded his head heavily. Dad and Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely get into college, there won't be any surprises. Seeing their son so confident, the 2 old men were also very relieved. When the 3 of them were almost done with their meal, an abrupt knock came from outside the door. I don't seem to have bought anything recently, so it shouldn't be a delivery, right? With confusion Jolie immediately went up and opened the door. Lu Gaofeng. Seeing the visitor, Jolie's face revealed a look of surprise. When he was a child, this hairdresser often came to his house to do his homework, and the 2 of them had a very strong relationship. However, since the 2 went their separate ways in middle school, they basically didn't interact much. This time, when I opened the door and saw this hairy young man, Jolie was in a trance and had a feeling of time and years passing by. As if he had returned to his childhood. But he reacted instantly and asked curiously, what are you doing here? The tone and attitude were light, and it was clear that the relationship between the 2 would never be the same again. Since the last alchemy, Jolie's divine sense had risen to another level. He was even able to initially sense the strength of the spiritual energy on Lu Gaofeng. 3rd level of qi refining? It seems like he's also switched his technique. Jolie instantly made a judgment in his heart. Lu Gaofeng glanced at Jolie before a look of surprise spread across his face.
You've also switched your cultivation technique? How did you dare? This condescending tone is very uncomfortable and.
Jolie frowned slightly and was about to retort with a few words that. His mom Zhanglan's voice came over, so it's little phone, you haven't come to see Little Lee for a long time.
Quick, come in and have a seat. Have you eaten?
Zhanglan naturally didn't know what had happened between these two former good hairdressers and still had a warm gesture. Lu Gaofeng, on the other hand, even smiled and refused. Auntie, I've eaten. I came today just to find Jolie for something and ask him for advice. Zhanglan didn't doubt it and nodded her head. Both of you are seniors, you can usually communicate more. Jolie, on the other hand, said expressionlessly, let's talk in my room. With 3 steps, he led the way into the room first, quickly checking to make sure that he hadn't left behind any potions or spirit stones of the.
Only then did he greeted Lu Gaofeng and came in. How did your cultivation level rise so fast before? As soon as he entered the room, Lu Gaofeng looked around and saw several puppets notes stacked on the desktop. Hundreds of puppet drawings were being neatly stacked there. There were also quite a few parts left in the corners that hadn't been cleaned up. Quite a few draft papers for practicing talismans were also left on the ground and in the trash can. In order to prepare for the first level alchemy exam, Jolie had also bought many textbooks that. There were all sorts of Dan pill examination true explanations, herb records to memorize, and so on.
At a glance, the entire room.
The first impression is that there is too much stuff. How do you delve into so much stuff? Got that much time?
Lu Gaofeng had just asked the first question, and without waiting for Jolie to answer, he immediately asked another question. This lecturing attitude caused Jolie to be extremely offended and. He simply sat down directly on the bed with a lazy look. Is it necessary for me to ask for your opinion on what I drill? Lu Gaofeng also heard that Jolie's words were thorny. I'm just curious. How do you cultivate? Your spiritual root should only just barely reach true spiritual root, which can also be categorized under pseudo-spiritual root. It's logically impossible to go from the 5th to the 8th level of qi refining in a single summer vacation. If he had inquired properly, Jolie might have even given a perfunctory explanation. But this kind of attitude put it in no mood to say a word to him.
I'm still curious about your family's bank card number and password, will you tell me?
Jolie directly laid down on the bed and took a comfortable position, closing his eyes as if he was going to sleep. He recalled that when he was a child, he was better in cultural studies and often tutored Lu Gaofeng in his homework. At that time, it seemed that he often lectured him on his stupidity. But as he got older, the importance of spiritual roots became more and more prominent. After being left further and further behind in cultivation, the relationship between the two also faded. Lu Gaofeng frowned, then shook his head. I think I need to remind you that the most important thing for us now is the college entrance exam. Spiritual roots and cultivation are the top priority. Talismans, pills, puppets, and these 100 arts of cultivation are just side issues.
Only a high realm and living long is the right way.
The qi refining stage only has a lifespan of a measly 100 years. The foundation establishment stage is only 200 to 300 years old. A Jindan real person can reach 500 years old, and a Yuaning superior, 1,000 years old.
In their long careers as great cultivators, those who don't have enough realms will only perish early and don't deserve to be the friends of great cultivators.
Only those who can support each other and progress together can become partners.
You know what I mean, right?
Jolie smiled coldly. Then what you mean is that your mom and dad are not as high as you in your realm, and they are both burdensome as well?
Chapter 56 Nia Xian's Monster Friends.
Jolie's words could be said to be very poignant.
Lu Gaofeng froze on the spot for a moment, not knowing how to reply. The atmosphere of the scene became incredibly awkward for a while. Dumb. Little phone, your mom is looking for you.
Luckily, Zhanglan's knock sounded at this time.
I'm leaving.
Lu Gaofeng only responded coldly, then turned and opened the door and walked out. Lu Gaofeng's mother looked to be in her 40s to 50s, and she wore rather brightly colored clothes. As soon as she saw Lu Gaofeng, she immediately showed a serious look on her face. The tutor has been waiting for you for a while, hurry up and go home. Then he changed to an intrusive look. Jolie's mom, I'm really sorry, my little phone has enrolled in more tutorial classes, so I don't have time to play here.
Come back later when you have the chance.
With that, he yanked him and was about to leave the place, not even looking at Jolie the entire time.
Jolie also politely went out to send off a bit.
Who knew that just as he reached the door, with his level of perception at the 8th level of qi refining, he heard a reprimanding sound.
How many times have I told you not to associate with Jolie?
His highest spiritual root attribute is only 21, to be categorized according to the spiritual root interval of 20 years ago, it's just a district pseudo-spiritual root, it won't help you in the future.
Getting too close might even bring you trouble.
When you get into the 12 colleges, or even the 5 university palaces, which are full of top-notch students from all over the country, they'll be worthy of being your friends. As they got further and further away, the words gradually became inaudible.
Jolie instantly understood what.
There was quite a feeling of being stung in his heart that
Lu Gaofeng's mom is too utilitarian.
When I was young, my grades were better than Lu's, so she let him play with her. When she formally practiced cultivation, the spiritual root highlighted its importance. The earth's spiritual root of Lu Kaofeng began to throw himself farther and farther away. She then immediately banned her son from traveling with her. It was the first time since he was a child that he had tried such abject contempt. Pseudo-spirit root? Phew. Jolie took a deep breath. There was a fire in his heart to be released. At the same time, a strong sense of unwillingness rose. Immediately, he laughed softly again and shook his head, secretly saying in his heart, I have the two worlds pearl. There is a world of resources I can access. For my future achievements, foundation establishment is definitely not a concern, and Jean Dan is not impossible. And why be angry with a woman? It's not like she's going to make me lose a piece of meat if she looks down on me. I only cultivate for my own sake. Punching a middle-aged woman in the face isn't really necessary. He turned around and walked into the house. Shaoli, that little peak has enrolled in a cram school, not even on weekends. Shouldn't we enroll in one too? As soon as she entered the door, Zhang Lan was worried, thinking about enrolling her son in a class as well. Although this son of hers had never attended a cram school since he was a child, but after all, it was time for the college entrance exam. She always felt that cramming was better than no cramming at all. Mom, no, I feel like I'm studying at a good pace. It's the second model year in a little over 3 months. If I don't do well in the second model year, how about you enroll me in remedial classes again? Zhang Lan was still about to say something when Zhou Rui, Zhou's father, interjected. My son is old enough to know what's good and what's bad, so don't worry about it. Besides, do you see your son wasting his time at home? Many of those who go to cram schools are just mixing their time, and you don't know the level of which teacher is good and which is not. If you hire a rookie teacher, you'll be doing your son a disservice. Let's just listen to our son and let him make his own arrangements. Zhang Lan rolled her eyes at him, and then directly pinched towards his shoulder. How is minding my son a blind worry? How can we all be as heartless as you? She turned to Jolie again. I'll give you and your father face and give you one last chance. If you don't do well in the second model test this time, you must enroll in a cram school. Several parents in our factory have tutored their children, and many of them are still effective. Jolie didn't push back, nodding his head. Mom, don't worry, if I don't do well in the second model, even if you don't say anything, I'll let you enroll me in classes. I'll go study first. After saying that, he went into the room and continued to brush up on the actual questions of the first-rank alchemist examination. The examination was going to start next week, and this was the most important thing for him at the moment. Just after studying for more than 2 hours, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Someone had sent him a message. Jolie picked it up and saw that it was Nia Xian. The chip you asked for last time, I've asked a friend to bring it for you. Come down to the 5th floor of the library. Seeing this message, Jolie immediately got up. The matter of refining a refining high-grade puppet had been on his mind as well. He would start doing it after this pill refiner examination. Normally, he would often use a puppet at the 6th level of chi refining to exercise to increase his fighting experience and skills. But as time progressed, though not yet at a level where it could be overcome, it gradually began to familiarize itself with the intensity. When his 9-yang condensed elemental technique reached the 6th level of chi refinement, the power of the technique would be far stronger than even the 8th level of chi refinement before it, by several times. I'm afraid that using this puppet again at that time would be somewhat inadequate. That's why he also wanted to start working on the chi refining higher stage puppet now. Mom and Dad, I'm going to the library to check the information. Jolie informed and quickly headed to the library. When he arrived at the library, he went straight to the 5th floor and there were fewer people on this floor, and at once he spotted a couple of people sitting at a low table. Each one of them had an unassuming posture and excellent temperament. Especially among them, one was radiant with a beautiful and charismatic face, and it was precisely that Nia Xian. Sitting with her were a woman and 2 men. They all looked at Jolie with a curious look. Jolie was stared at a little uncomfortably for a moment, but he still nodded politely towards them. Hello, you guys. I'm Nia Xian's classmate. Sitting next to Nia Xian was a girl with a petite physique and a rather colorful posture. However, her eyes were venomous, as if she was sizing up her prey. Little Xian, is this the genius who refined the puppet? Nia Xian smiled, that's for sure. His name is Jolie, and not only is he very proficient in the puppet Dao, he also has deep attainments in talismans and alchemy. Jolie, you also come over and sit down. Being praised by big schoolgirl Nia in this way, Jolie also looked a little embarrassed. It's all my own blind research, I can't say how refined it is. It's fine for you to be humble to others, these few of them, they don't eat that. Nia Xian laughed and began to introduce him again. The one sitting next to me is my cousin, called Deng Lin. She's very high in alchemy attainments, and she came to Nanzhou City this time in order to take a test for pill refiners on the side. Don't look at her young age, now her alchemy level has already reached the 2nd rank, it's just that she's been too lazy to take the test. This time she's preparing to take the 1st rank and 2nd rank together. 2nd order level? Jolie looked towards that Tang Lin, and his heart was also jolted. He snapped to mind that Nia Xian's sister-in-law was also a pill refiner. With her background and status, her rank wouldn't be low.
I'm afraid that this cousin of hers is the descendant of that pill refiner. Knowing that his uncle Zheng Tianzhou had been studying pill refining for so many years and still had never been able to pass the second stage examination, he didn't expect that this girl in front of him, who didn't look too old, had reached this level. Tang Lin nodded towards Jolie before saying approvingly, "That puppet you made is very good and cost-effective. Who did you learn it from?" Jolie found a stool next to him and sat down against Nie Xian. Several of the young people present had strong auras, and he felt more comfortable being closer to Nie Xian. "The puppets were all researched by myself from information I looked up online." He thought for a moment and added, "The most read is 100 Machine Professor Su writings and papers should be considered to learn from him." The moment these words came out, not only Dang Lin, even the two boys were stunned. "You made that kind of puppet just by reading books and papers?" A male student sitting across from Nie Xian's face was filled with astonishment and asked in a rather unbelievable manner. Jolie nodded. "As a matter of course, Professor Su's writings are very complete, and the various basic points are very well taught. It shouldn't be too difficult to replicate the puppet according to his writings and papers." That answer left those three dumbfounded for a moment. Nie Xian's face was covered in a derisive smile, as if she was satisfied with the surprised looks of these few people. She pointed at the boy who had just asked and continued her introduction. "This is a senior student of the Shangjian Academy, Lu Gang, currently in the early stage of foundation establishment, with a high level of talent." Hearing this introduction, Jolie was startled in his heart. One of the 5 university palaces, the Shangjian Academy Palace? Chapter 57, The Cultivation Controversy. Jolie had been indoctrinated from a young age that 5 Great Universities Palace was the highest academy in the immortal mansions. Those who were able to enter inside were the top cultivation geniuses from all over the country. He himself had always had this as his highest goal. Not counting those like Nie Xian who were bailed out. "I didn't realize that I was actually sitting in front of a person from the Shangjian Academy. It gave it a strange feeling. Can't talk about how talented he is, just a bit older. Your talent is really high. The dean of our school has said that if you come, you can be directly guaranteed admission without examination." Although this one had the highest cultivation level among those present, he still looked extremely humble in the face of Nie Xian's words. Tang Lin, on the other hand, said in a conspiratorial manner, Yo, why is our great cultivator Lu so humble? I heard that you always look like you're tugging on the sky in school. Why are you so honest in front of my cousin?" Lu Gang shrugged his shoulders and said, "If your metallic spirit root could be this high, I would be so honest in front of you. Tugging also needs to be divided into occasions." Nie Xian, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to the two's words and continued to introduce the last boy. His name is Xie Yong, a cultivation fiend. He was already at the peak of the 12th level of qi refinement before he switched to his technique. Now after switching to cultivation techniques, he has also reached the 7th level of qi refining. Lu Gang's face carried an aura of arrogance, and his body was sharp as attack. It was as if a sharp sword was about to be unsheathed at any time, very noticeable. This Xie Yong, on the other hand, was the opposite of Lu Gang, sitting here in peace and quiet, not saying anything, and his eyes seemed to show that his thoughts had drifted elsewhere. Hearing Nie Xian's introduction, Jolie was stunned in his heart. A senior high school student at the peak of the 12th level of qi refining? After switching to a cultivation technique and also reaching the 7th level of qi refining, what kind of cultivation speed is this? It's too terrifying. One must know that he was currently only at the 2nd level of qi refining. When comparing the two phases, the gap in talent was even more apparent. Awesome. Jolie couldn't help but look at this Xie Yong a few more times. Tang Lin, on the other hand, looked as if she had seen it all before. They're all like this in Skyfire Attachment Middle School, all perverted to the point of death. It's rumored that the most powerful one in their class was already at the 11th level of qi refining in their first year of high school, and started switching to Gongfu, so now he should be estimated to have reached the 10th level of qi refining. Xie Yong faintly replied back, "It's not the 10th layer of qi refining, it's the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining, stepping into the 13th layer at any time. Unsurprisingly, he should be attempting to build his foundation next semester." This terrifying cultivation speed caused Jolie to immediately suck in a breath of cool air. These people, are they all freaks? For the first time, he profoundly realized that the gap between people was simply too great. Originally, he had felt that his progress was not bad, but compared to these true prides of the heavens, it was still far from good enough. But he wasn't overly anxious about it, either. After all, he's only 17 now, and he'll only be 18 when he takes the college entrance exam next year. There was still a lot of time to cultivate and try to build the foundation, so he didn't have to feel that his cultivation was too slow just because of the exaggerated progress of these geniuses. Nie Xian bitterly laughed and shook her head. "Everyone in my class rolls like hell, I just couldn't stand this at the time. Cultivation should be done in moderation. Straining too much at the qi refining stage and squeezing one's potential too much may not be beneficial in the future." Only now did Jolie realize that. Why this Nia big schoolgirl will transfer to the 3rd high school in Nanzhou City. It turns out that the students in that class are too curly.
He was also more curious in his heart. Even an existence like Nie Xian, who was close to an immortal spirit root, couldn't roll it. That guy who rolled to the top of his class and attempted to build a foundation in the second semester of his senior year, what exactly was his origin? Xia Yong didn't seem to agree with Nie Xian's opinion and directly retorted. Cultivating the Tao is to utilize every minute and every second, striving for the night and the day. My generation of cultivators, cultivation early refined further, in the road to immortality early one step forward, can grasp the resources is also a world of difference, but also has a great opportunity. Occupy the first opportunity. Naturally, we must work harder to cultivate, so that we can long stand in the world. Nie Xian's eyes flickered, her face filled with disapproval. As cultivators, we've already had a longer period of time than ordinary people when we set foot on the path to immortality. If we spend all of our time in bitter cultivation and sitting withered, so even if we gain a longer lifespan, what's the point? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to use this more time to enjoy life, realize heaven and earth, or to benefit the immortal mansion? Xia Yong and Nie Xian were both geniuses with exceptional talent in the cultivation path. It seemed that Xia Yong was more inclined to cultivate hard, spending all of his time on cultivation. Anything else was a waste of time in its view. And Nie Xian's usual favorite place to stay was the library, reading all kinds of books that. It was far less active than Xia Yong in terms of cultivation. Jolie touched his nose and. He didn't have much else to say on the matter of cultivation, However, his thoughts were in agreement with Nie Xian, but his practices were exactly the same as Xia Yong's. The only difference was that Xia Yong was a complete cultivation fiend that. And he likes to fool around in addition to cultivating. Puppets, talismans, and pill making have all been left behind. As for what Nie Xian said about enjoying life, sensing heaven and earth, and benefiting the immortal mansion, he had no concept of it at all, nor did he have the time. He was different from these heavenly prides in front of him. They had top spiritual root qualifications, and their universities were completely bailed out. As for Jolie, last semester, he was still a person who didn't even reach the university admission line. People don't have the same sorrows and joys. Forget it, let's not talk about it, there's no answer to this topic, there's no end to the discussion. In the end, it was Dunlin who rounded off the conversation. This time we came over to look for cousin to play with, and there's this little brother who refines puppets here, so let's not delay people's efforts. Saying that, he turned his gaze to Jolie and asked curiously. Cousin just said that you also have notable attainments in alchemy, perhaps we can exchange ideas. This really shifted the attention of several people. Xia Yong, who had always had that look of seeming unconcerned about anything, also looked curiously at Jolie at this time. After all, for a senior student to have received Nie Xian's approval in the talismanic path, his roots must not be bad. And to be able to refine puppets of notable quality. And also has attainments in medicine refining. Achieving no small amount of success in these incomparably time-consuming and labor-intensive cultivation of 100 arts at the same time. It is indeed very rare. Being stared at by so many heavenly prides at once, Jolie was also under a considerable amount of pressure. It's nothing much, it's just a matter of interest. If you're interested in refining pills, you refine pills, and if you're interested in puppets, you go and refine puppets. Just now Nie Xian said that you've already reached the level of a second-order pill refiner. This blind drumming on doing can't be compared to you for sure. Recently, I've even been making a temporary effort to brush up on the examination questions for the first-order pill refiner. Tang Lin had just been trying to shift the point of conflict between her cousin and Xia Yong. Not really wanting to discuss this with Jolie. She was confident that with her own attainments in pill refining, it was unlikely that anyone of her age would be able to surpass her. Nie Xian also shifted the topic to the right track. Right, Lu Gang, didn't you bring the chip? Hearing this, Lu Gang hurriedly took out a small box from his bag, placed it on the short table, and said to Jolie. This is the commercial chip Tiangue 2100 produced by the Manhwa company earlier this year. See if it works. As soon as he heard the name of this chip, Jolie's face immediately revealed a look of delight. If it's this chip, it should be fine. He immediately took the box and opened one. Inside was a ladder construction with a palm-sized chip placed on each layer. He immediately picked one up, found a press and channeled a strand of spiritual energy into it. This was the simplest tip to check the rate at which the chip was running. He learned it on the internet. Judging the operating efficiency of the chip based on the input and output of spiritual energy, However, this required a sufficiently detailed and subtle spiritual power perception ability to do so. At first, he couldn't do it, but since the last time he refined pills and entered that state, his divine sense had been drastically enhanced. Now it could also be cast with ease. This Jolie, although his realm isn't high, the high quality of the spirit energy he releases is a bit excessive. What technique does he cultivate? Xia Yong, as a cultivation fanatic, was very sensitive to the changes in the spiritual energy around him, and with a glance, he noticed that something was wrong. And Tang Lin also had an unexpected look on her face. His divine sense shouldn't be bad either, or else he wouldn't be able to cast this kind of spell. It seems that he does have a good advantage in the path of pill refining. No wonder he dares to cultivate the path of pill refining on the side while single-mindedly focusing on puppets.
Chapter 58 Twin Wheels of Sun and Moon.
This chip is definitely capable of creating puppets at the 9th level of chi refining. After confirming the efficiency of the chip, Jolie's face revealed a look of delight.
How much do these total?
I'll transfer it to you. Lu Gang heard this but waved his hand. Forget this small amount.
Just remember to prioritize selling it to me when you've refined it.
Seeing that he wouldn't take it, Jolie didn't insist. Okay, I'll give you a discount when the time comes, and discount this money in.
What technique did you switch to?
Xia Yong was more straight-tempered and directly voiced his inquiry. The quality of spiritual energy looks very high. Jolie replied straight back, it's the 9-yang condensed elemental technique. Only then did the few people present reveal a dazed look, clearly knowing this technique well as well. To turn to this technique, you don't have a lot of guts.
The always arrogant Lu Gang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up.
Xia Yong also shook his head and said, there's also a heavenly spiritual root in our class whose fire attribute spiritual root has reached 80, and he also made a great wish before to cultivate the 9 yang orifices that almost no one has succeeded in condensing into the golden Dan. The 5 elements of spiritual energy in his body have also all been transformed, but in the end, he only cultivated for a month before giving up. Saying that it was too difficult to complete the transformation of all the spiritual energy, and also cultivating for half a month, only managed to reach the 2nd level of chi refining, and it's simply far away from the 3rd level. According to him, after a hard day of cultivation, the spiritual energy that has been condensed through the 9 yang orifices is only that little bit. It's simply not enough. The discrepancy compared to the previous condensation of the 5 elements of spiritual energy was too much to bear, so he gave up. But it's a good thing that he's already been bailed out and doesn't have to take the college entrance exams anymore, or else he'd really be making a big joke. Hearing that it was so difficult to cultivate even with a heavenly spirit root, Jolie's heart was finally slightly balanced.
His own actual situation was far worse than Xia Yong's heavenly spirit root classmate.
At that time, all the spiritual energy in his body had been transformed, and he had only condensed 4 yang orifices. Later on, with the double boost of the potion and the massive amount of spirit stones,
it also took 2 weeks to step into the 2nd level,
But that heavenly spirit root had reached such a state completely by himself.
The difference in cultivation talent between the two was indeed huge.
However, if it weren't for the fact that they were sitting on so many resources, he wouldn't have dared to switch to the technique, 9 yang condensed elemental technique. That heavenly spirit root had given up because the amount of spiritual energy condensed by practicing this technique fell too far from what he had previously practiced in the 5 elements true technique. But Jolie was different. His spiritual root was not working, and the spiritual energy he had cultivated every day for more than a decade was originally so little. So he didn't feel particularly frustrated after switching to this technique.
This was also considered a huge psychological advantage. I just think that this Gong method doesn't want any enlightenment, it's easier to comprehend. Jolie was truthful and honest, expressing his innermost thoughts. And I haven't opened the 9 yang orifices, so it's slightly better to cultivate.
He casually made a perfunctory remark.
Xia Yong nodded rightfully. Now that the college entrance exam has a new subject of fighting, how are you guys practicing? Do you want to take some time to spar? I can suppress my cultivation and not take advantage of you. Lu Gang suddenly proposed.
Those guys in your class should be hiding one by one, not even showing their real skills in class, desperately spreading ecstasy, right?
I can be your chaperone.
Hearing these words, Jolie's heart burst with curiosity. Could it be that the competition between geniuses and geniuses is all like this? Desperately hiding their cards, never giving their opponents a chance to figure themselves out.
Tang Lin wondered, didn't you also buy this little brother's puppet?
Lu Gang crossed his arms and placed them behind his head with a sense of disinterest. There's no point in fighting a puppet.
There's no sense of accomplishment even if I win. It's not as cool as hammering a real person. He turned directly to Xia Yong next to him and nodded his chin towards him provocatively. Old Xia, what do you say? I'm not from the heavenly flame attachment, you don't have to hold back, we can spar to our heart's content and help you improve your battle power. A foundation establishment cultivator's help is not something that just anyone can get. Before Xia Yong could say anything, Tang Lin, who was on the side, volunteered first. Her face was filled with excitement, a look of eagerness to try. Come, I'll spar with you. It just so happens that I've been forced to refine pills all this time and I'm about to vomit, so it's a good time to take it out on you. Upon seeing that his opponent was Tang Lin,
which would have thought that Lu Gang, who seemed to be quite combative, would be a bit hesitant. You're not allowed to use your demonic fire.
Otherwise, no deal. Tang Lin was a bit displeased. What do you mean by fighting, do you understand? This is not allowed to be used and that is not allowed to be used, how can we still fight? You're not going to wimp out, are you?
Lu Gang returned in a semi-threatening manner. If you say that, then I'll have to use my magic weapon. My uncle built me a sun and moon double wheel, I haven't used it yet, so it's just the right time to take you to try out its power.
Tang Lin seemed to be scornful of that magic weapon and suggested, can we just use the Gongfu? It's not like things like magic weapons have eyes, so it's not good if you get hurt.
Lu Gang Erlang leg directly set up, the whole person paralyzed on the sofa, lazily said.
Then there's still a fight. You just damn well want to abuse people.
You have that refined demonic fire, within the same rank, without the use of magic weapons and talismans, who can be your opponent? I'm afraid it's just some cultivators who have just stepped into Foundation establishment, without a handy magic weapon and a powerful technique, they might all be undermined by you. Saying that, he asked with interest again. I heard that your mom got you a strand of heaven and earth foreign fire, so you'll be able to refine it when you step into Foundation establishment.
Is this true? What is the origin of that foreign fire?
Hearing the words foreign fire, several people present had their spirits lifted and
their eyes looked towards Tang Lin, wanting to see how it would answer.
Jolie was even more puzzled in his heart. Could it be that this Tang Lin cultivates the burning fire skill? He had also learned about the burning flame skill when he chose to switch his cultivation method back in the day. This technique would be very ordinary when first practiced, and its power would probably be similar to that of the 5 elements true technique. However, if one is able to fuse spirit fire, foreign fire, then the power of this feat would increase exponentially.
But in today's blue water planet, all kinds of rare resources have been strictly controlled by the.
Without sufficient background and strength, it was simply impossible to obtain this kind of flame. Jolie turned his thoughts to the fact that Nie Xian was the child of a Jindan realist, and that this cousin, Deng Lin, had most likely already reached the second rank of pill refiner.
In other words, Deng Lin's mother was at least a third-order pill refiner.
With this kind of status, she would have enough power of speech in the immortal mansion. Being able to obtain the foreign fire was also expected.
Just which guy is spreading rumors blindly? Dunlin's face instantly darkened, feeling like she was about to get angry.
That was my mom applying to the Immortal Mansion Resource Bank to use the glazed golden flame to refine pills. How come the word is spreading and it's turning into me having to refine the spirit flame? If I knew which one was talking nonsense, I would have to cut out his tongue.
Lu Gang sniffed, and a sardonic smile appeared on his face. So it's a rumor. He turned to the crowd again and said, "What are you going to do next?"
I came to South City this time for an auction, and I have to rush there tonight, so I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you guys.
Nie Xian asked one more time, "What are you planning to auction?"
Lu Gang laughed, "Nothing much, just adding something to the Sun and Moon twin wheels to increase some of its power.
It's best if we can capture it, it doesn't matter if we can't.
It's still you who saves your mind. The Rainbow Sword Superior directly sent a flying sword to you, so you don't have to worry about it at all." Tang Lin, on the other hand, said in favor of her cousin from the side.
"How can my cousin compare to you?
Your uncle is one of the top refiners in the Immortal Mansion, so you can directly refine any magic weapon you want. Your Sun and Moon dual wield is so famous, I'm afraid that when you reach the middle stage of Foundation establishment and are able to fully utilize the power of this magic weapon, we'll all have to hug your thighs." Talking about this magic weapon, Lu Gang did have a proud face and did not refute Tang Lin. Instead, he smiled rather confidently, sort of agreeing with her words.
"Are you leaving later?" Nie Xian didn't chime in, but instead asked Deng Lin in return.
Tang Lin nodded and said, "Next week is the apothecary examination, so I'll make up for it in the last few days, so I won't go out with you guys. Strive to pass the second order pill refiner in one go, save my mom from always chanting in her ear, annoying the hell out of me." Xia Yong also directly stood up. "I'm also leaving, I have a flight at more than 8 o'clock in the evening, I still have to rush back to Xianjing, I have to attend classes tomorrow."
After he glanced towards Nie Xian, he left directly without looking back. Tang Lin smiled, "Cousin, there's nothing you want to say?" Nie Xian still had that faint look, "What's there to say?
It's impossible for me to be with him, I've already picked my battles with him and said so." Jolie guessed from just a few words that Xia Yong seemed to be interested in Nie Xian. Only Nie Xian didn't appreciate it at all. He also stood up at the right time. "I'm leaving too, I'll go back early to prepare for the exam." Tang Lin blinked at him and smiled, "Then let's see you next week for the apothecary examination."
Chapter 59 Luo Hu's transformation.
Now that the third high school has made some adjustments to the senior year's curriculum, every Monday of the week, the whole day will be used for fighting class. As time went on, the group consisting of Jolie, Nie Xian, Luo Hu, Zhao Hongmei, and Li Li worked together more and more seamlessly. Their squad's 5 elemental attributes were already all over the place, and they had even practiced a small set of 5 elemental formations. This set of formation was based on the 5 elements, and it was able to project as much of the spiritual energy of several people onto a certain team member. It allowed it to have the strength of all 5 combined for a short period of time. At first the formation was for Nie Xian to act as the dominant person. With her strength, she again chopped and sliced the other teams with ease. The latter allowed Jolie, Luo Hu, and the other 4 to also try out the strange experience of having their spiritual power skyrocketed. Soon, the morning session ended, and several people rejoined the class to recuperate, prepare for the afternoon class. "Old Zhou, this 5 elements formation is bull. Isn't it this kind of thrill of having power at your fingertips after reaching Foundation establishment?" Luo, who gave it a try and realized that he could burst out with great power even if he was casting an extremely ordinary technique. Jolie, on the other hand, poured a pot of cold water. It's better to use this kind of formation sparingly. After all, it's not necessarily the five of us who will be teaming up for the college entrance exam. In case we indulge in this feeling, it's not good for fighting strength enhancement. But this kind of early feeling of strength enhancement is also helpful for realm breakthroughs. I see that some people on the internet have really broken through bottlenecks just by doing this. Talking about this, Luo, who was a bit regretful, I don't feel the bottleneck loosening up. Was it not rehearsed enough? Zhao Hongmei, who was on the side, did not have the good sense to say, how long have you only stepped into the 6th level of qi refining, and you're thinking of breaking through? Can you keep your feet on the ground? Luo, who had always liked to gag, at this moment, faced with Zhao Hongmei's words, unexpectedly did not dare to retort. Okay, then I'll go back and practice again, and we'll rehearse it when we feel the bottleneck. Lili was a bit curious, when did Luo become so good at talking? Zhao Hongmei's tender face slightly reddened, forcing her to defend herself, I'm talking sense. Then immediately changed the topic. It's rumored that the detailed regulations for the high school's fighting law section will all be drawn up in the next 2 weeks. It seems like real demonic beasts will be used to conduct the examination at that time. As soon as he talked about the ones related to the college entrance exam, it did divert Li's attention from dwelling on this matter. It won't take the battlefield kind of real demonic beasts to give us an exam, right? What if that kind goes berserk during the exam? Li obviously had a huge fear of real demonic beasts on the front line because of what happened to his uncle. Jolie comforted, it shouldn't take real demonic beasts. After all, if there were casualties in the college entrance exam, it would cause a huge storm of public opinion. By then, the fighting section may even be cancelled. This is the first year, and it's definitely pursuing stability and safety and reliability. It's possible to use those domesticated beast pets. Saying that, Li's face did look a little better. Jolie looked at Luo next to him and realized that he was holding a textbook on talismans and studying it intently. This caused Jolie to be surprised for a moment. In the past, at the moment of lunch break, or even in the gap between classes, this Luo would grab all the time to catch up on the drama, Either that or he would go to the other classes to fool around and ask for information, and he was almost rarely seen studying so honestly. Tiger, what's your situation today? You used to be so disgusted with textbooks? Why do you love learning so much now? He probably guessed the reason. It should be because he was in love with Zhao Hongmei. But it's pretended not to know and spoke out to flirt. Luo inadvertently looked towards Zhao Hongmei in front of him, and then started blowing up without blushing. That's because I used to think that the knowledge in the textbooks was too simple and was too lazy to learn. It's different now. I'm going to turn on the schoolboy mode and start powering through. Just you wait, I'm sure I'll be able to improve greatly on this semester's practice exams. Zhao Hongmei raised her fist towards it and drank softly under her breath. Cheer up, I'm optimistic about you. Seeing his beloved's encouragement, this made Luo's energy to study even stronger. It was a burst of output to the exercise book, and also flipped through the textbook from time to time to revise the knowledge points. The learning attitude is indeed many times better than before. Lili expressed encouragement to him as well, and turned to Jolie to ask again. By the way, Jolie, didn't you switch to the cultivation technique? How come I felt that the spiritual energy in your body didn't become less when I was in class today? Could it be that it has returned to the 8th level of qi refining? Jolie shook his head and said, no, it's now at the 2nd level of qi refining, it's just that the gong method is somewhat special, so it doesn't look like it's much less. When this 9-yang condensing yuan gong was cultivated, the thickness of the spiritual energy in the body could be said to be far beyond that of its peers. It gave Li the illusion that her spiritual energy was not inferior to the previous one. It was evident that it was powerful. It could be said that this gong method, apart from being too resource-consuming and slow in progress, had no other drawbacks. Talking about the conversion merit technique, he suddenly remembered that there would also be a special instruction class session this evening. After the in-depth QA in the previous class, I believe that many of you have already let go of your hesitations as well. Choosing to switch feats, and it's just as well to see how others are progressing this time as well. The lunch break was soon over and in the afternoon's fighting class, the instructor also showed everyone for the first time the power of the beast-type puppets. Humanoid puppets were used to train the level of sparring that, while the beast-shaped puppets were to simulate the attacks of some demonic beasts. It was inferior to the humanoid puppet in terms of flexibility, but it was crushing in terms of strength. Even without releasing any spells, its huge size could still cause great destruction. The entire class had almost no experience in dealing with it. Almost everyone got their asses kicked again. After feeling the power of the beastly puppets, the lecturer finally began to explain the ways and techniques to deal with it. From time to time, he even demonstrated against the beast puppet. This gave the individual students a sense of immersion and a deeper comprehension. Senior year always goes by very fast and a day doesn't feel like it's done much, and it's over just like that. It's still Mr. Yu who teaches well, whether it's the way he teaches or in terms of experience and cultivation, he's a whole lot better than my tutorial class teacher. After such a long time of tutoring, Luo Hu had a comparison in his mind between the various teachers. I don't know if Mr. Yu has classes for extracurricular tutoring. If he does, I'll definitely join. After the class, Luo Hu was still a bit unfulfilled. Tiger, why didn't you go rob the cultivation room today? Jolie looked at Luo Hu, who went straight to his seat and opened his books to start reviewing the knowledge he had previously dropped, and could not help but be a little puzzled. To know, in the past, he was the one who rushed the fastest after class to grab the cultivation room. Luo Hu shook his head with a somewhat dark expression. My pseudo-spirit root is there, unless all the time in the next 3 years of senior high school is pounced on cultivation. Otherwise, it is definitely impossible for me to directly break through to the 7th level of qi refining at the end of my senior year. In that case, why don't we spend more time improving our paper score? At the 6th level of qi refining, it's considered to have reached the threshold of university acceptance. Next, as long as the fighting score and paper score make up for it, there's still a chance. Looking at Luo Hu in front of him, Jolie was quite pleased. In the past, he always held his head up to the sky and always looked like a hangdog when it came to his studies. He never scoffed at paper scores, refused to work hard, and found rote memorization useless. No matter what Jolie said, it's not effective. I didn't expect that he would become grounded even now. It had to be said that after making Zhao Hongmei his girlfriend, he had indeed changed a lot. This thorough analysis was also estimated to have most of Zhao Hongmei's credit. Right, old Zhou, take a look at this question for me. Find the radius of coverage of the bright flame blazing sun formation based on these known conditions. I always feel that the conditions given in the question are not enough. Luo Hu pointed to a big question in the exercise book and directly asked Jolie for advice. This was also the first time in 3 years of being at the same table that he asked a question. Jolie saw that the time was still early, and the evening special instruction class started at 8 o'clock. There was enough time for a little guidance. He gave an old fatherly smile. Let's see. Chapter 60, Trust the Principal or Your Mom. You all transferred? Zhang Tai's face showed a look of disbelief. Has your family agreed? They didn't say anything? Jolie, Lin Ko, and Zhang Tai were on their way to the special instruction class when they chatted about the matter of switching their cultivation techniques. As soon as they heard that both Jolie and Lin Ko had already switched cultivation and transformed all the 5 elements of spiritual energy in their bodies without any turning back, Zhang Tai was very shocked and expressed his incomprehension. Sensing that Zhang Tai still had the cultivation level of the 7th level of qi refining on his body and had not, Jolie estimated that he had not started yet. Last time he talked down with Zhang Tai, he realized that Zhang Tai was very tangled in his work, always dragging his feet and liking to talk to himself. Jolie didn't like to chat with him much. At this time, he just politely returned, I didn't tell my family. I can just make up my own mind about these things. What, your parents won't let you convert? Zhang Tai nodded. My mom said that there are still half a year to go before the college entrance exam, and to switch now is just sick in the head, so she won't let it happen. But the last time the principal said it, it got to me again. Now I don't know what to do. Ugh, I wish I hadn't told my family at the time. If my mom knew I wanted to change my major, she would have lectured me to death. Jolie secretly spat in his heart. You're such a character, you'll definitely tell your parents if there's anything. There's no such thing as not telling your family. Of course, he still expressed a sigh on his face. That's a real pity. Lin Ko, who was on the side, asked nonchalantly, what is your mom's cultivation level? What's the job? Zhang Tai was a bit uncertain by this question, but still honestly replied, she is a worker in a talisman field, currently at the 5th level of qi refining. After thinking about it, he added another sentence. She usually has access to quite a few cultivation masters. Jolie was curious in his heart, what is the concept of a cultivation daimyo? However, he was quite afraid of chatting with Zhang Tai, mainly afraid of trouble. So he stiffly held back his confusion and didn't ask. Lin Ko coldly smiled. In the matter of cultivation, do you trust a principal who is a foundation stage cultivator and has also been teaching professionally for decades, or do you trust a worker woman at the 5th level of qi refining? And don't you ever talk to me about your business in the future, I'm too annoyed. The tone of his voice was tugging, and his attitude was even colder. He did not hide his dislike for Zhang Tai at all. For the first time, Jolie felt that his class president was so domineering. He smiled towards Zhang Tai and explained, the class president has this temper, you know it too. But he's also doing it for your own good. Go away and have a good class. After saying that, he immediately rushed forward in 3 steps. Only leaving Zhang Tai in place, his face was red and white for a while, not knowing what he was thinking. After arriving at the classroom where the instruction class was held, Jolie realized that the number of students who came this time was almost half less than last time. It was estimated that those people were similar to Zhang Tai's thoughts, and the probability was that they would not choose to change their studies. Principal Nia Fangping did not care that much and continued to explain the main points of the conversion technique. This time, he started the course with the points of note for each of the 5 elemental attributes of the feats, respectively. He dissected the cultivation methods and points of attention of various spiritual roots of each attribute. Many students encountered problems in cultivation, he also answered one by one. Not only that, but he also shared an extremely efficient method of transforming spiritual energy that could maximize spiritual energy without wasting it. Many of the students present were at this stage and listened to the lesson with particular attention. Unfortunately, Jolie was doing things in a thunderous manner and was progressing too quickly, and the spiritual energy had already been fully transformed and finished. It was of little use to it as well. I can only listen to it as an extension of my extracurricular knowledge. Unsurprisingly, the class also ran late. All the students here were converting to Kung Fu for the first time, and there were a lot of questions that, one after another, they asked questions, and it lasted until 2 o'clock in the morning before it could be brought to an end. From the mouths of these students, they learned that they had converted to the present. Most of them were also at the 3rd to 5th level of chi refining. For one thing, their cultivation level wasn't low in the first place, and the amount of spiritual energy they transformed after switching to a technique that, 2. No one cultivated a technique as perverse as the Nine Suns condensed elemental technique. So the progress was basically a bit faster than Jolie. He suddenly remembered that classmate of that genius Xie Yong, who was far away in Xianjing. Nowadays, the conversion technique was already at the 12th level of chi refining. This kind of cultivation speed that was like a scurrying rocket was beyond its reach. He shook his head again, secretly laughing in his heart. How could I, a person with a near pseudo-spirit root, think of comparing myself to a top-tier heavenly pride like that? Steadily taking every step of my life is more important than anything else. I just have to compare with myself. By the end of the course, basically every student was getting clearer and clearer about the road ahead of them. Each face shows a look of eagerness to try out. There were quite a few people who weren't ready to sleep anymore and headed straight for the school's cultivation room. It was late at night and no one was robbing it. Jolie, come to my office for a moment. Nia Fongping instructed as he was leaving. Hearing the principal's roll call, Jolie also thumped a bit, thinking that he had committed something. And then he turned to remember the last time the principal said that he would ask for cultivation tips from his 2 best friends who had succeeded in cultivating the 9-yang condensed elemental technique. His heart immediately warmed up, and he hurriedly accelerated his pace and walked up. How is your gongfu cultivation going? As soon as he arrived at the office, the principal opened his mouth and inquired. Jolie truthfully said, currently, all of the spiritual energy has been transformed, and has officially begun to condense the yang orifices and cultivate spiritual energy. Nia Fongping was quite surprised, so fast? Followed by some regret, I should have reminded you not to rush last time. How many yang orifices have you condensed now? Jolie deliberated carefully, thinking about what kind of number would be good to say. For sure, he couldn't say that he would directly condense 9 yang orifices. Even the heavenly spirit root in Xie Yang's class condensed 9 yang orifices at the same speed as a tortoise. Not to mention him, the threshold true spiritual root. If he directly said that he was running for the highest difficulty, he would probably be treated as losing his mind. Currently, I am condensing 5 yang orifices. The principal let out a sigh of relief at his words, fortunately. With that, he took out 2 thick documents from the drawer. These are some of the insights and problems encountered by my 2 best friends who cultivated the 9 yang condensing elemental technique. One of them cultivates the 5 yang orifices and the other the 6 yang orifices. According to their research, there is a curve between the number of yang orifices cultivated and the depth of mana. With that, he flipped the information to a bookmarked page and pointed to a graph snaking upward in a curve. This chart, the horizontal axis is the number of yang orifices, and the vertical axis is the degree of mana thickness and condensation. As you can see, the back of this curve takes on a bow shape, with the slope reaching its highest point at the point where the number of yang orifices is 6. Further on, with each increase, the rate of increase in the quality of mana condensation is decreasing. This 6 is also the golden yang orifice point that is unique to this technique. Of course, this information has a large amount of real and reliable data supporting it. You can take a good look at it if you're interested. It will also be of great benefit to your understanding of this gong method. You've condensed 5 yang orifices now, which is not bad. If you want to have greater achievements, you can try condensing 6 yang orifices. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. Jolie took the 2 thick materials and opened them up to see that they seemed to be a compilation of several papers. There were also many references listed on it, as well as details of the examination. The first page was quantitative analysis of the total amount and regularity of the spiritual power value of each yang orifice of the 9 yang condensing Yuan Gong summary report. Previously, when he was studying to delve into puppets, he had read quite a few puppet-related papers. Therefore, reading this kind of academic analysis report was quite familiar and did not feel boring at all. Principal, these papers, it seems that they haven't been published yet, right? Seeing half of them, Jolie realized that there were traces of manual modification on many of them. It seems that they are not the final draft. Nia Fongping returned. Several of the papers are in the review process and should be available in the Immortal Dharma journal soon.
He then asked with interest, "You seem to like reading this kind of academic papers? The average senior can't read them." Jolie immediately explained, "I myself usually go to the library often to look at books and flip through papers. It's kind of a habit I've developed." This in turn aroused Nia Fongping's curiosity. "What kind of papers do you usually like to read?" Dum. As he was talking, there was a direct knock on the door of the principal's office. Chapter 61. Late married high-ranked cultivator. Second uncle, next month is my father's 150th birthday, he wants you to go back with me. The door had just opened when Nia Xian's familiar voice came through. Pushing the door open, she was a bit surprised when she realized that besides Nia Fongping, Jolie was also there. "Are you guys talking about things? I'll come back later then." Jolie hurriedly looked at the time, only to realize that it was currently past 8 in the morning. He felt like he had only been reading the paper for a while. "Oh, things are done, I have nothing more to say to the principal." He stood up at the right time, while then inquired, "Principal, can I take these home to look at?" Nia Xian turned to him curiously, "Classes are about to start, what are you doing home now?" Then he turned directly toward the principal, Nia Fongping, and said, "Second uncle, I've already talked about my dad's birthday. If you don't go, you'll have to tell the truth when he asks after you." After saying that, he closed the door again and left straight away. For a moment, the standing Jolie felt awkward and he stood up, looking as if he wanted to leave but now the door was closed again, and it was not good to leave directly. He was just about to say goodbye when he heard the principal's questioning voice coming. From what Shuang said, "You know her well, don't you?" Jolie froze for a moment, finally reacting to the fact that Xiao Shuang was probably Nia Xian's nickname. "I ran into her a few times before when I was checking out information in the library. Got acquainted after a while." Nia Fongping laughed. "Xiao Shuang is rather cool in nature, it's not like she can meet up with anyone a few times and get acquainted. By the way, you can take the paper home and read it, but remember not to spread it out. Although it has been reviewed, after all, it hasn't been officially published yet, it's not good to spread it out." Jolie nodded solemnly, "I'll take good care of it and won't spread it out." Then, he asked with some embarrassment, "I have another question unrelated to cultivation that I would like to ask the principal." Nia Fongping thought he was going to ask about Nia Xian and smiled somewhat meaningfully. "You ask, I'll definitely tell you what I know." At this time, Jolie asked rather curiously, "Just now, Nia Xian said that his father celebrated his 150th birthday. What I want to ask is, do high-ranked cultivators get married and have babies this late? It seems like most of the openly Jindan stage cultivators in the Immortal Mansion don't give birth until they're 100 years old or more. What's the reason for this?" Nia Xian would be 17 or 18 years old when she took the entrance exam next year. His dad's 150th birthday now, which means he's almost 130 years old before he gave birth to such a daughter. Much different from the age of childbirth for ordinary people. This question made Nia Fongping a bit surprised as well, and it couldn't help but make him think highly of Jolie for a few moments. In his heart, he secretly thought, this Jolie's gaze towards Xiao Shuang is clear. Could it be that he has no idea about the real Xiao Shuang? However, this was just him being a bit curious, and he didn't think too much of it. Regarding this, there was a relevant paper in the past that discussed in detail the effects of cultivation on fertility. Although there was no rigorous basis for it, and no one could figure out the reasons for it. But by counting the status of all foundation establishment cultivators, it was indeed found that the percentage of those who are single is higher than those who are married, and the percentage of those who have children, in particular, is even a notch lower. Over time, there was even a rumor that it was easier to break through the foundation establishment bottleneck with a child body. That's why many cultivators who aspire to the great Tao now marry relatively late and have children late. Jolie felt a little ripped off at this conclusion. But statistics don't lie, so he asked after thinking about it. Could it be because married monks spend part of their time on their families? Especially those who have given birth to children have to involve countless energies on them, so the concentration on cultivation is relatively not as high and their achievements are relatively lower? Principal Nia Fongping smiled, "I'm not sure about this, and there's no clear conclusion so far." He turned and said rather seriously. But the sharp decline in the marriage rate and fertility rate is indeed the #1 problem facing the Immortal Mansion today. High-ranked cultivators get married late, and low-ranked cultivators have a high casualty rate on the battlefield, and they have to go to work and cultivate after they've finished their service and change jobs, so they barely have time to fall in love and get married. The newly promoted foundation establishment cultivators in recent decades have all slipped somewhat significantly year on year compared to previous years. Although it's also partially due to the demonic beasts attacking too hard over the years and the number of casualties intensifying, overall in terms of population numbers, the number of cultivators in the Immortal Mansion is still declining. Nearly 70% of the oceans in the entire blue water planet are occupied by demonic beasts, and if the population is still declining under such a great pressure to survive, it is estimated that after a number of years, our Immortal Mansion will also end up being overrun by demonic beasts. It was also the first time that Jolie had heard someone discuss the future of the Immortal Mansion from the perspective of population, and he couldn't help but find it new and strange.
At the same time, he also came to a sudden realization: no wonder the immortal mansion is trying to create such a harmonious and calm atmosphere internally. In fact, to some extent, it is also intentionally slowing down this existential pressure and promoting the fertility rate. Nia Fengping secretly nodded in his heart. This kid has a good understanding. But this way is only treating the symptoms. In fact, the biggest problem still lies in the lack of resources. If you want to cultivate to a higher realm, you can only rely on crazy internal scrolls, greatly compressing all cultivators' investment in other areas. When it came to this, Nia Fengping immediately began to recount, as if he had opened a chatterbox. From the rise of cultivation in Blue Water Planet, to the current defense policy against demonic beasts. From the form of global resistance against demonic beasts, speaking of the major top-ranked cultivators of each country, it can be said that there is nothing to talk about. Its vast store of knowledge and some incisive remarks benefited Jolie greatly. And although Jolie wasn't very clear about the general situation of the entire Blue Water Planet, his questioning of various issues often hit the main points. On the contrary, it further facilitated Nia Fengping's long-winded speech. The two of them chatted until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon before they were able to finish. "Headmaster, I'll be leaving then." Jolie respectfully walked out of the door of the principal's office, holding 2 heavy copies of thesis materials in his hands. "You can come and ask me directly if you have any questions." Nia Fengping was still a bit unfulfilled at this point. The last class should have started already. It's a bit late to go to class now. It's better to go home first. Even though there was still a bit of time before school ended, Jolie went straight back home. Back home. After roughly looking over the cultivation materials he had received from the principal, he put them aside for the time being. It's Tuesday today, there's a pill refiner's examination this Saturday, so it's better to pass this hurdle first. Have been preparing for this for several years, can't drop the ball at the last minute. The merit law was certainly important, but the most urgent thing at the moment was the pill refiner examination. He was still very clear about the priority of things. Then he opened the set of questions from the past 5 years, watched the time, and began to answer the questions in practice. The pill refiner examination was divided into 2 main parts. The first part is a paper-based examination that it mainly assesses the theoretical level of alchemists of the corresponding grade, including the medicinal effects and resistance of various types of herbs, as well as the refining techniques, key points, the fusion principles of various types of potions, etc. In addition to that, there may be interactions with other disciplines, as well. At the same time, the difficulty will rise steeply by a large margin. For example, last year's last question was, there was a cultivator whose 5 elemental attributes were gold 12 wood 9 water 19 fire 34 earth 11. If he swallows the gathering of Yuan Dan and cultivates the 5 elements true technique, how much of the medicine can theoretically be refined, at most? Please give the formula for calculation. If refining efficiency is too low, how to improve it? If the refining efficiency is high, which spirit root plays a greater role in it, give reasons. This topic makes it hard to know where to start at first glance. It's quite a bit harder than even the real questions from the college entrance exams. But the good thing is that there aren't many of these types of questions, and they basically only come up in the last big question that. The vast majority of the others are still relatively basic. Paper exam round, in previous years, basically will be admitted to 300 to 400 into the second round of re-examination. To the re-examination of the examination is basically practical exercises, hands-on drug refining. The difficulty is both big and small. If you happen to come across an elixir that you've refined before, the difficulty is steeply reduced for the examiner. But if you're not familiar with the elixir you've refined, or even if there's an herb in there whose potency you don't know, then the difficulty naturally rises several times immediately. That's why luck also plays a big part in the review stage. There are not a few candidates who scored extremely well in the previous year's papers but fell at the retake stage. In the last few days, it's too late to think about practicals, so let's focus on pounding the paper score section. Since Divine Sense had gone through growth, Jolie still had no small amount of confidence in the practical exercise piece. It's just that this piece of the paper score has not a small requirement for knowledge. This is also a point where he may lose marks and needs to focus on making up for it. Chapter 62, Before the Exam. Cousin, I'm at the entrance of the pharmacy? Jolie stood in front of the Heavenly Boat apothecary and sent a message to his cousin, Zhang Dancheng. This year's apothecary examination was placed in Huangzhou City, which was next door to Nanzhou City, and was also more than 100 kilometers away. Uncle Zhang Tianzhou was prepared to drive there directly, and happened to bring Jolie with him. Cousin! Jolie heard a shout and immediately turned around, saw a gray vehicle slowly approaching. He had also heard about this vehicle from his uncle, the new questioner that came out last year. The whole body is made of special memory alloy material. Not only is it incorporated into a set of protective formations that can harden against a strike from a Foundation Establishment cultivator, it could also change its form and switch to flight mode. Even some cultivators who hadn't reached the Foundation Establishment and couldn't fly on their own could experience the thrill of flying through the clouds.
Cousin, how's your review going? Zhang Danchang let out a big yawn, both hands were rubbing his eyes nonstop. Obviously these few days also experienced a high-intensity pre-exam raid. Jolie laughed, just like you, it was a temporary hug. He sat on the car, and the chair behind him automatically changed form and at the same time a stream of spiritual energy was released from the seat, pressing on various acupoints, causing it to instantly relax. I wonder if the questions are hard this year. Don't be as perverted as last year, I don't know where to start at all. Most of the paper scores were basic questions, but the ability to participate in the apothecary examination was not bad, the score would not be much worse, So relying on the basic questions won't open up the score difference at all, It is the last two questions that really make the difference, and that is the most critical point in scoring. However, judging from the past year's questions, the last two big questions are not generally difficult. It is inevitable that Zhang Danchang is worried. Jolie's mindset was much better. It's hard for you, and it's hard for everyone else. Let's just make sure we don't lose points on the basic questions first. As for the last two questions, I can only say that it depends on God's will. He then turned to his uncle, Zhang Tianzhou, and curiously said, Uncle, how are you preparing? He had hardly seen much of his uncle since the beginning of the summer vacation until now, and I'm afraid that his uncle has prepared quite a lot for this second-order examination. Zhang Tianzhou's face revealed a bitter smile. It's not ideal. The theoretical part, as long as you are willing to spend time, you can still make up for it more or less. But the piece of pill refining, it's completely not something that can be taken down by water polishing. In the past, those who were able to take the second-order pill refiner exam were basically cultivators of the foundation stage, which is able to leave the body with divine sense and have a subtle control of the earth's fire, which is incomparable to any instrument. If not for that, many of the pills required by the foundation establishment stage would not be able to be refined at all. Unless one can master a foreign fire or spirit fire at the qi refining stage, and use their own flame to refine pills, they can achieve the same level. Zhang Tianzhou had already lost from his mindset. But if he just gave up and didn't try, he was still a bit unwilling, so he came to the test with a stiff upper lip. Now I can only hope that I can bump into the questions, and the second round of retesting refining happens to be a few potions that I'm familiar with, otherwise I'm sure to suffer. When it came to foreign flames, Jolie remembered that cousin of Niaxian's Deng Lin. It dawned in his mind, no wonder she said she wanted to take the second-order pill refiner exam, so mastering the Fey flame is such a great convenience. At the same time, he had a further understanding of the word's talent and background. There were some things that really didn't work with hard work alone. Like his uncle, the spiritual root is not bad, the highest single attribute spiritual root is about 40. It's not bad in pill making either. Having been immersed in drug refining for so many years, the ability to. However, he was unable to build a foundation after a long time, and the second-order alchemist examination was shaky and hopeless. Tang Lin, on the other hand, not only was she able to master the extremely rare foreign fire after refining her qi, but she was also able to go to the second-order pill refiner examination at the same age as herself. Talent and background really took up the majority of the factors. It seems that if I want to test for a second-order alchemist, I'll have to build my foundation and move on. Jolie had never considered himself to be gifted, and he was also a long way behind in terms of background. So he never compared himself to a genius like Tang Lin either. That was purely to make himself uncomfortable. Take your time. Even if it's a day arch, slowly arch, we'll be able to reach the second rank one day. Uncle also said that after reaching foundation establishment, the chances of succeeding in the examination for second-order alchemist are high. Perhaps being at the threshold of true spirit root for so many years, the extremely slow cultivation speed had honed his patience, the emotion of anxiety was basically non-existent. Just do your best. Jolie didn't know how to comfort Zhang Tianzhou and just set a scene. Oh yeah, that grocery store owner I talked to, last time he asked you about your situation. Seeing that the atmosphere in the car was a bit heavy, Jolie immediately began to utilize his traditional skills to change the topic. Sure enough, when it came to that boss, Zhang Tianzhou seemed to recall the events of that year, and a smile hung on his face for a while. That guy Ding Dadon, back then in class, was my biggest rival. Back then we just boiled each other down and put smoke bombs on each other. I remember that time when I was on summer vacation from my senior year of high school and the kid lied to me about going out on a trip with the family. I took it seriously at the time, thinking I'd finally be able to get rid of him, so I went and enrolled in cram school. And guess what? That kid is ing inside that cram school too. I'll never forget when that kid saw me and he looked embarrassed and the two of us were wide-eyed. Zhang Tianzhou paused and let out a long sigh, a regretful look in his eyes. Later on, we both went to university, and our contact gradually became less and less. There was no equal rival in study, it always felt like there was something missing, I couldn't get motivated. This also led to my first 3 years of college somewhat wasted, wait until the failed marks are too much, almost cannot graduate when only began to catch up. Ugh. If I had been able to study and cultivate diligently from the very beginning of college back then, perhaps the outcome would be different now. As he said that, there was also some despondency in his tone.
Zhang Dansheng said with a straight face. Dad, don't worry, when I go to college, I will definitely study hard and cultivate diligently. Strive to build a foundation earlier to make up for your regrets back then. Hearing his son say this, Zhang Tianzhou was also quite relieved and his complexion did ease up quite a bit. Then he talked about the examination of the first-rank alchemist. When I took the first-rank test back then, the number of people wasn't as large as it is now, there were only about 5,000 people enrolled. However, at that time the videos were not as numerous as they are now, and there was no one to help sort out which test points to pay attention to and what the scope was, and it was expensive to enroll in classes, so it was all up to you. In the end, it took 3 times to pass the exam. You both should be good enough for the practicals, it's the paper marks that need attention. Read the questions carefully first, and circle the keywords if you can, to remind yourself to pay attention and prevent reviewing the questions incorrectly. Above refining medicine, a difference in one word may mean the exact opposite. Zhang Tianzhou also knew about the awakening of divine sense. That was why he thought that Jolie was completely fine in terms of practical maneuvers. By the way, Dad, is college fun? Perhaps not wanting to listen to these nagging words, Zhang Dansheng suddenly asked about college. Zhang Tianzhou shook his head, obviously not satisfied with his college career back then. For people with extreme self-discipline who like to learn on their own, college can be paradise. You can study as much as you like and progress will be very fast. But for those who are used to middle school and high school filler, it can be hell. It's all well and good to stay put, and probably regress. 10 years of college is also considered the best learning phase of your life, and the experiences you have during this time will likely determine the path you take in the future. It was during one of my elective classes that I felt good about refining medicine, and it was only after I finished my military service that I chose to further my education on this path. Zhang Dansheng patted his own chest and said, then I've decided, I'll also choose medicine refining and follow in my father's footsteps. As expected, hearing this, Zhang Tianzhou was extremely happy and his slightly dull mood was swept away. Immediately after, an excited smile appeared on his face again. You guys sit tight, the no-fly zone has passed, we're going to officially set sail next. Only to see that the red no-fly sign on the car's display had disappeared. A large area in front of us is showing a green color. Zhang Tianzhou decisively activated the flight mode. The 2 wings of the car instantly expanded and the charging spirit source at the bottom also began to increase its power output. Lan. The scenery on both sides swept away to the sides at an extremely fast speed, then grew shorter and shorter before disappearing. When Jolie looked out the window, the body of the car had already taken off into the air and flew up and a line of white exhaust formed behind the car, spreading all the way up to the ground. Looking at the body of the car again, a thin layer of green light was shining, a sign that the protective array had been turned on. Without the boundaries of the terrain, the vehicle's speed skyrocketed, reaching 1,000 miles per hour all at once. Jolie felt a strong sensation of pushing back and the adrenaline soared directly to the extreme. A pleasure that seemed to be exhilarating and tense rose in every cell of the body. Is this the feeling of a foundation stage cultivator flying in the sky? Jolie couldn't help but say. He kind of liked this feeling. Zhang Tianzhou smiled. How can a cultivator fly in the sky by himself be as refreshing as this flying car? The own imperial object both to control the foot magic weapon, but also always open the formation, but also to observe the surrounding, to prevent crashing over. Sometimes one also has to check if the surrounding area is a no-fly zone to prevent a no-air formation. This flying car directly integrates all. Once the navigation is open, just lie down and enjoy it. Chapter 63 The Bazaar. The city of Huangzhou is crowded with people today. The major hotels and guesthouses near the test site were booked up early. The streets are full of young people, occasionally some middle-aged people mixed in. Most of them were here to participate in the pill refiner examination. The overall topography of this Huangzhou city is low-lying, and the soil and hydrological conditions are all easy to harbor medicinal herbs, and it's currently the city with the largest amount of medicinal herbs traded in a single prefecture-level city within the Immortal Mansion. It's fully 3 times that of the second place. Zhang Tianzhou brought Zhang Dansheng and Jolie around the herb bazaar. The various kinds of medicinal herbs were dazzling to look at. Previously, although Huangzhou City had a large medicinal herb industry, they were all notorious. After hosting an alchemist examination 5 years ago, it has kind of shined not only in the pill refining circle, but also in the entire Immortal Mansion. Hosting it again this year is also considered to be a success. My pharmacy that wholesales herbs almost orders them here. Not only is the quality good, but the price is also quite a bit cheaper than other places. Jolie noticed that many of the stalls didn't have many spiritual herbs, and most of them just displayed many varieties that the pill refiners who came and went rarely bought them directly either. They all looked here and there, asking for the price of the. Not many actually pay. He also instantly realized that those who came to take the pill refiners test were the potential customers of these vendors. Most of them were here to add a contact, and slightly bigger business would definitely not be talked about here. Dad, where are we going to stay today? Didn't you say there were no more hotels?
Tomorrow is the exam, you won't stay up today, right?
Zhang Dancheng looked at his dad not looking for a place to stay and still wandering around the bazaar, and asked with some concern. Zhang Tianzhou, on the other hand, smiled confidently, your dad's errand, that's not proper.
Don't worry, how could I let you guys sleep on the street?
See that vendor in front, that's my college friend, I've contacted him in advance, just go to his house and stay there. And his home is close to the examination center, walking is only 5 minutes away, then those hotels can be much faster. After saying that, he quickly walked towards a dark-faced, slightly blonde vendor, Looking at the spiritual power fluctuations emanating from his body, it was similar to Zhang Tianzhou. Boss Zhao, this green cordyceps costs a few dollars a ton. That boss was haggling with a middle-aged man. When he heard the incoming question, he didn't even think about it and immediately returned.
Are you kidding me? A few dollars a ton, you think you're buying garbage?
But the moment he turned his head around and saw Zhang Tianzhou, his face snapped with joy.
So it's you, kid. I said why I always feel like my right eyelid has been jumping today, so it's you. Why, are you here for the apothecary examination?
This boss Zhao was an old acquaintance with Zhang Tianzhou, and the two of them, usually ordering, had always been contacted through cell phones. Rarely directly face to face. At most, we can find some old classmates to get together at the end of the year. Now this time to come, cannot be looking for him to catch up on old times, so also casually asked out.
Zhang Tianzhou smiled and nodded, while then flirted, what, you've given up?
Back then, we made a bet that whoever of the two of us gets to the second rank first will have to treat the guests at the immortal on Earth in the immortal capital.
Zhao Changjing boss Zhao, on the other hand, sighed.
Forget it, with my qualifications, I stumbled through the first rank alchemist exam back then and ended up rubbing the threshold. I've also tried a few times for the second order one, it's true that I can't pass the test. It's better to be an honest drug dealer. With that said, he put away the stall in front of him and was about to take a few people home.
Zhang Tianzhou curiously said, you're not selling? There are so many customers now, what if I catch 2 big fish? We'll hold off until you're finished.
Zhao Changjing looked unconcerned. These are all the ones who came out to take a break before the exams and casually turn around. There aren't many who really want to place an order.
Wait for the exams to end, that's when there will be more opportunities. After all, it's your old ship that's here today, so we'll have to treat you, the big patron, well. Jolie couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded when he heard his uncle's nickname of Old Boat.
In his heart, he guessed that it was because he had a boat inside his name that he was called Old Boat.
Are the 2 young men in the back both your sons?
Zhao Changjing asked to the 2 Jolie.
Zhang Tianzhou pointed at Zhang Dancheng, this one is my son, and that one is my nephew. 2 sons I can't afford to raise. Seeing the young and tender appearance of the 2, Zhao Changjing was a bit surprised. How old are the 2 of them? Freshmen? This is coming for the apothecary examination?
Zhang Dancheng smiled, his eyes rather showing off. I'm sorry, they're only in their senior year. All of them are my favored disciples, this time they are to pass the first rank examination. Then he sighed.
Old Kyung, the young people nowadays are much stronger than those of our generation.
Look at these people on the street who came to participate in the examination, which one isn't much younger than us back then? Zhao Changjing also agreed with emotion.
Damn, I remember when we graduated from college almost 5 years ago before we dared to take the test for the first time, right?
At that time, we were trembling with fear and trepidation, asking for directions everywhere, almost going to the wrong examination room, and almost blowing up the furnace during the examination, a whole lot of. Nowadays, young people are amazing, only in their 3rd year of high school, they run over to take the test, they really don't even dare to think about it. Jolie said back. The beginning of the world is difficult.
Back then, seniors and uncle had no one to guide them to the beginning, which is why they took so many detours.
If you guys had a good teacher like uncle back then the second rank would definitely be no big deal now. This was also Jolie's sincere words. No matter what, getting started basically stuck a large portion of the population. Once you get started, you can rely on yourself to search for and explore any learning materials and problems, and accumulate experience.
This is even more so in the case of pill refining.
If no one leads the way and develops good pill-making habits from an early age,
later on, it would be more and more difficult.
Just like Jolie's earlier refining of purple yellow sand and spirit rising sand. He had never refined these 2 potions before. But it's because of the initiation, the overall refining process, the steps, that he knew exactly. The only difference might be that the potions are different, the refining techniques are different, the melting means are different, but it's still more or less the same.
Googling it yourself and failing a few times always solves the problem.
Zhang Dancheng on the side also agreed. Right, thanks to my dad training us a long time ago, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to learn how to refine pills. Zhao Changjing smiled towards Zhang Tianzhou. Look, nowadays young people even talk much better than we did back then.
The 2 of them walked and chatted. Chatting about old college stories from back in the day,
They also talked about the whereabouts of their classmates after graduation.
That dark, skinny little runt in the class, Zhao Gang, do you remember him?
Zhao Changjing suddenly mentioned it, tsk twice, his tone full of sourness. You probably can't believe it, he built his foundation last year. Zhang Tianzhou was also very surprised, even he built a foundation? I remember that his spiritual root isn't too good, right? How did he succeed? Did he get the foundation building pill? Zhao Changjing shook his head with a palpitating look. It's not like you don't know what's going on with Chao Gang's family. The family digs black crystal mines for a living. Where did they get the money and background to get the foundation building, Dan? It's just that guy is more ruthless to himself. He failed 3 times in building the foundation and still dares to try. No, the 4th time I don't know what kind of luck I got, I succeeded directly. Hearing this, not only was Zhang Tianzhou, even Zhou Li was extremely shocked. He knew that his uncle had failed to build his foundation once, and it took 10 years from recuperating from his injuries to recultivating back to the 12th level of qi refining. This Chao Gang, according to his age, which was about the same as his uncle's, had to be building his foundation every few years. He's understood the consequences of failing to build his foundation. Not only do they drop their cultivation and lose their foundation, but there is also a certain degree of loss to the cultivator's lifespan. The one also has to endure incomparably intense pain. To build the foundation 4 times in a short period of time, how much perseverance did one need? He remembered that Ding Dedong, the owner of the Dedong grocery store, was the one who completely swung for the fences after failing to build his foundation twice. In comparison, both determination and perseverance were far worse than Chao Gang. And Zhang Tianzhou's mind floated back to that dark and thin classmate, who usually always looked like he was a man of few words and didn't say much, just practicing and attending classes. His grades were also considered to be at the bottom of the class. I didn't expect that after so many years, that mediocre classmate had actually built a foundation in front of him, and emotions couldn't help but rise in his heart. Then is he still in the frontline troops now? Zhao Changjing nodded. That's not true. I heard that he even joined the special warfare unit and made a lot of battle achievements. He should be doing very well now. He paused and added another sentence. This kind of ruthlessness honed at the front line is something we really can't learn. Back then, when the 2 of us served in the military, we were assigned to the drug administration section, and we didn't have to fight on the front line, so we were quite lucky at the time. In hindsight, it's kind of like having one less opportunity to practice. Chapter 60 for the difficulty of building the foundation. Old Kyung, you're still not married, nah? Upon entering Zhao Changjing's home, the whole house was in a mess, with all sorts of household items placed everywhere. It's totally a look of a single man's life. But the house was quite big, 4 rooms and 1 hall, more than 200 square feet. Zhang Tianzhou looked at the bowls on the table that hadn't been washed after the last meal and shook his head. I don't know to find a wife to help you run the house. Look at your house, it doesn't look like you're short on money, why didn't you find one? Zhao Changjing shrugged. Not getting married helps increase the success rate of foundation building, don't you know that? It even increases by 10% if you're a child. Wait until I build my foundation, he said as he cleaned up the bowl and threw it directly into the kitchen. I have a lot of room here, 1 room for each of you 3 is not a big problem, the quilt is in the cupboard, get it yourself. Tomorrow the first exam will be at about 9 o'clock, you guys pack up and clean up, let's go out for a meal. Zhou Li and Zhang Danqing each found a room and went in to pack up. Only Zhang Tianzhou was still chatting with Zhao Changjing. Lao Jing, you're not still a virgin, are you? Some experts have come out to dispel the rumors. There is no basis for the child body to increase the success rate of foundation building, it's all rumors, you still really believe it? While saying this, he also helped him organize his things. Zhao Changjing, on the other hand, he smiled. I've really studied it. I looked up all the information I could find on cultivators who succeeded in building their foundations in the last 50 years, and found that the unmarried ones surprisingly accounted for about 70%. Tell me, do I have a higher success rate if I don't get married? He packed up his clothes all in one go, shoving them into the cupboard in one go. The rest of the dirty stuff goes into the washing machine. In less than 3 minutes, it's all over. And then directly paralyzed on the sofa, resting comfortably. Zhang Tianzhou then followed his topic down. When are you going to build your foundation once? I seem to remember that you haven't tried it even once, right? Zhao Changjing said helplessly. It's not because I'm afraid. After all, it's the first time you build a foundation, you definitely need to be more prepared. At first, I wanted to be like you, to take advantage of my youthful vigor in charge once. But after seeing you fail, I thought in my heart that we both have similar qualifications, so I'm sure my chances are slim too. At that time, I started switching to cultivation techniques, and recently I'm almost at the 13th level of qi refining. Some potions that can increase the success rate have also been prepared. In another year or 2, we can try to make an impact. Hearing how well prepared he was, Zhang Tianzhou also sighed. Foundation building, it's really hard. How many people in our class have successfully built their foundations? Nowadays, the lifespan of most ordinary qi refining cultivators in the Immortal Mansion is around 150 years old. In other words, the 2 middle-aged men still have about 100 years of life left in their lives. As long as they succeeded in building their foundations, their lifespan would not be a problem at 250 years old, immediately doubling. Status and income can also be increased by a large margin. So the temptation to build a foundation was very great for them. Zhao Chongjing was puzzled. Don't you usually pay attention to space? Those guys, as soon as they've built their foundation, they'll definitely put up a shine. The class chat group will also immediately send out words of congratulations, and those who succeeded in building their foundations will also send out a red packet or something, and there's even a class reunion organized. So far, 8 of them have shown their foundation building photos. 2 of them even posted entry photos from large corporations. It's so coveted. If I had built up my foundation, damn it, I'd definitely treat myself to a 10-day running banquet, and I'd also have to fiercely act like a pussy. Zhang Tianzhou, on the other hand, smiled. Usually I'm a bit busy and seldom pay attention to group messages. Then he sighed, 8 ah. There were 36 people in our class at that time, and 8 of them have built their foundations. Old Kyung, how sure are you that you'll be able to build the foundation? You've been preparing for so many years, and you've redirected your technique, and you've kept your virgin body, and you've prepared a lot of potions, so you should be very hopeful, right? Zhao Chongjing took a long breath and shook his head slightly. No matter how much certainty there is, it can never reach 10%. As long as it's not 10%, there's always the possibility of failure. One can only say do your best. Seeing that your cultivation is almost at the peak of qi refining, isn't it time to prepare to start? Zhang Tianzhou nodded. Originally, I was thinking of taking the opportunity to pass the second order alchemist's examination to reach the peak of my confidence, and to remove the heart barrier of my previous failure in one fell swoop. But now it seems that there is not much hope. I'm now thinking about whether or not I should do the same as you, and switch my cultivation techniques. It would be better to spend another 10 years cultivating to the peak of qi refining to impact. The 2 middle-aged men who were both stopped by the foundation establishment both felt the pressure deeply. Zhao Chongjing was fearful, afraid of failure, so he was hesitant to build a foundation. On the other hand, Zhang Tianzhou had little confidence. I really envy Chao Gang. With such a strong will, he just charges straight ahead without saying anything. Zhao Chongjing talked about that Chao Gang with envy in his eyes. A person who was very low-key in the class, and whose grades were at the bottom of the list, almost failing to graduate, even succeeded in building a foundation last year, making the pressure on him increase twice as much. That's 4 impacts. I'm afraid I failed once. He shook his head as he spoke, not continuing further. Zhang Tianzhou could also understand that a person like Zhao Chongjing who was so well prepared that he delayed building his foundation just to be sure. If it failed, the blow to confidence would be devastating, I'm afraid. It is easy to be devastated. When Zhang Tianzhou was young, he relied on a force to charge directly, and after the failure, his mentality may still be able to flatten a little bit and will not be so blown up. But the consecutive failures of the second-order alchemist examination had also caused his confidence to suffer a considerable blow. Again, he had a premonition that more than 90% of him would not succeed if he tried to impact the foundation establishment this time around. That's why he was thinking about switching to a cultivation technique. Both middle-aged men spent the night with various thoughts. Do you have your passes, ID cards, pens for answering questions, and watches for timing? Early in the morning, Zhang Tianzhou led Zhou and Zhang Dancheng towards the examination center. He instructed them several times before they left. He had participated in several first-order alchemist examinations back then, and he had made a lot of mistakes just because his hands were busy. Now that he had become a person from the past, he naturally knew what to pay attention to. Don't worry, Dad, we're all well packed and have checked twice before we left the house. Zhang Dancheng patted his chest and responded with a packet. Zhang Tianzhou looked at Zhou and his own son, Zhang Dancheng. Finding that the 2 of them did not have the slightest look of nervousness and fear on their faces, instead, they were filled with longing for this first examination. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh, these 2 little guys, their future achievements will definitely be much higher than mine. He took a particularly close look at his sons, and the more he looked, the more pleased he was that the sadness from last night's conversation on the topic of foundation establishment was suddenly washed away quite a bit. It doesn't matter if I don't succeed in building my foundation, as long as my son succeeds. Thinking of this, his mood instantly relaxed quite a bit, and he wasn't so afraid of the second stage examination. The distance from Zhao Chongjing's residence to the examination center was very close. It was only a 5-minute walk. The 3 of them walked and chatted about the do's and don'ts regarding the examination process, and in a short while, they walked to the periphery of the examination center. The examination center was inside the Huangzhou City Formation Vocational University. Although this kind of university doesn't look like it has a good name, but after graduation, it basically guarantees distribution. Some of them go to work for various construction companies, specializing in the construction of formation foundations and formations for various buildings and bridges. There were also those who went to work in frontline armies, which would be less dangerous than frontline combatants. At this time, 3 gates had been installed at the entrance of the school, specializing in verifying the documents of the examiners. Coming. The three of them were standing in line when they suddenly heard someone excitedly shouting, "Here it comes!" Then the crowd looked towards the right in unison, only to see a number of TV reporters not far away clustered around a person coming this way. As there were just too many people, several security guards started to come forward to maintain order. That person is Dunlin? Jolie instantly recognized that the one who was surrounded by a group of people, with countless candidates competing to look ahead, was actually the Danglin he had seen earlier. Who is that person? Why does she look like a star? You know him, cousin? Zhang Dancheng asked curiously. To the side, Zhang Tianzhou explained, her name is Deng Lin, she is the daughter of Chen Lin, the vice president of the Apothecary Association. She was already admitted early by the Heavenly Flame Academy in her second year of high school, only she never went to it and is still in high school for further training. For this exam, it's rumored that she's going to challenge first and second rank alchemists at once, which is a feat that no one has ever done before. The identity, background, and what she's going to challenge are all very topical, so many reporters have caught wind of it and have come to interview her. Although he knew full well that Tang Lin's origins were not simple, hearing that she was the daughter of the vice president of the Pill Refiners Association, Jolie was still unusually surprised. What a big head! She's about the same age as us, right? This is the second stage of the test? Zhang Dancheng was also a pill refiner and naturally knew the difficulty of the second rank, so he was a bit in disbelief. Chapter 65 First Order Pill Refiner Examination. Under the rule of the Immortal Mansion, there are over 300 million people who can cultivate immortality, so any kind of genius could be born. Moreover, this Tang Lin's family lineage is very good. As long as her own endowment is not bad, it is possible that she can pass the second rank this time. Zhang Tianzhou said these words calmly on the surface, but his heart still felt a pang of sourness. He had worked so hard and failed the second rank alchemist examination for several times, and he couldn't see any hope this time. And the fact that this heaven's favorite daughter had hopes of reaching it at such a young age really made it unpleasant. On the side, Zhang Dancheng listened to the explanation and nodded as well. It's just like how I grew up learning pill refining from my father, so I was able to come to the first rank examination this time as well. Her mom is the vice president, so she must have taught even more. Jolie said in his heart, more than just teaching more? The second stage test is basically impossible to pass if you don't get to foundation establishment, yet Tang Lin was able to master a flame at a young age. In today's immortal mansion where all heavenly materials and earthly treasures are strictly controlled, to get this kind of flame, one must not only have money, but also have status and position. One cannot do without the other. But there was no way around it. Cultivation not only depends on the strengths and weaknesses of one's spiritual roots, but the status of one's parents is also a huge ballast. The competition between cultivators and cultivators is inherently unfair. Student Tang, I heard that you were already accepted into the Heavenly Flame Academy, one of the 5 university palaces in the country, last year, so why didn't you go straight to the university instead of continuing your studies in high school? A reporter's interview microphone was on the verge of disliking Tang Lin's face. I had dinner for lunch yesterday. Dunlin responded coldly as she pushed forward. That reporter asked with a puzzled face, having lunch yesterday has nothing to do with whether you go to college or not, right? Deng Lin gave him a blank look. Yes, it has nothing to do with you. That reporter hadn't seen an interviewer answer like this before and directly froze. Those of his peers immediately saw fit to fill the empty space. Ms. Tang, I'm from the Weird Wink blog, and I'd like to know what percentage of certainty you have about passing the second order alchemist test this time. You're so pretty, have you ever considered debuting as an Edison? Deng Lin gave him a breathless look. Have you ever considered doing 10 backflips in front of me? After saying that, he directly pushed away the reporters who stopped him with one hand and entered the ticket checking line. 10. This reporter, who clearly had more professional ethics, immediately recorded the headline of the story he was going to send out for publication. Tang Lin's self-reported statement that she is 10% sure of passing the second order alchemist examination. He had already conceptualized in his mind that when the time came, he would cut out all of Deng Lin's answers and just leave a 10. After thinking about it, he added another sentence to the end of this title. Not refusing to become a Netflix debutante. The surrounding security guards came up together at this time to stop the fly-like group of reporters outside. You're really here for the pill refiner test? Tang Lin, who was just about to line up, immediately saw Jolie not far away and was quite surprised. Today's Deng Lin was dressed in a red dress with a clean ponytail. Her looks were not as stunning as Nia Xian's, but she wasn't bad either. She walked straight up and sized him up. I thought my cousin was bragging when she boasted about your attainments in alchemy, but it seems that it's not just empty words. Are you here for the second stage examination as well? Hearing these words, Jolie's face paused somewhat unnaturally as he returned. I'm here to participate in the first order examination. After saying that, he added, I'm still far from the second rank. Oh. Dunlin didn't know him too well, either. It's just that this time she accidentally saw someone she knew well, so she came over to say hello. After saying this, it seems that there is nothing else to talk about between the two of them. I'm going to get in line. After saying that, Deng Lin consciously walked to the back of the inspection document line. On the side of Zhang Dansheng, since the first glimpse of Deng Lin from the near, two eyes are staring straight. Only after seeing her walk to the end of the line, no longer visible, did he come back to his senses. Cousin, when did you meet her? The head didn't even turn as he spoke, and his face obviously took on a bit of a longing look. It's just that I have had a meeting, and I can't talk about recognizing, my face is just familiar. This matter is not very good to explain, Jolie also said a random reason. It's our turn, take out your documents for inspection. Don't be in heat, the test is important. Seeing Zhang Dansheng looking back every now and then, just to take a look at that reddish figure, Jolie urged. Seeing his son like this, Zhang Tianzhou also smiled slightly and did not reprimand him. Son, people are here to test for second-order alchemists. If you can't even pass the first-rank test, are you embarrassed to even talk to her? As expected, this provocation succeeded in filling it with fighting spirit. Zhang Dansheng's face changed several times as he probed in Tang Lin's direction and then his face was full of perseverance. Dad, don't worry, this time, I will definitely put forth 12 points of effort, and I will definitely pass this stage of examination. Hearing this, Zhang Tianzhou gave a thumbs up to his son, that's right. To his uncle's operation like this, Jolie was also impressed in his heart. My own son is so obsessed. This father not only didn't stop him, but also didn't pour cold water on him. Rather, it will be transformed into Zhang Dansheng forward momentum. This kind of education is a bit ahead of its time. After passing through the gate check and entering the school, there were all kinds of signposts along the way, and every few hundred meters there was also a volunteer to help show the way. Even Jolie, who was here for the first time, easily found his way to the examination center. The interior of the Huangzhou City Formation Vocational University was totaled into two large areas. One area is the theory area, mainly in the east of the school, the teaching building, cafeteria, dormitory, and so on all together. It also covers a large area, more than 10 times the size of the third high school. The first-order alchemist examination was here. The other big area is the practice area, mainly on the west side of the school. The footprint there is dozens of times larger than on the east side of the. There are all kinds of foundations, land types that. As small as a room or as large as a city, there are corresponding scaled models that serve as scenarios for formation practice. There are also many supporting equipment, scientific research rooms, explosion-proof rooms, and so on. The second stage examination is located in the west of the school. Meet at the school entrance after the test later. The three of them synchronized the location of the gathering and ran off to the examination hall. Cousin, let's work hard together and try to pass in one go. As they parted, Zhang Dansheng clenched the fist in his hand and cheered towards Jolie. Jolie also nodded. Let's scrutinize the questions well, and strive for all the points we should get for the paper score. With our strength, there shouldn't be much of a problem. The paper exam for the first-order alchemist examination would last all day long. From 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, with no interruptions in between. In the evening, each teacher will approve the results and determine the list of those who will enter the re-examination, and notify them to the cell phone of each candidate. Tomorrow you can go straight to the retest examination. The day after tomorrow, the list of those who passed the examination will be out. The pace can be said to be quite fast. I'm in the 21st Examination Center, seat 17. Saying goodbye to Zhang Dansheng, Jolie followed the signage and found the examination room as well. According to the table labeled directly to his seat, taking out all the stationery and documents for answering the questions and placing them on the table, he quietly waited for the start of the examination. The number of people in this examination room is not large. Roughly looking at the markings on the desks, there should be 30 candidates. But it's getting close to the exam, but it's only half full, and many of the desks are empty. I guess many people chose to abandon the exam. Jolie also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Seeing the news said that the number of people including the apothecary examination this year has hit a record high. Looking at the situation at the examination center today, the competition shouldn't be as fierce as imagined. Due to the policy of having extra points in the college entrance examination for passing the examination as a first-order alchemist. Many high school students will take some courses in pill refining on the side in their spare time. However, those like Jolie and Zhang Dansheng, who always had a top first-ranked pill refiner to teach them by hand, were still in the minority. Most students were enrolled in classes, and naturally, the results weren't as good as they could have been. So there are a lot of those who give up on the exam. The invigilator is here. It was almost 8:40 when one of the candidates sitting in the doorway shouted out that. Immediately afterward, an examiner carrying 2 handfuls of question papers walked in. This examiner appeared to be tall and thin, with a hardened face that. His gaze was rather cold, sweeping towards the candidates like a panther looking at its prey, causing chills to rise in his heart. Foundation stage cultivator? Feeling the unfathomable aura of the examiner, Jolie's heart flinched. I didn't expect that a pill refiner examination would have a foundation establishment stage expert as the examiner. Chapter 66 Paper Examination. Alright, the exam begins. After the examiner walked in, he didn't say anything, he just sat on the podium and looked at the various candidates, not even verifying the candidates' information. When it was around 8:55, he directly started distributing the question papers. In the middle of the process, there was no mention of any exam-related notes. Even the cell phones and other communication devices of each candidate were confiscated. It was as if the matter did not concern them. After the papers were handed out, he sat paralyzed, closed his eyes and it seemed as if he was sleeping. This strange behavior made some of the first-time students was puzzled. This examiner has such a big heart? Could it be that he isn't afraid of the students underneath cheating? Jolie was also a little confused by this whole operation. Never seen such a proctored exam before. Suddenly, his gaze froze, as if he had thought of something and then a dawning look appeared on his face. Foundation establishment cultivators are able to have their divine sense leave their bodies. This examiner is sweeping the entire field with his divine sense. Thinking of this, he also endeavored to feel that sure enough, a sweeping sensation, if any, would fall upon his body from time to time. Due to the large gap in divine sense between him and that invigilator, he couldn't even notice it if he wasn't paying attention. Soon, the test papers were handed out. You will look at the papers first and start answering the questions at 9 o'clock. The examiner said lazily and took up a bench to set his feet on and found a comfortable position to continue lying there, and it seemed as if he really didn't care about the situation in the examination room. I don't care how the invigilator is doing, I'll just answer the questions honestly anyway. It's better not to play any tricks under the eyes of a foundation establishment cultivator. Jolie looked at the time on the wall clock, it was now 8:59, 1 minute short of 9 o'clock. He lowered his head and carefully surveyed the test paper. Throughout the paper, about 80% of the questions were routine, all of them basic. It's a test of basic skills. The remaining 20% is what really ups the difficulty. Those difficult penultimate few questions, Jolie the first time to read directly ignored. Save yourself from unconsciously remembering when answering the questions, affecting your answer thoughts. Bell. Accompanied by a crisp bell ringing from outside, the role representing the first-rank alchemist examination began to officially start. Jolie also immediately picked up his pen and began to answer the questions. The first question wasn't very easy. It was related to formations. Which of the following 4 formations has the best preservation effect on potions? The 4 options given were all relatively close to each other and were the ones most commonly used by unusual alchemists when refining medicines. All 4 would be fine if they were based on experience. But now, after all, it was the apothecary exam, and the test was more of a theory. Jolie had seen this type of question many times while brushing up on his knowledge and had learned in detail the advantages and disadvantages of each commonly used formation. So it was very easy to pick out the answer. The next questions were very basic, but the answers weren't the kind that you could tell at a glance. And it's easy to confuse them with real-world experience. It's fair to say that there are still quite a few potholes that it's easy to fall into the trap if you don't compare each answer carefully. It can be seen that the teacher of the questions has made every one of them with immense care. Who? After answering a calculation question, Jolie took a long breath. This question was not simple, it was to calculate the formula for the fusion of the medicinal properties of the beneficial chi pill and to write out the reactions that took place in it, and to give the most perfect time to awaken the elixir. The difficulty of this question is not too great, but not too small. It requires a high level of understanding of Danmaku on the part of the candidate. It was a good thing that the chi benefiting pill was in the scope of the focused examination of 300 potions test points that Jolie had purchased. He had a thorough understanding of all the potions involved. It wasn't too difficult for him. But it took no small amount of effort to answer it. Candidate number 3, Lu Jing, you may put down your test paper and go out. This cheating behavior of yours will be recorded in your file. Just as the crowd was struggling to answer the questions, the examiner's voice suddenly came from the podium. This invigilator, whose presence had been very low since he entered the examination room, was still squinting slightly at this time and looking as if he had already fallen asleep. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, he directly told candidate number 3 to go out and at once, he drew everyone's attention to him. Old teacher, I didn't. I really didn't. That number 3 candidate's face was pale, the whole person was as if he had lost his mind, repeating the words I didn't over and over again. Obviously being caught in the act had caused him to panic. The first order alchemist certificate was able to add points to the college entrance exam, and it could be said to be a relevant and important exam. Cheating in this kind of large-scale examination that the entire immortal mansion attached immense importance to. If caught, it can be said that one's life could be ruined. The stigma of cheating follows you for the rest of your life along with your file. You'll be asked about it no matter what organization you apply to. That third candidate should have known there were such serious consequences to be so scared. I'll say it again, put down the test paper and get out. Otherwise, I'm going to add another item for you for disrupting the exam room. The invigilator was not moved at all, still speaking coldly. That examinee trembled, and then tears came out of his eyes and, without taking his papers or documents, he ran straight out of the classroom. You guys go on. The invigilator just waved his hand casually and continued to fake sleep. But at this moment, no one dared to take it lightly anymore. No one dared to underestimate the divine sense of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Candidates who wanted to make a move also had to put an end to this thought and answered the questions seriously. Jolie also continued to look down and scrutinize the questions, heading towards the next question. Ring ring ring. At 5 in the afternoon, the bell for the end of the exam rang on time. Candidates stopped answering questions. The examiner, who had been sitting there motionless for 8 whole hours, finally stood up and scrutinized the examination room. Then faintly opened his mouth and uttered these words. No one in the room dared to disobey and put down the pens in their hands. Then he began to collect the test papers. Any of you who know this Lu Jing, please take his papers back. The invigilator asked as he collected the test papers and received candidate number 3. Candidate number 21 on the spot timidly raised his hand. I'm from the same school as him, I can bring it to him. The invigilator nodded and proceeded to collect the test papers. Alright, you guys can go now. There were only half as many candidates on the site, and the papers were collected very quickly, in less than a minute. Accompanied by the words of the invigilator, many students have begun to pack stationery and documents, ready to leave. After leaving the exam room and walking down the same path to the school entrance, I found that my cousin Zhang Danshang was already waiting there and his exam room was closer to the school entrance, and he came out faster. Cousin, how was the exam? As soon as they met, Zhang Danshang greeted them and couldn't wait to ask. Jolie nodded, not bad. The basic questions this time weren't that hard, it's the last 4 big questions that got on the hard side. As soon as he talked about those big questions, Zhang Danshang had some frustration on his face. What the hell is the last question this year? Solving the equation of the pulse-protecting pill medicinal volatilization cycle and the refining decomposition equation. I didn't even understand the question, how can I answer it? This topic, is it really within the scope of our first stage examination? It feels like it's all going to use quite a bit of college knowledge. Jolie, on the other hand, laughed. The last questions in previous years were ridiculously difficult, it's not like you don't know. Didn't you prepare for not being able to answer the last question before the exam? He understood the last question a little bit. When he was brushing up on the questions earlier, he happened to come across a fill-in-the-blank question that sought to solve the optimal time for refining the Jasper cream. In it, there was something about the refining decomposition formula. It's just that question is too difficult, sprawling over dozens of pages of paper that he probably gave up after checking the answer process. He didn't realize that this time, the last big question had encountered a rather similar topic. Although he did not know the process and method of solving, but the general idea was still clear. He wrote a part of the second question, refining decomposition formula, which should be able to get some points. As for the first sub-question's medicinal volatilization cycle equation, he didn't have a clue anymore. In fact, he had finished answering the question about an hour and a half before the test, and had double-checked the entire paper. And only then did he begin to concentrate on pounding out the last question. Only, unfortunately, an hour and a half passed and there was still not much to go on, just the bit he had encountered before. But at least it was something to write about, and the result wasn't bad at all. These things he naturally would not tell his cousin, preventing it from having ups and downs and affecting the possible retest tomorrow. The two of them also chatted about some other topics, and after matching their answers, they were largely in agreement. Uncle's out. As they chatted, the paper exam for the second-order alchemist test ended. Jolie saw Zhang Tianzhou walking over from a distance. Zhang Danshang, on the other hand, had his eyes bulking as if he had searched for someone else. Once they met, he immediately asked, Dad, how did you do on the exam? Without waiting for Zhang Tianzhou to reply, he continued, Did Deng Lin take the exam with you? How did she do on the exam? Zhang Tianzhou, who was preparing to receive comfort from his son, heard this and rolled his eyes in a burst. Brat, Laozi raised you for so many years, yet you only care about a girl you only met once? Chapter 67 Zhao Changjing decides to build a foundation. That Deng Lin is in a separate examination room. His first stage examination and second stage examination paper exams are in one piece. Although he said so on his lips, Zhang Tianzhou still explained. That little girl is extraordinary. When I passed by the exam room she was in after the exam, I found that she was extremely quick to put pen to paper, and I'm afraid that her thoughts on answering the questions were extremely fluent. It is estimated that it is really possible to pass the first and second order paper examinations, creating history. Whether it's the first or second order, the roll scores aren't simple. So it takes longer to take both the exams together. Dad, how did you do on the test? Was there anything you couldn't answer? Zhang Dansheng asked one more time. When it comes to the exam, Zhang Tianzhou exhaled deeply and shook his head. No way. The second stage test is even harder this year, many of the topics are impossible to start. Several question types appeared for the first time, and it took several readings to understand them. Ugh. The last long sigh was a sort of a summary of his second-order preparation career. I guess I don't have much hope of making it into the retest, so tomorrow you guys work hard and try to pass this first-rank test. When saying this, the tone of voice was frustrated though, but with eyes burning into his own son's, clearly pinning his hopes on him. Zhang Dancheng also nodded his head heavily. Dad, don't worry, this time, I will pass the first stage examination first and then pass the second stage in a few years to make up for your regrets. When I succeed in building my foundation, I will definitely refine a foundation establishment pill for you. Hearing these words from his son, although Zhang Tianzhou knew that it was not a great hope, he still laughed openly and was very pleased. The three of them walked and chatted as they headed straight for Zhao Changjing's home. Once they entered, they found Zhao Changjing unpacking couriers, and there were quite a few of them, piled up half of the living room. Lao Jing, you bought so many things? Getting ready for a daughter-in-law? Zhang Tianzhou looked around and realized that a lot of them were various herbs. Curious again, he said, you're preparing to refine medicine? Zhao Changjing calmly said as he unwrapped the courier once more, I've decided to impact foundation establishment. It's no good dragging it out after so many years. Early death or late death is still death, so let's rush it first. If we succeed, we'll be treated to a 10-day banquet. If you fail, hurry up and restore your roots, get married, and have a third child to contribute to the population of the immortal mansion. Hearing this, Zhang Tianzhou asked curiously, you're sure? This is not like your style. No more looking for more pills that increase the success rate of foundation building? He and Zhao Changjing were college classmates and knew his nature and that he wouldn't be so impulsive in doing things. Especially the matter of building the foundation he has been preparing for so many years. Suddenly it was ready to begin, making it very puzzling. Zhao Changjing's movement of unwrapping the express stopped and directly sat down on the ground while looking at Zhang Tianzhou. There isn't much certainty, but it's still a rush. We can't get the foundation building done anyway, and it's so much to prepare for another 100 years, there's not much value in dragging it out any longer. And he paused and looked at the two of them, Zhou and Zhang Dancheng. And I figured out that my ceiling is right here. But I can have one, start raising him from a young age, raise his ceiling, and finish what I left unfinished. He talked with Zhang Tianzhou until very late last night. The more he talked, the more he felt that his classmate Old Boat had made quite the right choice in getting married. After having a child, even if he didn't succeed in building his own foundation, he would still pin all his hopes on him, and will not be demoralized and completely swing for the fences. That's why he's plucked up the courage to try a wave and step right into the process of grooming the next generation if it doesn't work out. Cheer up. I wish you success. Zhang Tianzhou also patted his shoulder, not knowing what to say. He had also experienced foundation building and knew that it was difficult for outsiders to do much to help in this process. Everything could only rely on himself. As for the experience of building the foundation and so on, he only had the experience of failure, this might as well not be said, And there are so many related papers and videos on the internet, it's definitely more professional than what he's saying, So there wasn't much to tell. He took out a few bottles of medicine from his arms and said, I used these medicines back then, and they can quickly stabilize the injuries without the roots crumbling too hard. If it succeeds, naturally I won't be able to use it, but if it fails, you can try it. Zhao Changjing rolled his eyes, you kid, you won't wait for me to fail to visit me before delivering the medicine? Giving it in advance now, isn't that cursing me? Although he said so on his lips, he still accepted it. I'll start preparing as soon as you guys finish your exams. I've rented a room on the Imperial Spirit Mountain, so I'll go up there and start building my foundation when I'm almost ready. The vast majority of the Spirit Vein treasure mountains under the Immortal Mansion's rule had already been encircled to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. However, these spirit veins, which were far richer in spiritual energy content than the outside world, were not closed to the public. As long as one spends enough money and then meets certain conditions, all of them could rent a room in a spirit vein for cultivation. Many cultivators who were preparing to hit their bottlenecks would choose to make a breakthrough by renting a room in a spirit vein. This Imperial Spirit Mountain was one of the mountain ranges within Huangzhou that had a leaning spiritual qi content. Many of the precious medicinal herbs circulating in the market of Huangzhou were also harvested from the mountain. Zhang Tianzhou nodded, build your foundation properly and strive to succeed once and for me to wade through a wave of success first. I still want to eat your flowing banquet, he said and shook his head. Just for today. Let's go out for a nice rubdown tonight. It's an early celebration for you. There's still some time between the marking of papers and the results coming out. He happened to want to take this opportunity to relax and unwind as well. The two of them, Zhou and Zhang Danshang, naturally had no problem with it. The four of them came to the street and turned around, so they chose a more upscale-looking restaurant. The interior was decorated in a rather ancient style. Flowing water, green plants, ancient plaques, old rattan chairs, like walking into the premises of the ancients.
The menu is quite unique, too.
Some common spiritual plants are available, and there are even some more ferocious demonic beasts: explosive brine tiger demon head, steamed leopard waist.
Zhang Tianzhou realized that the written test was hopeless.
Then he directly drank with Zhao Shangjing and talked at length about the. Zhou Li and Zhang Dancheng both drank their drinks and did not get involved.
Lao Jing, what do you think is the difference between us cultivators and mortals?
After 3 rounds of wine, the 2 middle-aged men talked a lot and had a lot of emotions. Zhao Changjing's drunken eyes were hazy. As I see it, it's better to be mortal. Those of us who are cultivators, every day we just think about cultivation and improving our realm, and once we see that there is no hope of breaking through, we always have to fight desperately, or go to the front line to grab a chance, or swallow forbidden medicines to rush away, and the result is that we all fall down early. There aren't many cultivators who can truly live normally until they are 100 years old. As he spoke, he covered his head, his reddened face showing a hint of exhaustion. Even those who succeeded in their breakthroughs are still preoccupied with impacting the next realm, never stopping and being trapped for the rest of their lives. How good it is for mortals. There is no hope for cultivation in the first place. It's time to eat, it's time to drink, it's time to live freely. You can enjoy life freely. Just like me, the first half of my life was spent in fear and trembling, living only for the sake of building the foundation.
Everything I do is an endeavor for that.
Sometimes, I go to sleep wondering if my life will be ruined if I fail to build my foundation.
Alas, he said as he raised another glass of white wine and drank it down. Zhang Tianzhou also shared the same feeling. Foundation building.
How many qi refining cultivators have gotten stuck at this level?
Thinking about it now, if the spiritual root test came to be spirit rootless in the first place, wouldn't one live a more completely relaxed life and not be so tired?
Knowing that the path to immortality is hopeless, one still has to struggle so hard. He seemed to be thinking of the time he failed to build his foundation, as well as the unsatisfactory results of these second stage examinations, and his mood was even worse.
Also directly drank a cup. Dad, it won't happen. You'll definitely be able to break through foundation establishment.
Even if you can't break through for a while, I'll still refine a foundation establishment pill for you in the future. Zhang Dancheng saw that his dad was in such a dejected mood, and it was hard on his heart as well. Jolie also admonished, since we have the opportunity to cultivate immortality, we naturally have to take advantage of it, otherwise we will definitely regret it when we are old. A long life on the Great Tao is not something to aspire to, as long as there are no regrets in our hearts. When he was stuck at the bottleneck of the 5th level of qi refining for nearly 2 years, he had complained in his heart for some time and thought of giving up. Later on, he still continued to diligently cultivate with the idea of leaving no regrets in high school, never stopping. In fact, there was one more thing he didn't say in his heart. That is, if you fail, you can still live much better than mortals by cultivating the 100 arts to support your family. However, he was also aware that the conversation between the two was just 2 middle-aged men whining, and it didn't mean that they really wanted to become mortals again and didn't want to work hard for foundation establishment. It was just a complaint of being confused about the path ahead of them. Zhao Changjing poured another cup and muffled it in one gulp. That's right, I'll come back to decadence and by drunkenness when I fail to build my foundation, and have a good swing for a few years.
It's a bit early to say that now. Suzu.
As he was speaking, Jolie felt a vibration from the cell phone on his body. He opened it to see that it was a notification text message. Candidate Jolie, exam card number 8529637417894546, you have passed the preliminary examination for the First Order Alchemist examination you took today. Please arrive at the Huangzhou Professional Formation University by 10 a.m. tomorrow to take the retest. The detailed location of the retest is. Seeing the words "the preliminary examination has been passed."
Ha!
Jolie directly shouted in excitement. Immediately afterward, the cousin next to him, Zhang Dancheng, also jumped up happily. Dad, cousin, I passed the preliminary exam. Chapter 68, the review exam begins.
When the three of Jolie arrived at the Huangzhou Professional Formation University, found that there were far fewer candidates today than yesterday.
I've read the official release yesterday. 738 people were admitted to the first stage examination preliminary test today, and 245 people were admitted to the second stage examination preliminary test. Zhang Dancheng had a look of excitement on his face, obviously very happy that he was able to pass the preliminary examination.
I even sent a friend's circle yesterday.
Jolie also couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. The results of the preliminary exam were really beyond expectation. I didn't think I could rank 103rd. After receiving the notification last night, he immediately logged onto the official website of the Apothecary Association to check the specific roll score results.
Cousin Zhang Dancheng was ranked 318th.
Jolie guessed that it was probably the last big question that pulled some points. The rest of the basics were pretty much the same for both of them. Zhang Tianzhou, on the other hand, was quite relaxed as he said to his son, "Don't be careless on this retest, learn from Shaoli, be steady, and get the points you deserve. You two are not bad in terms of practical exercises. Most of the pill refining equipment I bought is also based on the standards of the test, so you'll be a little more familiar with using it. As long as you keep in mind the norms I usually teach you, and don't deduct too many points from your operations, the chances of being able to pass the test are still high. Zhang Dancheng nodded his head honestly. Don't worry, Dad, my cousin and I will be able to get out from today. Just wait for our good news. Jolie, on the other hand, asked as if he was seeking stability. The review practical test won't test some of the more eccentric pills, right? I see that the past year's questions appeared several times on the topic of out-of-the-way pills. Speaking of this, Zhang Dancheng was quite hesitant. Right, Dad, what should we do in case the retest messes up an unseen elixir for us to refine? Zhang Tianzhou on the other hand nodded slightly. I also have some understanding of the past year's questions. The retests are not simple. Now more than 700 people are estimated to be good if they can pass half of the exams. As for the raw elixir aspect, you shouldn't have to worry too much. After all, it's only a first-order alchemist test. It won't be too out of the ordinary, even if some of them appear. It's just a test of your on-the-spot reaction ability. Most of the herbs are still relatively common. In any case, you guys follow the procedure I usually teach. It's absolutely right. First, check each instrument and adjust the parameters, then check each herb and the order in which it is placed. What to do if you encounter an incorrect herb. Uncle Zhang Tianzhou was experienced after all, and carefully explained some more necessary details. Jolie and Zhang Dancheng both awakened their spiritual power. Their memory far exceeded that of normal people, and they firmly memorized every word. I'll wait here for you guys to come out. Zhang Tianzhou waved goodbye to the two of them at the entrance of the examination room. In yesterday's second stage examination, he ranked 937, and without any surprise, he fell out of the rankings, so he didn't go in with the two men. Cousin, why don't we see Tang Lin today? As soon as he entered the campus, Zhang Dancheng began to look around and search. She's really powerful. Not only did she top the first rank test, she even came over to the second rank. She's really strong. Jolie also nodded in agreement. He had also deliberately looked at Tang Lin's when he checked his scores, and his first order examination paper score was ranked first. The second rank, on the other hand, ranked 78th. It's also a pretty impressive ranking. For today's retest, the odds are that this Dunlin will be on the board, as well. After all, she was carrying a demonic fire, plus her mom was the vice president of the Apothecary Association, so it was unlikely that there would be any problems with the practical exercises. The only thing that could go wrong is that she's young and her mind is unstable. Thinking of this, Jolie shook his head. That Deng Lin didn't look like a mentally fragile person either. She has passed both the first and second order. The review examination test must also be the first and second order together. It is estimated that she is in the second order examination center, not in the same place as us. Hearing this, Zhang Dancheng gave a slightly disappointed "Oh. I wonder when I'll be able to see her again." The two made their way along the signposts, and before long they saw the examination center. This time, the first rank alchemist retest examination was inside an experimental building that. On the first floor, there were several examiners, and after checking the documents, they guided the students to different floors to take the test. Jolie, you are 210 on the third floor. Zhang Dancheng, you're 101 on the fifth floor. The elevator reached the third floor, and the two said their goodbyes and Zhang Dancheng shook his fist towards it and encouraged, "Cheer up. We'll pass." Jolie also nodded in response, "Careful. Rigorous. Pay attention to operational details." After the two said their goodbyes, they followed what the examiner downstairs had said to find the exam room they were in. At this time the third floor had already gathered more than a dozen people, all wandering back and forth in the corridor, and greeting each other. There was an invigilator sitting at the end and didn't care about any of this. Jolie walked to 210 with some curiosity, and found that the door was tightly closed. The entire room was also made of special materials, capable of isolating divine sense. The door and the windows on the wall were also covered by a layer of dark cloth. "Brother, don't look, I've already observed it, I can't see inside." While Jolie was repeatedly checking, one of the candidates next to him directly came over and chimed in. At this moment, Jolie also finally understood why these candidates were walking around in the corridor, clearly having nothing to do. "So are we waiting here for the examiners to come over?" The examiner nodded. "Someone just asked the teacher sitting there and said we should wait here. When we wait until the point of time, the examiner will naturally come and conduct the exam," said the man and spat again. "To make it so mysterious this year, I guess it's because of last year's leaked questions. I really want to give that a punch, causing us later candidates to suffer and not be able to familiarize ourselves in advance." Jolie asked with interest, "Last year's question leak? What was that incident? There doesn't seem to be any relevant reports online." The candidate was surprised. "You don't know? It's that before this year, first order examination review candidates were allowed to enter early. Although they can't move around, they can use this time to familiarize themselves with the equipment and herbs in the examination hall, and mentally think about the relevant details in advance. Last year, there was an asshole who went into the exam room early and actually used an excuse to go to the restroom, sent the questions to someone outside, and directly searched for the answers online. Exam centers have signal blockers now, and I don't know how those guys operate them. Anyway, there's this new program that's been in effect since this year that doesn't allow candidates to enter early. What a gas! Hearing that there was such a thing, Jolie was speechless in his heart. But now that it had happened, no amount of complaining would help. While they were talking, the examiners also went upstairs and started entering the examination room one after another. The candidates who were walking around in the corridor also quickly returned to their own examination rooms, waiting for the examination to begin. The one invigilating Jolie was a middle-aged man. His cultivation level was probably around the 12th level of chi refining, and he was oily, with a big waist. As soon as the door of the examination room was opened, the first thing that caught his eyes was a large lab table, but it had been simply transformed into a pill refining operating table. Some pill refining implements had been placed on the table, similar to the ones in Uncle's store, and all kinds of herbs. A touch of earth fire also extended out from the bottom, causing the temperature in the room to rise quite a bit as well. No wonder there's a $50,000 entry fee for the first-rank pharmacist examination. Just the preparation of these herbs, ground fire and equipment is a considerable expense. Jolie secretly marveled in his heart. He had learned about the history of the apothecary examination before. In the beginning, in order to save costs, dozens of people used one operating table, and then realized that this was unfair to those who operated in front of them, and that those who came after them could observe the accumulated experience of the. Then later is one by one into the indoor assessment, and found that the first to finish the test out of the examination room will leak the question. Then later slowly evolved, has been to the present form of this one person, one piece of equipment. Maximize the fairness, but the cost also increased a lot. But this amount of money is not a big problem for Jolie. For this retest, there are a total of 3 questions. In addition to my live scoring, the 3 high-definition cameras in the room will also upload every step of your operation to the expert group side, and they will review every candidate's score. Accompanied by the examiner's words, this pill refiner examination was considered to have officially begun. Chapter 69, 3 Examination Questions. Jolie noticed that the herbs on the operating table were divided into 3 piles that. The first pile of herbs, which he was more familiar with, he could tell at a glance that it was for refining the blood concentration dispersion, At the same time, he also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was also very skillful in refining the blood condensation dispersion. The second pile of herbs was barely recognizable for the most part, with only 2 being unseen. The third pile had even more unrecognizable ones, nearly half of which he was unfamiliar with. And his heart snapped up. The examiner, on the other hand, began to explain the content of this retest. The first question, refine the blood condensation pill. The herbs are prepared in 2 portions, you can have 2 chances to try, just succeed once. The second question, repair a broken remnant of an elixir. Third question, refine a broken stump paste. The length of the test is 6 hours, if you complete it, you can show me. If you don't finish when the time is up, this examination will also be automatically terminated. There are still 3 minutes before the official examination. You can familiarize yourself with the herbs and equipment first, and after 3 minutes, the examination can officially begin. After saying that, the examiner stood there quietly without saying a word. Jolie, on the other hand, scanned through the herbs, reconfirming that those few unrecognizable herbs had indeed never been seen before. And then he turned his gaze to a jade box that contained the remnant dan that needed to be repaired for the second question. Whatever, this remnant dan will be looked at later. Recall the process of refining the blood condensation pill first. Although he had successfully refined it only a few months ago, but after all, this was a pill refiner's test, so he didn't dare to be careless about it. Carefully going over each step in his mind, confirming that there's no problem. Only then did he begin to observe the pill refining equipment. Thanks to the fact that the equipment purchased by his uncle was similar to the one used for the exam, he familiarized himself with it quickly and the model, parameters and whatnot can be adjusted after a general glance. Alright, the test begins. Accompanied by the examiner's words, the retest of the first-rank alchemist examination was considered to have officially begun. Jolie put on the lab coat that was placed on the rack next to him, and after a series of preparations such as washing his hands and sterilizing his hands were done, he first turned his attention to the first pile of herbs for refining the blood condensation essence, lining them up in the order in which he had refined them, then checking each instrument according to the usual code of practice, Sure enough, there were 2 instruments with incorrect parameters and a button that wasn't tightened. He then proceeded to check the condition of each herb, confirming that there was no damage to any of them. After all the preparations were done, then the formal refining began. He was very familiar with this potion, and the whole refining process was flowing without the slightest hitch. It only took less than 40 minutes to refine it in one go. Jolie let out a deep breath and carefully stored the refined potion in a pill bottle. This pill bottle was to be sent up for inspection as the result of the exam.
Next, it's the second question, repairing the remnant pills.
The blood condensing powder had been successfully refined, and the first question was passed.
But he still didn't have much of a clue about the second question.
He didn't rush to open the jade box first, but first observed the pile of herbs, carefully identifying the two that he didn't recognize. The herb is translucent red and smells heavy, but the mind is getting clearer. I'm afraid the medicinal properties are related to refreshing the mind. The other one is slightly lighter in color, and slightly cold to the touch. He also carefully tore off a sliver of leaf and tasted it, and his tongue instantly felt refreshed. Combined with the other herbs, he roughly judged in his mind that the remnant dan was probably related to spirit and divine sense.
He whirled around and opened the jade box. An ethereal fragrance enveloped the entire laboratory. Upon smelling this fragrance, he immediately thought of the pot of blue crystal flowers in the principal's office.
This residual dan in front of him looked slightly dark in appearance, and there were quite a few empty holes in the.
Obviously, the dan formation process was only halfway through.
Jolie thought about the pills he had refined before and began to anticipate the scenario in his mind. Thinking about it, he took out a piece of paper and began to act it out. Behind each herb corresponded to a medicinal formula that.
The melting of herbs is a reaction between these equations. The order of precedence can be critical.
Although there were two grasses whose medicinal equations he was not aware of. But from the properties he observed, they should be stronger than the other herbs and could be placed at the top. In terms of the order of precedence, based on experience, the one with a slightly darker color could be a bit further forward. The rest can be solved according to the formula combinations for the best match. These calculations were also a part of the content of the first stage examination competition, and he was quite familiar with them. In less than 20 minutes, he figured out the best order and ratio. Then one could start condensing according to the results of the calculations. The optimal portions and refining order of the other herbs can be calculated, but the dosages of those two unfamiliar herbs are not well controlled. Jolie was somewhat in trouble at the moment. That's right, I can use the hostile proportioning method to test the optimal proportion. This method was also the most common experimental method used by various first-rank apothecaries to deal with unfamiliar herbs. Specifically, you can start by taking a 1/3 dose of each and reacting to it. Depending on the intensity of the reaction and other relevant conditions, it will be possible to determine whether the current dosage ratio is optimal.
Then keep putting in as much as you can and keep watching.
This approach just requires a higher level of insight and, after all, the drug reaction can be so intense that the moment is missed. But Jolie's divine sense had greatly increased in perception after the last growth, and he was still comfortable dealing with this. After determining the program, it took less than 10 minutes to grasp that point of optimal rationing. Then he quickly added the melted medicinal liquid to the residual dan, put it into the instrument and began to condense it. When the reaction was almost done, he quickly put in another herb, according to his own calculations. After repeating this for more than 10 times, the herbs were finally all used up, and the temperature of the ground fire began to rise dramatically.
The repaired remnant dan also reacted to the most intense moment within the apparatus. Ding!
The instrument let out a crisp beep, meaning that the elixir inside the reactor had been completely formed. Jolie looked at the dashboard and saw that everything was normal, indicating that the elixir was in good condition. The heart he had been holding tightly also fell by half.
Pa!
He opened the instrument, and a bejeweled, translucent, slightly reddish elixir appeared in front of him. Looking at the character, the degree of completion was very high.
This second question is also considered a success over. Jolie let out a long sigh of relief.
According to past experience, if you answer 2 of the 3 questions on the retest correctly, you are basically assured that
Now that he has repaired this remnant of the elixir,
it meant that passing this retest should be no problem.
However, he wouldn't give up answering questions because of this.
Looking at the time, with 3 hours left, he decided to take another look at the third question. He carefully placed the repaired elixir back into the jade box and put it aside. His gaze then turned to the third pile of herbs. After 20 minutes of observation, he had a slight headache. He only recognized half of this third pile of herbs and hadn't seen much of the remaining half. Broken cream sounds like a poultice for healing traumatic injuries. The reaction equation of this ointment shouldn't be as moderate as the party's elixir, so I guess it should be similar to a blood clotting elixir. Thinking of this, Jolie seemed to have an aura in his mind that.
However, he could never catch that aura.
He could only continue to take out his draft paper and kept on calculating listing out the medicinal equations of those familiar half of the herbs, constantly making combinations of medicinal properties that. However, there was never much of a clue, and it always felt like these equations were missing something important.
Time went by, and before I knew it, there was only an hour and a half left before the end of the exam.
Jolie, however, was never able to do so, not knowing what combination of medicinal properties to use to string the equations together.
That's right, the poultice. Finally, he seemed to think of something. Poultices are not the same as pills and potions. Why do I keep thinking in the same way I think of condensing pills and condensing potions? He immediately switched his thoughts and it occurred to him that the poultice should be a string of water and earth attribute herbs to link up the whole process. He opened his mind at once, and the equation, after constant variations, finally settled on a sequential order. Then he went about identifying the remaining herbs, in various ways. Shape, taste, odor, texture, and so on, and again replacing them with herbs from memory that might be similar to these medicinal effects, filling these herbs into the equation over and over again. Finally, the overall refining plan for this continuous cream was finally pieced together. And at this time, there were only 20 minutes left until the end of the examination. He was just about to start refining. But after looking at the time, he gave up. It's too late to refine it anyway, so I'll just refine the program and try to get more points. The rest of the time he kept comparing herbs and perfecting the refining formula. Until the examination bell ended. Well done. The examiner had been watching Jolie answer from the side and nodded appreciatively towards him. It's a pity that there wasn't enough time, or else you really could have refined this second-order medicine. Your answer process and thought process are very good. The third question should score about half the points. Jolie smiled coyly towards the examiner. Thank you. Thank you, teacher. The examiner responded, you may leave, there will be a special person here to clean up. Jolie nodded his head toward it in greeting, and then took his documents and left the examination room. Yay! As soon as he exited the exam room, he clenched his fists and shouted in a low voice. Passing this first rank examination was basically a 10% sure thing that the efforts made over the years had finally come to fruition at this moment. Chapter 70, Diving into Cultivation. 3 days had passed since the end of the first rank alchemist examination. Just now, Jolie had finally received his official first-order pill master certificate. The day after the examination, the official website of the apothecary published the list of those who had passed the examination. Jolie had passed the examination this time with the 103rd place in the preliminary examination, the 9th place in the retest, and the 27th place overall. The Zhang Dansheng, on the other hand, was slightly less impressive, 318th in the preliminary exam, 210th in the retest, and 280th overall. Fortunately, a total of 300 were admitted to this first stage examination, and it was considered to be stuck at the threshold and crossed the line. Getting this first order certificate means that the college entrance exam will have 10 extra points. For Jolie, who did not have a high spiritual root score, it was naturally a great boost. As for that genius Deng Lin, she ranked high in first place on the list of first-rank examination results. Jolie recalled what the examiner had said at the time, that the last course, Severing Cream, belonged to the category of second-order medicines. For Tang Lin, it was probably a piece of cake. As for the second stage exam, Tang Lin was in the 78th place in the preliminary exam, and 61st place in the retest. The combined score was 70th, and she also passed the second-order alchemist's examination. It also set a new record for the youngest second-order pill refiner. Now the official website of the Apothecary Association still has her picture hanging for publicity. Jolie had known that he was far away from this kind of genius, so he didn't have any strange emotions in his heart. He was only thinking about when he could also break through to the level of a second-order pill refiner. According to my situation, I should only be able to attempt the second-order examination after building the foundation. Otherwise, there shouldn't be half a chance. He continued to place the apothecary certificate into the box and carefully stored it away. And then began to think about the next stage of his cultivation plan. The pill refiner's examination is over, it's time to properly cultivate the technique next. In addition to the 9-yang condensed elemental technique, a high-level puppet at the 9th level of qi refining should also be brought along for study, and the fighting training should not be left behind. Also take some time out to review your textbook knowledge, this can't be dropped either. Time really not enough. Jolie felt like he had too many things to do, each one important to put down. But things were always prioritized. He ranked his priorities, and it was still the gongfu that was the most important. He was still at the 2nd level of qi refining, which was definitely not enough for the entrance exam. For the next 48 hours of the day, 24 hours will be used for cultivation, 6 hours will be used for rest, 10 hours for puppet research, 4 hours for combat training, and 4 hours for textbook knowledge. After lining up the cultivation plan, Jolie then began to execute it steadily, interspersing his cultivation back and forth between the 2-realm pearl space and the room, and going to school once a week. The principal's special instruction sessions would also begin from time to time, and he would go to them when he could. Time always passes the fastest when you dive into your practice. It doesn't feel like it when you're buried in bitter cultivation. Jolie came back to his senses only to realize that more than 3 months had already passed. The first semester of his senior year of high school was almost over. His cultivation had also reached the 6th level of qi refining at the moment, but the thickness of his spiritual energy was no less than that of the 10th level of qi refining.
He had also discovered during his cultivation that in the two-world speed space, the rate of loss of medicinal power of the potions was far less than in the outside world. Originally, in Blue Water Planet, the potency of a bottle of potion could only last for a whole day. But in the space of the two worlds Pearl, it could last for as long as a day and a half. This was a bit of a pleasant surprise, and he hastily adjusted his cultivation arrangement to maximize the use of this time. So more than 3 months down the line, there was surprisingly still 1/3 of the Spirit Rising scatter left. It was enough to support his cultivation to the 8th level of chi refining. With the increase in his mana, he was also more comfortable dealing with puppets at the 6th level of chi refining. The release of fire attribute spells was a whole lot stronger, both in terms of power and speed. When sparring against each other, he directly beat this puppet into retreat. Fortunately, the shell material made into this puppet was relatively hard and could withstand the impact of the internal buffer protection formation was also opened at the right time, which allowed the puppet not to be directly reimbursed. It was also considered a sideways confirmation that his puppet was of good quality. The review of textbook knowledge was also progressing steadily, and for more than 3 months, allowed it to review what it had learned in the 3 years of high school again, and also did a lot of exam questions to check for gaps and fill in the gaps. With his current level of solidity, even now there is no problem with the college entrance exam. It's just that the progress of the puppet piece is a bit bumpy. Due to the higher tier of the golem, in order to adapt to the performance increase brought about by the new chip, to fully utilize the new formation, new line architecture, new mechanical structure, new interfaces, etc. However, the complexity of a high-level puppet is 1 level higher than that of the 6th level of chi refining. If one were to slowly build and debug it on their own, it would take a massive amount of time to. Even another 3 or 5 years wouldn't be enough. So he went online and paid for a simulation program to build out the new architecture he envisioned on his computer, relying on the software to check the feasibility first. In this way, it is possible to debug and verify the feasibility of one's design without having to actually buy and manufacture the individual parts. This saves a lot of time. Since this is also his first time using the software, and the simulation software is rather complicated, just to learn this took half a month to gradually familiarize himself with it. The speed of debugging has also accelerated a lot. All the way through the 3rd month, having experimented with almost 500 architectural design tweaks, it was only then that the process ran through for the first time. There's still a lot of optimization issues that need to be addressed, though. Since the parts designed for higher order puppets were higher in both number and sensitivity, optimizing them was also an extreme headache. Aside from this, he had also started to learn about programming. Since the actual situation of each puppet was different, for different puppets, many of the underlying functions that came with the chip couldn't be used directly. Some in-depth adaptation work has to be carried out. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to optimize without learning how to program yourself to do it yourself. Jolie is not a person who was afraid of trouble either. As long as it was useful, he immediately began to learn it. Since programming languages interact with machines and are very different from the languages used to communicate between humans and require extremely strong logic and abstraction skills, whose syntactic structures are difficult to understand at first. Just installing some software and development environments took a lot of detours. The good thing is that Jolie is strong in his ability to learn on his own. Encountered problems directly searched forums, bounty answers, and finally overcame one by one. By the time he was out of the gate, he was considered entry-level in programming. Next week is the 2nd model exam. Jolie looked at the date label he had put on the wall, and his heart was in a flutter. The last time he took the 1st model exam, he hadn't even been able to reach the undergraduate score line, and it had become a pang in his heart. Now the 2nd model exam was also a chance for him to prove himself. Let's go to school next and do some good revision. The 48-hour continuous cultivation program is suspended for a few days. These 3 months or so, together with the one in the two worlds Pearl, amounted to a full 7 months of. He was all under the pressure of intense study and cultivation, while scheduling his program with 6 hours of rest set aside each day. However, in the actual implementation of the program, it is often the case that the rest time arrives before the effect of the drug is over. Or, when you get carried away with the simulation software and programming, you forget about the time, and when you look up, most of the day has passed. When reviewing and doing practice problems, you exceed the time limit when solving the problems. At these times, he was choosing to compress his rest time, choosing to continue practicing or studying. Often, it would take 2 or 3 days before he would make up that rest time. You could say that mentally and physically it was all stretched out. Just in time for the 2nd model year coming up. It's also a very crucial exam for him. So just think about relaxing a little bit in the next few days to ease his mind and prepare for the exam. But it's a little bit against the grain. Somehow, whether it's getting more rest or going for a walk, the physical exhaustion quickly dissipates. But mentally there was still a slightly depressed look of, Obviously, the intensity of such a long period of cerebral study was too high, making it a bit consuming. He searched the internet, and it was a case of overuse of mental and cerebral energy when this happened. Either buy some medicine to make up for it, or take a break for more than half a year to recuperate. It was also possible to cultivate some techniques that enhanced divine sense. He thought about it carefully, and those tonic medicines that have an effect on the spirit and divine sense are all relatively expensive, moving to spend a few $1,000,000. The effect is not fast, you have to eat for a long time to be able to do it. Jolie boasted that he was going to refine a high-level puppet later, and there were still a lot of places where he could use money, so he didn't want to spend this money for the time being. As for resting for half a year, that was even more impossible. Now that he was at a critical moment, it was definitely impossible for him to stop cultivating and studying. What was left then was to cultivate some divine sense-enhancing techniques. He searched carefully, and there seemed to be very few cultivation secrets related to divine sense in the immortal mansion. There wasn't much information openly searched on the internet either. Even if there was, a lot of it was just some brain-clearing and refreshing effects, and didn't have much effect on the enhancement of divine sense. There seems to be a similar one inside the Shin Puppet Sect's secret book. It's called the God Refining Technique. Jolie suddenly recalled that when he had first entered the Shin Puppet Sect's cave, this book, the God Refining Technique, had been preserved in a very good condition. It was evident that this feat was highly valued. He hurriedly returned home and rummaged for the secret book from the Two Worlds bead space. Chapter 71, The Painful and Strenuous Luohu. The God Refining Technique is really powerful. He hadn't carefully and deeply understood this technique when he received the Shin Puppet Sect's inheritance earlier. On the one hand, it was because the technique only had the first half of the 5 layers of the technique, and the subsequent ones did not. He was still in the crude belief that incomplete feats were prone to problems in cultivation. However, when he switched to cultivation techniques, he had gone through an exhaustive understanding of this aspect, and in the Immortal Mansion, many of the gong methods practiced by Jindan real people were sold separately. For example, the Divine Sun mysterious code cultivated by the Divine Flame realist had the first 3 layers of the gong method split up and sold online. Even if it wasn't complete, there was no major obstacle to cultivating it. The big deal was to switch to other techniques when it was finished. On the other hand, it was also because the college entrance examination at that time only required the 5 elements true technique. So he didn't put any other gongfu in his mind, resulting in this God Refining Technique eating dust in the Two Worlds bead space until now. He had just carefully understood this gong method through and through, and only then did he realize that he had been missing out on such a huge treasure. There were a total of 5 layers that he had obtained. For each layer practiced, divine sense can skyrocket by a large margin. Even if it was a remnant, it would still be able to far surpass its peers after refining. Since the Immortal Mansions network could openly search for very few divine sense cultivation techniques, he didn't know what level the divine refining technique was at. However, as the heritage of a great sect like the Shin Puppet Sect that had been passed down for thousands of years, it certainly wouldn't be bad. Whether I'm refining pills and medicines or driving puppets and magic treasures in the future, I'll need divine sense. The long hours of intense study and cultivation now also place high demands on the spirit, so why not start practicing now? Jolie always had a style of doing what he said he would do. After deciding on something, he immediately started working on it. Originally, as the Shin Puppet Sect's most important technique, the difficulty of comprehending the God Refining Technique must have been very great as well. But it had been passed down for so long, and it was filled with the insights of generations of sages. Although each person's understanding is biased, it is still largely the same. The Jolie study up, even if encountered obscure and difficult to understand part, more look at the side of the dense commentary part. Understanding up is not so difficult. That is, no one to guide, even if some of the details know how to do, but the real implementation is still some problems. This is a common problem with some powerful feats. Even though the practitioner understands the relevant experience and knows what to do, when it's really his or her turn, there are places where to do it is to be able to do it, and not to be able to do it is not to be able to do it. That's the difference in natural endowment. Fortunately, although Jolie's spiritual roots were poor, he seemed to have some not insignificant talent in the area of comprehending divine sense. Coupled with the fact that he had entered a state of epiphany when he was refining pills before, his divine sense had soared. Although there were bumps in the road when practicing the God Refining Technique, he was able to wade through it with a few more attempts. The progress was not so fast, but it was also steadily rising. It sure is a lot better. After cultivating for 2 days, Jolie felt his thoughts clearing up, and not only had the divine sense aspect been improved, but the original mental exhaustion had been swept away. Some of the problems encountered during the earlier research on the high-level puppets actually had some clues to solving them in his mind at this moment. It couldn't help but make him overjoyed. As wonderful as this God Refining Technique is, it's just that the progress of cultivating it is a bit slow. According to my current progress, it is estimated that it will take 2 or 3 years to completely cultivate the first layer. This is still a time that I can only achieve if my current divine sense strength is high enough to have a not so small advantage in cultivating the first layer. Going forward, a layer is harder than a layer. The second layer is estimated to be 5 years upwards. According to this, cultivating to the fifth layer is estimated to be at least 50 years upwards. A preliminary calculation of the progress of this gong method. Jolie also sucked in a deep breath of cool air. In that case, it seems that this God refining technique is quite a bit more difficult than the 9 suns condensing elemental technique. If it can be combined with a God refining elixir or potion, it might be able to speed up this time. The first thing that came to his mind was the plate of blue crystal flowers in the principal's office. It was also one of the few herbs he knew that could assist in improving divine sense after being ingested. It's just a pity that it belongs to the principal and is worth a lot of money. The principal wouldn't give it to me for no reason. It can't be stolen, can it? Jolie shook his head, breaking off the related thought. It's better to wait for the second model exam and take a look inside that 7-league city. I hope there are some relevant herbs for sale there. Nowadays, he had already reached the 6th level of chi refining, but in terms of the thickness of his spiritual energy, it far exceeded that of the 8th level of chi refining before. It wasn't much worse than an ordinary cultivator at the 10th level of chi refining. Combined with a large number of talismans, there was some self-preservation there. Even if one encounters a big crisis that can't be solved, one can still hide through the 2-world speed. There wouldn't be any problems in terms of life safety. He looked up at the time. It was already 8 in the morning. Today is the second model exam, we can't be late. Jolie immediately got up, washed up, casually ate something and went straight to school. Just as he arrived at the school entrance, he saw Luohu, who had also arrived early. And still came with Zhao Hongmei. Seeing this situation, Jolie also smiled meaningfully. Zhao Hongmei immediately opened her mouth to explain, "We happened to run into each other halfway through our walk. That Luohu was frank and said, 'Old Zhou knows all about us, he won't believe you even if you say it.'" After saying this, he also graciously held Zhao Hongmei's hand. "The two of us are just talking about an object, and it's not something unseemly." Zhao Hongmei's face changed and she crossed her eyes. "This is school, don't let the teacher see it." After saying that, she quickly ran away. Luohu smiled towards her, departing back and turned to ask, "Old Zhou, today's second model, are you sure you can reach the scoreline? Seeing as you don't seem to come to school much this semester, the paper score is fine, right? It's not like you've been busy switching to Kung Fu and left your studies behind, right?" Throughout the first semester of senior year, except for a period of time in the beginning when he came every day, after switching to Gong Fu, Jolie took a leave of absence from his homeroom teacher and basically only came to school 1 day a week, So the two met at school only a handful of times. Jolie smiled rather confidently, "Don't worry, I'm not a dork at home. This mock exam will definitely shock your jaw off." He was practicing at home, taking time to review every day that. Naturally, the paper score of the college entrance exam did not fall. In the past few months, I have finished more than a dozen books just on various revision textbooks. The number of question papers I've done is even more numerous. His divine sense exceeds that of his peers, and his mind is agile and coupled with a solid foundation and self-discipline, so the learning efficiency is also very high. Even without the watchful eye and guidance of a teacher, tremendous progress has been made during this time. In particular, his attainments in the 3 disciplines of puppets, pills, and formations were far beyond the caliber of a high school student, and that was why he was so confident. By the way, how's your fighting technique practice going? This time, the second model will also add this subject inside the exam for the first time. I've always heard you say that you're doing well in the cram school before, so it should be fine, right? Jolie remembered that Luohu's paper score has always been a weak point, and the college entrance exam added the fighting method. For him it was tantamount to lowering the difficulty in disguise. As long as he could work hard to grasp the subject of fighting, the university was still a sure thing. Unexpectedly, Luohu shook his head. "Ugh, this period of time has been making up for the courses he fell behind before, and the number of times he went to the cram school was less. Now every day is to carry out some basic training, are not much practical combat, still do not know to regress into what kind of it." The two of them chatted while walking towards the class. The class was mostly full by this time. Most of them were carefully reviewing the knowledge in the textbook. "I'm such a pig, how come I didn't start paying attention to the basics until now? What did I do earlier?" Luohu took out the thick review textbook from his book bag while complaining that he had emphasized it too late. Unlike his usual fondness for blowing off steam, the current Luohu immediately began to do the questions as soon as he was seated, and had a kind of school bully-possessed feeling now. In this regard, Jolie also had to sigh, the power of love is still strong. Right, old Zhou, help me with this question to solve the transformation equation of the 3 talents illusion formation. I remember that this kind of illusion formation should require 2 of the 3 formation base conditions to be met in order to successfully trigger it, right? Look at the answer to this question, how come only one will do? Is there a problem with the answer? I didn't figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time last night. Luo Hu passed a question to Jolie for advice. This was the second time Luo Hu had asked him a question since they had been at the same table. It was rare. Jolie took the title and looked at it, while then took a pen and drew a keyword in the title. It's this hidden condition. Although only one is given in the title, based on this condition and the basic formation parameters of the three talents illusion formation, another formation base condition can be easily obtained through formula transformation. The reference answer was a figure to save time and directly skip this process, so it might not look right to you. This is also the most common transformation routine for this kind of formation. You'll understand it after encountering it twice more. As he said this, he wrote out the arithmetic formula on the draft paper at a rapid pace. In less than half a minute, the solution process of a big problem was all clearly presented. Then the reference answer. Luo Hu took a closer look, and in a short while, he read the answer process and gave a straight thumbs up. Kawa, Laozo, so showy? Understood it in just one look. Why don't you help me with my lessons during winter vacation? Jolie regretfully politely declined. I also have to make up classes during winter vacation, so I may not be able to help you. But if you have any problems, you can directly look for me and I'll take a look for you. He had already made plans for his winter vacation and was going to go over to the otherworldly 7-league city to take a look around. On top of that, the cultivation of the 9-yang condensed elemental technique would take a massive amount of effort, too. He was a little short on time for himself. It was naturally impossible to spare any more time to give Luo Hu tuition. Luo Hu helplessly said, "All right. When the time comes, I'll send you directly on my cell phone if I don't understand anything. For the sake of being at the same table for 2.5 years, pull a brother." Seeing Jolie nod his head, he then immediately grasped the time again, roaming in the sea of questions, scrambling to learn, and today was the start of the second model, so he could read a few more questions. Chapter 72, The Second Model Test. Ring ring ring. With a crisp ringing of the bell, the second mock exam has officially begun. This is also the first all-round mock examination after the reform of the college entrance examination. Due to the current edition of the subject of fighting, the points in terms of spiritual roots, cultivation, and paper scores have been compressed, too. For many students hovering over the admission line, it was a great opportunity to shuffle the cards that, if seized, may well step right up to the admission line. That's why many students inside the class who failed to meet the standard last time are beginning to rub their fists and jump at the chance. Jolie, after a summer vacation of 2 months plus the beginning of the school year, nearly 4 months, a total of half a year, actually a year of diligent study. He has made tremendous progress in all aspects. Naturally, I'm thinking of taking the opportunity of the second model year to prove myself. The first entrance exam of the college entrance exam is all about alchemy first, so the various mock exams also follow this order. Which of the following potions has a reaction equation that is most similar to the clear heart pill? Seeing the first question, Jolie was quite surprised. The first multiple choice question of this year's alchemy section isn't simple. The moment he had just opened the test paper, he immediately noticed that the difficulty had risen a notch from the first model. In the past, the first question was all about herbs with conflicting potencies or recognizing two types of herbs with similar potencies, and they were all relatively simple, and the answer could be seen at a glance. But on this practice exam, the first question involved a reaction equation that the difficulty was comparable to a first-order alchemist test. Fortunately, the later questions aren't too difficult, it's just the first question that's not right. Jolie solved the first question with ease, and as he continued to look down the page, the difficulty remained at the level of the first model. It's just that the first question is a bit of a bluff. I'm afraid that some students who can't solve it and still like to take the bull by the horns are going to have to waste a lot of time on this one. It may even affect the rhythm of the whole exam. This year's questions were moderate, nothing particularly difficult, just that there were some places where it was easy to make mistakes if you weren't careful. After quickly answering the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, Jolie continued to move towards the big questions. For him, who had already gotten his first-grade alchemist certificate, these questions were relatively basic and were hardly difficult at all. All that was needed was to be careful and not make any low-level mistakes. The only thing that gives it a little bit of food for thought is the last big question, involving the transformation of reaction equations between several potions. There was even one agent whose reaction equation was not in the overall syllabus of the GCE, but it still wasn't a problem for Jolie, because this potion was within the scope of a first-order alchemist's test. So answering it only took slightly more than a few minutes. He looked up when he finished answering the question, and it only took him an hour or two. And the prescribed time for the alchemy section's exam was 2 hours. Jolie didn't think about handing in his papers early, but instead, he checked and double-checked each question from the beginning, and after checking back and forth 7 or 8 times, the exam was just about over. After the first exam, there will be a 15-minute break, immediately followed by the second exam. This second model is a bit too much, the first question is so difficult. Jolie and Luo, who happened to be in an examination room not far from each other, So as soon as the first exam was over, Luo came over to complain. Jolie laughed. Didn't you just skip it? The difficulty of the first question is indeed a bit over the top. As usual, it should be placed in the last question of the fill-in-the-blank multiple choice questions. I didn't expect this exam to be placed on the first question, but the difficulty of the later ones is not too great. Luo's face instantly collapsed. How did I know that this question teacher was pulling such a stunt? I was thinking that if I couldn't even solve the first question, wouldn't my efforts during this period of time be wasted? I ended up spending 20 minutes on it hard. Still don't know if I solved it right, he said while still slapping his thigh, furious. The first question took so much time, my old mind immediately went haywire. The later questions were done in a cloud, and I don't know if I got them right. Didn't see the last two big questions until the end of the exam. It's really over and done with. I guess this exam is difficult. Jolie naturally knew what he meant by difficult. It was not being able to reach the university's admission scoreline. But he didn't know what to say about that, and just consoled. This is only the first game. If you play well in the back, you still have a chance. Many students in the exam room were complaining about similar things, too. They all said that the first question was too difficult and they wasted a lot of time. That sentiment didn't last long, though. Because the second talisman exam came immediately. The talisman exam was also the only one of the paper score-related exams that had practical exercises associated with it. Along with the examination paper, there were also special talisman pens and talisman script paper for the examination. In the process of answering the questions, many of which were to be answered by constantly drawing the roadmap of traveling chi to find the final answer. Previously in the first mold, Jolie was a bit deficient in mental power in terms of drawing This led to the last two big questions not being able to figure out the correct answers and losing a lot of points. However, nowadays, he could be said to be a world away from half a year ago when it came to divine sense. Facing the talisman test again was completely free of the shortcomings he had earlier. Solve the problem is also more comfortable. The pen is like God. It was only that the time he spent studying above this subject was significantly less than that of alchemy, not to mention puppets. So some of the topics still clogged up a lot of time. But also finished answering all the questions in about an hour and 45 minutes. The rest of the time he did not dare to waste a moment, carefully reviewing from the beginning. He really found two questions that were incorrectly answered due to a misreading of the stem. He quickly corrected them and continued down the test. It's over. I didn't do well in this subject either. The examination for the talisman section was over, and it was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There will be a 1-hour break in the middle of this. There's 2 more classes coming up. As soon as Rovo finished, he came over to complain again. By the way, the penultimate fill-in-the-blank question, the 10,000 dimensional transformation one, I figured out that it's at least 15 times to reach the optimal state, right? That question took me a lot of time, but I finally figured it out. He was vaguely looking forward to it when he said this. After all, as a scum, being able to make a difficult problem out of it was still something to be proud of. Jolie nodded and said, I calculated it out to be 15 at first as well, but then when I retested it I realized that there was a precondition in there to consider external spiritual energy. Under the ideal state of having an unlimited amount of sufficient spiritual energy, it's naturally fine. But with an external spiritual power limit, the 10,000 dimensional transformation in the talisman's incantation would have to grow by a large amount in spiritual power consumption with each transformation, and 14 times is theoretically the limit if you calculate it according to the real world's aura constants. Hearing this, Luohu's face instantly changed, immediately slapping his thigh once again. I'm really a pig. So multiple choice question number 5. Having said that, he was about to prepare for another pair of questions. Jolie hurriedly stopped it. It's better to review and see what's coming up in the afternoon first. There's no need to be right on the questions that you did correctly, and being right on the ones that you did wrong won't do much good, and it affects your mood. Why don't you put your energy into the next one properly? Are you hungry? Do you want to go to the cafeteria for a meal first? Luohu immediately waved his hand. I won't go. I have to seize the time to review the content of the afternoon's exam. The morning's has already been smashed. We can't afford to have any more problems in the afternoon's puppet and earth vein sections. Especially the puppet section, it's full of complicated content that's hard to memorize. In response, Jolie only laughed and did not say anything more. Then cheer up, I'm going to have a meal first. When they got to the cafeteria, the number of students was small and the freshmen and sophomores had basically all finished eating, and the seniors are all scrambling to study for their mock exams. The few people who are there are also in a hurry, thinking of hurrying to finish eating and go back to the classroom. Comparatively speaking, Jolie was much more calm and relaxed. Jolie? Such a coincidence? Just after finishing his meal, he saw his classmate Zhang Tai, as well as a few people from other classes he hadn't seen before. Jolie also greeted politely. What a coincidence! Zhang Tai went up and looked at Jolie, looking up and down. How is your Gongfu transmutation now? How many layers of qi refining have you reached now?
It feels like your spiritual energy is strong and weak at times. You shouldn't have encountered any problems, right? Jolie frowned slightly, not understanding the meaning of his question, whether he was hoping that he had encountered a problem or not. Sort of had some problems. The Nine Suns condensed elemental technique is difficult to cultivate, and its progress is slow. If he was still cultivating the 5 elements true technique, the consumption of so many spirit rising scatters and several hundred spirit stones that would have been enough to push him to the 12th or even 13th level of chi refining. However, at present, it was still barely able to reach the 6th level of chi refining, which was evident that it had consumed that. Huge consumption was also considered a small problem. As soon as he heard a problem, Zhang Tai immediately brightened up and immediately put on a look like this was the case. I told you, switching to a cultivation technique definitely won't work. It's senior year and you still want to switch cultivation. I don't know what you guys are thinking. Luckily, I was resourceful and didn't listen to the principal, or I would have been just like you. After saying that, he also patted his chest as if he was very thankful. Jolie gave him a look that was not in good humor and finally, he realized that this guy would come up and take the initiative to ask about the situation. So he was trying to give himself a sense of superiority. It's about proving by all means that you're right not to switch to Kung Fu. And that all others who switch to meritocracy are fools. Do you know what my biggest problem with switching disciplines is? Jolie suddenly popped out. Hearing this, Zhang Tai was also interested and asked, what is it? Jolie smiled. It's not really a problem, it should be an obsession. It's just that I switched cultivation. The progress is a bit fast, far beyond what was predicted at the time. The first semester of my senior year is only about to end, and I'm already at the 6th level of chi refining. I reckon that returning to the 8th level of chi refining next semester, catching up and surpassing your 7th level of chi refining shouldn't be difficult. Tell me, shouldn't I be worried when the progress is so fast? After saying that, he left with a dashing turn and leaving Zhang Tai in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. Chapter 73. Dad has touched the bottleneck. There was absolutely no suspense in the afternoon's exam for the puppet section. With Jolie's puppet attainments nowadays, his theoretical knowledge had already far exceeded the standard of senior students. If he could produce a puppet at the high level of chi refining, it would be nothing more than a graduation work for a university puppet major student. This subject was also by far the easiest for him to answer. He finished all the questions in almost 45 minutes. He likewise did not hand in his paper early, but kept reviewing it. After all, this subject could be said to be his superior subject, so naturally he couldn't afford to have any problems with it. Seeking stability, he took great pains to check it over and over again. The content of this second model puppet section exam could be said to be moderate, completely following the basic content of the books. 90% of it was basic knowledge, nothing out of the ordinary. The remaining 5% are difficult, requiring not only a firm grasp of the fundamentals, but also the ability to apply them in a flexible and adaptable manner. The remaining 5% are more difficult. Since the puppet section is inherently more interdisciplinary, not only does it test materials and formations, but it also involves drive systems, sensors, algorithms, and many other complex knowledge. So basically, the exam won't be too difficult. It's basically all from the textbook. This subject is also very difficult to pull points off of. As long as the foundation is solid enough, the difference in scores will not be more than 10 points. If the difficulty is taken to another level, perhaps I can pull the score apart tremendously by this subject. Jolie shook his head. Thinking about it, he knew that this was impossible. After all, the college entrance exams took care of the majority of people and would not single out one subject to pull it up to a very high level. Hundreds of years ago, major universities and colleges still have independent enrollment, used to screen and select candidates who meet the needs of their own schools. But having called a halt to that decades ago, today's college entrance exams don't look too deeply into the various majors, which is a very big plus for many families from ordinary backgrounds. After all, if you still rely on the independent enrollment kind of rely on difficult problems, biased questions too, those families with deep pockets and countless resources will have a huge advantage that ordinary people can't imagine. Immediately after the puppet section, the earth vein section would follow. This section is basically about doing some in-depth analysis of various terrains, ores, landforms, weather, and visions. Those soils are suitable for planting which kind of spiritual rice and medicinal herbs, and planting suitable spiritual plants according to the direction of the flow of spiritual chi in the spiritual veins. Measure the richness of spiritual energy in each place in the immortal mansion. All in all, the content is rather mixed, and the knowledge points are rather scattered. The good thing is that the test will not go beyond the scope of the book, and it is not so difficult to learn. For this subject, Jolie cannot be considered as proficient. A 100-point paper usually scores between 85 and 95 points. The points that should be scored are basically obtained, and some too difficult questions are not done. This subject is the same as the puppets, as long as the basics are passed, we won't be too far apart in terms of scores. Spending a lot of time on these subjects yields very little. So very few students will enroll in this remedial class, except those who learn too much to pull their crotch. It was already 7 in the evening, after the Earth Vein section exam. This year's exams are all over. Tomorrow there will be 3 exam subjects: formation, beast pet, and cultivation. There's also a feats test. It's to make some basic considerations about the progress of the 5 elements true technique. Among them would also be a test of spiritual roots. Within the several subjects today, I also did alright in the Earth Vein section. As soon as he arrived in the classroom, Luohu flipped through the test paper of the formation section, reviewing his previous mistakes and consolidating his knowledge points, and, by the way, he talked to the school bully at his desk about today's situation. I'm a little confused about that drivetrain piece in that puppet section. There are also so many wiring diagrams, it's too complicated and messy, it's dizzying to look at, or the Earth Pulse section is simple, just memorize it, even the calculations are rare. Since the exams are tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, Jolie also suspended his cultivation program and chose to stay inside the school to study at night. The teachers from the formation section, beast pet section, and cultivation section would also take turns sitting in the classes to answer students' questions. Don't panic, the puppet section just looks complicated, those line diagrams are still easy to understand if you look at the beginning and the end. The system piece is frankly control, just like we walk to control our hands, feet and eyes to cooperate, the same goes for puppets. Luohu still shook his head. I can't figure it out in a short period of time, I'll ask you to teach me later. I'll first review the subject I'm going to take tomorrow. The subject of formation is a big one, it's worth 300 points, if something goes wrong in this subject, then I'm really out of luck. In the subject of formations, the score value was still quite large. Likewise, it's also more difficult to learn with a vast array of theorems and formulas that different scenarios have to be flexible in choosing formulas for calculations based on the conditions of sometimes a condition may be calculated wrong, that is a world of difference. There are also the largest number of extracurricular cram schools and tutorials on formations. Everyone attached immense importance to this subject. Jolie's basic theory was originally quite solid. This period of time has been drilling puppets, different this protective formation, attack formation also studied a lot. Many sets of programs in the simulation software have been confirmed. It can be said that the practical aspects have also come a long way. This, together with the theory, has greatly facilitated the understanding of the subject. He was confident that what he was currently best at, apart from puppets and pills, would be formations. That's why the pressure wasn't that great when he reviewed it. Just make sure you don't make any cheap mistakes and it's unlikely that you'll do poorly. He also picked up his usual collection of mistakes that he usually organizes, and on it were densely written down many questions he had missed doing before. Each question was noted with the reason for the mistake, reminding himself not to make the same mistake again. An evening of study went by very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 11 o'clock at night. There were still a lot of students in the classroom who were trying hard to revise and were unwilling to leave. Tiger, when are you leaving? Jolie got up and stretched his back. It was getting late, and he was ready to go home and rest. But next to the table Luo, who was still learning to fight, not the slightest appearance of leaving. It's still early, I'll study a little longer. Luo, who didn't raise his head, continuing to immerse himself in the sea of questions, wanting to seize every minute and every second. Of course, his date, Zhao Hongmei, hadn't left, and was accompanying him. Lili, on the other hand, went home at 10:30. Jolie smiled. I'll leave first then, I won't bother you too. Exam tomorrow, don't study too late or you won't have the energy tomorrow. Luo, who waved his hand, signaling him to cut the crap and hurry up. Zhao Hongmei, on the other hand, turned back to Luo, who and said, Jolie is right, it's not too early now, you'd better rest first. Luo, who scratched his head, then wait for me to finish reading this question, soon. Jolie looked at his serious appearance, and the words Return of the Prodigal Son unconsciously popped into his mind. In the past, Luo Wu, going to the evening self-study was simply a torment, he couldn't sit still at all. Always looking for someone to talk to. When it comes to 10 o'clock after class, you must be the first to rush out of the classroom. But now, it's already 11:30 and you're not leaving. It's too much of a change. I have to say, the power of love is really something. Back home, Jolie entered the space of the two worlds bead as usual. This time, instead of practicing the 9-yang condensed elemental technique, he picked up the 5 elements true technique again. The main test for the piece that assessed the progress of the technique was the 5 elements spiritual force. Since the realm of the previous cultivation was still there, so as long as there was a sufficient amount of spiritual qi, it would be possible to bring the 5 elements true technique back to the 8th level of qi refining again. This was also some preparation for tomorrow's examination. At the same time, he also brought the God refining technique with him to cultivate for a while as well. When it was about time, he returned to his room in reality to sleep and rest, to refresh himself for the exams later on. Early the next morning, Jolie, who had just gotten up and was not yet fully awake, heard his dad call out in surprise. My bottleneck has actually loosened. It's been almost 20 years. Jolie curiously walked out of his room, just in time to see his mom lecturing his dad. Keep your voice down. Loose is loose is loose, what's the fuss, you're not a senior. My son has an exam today, and he came home so late last night, can't you let him sleep a little more? Jolie came up at this time and inquired curiously. Dad, when did your bottleneck loosen? Do you need to take a few days off to solidify your breakthrough? In fact, it was clear in his mind that it must be the effect of the recovery pill that he had taken over the past few months that had taken effect. After all, as a first-order high-grade elixir, this bit of utility was still there. However, this was also related to the fact that Dad had been wandering around the 6th level of chi refining for many years, and had already accumulated enough. This elixir also only had the effect of pushing the envelope. It will take at least half a month for a breakthrough plus stabilizing the realm, it's a bit long, our supervisor will definitely not agree. Dad Zhou Rui shook his head with some discouragement. As a laborer, with his current cultivation and age, it wasn't easy to find a job in the immortal mansion, If he lost his job just to break through this bottleneck, it would be a loss by any reckoning. Forget it, I'd better take my time. There will be a 7-day vacation during the New Year's Eve, so I'll go rent a better spirit vein cave to try it out and buy some potions to stabilize it, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, I've also been hovering at the 6th level of chi refining for so many years now, it's not too bad for the first half of the month. After his cultivation had stagnated for so long, his cultivation heart had originally fallen silent a long time ago. I didn't expect to touch the bottleneck at this time. Dad Zhou Rui's face was getting redder and redder. Mom Zhanlan said with concern, I remember you said before that you would get your salary processed when your cultivation improves, right? Dad Zhou Rui nodded excitedly, it's going to be added, my cultivation level has been raised to the 7th level, I should be able to add an extra $2,000 a month to my salary. And in previous years, the supervisor was interested in promoting me, all because my cultivation was not enough, I was rejected by the top. If I can successfully reach the 7th floor, how can I also mix up a team leader, and the work will be a lot easier than it is now. Mom Zhanlan immediately pulled out her cell phone, then I'll pick a cave now. Once the new year is over, many people will be on vacation, and many cave rentals will be hot. All the good caves have to be booked in advance, now we have to look first and line up that time for the new year. As soon as I heard that I could increase my salary, Mom Zhanlan was the most positive. She had rented the Spirit Vein Cave twice before for her son Jolie's breakthrough, so it could be said that she was familiar with it. Jolie also secretly said, it looks like we need to refine some cultivation aiding potions for Dad. Chapter 74 Formation Emperor. On the second day of the second model exam. As soon as Jolie arrived at the school, he saw that Luo, who was already in his position, reciting the 36 sets of mnemonics of the formations. This was also the solution ideas related to common formations summarized by the lecturer, and was very versatile. Ooh, Tiger, coming so early? What time did you get home last night? Jolie also opened the exercise book and read up on the points related to formations. Luo sighed deeply and shook his head again, I left at 12, I didn't get any sleep when I arrived home last night. Got up in a daze until 4 or so to continue studying. He said and rubbed his temples again, closing his eyes for a moment to relax. I hope I get everything I've been studying for the past 2 days on the test. Seeing this frantic energy to study, Jolie felt that he was about to catch up with himself. Good luck with your mind. Hearing this, Luo then let out a bitter laugh, I just said that casually, how can I get all the exams? It's a good thing that all the paper score exams are coming to an end this afternoon, it's a real ordeal. I used to think it was all rote memorization stuff, I didn't even bother to read it, but now once I dive in. Don't say it, I'm going to curse if I say it again. I don't know what I can do on this practice test. There was some disillusionment in the words. Jolie also did not know what words to say to comfort, take your time. There's still a few months before the college entrance exam, as long as the progress is more obvious than once. Luo, who sat up straight at this time, took out another refreshing pill and ate it, patted his mouth with both hands and prepared to continue to fight. University, I must get into you. After saying that, he immediately plunged back into his studies. Jolie, on the other hand, looked unusually strange. This ambition of Tiger to go to university is too strong, isn't it? Is Zhao Hongmei really that powerful? The formation section's exam was also the longest of all the paper exams, a full 3 hours. The rest of the beast pets and planting points accounted for a relatively low value, the 2 doors added up to only 2%, the length of the exam is also 1.5 hours. These 3 doors are often put together in a joint examination, basically only 10 minutes of rest at noon. Since everyone is a cultivator, it's not a problem if they don't eat lunch. I've heard that some provinces' exams are even crazier, directly handing out comprehensive exam papers of more than 20 pages, more than 10 hours in a row. It will all be over in 1 day. However, Tianjin province, where Nanzhou city is located, is slightly more humane and less exaggerated. The topic this time, it's not too difficult. As soon as he got his hands on the test paper, Jolie simply scanned it and came to this conclusion.
The difficulty of this mock exam's formation section exam had been raised a notch from the first model. This should be based on the person in charge of proposing questions for the formation section of this year's college entrance exam, otherwise it couldn't have been this difficult. He immediately thought that the person in charge of proposing the questions for this year's formation section was most likely Grandmaster Gojun, who was known as if Godi makes a move, not an inch of morning will be left untouched. This proposer was not to say infamous amongst the students, but he was also considered to be scary. After the last senior candidates had done the entrance examination papers he produced, the internet instantly wailed a piece, and the average score of the formation section that year also hit an all-time low. This time, the difficulty of the formation section of the second model paper is so great that it should be to let them, the prospective candidates, adapt to the difficulty of the college entrance examination in advance. It's a good thing that Zhou Li's basic knowledge in his books was already incredibly solid. Coupled with the fact that when refining the puppets, he had made an exhaustive understanding of the way various formations were calculated, the techniques deployed, and various complex theorems. I've gone through quite a few papers and writings alone. You could say that it's always been difficult and weighty for me. I didn't feel too overwhelmed when I answered the paper this time, after all. I was able to solve many of the problems in ways that I hadn't been taught in the textbook. In particular, the last big question, a proof question, was. The difficulty is undoubtedly immense if one limits oneself to the high school textbook. He couldn't get through half a dozen of them, and in the end, he relied on the spiritual differential equations that he had learned when setting up the puppet protection array. I wonder if this solution counts as a fraction. After a lot of tossing and turning, he finally managed to prove the last question, but there was a muttering in his heart, not much of a bottom. Whatever. Anyway, my ability is limited, I can't solve it with my high school knowledge, now I'm at least able to write all over the blank paper, so I'll be able to score some points anyways. Zhou Li no longer dwelled on it, and carefully examined the proof process. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he turned to continue reviewing the previous exam questions. He didn't have much time left for the formation section exam this time around. Just after checking for 10 minutes, the bell for the end of the exam rang. What kind of questions are these? Which talent came up with this? As soon as the test papers were put away, a large number of candidates wailed. Complained about the difficulty of the formation section. What is this last question all about? I didn't even understand the title. After staring at it for half an hour, I only managed to write out the word solve. It's too damn hard. The student who was speaking, Zhou Li, had some impression of him, having seen him a few times during the principal's special instruction class. He should also be a top student in other classes, and his grades have always been at the top. Someone immediately said incredulously, "What? You've seen the face of the last question? And stared for half an hour?" I've only seen the penultimate big question, and the paper was closed just after the question was read. If it wasn't for the second model, I'd really suspect that the person who wrote the paper was that formation emperor. It's too much, after studying for so many years, it's the first time I've seen such a difficult paper. Formation emperor was naturally another nickname for Gojun. This year's college entrance examination is estimated to be the formation emperor who produces the examination paper. The school is giving us an advance on the intensity. The real college entrance exam won't be harder than this, right? Someone panicked on the spot. This is not so bad, I've seen the previous year's exam paper, it should be similar to this exam. But the difficulty does seem a bit exaggerated. I suspect that the person who wrote the paper is the formation emperor's senior brother. Zhou Li didn't have much interest in listening to more of the other people's whining. He went straight out for a walk to relax and adjust his state to meet the next round of exams. The last two subjects were not too difficult, the content was basic, nothing out of the ordinary. As long as you review carefully, these 200% to get 180% is not a problem. Compared to the formation section, it's really a heaven and a earth. As soon as the bell rang for the end of the paper score exam, many students were as relieved as if they were relieved, and directly flew away from the exam room. They don't want to stay in the classroom for a moment. The tests related to Gongfu progress, spiritual roots, and so on would start in an hour's time. There was quite a bit of time to move around freely in the meantime. Zhou Li, on the other hand, went to the cafeteria for a meal. As a cultivator, having reached the 5th level of qi refining or above, it wouldn't normally be a problem to go a day without eating. But after so many years, it has become a habit to eat a meal, even though it's clear that you're not hungry at all alone. It seems to make one more refreshed. "Old Chow, this way." Zhou Li had just finished his meal when he heard someone calling him, not far away. Fixed his eyes on the table, it was the same table Luo Hu. The second model paper score exam has been finished, and Luo Hu can finally stop and take a breather. As soon as Zhou Li sat down, he asked strangely, "Did you do well in the exam today?" He couldn't help but inquire when he saw that Luo Hu looked relaxed. Which knew that Luo Hu just shook his head lightly, and rightfully returned, "Definitely didn't do well, the test paper was so difficult. I've muffled a lot of the questions. This made Jolie even more puzzled. Normally you would have already cursed. What's the situation today, so emotionally stable? Which thought Luo, who laughed. The question paper is so difficult that everyone basically can't do it because it's too difficult. It's different for me, I wouldn't have been able to do a lot of it. Since everyone can't do it, the scores won't be spread too thin, which is naturally a good thing for me. Speaking of this, he even laughed. I just realized that the original proposer of this year's college entrance exam is the Formation Emperor, and my mouth is almost crooked with laughter. What's that saying? A leaky house meets a rainy night, getting it all without effort. My hopes of getting into college have increased quite a bit. Jolie couldn't really find any counterpoints to this logic of Luo Hu's. There's really nothing wrong with what you said. Isn't it time to prepare for tomorrow's fighting section exam? The rest of the tests on the progress of the feats and the spiritual roots weren't any more difficult especially the merit progress, although the percentage of points was not low, but it's useless to cultivate at the last minute. So this is also the most relaxed and least suspenseful exam inside all the subjects. What should be what is what? Luo Hu let out a long sigh. I've been reviewing the paper score subjects for a while now, and I've fallen behind in this aspect of fighting. He followed up with a firm voice. I'll have to pick it up after this exam before I do. The fighting section is also a big head. The score is not low. We can't pick up the paper score as a sesame seed and lose the watermelon that is fighting. And it's also a water polishing skill. You can only see the effect after a long time. You can't just fish for 3 days and sun dry the net for 2 days. There must be something wrong with the way I studied a while ago. He said and scratched his head fiercely. Headache. There's so much to catch up on, and there's less than half a year left before the college entrance exams. How can this be in time? If I had started working on it sophomore year, everything would have been different. Nowadays, the 7 subjects on the paper exam, plus the fights. There is also cultivation usually cannot fall behind, otherwise the cultivation will also not advance but retreat. With so many elements to juggle. It was indeed too difficult and stressful for Luo Hu. In this regard, Jolie has nothing to do. If you want to go to college, these are all necessary. How can you not get around it? You can only attack them one by one, on the ground. He knew that what Luo Hu needed at this moment was a channel to release pressure. Just listen quietly. Chapter 75 Red Dragon Valley Recruitment. Merit progress is actually closely related to cultivation. After all, the 5 elements true technique was originally not very difficult to comprehend. Coupled with a teacher's guidance, and countless textbooks, videos, and essays for reference, the aspect of simply understanding the gongfu is no longer a problem. The main thing was that the realm could keep up. And the level of the realm is related to the good or bad of the spiritual root. So the 3, gongfu progress, realm, and spirit root, were basically discussed together. And there's no skill to be found regarding the measurements of these 3. By activating the 5 elements true technique, the spiritual energy running in the body had nothing to hide under the scanning of the instrument, and the realm and the progress of the gong method could be determined immediately. Basically, there had been very few changes in the spiritual roots since birth. Unless there is a great chance to swallow a heavenly material or treasure, or there is a yuaning power to change your qualification completely. Otherwise there won't be any changes. So before the test started, individual students could probably estimate how many points they would score. At the end of the test the next day, there was only one fighting section left. This subject is also a new addition to this semester, and the format of the exam is also the first time that each student has experienced it. Many of them even went to the homeroom teacher's office to inquire about the situation. Since many students have come to ask, I'll say it here in unison. During the evening self-study, the homeroom teacher made it a point to come into the classroom and carefully explain the situation of tomorrow's fighting section exam. The college entrance exam has now basically made it clear that this year, the demonic beast sparring session of the fighting technique section will be replaced by beast pets commanded by imperial beast masters. As for tomorrow's exam, due to the large number of people and the rush of time, the various schools were unable to find a sufficient amount of imperial beast masters to come in at one time, so they used a unified system of puppets as a substitute. And all the videos of the sparring matches will be uploaded, with the machine in charge of scoring and dozens of senior teachers reviewing them to ensure that the results are fair. It's better for everyone to rest early today, don't stay up too late. The homeroom teacher instructed and left. Upon hearing that they were fighting puppets, some of the students who had been attending remedial classes outside were still quite lost. After all, they had always been fighting against real people, and had less time to practice with the puppets, which was only 1 day of classes a week. Jolie, on the other hand, was overjoyed in his heart. Fighting against puppets just happens to be his forte. For the past 4 months, he'd set aside a large chunk of time to practice every day. Dealing with the puppet was just as skillful as it could be. Fighting with puppets can be much harder than confronting real people. Luo, who at the same table, also sighed a bit. The puppet won't show you a break, it won't get tired as long as it has enough spiritual energy, it won't make errors in judgment, and its reaction is ridiculously fast. Saying that, he also seemed to be in a much better mood. Anyway, I haven't practiced much in the fighting section lately. It's difficult to fight against puppets, and it's not easy for everyone to score, so it's a good thing that the change is in my favor. Jolie couldn't help but admire his ability to always find an advantage with tricky angles. Aren't you going to the cram school tonight to practice in preparation for tomorrow's fight? Seeing that he had worked exceptionally hard the previous 2 days, Jolie thought that he was going to continue to give it a go today as well, so he asked one more question. Which thought Luo, who skimmed his lips and shook his head slightly, no. It's the fighting section exam tomorrow. It's a huge battle of attrition. I'll just go home early today and rest, save some of my stamina for the big kill tomorrow. With that said, he glanced towards the outside of the classroom and Zhao Hongmei was waving at him, signaling for him to leave class together. Old Zhou, I have something to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, he picked up his school bag and directly scurried out in a flying manner. Jolie simply cleaned up and also returned home. Once he arrived home, he wanted to cultivate for a while but I don't know if it's because he just took an exam today, and he kind of can't muster up any energy. So he first paused his cultivation and picked up the paper on the 9-yang condensed elemental technique given by the principal and flipped through it. The practical value of these papers was still very high, and many of the contents were specific to the difficulties encountered during the cultivation process. In it, detailed reasons are given from many angles, such as luck, gong methods, and cultivation methods, as well as specific solutions. It benefited him greatly. He went over his papers until nearly 11 o'clock at night, but there was no sleepiness at all. Since he had started practicing the divine refining technique, there hadn't been a huge increase in divine sense, even though for the time being, but the spiritual aspect was becoming more and more sufficient. It's been a long time since I visited the 7 League City. He suddenly thought of the other world that the 2 worlds pearl led to. After this mock exam is over its winter vacation, I was originally planning to go to the millions of mountains over there to find some real demonic beasts to test the waters. Why don't we go step on a spot now and take a look? The homeroom teacher made it clear today that the high school entrance exam was going to be a real confrontation with demonic beasts. Although it's a beast pet, it's not too far off in terms of deterrence. However, if it didn't have specific experience in hand-to-hand combat, it might suffer quite a lot of losses. That was why Jolie had long wanted to go over and truly experience what it was like to fight and kill a demonic beast. Anyway, with the 2 worlds bead backing him up, or the massive amount of talismans for defense, there wouldn't be any problems in terms of life safety. As soon as he said he would do it, Jolie immediately arrived at the inn he had rented through the 2 realms bead. As soon as he appeared, he was surprised to find that the door to his room was open. There was also a murmur of conversation outside the door. What's going on? My room is occupied. Jolie thought for a second, as if he had thought of something. A strange expression appeared on his face. Oh no, I had previously renewed my reservation for 3 months, and I've been so busy cultivating and studying during this time that I forgot that I've already exceeded the time. This room is probably directly given to the others to stay as well. The current owner of this room seems to be almost done talking to his best friend outside the door. The footsteps were getting closer. Right at this moment of crisis, Jolie's mind moved. A Shin puppet sex chi refining puppet quickly appeared, and then in accordance with his instructions, it directly rushed out of the room and ran downstairs. As expected, the room's owner let out a bellowing cry. What is it, dare to come to my room to steal, looking for death? The words were also getting farther and farther away, seemingly chasing the puppet far away. Jolie immediately applied a lightness technique and a sprint technique to himself, and ran straight out like the wind. Now that he had cast out these 2 spells, he was completely at ease with them, and he could barely feel any exertion. There was also a qualitative improvement in terms of speed, which was more than 3 times faster than the previous execution of the 5 elements true technique. It was only until he had left the inn by about 500 meters that his lifted heart was put down. It seems like we'll have to come often in the future, and the inn will have to be renewed for a longer period of time. In case the next time I come is seen by other cultivators, that won't be good. He had just taken 2 steps when he noticed a few people looking at him several times and pointing at him. He looked down and realized that he had come in such a hurry that he hadn't even had a chance to change his clothes. The styles in the Immortal Mansion's clothes were still a lot different from this realm. It was estimated that these loose cultivators thought it was some kind of precious clothes, and they cast curious gazes. This naturally made the always low-profile Jolie very uncomfortable. Blunder, blunder, blunder. He hurried back to the inn, booked a room, and directly renewed it for half a year. Changed his clothes before coming out to continue his stroll. I'd better inquire if I can form a group to travel to the $1 Million Mountain. After all, it's the first time, it's better to have someone to lead. He went to a few stalls selling demonic beast materials and turned around. Spending 2 spirit stones to buy 2 materials that would be helpful in refining medicines, he got accurate information in the process. So, there's a bounty hall in the middle of the 7 Alliance City. There are a lot of materials that stores need, as well as holding groups amongst casual cultivators will be there. If it's to find someone to join together, you can try there. Jolie was the first to head towards the bounty hall after getting the news. The further along he went, the more ground stalls selling materials and the more scattered cultivators gathered. Even the business in the stores was quite hot. A lot of loose corrections were carrying loot in various stores, asking for prices and requesting for acquisitions. Before, I was browsing inside the peripheral stalls and stores, but I didn't know there was such a place. He walked on for another 10 minutes or so, and his destination was in sight. Looks like this is it. He stopped in front of a rather large hall, which was plastered with various lists of bounties. There were those that required specific refining materials, such as the fire attribute demon pills, the horns of the mad rhinoceros beast, and the silk of the heavenly cold ice silkworms. There are also many that require some rare medicinal herbs that. There are even those who are looking for people and revenge. Huh, what is this? He saw a completely different one among the various complicated quests to find materials. Red Dragon Valley is recruiting new disciples. This is a recruitment notice from Red Dragon Valley, one of the 7 great sects in 7 Alliance City. I didn't expect to see this. Jolie had been here for some time, and from the mouths of various loose cultivators, he had also learned that these 7 factions are the veritable talking heads of the thousands of miles and even tens of thousands of miles in this area. Even the entrances to the millions of mountains are in their hands. Those who can enter the 7 great sects are all the best who have been selected since childhood and have outstanding spiritual roots. It is rare to hear of disciples being recruited in this way. Che, there's really one with a heart of gold, really don't know how to die. Jolie was looking at the notice when he suddenly heard a sneer from the back. It wasn't a loud sound, and if Jolie didn't have a strong divine sense and sharp perception, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear it. He turned his head and saw a casual cultivator who looked at him with a smirk. This loose cultivator had a rougher face and a beard, and there was even a thin scar across the left half of his face that. There was also some disdain in his eyes. Jolie did not get angry at his words, but humbly inquired, "Dare I ask you, what's wrong with this notice?" It was getting late at this time. The cultivators that came to this neighborhood also became more and more scarce. The cultivator looked at him coldly for a moment and did not directly reply. Instead, he walked straight to a list of people looking for demonic beast materials, looked at it carefully, confirmed it, and then immediately uncovered it. Sort of claiming this bounty mission. As long as you find the demonic beast material, you can sell it to the store that acquired it according to the price above. Seeing that he didn't reply, Jolie directly handed over 2 spirit stones. Consider it as me buying this news from fellow Taoist. To be honest, he was still very moved by the Red Dragon Valley's recruitment notice. Cultivating in the Immortal Mansion, he knew very well that cultivation should have a complete cultivation system that. You can't fumble around blindly on your own, it's best to have someone to guide you. The Immortal Mansion has countless videos, books, papers, and you can also pay for a famous teacher, so naturally, there is no shortage of these. But this other world is completely different. There's nothing. Scattered cultivators basically have to rely on their own enlightenment and robbing, which definitely won't work and will lead to a lot of detours, or even go astray. That's why he thought from the very beginning that he could enter a big sect that way, not only would he have a backer, he wouldn't be easily targeted for attack. There will also be someone to guide you on your cultivation path. Although Jolie was not lacking in these either, he still wanted to really feel what the difference was between the true mastery of this otherworldly world and the Immortal Mansion. However, listening to that scar-faced cultivator, it seemed that there was a considerable amount of danger in this notice. That's why he spared 2 spirit stones to buy this news. The scarred-faced cultivator was also slightly shocked and, obviously, he did not expect the person in front of him to make such a generous offer. After thinking about it, he directly accepted the 2 spirit stones, and his face eased up a lot. Since you're so sincere, I'll tell you about it. Chapter 76 Teacher, I can come and take a look. So there's that kind of cattiness behind it. Jolie, who had returned to his reality room, remembered what the scar-faced cultivator had said. It turned out that Red Dragon Valley had inadvertently discovered a relic, and all of the disciples of the exploring sect who entered it died violently without exception. Only one of them returned with serious injuries. It also brought back a message that there were many heavenly treasures inside the relics. The Red Dragon Valley's late Jindan sect leader also personally went out to investigate, but returned in defeat. After that, there was a notice for Red Dragon Valley to recruit disciples. That scar-faced cultivator guessed that these newly recruited disciples should be used as cannon fodder to explore that relic. Anyway, they are all rootless and scattered cultivators, and in the case of those sects, a death is a death. Thinking of this, Jolie shook his head helplessly. Dispersed cultivators aren't even human in the eyes of those big sects in the otherworld, there's no way out after all. It's still necessary to find a way to enter a large sect. At the same time, the scar-faced cultivator revealed a message that the rest of the sects had already begun to pressure Red Dragon Valley to open up this relic as a share for the 7 sects. Either another melee between the 7 sects will follow. Either the 7 factions would come to an agreement and many loose cultivators would become cannon fodder to scout the way for them. Thinking of all this, Jolie felt his head spinning.
Forget it, I won't have to think about the Red Dragon Valley's notice for now.
There are many dangers inside that relic, so many people have died inside, I'd better not get involved.
Let's see what other opportunities there are to join inside the other 6 factions later on.
Jolie didn't dwell on it excessively, either. Not being able to join the sect and understand the division inside in detail was just a bit of a pity for him. The cultivation system in the Immortal Mansion was even more perfect, and it was definitely more suitable for him than that of the Otherworld. However, the blood aura on that scar-faced cultivator is a bit rich. It's a bit like that black-faced cultivator I just met in the Otherworld. Could it be that he has also practiced the bloodshed technique? Jolie shook his head slightly, driving all these thoughts away and concentrating on his own matters. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me what technique he cultivates. I'd better take care of today's fighting section exam first. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, slowly practiced the god-refining technique. This was also a way of resting that he had figured out during this period of time, running this gong method while sleeping, it was actually able to quickly enter a state of deep sleep. An hour is worth 6 or 7 hours of sleep, and the technique can continue to run. Essence can be kept very abundant for days. Today, it's the last exam. It's also a kind of summary of my study career in the past half a year or so. I don't know if the scoreline can reach the 12th Academy. Jolie woke up early in the morning, refreshed, all of his body states adjusted to the peak to deal with today's exam. For reaching the university's admission scoreline, he now had a 10% certainty that. His eyes naturally turned to the higher standard of the 5 palaces and 12 centers. He didn't dare to think about the 5 great palaces for the time being. As long as this mock exam can reach the scoreline of the 12 colleges, he will be satisfied. After arriving at the school, most of the students in the class had already arrived, and they were all discussing today's fighting exam. After all, they had never experienced it before. Some people are so excited that they think they can bend the rules, that their test scores will go through the roof this time around. Some people have a worried look on their faces, worrying that they will not play well. By the way, old Joe, how's your fighting technique practice going? Seeing that you basically didn't come to class, and I didn't hear you enroll in any cram classes, you wouldn't have forgotten about this class, would you? But I see that you've done pretty well in the few times you've fought in the class. How do you practice after class? Luo inquired as he flipped through his notebook. That notebook was his usual sparring points that he practiced inside the fighting tutorial hall, and it contained the detailed process of each of his fights. It also summarized some of the gains and losses. It could be seen that he was still very attentive to the subject of fighting, far more serious than those subjects in the paper score. I bought a puppet to practice sparring at home. I should say the practice was okay. Jolie made an excuse. It was true that he took the puppet to practice, but he didn't buy it, he refined it himself. Luo let out a cry and didn't ask any further questions, turning to other things. You don't know, that fighting technique cram school that I enrolled in, there's really someone who spent more than $100,000 to enroll in that kung fu course. Several of them listened to the instructor and switched to the Gong Fu course. As a result of yesterday's Gong Fu test, guess what? The progress of the 5 elements true technique fell directly to the 5th level of Qi refining. This is really a big mess, there's no place to cry. I remember when the conversion of Gong Fu, the coach also want to sign a waiver of liability agreement, must let the parents present to sign, but also recorded the video. At that time do not think, now out of the matter to realize that the coach is too prescient. Those parents go to fight inside the fighting hall to make trouble, all have no legal basis, so cannot win. Luckily I listened to you guys at the time and didn't switch my training, otherwise I'm sure I'd be storming too. Luo had a palpitating look on his face, clearly grateful for the matter of not switching cultivation. The matter of feats dropping realms was something the principal had also said in the special instruction class before. Therefore, Jolie would take the time to recultivate his 5 elements spiritual power once every other month's time, which was equivalent to stabilizing his realm. Due to the fact that the quality of the spiritual energy that was temporarily cultivated would not be too high, and less of it would be transformed, plus the transformation would also take quite a bit of time, Jolie simply dispersed this part of his spiritual energy each time before continuing to cultivate the 9 yang condensing yuan gong. By the way, how does your cram school train to fight against demonic beasts? He suddenly remembered this question. Luo shrugged his shoulders and said, the current course focus is still on battling people. For the demonic beast part, although the trainer is also experienced, without physical rehearsal, it's always a little less effective. That's why the cram school has already recruited a demonic beast master who will be able to come to work after the first of the year, so we should be able to practice by then. He paused and said more. Now that the college entrance exam has added a fighting subject, the imperial beast masters that weren't very popular in society before are kind of in short supply. The wages are also several times higher than before. If I graduate, I'd consider this career, it feels very promising. Hearing this, Jolie couldn't help but look at him a little more. This tablemate of his has really undergone a skyrocketing change, not only in his studies, but also in planning for the future. This kind of made him curious, why was Zhao Hongmei's ability so great? He had the intention to ask about the situation, but after looking at the time, it was almost time to enter the examination room for the test, so he can only give up. Only after leaving the class did he realize that a number of people had made extra preparations for this fight. Some people wore special clothes, revealing a faint forbidden light, obviously with protective formations. Someone's whole body is wrapped in a layer of black cloth. The shape is very strange. However, it was said that this could not only effectively protect themselves, but also enhance the power of the spells to a certain extent. There were also people wearing strange gloves that seemed to be rechargeable, and it looked like they were also props that could increase jutsu. Others wore special shoes, pants, etc. not to mention. Jolie didn't think much of this. He felt that it was impossible to allow these things during the real college entrance exams. Even now, relying on these little tricks to get good grades on practice exams wouldn't help. Where are the tables and chairs? Jolie realized that the entire classroom had been completely emptied of desks and chairs as soon as he entered the examination room. All that was left was an empty, bare house, with only a circle roughly 6 meters in diameter drawn in the middle. He also went out and looked at the sign in front of the classroom. It's not the wrong way. Listening to the students in the surrounding examination rooms all making sounds of astonishment, it was clear that this was not an isolated situation. But this situation didn't last too long before the invigilator came and only to see him empty-handed, with only a booklet in his arms, directly into the classroom. Immediately, a candidate was puzzled. Didn't they say that they used puppets for the test this time? How come the invigilator has 2 empty hands? It can't be that he's fighting us. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, the invigilator in the next classroom delivered a small pale yellow bag. Teacher Chin, I've used it. This supervisor, Mr. Chin, took the bag and recited a spell under his breath that. Immediately, 2 puppets in the form of a man and a beast flew out of the bag from small to large. There was also something wrapped in an opaque white bag. This is a storage bag? Jolie's eyes lit up. He had seen quite a few of these storage bags that could store a large number of items on the video, but it was the first time he had seen it in reality, and was quite a bit surprised. The other candidates in the examination room also cast curious gazes at the bag. On the contrary, it was the puppet, which they had already seen many times in their usual classes, and were somewhat surprised by it. After Mr. Chin, the supervisor of the examination, released the puppet, he immediately walked out of the classroom and sent the storage bag to the next teacher of the examination room. All the offending wear, clothes, shoes, etc. on your bodies, please take them off and put them in front of you consciously. If you are found out later, you will be punished as cheating on the exam. As soon as he finished speaking, he returned to the puppet, opened the display on his back, and began to debug the various parameters. The candidates in the examination room looked at each other in dismay and, in the end, they chose to listen to the words of the invigilator, not daring to take the risk of have consciously removed their non-compliant clothes and sent them to the front, fear of penalizing themselves. Next, the candidates went into a tense waiting session. This wait, though, was a bit long. The invigilator noticed something while adjusting the panel parameters and calibrating the puppet's movements. The puppet's movements seemed a bit unnatural. So the teacher had to try a few more sets of parameters as well, but the results were still a bit less than satisfactory. Made a call and asked for the maintenance guy, and it seemed like he was busy and couldn't come over. Seeing less than 5 minutes left from the examination time, Mr. Chin is also a bit anxious, hand movements a bit panicked, head also seeped out of the sweat beads. He hurriedly ran to the next classroom and called the invigilator over to help. Mr. Chen, there seems to be a problem with this puppet. I set the parameters in the way I talked about during the earlier training, but nothing works. The puppet's movements are not normal. I've tried several sets of parameters and they're not right, so help me take a look. Mr. Chen, the supervisor, came over and also drummed for a while, and finally shook his head and said, strange, the puppet in my classroom can be set up according to this. Seeing that the exam time is about to arrive, Mr. Chen can only regretfully say, this exam is equipped with 2 maintenance personnel, who are busy in other exam rooms. You'll just have to wait here. After saying that, he immediately went back to his own examination room to prepare to start the examination. The supervisor, Mr. Chen, was also in a hurry, frequently staring at the clock, and kept calling and shaking people. But it seemed that the puppet situation in the other exam rooms was also a bit much, and no one had been able to be called. The mood of the candidates in the entire examination room began to follow suit, constantly exchanging words. Teacher, perhaps, I can come and take a look. While everyone was at a loss, in the middle of the examination room, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 77, The Fighting Examination Begins. The one who spoke was naturally Jolie. After all, he had personally made a chi-refining 6th layer puppet, so naturally, he was still very knowledgeable about the relevant issues. At a glance, he could tell that there might be a malfunction in one of the puppet's internal circuits, and that the signal feedback was incorrect, leading to some problems with the movements. In order not to delay everyone's exams, he took the initiative to try to fix it. You? The invigilator looked at Jolie, who had spoken, his gaze filled with skepticism.
With an object as highly refined as a puppet, he didn't quite believe that a senior could manage it. Jolie explained, I've had an understanding of puppets after school and can solve some common problems. The invigilator saw that 5 minutes had passed since the exam time, the puppet was still not good, and the maintenance staff was late in coming. With his heart crossed, he decisively said, okay, if you try, you try. But don't move too much, don't push yourself. If you break it, the maintenance people can't even fix it. Jolie nodded seriously, before casting his gaze on the humanoid puppet in front of him. He walked to the back and skillfully operated it against the screen, realizing that the state of the chip was intact, and that the test session was normal. Progressively, he called up the debugging page again and tested the function of the puppet's various parts. After debugging, he found that the puppet's upper body movements were completely normal. It was able to cast the appropriate spells according to the operating commands, but the lower half of the body was a bit of a problem. After initially identifying the problem, he moved over to the vicinity of the golem's abdomen and looked at the welding process is a bit high, it can't be opened with bare hands, and it's impossible to break it by violence. Then he asked towards the invigilator, teacher, do you have any tools? That invigilator teacher froze for a moment, then nodded again, yes, yes, yes. He was completely stunned by this wave of Jolie's smooth and incomparable maneuver. He directly opened the white bag that had appeared along with the golem, which contained 2 sections of spare energy, and a brand new bag of tools. Jolie looked at it and chose one of the implements that was shaped somewhat like an awl. My cultivation happens to be a fire attribute technique, so it's smooth to use. He muttered a sentence and began to operate it. The cone had a formation engraved in it, and once he inputted spiritual energy into it, the tip immediately began to emit red light. Toward the weak groove in the abdomen gently touched, an opening was opened. The internal wiring was fully revealed to him. The wiring design is okay, it can make sense of the mainline situation. Based on what he had just debugged, Jolie followed the internal wiring and lined up. From time to time, he even used his spiritual energy to input into the various circuit boards. After about 3 minutes, the problem was finally identified. It was a section of wiring that hadn't been soldered securely to the drivetrain, causing an unusually loose. It may not have been a problem when it was commissioned from the factory, but after a few bumps, it was. After he fixed it, he went back to the panel and debugged the. Sure enough, the puppet could move normally. He proceeded to use the tool to melt the lid in place. After everything was done, he stood up and smiled towards the invigilator, teacher, it's ready. The invigilator teacher tried it and it was fine, so he immediately thanked him. Thank you, classmate, what a great help. There was also a chorus of admiration from all around. Awesome. Big bull. What grade is this student? The god of learning? Seeing that the golem was fixed, the invigilator immediately announced the start of the exam. It had now been delayed by 8 minutes, and if he didn't hurry up he might exceed the stipulated exam time. At the same time, a message was also sent inside the invigilator group, the maintenance staff can stop coming to exam room 15, a student has already helped fix the puppet. Unexpectedly, just because of this message, the entire group exploded inside. What? A student fixed it? My puppet in this 21 examination center also has a problem, can you also let him come over to fix it? The examination has already started for almost 10 minutes, I haven't moved yet, the examination center is going to blow up. The 25th exam room also has a problem, Mr. Cheen, can you have a student from your exam room help? I need it here too, Mr. Cheen, can that student of yours spare some time? At this time, Mr. Cheen, who was supervising the examination, had officially begun the examination, and the group message had no time to pay attention to it. Candidate Liu Yujin, Humanoid Puppet Sparring Test, 78 points. Beast-Type Puppet Sparring Test, 45 points. Next, Fong Nan. After the puppet was repaired, the test was very simple. You have to fight against the puppet in the circle in the middle of the classroom, and if you go out of bounds, you will automatically lose. According to the result of the game, the puppet will automatically give you a score. Only after the invigilator confirmed that there was no error would it be graded as the final result of the fight. If the invigilator feels that the machine's grading is unreasonable, he or she can appeal the decision. The video of the fight will then be uploaded in real time and the experts behind it will make the decision. Teacher Cheen, where is the student you mentioned? Can you help us with the exam room? The exam had only begun a short while ago when an invigilator from another exam room ran straight over. Knowing the situation, the invigilator, Mr. Cheen, was quite hesitant. Teacher Lee, this student hasn't taken the test yet, how about when he's done? That Teacher Lee was sweating with anxiety. Teacher Cheen, it's already been 15 minutes since the exam started, I'm afraid that if we delay it any longer, something will go wrong. Can you accommodate? Teacher Cheen didn't directly agree either, but turned to Jolie, it's up to this student to decide. After all, this is the second model exam, I can't hold the student back. That Teacher Lee immediately pleaded towards Jolie, this student, can you help? It's not your turn yet, so just go and take a look, and if there's no way to fix it immediately you can come back and continue the exam. It's just in the 21 exam room, it's a 2-step walk.
Jolie thought about it, his exam number was relatively backward, and the progress of the fighting exam was slightly slower. A few minutes of delay on his part shouldn't have much of an effect. Okay, then I'll go check it out with you, teacher. I don't necessarily guarantee that I'll be able to fix it. Mr. Lee was like grabbing a life preserver. Just take a look, classmate, you can definitely fix it. Jolie spoke to Teacher Chin, then immediately rushed to the 21st exam room. Can this exam even be taken anymore? This puppet is so trashy. Was all the money spent on the puppet embezzled? Report, report, report. At this moment, the students in the 21 examination room seemed to have endured to a certain limit, with wave after wave of sound rising and falling. Damn, even the invigilator has run away. Is there anyone left to manage the second model exam? What the hell is the school doing? I spent so much effort practicing fighting techniques. Don't tell me at this point that I can't take the second model exam, then I'll have to curse. The agitation in the classroom was getting louder, and it was only when the invigilator rushed back that those voices died down a bit but the dissatisfaction of many candidates was already written on their faces. Quiet. Quiet. Fix it now. The invigilator, Mr. Lee, shouted solemnly towards the examination room. Jolie also duly stepped forward to check on the puppet. In less than a minute's effort, he found the problem. It was the poor contact of the wiring at the spiritual energy battery, and it would be fine if he resoldered the wires. The whole process was done in less than 3 minutes, which was quick. Teacher, it's fixed, I'll leave first. After supervising the exam, Mr. Lee confirmed that there was no problem with the puppet. He thanked him in a loud voice. Thank you so much, classmate, you've been a great help. Seeing that the one who came to repair the puppet looked so young, it aroused the curiosity of the candidates in the examination room. Who is this person? Looks about the same age as us, can already repair puppets. What exactly is his origin? In their opinion, puppet has always been a highly sophisticated technology, and those who can master it are at least 40 years old or older. They didn't expect someone so young to be able to repair puppets. Isn't this from the senior 4th class? How come he can fix puppets? Really, is he blindfolded? Someone recognized Jolie, obviously in some disbelief. Why didn't you go up and blindfold one just now? Why did you let him do it? Obviously many people admired Jolie and resented the man's yin and yang. He's from our school? Or at the same level, the hidden god of learning. Seeing that the classroom was about to explode again, the invigilator immediately stopped it. Next, the exam officially begins. All those who talk to each other indiscriminately are considered to have violated the discipline of the exam room. Only then did the crowd silence themselves, not daring to talk carelessly anymore. However, looking at the distant back of Jolie, the confusion in their hearts increased. And Jolie, who had left the 21 examination room and had just returned to his own examination room, immediately, he was invited by the invigilators of the other examination centers to repair the puppets, just like becoming a firefighter. Fortunately, most of the puppets had minor problems, no major problems. It didn't take much time to repair each classroom. After running 5 exam rooms in a row, all the exams were finally on track. Jolie was also able to conduct his exams normally. Next, Jolie. Finally, it was his turn. As soon as he saw that the person listed was the one who had fixed the puppet for him, the invigilator's tone was a few points kinder. Student Joe, I'll reiterate the rules again. Inside the circle in the middle of the classroom, as long as you go out of bounds, you're considered defeated. The machine will score you based on your performance. The longer you last, the higher your score. You cannot use any talismans or magic weapons and other props that may have an effect on the process of the fight during the examination. Are you ready? Jolie nodded and walked into the circle in the middle of the classroom. Teacher, I'm ready. The invigilator reminded, then the exam officially begins. As his words finished, he also directly pressed the remote control button in his hand to activate the humanoid puppet. Attention candidates, the examination will now begin. The puppet made a humanized beeping sound, telling the candidates to get ready. The next moment, it immediately moved. Who? This puppet's speed was too fast, its high-speed moving body rubbing against the air with a whistling sound. Many of the students who reacted slowly didn't see the puppet's movements, they only saw a residual shadow rushing straight forward. This Jolie student is really unlucky to have drawn the agility type, metallic. The invigilator was inwardly grateful to Jolie for solving the puppet's malfunction. At this moment, he was also in a cold sweat for him. All the attributes of the human puppet in the second model exam are random, and the attribute is to choose between gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. And there will be a special skill attached to it. High agility, strength, thick mana, and powerful spells. Choose one of these 4 at random. 2 previous students had also drawn the 2 of agility and metallicity, only to be blown out of the circle in a single shot. This Jolie is going to suffer. At this moment, this thought bubbled up in the minds of everyone in the examination center. Chapter 78 Ed the Golem into Downtime. In the face of such extraordinary speed of the golem, Jolie was also considered somewhat resistant. The shell he refined for the puppet was made of wood material from the otherworldly side, a lightweight material that In terms of weight, it was at least a third lighter than the puppet in the test before him. So it hasn't been bad in terms of speed. Only a little slower than the current trait's agility type. That's why he also extremely skillfully added light body technique, sprinting technique, and several other small spells to himself, and, coupled with the super fast reflexes that he had trained from using the puppet every day for the past few months, he dodged the first wave of the golem's impact with a tiny shift in orientation. At the same time, a flaming air blade immediately appeared in his hand, cutting straight towards the puppet that had crossed his position. This is Flame Chop? The Invigilator was quite surprised in his heart. This spell requires quite a high degree of control and thickness of mana. It is usually above the 9th level of chi refining before it can be used. This Jolie's cultivation doesn't look like it has reached the 9th level yet, so it seems to be due to his deep roots. Above the examination hall. That puppet's reaction was also far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. Directly, a golden shield technique was cast out and a golden shield of 20 centimeters in length and width quickly surfaced on his back. It directly blocked Jolie's strike of Flame Chop. Boom! A dull popping sound erupted in the air. And Jolie had already made a move. After such a long period of training, he had long since become very skillful at fighting with puppets. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't possibly do anything to it with this strike. So the moment the spell was cast out, it organized its next attack. Inflamed Serpent Chaos Spell. Only seeing his hand strangling, 3 flame-thin snakes about 50 centimeters long rose up, directly bounding towards the puppet's waist, legs, and hands. That puppet's judgment was also very precise. Without seeing any action, dozens of golden air blades immediately appeared in front of its chest, quickly chopping the fire snake into dozens of pieces. And then the momentum went on, heading straight towards Jolie. This was also the most advantageous place for puppets compared to cultivators. It reacts too quickly, and can quickly choose spells based on the situation and it casts spells ridiculously fast. Because the chip has been etched with how common spells work, as long as a command is given, the spiritual energy in the body will quickly generate a corresponding spell based on this signal. It was much faster than a cultivator casting a spell. Jolie didn't panic, either. He had been able to fight with puppets every day, an advantage that these candidates present could not match. Moreover, he had the luxury of using spirit stones as an energy source, and the power of his spells was a few points greater than that of a puppet using a spirit battery. These tricks in front of him were nothing new at all in his opinion. Although the Golden Blade technique is able to cut through spells, it consumes a relatively large amount of energy and the precision is difficult to control, so as long as you switch your orientation, you will be able to easily dodge it. His mind had long since conceptualized a way to deal with the many spells that, faced with so many golden blades that were extremely powerful and easily cut through many objects. Jolie didn't quickly dodge them, but instead, he slightly changed his standing position as he watched where the gold blades were coming from. At the same time, his hands were brewing the next round of offense. Facing a puppet, no matter how you defend yourself, it will be cracked very quickly. If you're just in a defensive position, you'll be easily defeated. The only chance to win is to attack. Keep draining its energy. And the fastest way to consume energy was to force the golem to use a wide range of spells. This was also the strategy that Jolie had set from the very beginning. Shoo shoo shoo. Dozens of golden air blades practically whistled past the perimeter of Jolie's body, not injuring him in the slightest. This caused the Invigilator's heart to snap with relief as well. Fong Kai, he was almost about to make a move to stop it. He had also never expected that this candidate called Jolie in front of him would be so bold and confident that, directly standing there and letting the spells attack him. This also made him, the Invigilator, have his heart in his throat. If there are any casualties in the examination room, he will have to take the blame. It was good that the end result was a scare. What the Invigilator didn't know was that Jolie had already faced this situation for I don't know how many times. In the beginning, he had also panicked and dodged. After failing hundreds and hundreds of times. After gradually figuring out the attributes of the various spells, he finally began to become calm and collected. That was something that could only be achieved when one's control over oneself and over the spells had reached an extremely fine point. As for the many candidates present, they had long since been surprised by a series of swift, brilliant back-to-back battles that left their jaws agape. It was obvious that they had never expected someone to be able to fight a puppet to this extent. Just where exactly is this Jolie? Why has the school never heard of this great god before? Some people knew every student at the top of the school's rankings very well, but had never heard of the name Jolie before, and expressed confusion in their hearts, and, with such amazing strength, one should have been on the school's list long ago. This fighting strength is too terrifying, isn't it? Facing the golden blade technique without panicking, just standing there without moving, how big must the heart be? That scene directly convinced all the candidates present. Jolie wouldn't also have a chip installed in his brain, would he, or else how could the fighting process be comparable to a puppet? Some people couldn't believe the scene in front of them and directly began to babble. Fire rain technique. Jolie was currently fully focused on the puppet across from him, and not caring in the slightest about the crowd of words beside him. As soon as he struck out with another spell that had an extremely wide attack range, in particular, the place between him and the puppet fell the most, preventing the puppet from charging straight over. The best way to face this spell was to use the water attribute spell, However, the current puppet was randomized to metallic, and it was extremely troublesome to cope with that. It could only use golden shield technique on a wide scale to defend itself. Both sides entered a battle of attrition for a while. There was a special formation laid out in that circle, and all the spells that spilled out quickly disappeared. This also made it so that the two warring parties would not spread to others. Warning! Warning! Spiritual energy is insufficient, please make a replacement as soon as possible. After a moment of stalemate between one person and one puppet, the puppet beeped and, obviously, after this round of intense confrontation, coupled with the fact that it had assessed quite a few candidates before, it had drained its spiritual energy battery. Seeing this, the invigilator immediately called a halt to the fight between the two. Jolie, well, this fighting exam of yours ends here. He also pressed the puppet's pause button at the same time, so that it would not continue to launch its offense. While it was said that there were still 2 spare energy. But he could also see that the Jolie in front of him was not only skillful in his arts, but his spiritual energy was even thicker and, continuously casting high-level arts, he didn't even show any sign of fatigue. Moreover, after experiencing such a high intensity of combat, his reaction was not reduced at all, and his mental strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. I'm afraid that if the fight continues, the other 2 spare batteries may not be enough. The others' exams can't go on without them. So it was called off decisively. Seeing that the invigilator had said so, Jolie naturally wouldn't have any objections. Immediately, he would undo the spell and retreat to the outside of the circle. It was only then that he realized that the entire exam room was looking at him with eyes like monsters. Jolie didn't know how to react to this and could only pretend not to see it. Not long after, the invigilator replaced the humanoid puppet with a new psychic battery, and then maneuvered the beast-type puppet into the circle. Jolie, the second fighting test is next, do you need to rest for a while? The previous few student tests were staggered. It was to prevent the battle with the humanoid puppet from consuming too much and affecting the later assessments. However, there were also candidates who had ended before their stamina could be expended due to falling too quickly in the previous battle. This kind of thing could go straight to the next examination. Jolie felt that the level of spiritual energy consumption in his body was okay. If there were no spirit stones to quickly replenish it, he wouldn't be able to recover much even if he rested for a while, so he directly returned. Teacher, I can continue. The invigilator nodded, then you can continue into the circle. Once Jolie was in position, the invigilator teacher immediately turned on the protective formation. Previously, he didn't expect his senior student to have such a high level of combat, so he opened it a little late. This time, he learned the hard way and turned it on immediately, and there was no need to save energy. Jolie in the field at the moment did not have the same relaxed look he had against the humanoid puppet. After all, he didn't have a beast-shaped puppet that he could practice on a daily basis. Beast-type puppets fought in a very different way from human types, focusing more on strength and explosions. There are only a few spells, and they are not as diverse as human-type puppets. But its shell is more rugged, and it can resist most spells on its own. And the individual spells it casts are more powerful. This was also a full simulation of the way those demonic beasts fought on the frontline battlefield. Due to the fact that the fighting styles were so different, it wasn't as easy for Jolie this time, and he was almost knocked out of the ring several times, and although relying on his extremely strong reflexes and deep mana to support him for nearly 2 minutes or so. But in the end, he was still knocked out of the circle by a single impact by the beast puppet with its huge body, and fell on the spot. Jolie, humanoid puppet sparring test, 99 points. Beast-type puppet sparring test, 91 points. Wow. As the results of Jolie's puppet examination were announced, the examination room was in an uproar. This was the only one with an examination score of 90 up until now, and both puppet examinations were above 90 points. Even the humanoid puppet reached 99 points, 1 point short of a perfect score. This score was played out by the puppet, and there was no doubt about the fairness and impartiality. The invigilator, however, was a little dissatisfied in his heart. This candidate Jolie performed so well, it's no problem for the humanoid puppet to get full marks, 99 marks is quite passable. But the beast puppet that feels a bit low, only 91 points. There was some hesitation in his mind as to whether or not to bring up an appeal. In his opinion, at least 95 points upwards would be reasonable. After thinking about it, he still tapped the appeal button directly in the puppet's backstage system and the reason was, the candidate's combat talent was outstanding, his performance was excellent, and the process of surveying the battle against the beast puppet was perfect, so he deserved more than 91 points, so I hope that the leaders will review it. After applying for a review, he looked at Jolie, who was already standing quietly in the crowd. He couldn't help but still secretly marvel at the fact that this candidate was a little too outstanding, with a ridiculously high talent in fighting techniques. Next, the examination still continued. The next candidate. Chapter 79, Jolie who has no hobbies. The first fighting exam, although it was said that there were some situations along the way. But in the end, it ended relatively successfully. Most of the faces of the many candidates were marked with apprehension. It was clear that many had not adapted well enough to take this test for the first time, and very few were able to perform well. Originally, there were 3 exams in the fighting section set for the college entrance exam. They were candidate versus candidate, solo versus demonic beast, and team versus demonic beast. However, there were not enough resources for the second model exam, so all of them used a unified system of puppets. The third session of teaming up to fight demonic beasts was also removed. This led to a decrease in the percentage of points in the fighting section as well, with only 2%. And the intensity of the puppets in this exam was also a bit high. Basically, they didn't play very well, so the scores weren't very wide apart, relatively speaking. It may end up depending on how the big section of formation section goes. Old Joe, how long did you last? As soon as he returned to the classroom, Luo Wu had a depressed look on his face and was obviously dissatisfied with the results of the exam. As he packed up his books, he inquired about Jolie's situation. Jolie, on the other hand, shrugged easily. It's not bad. It shouldn't be too bad. Luo Wu, on the other hand, squinted his eyes and looked at him without any goodwill. You usually say it's not bad, right? That's a good exam. We've been at the same table for 3 years, and you're still giving me smoke bombs? He said and let out a long sigh. I don't know what I can do on this test. College, please open your doors to me. After Jolie finished the second model exam, he felt okay about himself, and going to college was not a problem at all. His current goal has also become the 12th college. But in order to take care of his tablemates' emotions, he didn't show it too much. It's winter vacation soon, so we can't let loose like we did during summer vacation this time. There's still 1 more semester. If you can keep up the momentum, you still have a good chance. As the two of them chatted, Zhao Hongmei and Lili also returned to the class. Zhao Hongmei kept yawning, looking sleepy. Seeing his girlfriend coming, Luo Wu hurriedly and thoughtfully asked, how was the fighting section exam today? No injuries? Zhao Hongmei has not yet spoken. The side of Lili is the first to answer back. I'm fine, it's just a photo out of the game, did not suffer anything. Luo Wu did not have the good taste to look at her, did not say anything more, turned to say, I have something, first go. Hongmei, didn't you say you want to go to the fighting hall with me to practice again? Let's go together. After saying that, he even thoughtfully helped her carry her bag. Zhao Hongmei apologized towards Lili and Jolie. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, she followed Luo Wu out of the classroom. Jolie, do you have a feeling that the two of them are not right? Lili looked at the backs of the two, leaving with a suspicious look on her face. Luo Wu, this kid's performance in recent times is also very strange. A street skater, how did he become so passionate about learning all of a sudden? Jolie was amused in his heart, but on his face he still pretended to be unaware. It's true that it's a bit strange, but I can't say where. Why don't you study it again? I'll just go home first. I finally got out of class early enough to relax after today's exams. After saying that, he also walked out of the classroom with his book bag. Back home, Jolie lying on the bed, nothing to do, rare want to be lazy to relax. The apothecary exam is over. The second model is over, too. Since he has to go to school tomorrow, he's not going to go over to the other side of the world today, either. He would wait until winter vacation and then go to team up to enter the millions of mountains to find real demonic beasts to practice. What's a good thing to do to relax? Having been engaged in intense study for the first few months, now that it has come to an end. I want to spend time when I'm free, but I realize that I basically don't have any hobbies other than studying and practicing. Like Luo Wu's usual love of watching TV dramas, love of chasing stars, love of brushing short videos, he has little interest. If he had to name one, perhaps puppets were considered the only hobby he took up. Forget it, let's just get into matters related to the 9th level of chi refining puppets. Originally thinking of relaxing, but not knowing what to do, he simply continued to research. He immediately got up from his bed and walked over to his computer, opening a series of to-do lists for refining puppets. 1. Program to implement chip interface docking and related control algorithms. 2. Simulation software test passed. 3. Purchase relevant original devices and refine a component. 4. Assemble. Due to the fact that the puppets of the 9th level of chi refining belonged to the late stage of chi refining, it was difficult to make them, and their attributes in all aspects were a great deal stronger than those of the 6th level of chi refining. So not only did the relevant internal systems have to be reconstructed, but the procurement of the various devices also had to come back. In the first few months he was engaged in the relevant theory accumulation, design planning, tool learning, By now it's kind of stepping into a phase that, as long as the docking is successful and passes the simulation test, it can officially enter the production stage. Since I'm not too familiar with the programming piece, and the system control and chip docking piece is a more important part of the process. Jolie had thought of buying a set of ready-made control system software from the internet and using it directly. But then thinking about it, and think not. After all, the programming aspect was essential as one delved into making more advanced puppets. If one directly practiced fetishism, the results would be fast, but it would not be conducive to one's long-term development. So Jolie simply took the opportunity of this production to start seriously learning programming. Programming-wise, I'm kind of in the door. Next, follow the online gods to knock out some projects, familiarize myself with common development processes and habits, and I should be able to start writing puppet-related content. If the code can be taken care of, the simulation piece should have very few problems. The relevant wiring diagrams, formation construction, and system architecture have all been simulated. Once the simulation is passed, the next step is to start actually getting into production. I don't know if I'll be able to make the golem during winter break. Currently coping with puppets at the 6th level of chi refinement. If only single and double attributes were turned on, it would basically be nothing difficult for him to do so. Reaction speed, casting speed, and durability can all keep up. It's when the golem's performance is all stretched out and its attributes are in full swing, it's still impossible to counteract that. He was also thinking of continuing to practice with the puppet while continuing to drum up higher ranked puppets. By the time the 6th tier was practiced, a high-level puppet would just be able to come out and seamlessly connect to it. Time always passes very quickly when one is dedicated to learning. Jolie followed the online tutorials to learn programming and knocking code. There is not much feeling yet. A night has passed. Looking at the time has reached 8:20. He got up a bit fondly, washed up, and headed for school. The results of the second model should be out today. It's impossible not to be nervous. But Jolie is more expectant that, since the summer of his sophomore year of high school, ostensibly more than half a year ago, while Jolie, who possessed the 2 realm pearl, had spent more than a year. During this time, he had maintained a high intensity of study, cultivation, and this exam is also considered to be a summary of an earlier stage of his career. Now Jolie was a bit like the mindset during the fall harvest, wanting to know just how much fruit he had produced. After arriving at the class, Jolie realized that the vast majority of his classmates had already arrived. Many of them were whispering to each other. Quite a lot of gossip flying around the class. Jolie arrived in the classroom nearly 10 minutes before Luo, who arrived late, and Zhao Hongmei also followed closely behind and stepped into the classroom as well. Luo, who, do you have any inside information? As soon as they met, Lily couldn't wait to inquire. Before, Luo, who was very well informed, and she rightfully asked. Luo, who immediately nodded cooperatively. There is indeed news. You did well on the exam this time, 5th in the class for your overall grade. Upon hearing this, Lily's entire body leapt up, her face flushed with excitement, and she asked incredulously, really? Her previous grades were only about 25th in her class. Not too close, not too far from the university admission line. You can still reach it if you work hard. As for Luo, whose comment about the 5th place, it was completely beyond her expectations, making it a pleasant surprise. Then she felt something was wrong. Are you lying to me? Where did you get your grades? Luo, who rightfully said, I dreamed last night that your grades were indeed 5th in the class. I didn't lie to you. Lily's expression also changed from surprise to a murderous look that was staring at him viciously. You tricked me? Luo, who immediately explained, Sister, where do I have any inside information? I'm not related to the principal. Where do I know the test scores from? It's better to honestly listen to old Ben's announcement. Don't think about all that nonsense. If you're really anxious to wait, it's okay to go to the office and ask now. Just at the moment when Lily was about to lose her temper, the homeroom teacher walked in and, in her hand, she was holding the report card of this second model exam. As soon as he entered the door, he unconsciously glanced in Jolie's direction and a delighted smile had also been spreading on his face. This time, everyone did very well on the test. The class teacher immediately announced the good news as soon as she entered. 23 people in our class have reached the admission score line this time, a record high. Several students have made tremendous progress, and I'd like to focus on praising them here. Especially student Jolie. Speaking of this, the entire class unconsciously turned their eyes in Jolie's direction. Chapter 80, Second Model Scores Soar to the Heavens. In the last first mode exam at the end of the second year of high school, Jolie ranked 19th in his class, a few points short of the university's admission scoreline. And after a semester of unremitting efforts, he has risen from 19th in his class to. Speaking here, the homeroom teacher even deliberately paused and the corners of his mouth were also inadvertently curled up high and it also whetted the appetite of the class. Elevated to 1st in the class, 1st in the year, 2nd in the city, and just 5 points away from being 1st in the city. When these words came out, there was silence on all sides. Such a high ranking swept through the entire classroom like a landslide in tsunami. The whole class was shocked speechless by the news for a while. Wow. Immediately afterward, a tidal wave of murmurs, exclamations, and surprised voices echoed through the classroom.
Second in the city.
Just 5 points away from first, this score, it's a bit scary, isn't it? It's Niaxian who didn't reach such a high ranking in the last model year. How scary as hell, how the hell did he learn to progress so fast?
He's not kidding, is he?
You guys don't know, I have a buddy, with Jolie at test center. I heard that when he fights the exam, the puppets are beaten to the downtime. The fighting test score 1 is 99, 1 is 91, the strength is so strong that it's horrible, completely does not lose the foundation establishment stage cultivator. I didn't believe it at that time, I thought that he was bluffing, but it seems like it might be true now.
Beating a puppet to the point of downtime? Is this really fake?
That's a puppet, not a kindergarten kid, how can you beat it to downtime?
Didn't several exam centers have problems with their puppets during the second model exam?
Those in charge of maintenance couldn't handle it, and each invigilator teacher ran over to beg Jolie to help fix the puppets, only to have them all fixed in less than a minute.
That's a puppet not a bicycle is he really a senior like us?
Listening to one deed after another, and then connecting it to the test scores the homeroom teacher had just mentioned.
Everyone looked at Jolie with either jealousy, envy, or admiration.
Luo, who even had both of his eyes wide open, looking at his tablemate like a monster.
Lao Zhou, you hide so deep? It's not a hit, it's a shocker nah.
Rushing straight to the top of the school, this is too perverted. Not to mention the others, even Jolie didn't expect to achieve such a high score. Originally, he expected nothing more than 12 colleges. According to this achievement now, it would be nothing more than 5 college palaces. This time, the results of the second model are so good, he is also happy in his heart, the whole person is also quite excited. At the same time, he also secretly reminded himself that this was not the final college entrance exam, he could not get carried away, and he could not relax next. Of course, besides Jolie, all the other students have also made great progress. The class teacher continued. Mr. Li Chao, the last time the first model was ranked 30 in the class, this exam went straight up to 15, and also reached the admission scoreline.
Li Chao, who was named, also had an unexpected look on his face.
Immediately, a burst of ecstasy surged on his face. His body was trembling with excitement. In addition to Li Chao, there are also Zhao Zijing and Zhang Kaifeng who have all improved significantly and stepped into the admission scoreline. At the same time, here I would also like to focus on praising student Luo Hu. Luo Hu, who had been pointed out, was dumbfounded. Immediately, a burst of surprise surged forth, and he muttered under his breath, "Could it be that I've reached the scoreline?" Zhao Hongmei also turned around and looked at him with a face of surprise. The homeroom teacher continued, under the leadership of fellow student Jolie, Luo Hu's progress is also pleasing. He was still 43rd in the class during the first model exam, but this exam has reached 33, and although he didn't reach the admission scoreline, it's still very encouraging. I hope that Luo Hu will keep up the good work, continue to maintain this momentum, and fight again in the remaining semester. Next, I'll announce the list of students who have reached the admission scoreline this time. Jolie, Lin Ku, Chang Ling, Lu Juanhao, Zheng Tai. If any other students want to know their grades, they can come to the office and see me individually. Next, the teachers of each subject will make a commentary on the second mode papers, and I hope that you will face up to the problems, find the missing points, and try to make up for the shortcomings later on, so that you can get a better grade next time. As soon as the homeroom teacher left, the entire classroom immediately exploded in a frenzy. Several students ran to Jolie's position and asked about it in a variety of ways.
Jolie, how did you train for the fighting section? Any tips or a good tutor to recommend?
Some people knew about Jolie's fighting achievement through various channels and were deeply shocked by it, immediately coming over to inquire about it.
How did you learn your roll score?
Especially the formation that subject, how do I learn all feels so difficult, not much of a clue. Have you enrolled in any cram school, can you recommend me?
Some people were very interested in Jolie's roll score learning method.
Jolie, were the candidates who went to the various examination centers to repair their puppets during the fighting section exams talking about you? A group of people, talking in tongues, you a sentence and I a sentence, Jolie alone cannot come back. Fortunately, the lecturer walked into the classroom in time. A group of students then returned to their seats, giving him a chance to catch his breath.
The first door explained was the alchemy section.
The difficulty of this section of the exam is not too big, but not too small, to say the least. Not only is there a lot to memorize and hardwire, there are also some transformations of reaction equations, which require not only understanding, but also skillful mastery of the application, and the difficulty is relatively high. As soon as the test papers were sent down, Luo Hu looked at his own, and his face was slightly happy. He immediately looked over towards Jolie's paper again, his eyes almost glaring out.
100 points, that's a perfect score. Is this a score that a human being can get?
As he said that, he remembered something else.
Old Zhou, haven't you already passed the first rank alchemist test? Jolie nodded slightly. Compared to the first order alchemist examination, the school's examination was indeed much simpler. And with no practical exercises, it was basically no difficulty for the
He was able to get 100% because the paper score for the senior year alchemy section was only 100%. Jolie also looked over towards Luo, whose paper, the score of 71 points, was indeed a bit blinding. However, he remembered that in the last first model exam, Luo, whose alchemy section paper score was only 54 points, and now 71 points, was considered a great improvement. Great progress. Luo, who hurriedly said, "I'll have to rely on Brother Joe for more support and guidance in the future. In the future, the subject of alchemy will rely on Big Brother to lead me." Jolie didn't push back. "Just ask me directly if you have any questions." The test papers were distributed. The lecturer of the alchemy section directly and specifically named and praised. This time, in the alchemy section of our class, Jolie scored a perfect score. And, as far as I know, he also got a certificate as a first-order alchemist. Since this is the second model exam, it doesn't count this extra bonus point. These words directly brought another great shock to the entire senior 3/4 class. The first-order pharmacist examination. It is said that this year there are tens of thousands of people enrolled, and only 300 or so were admitted in the end, with an attainment rate of less than 1%. Jolie is so powerful? Some people had also learned about this examination, so they understood the gold content of this certificate. A first-order pharmacist certificate has 10 extra points. If we count this score, then wouldn't Jolie's score be number 1 in the city? Someone came to this conclusion based on the grades given by the homeroom teacher, their tone filled with incredulity. Number 1 in the city. This can definitely enter the 5th University Palace. Our school shouldn't have had anyone who could enter the 5th University Palace for several years, right? I'll be able to brag about it when I go out. I'm in the same class as a genius from the 5th University Palace. Jolie is really flying high this time, crossing the Dragon Gate to become a god. The old Chuli used to be ranked just in the upper middle of his class. Coupled with the fact that he usually kept a low profile, the number of people who knew him well was relatively small. I didn't expect this second model exam to rise so fast and so high, so that everyone was surprised. In the class caused a wave of discussion. The teacher also intended to set up Jolie as a benchmark that let all the students look up to him, and didn't stop the discussion of the students underneath in the first place. After about 5 minutes, the lecturer made a pause gesture, signaling everyone to be quiet. Jolie's progress is obvious to everyone. I hope that all students will look up to him. There's still a winter break and a semester to come, so I hope that all of you will study diligently and continue to make progress in order to reach the university's acceptance scoreline. Next, let's comment on the second mode papers. Chapter 81 Formation Section Results Take Off. The formation section of this exam is really hard. The class wailed as soon as the test papers for the formation section were sent down. Almost all of them were complaining that this year's questions were uncharacteristically difficult. After the 6 subject assessments on alchemy, talismans, puppets, earth veins, beast pets, and cultivation were finished, the last door was the formation section lecture. Since this subject was worth as much as 300 points, it was all placed at the last lecture to be evaluated. This time, in the formation section, the highest score in our class, and in the whole year, is Jolie, who scored 289 points. The moment the lecturer's words came out, the inside of the class immediately stirred up again. Although after the previous 6 subjects were successively shocked, the mental expectations had been drastically raised. However, hearing that such a horrible result was achieved despite this exam being so difficult directly made everyone's jaws drop. 289 points? Are you kidding? The average score of the class is 163, that's the class president. He only scored 203 points. How did Jolie take the test? Worthy of being the number 1 in the city, in the first 6 subjects, puppet and alchemy scored full marks, the others were all above 95, even the most difficult array formation subject scored so high, it's too exaggerated. Pulling 100 points from others in one subject, if this isn't the city's number 1, it's simply unreasonable. Faced with a tidal wave of praise, Jolie's heart was also very happy, though. But he didn't get carried away. He himself knows the reason why he could do so well in this exam. His own efforts are important, but the more fundamental reason is still the reform of the college entrance examination and the addition of the fighting section. The percentage of paper points basically didn't do anything, while the points for cultivation, spiritual roots, and gongfu progress were diverted half to the top of the fighting technique section. This also directly led to the influence of spiritual root qualifications on the overall score becoming even smaller. In the past, Jolie's most dragged behind in terms of spiritual roots. This time the exam with those true spiritual roots, Earth spiritual roots score difference is not as big as before. And he also performed 2 outstanding in the fighting technique section, and his paper score was also very well played, allowing his ranking to naturally rise a big step. At the beginning of the senior semester, when the homeroom teacher had just announced the new policy of reforming the college entrance exams, he had no idea that it would be so favorable to his grades. It wasn't until the results of this second model came out that he realized the benefits of the fighting section. At the same time, he really understood the significance of this reform that It's to reduce the influence of unchangeable factors like spiritual roots on the candidates and to raise the subjective score. It is truly fair to every candidate. Old Joe, Cow, even proved the last big question and only deducted 4 points. I read the question a few times and didn't understand it. Luo, who took Jolie's test paper, flipped it back and forth several times, and sighed repeatedly, and his test paper only had one wrong fill-in-the-blank question, deducting 5 points, 2 points for the penultimate major question, and 4 points for the last major question. The paper looked neat, clean, and fresh, even the scribbles were very minimal. You can tell that the answer sheet was fully thought out in your mind. A full roll with and just 2 or 3 deductions, that's too much. When will I be able to reach this level? The more Luo who looked, the more envious he became. Then look at his own paper surface is full of deductions, the heart a good burst of frustration. Hearing the sound of praise, Lily this also turned over and borrowed Jolie's test paper to look through it. Wow! So awesome! Hut Jolie, why can't I understand your proof process for this last question? Lily looked a little closer and she realized that the last question, which seemed to be incredibly obscure, Jolie's answer process was even more difficult to understand than the question. She could barely make out 1 or 2 lines. Is this something the teacher taught in class? Facing the query, Jolie also shook his head slightly. This is something I usually figure out blindly, it should be something from college. I didn't know how to prove this last question, and I realized that it was easy to prove with spirit differentials, so I just used it. When he was researching on the 9th level of Chi refining high-level puppets, the internal formation aspect had to be reconstructed as well, combining his own design of the puppet architecture, the overall system and also the chip function. It took a great deal of time to recalculate the attack and defense formations. But in the process of calculating them, he realized that he couldn't calculate them at all with his high school knowledge. That's why he taught himself the content related to spiritual differentials based on the vast amount of public information on the internet. He didn't expect to use it directly in this exam. Using the spirit differential calculator? Lily sniffed and both her eyes went wide. Too powerful to learn. She shook her head and handed the test paper back to Jolie. By the way, Jolie, how did you train for fighting? This time, it seems like everyone's fighting scores are generally not high. My humanoid puppet is 51 points, and the beast type is 39 points. But I heard from others that your fighting scores were very high, they all went up to 90 points. Through this second model, everyone had a more intuitive feeling about the importance of fighting. There were only 2 tests in this exam. Whereas the real college entrance exam is 3, adding up to a score that's enough to rival the formation section. With such a large point value, as long as the exam is good, it can also greatly widen the gap. And it's still a newly added subject. We all have the same starting line. With the right training methods, it's entirely possible to bend the rules. This time, the several people within the class who had made particularly great progress had all reached it with their spirit root scores compressed and their fighting scores good. So the ones like Lily, who had been hovering around the upper middle of the pack, quickly realized the importance of the fighting technique. Jolie didn't make a secret, I trained based on the puppets. That one's puppets aren't bad, the quality is high, it's just a bit higher price-wise, $800,000. But it's really good value for money, it's just that there was only the last puppet left when I bought it. I can push the link to you guys, just order when it's available. Once she heard the price of the golem, Lily hesitated a bit. After all, it was not a low price, and several of them were ordinary families that $800,000 could be years of income for their parents combined. Unlike Nie Xian and her friends who are rich and just sprinkle. So basically, they were a bit hesitant. Well, I'll think about it. Once she heard the price, Lily was a bit disinterested and didn't even ask for puppet-related details. It's obvious that she won't buy it. It should be that the last time she bought an inferior puppet left a bad impression on her. Luo, who also shook his head, it's a bit expensive, can't afford it. I'd better train properly at the cram school. This time for the fighting test, the coach taught or use a few moves. Originally, Jolie thought that if Lily and Luo who were interested, he would be able to refine 2 more of them. However, seeing as neither of them had much interest, he let it go. On second thought, he thought again that he already had a concrete plan for realizing the high-level puppet he had refined at the 9th level of Chi refining. It had also passed on the simulation software, and all that was left was the control algorithm, chip interface docking, and production related to the. Another month or 2 of time should be able to refine a prototype out. So the puppet he had in his hand at the 6th level of Chi refining might not be able to be used. Moreover, with his current level of fighting, this puppet would hardly enhance him anymore, either. He immediately thought that it would be better to just sell it to these 3 friends at a low price. I have a puppet I've been training at home, do you guys want it? Just sell it to you for $100,000. If it's too expensive, the 3 of you can buy it together, just discuss it when you use it. Tomorrow happens to be winter vacation, you can come to my house to try it out, and if it feels okay, you can just buy it on the spot. As soon as they heard this price, Luo Hu and the 3 of them were all a little bit moved by it. After all, this time, Zhou Li's fighting achievements were obvious to all. The puppets he used were definitely of passing quality. And when the time comes, you can even try it out and just not buy it if you're not satisfied. Luo Hu immediately nodded his head and said, "Okay, Lao Zhou, then we'll go to your house tomorrow to take a look. Lily, why don't we buy it together and get down to business directly after the site inspection?" Lily looked at him with some dissatisfaction. "Did you forget about my family, Hong Mei? It should be the three of us buying together, so we can all make progress together." Red Rose, are you buying? I didn't expect Zhao Hongmei to shake her head back and forth. "I won't buy it, you two buy it. I don't have much interest in fighting, and my hands and feet are stupid, I can't practice well, so forget it." Jolie, who knew about Zhao Hongmei and Luo Hu's relationship, was also secretly wondering in his heart, could it be that the two of them were trying to share one? But he didn't ask anymore. After all, with a joint purchase, it must be 50-50 on the time of use. How Luo Hu used it at that time was none of his business. "Tiger, if we combine our purchases, how about we both use it for a week each?" Lily planned ahead. Luo Hu made an okay gesture, yes. When the three of them were almost done discussing, the lecturer signaled for everyone to quiet down and began grading the formation section papers this time around. Jolie also listened carefully to the lecture and this exam he has a number of questions do not know how to use high school knowledge to solve, so he took the opportunity to use the spirit of differential. He could not help it. He really did not have a clue about those questions, so he wrote them. Got a lot of points, though. But it's still in its mind that solving with high school knowledge is the way to go. Chapter 82, Jolie can bail out? Winter vacation is finally over tomorrow. It's already 8 o'clock in the evening, after the grading of the papers of all the subjects. Especially in the formation subject, this exam was particularly difficult. It took a full 4 hours to finish. The proof of the last big question filled 3 blackboards. Jolie read it several times although he understood the solution. But if he still encounters this kind of difficulty next time, he estimates that the probability is that he will still not be able to solve it. This kind of topic is completely useless if you are simply good at fundamentals. Not only do you have to rely on a flash of insight, the skill of solving a problem is quite important, but also a fairly strong logical ability that those students who have participated in formation-related competitions may have a great advantage. Jolie's mindset on this is also put very flat. The last question of the college entrance examination, if you do not have a clue, directly give up is. I've heard that quite a few Imperial Beastmasters have opened tutorial classes recently, and the tutorial center I enrolled in also spent a lot of money to invite an Imperial Beastmaster to join. Old Joe, do you want you to find a relevant cram school to enroll in? After all, the college entrance exam will eventually have to face real demonic beasts head-on. Just think of it as getting used to it in advance or not. After the winter vacation papers were distributed, everyone was packing up their things and preparing to leave school, and Luo Hu talked about the cram school again. Jolie, on the other hand, nodded in agreement. "I've already enrolled in cram school." In reality, he had already thought about traveling to the otherworld and fighting demonic beasts in those millions of mountains. After all, although the beast pets of the Imperial Beast Masters also belonged to the demonic beasts, they were still a bit inferior in terms of ferocity. That's why he was thinking of teaming up with some loose cultivators to go on a real adventure. He was confident that with the 2 realms pearl protecting him, he would be able to escape in time even if his life was in danger. That's good. Luo Hu nodded his head, then he thought of something and immediately reminded. "Old Joe, send me the address of your house, I'll go and take a look at the puppet tomorrow." Another reminder towards Li Li. "Don't forget to go to Old Joe's house together tomorrow." Li Li answered, "Don't worry. It's a big deal about the college entrance exam, I definitely won't forget. Just don't be late yourself when the time comes. I've got something to do, so I'll go first." After saying that, she ran out with her bag on her back in a flying manner. Luo Hu at this time also cleaned up also very natural to take over Zhao Hongmei's hand backpack. He left the classroom with Jolie. The 3 of them walked to the school entrance, Jolie to the left, Luo Hu and Zhao Hongmei to the right. "Old Joe, we're leaving too, we won't see you tomorrow." Jolie also waved at them as a temporary farewell. He had just returned home when he realized that his dad and mom had already prepared a table of dishes waiting for him. "Getting off work so early today?" Jolie put down his heavy school bag filled with vacation papers, slightly surprised. For the last few months, Dad had been rather busy because of the new factory of Shenlingnan, the richest man in Jiang province that day. He's been working overtime for months now. Good thing the overtime benefits are good. Otherwise, Zhou Rui has long been thinking of changing factories. Mom has been relatively free lately, but she rarely has time to make so many dishes and wait for him to come back. Could it be that Dad has made a breakthrough, so he wants to celebrate? Jolie inquired with a smile. The mom, Zhang Lan, was beaming as she served up a bowl of spirit turtle great tonic soup and placed it in front of Jolie. "Son, you've worked hard during this period of time. Come on, eat more food and make up for it. This spirit turtle was bought and killed in the afternoon, it's very fresh."
Dad Joe Rue looked at him with a look of certainty, his eyes full of relief. Worthy of being my son, to have gotten first place in the school and second place in the city all at once. My Zhou family's ancestors' graves are smoldering, so close to producing the city's top student. If your homeroom teacher hadn't called me, I wouldn't have known about this. It was only then that Jolie realized the origin of the table's dishes that. It turned out to be a celebration for himself. But he was also curious and asked, the homeroom teacher called just to talk about the grades? Didn't talk about anything else? It's just the results of the second model. It's not a college entrance exam. The homeroom teacher shouldn't have called the parents just because of this. Jolie guessed that there must be something else. Sure enough, when it comes to this, the smile on Dad Joe Rue's face is even bigger, and the corners of his mouth can't be suppressed. Hey, guess what the homeroom teacher told me? A school wants to contact you about bailing out. Guaranteed admission. You don't even have to take the college entrance exam. This is a treatment that only many geniuses with earth spirit roots and heaven spirit roots have. I didn't expect my son to have such a day. Ha ha ha. Jolie was also startled, and then his heart secretly rejoiced that. There is a school contacted to bail out. This is something that the homeroom teacher specifically called to notify. It should not be false. It must be that he played too well in the second model exam this time and attracted the attention of some schools. What schools? He asked expectantly. Old Mom Zhanlan shook her head. It's Tiannan University. I've looked at it with your dad. It's not the 12 colleges or the 5 university palaces. But it's also ranked in the top 50 universities in the entire Immortal Palace. Not bad. Hearing the name of the school, Jolie's mood was like splashing a pot of cold water on him. With his grades nowadays, his goal is naturally the 5 university palaces. This Tiannan University was not within his consideration. I don't want to go to the school. I want to take the 5 palaces and 12 houses. In front of his mom and dad, he didn't hide it and directly stated his thoughts. Dad Joe Rue also nodded his head in understanding. You were second in the city in the second model this time. Going to Tiannan University is definitely a waste. Your mom and I have already discussed this. This is up to you to decide. After all, neither of us went to college, so to give you ideas would be doing you a disservice. Mom Zhanlan, however, felt a bit of a pity. This is an opportunity to go to college without taking the college entrance exam. What a pity to waste it. Can't you just say yes first and then see what happens after the college entrance exam? If you don't do well on the college entrance exams, it's a way back. Joe Rue seriously said, retreat from what? When has our son ever let us worry about him since he was a child? Don't give us any ideas. People's schools aren't cuties either, which can give you this two-faced chance. Jolie also explained, I'm afraid this is a contract. If you go to another school after the college entrance exams, there may be a risk of breaking the law. Since I've already decided not to go, let's just say no. I have confidence in myself. I won't have a problem with the college entrance exam. Hearing both her son and husband say this, Zhanlan didn't say anything more. It's fine for you to decide these things. Then I'll call your homeroom teacher tomorrow and say I don't want to bail out. After this little episode, the family happily ate dinner. Zhanlan had made 12 dishes today, and each dish tasted very good. Many of them were more expensive demonic beast ingredients, which their family usually only ate on New Year's festivals. This time, in order to celebrate their son's achievement in the second model exam, it could be said that they had put down a lot of money. Dad Joe Rue also had a rare drink. Constantly bragging about his exploits back then. Said how good he was in school, and that he even got 20th place in the whole school. But the day before the college entrance exam, he caught a bad cold and didn't do well, so he didn't go to college. He kept reminding his son to take care of his health during the college entrance exams and not to make the same mistake as he did. By the way, I've already booked the cave. I'll go with your father tomorrow to take a look. Do you want to come along? When the meal was almost over, Mom Zhanlan suddenly brought up the matter. Before Dad felt the bottleneck of the 6th level of chi refining, because of the matter of going to work has been procrastinated. Thinking of taking advantage of the New Year's vacation to go to the Spirit Vein Cave to close the door and make a breakthrough. Since many laborers were thinking the same thing during the new year, it was more difficult to book the Spiritual Vein Cave. The cave that was previously booked for Jolie's breakthrough was actually not bad at all. But it simply couldn't be grabbed during the peak New Year's Eve period. But Zhanlan is more persistent about this kind of thing. Every time he reaches the predetermined point in time, he starts to grab it. Today, she finally managed to grab a few slightly lesser ones. Jolie shook his head when he thought that Luohu and Lily would come to his house tomorrow to check out the puppets. I won't be going. Tomorrow I'm going to revise and review this second model's question paper to check for gaps and make up for my shortcomings. Zhanlan saw that her son was so motivated that he didn't even stay idle on the first day of vacation, and felt happy from the bottom of her heart. Good, then you stay home. The food is in the refrigerator, heat it up and eat it yourself. We can be back tomorrow night if we're quick, maybe the day after if we're slow. She had booked a total of 3 cave dwellings, in different spirit veins and relatively far away from each other. So it took more time to look through them one by one. This is also for fear that many caves will falsely advertise and exaggerate the total amount of spiritual energy they have.
It is always necessary to go to the site and actually look at it to determine which cave to choose. After finishing his meal, Jolie returned to his room and first, he gouged out the spirit stones from the spirit power slots behind the 6th level of chi refining puppet that he often used, and replaced them with ordinary spirit power batteries. He also carefully checked around the room to make sure that he hadn't missed anything related to spirit stones, and only then did he put his heart down. Then he turned his attention to refining the puppet. I've basically gotten the hang of this programming bit now, gotta see how others write before writing a new control system. After a few months of study, Jolie has no problem writing a basic program, but the control system and algorithm of a chi refining higher order puppet was a huge undertaking that, with his current level, it was difficult to write them with his own strength, so he thought to learn how others wrote them first. He searched the internet, and sure enough, there were quite a few source codes for sale. He looked at one with the highest favorable reviews and directly placed an order for it. It was a set of Golem intelligent exercise programs, developed by several PhD students from the 100 Flowers Academy, in a joint effort. It has been proven on numerous production puppets. No problems at all with utility, stability, and will continue to be updated with iterative bugs. Many of the purchasers were small and medium-sized puppet producers who couldn't afford to develop such a large system on their own, so they just bought the ready-made ones. It's the 100 Flowers Academy again? Jolie recalled that the forbidden breaking bead he had purchased earlier was produced by the 100 Flowers Academy Palace. The papers and writings on learning puppet making were from Professor 100 Machines of the 100 Flowers Academy Palace. Now learning system control programming was also purchased from a doctoral student from the 100 Flowers Academy who developed it. A marvelous feeling arose in my heart. This 100 Flowers School Palace and I were kinda related. Chapter 83, Our Brother Joe is Bull. Dong 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 dong. Jolie suddenly heard a knock on the door, pulling him back from his immersive learning. He looked up at the time, it was 10 o'clock. Could it be that Luo Hu and the others have already arrived? He stood up, stretched his legs and he had accidentally studied all night again last night. It's really that the source code for that source code he ordered and purchased is so subtle that, from the top level design to the details of each code, he benefited a lot from it. I never thought programming could be written this way. I learned it without noticing and didn't come back to it until I heard a knock on the door. He stepped out of his room and Mom and Dad had already left the house early in the morning to go on a field trip to survey the intended cave. Hey, it's you, what are you doing here? Do we have anything else to talk about? Jolie opened the door of his home to see that it was Lu Gaofeng, causing him to be a bit surprised. He didn't have a good attitude towards this former hairdresser either, and spoke without any politeness. Last time he heard those words from Lu Gaofeng's mother, his heart had completely cooled down towards this hair family. Naturally, his attitude towards them was also cold. Lu Gaofeng frowned and also directly inquired, I came to ask you about your second model exam results. This time, did you? Before he could finish his question, another familiar voice came from beside him. Yeah, old Joe, what a coincidence, knowing we're coming, you even went out to greet us. Jolie looked up, it was Li Li and Luo Hu. There was also a middle-aged man who was a bit older, a bit fat, and looked to be in his 40s or 50s. This is my big brother, here to help us transport the puppets. And this one is? Luo Hu explained, and then looked at Lu Gaofeng on the side, inquiring in a very self-conscious manner. Jolie, on the other hand, returned somewhat coldly, just a neighbor who isn't too familiar. After saying that, he treated Luo Hu's trio into the house as if Lu Gaofeng did not exist at all. Then he said to them again, I have to entertain my friends now, I'm not available for the time being. You can come back another day. His dissatisfaction with Lu Gaofeng was not hidden and was fully reflected in his tone. The kind of person who clearly hated in his heart but still had to refrain from showing it, Jolie thought to himself that he could not do it at all with his own culinary skills nowadays. What likes and dislikes are completely expressed on his face. Luo Hu looked at Jolie's demeanor and tone of voice was not right, and he was also surprised in his heart, and high school 2.5 years basically have not seen him to whom this attitude over, even angry look have not seen. It seems that the relationship between the two of them is more than just being neighbors who don't know each other very well. He also knew the opportunity not to ask more questions, only quietly watching. Which thought that Lu Gaofeng was still asking with a hard head even at this time, did you take the second city's second test at the beginning of the second model this time? I see that there is a person on the top of the ranking whose name is exactly the same as yours. Jolie smiled coldly, what, did your mom send you here? But your mom has said that this pseudo-spirit root of mine will be of absolutely no help to you in the future, and may even cause you trouble, so why did she still let you come? I have no comment on the test results either. Hearing this, Lu Gaofeng immediately understood that his mom's chat with him had been overheard by Jolie. For a while, he was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. When Luo Hu next to him heard these words, how could he not understand what had happened? Obviously, it was the mother of the man in front of him who was dog-eyed, looking down on Jolie's false spiritual roots and restricting the two from interacting with each other. Now Jolie is the second best student in the city. He has come up again with a deadpan face. He wasn't as easy to fool as Jolie, and immediately became furious. Hey, I'm really sorry, our brother Joe used to not want to make a splash, and has always wanted to keep a low profile, and intentionally scored poorly on the exam. This time, the second model accidentally took it seriously and directly took the second best test in the city. Oh, I forgot to say, in fact, brother Joe also took the First Order Alchemist certificate, which can add 10 points, if it's in the college entrance exam, it's the proper number 1 in the city. The kind that you can pick from any of the 5 university palaces. I'd like to ask, what class are you? How can you help our brother Joe? Are you here now ready to cause trouble? When Lu Gaofeng heard the words first grade pharmacist certificate plus 10 points, a stunned look surged on his face. Obviously, he was quite surprised that Jolie had obtained this certificate. Without waiting for him to speak, Luo Hu directly asked towards Lily next to him, Lily, how many points did Jolie score in the fighting section this time? I have a poor memory, I can't remember some of it too well. Lily understood and immediately returned, brother Joe didn't play well in the fighting section this time, both tests were only over 90 points. One of them seems to be still 99 points, there is still a considerable gap from the full score of 100, probably retaining his strength, waiting for the next exam to break through himself. If the previous words were a bit of a surprise, then now Lu Gaofeng was in some disbelief. The entire Nanzhou City exam is using a uniform system of puppets. When he took the test, he clearly felt the strength of the puppet, whether it was reaction, spell casting speed, strength, agility, it was far beyond them. He was able to achieve a score of 90 points or more in 2 tests, one of which was also 99 points. No one in their first high school can do that. And the Jolie in front of him had achieved such a result in the newly added subject, which was completely beyond his imagination. Instinctively, he wanted to ask for the secret to achieving such a result. However, once he thought that his relationship with Jolie was already so stiff that it was uncharacteristic, he held back from asking. It was Luo whose thought that he would not mention which pod was which. Brother Joe invited us here this time, but he wants to impart to us the secret of scoring high on the fighting section exam. This can't be allowed to be learned away by outsiders. Come on, let's go in and close the door tightly, this kind of secret can't be leaked. After saying that, he directly pulled Jolie and several people into the house, and also intentionally closed the door with force, slamming it in a very loud kind of way. The face of Lu Gaofeng, who stood outside the door and ate the closed door, changed several times. In the end, he left. Jolie was very grateful to Luo Hu for standing up for himself, but his mouth was still poisonous. If the door is broken by you, pay for it. Luo Hu hee smiled, full of concern at old Joe. How was my performance just now? Give you a long face, right? Damn, where did the little brat come from? Dare to look down on our old Joe, really larded up. Jolie smiled, good, for the sake of you coming forward, this puppet will be given to you, the money will not be collected. Originally, his selling price of $100,000 was almost equal to giving it away for nothing. This time Luo Hu and Li Li in for their own out of this mouth, he simply $100,000 also do not want to. It's really a free gift. He's not that far off anyway. Luo Hu was naturally happy to see this. I won't say more, if I get into college later, I will definitely treat you to a big drink. Let's go, let's visit your room old Joe. The unseemly things in there should all be hidden, right? In case we accidentally find it, that would be embarrassing. Jolie laughed and gave him a smack. What nonsense are you talking about? I've always been addicted to studying, everything is square. You guys try the puppet. A few people walked directly into Jolie's room. Ooh, old Joe, your room is quite big. Luo Hu briefly looked at it, the room must be at least 30 square feet upwards. As soon as you enter the door, what comes into your eyes is the dense array of books on one wall. There were talismans, formations, puppets, alchemy, and other aspects of the. There were also thick papers that were more than half a person's height that. Not to mention other design manuscript papers, talisman drawings, and so on. On the east side of the house, there was a one-person tall puppet standing there. Originally there was a small study, but then it was too much trouble, so it opened up with my room, so it seems a bit big. Jolie briefly explained. Old Joe, Kawa, drumming up something I can't even read. Luo Hu saw that the computer was not closed, and curiously came up to look at it. As a result, the screen was full of all kinds of complicated codes. Completely beyond his comprehension. Lily also looked aside at the collection of papers Jolie had placed on the bookshelf and, finding that it was full of very specialized content, she was a bit tongue-tied reading it, not to mention understanding it. Jolie, no wonder you did so well on the second model exam, studying something completely beyond the scope of high school, and then coming back to high school topics, isn't it a descending blow? She flipped through several books one after another and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Jolie, on the other hand, walked over to the puppet and reminded, are you here to see the puppet or to check my studies? Hurry over here. Only then did Luo Hu and Lily walk over to the puppet, carefully examining it, and touching here, looking there, very curious. Old Joe, this puppet of yours, it's almost the same as the school's, where did you get it? Luo Hu looked at it for a few moments and asked with some surprise. Lily observed carefully and shook her head. There are still some differences. The shells of the school's puppets are alloys and feel colder and harder. But the surface of this golem is a bit brown, a bit smooth, not like metal. It should be different from the ones in school. Jolie smiled. Without something real, I wouldn't dare to say that it can improve your fighting performance. Which one of you will try first? After saying that, he directly turned on the puppet and pulled all the attributes full, then asked with an impish face. Luo Hu volunteered, although ladies first, but for this kind of thing, I think it's better if I come first. After saying that, he set up his stance and directly took on the puppet. The result was predictable, and the battle was over in less than 3 seconds. His entire body was prostrate on the ground, having received a not-so-light blow to the abdomen. What, it's too cool on the ground and you don't want to get up, is it? Jolie laughed and helped him up, rubbing his stomach a bit. This puppet of mine is alright, right? Luo Hu made a bitter face and made the okay gesture. It's too okay. Then he solemnly thanked him. Without further ado, Lao Zhou, thank you so much. Jolie also directly took out a bunch of operation manuals and handed them over. Touch this up before you use it. Don't turn the attributes all the way up when confronting, you won't be able to carry it. Otherwise you'll be like you were just now. Luo Hu didn't have the heart to say, this kind of thing, just instruct it. How do you need me to demonstrate? Big brother, come give me a hand. The middle-aged man immediately stepped forward and moved the puppet with Luo Hu piece by piece. Luckily, the shell of the puppet was refined with special wood and ores from the otherworldly side, and it didn't weigh much. 2 people could lift it. I've also recorded some videos on how to use it. I'll send it to your phone right away. Remember to watch it well before you use it, don't practice out of order. Jolie looked at Luo Hu, who was carrying the puppet onto the car, and instructed another sentence. Luo Hu waved his hand, signaling that he knew. Old Joe, we won't let you open up for lunch, and we won't bother you with your studies, so we'll leave first. Jolie asked in return, the puppets have sent you all away, do you have to treat me to a meal? Luo Hu immediately nodded, this is a must. Wait for my notice. You won't be able to run away from this meal. After bidding farewell to the 3 Luo Hu, Jolie re-entered the room and, just now, it was still bustling with activity, but in the blink of an eye, it became quiet again. Jolie still preferred the current atmosphere. No one should bother me for the time being. I'm going to go around the 7 Alliance City to see if there are any people teaming up to hunt demonic beasts in the millions of mountains. Chapter 84 Golden Wisp Treasure Cloth. Jolie prepared in advance before departing to 7 League City. 200 talismans were all ready. He also wore the latest protective clothing bought from the internet, the brand name of which was Golden Wisp Treasure Clothes. On the outside, it looks similar to ordinary clothing. But the material used is spirit ink gold mixed with several kinds of alloys to form a fine silk weave. Not only is it lightweight and easy to carry, but it can also withstand the attacks of cultivators at the peak of chi refining and even at the pre-foundation stage. The price is naturally not cheap. One piece is worth $920,000. Jolie, who was going to train inside the $1 Million Mountain, naturally wouldn't feel bad about the money and directly placed his order. On his feet, he wore the boots that he had previously obtained from the horse-faced cultivator who had attacked him, and after injecting spiritual energy, he was able to run as fast as he could. Combined with those speeding up spells, escaping and saving his life should not be a problem. After everything was ready, Jolie moved his mind and returned to the 7 Alliance City through the 2 Realms Pearl. The last time he came, it was a bit late in the day, resulting in not many cultivators on this side of the reward hall. Jolie came at the right time today. There were at least hundreds of cultivators wandering around this neighborhood that some are looking at the notices and choosing what they can afford to take on, some were constantly greeting the crowd, trying to choose teammates who would form a team. There were also those who simply set up stalls in the neighborhood, selling the materials left over after handing over the quests. Anyone want to form a team? The Spirit Medicine Pavilion is charging a large price for the leafless grass. I've already found the location of the herb, and I need some of my friends to join forces to go there. The pay is definitely generous. I found a seriously injured second-order demonic beast, need like-minded friends to help kill the materials we equally share. Danxia Sec released a mission. The white spirit scorpion needed to refine second-order pills needs 500. I have found his nest. I need fellow Taoists to come and help. There were a bit too many cultivators on the scene calling for a team to be formed. Jolie, on the other hand, was hovering over the various notices while secretly paying attention to those who were calling out. Fellow Taoist Hukoan, how does your white spirit scorpion quest pay? A cultivator heard the contents and immediately stepped forward to make an inquiry. Fellow Taoist, wait for a moment. This time I need a total of 4 fellow Taoists to help me, and I'm still missing one. We'll talk about it in detail later when all the people are here, and we definitely won't let you down in terms of compensation. After all, it's a mission issued by one of the 7 great sects, the Danxia sect, and their wealth is obvious to all. The cultivator who had come forward to inquire also nodded when he saw that there were already 2 people waiting beside him. Alright, I still trust fellow Taoist Hukoan, then I'll wait for a while. But I'll say it in advance, if the payment isn't satisfactory, then I won't join in any way. After all, the white spirit scorpion isn't small in terms of toxicity, and getting a little bit of it would be a great disaster. The cultivator named Hukoan promised with a solemn face, don't worry, fellow Taoist, these two fellow Taoists also mean the same thing. Later on, if the negotiated reward is not satisfactory, you can leave on the spot. Joly's divine sense was quite a bit stronger than his peers, and his perception was naturally quite strong. The whispers of many of the surrounding cultivators were also heard by him. This Hukoan seems to have some kind of relationship with the Dansha sect's foreign affairs elder, and every time the Dansha sect has some kind of mission, he's the one who gets it first. Paying tribute of large hundreds of spirit stones every year, this doesn't matter, has also become as close as father and son. So much? This Hukoan doesn't look like he has a high cultivation level. How can he have so many spirit stones a year to ease his relationship? Can there be fewer benefits from the missions issued by the Dansha sect? Hearing this discussion, Joly had an idea in his mind. He had also heard of the Dansha sect, the only sect known for alchemy amongst the 7 great sects that controlled this place. The remaining 6 sects' great elders would basically look for the Dansha sect's people to make whatever pills they needed to make, and they would basically look for the Dansha sect's people to make them. As far as he knows, the various Foundation establishment pills circulating in the world of the 7 Alliance City today are basically all from the Dansha sect. So to a certain extent, it also made its status relatively supreme. Since it was an alchemy sect, there would naturally be no shortage of various rare medicinal herbs within the sect. This was naturally the best choice for Joly, who had always aspired to alchemize and get high to improve. I should be able to take on this quest, and there's a chance that I can get to know that foreign elder of the Dansha sect through the Hukoan. Since that elder can be bought off by spending spirit stones, it's not even a matter to me, so I can ask him about the matters of the Dansha sect's disciple recruitment when the time comes. As long as I can have a chance, with my current level of pill refining, it shouldn't be too difficult to enter the Dansha sect. Joly originally wanted to enter one of the 7 great sects. Not only did he have the background, but he could also take the opportunity to observe the legacy of the great sects here. It would be great if it was the Dansha sect. He was just about to step forward and make a furtive introduction when he realized that someone else was one step ahead of him. Hukoan saw that the crowd was already full, so he directly led a few people to an inn to talk about related matters. Joly saw that the opportunity was lost, and was not in a hurry. As long as this Hukoan was still inside this 7-league city, there was a chance to hook up with him. Next, Joly searched around the notices and found that Red Dragon Valley was still recruiting new disciples. He knew what was going on, and coupled with the fact that his heart belonged to the Dansha sect, he naturally laughed it off. There were indeed some tasks on the notice that he was heartened by. It was a pity that he had not yet entered the $1 Million Mountain and did not know the situation inside, so he could only give up. He set his sights on the grouped people again and, after listening carefully for a while, he finally selected the group that had killed the 2nd-ranked severely injured demonic beast. For one thing, he saw that the strength of the leader of the group was good, enough to be at the 12th level of chi refining. Cultivators of this level were not far away from Foundation establishment, so naturally they would be incredibly life-conscious, and would not joke with their own lives by haphazardly challenging a demonic beast that they could not defeat. Secondly, the several cultivators he recruited were not low in cultivation, basically around the 10th level of chi refining. These loose cultivators with high cultivation levels were relatively more experienced, and following them would allow them to learn things quickly. In the future, it would also be good to feel around here alone. Hello fellow Taoist, is the reward for killing a 2nd-ranked demonic beast really divided equally? Joly stepped forward and asked, following the speech of the other cultivators. The shouting loose cultivator looked to be about 40 years old, with a slightly darker complexion and a number of wrinkles and scars on his face. When he saw Joly, he was slightly stunned for a moment, thinking that the person in front of him was too young and too tender. However, he still nodded his head and said, "It is said that it is divided equally, and in the end, whoever puts in the most effort will naturally get the part that is the most precious part." Fellow Taoist has no opinion, right? Seeing that this person was honest and did not beat around the bush, Joly also added more to his heart. Good, then count me in as well. The loose cultivator sized up Joly and curiously said, "Fellow Taoist is quite unfamiliar, can you tell us your cultivation?" Joly didn't hesitate to reply directly, "I am Luo Hu." This was also what he had thought of saying long ago. The reason why he didn't use his real name was also out of vigilance. He had read Immortal Mansion reports of some overseas cultivators who had cursed their enemies through blood spells, head subduing techniques, and other sinister spells, and one of the key conditions was that their real names should be known. In this otherworldly world, there were bound to be no shortage of those kinds of sinister cultivators. Based on the principle of seeking stability, it's better to use a fake name to be safer. Anyway, no one in this realm knew him, so his real name and fake name were both the same. After reporting his name, he added with a sad face, "I grew up cultivating hard in the field, and earlier, it was my uncle who brought me to the 7-league city to see the world. It's a pity that my uncle's luck was not good and he fell in the millions of mountains, which is why I came out to fend for myself and seek some errands. After saying that, he directly executed the fireball art. A bucket-sized flame rose from his hand, instantly surprising several loose cultivators. I wonder if this cultivation of mine can still meet the eyes of all of you. Jolie had only utilized about half of his spiritual energy even as he cast this spell. Since these loose cultivators did not have a complete sect heritage, even if they got the technique by chance, they did not have a master to guide them from the side, so they could only comprehend it by themselves, and it was easy to take a wrong turn. Moreover, they don't have the spiritual rice to improve their bones from a young age. So the roots were a lot shallower than the students in the immortal mansion, not to mention comparing them to Jolie, who had cultivated the 9 suns condensed yuan gong. The hand Jolie revealed directly subdued a few people. The eyes that looked at him were also filled with a hint of vigilance and fear. My name is Wang Tong. The middle-aged cultivator who had initiated the formation of the group immediately introduced himself. Daoist Luo has profound magical power. I've been hanging around in the 7 Alliance city for more than 10 years, and it's the first time I've seen such attainments at such a young age like Taoist Luo. It's just that the direct disciples in the 7 great sects are far inferior. I'm grateful that fellow Taoist doesn't abandon me and is willing to trust me to participate in this siege of the second-ranked heavily injured demonic beast. With fellow Taoist Luo joining us, I think this hunting that operation must be even easier. I can guarantee that I will definitely make this trip worthwhile for all of you. It's getting late now. If we set off now, I'm afraid it'll be late when we get there, which is not good for hunting, so why don't we move tomorrow? The others had no problem with it and agreed. Wang Tong was also very generous, and immediately invited the 5 cultivators including Jolie who had teamed up with him to go to a restaurant and have a full meal. During the meal, several loose cultivators declared their homes and gradually became familiar with each other. Several people agreed to meet at the city gate early tomorrow morning, together into the millions of mountains to round up demonic beasts. Returning to the inn in the evening, Jolie sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind rather strange. This Wang Tong didn't talk to us in detail about that second-order demonic beast at night. Could it be that he's afraid that we'll get the news and go hunting on our own? Also, it's always a good idea to celebrate a successful hunt with a meal at a restaurant. Where else would we eat before we even set off? He thought for a while but couldn't figure it out. Forget it, let's improvise tomorrow. I'm pretty well prepared anyway, so even if I meet a Foundation establishment cultivator, I'll be able to escape. Chapter 85 Miasma Breaking Pill. Fellow Taoists, you've all come quite early. Wang Tong could be heard greeting from afar. Jolie and the other 4 cultivators had arrived earlier and instead, it was Wang Tong who came late, causing one of the cultivators with a thick beard to be quite displeased. Fellow Taoist Wang, it was you who invited us to head to the mountains to hunt demonic beasts. Now that you've come so late, shouldn't you have an explanation? Wang Tong smiled sarcastically. Forgive me, fellow Taoist man, there is indeed a reason why I came late. The that we are going to encircle is the tiger miasma beast, a strange demonic beast formed by the symbiosis of the tiger demon and the poisonous miasma. Not only is it exceptionally ferocious, but it also specializes in gulping down miasma poisonous swamps. It's very troublesome. I previously ordered a few miasma-breaking pills for this trip at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, and this morning I went to pick up the pills, which is why I'm a bit late. I hope that fellow Taoist man will forgive me. Only then did the bearded Manchu cultivator's face slow down a little. If that's the case, why didn't you say so earlier? That bearded cultivator was called Man Lu. According to his own words at yesterday's banquet, he had also worshipped in a small sect 10 years ago. He didn't want to worship a master who was a wolf and wanted to turn him into a blood puppet. Fortunately, he was vigilant. With the help of poison will be the master of anti-kill, stole the skills, robbed some artifacts and pills on the escape from the master. He has been displaced to the 7-league city, where he has set up his roots. He spoke quickly, with an air of not being able to hide his words. Wang Tong smiled apologetically. This is something that Wang Mao has to neglect. I will definitely pay attention next time. With that, he took out 5 bottles of pills and distributed them to Jolie's several people while instructing them. This elixir tastes a bit irritating, but the efficacy is perfectly fine. If we encounter a miasma cover later on, we can ensure that you all will not be poisoned. There is no need to take it now. Manlu plucked open the cap of the bottle and sniffed it, nodded and said, "It is indeed the miasma breaking pill. Fellow Taoist Wang has a heart." A few people looked at the more difficult to deal with Manlu, who felt that there was no abnormality, and they also put their hearts down. Jolie also picked it up and smelled it, with some misgivings in his heart. This flavor isn't quite right, it seems to be mixed with some other herbs. Could it be that there is a difference in refining techniques between the 2 worlds? There were also quite a few miasma-ridden demonic beasts on the front line of the Blue Water Planet. As a first-order examination alchemist, this elixir is also inside the 300 elixirs that must be examined in the first-order examination, so naturally, he is also familiar with it. Although the refining techniques are different, the main body of a few herbs are still similar. He could smell that there was a trace of a strange fragrance in the elixir. But he didn't bring it up, after all, that Manlu seemed to know quite a bit about pills, too. Since he had confirmed that there was no problem, he couldn't say anything. Fellow Taoists, that second-ranked demonic beast, even though it has been severely injured, is still quite a bit more powerful than an ordinary first-ranked demonic beast. When the time comes, we can't be careless, and we can't work hard and end up dead. As the six of them traveled towards the million-dollar mountain, Wang Tong introduced the situation of the demonic beasts to be rounded up. That demonic beast was unintentionally discovered when I went looking for the earth-yellow ginseng last time. Huge in size, with a demonic aura, it may even have formed a demonic elixir. Hearing demonic Dan, that Manlu immediately said again angrily. Is fellow Taoist Wang not joking? Wouldn't a demonic beast that has formed a demonic elixir be a match for us, a few chi refining cultivators? Several other people also revealed questioning colors. Jolie had also done some understanding of the demon pill. It was somewhat similar to the gene Dan within a human cultivator's body. The demonic pills, on the other hand, are the essence of a demonic beast's lifelong cultivation. Basically, it can only be formed at the third level and above. Only stronger late foundation establishment and gene Dan stage cultivators are able to fight against and compete with them. That's why a few people are so angry, thinking that Wang Tong was playing with himself. And Wang Tong still had that smiling look and patiently made an explanation. Don't worry, fellow Taoists, since I dare to lead the team there, naturally I'm not going to get killed. That looks like it has enough chi, but in fact, it is already dying. There is a huge sword wound on its back, and half of its head is also bloodied and blurred, and it doesn't walk smoothly. Its injuries are very serious. I was secretly lurking and observing it for 2 days, and it was not discovered by it, enough to see that its strength is not 1 in 10. It is currently hiding in a cave. As long as we can hunt it down and sell the many materials on its body, at least 300 spirit stones are to be had. Even if the 6 of us share it equally, each of us will have at least 50 pieces, which will save us several years of running around, and wouldn't it be better to use more time for enlightenment and cultivation? Hearing so much, the few people present were really moved by the idea. If it was really like what Wang Tong said, there might not be no chance. Namanlu said nonchalantly, good, then I will trust you one more time for the time being. But my ugly words can be said in the front. If at that time I find that the situation does not match with what you said, I will immediately leave, and will not have any hesitation. These words also spoke the hearts of the other cultivators present. In response, Wang Tong also agreed in a million ways and said, don't worry, fellow Taoist man, if the situation isn't right, I definitely won't die for nothing. When the time comes, it's natural for everyone to save their lives. After this argument, everyone has finally slowly lowered their guard against Wang Tong. At the same time, they felt good about this Manlu. He felt that although this bearded cultivator looked rough and acted in a straightforward manner, but it was indeed suitable for teaming up. The deeper you go, the more weeds regrow, the more wooded the. On both sides, strange rocks and cliffs stood. There are also several majestic mountains perched close by the. Looking into the distance, the towering peaks were one after the other, boundless end. Only a large opening about 50 meters wide was left in front. Jolie looked around curiously, exclaiming in his heart, these million mountains are truly spectacular, and the 7 Alliance cities' choice of location is quite good, facing this entrance directly. Wang Tong, who was on the side, looked at Jolie as if it was his first time here, then kindly reminded him. Other than the main road, don't set foot on either side easily. In order to prevent demonic beasts from raging out of the millions of mountains, the 7 great sects have already placed quite a few array formations and prohibitions around the area, so in case you get trapped in them, it would be very bad. Jolie nodded. This entrance was quite long, more like a tunnel of sorts that. It took nearly 500 meters before one could truly step into the millions of mountains. The vegetation grass at the entrance had already been flattened by the coming and going cultivators of the. Several forks in the road were separated. To the left was a tree-lined road with towering trees, and in the depths there was a low roar of a beast that kept coming. Ahead is a large swamp with no head in sight, and from time to time a bucket-sized bubble will emerge, looking very dangerous. There were relatively few trees on the right, but many strange rocks stood in the road end. In front of them, there are even endless, sky-hiding high and cold peaks standing, making their hearts feel a sense of insignificance. Let's go to the right. That is in a cave about tens of miles from here. Wang Tong took the lead with his horse, and with the wind at his feet, he galloped straight to the right. Manlu's body reveals a burst of green aura. Obviously there are some body protection magic treasure is showing its power. He clenched his hands, and the soles of his feet also showed green light, and his speed increased by a cut, following up. Seeing this, the remaining few people also cast their means. Jolie didn't bother that much, and with his feet energized by his spiritual energy, his speed immediately soared. However, it was not pushed with full force, but under his intentional control, he only lagged behind that Manlu by 2 body lengths. This way, there were cultivators in front and behind, so that its sense of security also increased a lot. The trees and rocky cliffs on either side swept back at great speed. Constantly, small and thin-sized demonic beasts appeared in the trees and on the rocky cliffs. Only very few of them launched a direct attack on the few people, but instead watched them with an onlooker stance. There were also some that kept calling and hissing, which was a bit distracting. Someone in the group made a move to directly strangle that demonic beast. The large demonic beasts in this vicinity have all been hunted down to about the same extent, and the ones that are left are just small things that pose little threat to us, so there's no need to waste mana to make a move.
Wang Tong reminded him, then said nothing more and continued to head deeper.
Sprinting for about an hour, switching directions 7 or 8 times,
Wang Tong's speed gradually slowed down.
They had come to a canyon at the moment, with knife-sharp cliffs on the left and right sides of. In the center, a stream ran and rattled. Only on the right side of the smooth cliff wall there was a cave covered by tree branches and leaves, which could not be seen if one did not pay close attention.
Fellow Taoist Wang, could that be in that cave? Manlu first inquired out loud.
Wang Tong nodded, and pointed to a large puddle of blood remaining on a smooth stone not far away. That's where I saw that before. That blood flowed, and the whole creek was dyed red. Now only 2 days have passed since I discovered that. Its injuries can't possibly get better so quickly, we have to do it quickly. There was a thin-faced cultivator among the team who immediately pointed to the bloodstains on a rock on the right that had not yet completely dried up and said, "That should have only left a short while ago.
Its injuries should still be fresh, and it's still bleeding continuously."
Wang Tong, on the other hand, took out an elixir and directly swallowed it in one gulp. The last time I got close enough to probe, the miasma covering the interior of that cave is not favorable to us.
Take this miasma-breaking pill first, and we'll make our move later when the medicine has taken effect.
That Manlu looked at the elixir in his hand, flipping it back and forth several times, seemingly hesitating. The remaining few people also looked at him. In the end, Manlu also swallowed it in one mouthful and closed his eyes again to feel it. Not bad, it is indeed a genuine barrier-breaking Dan.
He emphasized and then asked towards Wang Tong, "How do we go in later?"
Seeing this, the remaining few people looked at each other for a few moments before taking the pills with confidence. Jolie, on the other hand, was a bit hesitant.
He couldn't fathom the seemingly unidentifiable aroma in the elixir.
It would be fine if he didn't know, but it's a first-rank alchemist, after all. It was naturally impossible to not care about this detail.
There shouldn't be any herbs that can give off an aroma in the making of the miasma-breaking pill, so what exactly is it?
He was puzzled in his mind, and did not take it the first time that. Instead, he casually took out a blood condensation pill from his bosom and took it, so as not to arouse suspicion that if the interior of that cave was really covered in miasma, he would decisively exit. Later on, I'll take the lead, fellow Taoist man will take the rear, fellow Taoist Luo will keep a close eye on the left side, fellow Taoist Qin will keep an eye on the right side, and fellow Taoist Zhang and fellow Taoist Bai will follow me and be ready to support me at any time. After Wang Tong gave some instructions, he rushed out towards the cave at the head of the horse.
Chapter 86, Black Eat Black. This flavor, it's so heavy. That white Taoist who was following Wang Tong complained softly. As soon as the few people entered the cave, a fishy stench hit their faces. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they would immediately be irritated to the point of tears and faint on the spot.
"Hush, be silent, don't be discovered by that person," Wang Tong said softly and then slowly walked toward the cave. He was seen holding a shield-type magic treasure tightly in his hand, and on his right hand, he pinched a talisman that, gazing ahead with a sense of alertness. Luo Wu, on the other hand, was on guard to the left as previously agreed. And the Taoist Qin who was originally responsible for guarding the right side also kept his gaze fixed ahead. The inside of this cave was quite spacious, like a large, naturally formed cavern that. The sound of rushing water was constantly coming from the inside. There was also a faint hissing sound, mournful and sad, sounding like it was already in a dying state.
It should be that demonic beasts.
The place where the few people came in happened to be one of the stone chambers that. After leaving the stone room, they found that there were more than a dozen stone rooms in the same forest around them, some big and some small, all different. Not waiting for a few people to investigate the source of that sound, an accident suddenly occurred in the middle of the group.
"There are secret books in here."
That by cultivator, who was supposed to follow Wang Tong, immediately ran towards a stone room and seems to have found a lot of rare and hard to find secret books, immediately overjoyed, could not help but shout out.
It is really too difficult to cultivate loose cultivation. Not only are the secret cultivation books expensive, but also the ones that have been left in circulation are basically the remnants of the major sects that were once overthrown.
It was very hard to get an intact one, which was why he lost his color so much. As he spoke, he had already stuffed all of the dozens of secret books laid out in the stone room into his accompanying parcel in one fell swoop.
There are so many pills here. Spirit gathering pills, Qi replenishing pills, concentration pills, earth spirit pills.
With these pills, it won't be much of a problem for me to just step into Foundation establishment. The cultivator surnamed Qin who was beside Jolie also rushed out and laughed loudly in his stone room.
Jolie's gaze condensed, instantly sensing that something was amiss.
This was because, in his eyes, what that Taoist white had stuffed into his bag were all pieces of stone that. And what drove Taoist Qin crazy was just some weeds. Watching the strange movements of the two, he couldn't help but be on guard. Could it be that there really is a miasma in this stone room, causing these two to fall in love and have hallucinations? Didn't they take the miasma breaking pill? No, why am I not hallucinating? Jolie's heart tightened as if he had remembered something, and he immediately reacted. That elixir, there really is something wrong with it. This Wang Tong, something's not right. Thinking of this, he gazed ahead, keeping a close eye on Wang Tong's every move. At the same time, the pace of his feet continuously retreated towards the rear cave entrance, wanting to leave this place. Suddenly, Jolie heard a faint sound of breaking air from the back of the. His entire focus was on the front, and he failed to notice it at first. Before he could react, he only felt a huge force slamming him into the. Boom! In the next moment, his body flew straight up and crashed on top of a stone wall to the side. So you guys are a gang. The moment Jolie was sent flying, the sound of that cultivator Shang's words echoed through the cave. However, there was more surprise than fear in his tone. Wang Tong turned around, his face full of sardonic smiles. You're pretty good. With such superb acting skills from fellow Daoist man and I, we couldn't even fool you into taking that hallucinogenic pill. How did you see that? That straightforward and honest-looking Manlu had cruelty laced in his tone. Who cares how he sees it, first cripple him. What the master needs is a living blood meal, but don't kill him. At this time, Jolie, who had fallen to the ground and pretended to be unconscious, came back to his senses. It turns out that this Wang Tong and Manlu are colluding with each other. Along the way that Manlu looked like he was picking a fight, but in fact, he was disguising himself to dispel the doubts of several of us and trick us into taking that pill. And it looks like there's another reason why that Manchu cultivator didn't kill me. Thinking of this sent chills down his spine. These two, what deep calculations. It was also the first time that Jolie had truly sensed the deceitfulness of the cultivators of this realm. It was simply impossible for one to defend themselves. In comparison, he who had grown up in the immortal mansion was like a flower in a greenhouse. Obviously, he had been careful in every way, taking precautions at all times. I didn't expect that he still fell into the way, and was shaded by Manlu, who was hidden in the dark. Luckily, he had the precious clothes that could withstand a strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator to protect his body. Just now, Manlu's sneak attack only caused some pain on his back. It did not actually cause any injuries. He can also escape at any time through the Two Worlds Pearl, It's just that disappearing right now would be a bit too sudden, and would easily attract attention. He wanted to wait for the three to fight and have no time to care about himself before disengaging from here. I'm not that rash guy who was just killed by you guys. Facing the siege of Wang Tong and Manlu, that Zhang cultivator didn't panic at all, and his whole body's aura rose step by step. The 11th level of Qi refining. 12th level of Qi refining. 13th level of Qi refining. In just a breath of time, the cultivation level directly skyrocketed to the 13th level of Qi refining. Seeing this, Wang Tong's tone also became suspicious. You deliberately hid your cultivation? Peak of the 13th level of Qi refining, not far from Foundation establishment. It seems that you are running towards this demonic Dan, and are trying to use this demonic Dan to go to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion to exchange for the Foundation establishment Dan? That Zhang cultivator smiled confidently and coldly. That hissing sound just now was that second-ranked demonic beast, right? It looks like it has reached the point where it will not have long to live. Originally I was thinking about how to solve several of you at the same time, but I didn't expect you two to be good and save me a lot of trouble. Then I'll send you on your way and thank you properly. Hearing the words of cultivator Zhang, Jolie, who was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, became even more alarmed. This is truly one hiding deeper than the other. Is this the true rule of the weak and the strong in the immortal cultivation world? Why is one more shady than the other? Originally, he had thought that Wang Tong and Manlu were deep enough in their calculations, but he had never thought that this cultivator surnamed Zhan was the one who was fishing for the black. Long. The three of them exchanged blows in an instant, and a roaring sound came from the empty cave. Jolie immediately thought of taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention right now, and leaving this place with the help of the Two Realms Pearl. However, he suddenly thought of the demon pill that the cultivator surnamed Zhang had mentioned just now, and his heart snapped. This demonic Dan is also quite precious on the Blue Water Planet, and can only be produced in the bodies of demonic beasts that are at the peak of Foundation establishment or above Gene Dan. Each one can fetch a high price of tens of millions or more. Moreover, refining medicine with demonic pills that gather the essence of demonic beasts can also enhance the growth of cultivation extremely quickly and shorten the time spent in cultivation and meditation. Now that the spirit rising scatter I've taken is about to be used up, and my body has developed resistance to it, even if I refine some more to take, it will still be far less effective than before. If I am able to obtain the demon pill for refining, the progress of the 9-yang condensing elemental technique will surely grow tremendously as well. Thinking of this, he stiffly resisted the thought of fleeing right now and choosing to continue to hibernate and see if there were any good opportunities to fish in troubled waters. Master, we are no match for him, please come out and help us subdue him.
After fighting for a while, Wang Tong panted and retreated and shouted loudly towards the cave. Cultivator Shang's hands moved faster and struck harder. Only hearing an ah sound, the Mon Lu who had sneaked up on Zhou Li was directly beheaded on the spot. Seeing that Wang Tong was about to follow in his footsteps, a blood shadow suddenly emerged from the depths of the cave, extremely fast, and in an instant it was in front of Wang Tong. It stopped the Zhang cultivator's surefire strike. Master, this person is very strong and will definitely be able to greatly speed up your recovery. The bloody shadow appeared, and it was actually a cultivator as well. Only now, his face was covered in blood, and his mouth was full of blood bubbling outwards. There's also a lot of broken meat sticking to the side of his mouth. It seemed that he had just been nibbling on some raw food. Not bad, not bad, the blood food attracted this time is quite a bit higher quality than the last batch. After sucking their essence blood, I should be able to recover my strength to the foundation establishment stage. That blood shadow's gaze skimmed over the two people who were having a seizure after eating the poison pill, and even stared towards the cultivator surnamed Zhang for quite a while, nodding with extreme satisfaction. That Zhang cultivator saw this blood shadow, actually also not the slightest fear, but also measured some, asked. This body is a seized body, right? It seems that your excellency was at least a foundation stage cultivator previously. The bloody shadow said disdainfully, foundation establishment? I can destroy it with my hand in my heyday. Hearing these words, for the first time, that Zhang cultivator's face revealed a wary look, and a hint of fear passed through his gaze. Following that, he coldly laughed. Since your excellency has been reduced to the point of taking over your body, I'm sure your injuries are not light. I don't know if your Jindan stage magic treasures and pills are still useful now in the Qi refining stage? Why don't you just give them to the late generation cheaply? As soon as the words fell, a golden silk handkerchief immediately appeared in his hand, on which dozens of golden and silver silk threads sprang up and they swept straight towards the blood shadow cultivator. Gold silk luo in pa? No wonder the tone is so big, so there is this kind of reliance. The blood shadow cultivator obviously recognized this pa, and did not dare to be careless, his body immediately surged with sky-high bloodlight. The entire cave is immediately filled with a pungent smell of blood. At the same time that bloodlight seems to be alive, directly facing the gold and silver threads rushed over the. Not only that, the depths of the cave, actually out of a few body dry blood corpse, straight toward the cultivator surnamed Zhang attacked. In the face of such a scene, that cultivator surnamed Zhang stared at the storage bag at the waist of the blood shadow cultivator with a deadly stare. He suddenly realized that this kind of opportunity to be able to intercept and kill a Jindan cultivator was not many. And then even more so, he made some sort of determination and immediately took out a few more magic treasures. For a while, intense bursts of sound filled the entire cave, broken rocks and walls flying. The battle was extremely intense. Here comes the opportunity. Zhou Li felt that this was a good time to fish in troubled waters. If those two turn around and attack me, I won't care about exposing anything and immediately escape with the help of the two realms pearl. After making up his mind, Zhou Li, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, immediately took action. Chapter 87, Zhou Li gains profit, joyfully obtains demon pill. Zhou Li's speed was too fast. The thick mana around his body was poured into the wind-walking boots with full force, and with the addition of 5 or 6 accelerating spells, it made his entire body look like a wind, and he couldn't see his figure at all. In a moment's time, he had already run 100 meters away. He was judging the location based on the hissing sound of the demonic beast he heard earlier, and the approximate location would not be bad. He was actually playing dead just now. As soon as Zhou Li moved, several other people immediately saw it, and the thought flashed through their minds. The blood shadow cultivator was in the middle of a fierce battle with the Zhang cultivator, and could not spare his hands to. Then Wang Tong volunteered, "Master, I'll go and destroy him." After saying that, he immediately chased after the speeding figure. He wasn't as fast as Zhou Li, but there was no way out in front of him, so Wang Tong wasn't in a hurry to catch up with him. Instead, he pinched a few magic weapons in his hands and slowly advanced while being ready to attack at any time. At this time, Zhou Li, who was running in front of him, was encountering a problem. Several holes appeared in front of him, 2 of which were too deep to see. The dying second-order demonic beast must be inside one of them. But at this moment, the demonic beast had no longer hissed, and he was unable to determine which one it was for a moment. If he entered one of them, the chances of having time to come out and explore the other were slim. After all, that blood shadow and the cultivator surnamed Zhang were fighting to the depths, and they could be divided at any time. No matter who won, he didn't have the chance to take that demonic elixir again. Right, blood. Zhou Li reacted extremely quickly and he recalled that the blood shadow cultivator most likely relied on sucking blood and flesh to recover from his injuries. That demonic beast had likely been drained of its essence blood. He immediately searched the ground in detail, and sure enough, he found traces of blood that had spread all the way out. After finding the trail, he thought nothing of it and immediately rushed in. The deeper he traveled into the cave, the more the fishy stench intensified. Inside the 9 subjects of high school in the section on beast pets, there were
Most demonic beasts secrete foul, poisonous, and fishy odors inside their bodies, so that others of their kind will lose the desire to prey on them.
This is the result of natural selection. The ones that smelled good and tasted tender had long been preyed upon by other demonic beasts. Sure enough, after traveling more than a mile deeper into the cave,
he saw a large-sized, 5-meter-long, dying tiger-type demonic beast lying on the ground. The smell emanating from the top and bottom of its body was extremely pungent and even Jolie could barely endure it.
Its body surface as a whole was grayish-black in color, and there was even a faint miasma lingering around it.
However, the most noticeable thing was that there was a huge scratch mark on its back that was 1 meter deep. Even the bones and internal organs of the body were clearly visible. It seemed to have been injured by some more powerful demonic beast that had shaken the fundamentals. There was also a clearly visible hole in its neck that the tiger blood in its body also continuously flowed out from the neck there, forming a pool of blood in the low-lying area on the ground. At a glance, Jolie could tell that the blood shadow cultivator was afraid that it was there at the neck that he was constantly sucking this demonic beast's essence blood. The demonic pills of demonic beasts are usually inside the skull, with a small portion in the body.
The skull is small and easy to find.
He made an instantaneous judgment that. Then immediately took out a blade and cut at the tiger's head. The blade was also obtained from the previous counter-killing. Once injected with spiritual energy, it immediately cut iron like mud, emitting a gust of yellow aura. Jolie controlled the body of the blade and slashed straight towards the head of the demonic beast.
Clang!
Which thought the demonic beast's head was too hard, like gold and stone. The blade was stuck in the bones just before it entered.
No matter how hard I pushed it, it couldn't move forward. Couldn't pull it out either. Outside, there were two people far more powerful than him fighting, and the threat of that Wang Tong that. There's not much time left for him. For a while, Jolie was so anxious that sweat was seeping out of his forehead, and his hands were shaking a little. Damn, why is this demonic beast so hard? It can't even be hacked even if it's lying here for me to hack at. Seeing Wang Tong at the back gradually approaching, Jolie's mind was also rapidly making judgments and choices. This demonic elixir, I can't give it up, the ones sold on the Blue Water Planet are too expensive, I simply can't afford it. And right now is a perfect opportunity, my 9 Suns condensed elemental technique needs this demonic elixir very much. Although he had already made up his mind to take the demonic elixir away, how to do so was a problem. He had basically sold all of those loose cultivators' sword-like magic weapons and materials that he had previously acquired. All that was left on his body was this blade. Now there was actually nothing else that could cut on the body, leaving it speechless for a while. Right, I still have a small green-colored sword. At this urgent moment, the thoughts in his mind gradually cleared up instead. Immediately, he thought of a palm-sized green-colored small sword that he had obtained from the Xian puppet sect's inheritance. He didn't practice any sword Dao techniques, so he didn't care about that small sword at that time, and just put it away as a usual item. However, to be able to be carefully collected by the owner of the Xian puppet sect's cave, I thought that the quality would not be bad. Thinking of this, he immediately took out that small sword and plunged it straight towards the demonic beast's head, wanting to try the effect. PFF.
Only a muffled sound was heard. That small green-colored sword inserted into the hardened demonic beast's head was just like inserting it into tofu, and it directly didn't reach the root. This caused Jolie to be overjoyed and immediately pulled it out to continue cutting the tiger's head. In less than 5 seconds, the entire head of the demonic beast had already been dismantled in 8 pieces, and the warm and still sticky with blood demonic Dan was lying quietly in it. Without hesitation, Jolie immediately put the demonic pills into the 2 worlds bead space. Took that blade back as well. Die. When it had just finished doing this, a bellowing voice came from the rear. Immediately afterward, an ice spike and a sharp cone-shaped magic weapon came straight towards it. Although Jolie's attention was focused on the demon pill, he still left a portion of his mind to focus on the situation around him. Hearing the commotion, he immediately pinched and exploded the 2 second-order protective talismans in his hand. These second-order talismans were able to withstand a blow from a peak chi refining or even an early foundation establishment cultivator. Price-wise, it was naturally not cheap, at around 20,000. At this critical moment, Jolie couldn't care less about saving money, and used 2 of them at one time. At the same time, the blades in his hand shot out and flung another second-order attack talisman out. Boom! That Wang Tong's attack was stopped without any surprise. But before he could be surprised, he only saw an incomparably intense fire raging towards him. Wang Tong's face changed drastically, and he immediately supported the shield in his hand, stopping the firelight in front of him. How could he have thought that beyond the surging firelight, there was also a yellow blade on hidden? That yellow blade on was traveling straight but rose strangely and flew above Wang Tong. And then it suddenly changed direction and shot straight down, stabbing towards his head. At this moment, Wang Tong was pouring his entire body's mana into his shield, doing his best to resist the powerful might of that second-order talisman. How could he have imagined that he would be able to do this? The hardness of his bones is completely inferior to that demonic beast, and he was directly penetrated by the flying dagger, and died on the spot. Jolie also skillfully picked up the bag at his waist, followed by a fireball spell thrown over. And then immediately left the place directly with the help of the Two Worlds Pearl, not daring to stay even for a moment. Not long after its departure, the Blood Shadow Cultivator hurried over and its aura around it was weaker than just a moment ago by a large margin. At a glance, he saw that the demonic pills in the head of the demonic beast had already been taken away, and the dead tiger demon that couldn't die anymore seemed to be spewing out fire in his pupils. Immediately, the color of sadness appeared on his face. Little gun, you have been with me for 200 years, it's not easy to get to the point where you've cultivated a demonic Dan and are expected to advance to the third order of demonic beasts, comparable to a Gene Dan cultivator. Instead, I sucked up all of your essence blood to save my life, you won't blame me, right? Following that, the words changed and became sinister. But don't worry, I'll help you avenge this Dan seizure of yours. He whirled around and looked towards the surroundings again, completely unable to find any traces of hiding, his gaze filled with confusion. Could it be that Junior has a movement talisman on him? That's a bit troublesome. To be able to possess such a rare treasure talisman, one's status is bound to be extraordinary. I'm afraid I can't stay in this cave. We have to hurry up and change to another place, remake a few blood slaves, and continue to attract cultivators to come. Phew. Jolie, who had re-entered his room, once again let out a long breath of relief. There was a sense of celebration after the robbery. That feeling of walking on the tip of a knife was just too exciting, making it still have some heart palpitations. It seems that in the future, I can't team up with the casual cultivators of that realm. Those loose cultivators who have been crawling around at the bottom to get to where they are today, each and every one of them is a human being, a playwright, and eats people without spitting out bones. Compared to them, I'm so much worse in terms of hooking up and plotting. Never would I have thought that Manlu would be in league with Wang Tong. You can't easily trust anyone there from now on. Thinking of this, he let out a long sigh, lamenting the far-reaching routines of otherworldly cultivators. Luckily, he had prepared well enough this time, and had spared no expense in buying a protective treasure garment that. Otherwise, Manlu's blow really knocked him out. I'm afraid that he would have fallen into the food of that Blood Shadow Cultivator by now. However, although the danger is dangerous, the harvest is also extremely pleasing. Jolie's heart was also on fire as he thought of that demon pill. He felt that everything he had experienced just now was worth it. He took out the demonic elixir and immediately a strong smell of blood filled the room. This demonic Dan was small in size, and the whole thing was on the white side. It was just the right level to be able to hold in one hand, and it still retained the temperature of that demonic beast's body. Jolie also immediately went online to check the quality of this demonic Dan. According to the description on the internet, this demonic pill should belong to the half-step demonic pills. It seems like that tiger demon hasn't fully advanced to the level of a third-stage demonic beast, it's just at the peak of the second stage, one step short of advancement. However, this isn't a bad thing for me. According to the internet, although the demonic pills of third-rank demonic beasts are potent, they are also extremely troublesome to refine. I'm afraid that ordinary ground flames aren't enough, and I'll have to rent some special flames to do so. And this half-step demon pill refining into medicine is relatively easy, is the efficacy of some poor, but this is also relative to the foundation cultivator. The current I am still in the refining stage, the efficacy of this medicine is naturally more than enough. He will again carefully look back and forth Demon Dan for a while, before reluctantly retracted to the Two Worlds bead space. Following that, he took out the bag that he had seized from Wang Tong, and his eyebrows were raised, a look of anticipation flowing from his gaze. Because, what Wang Tong was carrying was a storage bag. Chapter 88, It's Better to Rob for Money. A storage bag, a small bag capable of storing a large number of items that. It is extremely rare in the immortal mansions. So far, he has only actually seen it during the second model exam. That was used to transport the exam-specific golem. It may be of great use to others, being able to carry numerous things that. However, Jolie already possessed the Two Worlds Pearl that could store items, so it was somewhat dispensable to him. The storage bag generally did not store much space, basically 4 or 5 cubic meters. The Two Worlds bead, on the other hand, was many times larger. Although he wasn't interested in the bag, he cared a great deal about what was inside. Those loose cultivators are rootless by nature, and have been living a life of blood on the tip of a sword, often carrying their entire fortune with them. This Wang Tong has assassinated so many cultivators, I'm afraid that the family fortune he has accumulated will not be small. Filled with joy, he injected spiritual energy and opened the storage bag. Sure enough, there were quite a few things inside. When he poured it out and looked at it, there was a huge pile of it. Among them, wood, stone, iron, broken swords, broken shields, and other tiny and miscellaneous objects took up as much as half. Does this Wang Tong like collecting rags? Surprisingly, he has gotten so many bits and pieces. He's gotten several loose cultivators' possessions, too. It was the first time he had encountered one like Wang Tong who had collected and saved a whole lot of things. But it's also possible that those loose cultivators in front of us don't have storage bags and won't be able to put these things away. In addition to these fine and scattered objects, there were naturally some complete magic weapons, pills, secret books, and spirit stones. In terms of magic weapons, there was a black lance, a silver short crossbow, yellow armor, a small hammer, 2 nails, and several shields of different forms. But Wang Tong hadn't seen any of these used when he fought with Zhou Li. I don't know if he grabbed them from other cultivators and didn't have time to figure out how to use them, or if he was slaughtered before he had time to use them. As for the pills, they were all rather unusual ones that helped with blood loss and healing, and were of little value. After all, in this realm, alchemy belongs to a relatively high-end inheritance, and it is simply impossible for an ordinary casual cultivator to step into this line of work. Expecting them to be able to scavenge rare medicinal herbs on their bodies is almost unlikely. It was enough to always have some basic ones around for healing. The secret book piece, on the other hand, is very rich and not only are there the main cultivation technique type, but there are also many powerful attack type techniques with various attributes, which are more refuted, with the remnants of the book predominating. Obviously it was robbed from the hands of the cultivator it plotted to kill. Judging from Wang Tong's performance during the fight, he probably hadn't practiced much either. However, there was a thick secret book amongst them that caught Zhou Li's attention, the 100 Refinements General Outline. He flipped through it and saw that it was actually a secret book specializing in weapon refining. There are also a lot of traces of flipping and reading on it. It seems that this Wang Tong wants to learn weapon refining, that's why he has so many trivial materials. He roughly flipped through some of them, and the many weapon refining techniques on them were still somewhat famous. However, compared to the ones on Blue Water Planet, they are far worse. Inside, the various universities have long since subdivided refining into dozens of disciplines. There are thousands of top talents in each field of study. In comparison, what was depicted on this secret book was very crude. As far as he knew, the college entrance examination more than 100 years ago had the subject of weaponsmithing. But it was cancelled later on. The reason is that this subject is too complicated, too difficult to be refined, and if you really want to learn it seriously, it will be even more difficult than the formation section. Later, it was simply merged into the subject of puppets, and only some basic content was learned. Only in the university would there be a specialization for in-depth study. This secret book might be like a treasure for other people in the other world if they get it, but it's not much use to me. Zhou Li shook his head and put it aside. Not to mention the in-depth research on various materials, the melting techniques are completely incomparable to the craftsmanship on Blue Water Planet. The idea of learning to refine weapons also popped into his mind, but he quickly gave it up. Now that I'm refining high-grade puppets, practicing the 9-yang condensing elemental technique and the god refining technique, plus studying, I don't have enough time anymore. The piece of refining is again vast and profound. The exploration of just one material is enough for a graduate student to mess around with for decades. It's better to wait until we've built the foundation and have enough divine sense, then learn some simple techniques for smelting magic weapons, and forget about studying in the depths for the time being. Now that Zhou Li's study state had been completely drawn out, he could no longer spare any other time or energy to drum up other things. Putting down the secret weapon refining book, he continued to look into it. The things were pretty much inventoried, and all that was left were the separate piles of spirit stones that were. He roughly counted them, and there were more than 500 of them. He didn't know how many loose cultivators that Wang Tong had robbed to have such a rich fortune. But these spirit stones were nothing in Zhou Li's eyes. After all, his family fortune was tens of thousands of spirit stones, more than dozens of times more than these. I can't use these scattered and trivial materials, so it's just as well that I can sell them to the Great Eastern Grocery Store for money. His next refining of a puppet of the 9th level of Qi refining to purchase various parts and instruments would cost a lot of money, and with his current wealth, it would definitely not be enough. These materials just solved his urgent problem of lack of money. In terms of secret books, let's put them aside for the time being. One 9-yang condensed elemental technique is already enough for me to toss around, so don't think about the others. These secret books were also treasured up and put away. He put the fine materials he was going to sell in a separate pile in the two worlds bead, and the spirit stones were also added to the previous pile of spirit stones, which had almost become a small mountain, and still looked more pleasing to the eye. As for the few newly acquired magic weapons this time around, he carefully studied them, and thought that among them, the short crossbow and the nail-type magic weapon could be used for a while. That armor artifact was bulky and heavy, and its protection was far worse than the golden wisp treasure coat he was wearing. He thought about it and threw it into the pile of materials for sale. The remaining lance artifacts and small hammer artifacts were on the list of those to be sold at any time. The kind that could be sold at any time once they ran out of money. Everything picked up and categorized. Looking at the large and small piles of things, Zhou Li had a feeling in his heart that he had become a wealthy man. These, all of them are money now. He sighed again as he thought about where they came from. It's still robbery that pays fast. If we just save up by ourselves, how long will it take to get this much? He looked at the one-person high pile of spirit stones again, and a strange thought arose in his heart.
However, doing business over in the other world and using the path of internet marketing is a quick way to come up with money. He thought about it and still shook his head. I'm currently not lacking in spirit stones, so I don't need to waste a large amount of my cultivation time purposely trying to figure out how to make money. Then, he turned his gaze towards the demonic pills, a look of excitement spreading across his face. To me at this stage, the biggest gain this time is still this demonic pill. With it, my gongfu progress can be accelerated even further. Demon pills refined into elixirs were different from auxiliary-type potions like spirit rising pills. Spirit lifting pill only serves to widen the meridians and speed up the absorption of spiritual energy, and does not produce spiritual energy itself. Whereas the demon pill itself could provide a massive amount of spiritual energy, which was a much greater boost to the cultivator. Next, I'm going to take the time to study a wave of demon pills refining techniques. Herb-related ones must also be prepared early. By all rights, a true demon pill should belong to the category of second-order pills, and it's very difficult to refine with my current level of pill refining. But this time, I got not a true demonic elixir, but a pseudo-demonic elixir, or a half-step demonic elixir. The difficulty should be reduced by quite a bit, and it's very promising to refine it. He then turned his gaze back to the small green-colored sword that had brought him great surprise. This time, if it hadn't sharpened iron like clay, Jolie wouldn't have gotten the demon pill so smoothly. This little sword is so powerful, it can't be wasted. When I go to university and don't have the pressure of the college entrance exams, I'll be able to practice a sword skill on the side. By the time I go to the front line to serve in the military, it will also be one more extremely strong life-preserving card. Packing up over here took him quite a bit of time. Plus, fighting with a group of cultivators over there in the other world made his mind consume a bit too much. He was thinking of returning to his room for a good wave of rest when, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly glimpsed a black reddish beast skin in the pile of materials he was preparing to sell. Huh, what is that thing? Why didn't I notice it just now? Jolie curiously stepped forward, picked up the beast skin and... The surface looked rough and plain. Placing it inside the pile of miscellaneous items could not draw attention to it at all. It is thick to the touch, especially sturdy, the kind that won't be deformed even if you tug it hard. Smell, there is a faint fishy odor. It seems to be a map called Heavenly Amazing Spirit Mountain. After some observation, it was found that he found that not only were the various mountains, rivers, and palaces clearly labeled on this map, it was also densely drawn with many black, blue, and red lines. Jolie did not understand the meaning of these lines even after looking at them for a while. And in the center of the map, there was a silver flame that was drawn. Other than that, there was no other message on the animal skin. This made it even more puzzling. Could it be that there's something hidden there at the location marked by that flame? After rummaging back and forth for a while, he couldn't see it. Forget it, I don't particularly understand that realm at the moment. I'll inquire about the location of this Heavenly Amazing Spirit Mountain later. He didn't dwell on it even though he couldn't read it, but instead, he put this map on a piece with those secret books and he then left the two worlds bead space and went to rest on his bed. Chapter 89 Disposable Magic Weapon. Jolie woke up with a start, and the time was already 12:30 p.m. Last night, he did not go to sleep as usual by practicing the alchemy skill, but instead, he slept until he woke up naturally. Now, his essence was back at its peak, and his body seemed to have inexhaustible strength. Today is the second day of winter vacation. Gotta run with the study plan. Cultivating techniques, studying, refining puppets, one cannot be left behind. But the puppet at the 6th level of chi refining has already been given to Luo Hu and Lili. The piece of fighting training will have to stop for the time being, and all the time will be added to refining puppets. The puppet at the 6th level of chi refining would not have been a big improvement for him. Giving it away would not be a big loss for him. He was at the same table with Luo Hu for 3 years, and was extremely appreciative of his prodigal son's attitude of returning to his roots. That puppet was taken as his gift. Originally, he thought that without the puppet, he could sharpen himself by fighting real demonic beasts over in the other world. But he didn't expect to encounter a blackmailer on his first trip into the mountains yesterday. Now he didn't know if that blood shadow cultivator was still in that cave, and he didn't dare to go over to see. After all, with his current strength, the chances of winning against that blood shadow cultivator at the peak of chi refining who was suspected to have taken over his life were still relatively slim. This won't work. The biggest benefit of this two realms pearl of mine is the ability to shuttle to that realm and grab a large amount of resources. Otherwise, with my true spirit root gatekeeper's qualifications, how could I possibly advance to foundation establishment? I have to think of a way to deal with the blood shadow cultivator in that cave before I can. He thought carefully and felt more and more that dragging it out would not work. Since that cultivator took over his body, his cultivation must have risen very quickly when he remodeled. Right now he's at the peak of chi refining. Maybe he'll become foundation establishment after a while. If he keeps occupying that hole, I'm afraid I'll have even less of a chance to go over there again. Thinking of this, a hint of determination appeared on Jolie's face. I'll make some good preparations next, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I must go again. Thinking of this, Jolie's entire being became urgent as well.
It was a matter of his future plans for cultivation, so it was impossible not to be nervous. He immediately searched for some powerful disposable magic weapons that could fight against the pre-foundation establishment stage in various online stores. The reason for searching for disposable. It's because those magic weapons that can truly fight against foundation establishment are either sold at exceptionally high prices, commonly above $10 million. Either they need to fill out a purchase qualification that, even if he could buy those magic artifacts now, it would be extremely difficult for him to refine them due to his lack of cultivation. On the contrary, the disposable one was only a few $100,000, and the more expensive one was only $1 million or so, completely within Jolie's reach. Moreover, he was only thinking of fending off the cultivator occupying the cave a few times, or trapping himself so that he could pull out and get out of there, not thinking that he could actually finish off an old monster who had taken over the cave. This Vajra talisman looks good, able to form a big golden bell up to a minute long, and some people have commented that it can trap a second-ranked demonic beast for up to 40 seconds. It's a bit expensive in terms of price, as high as $211,000, but it's still acceptable. This kind of talisman was 10 times more expensive than a second-order talisman. But the two do have different utility. Second-order talismans didn't have much of a problem dealing with cultivators at the chi refining stage, but when facing foundation establishment cultivators, they were a bit out of their depth. Even if it was a second-order top grade, it could only injure a foundation establishment cultivator in the case of a sneak attack. If it was a head-on confrontation, the chances of relying on a second-order talisman alone to pile up a foundation establishment cultivator to death were slim. And these specialty talismans were different, it didn't have a strict division of rank. Like this Vajra talisman, which was formed to trap the enemy with a large bell, the interior of which might be extremely hard, but if someone attacks from the outside, it will be unbearable. Even so, this kind of disposable talisman that can be used in specific scenarios that can exert great power is sold at a far more expensive price than the second-ranked. If it was on the front line, it was a true means of saving one's life. Jolie hesitated for a while, and looked through quite a few more reviews that finally decided to place an order. This Vajra talisman is just right for my current situation. Expensive is expensive. Compared to the vast amount of cultivation resources in the other world, this $211,000 was nothing. Relying on a single Vajra talisman isn't too stable, I'll have to find 2 more to make it work. That guy seems to be able to control corpses as well, in case it breaks from the outside in a short period of time, there have to be other means to check him. Jolie remembered the constantly moving blood-colored corpses he saw while sprinting, and felt that this wasn't enough, and continued to rummage around. Illusory moon bead, throw it outwards, it can immediately form an illusory formation to trap the enemy. This doesn't look too bad. If I can instantly form an illusion formation and trap him in it, maybe I can even rely on the talisman to pile him up. After all, even though that guy is a seized body, he's only at the peak of chi refining. He looked at the introduction, his heart was quite hot. But looking further down, he shook his head helplessly. It turned out that although this illusory moon pearl could form an illusion formation when thrown, quite a bit of preparation was required before each use. The various parameter conditions, terrain, and even climate had to be inputted, quite troublesome. You also have to insert the 3 array disk sticks in advance. Inserting them for too long without releasing them won't work, and the phantom array will fail. The short insertion time won't work either. The array isn't ready yet. The various constraints were quite a head-scratcher. Where would anyone stand still and let you prepare all these things when the 2 phases are fighting each other? It's too chicken, isn't it? Suddenly, Jolie looked like he had thought of something, and a burst of joy erupted violently on his face. It's chicken ribs to others, but I'm different. I can make preparations at home in advance, and then go over to the otherworldly side through the 2 worlds pearl and use it immediately. This is simply tailor-made for me. Order it right away. Without thinking, he immediately placed an order for 2 formation beads, one being the illusory moon bead capable of forming illusionary formations the other was the flame-killing bead, which could gush out boundless flames within the formation that trapped the enemy. The 2 beads were even more powerful when used jointly. After buying these, there wasn't much left in his card balance. Luckily, he had just gotten in quite a few new materials, so as long as he sold them it would immediately be a large sum of money. After placing the order, it would take a day for the goods to arrive. Jolie was not idle and continued to study the programming. Earlier he had bought a system and was knocking along, learning the underlying design inside. This control system had an enormous amount of code, millions of lines of. Jolie does not need to read line by line, as long as he understands the design and structure, as well as the idea can be. The details are pretty much the same, and it's easier to fill them in. Once he got into the swing of things with his studies. I don't know how long it was before he heard a door open, pulling him back from his state of concentration and immediately followed by the voice of Mom and Dad. They're back from looking at the cave? Jolie looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock at noon on the 3rd day of winter vacation. He stood up and rubbed his temples with his hands before walking straight out of his room. Dad, the cave is booked? Joe Rue nodded. It's booked. The cave is not bad, the concentration of spiritual energy is not low, it belongs to the top grade of the first order.
It's not far from our home either, about 40 kilometers away.
Old Mom Jeanlin was also full of joy and spoke about the situation with a fluttering brow. I was lucky this time, and happened to grab the last New Year's Eve reservation. For this cave reservation, you have to pay a deposit to occupy the pit for you, and it's not refundable. At that time, there were 3 batches of people looking at us to book the cave. Fortunately, I was quick on my feet and paid immediately after looking at it, or else this last cave wouldn't have gotten our turn. Son, the next time you break through the bottleneck when you book a cave, you can also go over there. The road is not far, and the environment is also okay, it has not been overdeveloped. Unlike the other Spirit Vein cave over there, it's full of all sorts of fake medicine sellers. Jolie had spirit stones and did not need the aura provided by those Spirit Vein cave mansions at all, but nodded.
Good, I'll go over there the next time I break through. By the way, Dad, when are you going to go over there?
He thought to himself, looking at the point in time when Dad was going to. He would have to refine some potions for him to aid in his cultivation before he could do so.
Dad Joe Rue immediately replied back, I've already thought about it, I'll go over on the 2nd day of the new year.
I'll go to work tomorrow and ask the supervisor for leave, and use all 10 days of annual leave in one breath.
I don't believe it, little bottleneck, see if I don't break through you.
Old Mom had also known about this point in time for a long time and said from the sidelines. Then let's adjust the flow of New Year's greetings today. We won't go to my dad's side, just get together with Tianzhou's family. I'll also go to the factory to ask if there are any good medicines that can help middle-aged and elderly people break through bottlenecks with.
Dad Joe Rue heard this and rolled his eyes. What do you mean by middle-aged and old people? I'm also very young, alright?
Jeanlin gave him a look without any humor. Don't be poor, I'm going to buy some food. There's still a week before the new year. During this time you don't have to worry about anything else at home for now. Cultivate well and feel the bottleneck. Don't go inside the cave and not break through into it by then.
Want you to bull?
Dad sat on his lips, but still honestly went back to his room to cultivate.
After lunch, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Jolie didn't immediately go back to his room to cultivate and study.
Instead, he went straight to the library and it was partly a walk to kill some food, and partly to borrow a couple of books on programming. Last night it benefited from looking through the Code of the Great Gods, have a relatively strong interest in some of these design patterns, architectures, etc.
I thought of borrowing a few books to go back and study them.
By the way, I'm returning some of the books I borrowed earlier to finish reading.
What a coincidence.
Programming related also belongs to the cooler section, also on the 5th floor of the library. As Jolie searched through the bookshelves, he indeed also saw Niaxian sitting in the corner quietly reading a book.
He picked out a few books and sat directly across from Niaxian. Don't you even need to cultivate? Spend every day in the library?
As soon as they met, Jolie asked curiously. Niaxian also raised her head and smiled once she saw that it was him, and, with bright eyes and white teeth, her immortal face was like a painting. Pretty as if she had walked out of a painting. I'll go back at 7 every night and we'll practice until about 12.
The realm is just enough, it doesn't have to be too high.
Her voice still had the same faint flavor, but it also exuded a strange charm. Jolie sighed in his heart, heavenly spirit root is just awesome. By the way, I heard that you did very well on this exam, almost number 1 in the city, congratulations. Niaxian suddenly talked about Jolie's results. Jolie scratched his head and laughed somewhat modestly, not bad. It's just barely catching up with you. If you had taken this exam, I guess my ranking would have to be moved back 1 place.
Niaxian continued to ask bluntly, then have you thought about what university to enter?
Jolie shook his head and his previous goal was the 12 colleges of. But he didn't expect to do so well on this exam, far beyond his expectations. So he just had a somewhat confused feeling that he should take the 5th University Palace, which school specifically, he hadn't really thought about specifically.
Didn't you bail?
Bailed out of what school?
Jolie asked curiously in return. Chapter 90 Which university should I take?
Hearing this question, Niaxian froze slightly and didn't answer immediately. She lowered her head and pondered a little before returning.
Earlier I was able to bail out of 2 schools. One is the Shangjian Academy and the other is the 100 Flowers Academy. Because my spiritual root is more metallic, the Shangjian Academy was the first to notify me of the bailout. My father is also a professor at the 100 Flowers Academy Palace, and the relatives of the faculty members have extra points in this regard, and then combining all the factors, I was also notified that I could be guaranteed admission. Hearing this, Jolie couldn't help but be envious for a while. A good qualification really means you can do whatever you want.
2 of the 5 university palaces have extended guaranteed invitations to them. To receive this kind of treatment was a rare existence in the entire Immortal Mansion.
Which one did you end up choosing? Was it the Shangjian Academy?
Niaxian nodded, yes. I grew up in the 100 Flowers Academy, so it's logical that I should pick this.
But I wanted to try a new environment, away from my comfort zone. Jolie also nodded in understanding. The Shangjian Academy is great, it's the most offensive school in the entire Immortal province. You chose correctly. For a cultivator like Nie Xian, who had a heaven-defying spiritual root and an extraordinary background, there really wasn't a big difference between choosing the 100 Flowers Academy and the Monk Sword Academy. It was just a difference in the cultivation environment. After I'm done, you still haven't said what university you want to go to?
Nie Xian stared at Jolie, a questioning look in her eyes.
Jolie smiled shyly. Actually, I haven't figured out what university I'm taking to. Why don't you help me with recommendations?
Nie Xian thought about it and followed up with, which subject do you like? Seeing as how you usually come to the library to rummage through quite a few categories of books, it's talismans, herbs, and puppets again.
Have you ever thought about which specialty interests you the most?
Talking about interests, Jolie sweated a little in his heart. The reason why he had studied those was for utilitarian purposes, and there was no interest to talk about. The reason he was looking for books on talismans was because he got a poor grade in talismans last semester and wanted to make up for it. Refining pills and inquiring about medicinal herbs was also purely because he could add 10 points for having passed the first order refiner college entrance exam, and the resources seized from the other world also needed to be transformed by refining pills. As for the puppet, it was because it was needed for the fight, and he didn't want to enroll in a cram school, so he drummed it up himself. Research until now also can be regarded as a puppetsome hobby. I'm more interested in pill refining and puppets. Is there any school that is particularly good at these two specialties? Jolie gave it some deep thought and directly named these two. Hearing this, Nie Xian pondered for a moment before continuing to ask. It all depends on which priority is higher in your mind. If pill refining is a higher priority, I suggest you enroll in the Xianjing Pharmaceutical Research and Theory Academy. That's the undisputed #1 pill refining related university amongst the Immortal Mansions. If it's you who's more interested in puppets, you can enroll in the 100 Flowers Academy. After all, nowadays, the Immortal Palace's #1 person in this line of puppets, Professor 100 Machines, serves in it. With your current grades, these two schools shouldn't be a problem. The 12th Academy is just a bit weaker in terms of reputation in the 5 university palaces, but when it comes to the superior specialties, it definitely doesn't lose. These words made Jolie quite a bit torn. This piece of pill refining was the foundation for him to establish himself in the future. If he wants to move up with his qualifications, he will have to keep taking pills. It could be said to be the only way for him to gain a foothold in the immortal path, to break through the spirit root restriction and rise quickly. That was why the pill refining specialty was very important to him. But the puppet piece he didn't want to give up either. After all, he had delved into it for so long, and he was also considered to have a not so small interest in it. If he gave it up just like that, his heart was quite a bit unwilling. Then how about the puppet program at the Xianjing College of Drug Research and Theory? Hearing Jolie's question, Nie Xian instantly understood that he was not wanting to give up on either discipline. She patiently explained, it specializes in medicine-related disciplines, and it seems that the academy doesn't even have a puppet as a major inside. However, the 100 Flowers Academy does have a specialization in medicine refining inside, and although it is not as good as the Immortal Capital Institute of Pharmaceutical Research and Theory, the degree of specialization can be ranked third in all of the Immortal Mansions. If you want to juggle both disciplines, you can consider the 100 Flowers Academy Palace. 100 Flower School Palace? Jolie unconsciously recited. It suddenly occurred to him that last time, when he cracked the Shin Puppet's X Cave's forbidden system, the forbidden breaking bead that he purchased and used was developed by a doctoral student of the 100 Flowers Academy. The automatic control system purchased for his own puppet research also originated from the 100 Flowers Academy Palace. He had also bought quite a few things inside the official flagship store of this 100 Flowers Academy Palace, and they were all very good. A peculiar feeling rose in his heart that he and this 100 Flowers Academy Palace were very much related. Thinking of this, he immediately released his voice. Good, then I'll set my goal, the 100 Flowers School Palace. Saying this, he asked one more time, is the scoreline of this 100 Flowers School Palace high? With my current grades, I should have no problem, right? Without waiting for Nie Xian to answer, he immediately pulled out his cell phone to check up on the scores of previous classes. Last year, the 100 Flowers School Palace recruited a total of 52 people in Tianjin province, of which 3 were affiliated with Nanzhou City. Seeing last year's enrollment, Jolie straight call good hanging, he ranks second in the city this time, is considered to be stable to reach the admission score line, but he also secretly admonished himself, cannot be careless. After all, this is just a practice exam, it can't fully represent the college entrance exam as such. It can only serve as some reference. Nie Xian, who was on the side, reminded, in fact, various schools have certain extra credit policies for some students with specialties. For example, if they achieve excellent results in some national competitions, they can add anywhere from 5 to 50 points when applying for specific majors. Saying that, he also searched out a list of some common competitions. Immortal Mansion Middle School Student Illusion Formation Competition, Immortal Mansion Middle School Student Higher Talisman Attack Competition, Immortal Mansion Middle School Student Puppet Confrontation Competition. For example, you have deep attainments in the area of puppets. If you can get good grades in this puppet confrontation competition, I don't know what the policies of other schools are, but if you enroll in the puppet major of the 100 Flowers Academy, the champion will be able to add 40 points, winning the second place will add 20 points, and winning the third place will add 10 points. That's why some parents arrange for their children to participate in a variety of competitions from an early age to develop specialties that will give them a big advantage when applying for majors down the road. Hearing these words, Jolie seemed to have opened the door to a new world. He had never known that specialties could be translated into specific extra points. But when he thought about it, he realized that the vast majority of ordinary families, those parents themselves did not go to college. Naturally, it is impossible to know the various university policies, extra credit items, and these things. Even if they do know, they don't have the financial resources, ability, and foresight to expose their children to these things at an early age. There is even the possibility of thinking that it is a waste of learning time and not a good idea. Basically, they were all from good families with sufficient resources like Nia Xian. Parents are relatively more far-reaching in their thinking and will invest a lot of resources in cultivating specialties in this area. Thinking of this, Jolie naturally had an idea in his mind. He searched, and the most recent Immortal Mansion Middle School Student Puppet Match Competition was in 3 months. 3 months, plus the 2 worlds bead space, that's half a year. I still have half a year to prepare. The first place can add 40 points, this is much more than the 10 points of the first rank alchemist certificate. Even if I don't win the award, it's still a way to see the world and know the gap between myself and a true genius. Nia Xian, who was opposite him, looked at his stony voice and probably guessed Jolie's thoughts of wanting to participate in the competition, and kindly reminded him. If you're going to enroll, you'll have to do the corresponding training in advance. Because these competitions are very different from ordinary puppet refining. It's to allow you to refine puppets to compete with others using a limited amount of materials in a limited amount of time. There are quite a lot of techniques and routines here. If you still hold on to traditional thinking, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to pass the first round, and you'll easily be eliminated from the competition. This was also considered to be pouring cold water on Jolie. Using the materials provided by the organizer to refine a puppet? He immediately checked the contents of the previous competitions and the materials used in each round of the competition were very singular and very restrictive. Many of the parts have to be hand-rubbed and polished by themselves. This form is completely different from Jolie's current way of making puppets. It could be said that if Jolie was allowed to participate in a competition now, he couldn't even build a puppet that could move, let alone fight against the others. He buys all his parts online off the shelf now, and as long as the price is right, he can get a good deal and not have to think at all about what's realized inside. But it's different with the competition, where you have to do almost everything yourself. If you don't have a thorough knowledge of every part, and you don't have thousands of hours of deep thinking and failures, you're going to have to do it yourself. Without an exhaustive knowledge of every single part, without thousands of in-depth refinements and failures, you won't even reach the threshold of the competition. This horrifying difficulty is suffocating to think about. He curiously flipped through the photos and introductions of past contestants and found quite a few designs that were beyond his imagination. Some people had made their puppets like a couple of array discs for laying out formations, and by laying out the formations to break the enemy. There are also people who directly pile up materials in a brain, make the puppet into a bulldozer structure, and the race just pushes it all away. All in all, the thought process was strange, and there were all kinds of strange shapes and forms. Here's another anticlimax. Jolie saw the introduction of one of the contestants, and his jaw directly dropped in shock. The year before last, there was a contestant who, in a week's time, actually hand-rubbed a simple version of a chip processor, allowing the puppet's combat performance to far exceed that of the other contestants, winning the championship in one fell swoop. Hand-rubbing a chip, this is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Nia Xian smiled at his words and said, I know this person, he's currently a student of the puppet specialty of the 100 Flowers Academy Palace, and he's currently enrolled in the bachelor's and master's degree programs. If you want to ask him for advice, I can help you get in touch with the contacts. Hearing this, Jolie was also startled and this kind of genius was truly something one could look up to. However, it still shook its head repeatedly and said, forget it, I'd better slowly study and research it myself. Geniuses have geniuses' thoughts, and I have mine. His doesn't necessarily mean it's right for me. Chapter 91 Slaying the First Demonic Beast. Coming out of the library and returning home. Jolie's mind was still thinking about the Immortal Mansion Middle School students' puppet match competition. To him or her, this was not only an opportunity to gain extra points, it was also a chance to be able to fight against the geniuses in the entire Immortal Mansion. This was much better than being alone behind closed doors. This competition, I must participate. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists tightly and a trace of wariness rarely seen in his eyes appeared.
Next, I'm going to start preparing up for this competition. There are going to be some adjustments to the cultivation plan for the entire holiday season as well as the next semester. The cultivation of the 9 young condensed yuan-gong should continue. After all, one's own cultivation and the college entrance exam are the most important. Set aside 16 hours a day to cultivate. 4 hours a day is enough if you study. The basics in the textbook should be learned or almost done. The next step is to constantly review and consolidate. It doesn't take too much time. For the rest, refining God technique plus 4 hours of rest, 5 hours for the high-level puppet at the 9th level of chi refining, 11 hours related to preparing for the competition, and the remaining 8 hours will be spent going to the otherworldly worlds to practice, fighting with demonic beasts and cultivators, and sharpening the ability to fight. This is how the plan will be formulated initially. If there are circumstances, adjust flexibly. After finalizing the plan, he went online and searched for information, books, and videos related to the puppet match. There was really quite a lot of content that. There's even a special inventory clip of some of the oddball puppets that have appeared in the rivalry, and the number of likes is pretty high. As for the content of the competition, there are quite a few teachers on the internet who have started a class on these contents. But these more specialized videos have very few purchases and plays. A course that Jolie had ordered and purchased had a cumulative playback volume of only a few hundred times. He clicked on it and saw that the teacher's lesson was quite okay, dissecting every single match from last year in detail. He even backtracked the drawings of the structure of the puppets made by the candidates, so it could be said that he was very attentive to it. It was a pity that these contents were too obscure, very few people were interested in this, and the number of purchases were all pitifully small. Son, your delivery. Jolie was following the video to learn some ideas on how to make a competition puppet. Suddenly, he heard his mom shouting outside the door. I think the disposable spells I bought have arrived. He immediately went out, took the delivery back to his room, and unwrapped it. A Vajra talisman, a phantom moon bead, a flame-killing bead, or what he relied on this time when he returned to the other world. He hurriedly watched the instructions carefully, and after confirming that there were no problems, he made preparations to re-enter the other world again. It's better to return to that realm sooner rather than later, in case the strength of that cultivator who took over his body recovers to above foundation establishment, then I won't have any chance at all. This illusory moon pearl has to be used by entering some parameters related to the terrain and so on, in advance. Jolie recalled the appearance of the cave when he left based on his memories, and then quickly adjusted it up to. After he had adjusted it more or less, he checked the objects on his body and, after confirming that there were no mistakes, he immediately passed through the two worlds pearl and returned to that cave again. The moment he appeared, he looked ahead with all his concentration and, with his left hand Vajra talisman and his right hand illusory moon bead ready to be activated at any time, He believed that as long as that blood shadow cultivator's cultivation hadn't reached foundation establishment, he would definitely not be able to escape his own means. There seems to be no one. As soon as he appeared in the cave, he was keenly aware that the bloody odor that had previously permeated the entire cave had dissipated a lot. The corpse of the demonic beast that he had originally taken the demonic Dan from was gone, leaving only a broken head on the ground. Where Wang Tong, who had been decapitated by himself, was located, there was only a puddle of black ash on the ground. Could it be that he has moved the cave? Jolie didn't dare to be careless, and deliberately made a great commotion again, shouting towards the outside. He wanted to attract the blood shadow cultivator over. But after a while there was no movement. Only then did he relax his guard a little bit and slowly walk towards the outside of the stone room. When he stepped out of the stone room and looked at the cave outside, it was really empty and only spots of blood remained on the ground. Sure enough, it shifted. I guess he saw that I disappeared into thin air and ran away immediately for fear that I would reveal his whereabouts. What a cautious old thing. And by whom was such a cautious fellow beaten to the point of needing to take over his body to escape? Jolie unconsciously ventured this question. He searched all the stone chambers in the entire cave and found nothing. That old monster scraped clean and left nothing behind. But he hadn't been expecting much, just a casual search. Since I've come to this $1 million mountain, let's actually find a few demonic beasts to practice on and see how good I am. Jolie put away the Vajra talisman and illusory moon bead and, turning to pinch 2 talismans and 2 magic artifacts in his hand, he prepared to go out and find demonic beasts to practice on. I hope my luck won't be too bad. In case I encounter a second order one, I'll immediately escape through the 2-realm pearl. After making up his mind, he immediately stepped out of the stone cave and searched all around him. There are a lot of demonic beasts in these millions of mountains. After walking for less than 10 minutes, Jolie made a discovery. There are demonic beast footprints here, and there's some liquid on the ground, so it looks like there's a demonic beast nearby. By the looks of it, the size should be around 3 meters tall, and it's likely to be highly poisonous. The high school curriculum had a class on beast pets, which would be dedicated to explaining the basic habits of some demonic beasts, as well as judging the basic attributes of demonic beasts based on the traces they left behind.
Looking at the footprints of a demonic beast to calculate its height was a basic question for Jolie. The liquid left behind by that demonic beast had also blackened the grass around it, so it was basically certain that it was poisonous. Jolie looked at the surrounding terrain again. There was a woodland in front of him, and not far away, there was a swamp. In his heart, he was basically certain that the demonic beast was most likely living in the swamp. This is a bit difficult to deal with. The textbook says that some swamp gas is produced in swampy terrain, which is highly poisonous to humans, but highly beneficial to certain demonic beasts. I don't have any antidote pills on me, so if I go any further, I might be in danger if a fight breaks out here. Jolie thought about it and still gave up on hunting this demonic beast in front of him, and immediately turned around to leave. However, just the moment he turned around, an extremely fast and silent black water arrow suddenly broke out of the swamp and shot straight towards the heart part of his back. By the time Jolie realized that something was wrong, the black water arrow was already approaching his body. Boom! His back was directly hit by a water arrow, and his entire body flew out 2 to 3 meters away before landing in the grass, motionless. Wow! At this moment, a huge black beast that was originally calm and wave-free appeared on the surface of the swamp's water, emitting a ghostly light all over its body. What attracted the most attention was its head, which took up nearly half of its entire body. Its eyes were triangular in shape, with eyes that took on a ghostly blue color that. A hint of humanized cunning was actually revealed in its gaze. Obviously, he was very pleased with his sneak attack. Caw. Its huge, open mouth that was the size of 1.5 meters kept opening and closing. Its dark, sharp teeth kept clashing and rubbing together, making a sharp sound that. An appearance of wanting to chew up the human in front of him in one bite. Only to see it slowly walk up the bank and. Perhaps from living in the swamp for so many years, its limbs had deteriorated so much that it had shrunk a great deal compared to the head. As it walked, the swamp liquid on its body continued to flow down, making a sticky watery sound as it rubbed against the grass. Suddenly, Jolie, who was lying on the ground, moved. In his hand, he had already pinched a second-order fire blast talisman at an unknown time, and flew it directly into his large mouth that kept opening and closing. At the same time, a yellow aura was also speeding, stabbing towards its large triangular eyes. PFF. Boom! With a crisp, muffled sound of a blade entering the body. It was followed by a violent explosion. Moo! This demonic beast let out a howl that sounded like a cow or thunder, and its body fell straight back. At this time, Jolie had already stood up and. In his hand, he was already holding a black leaf fan at an unknown time. The thick spiritual energy in his body was madly injected into the leaf fan. Immediately afterward, a powerful wind blade rushed out like a wave, directly cutting that demonic beast into pieces of broken flesh. Seeing that the demonic beast was dismantled into 8 pieces, completely lifeless, Jolie's heart that had been hanging in the air was slowly put down. Sitting on his butt on the ground. Out of the crisis, a tingling sensation in his back came like a tidal wave, making him grimace. This other world, even the demonic beasts are so sinister. If I wasn't wearing this precious garment, I'm afraid that sneak attack just now could have really pierced my chest. He took off his tunic, and there was a thumb-thick black hole in the back, obviously caused by that demonic beast's attack. Earlier, it was that manhwa, and this time, it was this demonic beast. This otherworldly no matter cultivator or demonic beast are treacherous and cunning, very like from behind. Also thanks to Jolie well prepared, or really want to suffer. If they were aiming not at my heart but my head, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jolie still had some palpitations when he thought about it now. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. I'll have to be 1,000,000 times more careful in the future. He stood up, walked over to the demonic beast, and retrieved the blade that had been embedded into the demonic beast's head, and wiped it on the grass and put it back into the 2 worlds bead space. Following that, he surveyed the first demonic beast that he had actually killed. There was actually not much fluctuation in his heart. Just the emotion of curiosity actually accounted for most of it. Could it be that killing several otherworldly cultivators has made me more and more calm about such things? He still remembered that the first time he had killed that black-faced cultivator back, he was nearly exhausted and he went back and recuperated mentally and physically for a period of time before he got better. Now, faced with the first demonic beast he had killed, his emotions were unexpectedly stable and it was as if the matter of killing gradually became unusual. I really don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Jolie shook his head, no longer thinking about it, but going with the flow, and he considered himself to have a great advantage. He never dwelled on it too much. Just like the first time he counter-killed that black-faced cultivator. If you kill him, you kill him. If you don't kill him, do you just watch yourself being killed? Afterwards, I'm just a little more physically tired and more mentally drained. The guilt, the reflection, the fear, the nightmares, whatever, of the killing is almost non-existent. Needless to say, he was uniquely advantaged in this aspect of his mind. For killing a demonic beast, 1 second-order talisman was lost, which translates to 10,000. It's too wasteful. It's better to practice magic weapons. Jolie turned to calculate the cost of killing this demonic beast, and there was even some pity in his heart. Talismans are consumables, they're gone when they're used up. It's still better to have a magic weapon, it can be used over and over again. Next, I'm going to try to use as many magic weapons as possible against the enemy and reduce the frequency of using talismans. Chapter 92 God Cleansing Tea. For the next week, Jolie steadily entered a rhythm of studying, cultivating, and practicing. In the midst of those millions of mountains, he had also consecutively killed a few first-rank demonic beasts. He became more and more comfortable with the use of magic weapons, and only used talismans twice to save his life during that period. Not only that, he also tried out some of the secret techniques in the Nine Suns condensed elemental technique, the Nine Yang Robbery Finger, Nine Yang Divine Fist, and so on. The power is there, but the consumption of spiritual energy in the body is too great. With his strength at the 6th level of chi refining, every time he uses it, he has to consume more than half of the spiritual energy in his body. And it wouldn't be enough to kill the demonic beast with a single blow. He experimented with it a few times and it didn't work very well. In the end, he decided that the chi refining stage should still be dominated by magic weapon attacks, with spells as a supplement. Using powerful feats was still something to wait for after foundation establishment. I'll go back to 7 Alliance City today and sell the demonic beast materials I have on hand. By the way, I'll have to buy some herbs for refining demon pills. With the rise in realm, as well as the gradual resistance to the spirit rising scatter in his body, its cultivation progress was also slower than before. And he was going to reserve some for his dad to break through his bottleneck. He's not going to use up the rest of it. So it was time to put the matter of the demonic elixir on the agenda. During this period of time, he also carefully delved into the content related to refining demon pills, and also listed out some of the necessary herbs. You can buy some of them in the Immortal Mansion, but there are a few that are either too expensive or not sold to the general public. You need special channels to get them. It's simply not available to an average high school student like him. Jolie then thought of going inside the 7 League City to take a look. When he returned to the exit of the $1 Million Mountain following the route, he remembered he also encountered the last 2 groups of loose cultivators, a 2-person team and a 3-person team but as soon as they saw each other, they avoided each other from a distance. After all, killing people to get rid of them should also depend on the occasion. Killing each other at the entrance would only cheapen others. Everyone has a tacit understanding to choose not to make a move. It was only after paying the spirit stones and entering the 7 Alliance City that Jolie's ever-vigilant heart completely relaxed. He had really been frightened by the friendly relationship between the cultivators over here, not knowing when he'd be targeted by others and attacked in secret. Luckily, there are 7 great factions sitting inside the 7 Alliance City, and there are patrols constantly patrolling the city. Few dare to cause trouble here. Even if there were, it would be some big sect disciples causing trouble. Jolie avoided those sect disciples from afar as soon as he saw them. After all, this was the territory of the 7 great sects, and to be targeted by those disciples of the 7 great sects on this territory, it was impossible for him, a casual cultivator, to have much room for resistance, so he simply avoided it and didn't even come close. Following the route in his memory, Jolie once again arrived at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. The old man from last time had left him with a good impression, so he became a repeat customer. "Boss, I need these herbs." He breezed right into the first floor and took out the drawings of the herbs he had prepared. The white-haired cultivator with the surname Bai took a look at Jolie, and his eyes lit up with recognizing him as the young man who had come to buy herbs for alchemy earlier. Then he took the drawing of the herbs and looked at it again, and at a glance, he could tell that these were the herbs needed to refine the demon pill, and he could not help but be curious in his heart. For this demon pill refining, it is not possible for a 2nd or even 3rd rank alchemist. Could it be that he has such attainments at a young age? When he thought of this, his heart warmed up, and he suddenly felt that what he had been longing for had come to fruition. He eagerly asked, "I wonder if you will buy it to make pills for yourself, or for others?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he immediately felt that he had acted too anxiously and remedied the situation. If you, Taoist friend, are refining it yourself, there are some preservation precautions for these herbs that need to be said separately. If you're buying them for some high-level alchemist, then pretend that the old immortal didn't say this. Jolie thought for a moment, then replied, "It's me who wants to make pills myself. I hope that you can tell me what these herbs need to pay attention to." He didn't know what differences there were between the way the herbs were preserved in the Immortal Mansion and this realm, and in the spirit of seeking stability, he asked one more question. Cultivator Bai laughed and didn't reply immediately, instead chatting about something else. "Well said, since you bought the herbs from me, I am naturally obligated to inform you of these things. I wonder how many copies of herbs you need." Jolie thought for a moment, then returned, "I need 4 portions." He searched in the Immortal Mansion for content related to refining demon pills. One of the refining methods was to divide the demonic pills into 4 and refine them separately. The advantage of doing so was that the entire demonic elixir would not be scrapped because of a single mistake. Instead, there are 4 chances, with plenty of room for trial and error. The disadvantage was that a demonic elixir divided into 4 wasn't able to be kept for long, and to refine them all in a short period of time. Otherwise, the demonic elixir would become ineffective, which was a huge burden on the spiritual aspect. Moreover, this kind of separately refined demonic elixir would have some loss in terms of medicinal effect, not as good as refining the whole demonic elixir. However, Jolie had directly adopted this refining method for the sake of stability. After all, it was his first time refining, and the chances of success weren't really that great. If he made a mistake, then the demonic pills he had gone through so much trouble to obtain would be in vain. That was why he said he wanted 4 refining materials. Little Wind, go to the backyard warehouse and get 4 copies of herbs according to this for this honorable guest. With the white cultivator's words, the tender medicine boy who had been busy next to him immediately led the drawings to the back. Fellow Taoist, sit. It's not easy to find these herbs, and they're still in 4 portions, so it may take some time to delay. Cultivator Boy greeted Jolie as he sat down and poured him a cup of tea. The aroma of this tea is refreshing and invigorating, and a single sniff will make one's mind relaxed and happy, and all one's worries and sorrows will be gone, he said. A mouthful of it went into his stomach, and it was as if a hot current passed through his mind, revitalizing his entire being. Jolie was surprised in his heart. This tea, it seems to have a not-so-small enhancement effect on divine sense. He immediately asked, I wonder what is the name of this tea of fellow Taoist? Is it for sale? That by cultivator smiled with extreme satisfaction when he saw him open his mouth. This god-washing tea was transplanted by the pavilion from the side of the great Jin immortal dynasty, which is millions of miles away. It's not that I'm bragging, even the 7 great sects don't have this kind of good tea. This tea does not need special techniques to fry, as long as picked, placed in the tea soak and served, can have many wonderful uses. I would only take it out when entertaining honored guests. This old man stroked his beard while looking at Jolie with a smirk. Jolie froze for a moment, somewhat confused as to the meaning of his words. Could it be that buying a few herbs here was being a VIP? This VIP is too worthless. No, it's not because I'm buying herbs. Jolie reacted extremely quickly, immediately recalling the old man's inquiry of whether he was refining pills himself or buying them for other people just now. Every cultivator in this otherworldly realm, as long as they can survive, they are all human beings. It was unlikely that they would ask this sentence for no reason. Could it be that he wants to find me to refine pills? After thinking about it, he finally realized the old man's intentions and, at the same time, there was a joy in his heart. There's a need for it, and it shows that it's possible to trade. This tea was very good and beneficial to his cultivation of the refining god skill, so there was an excuse to ask for a copy. Fellow Taoist, feel free to say what you need. What Mr. Luo can do, he will definitely do his best to help. Jolie still referred to himself as Luo who unpicked his words. Who would have thought that the white-haired cultivator did not directly pick up the conversation, but instead asked one more question. I don't know how the pills that Dao friend Luo refined last time are doing. The herbs that I bought from the old man should be enough for the year, right? Jolie frowned slightly, not understanding why the old man in front of him liked to beat around the bush so much. Bringing out tea to entertain was like this, and before making a request was still like this, making it somewhat difficult to understand. However, he probably also figured out that this old man wouldn't ask these words inexplicably, there was bound to be a deep meaning behind it. When he thought about it carefully, he suddenly realized this is a disguised attempt to consider his own alchemy level. The spirit rising sand that he had purchased herbs to refine earlier was presumably similar to the elixir he wanted to refine, which was why he had asked this question. Although he understood the meaning of this old man's words, he also suddenly felt a little tired of dealing with the cultivators of this realm. Outside, they would fight and kill at the drop of a hat. Chatting between cultivators wouldn't be straightforward, but rather, they would test each other, filled with heartfelt. Every word has to be pondered over carefully before one can come back to it. It was just too far from the atmosphere in the immortal mansion. However, since he was begging for something, he couldn't say anything. He put his hand directly into the bag that came with him and then took a bottle of Spirit Rising Scatter potion out from the 2 worlds bead space. Boss, this is the medicine I refined earlier, see if there's anything you can point out. He said as he handed a bottle of the potion to Boss Bai's hands. Saying that he was asking for his guidance, he was actually demonstrating his strength in pill refining. That white shopkeeper's heart called it strange. How is it a liquid? Isn't it refining spirit pills? He received the special glass bottle containing the potion and was quite curious about this transparent object. But it's more of a misgivings about the liquid potion, not knowing how effective it would be. Fellow Taoist, may I take out a little to try? Seeing Jolie's look of confidence, Boss Bai felt that this liquid potion was not simple, I'm afraid. He also raised the idea of wanting to try the effects. Jolie nodded confidently, fellow Taoist, feel free to try, the effects will definitely not disappoint you. He had this confidence that it was entirely because the level of pill refining in the immortal mansion was indeed quite a bit higher than this realm. The biggest reason for this is the sharing of knowledge that Countless pill refining related knowledge was open to all of Immortal Mansion, and as long as one had pill refining related equipment, anyone could learn pill refining based on the vast amount of videos, writings, and papers. There were hundreds of thousands of registered first-order pill refiners in the Immortal Mansion alone. With such a large number of people, even if each one of them only arched forward a small step, so many people pooled together would have a skyrocketing change. The skillful attainments of pill refining had long since far exceeded the level of this realm after centuries of iterations. To use the simplest and crudest example, a genius alchemist who has been laboring on his own for 10,000 years. Definitely not as good as the achievement of 10,000 alchemists relaying and sharing 10 years of study. Each person breaks through a little bit in each direction, and 10,000 people add up to an unimaginable iterative speed. Moreover, the alchemists in this realm attach great importance to teacher succession and do not pass it on to outsiders, and if it is passed on to a talented disciple, it is okay. Once you know someone poorly, this inheritance may be interrupted and lost. This has also led to the progress of alchemy technology being very slow. Jolie believed that with his own skills as a first-ranked alchemist of the Hall of Immortals, he would definitely be able to conquer this shopkeeper in front of him. Chapter 93: The Hope of Entering the 10,000 Sword Sect. This medicine of yours? How exactly did you refine it? Fellow Daoist, forgive me, Mr. Bai. I've lost my tongue. As soon as the words left his mouth, Boss Bai immediately felt a bit faint. He knew that for an alchemist, it was a big taboo to ask about his master's lineage and alchemy skills. It is really the actual effect of this medicinal liquid greatly exceeded his expectations, so that he could not help but ask out of the mouth. Spirit refining Dan he had also taken, but the effect was definitely nowhere near as good as this liquid in front of him. Not only was the drug absorbed and refined quickly, but it didn't have any residue in the body. The expansion and protection of the meridians after refining also far exceeded the spirit refining pill. It's too wonderful. I wonder how many servings of this medicinal liquid can be refined from the herbs purchased by Daoist Luo last time. Boss Bai changed the topic and once again asked impatiently. About 50 copies were refined. Jolie thought a little and replied with this answer. It wasn't that he intended to hide it, but dealing with these people, he had learned to be shrewd. He couldn't say too much. The last time he refined it, he bought 3 copies and refined more than 90 copies of it. Now the number uttered is only half that. This is also to have more room to maneuver later. If this shopkeeper in front of him wanted to ask for his help in refining the spirit rising sand, the extra half of this rebate, he himself would be sure to eat it. 50 copies? That many? Boss Bai looked at the small bottle of medicinal liquid in his hand with some surprise, his pupils filled with unbelief. In his heart, he was even more shocked. The efficacy of spirit refining pill is only about 20 days, and can only be used to break through key bottlenecks, while this special medicinal liquid refined by fellow Daoist Luo not only has a better absorption effect and stronger medicinal power, but also has a greater quantity and lasts for a longer period of time. Thinking about this, Boss Bai no longer had any doubts about his alchemy strength. Jolie also did not expect that he had already cut in half. The other party is still so surprised, cursing his heart is not black enough, should directly say 20 copies. Boss Bai returned the medicinal liquid to Jolie and marveled under his breath. Fellow Daoist Luo's level of alchemy is truly divine. I've learned from the old man. He immediately got up and walked over to the counter, taking out a verdant leaf and sending it to Jolie. Fellow Daoist Luo, this is the tea leaf for the God-cleansing tea. It is best to take it within 3 days for the best results. 1 tea leaf can be steeped for 2 days without failing. Jolie took the tea leaves, looked at them again and again, and was overjoyed. The progress of his own God-refining technique had been very slow. With this tea, it would naturally be greatly beneficial to him, and he might be able to speed up the speed of practicing the first layer. Fellow Daoist Luo, I have another great thing here, joining the 7 great sects. I don't know if you have any interest? Not waiting for Jolie to regain his senses from the surprise of the God-cleansing tea, Boss Bai once again threw out a heavy piece of news. Upon hearing this, even Jolie could not help but feel a shock in his heart. Joining the 7 great sects was also in his plans too. But after some understanding, he also knew that the difficulty was not ordinary. Nowadays, when the 7 great sects officially recruit disciples, they basically select children under the age of 10 and start training them from a young age. Basically, they are not open to casual cultivators. Could it be that this shopkeeper has a doorway? Immediately after, he realized that the matter this shopkeeper had asked him to do was afraid that it was not trivial. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given himself such a big favor after delivering that divine cleansing tea. However, he didn't answer immediately, but instead cupped the tea in his hand and slowly took a sip of it. In his mind, he was in a whirlwind of thoughts, thinking about whether or not to seize this opportunity. Joining the 7 great sects, he naturally wanted to very much. But he was also afraid that he was going to be cannon fodder just like the Red Dragon Valley's notice, so he wanted to clarify the situation. Could it be that Daoist Luo already has a sect master and isn't interested in the opportunity to join the 7 great sects? Seeing that Jolie did not speak, Boss Bai inquired with a half smile. Jolie shook his head and said, to have the opportunity to join the 7 great sects, Mr. Luo is naturally very willing. It's just that I've heard that relics have recently been discovered in the Red Dragon Valley, and they're recruiting casual disciples to search for them. I'm afraid other big sects will do the same. I don't know if this opportunity that the shopkeeper is talking about is risky or not, and if it has anything to do with that relic. If it were in the past, Jolie would have bluntly asked back, is it related to that notice, will it be life-threatening? However, after experiencing this for some time, he had slowly learned the inflections of the cultivators of this realm. The art of language was also learned by example. Ha ha ha. So, fellow Taoist Luo is worried about this. Hearing this, Boss Bai laughed loudly instead, followed by reassurance. Fellow Taoist Luo, don't worry, since I recommended you to enter the 7 great sects, naturally you won't be like those loose cultivators. I'm familiar with Elder Ma of the 10,000 Swords sect. Elder Ma told me half a year ago that he asked me to help identify a suitable disciple who was good at refining pills. If I can recommend fellow Taoist Luo, entering the 10,000 Swords sect would be a snap. I wonder if fellow Taoist Luo is interested. He paused and continued. With Tao friend Luo's alchemy ability, it's naturally not a problem to enter any of the 7 great sections. After entering a sect, although it's a lot stronger than a loose cultivator and there's no fear of risking one's life, the situation inside is complicated, so it's best for you, Taoist Luo, to have a backer. Elder Ma is now at the late stage of foundation establishment, and it won't matter if he advances to Jindan in the future. If you can enter the 10,000 Sword sect through his connections, you will also be considered a disciple of his faction. Wherever you go, you will be given 3 counts. With these words, Jolie naturally agreed very much. It was already the norm for loose cultivators in this realm to collude with each other and kill and seize treasures. It's certainly no better within the sects. Although not to the point of assault and murder. But there's certainly no shortage of factions tipping their hand on the inside. This shopkeeper is right, it would indeed be much better if he could have a backer. Good, since the shopkeeper has lifted me up so much, both sending me such a precious thing as the God-cleansing tea and giving me such a great chance. I, Mr. Luo, am not some ungrateful person either. In the future, whenever I am driven to do something, I will do my best to fulfill it with all my might. Boss Bai's face was overjoyed, and the wrinkles on his face were several points deeper. Even with his cultured kung fu, he was happy. He had done so much just to wait for these words. The more he looked at Jolie, the more he felt that this person had extraordinary potential. To have such profound alchemy attainments at such a young age, and his cultivation level was still good. He will surely become a great talent in the future. Even if he didn't have pills to ask him to refine, he would still befriend this person at great cost. Fellow Taoist Luo was overstating the case. At most, I want to refine some pills. The words had come to this point, and only then did Boss Bai politely express his meaning. Jolie raised an eyebrow and it wasn't easy to make the shopkeeper say what he really thought. How could anyone give you something, an opportunity, for no reason? After laying the groundwork for so long up front, the tale was finally revealed. Can you first say a few words about the elixir you wish to refine? I can also go back and prepare. After all, to deal with different pills, I have to prepare accordingly. Boss Bai pondered for a moment, carefully looking towards Jolie for a while. And then, as if he had made some sort of decision, he stepped forward slightly, lowered his voice a bit, and solemnly said, "What I want to refine is the foundation establishment pill." After saying that, he stared at Jolie to see his reaction. Jolie was quite surprised. So it's a foundation building pill? Immediately, he mused. This herb is not easy to find. In the Immortal Mansion, the refining of the foundation establishment pill had long been made public. There were also many videos to learn from, as well as countless papers to study. He had also studied the foundation establishment pill, which was considered to be an entry-level, second-order elixir. It wasn't that complicated to refine, it was just that the growing environment of a few of the main medicines was too harsh. The yield in the Immortal Mansion has been maintained at a very low level. So the number of foundation establishment pills is also extremely low. Otherwise, there wouldn't be more than 99% of people stuck at the bottleneck of foundation establishment. That's why Jolie's first reaction when he heard about foundation establishment was that herbs were not easy to find. Not that pills were not good to make. The implication in his words was immediately detected by the white shopkeeper. The heart is even more joyful. But it is still patient and asked, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Luo has refined a foundation establishment pill?" Jolie smiled and said, "Before Mr. Luo's family was broken by people seeking revenge, I've seen Uncle Clan refine it many times. I've long been familiar with the refining of the foundation establishment pill. If fellow Taoist has enough materials." His words were so. But the bottom of his heart is not very strong. After all, the foundation building Dan is a second-order elixir. The internal control of the elixir is extremely high. With his current level of divine sense, the chances of failure are higher. However, he had also obtained a leaf of the God-washing tea just now. He already had an idea in his head that, if it could be successfully realized, it might really be possible to refine the foundation establishment pill. Hearing Jolie's words that did not appear to be hypocritical, Boss Bai also completely relaxed his heart. There's no rush on this. I'd better help fellow Taoist Luo enter the 10,000 Swords sect first. And I still have one more herb that I haven't found, so when I'm ready, I'll ask for fellow Taoist Luo's help. Jolie nodded. Good, then I will wait for good news from fellow Taoist. I'll also go back and go through more of Uncle Clan's notes so that I can increase the success rate of my alchemy. The reason why he had flatly agreed to help Boss Bai refine the foundation establishment pill. On the one hand, it was to return someone's goodwill. After all, the god-washing tea and entering the 10,000 Swords sect were both real and great benefits to him. More than that, he also wanted to take this opportunity to practice and increase his proficiency in refining foundation establishment Dan. He was very confident in his spiritual roots, and he didn't have the slightest expectation of succeeding in building a foundation by himself. He had long thought of getting all the herbs in the otherworld to refine the foundation building pill. An apothecary's shopkeeper was able to get it all together, and he believed that with his own unassuming wealth, it shouldn't be a difficult task. It was only now that he was only at the 6th level of chi refining, still far from foundation establishment, so he didn't think about it for the time being. Now that someone had taken the initiative to send him to the door to ask him to refine the foundation establishment pill, he was naturally very happy to do so. Moreover, after refining it successfully, if the quantity is large, he will still be able to shun 2 of them himself. Why not? Boss Bai respectfully said, once I have prepared all the materials, from now on, I'll be counting on you, fellow Taoist. As he was talking, the boy who had gone to the backyard warehouse to fetch the medicine also returned. Jolie took a look at the color, they were all very good and it seems that the backyard warehouse is full of high-quality herbs that only people who this shopkeeper had his eye on would go there to pick them up. How many spirit stones do these total? Boss Bai didn't even look and smiled, fellow Taoist Luo just give 200 spirit stones. Jolie was extremely quick to offer all the spirit stones, a great favor is not appreciated. When the shopkeeper is ready, just let me know at any time. I'm staying here in the 7 League City for now, I'm not going anywhere. Boss Bai also reminded, fellow Taoist Luo will wait for my good news in the next few days. Jolie knew that he was talking about joining the 10,000 Swords sect. After thanking him again, he left. As soon as he returned to the inn, he immediately entered the 2 worlds bead space and took out the piece of tea that. To the shallow spiritual liquid in the center, he said, I wonder if I can cultivate them into trees. If that happens, I'll have countless amounts of god-washing tea to drink. Chapter 94 Planting the God-Washing Tree. The soil in the 2 worlds bead space was very strange. It wasn't wet or hard, and the whole thing appeared to be black. Jolie didn't have to make much effort to dig out a pit and put the tea leaves in. Immediately afterward, he took a test tube and drew 5 drops of spiritual liquid that. Then he walked over to the side where the leaves were placed and gently dropped a drop. As soon as that tea leaf touched the spiritual liquid, it also violently trembled and then it began to slowly move, and a single delicate green stem actually began to grow out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Slowly inserted into the thin cracks between the soil, spreading deeper. After a while, this slowed to a crawl but you could still tell that subtle changes were taking place. After about 10 more minutes, the changes stopped completely. It seems that this drop of spirit liquid should be equal to the effect of more than a year. Jolie searched online for a video of a tea leaf becoming a tree, and compared it to verify that probably concluded that 1 drop is equal to more than a year. The number of spiritual liquid generated in this 2 worlds bead space ranges from roughly 10 to 20 drops per day. Surely not all of these can be used to catalyze ripening, after all, learning in this space has its toll. I still have a lot of cultivation plans that need to be carried out next, the time in this 2 worlds bead space has to be utilized to the fullest before I can do so. He assessed the situation and finally decided to put 2 drops of spirit liquid onto this tea every day. The rest continued to be used to maintain what was needed for study and cultivation. After thinking about it, he proceeded to drop a drop of spiritual liquid into the tea. After carefully observing the changes for a while, he returned to his room. It's time for the plan to refine the demon pill to be implemented. The spirit rising scatter is becoming less and less useful to me, and it's already starting to slow down my progress. The demand for spiritual energy in the 9 suns condensed elemental technique was simply too great. The spirit rising scatter medicinal effect had only dropped a little, and Jolie clearly felt that the progress of his cultivation had immediately slowed down. Let's leave the rest for Dad to use. He's old, and the meridians in his body have atrophied to a certain extent, so the absorption of spiritual energy won't be as smooth, and it will be more difficult to break through the bottleneck. Spirit rising scatter is just able to make up for this aspect. In the Immortal Mansion, there was a special treatise on the effects of age on cultivation enhancement. Jolie had also understood the relevant papers. He knew that there was a very famous age test which is to take people with the same cultivation level, both at the 8th level of chi refining. Spiritual root attributes are the same, the values are close, and they are practicing the same gong method. and the age distribution ranged from 30 to 80 years old, with a total of 25 volunteers participating in the experiment. By analyzing the parameters of the various states of their bodies while they were practicing, it was concluded that the younger they were, the higher the strength of the meridians in their bodies, the more spiritual power they could withstand, and the faster they absorbed and refined spiritual power, and the higher the age, the different degrees of degradation of the body functions of the. With 60 to 70 years old as the demarcation point, the speed of absorbing and refining spiritual energy decreases the fastest. All of them have the highest probability of breaking through the foundation building before the age of 60. It was roughly based on the conclusions drawn from that research report. And Dad Joe Rue is now close to 50 years old, and with years of work, he doesn't have much time to spend on cultivation. The meridians in his body have also begun to slowly shrink. Therefore, the spirit rising scatter that could expand and strengthen the meridians and help with the absorption of spiritual energy would have a greater effect on it. Jolie had deliberately left nearly 20 bottles of the potion, which was more than enough for his 7 days of New Year's Eve closed-door cultivation plus 10 days of annual leave. The demon pill is vital to me, the preparations have to be done properly. Preparing the 20 bottles of potions reserved for his dad, he turned his attention back to the cultivation of the demon pill. Earlier, he had already decided on the elixir he wanted to refine the 4-elephant Zhang Yuan Dan, splitting the demonic elixir into 4 and refining them separately to increase his margin of error. After all, the demonic pills in the immortal mansion would cost more than $50 million apiece, and it wasn't always possible to buy them even if you had the money. On the otherworldly side, he had enough spirit stones. However, demon pills are all strategic materials held by the major sects and are rarely sold to the outside world. Instead, there are some auction houses that will have them. But Jolie's strength was too low and he didn't have a background, so he couldn't enter those places at all. So this demon pill could be said to be the only one he could get at the moment, and full preparations had to be made before he could do so. He had spent nearly $4,000 to purchase a video on refining this for Elephant Positive Elemental Dan, which also came with a number of handouts and materials. Started learning frame by frame. This first step is so difficult? Unexpectedly, Jolie only scrutinized it for 10 minutes before he made a mistake. It turned out that the author of the video he had purchased was a second-order alchemist at the foundation establishment stage. In it emphasized that the interior of the demonic pills contained a large number of subtle veins and nerves, and that if they were cut incorrectly, there would be a great loss of medicinal efficacy. That author cut the demonic pills by virtue of the ability to externalize his divine sense after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Whereas Jolie was only at the chi refining stage of cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to do so. Rather, he could only shake his head helplessly even though the video was incredibly detailed and meticulous. Look again, I don't believe there are no examples of chi refining stage pill refiners refining the 4-elephant orthodox pill. He not only searched for videos, but also for many articles that. Sure enough, he found some examples of chi refining stage pill refiners that. Except that most of them already had someone helping them with the step of cutting the demon pills. This caused Jolie to be depressed for a while. It was a good thing that there were still more powerful alchemists among them who had done it independently. It also gave some programs that could be replicated by chi refining stage cultivators. To Jolie's delight, he very readily paid to download the entire content and began to study it. Awesome, to think of using a spiritual power shot spectrometer. After reading the program, Jolie also figured out the principle. The spiritual power shooting spectrometer was based on the concept of spiritual power spectrum, and through a special sensor would form an image that contained spatial information. It would often be used to determine the strength of demonic beasts at the front line. It is also widely used in the immortal mansion to check and detect various items, arrest criminals, and so on. When used on demon pills, it was possible to judge the internal structure and determine the orientation of the cut based on the image formed. Uncle's pharmacy happens to have this, so there's no need to buy it again. With the matter of cutting in mind, Jolie then studied the refining video. Fortunately, except for the first cut, which he couldn't replicate. The other steps were all relatively conventional refining methods, and with Jolie's current level of skill, he was able to get it. The only thing was that there were a few pill quenching techniques that he hadn't seen before, so he needed to study them more carefully. Finally, it's almost done. After a day and a half of research, Jolie shut down his computer and let out a long breath of relief. During this period of time, he had been constantly trying to figure out every detail in the video, and his book was densely filled with operational steps and points of attention. Some places also drew images to serve as special markings. After going through every step of the refining process in his mind, he slowly got up. Go to Uncle's pharmacy now to take a look, and if the conditions allow it, start working on the refining immediately. Now that time was of particular importance to Jolie, every minute and every second was especially important. By refining this demon pill earlier, his own cultivation would also be able to go to a higher level earlier. Having just left the house, a message popped up on his cell phone. It's Tiger.
What's he looking for me for? Jolie was rather puzzled as he clicked on the message. Old Joe, are you free tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner. Thank you for tutoring me on the topic some time ago, and for giving me such a powerful puppet. This is a good opportunity to thrash me. I hope you're sensible enough not to miss it. After reading the message, he smiled and immediately replied back. Okay, it's at the Immortal Banquet House, right? Immortal Banquet House was the highest grade restaurant in Nanzhou City that Jolie knew of. Luo Hu immediately returned the message. I knew you would say this, I've already booked the box. Building 11th Hall, I booked for 11:30, remember to come then. Jolie immediately returned an okay gesture. As they walked and chatted, it wasn't long before the Heavenly Boat apothecary was in sight. Seeing that his uncle and cousin weren't there, he put his heart down and, in front of them, he definitely wouldn't be able to refine this demonic elixir, and it wouldn't be easy to explain. Do I have to buy my own set of pill refining implements? Otherwise, coming to uncle's to refine pills always has a feeling of being sneaky and afraid of being caught. He rubbed his nose, feeling that it wasn't quite safe to be like this all the time. Later on, as his cultivation increased, the resources he obtained from the otherworldly one would also increase. Coming to the Heavenly Boat apothecary to refine pills all the time, it was hard to guarantee that one time he would be discovered. Uncle and cousin were experts in pill refining, and those precious herbs could be recognized at a glance, so it would really be a bit hard to tell when the time came. Forget it, it's better to wait until I leave home and go to college before acquiring a set. He thought carefully about it, and still put it off for a while. For one, if this demon pill was successfully refined, he shouldn't need to refine any other potions until he went to college. 2. Now that he's bought it, there's no place to put it, so many instruments take up a lot of space, and there's quite a bit of power that needs to be wired up. Putting them in the space of the two worlds bead won't even get the machine started. So he was thinking of renting a bigger house outside after going to college and using it directly as his alchemy room. Thirdly, a set of equipment wasn't cheap, and he didn't have that much money on hand for the time being, and would have to need to sell large quantities of materials that. But later on, refining high-level puppets will also require a large amount of money. Compared to that, this device isn't that high of a priority. Putting it all together, he decided it was better to talk about it later. He entered the door and locked it directly behind his back. Walking over to the console, he was just about to set his cell phone to silent when another message came in. It's a friend request, who friend me? Jolie clicked on it and saw that the applicant was the class president, Lin Ku. What's he adding me for? He hadn't crossed paths with this class president much, having said no more than 3 sentences combined in his 3 years of high school. Though puzzled, he clicked through. Jolie, are you free tomorrow? I've called some of my classmates to come out for a meal together. Just after passing the friend request, class president Lin Ku sent a message. Jolie looked at the senior 4th class group and there were no dinner-related messages. He queried back, there's no mention of a potluck tomorrow inside the class group. Lin Ku replied back quickly, not everyone in the class, just a few students who reached the admission scoreline this time. Chapter 95 The Unexpected Joy of Alchemy. No, I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't go. Jolie immediately rebuffed. He could probably guess the intent of the meal, too. Those who can reach the admission score line in the second model this time, the probability is that they may be admitted to the university in the college entrance exam, and even foundation building is a certain possibility. This meal, ostensibly a reunion of classmates, is actually developing their own relationships and connections. But Jolie has never been very interested in this. Instead of socializing with people he didn't know well, he preferred to simply have a meal with Luo Hu, his good friend. He'd felt enough hypocrisy over there in the other world. In the face of a mouth, a Taoist friend may turn around to kill each other calculating, plotting to take each other's body and family. Now that these people who had reached the standard of the second model could be invited by class president Lin Ku to join the dinner party. Maybe if they don't do well in the third model, they'll be kicked out of the clique immediately. Relationships between people are maintained purely on the basis of such grades. Jolie was also too lazy to make false pretenses with them and directly refused. He then muted his cell phone and focused on his own business, starting to refine the 4-elephant orthodox pill. He first found the spiritual power shooting spectrometer and slightly debugged it, realizing that there was nothing wrong with it. Following that, he took out the demonic pills and placed them underneath the spectrum projector. Looking through the instrument, a demonic elixir immediately appeared in the screen as a large number of dense points of light, with some tiny filamentary thread networks among them. This demonic elixir, it contains so much spiritual energy. Those dots of light are naturally the essence of spiritual energy contained within the demonic beast's body. The filamentary networks were the nerves and veins that he needed to pay close attention to during the cutting process. These filigree webs connected the pieces of light together to form a perfect whole. According to the article, the cutting process should follow those silk nets, otherwise even if the elixir is refined, the medicinal power will be attenuated a lot. Jolie changed into a protective suit and used a precision cutting tool that. It was often necessary to refine some medicines during the refining process. He was also incredibly skilled at these operational steps. It was a good thing that this demonic Dan was not yet fully formed and was still one step away from being transformed into a golden Dan, and its texture would not be too hard. It was slightly easier to cut. It's just that Jolie seeks stability, and every step of the action must be repeatedly confirmed on the spiritual power shooting spectrometer before he makes a move. In the end, it took more than an hour to complete the first step. There's a surprise, it's finally done. Looking at the 5 pieces of demonic pills that took on irregular shapes lying on the operating table, Jolie let out a long sigh of relief. Originally, he was prepared to cut it into 4 pieces. However, the nerves of one of the pieces were too long and not good for division, so he could only divide an extra piece out. The more you cut out, the more times you refine it, and the greater the mental wear and tear. And the demonic pills have to be refined immediately after cutting them out. They can't be delayed for too long, otherwise the medicinal properties will also be lost. He whirled around and laughed again. Others have that problem, not me. Time within the 2 worlds pearl is inherently static, and there would be no such thing as a loss of medicinal properties. However, I only prepared 4 ingredients. This extra piece will have to be refined with the slightly smaller one in front of it. After placing the 4 copies of the cutout demon pills inside the 2 realms pearl, he carefully placed the smallest remaining piece into the petri dish, preparing to try his hand with this piece first. And then he took out all the herbs from the one he had prepared and placed them on the operating table in separate sections. Then the final processing before quenching was carried out. Some of the herbs were taken with only a small section of the head, some to extract the inner sap. Others have to quench the whole plant. Each of these is an extremely delicate task, and one must be extremely careful not to make a single mistake. Otherwise, it will have a huge impact on the final Dan. There are several kinds of herbs in this refining. Jolie is also touching them for the first time. Although he had already done a great deal of homework beforehand, planning out every detail in his mind, but when it came to the actual operation, something went wrong and there were some places where the strength wasn't well controlled, almost destroying the entire material. After all, he had many years of experience, and immediately withdrew his hand to remedy the situation, and in the end, he was able to complete this part of the medicinal herb preparation without any danger. The preliminary preparations are almost done, it's time to officially start next. The specific way this elixir reacted, Jolie had long been familiar with it, and he had the extraction technique at his fingertips. According to the way he learned from the video, he added infused, one by one. A rich medicinal fragrance quickly spread throughout the entire pill refining room. I don't know if it was because the demonic pills were potent materials, but the individual herbs used to refine this 4-elephant orthodox pill also emitted a rather irritating flavor. But after the various herbs reacted and fused with each other, the different stimulating flavors disappeared strangely. Instead, it gave off a refreshing aroma. The medicinal liquid that the herbs had fused into was ready, and Jolie turned his attention back to the piece of demonic Dan that had been cut out of the. Having been placed in the air for only a short while, it had already discolored somewhat, becoming dark in color, and this is a sign that the medicine is losing its potency. He immediately looked into the space of the 2 worlds bead, but fortunately what was placed there was still the same as the one that was just cut down, without the slightest change, and only then did he let go of his heart. Gotta be quick to condense the demonic pills. This demon pill was not easy to come by, and the loss of any piece of it was extremely heartbreaking for him. After a full 7 hours or so, only a muffled sound was heard from within the reactor, and Jolie's heart sank to the bottom. He opened it and saw that it was already scorched black inside. All the materials had been completely nullified. Ugh, it's worthy of being a second-rank elixir, it's so hard. Jolie shook his head regretfully, his mood quite heavy. He had been doubly careful at every stage of refining, but something had still gone wrong. The melting process of this demonic elixir was extremely long, and one needed to keep a close eye on the reactions of each step to adjust the temperature and direction of the flame in the furnace. If it was a foundation establishment stage cultivator, he could easily do this through his divine sense leaving his body. But now that Jolie was only at the chi refining stage cultivation, he would need to judge the situation on his own. This difficulty is not a bit higher than divine sense probing. Although he had given it his full attention without a single ounce of slackness, he still failed in the end when it came to forming the Dan. After this failure, Jolie didn't get carried away and directly started the second time. Instead, he slowly reviewed the refining process this time, trying to recall the points of error in the process. Without finding out the reasons, even if he refined it several more times, he would end up failing. Could it be that I got the order of the medicinal liquid extraction wrong? Just as he finished speaking, Jolie shook his head. He had already gone through this refining process hundreds of times in his head, and it was impossible to make such a low-level mistake. I guess it's still possible that the fire control during the refining process is insufficient. I really can't find any other problems elsewhere. If only I was at the foundation establishment stage. For the first time, Jolie felt a deep sense of powerlessness that it was a chasm that no amount of effort and ample preparation could erase.
A second-order potion must be refined with an outwardly released divine sense, and if it works, it works. This directly stops it at the door of the second order. Related articles he also rummaged, and there didn't seem to be any good solution to the problem. Either he can control the flame himself and refine as he pleases, or his divine sense can leave his body and be able to observe the state of each step.
Divine sense leaving the body, I wonder when I.
Being disheartened at the moment, he subconsciously exerted his divine sense but suddenly, he was surprised to find that his divine sense seemed to have changed a bit. It seemed to be able to leave the body. This discovery immediately made it ecstatic. He immediately tried his hand at a few herbs and a marvelous experience took place that, even with eyes closed and separated by a distance, he was still able to clearly see the folds and lines on each herb. He then turned his attention to the side, and the vibrations on the operating table, the patterns of the materials, and even the crumbs so fine that they were hard to observe with the naked eye could all be perceived clearly. Under the charred black medicinal liquid that had already been refined and destroyed, he could even see that a part of the interior had not completely reacted under the effect of the earth fire, and the color was still a light green, and he could see that the liquid had not completely reacted under the effect of the earth fire. This strange feeling made him absolutely certain that this was the divine sense that could only be achieved by foundation establishment cultivators. Looks like that's why this refining failed. Earlier, he had been so careful, but he hadn't been able to succeed. Repeatedly, he had no idea what to do. I didn't expect to see at a glance what the problem with refining was now. He suddenly recalled the strange experience he had in the Spirit Pill Pavilion when he drank that cup of divine cleansing tea. That heat flowed through the mind, and the whole spirit seemed to be boiling over with. Since he was chatting with the shopkeeper about entering the 7 sects and the foundation establishment pill at the time, it made him care immensely, and he ignored his body's feelings. Could it be that it was the cup of tea that allowed me to have my divine sense leave my body? He felt the weight of that tea more and more. This God-cleansing tea is too marvelous, I must grow it. From now on, add 2 more drops of spirit liquid every day. Jolie had failed to refine it for the first time, and had thought that there was absolutely no chance of refining it into a demon pill. I didn't expect this unexpected blessing to suddenly appear. It instantly revitalized its lost mood, and immediately gained more than 70% certainty about refining. I'll try again later. This time, its eyes were filled with a leaping, confident light. Originally, he wanted to start refining it right away, but considering that he had been studying for 2 days straight, plus the intense concentration required to refine the elixir just now, had left its mind with a considerable amount of wear and tear. He decided to rest for a while before continuing. After all, he had already damaged one of the materials, and I'm afraid that if the rest of them slip up again, it wouldn't be enough for him to cultivate himself to university. He immediately sat down and ran the refining God technique to recover. However, his mood could not be calmed down for a long time, and because he had just thought of the foundation building pill again. Originally, he thought that the foundation building pill, as an entry-level second-order elixir, shouldn't be very difficult, it was just that the main drug was hard to find. But just now, the process of refining his demon pill had caused him to completely change that idea. Any second-order elixir wasn't simple, otherwise, it wouldn't have been categorized as second-order. Originally, I was still quite worried about refining the foundation establishment pill, but now that the divine sense can leave the body, that means a much higher success rate. Thinking of this, he almost laughed out loud again. The example of his uncle, Zheng Tianzhou, who was stuck in the qi refining stage for many years because he didn't have the foundation establishment pill, was fresh in his mind. He never thought that he would succeed in building his foundation on his own. He had always intended to collect all the materials in the otherworld, refine them himself, and build his foundation by getting high on pills. However, it did not have much of a bottom to the success or failure of the refining. Now that there had been such a big breakthrough in divine sense, his confidence in refining it into a foundation establishment pill had increased greatly. He felt that his path to foundation establishment was not so difficult anymore. The mood was also great. Practice with the materials in the hands of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion's shopkeeper first, and when I refine them myself, with experience, the success rate can increase quite a bit more. Chapter 96 Immortal Banquet House. Finally, it's all refined. Jolie looked at the 50 or so bottles of light red medicinal liquid placed in front of him. Although his spirit was slightly tired, his face was filled with joy. Having experienced a failure earlier, after he had adjusted his state, he immediately proceeded to refine it for the second time. With the addition of divine sense, the help in refining pills was not normally great. The first time he took a full 7 hours and failed. I didn't realize that not only did he succeed the second time, but it only took him 3 hours. A lot of incredibly tedious steps that take quite a bit of time to confirm could now be seen at a glance, and thus the speed of refining was greatly increased. Not only that, his control of the potion's fire was also extremely easy. Previously, he needed to repeatedly observe the elixir and then extrapolate the refining of the potion based on the parameters on the instrument. But now it was different. The parts that were not refined in place, the parts that were over-refined, had nothing to hide under the added weight of divine sense, It was several times easier than before, and it's a notch higher in terms of accuracy. Due to the failure of refining the first material, the remaining 4 pieces of demonic Dan he could only divide into 3 refinements, and surprisingly all of them unexpectedly succeeded. When he thought about it, he realized that after all, this demonic Dan is a half-step demonic Dan, refining up the difficulty is relatively not that big. It's just that it's hard to control the internal fire. With the experience of the first refining, coupled with the divine sense leaving the body, the success rate naturally increased greatly. There were no more mistakes later on, and the process was extremely smooth. He directly finished refining them all in one breath. These 50-odd bottles, each one of them has a medicinal effect that lasts around 2 days. If I cultivate in the 2 worlds pearl, the medicinal effect can be extended to another 2.5 days, or even 3 days. This is enough for me to cultivate until college. Although the development in pill refining in the immortal mansion was only a few hundred years old, but it has long since surpassed the otherworld. This kind of elixir alone, which refines the materials into a medicinal liquid, is far beyond the otherworldly in terms of its medicinal properties, absorbability, and the number of days of sustained action, and so on. This was also the reason why that boss Bai was so surprised by the spirit rising scatter. Seeing that the potion for cultivation for a period of time to come had settled, Jolie was also in an excellent mood. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. He held the potions in his hands and looked at them again and again, smelling them and observing them for quite some time before fondly placing them into the 2 worlds bead space. After all, this was the first time he had ever refined a second-order potion. And it was reached when he had neither mastered the foreign fire nor reached the foundation establishment stage. That sense of accomplishment of being one step ahead was still unparalleled. It's thanks to that God-washing tea that I broke through to the realm of divine sense leaving the body. Thinking of the tea that was being cultivated in the space of the 2 worlds pearl, his heart warmed again and he made up his mind that he must cultivate it. My current distance of divine sense from my body is around half a meter. It is said that a true foundation establishment stage cultivator can reach several hundred meters. Although there's a huge gap compared to them, it's more than enough for me to use to refine medicine. Jolie also tested the distance of his divine sense away from his body, and came to the conclusion that half a meter. Although there was a considerable distance compared to a true foundation establishment stage cultivator, it was completely sufficient for the current him. In the future, when refining second-order potions, it would be a good idea to pay attention to the distance requirement for the divine sense to leave the body, and make do with what you've got. And then he cleaned up the operating table for a bit, removing all traces of the refining of the second-order potion cleanly. Repeatedly checked before leaving. Walking out of the pharmacy, it was nearing noon. The sun was blazing. After more than 10 hours in the operating room, accustomed to the lighted environment of Jolie only felt that it was a bit blinding and it took a good while to get used to it. Oh no, I have an appointment with Tiger today, he's going to treat me to dinner at the Immortal Banquet House. He looked at the time, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Fortunately, it's not too late. That Immortal Feast House wasn't very far from the Heavenly Vessel Pill Hall, about 8 kilometers away. Jolie cast a few small spells on himself and his speed instantly skyrocketed, arriving in less than 10 minutes. The Immortal Banquet Building was 10 stories tall, and the entire exterior of the store was a greenish color, complemented by various crystals that emitted a rich spiritual energy. From time to time, various high-grade inscriptions and the signatures of many Jiedan cultivators who have dined here appear. The 3 big characters of Immortal Feast House are also majestic and atmospheric. A dragon and a phoenix surround the word immortal. The design of the word feast is also very elaborate. The dragon above embracing the word immortal is coiled on the word feast. Let a person feel into the middle of the meal. Eating is the dragon meat in general. Entering the front door, the design of the whole store is also extraordinary. With a total of 3 venues to choose from, one is the Earthly Supreme, one is the Land of Immortalization, and one is the Yaoqi Wonderland. The refinement stage, on the other hand, could only book the Earthly Supreme site. The room numbers are Foundation Building Room 1, Foundation Building Room 2, and so on. Only after entering the Foundation Establishment realm could one reserve a venue in the Land of Immortalization. Jean Dan and above can only enter the Land of Yaoqi Immortality. Jolie was led by the waiter directly towards the Foundation Building 11 hall that Luo Hu had mentioned earlier. Old Joe, you're finally here, I was just about to call you to rush you. You're not even active for dinner, there's definitely something wrong with your mind. As soon as he pushed open the door, Luo Hu warmly welcomed him and greeted Jolie as he sat down. Jolie, on the other hand, was curious, why are you alone? Where's Hong Mei? Where's Li Li? Have they not come yet? Luo Hu, on the other hand, directly said, this is a banquet between us 2 men, so I didn't call them. Jolie nodded, he thought it was Li Li and Luo Hu who invited him to dinner. Now it seemed that the meal was Luo Hu's treat alone. Boss Tiger got rich? Why did you think of inviting me to such a high-class place for dinner? Jolie smiled and sat down directly, while looking around. This box was about 10 square feet or so. The walls, floor, and roof were all uneven, and seemed to be carved with some sort of formation. This surrounding area is covered with illusion formations that can change various scenes according to your needs. Luohu explained, then picked up a remote control on the table and clicked on it. The scene immediately changed in all directions. The original unusual indoor scenery immediately changed into a place covered in clouds and mist and misty immortal clouds. In addition to the table, chairs, and the opposite side of Luohu, Jolie really felt like he was flying through the clouds right now. There was even a gust of water vapor coming from the clouds, and both the vision and the feeling were real and incomparable. He was a little afraid to put his feet on the ground and afraid that he'd just fall right off. Luohu pressed again and the two of them appeared above a calm stretch of water again. In the distance, the fishing sun sings and the sun sets. Pieces of water glowed with a golden sheen under the remnants of the sun. Okay, that's it, that's a good vibe. Luohu selected the scene, so he poured Jolie a drink and at the same time, he notified the waiter standing by the side that the food could be served. Old Joe, this time I invited you to dinner to thank you. He raised his cup and directed it towards Jolie with a burning gaze. Not to mention taking care of me before and helping me answer my questions, but that puppet that was given to me, that's also a great favor. I've been practicing for a while, and the effect is indeed remarkable, and there's been considerable progress in terms of reaction, artwork coordination, and so on. When I go to classes in the martial arts center, I can even start to suppress some of the guys I was fighting with before. He finished with a drink. Jolie looked at Luo, who's so excited, and then recalled his desperate look during the second model exam, and blurted out, "Tiger, did something happen to you? The old you wouldn't have been so attached to your grades." Previously, Luo who was completely deadbeat and he seldom paid attention to his studies. This period of time can be described as transformed, which is really against the common sense. Luo who didn't answer at first, but sighed deeply. It's all forced. This made Jolie even more curious. Luo who his father had also taken a whip to whip him, all the way to school, just to make it study well. He has always been a salt and oil, not into, learn or not to learn, all depends on their own mood. His father has pushed him for so many years but couldn't get him to return. Who else can force him? Who is it? Is it Zhao Hongmei? The only thing Jolie could think of was this new girlfriend of Luo Hu's. When it came to Zhao Hongmei, Luo Hu was again looking sad. He directly opened a bottle of white wine and poured himself a glass of it, and then closed his eyes and drank it all in one go. Hiss. The taste of the white wine spiced him up and made his eyes water. The waiter had started serving the food by this time, too, plate after plate. Soon the table was full. "Tiger, are you up to something?" Seeing that his state was not quite right, Jolie hurriedly asked after him. Luo, who seems to be not good at drinking, a cup of white wine let its face flushed, eyes are disoriented some. His hands also kept scratching his head. "It's stressful. Too much pressure." Luo, who covered his head and uttered this in a voice that was almost half crying. "Old Joe, Hongmei. Hongmei, she's pregnant. I'm so stressed, I really don't know what to do." Hearing the word pregnant, Jolie was shocked and finally realizing the root of Luo Hu's transformation. No wonder that after the second model fighting section exam before, Luo Hu asked Zhao Hongmei if she was alright at the first time. At that time, he thought it was because Luo Hu cared about his girlfriend, but only now did he wake up and realize that it was caring about the fetus. At the same time, he also figured out the reason why he was trying so hard to get into college. If you don't get into college, you'll have to serve on the front lines, and you'll be home only a handful of times in 5 years. And if you go right out of high school, the chances of casualties are not low. Not if you go to college, which amounts to a 10-year cushion of. During this period, it's perfectly fine to spend time with Zhao Hongmei and the kids. He could also continuously raise his cultivation and improve his chances of surviving on the front lines. In the past, Luo Hu held an attitude of complete indifference towards this. Now that he has a child, the ties have become more numerous, and naturally it's different. "So, then what are you and Hongmei planning to do now?" Jolie patted his shoulder as a sort of comfort. Chapter 97, None of the ones here can do it. Luo Hu said truthfully as a solemn color surged in his gaze. "Hongmei is pregnant, so she won't have to serve on the front line within 2 years. I've already thought about it. When she's a year and a half after giving birth, we'll have a second child so that she'll be completely exempt from military service. As for me..." At that, he let out a long sigh. "I'd better get into college. If I can go to college, I can stay with Hongmei until she gives birth to the baby. If you don't get in..." He looked glum for a moment, then cut in. "No, I must pass the exam. Damn, old Joe, you even gave me such an expensive puppet. Wouldn't it be too much of a shame for you if you can't even get into college?" As he spoke, he half tilted his body again and covered his forehead, as if he was drunk, and his face was getting redder and redder. "Old Joe, you don't know, lately I'm so annoyed. Hongmei is all pregnant, we're planning to get married after the year. Meeting my mother-in-law and father-in-law, taking wedding photos, preparing the banquet, drawing up the guests, etc., etc., etc. A whole lot of things are waiting for me. I was prepared to take advantage of the winter vacation to study and practice fighting techniques. How could I have imagined that there are still so many things to do that I can't spare any time at all? And all these things cost money. I'm a student, where can I get the money? I can only pay from mom and dad. Money, money, for the first time I feel that it's killing me. My parents don't make much money, so even if they did their best, they wouldn't be able to support much. Fortunately, Hongmei's family is reasonable and basically didn't ask for any dowry, nor did they say they wanted a room, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Although they didn't say it, I also know that after the child is born, it's impossible for me to still be crammed in with my parents. Luo, who brainstormed all the things that had been bothering him during this period of time. From the college entrance exam to the house. From marriage to child support. From not having enough money to working in the future. And while we're talking, we're drinking. Without realizing it, a bottle of white wine was finished by him. Jolie was also listening silently from the side. He knew that at this time, Luo, who had accumulated a lot of pressure over this period of time. This time can be said to be a good opportunity to vent. If one keeps it bottled up and endures this kind of high pressure, something might have to go wrong one day. He also understood that at this time, Luo, who was truly mature and, from his previous light and uninvolved state, he had become pragmatic and practical, while also slowly taking on the responsibilities of a father-to-be. Everything will pass, everything will get better. Jolie comforted towards the drunken Luo, who, Tiger? Tiger? He called out twice and realized that Luo, who had already drunk too much and slept on the spot. The corners of Luo, whose mouth hung with a faint smile as he kept muttering under his breath, Hongmei, just raise the child in peace, leave everything else to me. Looking at him, Jolie could not help but feel happy for it. In the past, Luo, who was extremely confused, not knowing what he was going to do. He was not interested in studying at all, and held an attitude of getting by all day long. Now that I have a wife and child, my life seems to have found a goal, and my attitude has made a 180-degree turn. No matter what, to see his best friend's return of the prodigal son, his heart was also gratified. A table of dishes didn't move much, but he himself fell asleep first. What a waste! Jolie laughed, poured himself a drink and, while eating, he waited for Luo, who to wake up. I have to say, the food at this immortal feast house is really delicious. Every dish is cooked very well, with all the colors and flavors. The meat was soft, tender, juicy and melted in your mouth. The vegetables are crisp and refreshing, with rich layers of flavor. A variety of different flavors intertwine and blossom on the tongue with unusual splendor. Jolie was feasting and simply could not stop. After about an hour or so, Luo, who covered his head and slowly woke up. It hurts. This wine, it's so strong. He half squinted his eyes and looked around, suddenly remembering that he had come to invite Jolie to dinner, and immediately climbed up. Old Joe, you're too much of a dog, aren't you? The dishes have all been eaten by you, and I haven't even moved my chopsticks yet? He looked at the dining table that seemed to be windswept, leaving only a little bit of. Immediately, he picked up his chopsticks and immediately began to gorge himself. Jolie put down his chopsticks, rubbed his stomach that was already too full to be full, and smiled. I saw you fall asleep and thought you weren't going to eat? Anyway, you've ordered all the food, it's a waste if you don't eat it. And since you already drank the wine, I thought I'd clean up the dishes. Luo, who didn't have the heart to say, that was my way of refreshing and emptying my stomach for a better fight. Drinking, that's just an appetizer. There wasn't much left on the table, and he'd only let his stomach go for a moment before his plate was basically empty. He could only stop helplessly, so angry. This is the first time in my life that I have come to such a high-class hotel, and I didn't get to eat anything. I don't know when I'll come next time. Jolie smiled and said, when I get into college, I'll invite you over for a meal, and you can choose whatever's on the menu. Hearing this, Luo, who brightened up, let's make a deal, you can't renege on the bill then. He also thought, if I have enough money, the wedding will be held at this immortal feast house, it's so upscale, Hongmei will be very happy. A whole bunch of things that Luo, who complained about just now, seemed to be gone at the moment. Back to the way it was before. Let's go, the food's all gone, if we stay here the waitresses are going to think we're licking our plates. Go back and squeeze some more time out to study and learn. Grandma, I've been making up the courses in the formation section lately, and the more I study, the bigger my head gets, it's too hard. Saying that, Luo, who seemed to have thought of something else and immediately instructed. Right, Lao Zhou, on the third day of the first year, Hongmei and I will officially hold our wedding, you remember to come then. Where to do it hasn't been determined yet, I'll notify you on my cell phone when the time comes. Jolie made an okay gesture, don't worry, when the time comes, even if a Jindan cultivator comes to stop me, I'll still be there. Luo, whose wine hadn't completely woken up, and his walk was still lopsided, so Jolie had to help him walk out. Which thought of a go out and ran into several acquaintances. The leader was none other than Lin Ko, who had previously invited Jolie for dinner. Next to him were 3 students who were also from the senior 4 class. The others don't know each other very well. Several, however, had met in the principal's tutoring sessions and were at the top of their school grades.
That's what you mean something's wrong?
Once he saw Jolie, Lin Ke frowned and directly pointed at Luo, who and questioned.
Pushing away my invitation just to have dinner with him?
Jolie, who was originally still a bit embarrassed, lost even that slight trace of apologizing when he heard this and shrugged his shoulders.
There's no law that says I have to eat with you guys, right? Who I eat with, that's my freedom.
Lin Ke, however, said righteously, Jolie, let me advise you, with your grades, you're going to the 5 palaces and 12 houses in the future. Any more interactions with him now, any deeper feelings, will slowly fade in the future.
You understand, don't you?
These words immediately made Jolie think of Lu Gaofeng's mom. Her words reprimanding Lu Gaofeng were also filled with disdain and contempt for Jolie. The words that came out of Lin Ke's mouth, although the target was different, the semantics were the same. The people should treat each other according to their cultivation and qualifications. This caused Jolie's mood to become very poor, and his tone was somewhat cold.
Class president, do you mean that you people are the ones I should befriend? Lin Ke smiled faintly, that's right.
Here, besides our classes, there are also the best from other classes. Getting into a university in the future is not a problem at all, and even the 12th academy has some certainty. We all come from the 3rd high school. After the college entrance exams, even if we enter universities in various provinces, we can still contact each other often and communicate more.
Going forward, when we enter society, we will count on having our own connections in all walks of life. It'll be easier when we have to do something.
You don't have to get along with others who don't have any hope of getting into college. Because, after you graduate from high school, you're basically in 2 worlds. It's so naked, and it's so harsh, that it made the face of Luo, who on the side, extremely embarrassed, and the wine instantly sobered up a lot. He also understood in his heart that the squad leader's words were very reasonable, which thought that Jolie had developed an extremely serious rebellious mentality. Because, not too long ago, he was the kind of person that Lin Ke described as not having to cross paths.
Moreover, this attitude of judging heroes purely based on their cultivation and qualifications made him very unhappy. Could it be that cultivators who couldn't go far on the cultivation path were not human?
The development of so many industries in the Immortal Mansion was only possible because of the impetus of countless low-ranking cultivators to develop to the point of prosperity today.
The front line relies on those foundation establishment and Jindan cultivators. How can it be defended? Which of them, the top students of the 3rd high school, were not raised by parents with mediocre qualifications and low cultivation? The ones with money and backgrounds are still in the 3rd high school?
One by one, they were so mesmerized by the little achievements they had made that they didn't know their own last name.
Lin Ke, what was my second model ranking this time around?
The more Jolie thought about it, the angrier he became, and directly called out the class president's name, asking nonchalantly.
Lin Ke frowned, not knowing what he meant by that, but still answered back truthfully. You ranked 1st in the entire school and 2nd in the city in the 2nd model year.
Jolie sneered, I'm going to go to the 5th university palace in the future.
Then, according to you, which one of you is worthy of crossing paths with me? Who is worthy to be of a world with me?
I'm not targeting anyone, I'm saying that no one here can.
None of you are qualified to say you're friends with me.
After saying that, he helped Luo Hu to leave, only leaving Lin Ke and a group of others stunned in place. Chapter 98: The Powerful Effects of the Demon Pill. Old Joe, you're so hungover. That speech just now was so cool, I'm becoming a fan of yours. After leaving the Immortal Banquet Building, Luo Hu thought of Jolie's domineering and peerless scene just now, and immediately burst into a flurry of excitement. After being at the same table for almost 3 years, it was the first time he had seen Jolie being so tuggy. The breath that came out of his mouth directly made his whole body smooth and his thoughts incomparably clear.
Jolie smiled, I'm just being honest. He turned to ask, can you walk now? Do you want me to take you back?
Luo Hu immediately stood up, I don't have anything, it's just that the ground is a bit uneven and always shaking, I'll just sit down and rest for a while. Only after standing for a while, his body began to shake uncontrollably again. The two found a chair in a nearby park and sat down. Old Joe, do you think I can get into college? Luo Hu looked up at the sky, looking at the white clouds in the sky, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Jolie was just like him, sitting there paralyzed, looking at the sky, his mind emptied, and since the summer vacation of his sophomore year of high school, he had been in a highly intense state of study that never had he been as relaxed and cozy as he was now, enjoying the moment. The college entrance exam hasn't started yet, everything is still variable. It took me 1 semester to get to where I am now. 3 years of high school is nothing more than learning, reviewing, and doing problems to consolidate those books over and over again, so what's so hard about it? As long as you put in the effort to study, you basically won't do poorly on the exam. Hearing this, Luo Hu returned with a rare seriousness, Old Joe, thank you so much. As long as you're willing to listen to me rant so much now. It's been a long time, my whole body was about to explode as it were, and it's much better after I've had a drink and let it out.
Ugh, life goes on, and studying goes on, said the man as he moved the topic back to Jolie.
I really envy you, old Joe. You have a plan and a goal for everything you do, and you set out to take the first rank alchemist exam since your freshman year of high school. Even if your spiritual route is not good, you will still work very hard to reach your goal and never give up. Especially the last first model exam. I was like, I have similar spiritual root attributes as you. You worked so hard, so desperately, and still you didn't even reach the admission scoreline. Then what's the point of me working hard? So I kind of gave up on myself, and just went out for the summer vacation, not even bothering to study. Jolie gave him a blank look. So you're using me as a pathfinder? Seeing that I can't make it this way, you simply won't go, right? Luo Huhaha laughed. At that time, I did think that way. However, now that I think about it, I was really stupid back then. For someone like me, with no background, no specialties, and ordinary looks, is there any other path to take besides studying? Good thing I woke up not too late. Next semester I can still rely on myself to put up a fight. The fate is also considered to be in their own hands. The two sat for quite a while, chatting, and it didn't end until the sun was setting. It was the first time the two of them had been at the same table for so long that they had talked openly and honestly about matters of the heart like this. You have a word and I have a word. There has always been a feeling of not finishing. After parting ways with Luo Hu and returning home, Jolie's heart was also full of emotions. Tiger is also considered to have been completely transformed by Red Rose, and now he is much more reliable than before. He remembered Luo Hu's dangling appearance, as if it was just yesterday that. It was hard to imagine that the current Luo Hu was also starting to become mature and stable. Everyone has everyone's path. Tiger has to face the college entrance exam, marriage, and family. I have to get over myself too. He shook his head and put these tedious thoughts behind him, turning to devote himself to cultivation and study. I'll try the potion I just refined first. He went directly into the two worlds bead space and, opening a bottle of the medicinal liquid of the 4-elephant positive elemental pill that he had just successfully refined, prepare to start cultivating up. The cultivation of the 9 suns condensed elemental technique was really a huge bottomless pit. Previously, when combined with the spirit rising scatter, the consumption of spirit stones had reached a small thousand. This time, for the concocted potion, the herbs alone cost 200 spirit stones. And that's not even counting the most expensive part, the demonic elixir. If we add it, it can reach thousands of spirit stones. When converted into the currency in the immortal mansion, the value should be able to break through 1 billion. It's really too resource intensive. It is simply not affordable to the average person. However, the power of this Gong method also began to gradually reveal itself. His current depth of mana was not even lower than those of the 11th level of chi refining of the otherworldly scattered cultivators. Moreover, the speed of spellcasting, the power of talismans, the power of releasing magic weapons, and other aspects were far beyond those of his peers. If one is able to build a foundation with this technique, one would be able to utilize the power of those secret techniques, and one's strength would have to go up a big step. He looked at the potion in his hand for a moment, and then directly swallowed it in one direct bite. Hiss, what a fierce potency! As soon as the medicinal liquid of this demon pill was consumed, Jolie immediately felt an extremely strong heat flow within his dantian. The spiritual energy contained within it was simply too much and too violent. It was like a beast that had been imprisoned for a long time was about to come out of its cage. Jolie did not hesitate, and immediately operated his Gong method, and the 9 yang orifices began to rapidly absorb and refine this spiritual energy. It had to be said that this 9 yang condensing elemental technique was far too consuming in terms of spiritual energy. Just now, the medicinal effect was still intense and incomparable, and the spiritual energy surged as if it was about to overflow. Under the absorption of these 9 yang orifices, it began to gradually become peaceful and stable. The surging and scattering spiritual energy was like 100 rivers and seas, rapidly being absorbed by the 9 yang orifices, and it looked like it hadn't reached the upper limit by a long shot. And then after a whole week of condensation, it was transformed into a strand of extremely pure spiritual energy. Within the static space of this two worlds pearl, all the potions would almost never have problems with escaping, evaporating, or losing their potency. So the potency lasts for a long time. It lasted for nearly 2 days before the potency of the first bottle of the potion began to slowly weaken. By the 3rd day, the medicinal power finally began to bottom out, emitting less and less spiritual energy until it completely disappeared. Only after the medicinal power of the bottle of potion had all been refined did Jolie awaken from his state of cultivation, with a somewhat unfulfilled look on his face. The medicinal power of the 4-elephant positive elemental pill could be so much better than the cultivation effect of the spirit rising scattering plus spirit stones. That feeling of drastic enhancement made Jolie feel as if he had returned to the first time he used a spirit stone to cultivate. He checked his state and revealed a look of surprise. Surprisingly, I'm about to touch the bottleneck. This medicinal effect is too strong. The spiritual energy contained within it is much more than spirit stones. Spirit stones are solidified by spiritual chi, and after entering a cultivator's body, they need to go through the circumference of the sky and be purified repeatedly. Especially under the repeated refining of the 9 yang orifices of the 9 yang condensing yuan gong, there wasn't much left. However, what is contained in the demonic Dan is the essence of the demonic beast's life, and the spiritual power contained in it has already been purified, and is far more condensed than that in the spiritual stone. Therefore, it was relatively easier for Jolie to absorb it, and the amount was also greater. This should also be due to the fact that I was lucky to get a fire attribute demonic Dan, which happens to match the attributes of my Gongfu. If it was another attribute, the enhancement definitely wouldn't be this great. He whirled around and took out a second bottle of potion, preparing to strike while the iron is hot and directly break through the 6th level of chi, refining to the next level of the hierarchy. But he thought about it and still restrained the impulse that, after all, besides cultivation, he had many other things to be busy with. And sustaining cultivation for a long period of time was not a small burden on the spirit. However, I don't seem to be that tired this time. Jolie sensed a hint of abnormality that, earlier, when he used the Spirit Rising Scatter to cultivate, after taking a bottle of the potion for 2 days in a row, he would be more or less exhausted after the end of his cultivation. The condensation of the 9 yang orifices in his body would also be affected somewhat. He also had to stop and rest, practicing the refining God skill to recover his spirit. But this time, after cultivating for 3 days in a row, he was still hale and hearty and didn't feel anything at all. Could it be, is it that after I was able to externalize my divine sense, my spirit has also become a lot stronger? He immediately thought about the growth of his divine sense because of the God-washing tea. No wonder those great cultivators are in seclusion for decades at a time. As long as there is enough divine sense, the mental aspect won't get tired, and prolonged cultivation isn't a difficult task. This is a great thing for me, and I will be much more efficient in my studies in the future. Realizing this, he was naturally overjoyed. Then he began to execute the plan he had formulated, in accordance with the refining high-grade puppets, going to the Million Mountains to practice, cultivating techniques, reviewing, preparing for competitions, and many other things, one after the other. At the same time, he also took the time to find some videos on refining foundation building Dan from the internet and studied them carefully. Not only because he had promised that shopkeeper at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion to return this favor, it was also because he was planning to save up his experience to prepare himself for refining the foundation establishment pill in the future. That's why he studied it with extra care. Time passes the fastest when you dive into your studies, and before you know it, another week has passed. During this period of time, he rotated continuously in reality, the 2 realms Pearl, and the other realm, not stopping for a moment and not wasting any time at all. In terms of cultivation, not only did he break through to the 7th level of chi refining, he had also made significant progress in learning the control system of a high-level puppet, and had all the veins of the overall code sorted out clearly. He is now attempting to write his own control system code from scratch, adapting it to his own puppet. At the same time, he had almost finished his research on the foundation establishment Dan, and had mastered all the many details of the refining process. He was confident that as long as the main medicine was ready, he had at least a 50% certainty that after all, he had the experience of successfully concocting a second-stage demonic pill, as well as the added benefit of his divine sense being externalized. Coupled with the incomparably detailed explanations in videos, articles, essays, and so on. 50% is already considered conservative. Go around the Spirit Medicine Pavilion today and ask if there's any luck with the 10,000 Sword sect. It wasn't until he had a decent amount of certainty about refining the foundation establishment pill that Jolie once again went to the door and paid that shopkeeper a visit. During this time, he had also made some understanding of the 10,000 Sword sect, one of the 7 great sects. This sect, with a majority of sword cultivators. In terms of sword Dao inheritance, it was firmly at the top of the 7 schools, but when it came to Dan Dao, it could only be ranked at the bottom of the 7 schools. For one thing, sword cultivators pay attention to enlightenment, extremely waste of time, in order to observe a sword meaning, cultivate a set of sword method, condense and warm a flying sword. It is easy to sit for decades, it is difficult to be distracted from other things. Secondly, 10,000 Swords door Dan Dao was withered, the door alchemy talent is even more scarce, resulting in Dan Dao inheritance is also slowly broken, but also in disguise exacerbated the decline of alchemy of this one. According to his understanding, Wan Jian is responsible for matters related to alchemy in a total of 2 or 3 people. However, this was just what he wanted. Jolie was originally interested in the Danxia sect, the only one of the 7 sects that specialized in alchemy. However, he thought about it afterward, and his own alchemy techniques were very different from this realm. If he was under the hands of a group of connoisseurs, it was inevitable that he would slip through the cracks at some point. Why don't we just go to the 10,000 Swords sect, where the Dan Dao is not flourishing? Not only are there fewer people, no one is in control, and you can give free rein to yourself. After all, there was no shortage of legacies regarding pills for him to follow. What he lacked was only resources in terms of medicinal herbs, and the 10,000 Swords sect, as one of the 7 great sects, should not have a problem collecting in this regard. Moreover, the fact that there were fewer people refining pills inside the 10,000 Swords sect meant that he would be able to allocate more resources in terms of medicinal herbs. Maybe he could even get lucky and cultivate a not-so-good sword technique. The small green-colored sword he used earlier when he dismembered that tiger demon looked very unassuming. He had also been thinking that he could learn a set of sword techniques after reaching foundation establishment to fully utilize the power of the small green-colored sword as his base card. The 10,000 Swords sect, as one of the 7 great sects, had been passed down for thousands of years, so this aspect would definitely not be bad. It was only after sufficient deliberation that he became so attached to joining the 10,000 Swords sect. Chapter 99 Tragic Death of a Green Inferno Sect Disciple. What a pity! Walking out of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion's door, Jolie let out a long sigh. He had just gone in to inquire about the 10,000 Swords sect and he didn't realize that Elder Ma had been out for more than half a month. He said that there was a new discovery in the ruins excavated by the Red Dragon Valley, and that the 7 major sects had each sent their own manpower to go there. I don't know when they will come back. However, that white shopkeeper had promised that as soon as that Elder Ma returned, he would immediately notify with a sound transmission note. As for the Foundation Establishment pill, the last medicine that Boss Bai said to prepare has already been transferred this way from the other subcourts of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. It is estimated that it will be complete in a few more days, so we will order a notification at that time. Forget it, it's better to go inside the $1 Million Mountain to experience it again. Now that I've made another breakthrough in my cultivation, I should be able to travel a bit deeper. Not being able to enter the 10,000 Swords sect for the time being had no effect on his cultivation plans. This time, he went to the quest hall and looked around, receiving a quest to pick spiritual herbs. Fire UNG. This precious medicine usually grows in the depths of rich earth fires, while there are also quite a few fire attribute demonic beasts that use it to condense demon pills. Just a little bit of this fire UNG is able to greatly increase the potency of fire attribute pills, and even when refined into pills, it can also increase the chances of forming a golden pill. But due to the harsh growing environment, the production is extremely low in the Immortal Mansion, and it has never been seen on the market at all. I didn't expect it to be found amongst the millions of mountains in this realm. However, this mission Jolie had seen it when he first came here, and he didn't expect it to still be there now. This was a bit strange for it. For one thing, this quest indicated the general range of where this precious medicine was located. The location should not be difficult to find. Secondly, the reward for the quest wasn't low either, it was a full 50 spirit stones. It was already a heavenly price for a casual cultivator, even a foundation establishment cultivator would have to be moved. This precious medicine is fire attributed, it's also of great use to me, it's worth the risk. Even if there's any danger, I'll be able to escape with the help of the 2 realms pearl, saving my life won't be a problem. Jolie crossed his heart and directly followed the map attached to the mission notice. After having the experience of entering the $1 Million Mountain, this time around, he also traveled with ease. Along the way, he also encountered several waves of loose cultivators. However, they all avoided each other from a distance. Entering the mountain, he didn't delay much and headed straight for the spot marked by the fire UNG. This time, the distance traveled could be much deeper than before. The mountains around us were getting taller and taller, with strange peaks and steep mountains that went straight up into the clouds, and each one of them stretched for at least dozens of miles. Constantly, the howls of demonic beasts were coming from the tops of the mountains. The climate is also weird and changeable. One moment it's covered with clouds, the next moment it's sunny, then it's pouring with rain. Many places were covered with poisonous miasma, thorns, and thistles. Slightly smaller sized demonic beasts could be found everywhere, and they had no fear of the cultivators, they just stared straight at the side of the. There are even some that are not afraid to die and pounce on them directly. Due to the sheer number of them, even strangling dozens of them didn't have the slightest effect. The situation here is too harsh, isn't it? It's a good thing that there are no large demonic beasts with strong strength to stop them, otherwise it would really be a bit dangerous if they were to be entangled by these things. Jolie released a bucket-sized fireball spell in his hands, burning a flying demonic beast of purple and green intertwined that was half a meter long that lunged towards him cleanly. Having encountered this too many times along the way, in the beginning, when a demonic beast pounced on him, he was directly urging his flying dagger to strangle it. But he didn't expect that there were quite a few demonic beasts that could release poisonous gas, poisonous powder, venom, and the like before they died, extremely troublesome. Later on, he learned to be smart, so he directly burned clean with a fire. The further in he went, the more bottomless Jolie's heart became. After all, this was the first time in his life that he had gone deeper into such a dangerous place. This feeling of being surrounded by demonic beasts on all sides, not needing to pay full attention at all times, and having his heart in his throat, was very unpleasant. He was almost about to beat a retreat. It's traces of other cultivators. While he was hesitating whether to move on and give up the search for the fire UNG or not, suddenly he realized that there was a large number of corpses of demonic beasts in front of him, as well as quite a few areas where the trees and the ground had collapsed a bit, leaving behind traces of a large number of cultivators' battles. And there were quite a few bloodstains that hadn't completely dried up yet. If he were outside, he would have seen these traces and would have been alerted immediately. But in this depressing environment of crisis and demonic beasts all over the place, he actually had a feeling of peace of mind and reassurance that felt that he was not alone, and even wanted to join up with those people. Jolie hastily suppressed this strange emotion in his own heart and turned to be more and more careful. In the depths of this mountainous region, in the middle of the wilderness, it's the perfect location to kill and seize treasures, so we can't afford to be careless. There was already a path in the jungle in front of us, which seemed to have been broken open by a magic weapon. Jolie instantly had a flutter in his heart as well. Looks like I'll have to buy a flying magic weapon. My divine sense can't extend out too far, I can't take care of all directions in this environment, and it's easy to be sneak attacked. Moreover, there is too much miasma and poisonous gas here, and taking antidote pills all the time isn't a solution either. Everything will be different with a flying magic weapon. In the Immortal Mansion, there was naturally no shortage of various styles of flying magic weapons. Since most of the areas within the city were no-fly zones, basically the only place where one could fly without fear was outside the city, plus the price tag. There weren't many people who bought flying spells alone. On the contrary, there are quite a lot of people who buy dual-purpose flying and ground vehicles with flying functions. My uncle Zhang Tianzhou has one. In this otherworldly world, there were no roads dedicated to automobiles, so naturally it was better to just buy a flying magic weapon. Just go back and take a look. Not only can flying spells form a circle of protection against attacks from all directions, they can also give advance warning when danger is detected. You don't have to worry about miasma or anything like that inside the magic weapon either. In the future, in this realm, it's inevitable that we'll have to run into these millions of mountains often, so having a flying magic weapon is still quite convenient. Jolie's thoughts turned back to reality. He looked ahead and wondered if he should continue down the path. So many demonic beasts have been killed, the group at the front is definitely quite numerous, their strength is not low, and their intentions are definitely not small. If we continue forward and are discovered by that group, I don't know if they will kill and exterminate them. But if we just go in the other direction, our hearts are a bit unwilling, it's so hard to advance so far. He thought carefully again and finally chose to give up. Forget it, for the sake of stability, it's better to give up on this fire UNG quest. I came to these million mountains to kill and train with demonic beasts, in the end. But if I were to get involved with other cultivators, it would be very complicated. To have so many people out in formation, the probability is that they are disciples of one of the major sects, and I'm afraid that they're making some big move, and once they're discovered, there's a possibility that they'll lay their hands on me. Jolie shook his head, turned around, and left. Once he had decided on something, there was no hesitation in executing it, no procrastination. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, a sharp marching sound suddenly came from the woods beside him. There was also the sound of many branches being knocked off. Could it be that there are demonic beasts out there? Jolie was also considered to have been sneak attacked several times, and his reaction was also quite fast, his body form sprinting back end. He jumped onto a tall tree and hid himself between the thick branches and leaves. I'm looking at the source of the sound, and I'm peering through the cracks at what's going on down there. At the same time, the spells and talismans in his hands were ready to strike. Not long after, a blood-stained figure scurried out from among the jungle and fell to the ground. Cough cough save. Save me. A bloody hole had been blown open at its throat. The essence and blood in his body also looked as if it had been drained, and his whole body appeared incomparably dry and shouting so low that he couldn't even be heard. One could only vaguely tell that he was calling for help by the look in his eyes and the movement of his hands forward. It's the people from the Green Flame sect. Jolie, who was hiding above, saw that this person was wearing a light green colored form-fitting robe, with a ball of inflammatory fire rusting on his sleeves and chest. Immediately recognizing him as a disciple of the Green Flame sect, one of the 7 great sects. Who is so bold as to dare to strike at the disciples of the 7 great sects, it seems to be a ruthless character. Thinking of this, Jolie's face became even more wary. If the one who killed this person was a loose cultivator, then this loose cultivator must belong to the kind with ruthless and lawless means, a madman who was completely unafraid of sect retaliation. If it was a fellow disciple of the Green Flame sect, then the person who killed him was also ruthless and heartless. Either way, once Jolie was discovered, a fight would definitely be unavoidable. After a while, a silhouette did slowly walk out of the jungle. Surprisingly, it's him. Jolie was quite surprised to see the silhouette that appeared. This person was none other than the bearded, scar-faced cultivator he had seen in the mission hall not long ago, who was suspected to have cultivated the bloodshed technique. At that time, Jolie had also spent 2 spirit stones to have him explain about Red Dragon Valley's recruitment. Only to see that person slowly move forward and walking with an unmistakable calmness and with a cruel smile on his face, step by step, he approached the severely injured Qingyan sect disciple on the ground and at the same time a fireball spell appeared in his hand. Very casually, he threw it at the disciple, wanting to burn him alive while he still had a breath left. Seeing this, Jolie's heart snapped. Obviously, he has the ability to kill him in one blow, but he's using this kind of tactic. Could it be that he has a grudge against this disciple of this green flame sect? Just as he was thinking about how to respond, he suddenly heard a voice from below. This fellow Taoist, why do you need to hide? Why don't you show yourself and talk to Wang? Chapter 100, Unwarranted Disaster. Upon hearing the words from below, Zhou Li's heart suddenly snapped. How did he discover me? The chi refining stage shouldn't have such a powerful perception ability. Could it be that he is also capable of externalizing his divine sense? Zhou Li was quite a bit alarmed by this. At this time, the disciple of the Green Flame sect had been completely engulfed in flames, and the movement of his struggle was getting smaller and smaller. Only a leaping flame remained. Fellow Taoist is sneaky and refuses to show himself. Do you want Wang to do it himself? The Wang cultivator at the bottom seemed to gradually lose his patience and his tone became gloomy. Zhou Li thought about it again and again, and finally leapt down from the tall tree, roughly 30 meters away from that scar-faced cultivator. I just happened to be passing by here. He had just gotten halfway through his sentence when he suddenly and keenly caught a trace of surprise on the face of the Wang cultivator opposite him. Confusion arose in his heart. Could it be that he actually doesn't know that I'm nearby? Were those words earlier just a scam? He turned out to inquire, how did you find me? That Wang cultivator also had an impression of Zhou Li, but the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish as he stared straight at him as if sizing up his prey. Your Excellency is well hidden. I just saw that before this fellow died, a trace of expectation surged on his face, and he kept struggling to make a gesture of asking for help, as if he had an idea about staying alive. However, it's also fortunate that thanks to you, he died a more painful death. Thinking there was hope, he ended up falling into the abyss again. As he said that, a sickly smile actually appeared on his face. Hearing this, how could Zhou Li not realize that he had been spotted by the dying Green Flame sect disciple? It was only after letting this guy see the signs that he had Fong shouted out tentatively that he couldn't help but cry out that he was too tender, and was revealed by a single deception that, in terms of heart, he realized that he was still a great deal worse than the casual cultivator who had been crawling and fighting for decades in this otherworldly world. Your Excellency's feud with him, Mr. Luo has no intention of intervening. I'll pretend that I've seen nothing of today's matter. Let's just leave each other alone, shall we? The disciple of the Green Flame sect had nothing to do with him, so if he's dead, he's dead. Zhou Li is not a murderer, as long as the other party does not kill. He is also based on the principle of goodwill with others, and will not make the first move. That one cultivator looked at Zhou Li's calmness and self-assuredness, and when he faced him, there was not the slightest hint of fear on his face, so he obviously had something to serve himself, and did not dare to make a move easily for a while. Fellow Taoist Luo dares to go deeper alone, and doesn't go away when things go wrong, but instead watches from the wall. It seems that he is quite confident in his own means. Zhou Li was amused in his heart. It was just the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he had forgotten to flee for a moment. However, it was true that he had a few moments of confidence in his own strength. As long as he didn't encounter a foundation establishment stage cultivator, he was confident that he would be able to take down the opponent. Whether to call it quits and leave individually, or to see the real thing under your hands, you, fellow Taoist Wang, should still put down your word. Having experienced some storms in this otherworldly realm, Zhou Li also figured out one thing. You can't show that you're afraid of things here. Otherwise, the other casual cultivators will still think that you're a soft touch and will easily take an inch. Moreover, he really wasn't afraid of the other party's tactics. Which thought that the cultivator surnamed Wang did not answer directly and turned to say, Your Excellency is so ready to see death. In the future, if the Green Flame sect learns of this, it's inevitable that they'll have to pursue you. Or, I can add some fuel to the fire. This person, you killed him. Guess, how will the Green Flame sect react? Zhou Li's heart sank, which would have thought that this fellow was so fluent in reversing black and white. Here in the wilderness, there's no one here. You can make up anything that happens. If it's really like he said, he could really face trouble. At least that Qingyan sect will catch him back and torture him properly. In that case, fellow Taoist Wang wants to see the real thing underhand. I'd like to learn how much fire Your Excellency's bloodshed technique has. As he spoke, several second-order talismans had already appeared in his hand. The blade magic weapon he had been using and the nail magic weapon he had just gotten from Wang Tong earlier were also ready to attack at a moment's notice. He was truly motivated to kill. Which thought that the Wang cultivator on the opposite side was a bit hesitant. Obviously, the fact that the gongfu he practiced had been called out had caused him to be a bit disorganized. Fellow Taoist, wait. Don't you want to know what the large number of disciples from the Green Flame sect are up to as they blockade the perimeter and gather here? Isn't Taoist Luo wandering around the neighborhood also thinking of getting a piece of the pie? Zhou Li was also quite surprised when he heard this. His thoughts turned quickly, and he immediately thought that the many strangled demonic beasts in the vicinity were the work of the Qingyan sect. He originally came here just to pick the fire Yuanji, but he didn't realize that the Qingyan sect, one of the 7 great sects, had already blockaded this place. It seemed like the plans were not small. What are your intentions? What are the schemes of the Green Flame sect? Mr. Luo doesn't really want to know. Whether you believe me or not, I just accepted the task of picking fire UNG and came to this neighborhood to take a look. Whether it's a battle or a peace, you Taoist friend put down a word of honor. Many disciples from a large sect are here. Jolie believed that with his own strength, even if he knew the inside story, he definitely couldn't get involved in it. He simply didn't want to hear about it. Considering that I have a relationship with fellow Taoist, Mr. Luo will ask you one last time. This was the last of Jolie's patience. That Wang cultivator's gaze condensed, as if he had finally made up his mind, and just as he was about to speak, suddenly in the distance, a sound of air braking speedily came. Seeing this, Jolie and that one cultivator both thought it was someone from the other side, and they retreated back tens of meters each way. Incredibly vigilant, they looked at each other. The visitor was very fast, just now he was in the distance, and in less than a few breaths of time, he appeared in front of the eyes. He was dressed in light green clothing, and was obviously also a disciple of the Green Flame sect. The difference was that his cultivation level could be much higher than both of the two present, at least at the 12th level of qi refining. It was you two who killed my senior brother Chen? The visitor looked at the body on the ground, which hadn't been completely burned out yet. He also saw the storage bag with the special markings of the Qingyan sect hanging from the waist of the cultivator surnamed Wang, and killing intent flowed out from his gaze. Jolie's brows furrowed, clearly this sudden pot upset him. This fellow Taoist, Mr. Luo, is just passing through here. I don't know anything about your senior brother Chen's death. Boom! Just as Jolie was still explaining, that one cultivator had already struck out, and a firelight quickly shot out from his hand. The firelight rose against the wind, instantly transforming into several huge fire snakes that wrapped straight towards the Green Flame sect disciple. At the same time, under the cover of the firelight, a bloody light suddenly shot out of its mouth again, one after the other, killing moves hidden within killing moves. That blood light, naturally, was the Fury Pill condensed by the Blood Fury technique. From Jolie's perspective, the fire and blood light were one after the other, incomparably clear. That Green Flame sect disciple merely smiled coldly, sculptor's trick. Only to see a wave of his big sleeve, a piece of green-colored firelight formed in front of him. As soon as the fire snake touched this green firelight, it was immediately absorbed, but instead, it also grew 1 point. Immediately after that, the blood-colored Fury Pill that was hidden behind the firelight also followed. That blood-colored break pellet somehow, as soon as it touched the green-colored firelight, immediately issued the sound of frying meat sizzling. The blood light on the surface of the pill was rapidly melting. That Wang cultivator's face also instantly turned white, his expression extremely painful. Obviously that Green Flame was quite a bit restraining to the Blood Fiend pill. However, he was still undeterred and continued to push the Blood Bane pill. Boom! Finally, that Fury Pill broke through the green-colored firelight, but the power was also greatly reduced, and the blood light dimmed a great deal compared to earlier. It crashed into the chest of the disciple from the Green Flame sect, leaving only a blood-red mark. It did not pierce him through. Seeing the opportunity is not right, the Wang cultivator will also quickly take back the break pill. The pupils of the shocked color, the heart screamed bad, that clan robe is still a piece of treasure clothes. He killed the previous Qingyan sect disciple by sneak attack. In order to make it impossible for him to make a sound of movement and facilitate abuse, he struck at his throat. Fawn, on the other hand, wanted to kill him with a single blow, before aiming it at the man's chest. I didn't realize that the robe even had the effect of protecting the body, directly making it a lost cause. The bloodshed feat? Tendrils of killing intent surged on the face of that Qingyan sect disciple who had been struck by the Fury Pill. Recently, several disciples from my sect went out for trials and were drained of their essence blood. Looks like it's you. As soon as the words fell, his hands pinched, and the huge mana around him surged, rapidly condensing, and a palm-sized fireball with a hazy body took shape in front of him, vaguely visible as a fire phoenix. Go! With his command. That fire phoenix was like an arrow off the string, spraying the Wang cultivator straight away. He also reacted extremely quickly, immediately activating several defensive shields that, unexpectedly, they were all like paper mache, quickly pierced through, and only served to delay the roll of a few seconds. Fellow Taoist Luo, are you still not going to make a move? Kill me and you'll be next. Cultivator Wang also seemed to be armed with a speed-shifting type of magic weapon, extremely fast and. But compared to that miniature fire phoenix, it's still a bit worse. Every time it was about to catch up, it relied on the magic weapon on its body to act as a delay. At this moment, Jolie finally made a decision as well, and immediately threw out 2 talismans towards the Qingyan sect disciple who was casting a spell. At the same time, the 2 magic weapons were also held in his hands, ready to strike at any time. Fawn, his first reaction when he saw this person was to flee. The cultivation fluctuation on this person's body was the same as the previous black cultivator surnamed Zhang. Both of them were at the 13th level of qi refining. Only 1 step short of the foundation establishment stage. It was simply not something he could currently fight against. But the reason why he didn't run away.
It was because this Qingyan sect disciple had already seen himself and thought that he was the accomplice in the murder of that senior brother Chen. If he escapes now, I'm afraid that he'll have to be hunted down by disciples from a large sect in the future. I'm afraid that I won't be able to gain a foothold in this Seven Alliance city. So there was still the thought of explaining. But then he heard that cultivator surnamed Wang continuously killing the fallen Qingyan sect disciples and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. There was no room for moderation in this matter. It doesn't matter if you're a casual cultivator or not, you don't have to be involved in this. In this weak and strong foreign world, there is no woe is not as good as friends and family that set. I'm afraid that all the loose cultivators associated with that one cultivator will have to die. Not to mention that he is currently at the scene of his Chen's death, it is even more unlikely that he will be able to survive. Since there was already no way back, he could only strike. Chapter 101 Killing a Peak Chi Refining Cultivator. A second-order lower-grade True Thunder Talisman and a first-order upper-grade Stone Cone Talisman were blasted one after the other towards the front of the room. Fang Zholi saw that it seemed to have no small immunity to fire magic and gave up the most powerful fire attribute talisman. Instead, he used these two. That Qingyan sect disciple saw that the talismans were not bad in terms of power and, not daring to be careless, he hurriedly recalled the fire phoenix that was chasing the Wang cultivator and directly met it. Boom! Thud! Two blasting sounds exploded in mid-air, startling the forest with a burst of flying birds and beasts. The fire phoenix was only smaller in size, its speed unaffected, and continued to attack towards Zholi. Seeing that his most common talisman was undefeated, Zholi, immediately urging his boots, along with many small spells, he began to flee. You and I will join forces and quickly take it down. In case we attract other Green Flame sect disciples, we'll all have to die. Zholi shouted again towards the field as he fled. Sure enough, that one cultivator immediately cast a secret spell that, only to see the bloodlight gradually rising around him, and it was getting thicker and thicker. A strong bloody odor that made people want to vomit spread in the air. Its aura also gradually became stronger, starting to grow from the 9th and 10th level of Qi refining, and only managed to stop at the 11th level. Seeing only a slight movement, his entire body instantly transformed into a blood shadow and rushed directly in front of that Qingyan sect disciple. The blood claws on his hands were so bright that they directly grabbed his head. Obviously also learned a lesson, knowing that its body has a treasure coat to protect the body, turned to start from the head. That Green Inferno sect disciple also seemed to be startled by this ghostly speed, and hastily backed away. At the same time, he took out a green-colored veil-like magic weapon from his bosom, and covered his body in front of him. That Wine cultivator's claw was like grasping on the fine iron, emitting a sharp and ear-piercing sound. At the same time, that gauze tent rapidly shrunk, deadlocked and entangled it, and for a time it could not get out of the way. Die! That Green Flame sect disciple pinched his right hand, and a ball of light green flame surged out along with his seal, heading straight ahead. He actually wanted to burn him alive. Zholi was waiting for this opportunity to. Seeing that the two were in the middle of a fierce battle, the bladed magic weapon in his hand immediately transformed into a yellow aura, shooting straight towards the head of the disciple of the Green Inferno sect. At the same time, in order to deal with the flaming phoenix that came hurtling towards him, he threw out 3 second-order talismans one after another. Not only did it wear down most of its power, but it also dropped a large portion of its flying speed, no longer posing a threat to Zholi. He still felt a little unsafe doing this. He took out 5 more second-order talismans, followed by the flying daggers, and slammed them directly at the two men. The 2 nail-shaped magic weapons obtained earlier were also activated and flew towards the two silently. In Zholi's opinion, the best ending would be for those two to die together. That was why he had struck when the Wang cultivator was trapped and the disciples of the Qingyan sect were laying their hands on him. This was how he was able to wipe them out in one fell swoop. In fact, in the beginning, after dealing with that fire phoenix, divine ability and seeing that his talisman was able to dissipate its power, Zholi already had a plan in mind to pile up talismans to consume it. It was only that he had struck too early, and if he exposed his family's assets too early, the attention of that Qingyan sect disciple would surely be diverted to himself. That's why he pretended to be undefeated and kept fleeing. Seeing that the time was right, he no longer hid, and all his moves came out in unison, just to solve the aftermath in one fell swoop. Having been pitted several times in this realm, Zholi finally learned some tricks as well. Seek death. That Qingyan sect disciple looked at the cultivator surnamed Wang who was being burned by the flames in the middle of the gauze tent, his face showing a hint of a sneer. Turning his gaze back to Zholi. He had previously looked at Zholi's slightly lower cultivation level and hadn't taken him to heart. He didn't realize that he had used so many tactics at once. Directly aroused his killing heart. At this moment, the flying dagger that bloomed with yellow aura was already approaching and this Qingyan sect disciple at the peak of Qi refining was casting spells with all his might, preparing to burn that blood shadow to death in one fell swoop. At this time, it was already too late to release his magic weapon, and with a slight movement of his body, he dodged the flying dagger.
When he saw the subsequent 5 powerful talismans, he could only temporarily give up the good opportunity to kill that blood shadow. Instead, he offered up a palm-sized silver ghost head shield from his bosom. This shield rose against the wind, instantly rising to 2 meters tall and stopping in front of its body. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosion after explosion echoed amongst the trees. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, and a thick fog rolled in. This peak chi refining Qing Yan sect disciple really wasn't comparable to an ordinary loose cultivator. Surprisingly, he stopped all 5 of those second-order talismans, only his face was a little pale and. However, there were also a lot more pits on its shield talisman, Obviously it wasn't easy to receive. His eyes towards Jolie also became chilly, and there was a hint of greed mixed in with his gaze. A loose cultivator, to have so many second-order talismans. It seems like he usually intercepts and kills quite a few fellow cultivators. Today, I'll come to take the place of heaven and destroy you evil devils. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Jolie pulled out another bunch of second-order talismans from his bag. Placed it in his hand and patted it. As casually as if he had taken a handful of straw. Oh. Come on, let's see how you substitute. Seeing so many second-order talismans. This disciple of the Qingyan sect was directly dumbfounded, his expression slightly blank. Why are there so many? He had lived until now, and had only bitten the bullet and bought 2 second-order talismans himself. And every time he used them, his heart ached. Nowadays, although he is cultivated to the peak of chi refining and is just 1 step away from foundation building, he is not afraid to face the second-order talismans head-on. But to carry so many of them at once, it was also a bit too much for him. Just now, he stopped 5 of them in one breath, which had already caused him to suffer a considerable amount of injuries, and even the magic weapon that he had been sacrificing for a long time had also suffered a loss. A few more times, he himself was afraid that he would be piled up alive by so many talismans. This fellow Daoist, my Qingyan sect only has a problem with this demon who has cultivated the bloodshed technique. Just now, you said you were just passing through, so why bother? Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized that there were 2 nail-shaped magic weapons in front of him, which were attacking him. Noiselessly and silently. If you don't look closely, you won't even notice. His face immediately changed greatly, and without thinking, he once again offered up his magic weapon to fend off which thought at this time, he only felt a coldness at the back of his head, In the last instant of his life, he saw a yellow flying dagger penetrate out from in front of his head and directly hit the shield on top of A crisp ringing sound occurred. This was naturally Jolie's knife control technique, which he had been practicing diligently for quite some time. He had relied on it to kill Wang Tong earlier. Only this Qingyan sect disciple in front of him was obviously much stronger, the strongest one he had fought so far. Not only is his gong method powerful, but his magic weapon is also strong. If it wasn't for that Wang cultivator joining forces with him. If he were to rely on him alone, I'm afraid he'd have to use an undercard like the Vajra talisman. This time, a total of 10 talismans were utilized, 9 second-order ones and 1 first-order upper-grade one, with a total value of around $100,000. This fight is really costly. Jolie cried while complaining about the costly nature of this fight. While tearfully picking up the storage bag on that Qingyan sect cultivator, at the same time stripping the robes from his body as well, After all, this was also a precious garment that could also be sold to stop losses. Then as usual, a fireball spell was thrown over to destroy the corpse. Fellow Daoist Luo is really powerful, Mr. Wang is impressed. Jolie had only finished disposing of the corpse of this Qingyan sect disciple when a voice of admiration came from the distance. Hearing these familiar words, Jolie was startled violently, and immediately turned back only to find that a blood-colored figure had already fled 500 meters away, and its speed was getting faster and faster, it was fleeing the place regardless. The one who fled was none other than the cultivator surnamed Wang, who had been trapped by that Qingyan sect disciple's magic weapon earlier and should have been burned to death by the fire. Jolie quickly swept his eyes to see that no trace of himself had been left behind in the surroundings. Following that, a few more fireball spells were released to burn the scene with a single fire, and he chased after them. Fellow Daoist Wang, we've combined our efforts to solve the big enemy, why don't we drink and have a good time, what's the hurry to leave? This person knew that he had killed someone from the Green Flame sect, and it was always a scourge to let him out in the open. Why don't we cut off the roots now and go after him and kill him once and for all? Even if that Wang cultivator has the means to escape the result of burning to death, I think there must be a certain price to pay. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to escape. It was the best time to kill him now while he was seriously injured. Jolie had always done things, either he didn't do it or he would do it all the way to the end if he wanted to. He previously did not have the handle in the hands of that Wang cultivator to kill the words naturally hesitant. Now it was different, if he didn't kill him, he would be in danger. Jolie didn't drag his feet in the slightest and directly pursued him to the end. Seeing Jolie in the back chasing after him, and at a speed not much slower than his own, he himself was seriously injured and he simply couldn't support himself for long either, and his tone was a bit anxious.
Fellow Daoist Luo, further on is the territory that the Qing Yen sect has set up as a forbidden territory. If you keep chasing after us, the two of us will be throwing ourselves into the net. Jolie was quite a bit startled within his eyes. Looking at the direction of his escape, there were indeed traces of a group of cultivators moving along the way. He immediately sacrificed his flying dagger and shot out towards the front, wanting to continue to cut him down with his delicate blade control skills. Which thought that this cultivator surnamed Wang, who had witnessed Jolie's means of killing a peak chi refining cultivator, was very careful and, as soon as he sensed the flying daggers approaching, he immediately switched directions, not giving the slightest chance. Jolie had previously used several second-order talismans to divert the attention of that Qing Yen sect disciple. He also used a nail magic weapon as a feint attack. That's what made the flying daggers from the rear work wonders, and with a single strike, but to the guy in front of him who had defenses, it was completely useless. Fellow Daoist Wang is joking again. Why would the Qing Yen sect come here if they didn't go inside the newly discovered relics in Red Dragon Valley to grab something? That's still what you told me yourself. Jolie increased the amount of spiritual energy he inputted into his boots, and although his speed increased by a few points, he still needed quite a bit of time to catch up. He suddenly remembered that he had previously read the Bloodshed Kung Fu, which contained a secret method of urging his essence blood to accelerate his escape. The Wang cultivator in front of him was covered in a hidden bloodlight, so it seemed that he was using this technique. This also reminded him that the 9-yang condensed yuan gong that he cultivated also had a secret method to accelerate his speed, the 1-yang transportation technique. Looks like we'll have to use some real means to catch up with him. Jolie did not hesitate any longer and directly activated this secret technique. He only felt as if his entire body was a ball of burning fire, and his blood boiled all over his body. There was a powerful force rising from his legs that, at the same time, the spiritual energy within its body was rapidly depleting at a rate visible to the naked eye. With a push of his feet, his entire body immediately darted out at a speed twice as fast as before. Looking at the situation, it would take less than 10 seconds to fully catch up. That? His cohort? Just as Jolie was about to catch up, he suddenly saw another blood-red silhouette vaguely in front of him on the left, speeding this way. When he got a little closer and saw the blood shadow clearly, Jolie was immediately scared out of his wits, and his body was freezing cold. That person was none other than the suspected Jindan stage disembodied cultivator he had encountered in the cave earlier. Chapter 102, Foundation Building Order. As soon as Jolie saw that old monster, he immediately turned around and ran without any hesitation. If one were to face that old monster alone, he might still be able to trap him with the help of the Vajra talisman and then execute various means to kill him. But there was that Wang cultivator next to him. To deal with both of them at the same time, he was not capable of doing so. He'd sold most of the talismans he'd bought online earlier and only kept 100 or so for himself. The second-order talismans among them had been consumed almost to the point of. The pile of talismans that Fong just took out were basically all first-order talismans. They're good for scaring people. To really deal with these high-level cultivators who were at the peak of chi refining and had half a foot in foundation building, there was no chance at all. Coupled with the fact that the previous battle with the disciples of the Green Inferno sect and casting secret techniques to chase them down, the exertion was also very great. There was absolutely no chance of winning the fight. All this was considered in a flash, and Jolie made a snap decision, immediately utilizing the Yang transportation technique with all his might to retreat at a rapid pace. He ran even faster than when he was chasing and killing just now. Luckily, that old monster didn't seem to have much interest in Jolie, and instead, he set his sights on the cultivator with the surname Wang. This was what gave Jolie the chance to escape. That old monster, why is he here? Jolie, who had run into the distance, saw that there was no one in the four directions and immediately utilized the Two Worlds Pearl to leave this place of wrongdoing. Until he returned to the room again, he was still a little stunned. Having experienced several changes in this short period of time, confronting the disciples of the Green Flame sect, chasing after that one cultivator, and encountering that old monster in the back. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, plus the fact that that old monster's ambition wasn't in him, I'm afraid that he would have ended up using the Two Realms Pearl to escape in front of them, exposing his biggest secret of being able to travel between two realms. I guess that old monster is also practicing the bloodshed technique, otherwise he wouldn't be so interested in that one cultivator. It's also fortunate that that old monster didn't recognize me the first time, or else he would definitely be after me. Jolie calmed down a bit, and at the same time summarized the gains and losses of this fight. The previous few battles I experienced consumed second-order mid-grade talismans, and the second-order lower-grade talismans I have on me this time have also run out. The remaining first-order talismans are fine to deal with cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of chi refining, but they're not very effective further up. Gotta add some more to the list. He immediately opened the mall and started picking them out. This time, he wasn't stingy, and directly purchased 100 second-order lower-grade talismans, 30 second-order middle-grade talismans. It added up to $2 million.
I was just about to place an order, but realized that I had no money left in my account. It was then that he remembered that he had spent all his money on various things that he had previously splurged on.
Money. I need big money.
Buying these talismans and refining high-level puppets all require large sums of money. Gotta hurry up and sell another wave of materials to make it work. After thinking about it, he felt that the talismans alone didn't feel quite enough. There are also magic weapons, we need to change one of them as well. He realized during this battle that he didn't have an advantage at the level of feats and techniques. He had tried it before, and several of the secret techniques within the Nine Suns condensed elemental technique weren't able to exert much power at the chi refining stage. He had also checked the relevant papers which also confirmed this. It was only after reaching foundation establishment and the metamorphosis of the spiritual energy in the body that the power of the secret method would increase exponentially. Currently, the chi refining stage could not be counted on. Moreover, his previous experience in fighting related to practicing with a puppet at the 6th level of chi refinement would hardly come in handy when fighting against a cultivator at the higher level of chi refinement. The small spells that could fight back and forth with the 6th level of chi refinement. It's a complete joke when facing those high-level cultivators. Just like that Green Flame sect disciple's gong method, it was actually able to absorb the other party's fire attribute spells, which was really somewhat impressive. But there was an advantage to training with a machine, it could greatly enhance one's ability to react on the spot. These few battles in the otherworldly realm have shown it as well. In the end, he summarized that what was actually effective in a real battle with a peak chi refining cultivator, the only three were gongfa, magic weapon, and talisman. At the level of feats, the secret method in the Nine Suns condensed elemental technique is not powerful enough for the time being, so it will not be considered. Talisman level, the current online open channel can only purchase up to a second order mid-grade one, further up as the control material can't be bought, this is a normal purchase. But the second order talismans are not cheap after all, can't spend 100,000 or so every time you fight, and then more money is lost, but also have to rely on the magic weapon. He took out the flying dagger magic weapon that he had used many times and shook his head helplessly. This flying dagger magic weapon is light in texture, winning in that it can sneak attack, but once the opponent is on guard, it will be difficult to be effective. There must also be a few magic weapons that can break through defenses head-on. He recalled the 2 black flying daggers of notable weight that he had previously picked up at a stall along with the purple sungrass. Those 2 flying daggers were made of good materials and suitable for frontal attacks, it's just a pity that I was too short of money at the time and I sold them. Jolie seemed to have thought of something and shook his head again to laugh at himself. I'm such a fool, the craftsmanship of refining weapons in the Immortal Mansion must be much stronger than that other world, why would I miss the things over there? He immediately searched the internet for magic weapon related objects again. In the end, he selected 2 magic weapons, one was a set of standardized flying daggers with 12 handles, and it was also equipped with a set of manipulation spells, Both the materials and the craftsmanship were relatively top-notch, Many real-name registered foundation establishment stage cultivators have praised it, The price was a bit expensive, needing $3,600,000. The other one was a defense-type magic weapon that. Only this magic weapon was a bit special, using a more advanced material, memory mixed spirit gold. Capable of freely changing into various forms based on the input of mana. It can even transform into armor to be worn on the body, There was only a not-so-small requirement for the manipulation and thickness of mana. This was not a difficult task for Jolie, who had cultivated the 9-yang condensed elemental technique. It was even more expensive in terms of price, requiring a full $8 million. Jolie currently had no money, and couldn't afford either of the 2 pieces he had his eye on, only adding them to his cart for the time being. He flipped through the shopping cart after selecting them, and apart from those 2 magic weapons, there were quite a few parts needed for refining high-level puppets that had been pre-ordered earlier. Everything added up to almost $20 million. This also caused it to suck in a breath of cool air. Let's go sell the materials first in exchange for some money to refine the high-grade puppet first. I hope the high-grade puppets can be sold for more money and save up enough money to buy magic weapons. He prioritized the things he had to do and then he remembered the storage bag that he had fished out from that Qin Yan sect disciple. Immediately, he opened it and checked it out. There wasn't a lot of stuff in there. A gongfu, the Green Inferno true scripture, presumably the cultivation gongfu of the Green Inferno sect, However, there were only the first 4 layers in it, and it could only be cultivated up to the early stage of foundation establishment. Some common healing elixirs that 10 spiritual stones for the body. 2 tokens. Other than that, there was nothing else, enough to be described as poor. Are the disciples of the Qinyan sect so poor? How can it be said that it is one of the 7 great sects? How can a disciple at the peak of chi refining live like this? Jolie was quite depressed. This Qinyan sect disciple only used 2 magic weapons in the battle. A gauze tent type, which should have been taken by that one cultivator, There's also a silver shield artifact here in Jolie's place. Even if these two magic weapons were added in, this guy was still too poor. Could it be that these sect disciples are different from casual cultivators and don't like to carry their entire fortune with them? Jolie could only make such a guess. It's a good thing that Silver Shield should be worth a bit of money, selling it should be able to make up for the consumed second-ranked talismans. Just as he was feeling a bit disappointed by this haul, his gaze inadvertently glanced over a token, and a wave of incredulity suddenly appeared on his face. This is the foundation building order? He hurriedly picked up the token and examined it repeatedly, pleasantly surprised. It's really the foundation building token. No wonder he's so poor. That makes sense. In the midst of the 7 Alliance City, every year, the 7 major sects would take out a portion of the foundation establishment pills to sell to the group of casual cultivators. On the one hand, in order to increase the popularity of the 7 League City. On the other hand, due to the large number of loose cultivators and the small number of foundation establishment pills, it would often cause a race to the bottom and could often fetch a sky-high price. And for various purposes, what was sold to the loose cultivators was not a direct foundation building pill, but a foundation building order. All cultivators holding the token could exchange it for a foundation establishment pill in a designated pharmacy in the 7 League City. Jolie guessed that this peak chi refining disciple of the Qing Yan sect had exchanged his entire fortune for this foundation establishment token. That was why he was so shy and penniless. I didn't expect to get such a precious thing by accident. But this also aroused Jolie's curiosity that, did these big sect disciples still need to grab the foundation establishment pills from the casual cultivators? Wouldn't the sects distribute them internally? Forget it, whether or not it's distributed inside the sect has little to do with me. Jolie didn't dwell on this matter either. This foundation building order can be redeemed at any given time. Currently, I've only stepped into the 7th level of chi refining not long ago, and there's still quite a distance to foundation establishment, so for the time being, I'll just leave it there and not worry about it. It won't be too late to wait until I reach that step of foundation establishment. He then remembered the 2 cultivation manuscripts of the 9 Suns condensed elemental technique that the principal had given him. According to those 2 Jindan seniors, although the 9 Yang condensing Yuan Gong is helpful in condensing Jindan and can increase the success rate, the foundation building piece is not that easy. The more Yang orifices there are, the higher the chances of success in condensing Jindan, but the more difficult it is to build the foundation comparatively, requiring a vast amount of spiritual energy that far exceeds that of an ordinary cultivator. When those 2 Jindan seniors built their foundations, one of them had accumulated 30 years of battle merit on the front line, exchanged a treasure pill, plus won a first-class merit and was assigned a foundation building pill, which made them successful in building their foundations in one fell swoop. The other failed twice, and the third time, he also redeemed a foundation building pill, plus spent his entire fortune, plus took out a loan of $200 million, and searched for some precious medicinal herbs from all over the world, before he succeeded by chance. Jolie thought about his qualifications and shook his head helplessly. The spiritual root attributes of those 2 Jindan seniors are 6'2" for one and 73 for the other, both too much better than me. I'm afraid that it's not enough for me to expect to succeed by taking this one foundation establishment pill. Now that he had the demonic pills refined potion to boost his cultivation to the high level of chi refining, there was no problem. In the future, if he searched for some second-order potions, reaching the peak of chi refining wouldn't be difficult. His gaze also turned to the great threshold of foundation establishment. Thought of preparing up in advance. If one isn't enough, is it okay to take a few more? This thought suddenly popped up in Jolie's mind.